Welcome to the free ecom course. What you have just found is over 21 plus hours put together by my wife, myself, and our amazing team to bring to you everything that you could ever possibly need to start and grow your own successful e-commerce business. So what's in this course is everything that I've learned from growing 8 different Shopify brands to 7 figures and beyond. But the best part is that this course is not just based off of things that used to work and 7+ years of experience, also based on the things that are working today. Like this brand here that we launched a couple of months ago back in July, and since then has been on track to do well over $1 million in its first 12 months. The reason we're making this course is that after I look back over the past decade or so of experience and just counted up all the mistakes that I've had along the way, I realized that there's just no resource out there like this that is truly based off of real world experience and what is currently working. And certainly nothing like that for free. Because not only do we have the in-depth lessons where I go through everything with you step by step, not just showing it for an example, actually building one that we're going to launch and grow to 6 and 7 figures in sales, but we also give you all the resources and PDF downloads and templates that you need so that you can copy paste everything that we do in our business. While I certainly can't promise any kind of results, and anybody who tries to promise results, you should take a closer look at them. What I can promise you is that this 21 hours is by far the best work that I've ever done in my entire life, and it leaves absolutely no stone unturned. So if you are a complete beginner and you're confused and not sure like what direction to follow in or where to get started, this resource is for you. Or if you've already started taking sales, but you're struggling to get profitable and to scale, then this is going to show you how to do that. We cover everything from 0 to 7 figures. And that includes all of the marketing, all your product research, your site optimization, customer service, how to manage your finances, all of the little ins and outs. We've covered all of that. And putting together an amazing resource like this is obviously not cheap or a fast thing to do. So my team and I and my wife / business partner, we have worked on this recording for well over a month, invested well over $30,000 in editing and bringing together all of the resources here before you and making it completely free. Then a question you're probably asking yourself is that, okay, if it's so great, then why is it free? Does that seem a little strange? And the reason for me deciding to make this free and available to everyone comes back to a personal experience I had. That when I was first starting out, I decided to buy a course. I invested about $5,000 of money that I didn't have, just racked it up on my credit card. And by the time I actually got into the course and started working on the business, I didn't have any money left over to actually spend on the business. And I was just in a really bad spot, ended up having to take a job in order to pay down the course alone. I don't want that experience for anybody, and if there was a resource out there like this, it would have completely changed the trajectory of my life. I'm really happy with where things have ended up, but that would have completely changed the trajectory, and I would have been really grateful to whoever did that. So in this course, it's broken down into 10 different modules for you. In Module 1, you're going to be learning the intro, lay of the land, exactly what this course is, what you can expect, and how to get the most out of it. Then in Module 2, you're going to be laying your foundations, learning how to become the kind of person that is capable of not just starting a project like this, but actually seeing it through all the way to the end. Module 3, you're going to be learning how to do market research and choose your niche, and then building a brand that will stand out in a really competitive space. Module 4 is product and fulfillment, where you're going to be seeing how we do product research and then how we use AI tools to create and design all of our products extremely cost effectively, and then how we use Printify so that they print, pack, and ship all the orders right to the customer without us ever having to touch a thing. And in Module 5, you're going to learn how to create a high converting Shopify store, where I'm going to be going through with you step by step, click by click, sharing my screen with you as I'm building my own brand along with you. Again, this is not just me teaching stuff at you. I'm literally building a new brand alongside you. Module 6 is the beefiest section of the entire course, and that's where you're going to be learning how to drive profitable Facebook and Google ad traffic. In Module 7, you're going to learn how to set up all of your email flows and automations so that you can just set these up one time and then they run for you for the duration of your brand and just rake in extra profitable sales for you every day of the week. Module 8 is systems and operations, where you're going to be learning how to not just maximize your profit, but how to make sure you are actually keeping it, how to run your financials, how to scale your team so that you can work on the business instead of in it. Module 9 is scaling, where we're going to be talking about how to go from $10,000 to $100,000 per month in sales. And module 10 is where you're going to be learning about what it takes to build and exit from a 7-figure e-commerce business. So those are all the things we're going to be covering. As I mentioned, it's extremely robust. It's as comprehensive as it gets. It's just a matter of you deciding, is this something that you're going to stick through all the way to the end, knowing that this is the last resource you will ever need. So if you're ready to jump in and change your life, there's just 2 quick things that we ask of you. Number 1 is, if you're interested in getting full access to all the free resources, then consider joining the school community. Again, it's completely free. It's an amazing community of people that are going through the course with you that you can talk with, ask questions, bounce ideas off each other, whatever you want, in addition to getting all of the resources in a nicely formatted step-by-step. And then the second thing is, of course, using the affiliate links down below of the businesses and softwares that we recommend. By using those links, you help us recoup some of our costs and earn a small commission that it doesn't cost you a single thing, but certainly don't feel pressure to do it by any means. You can always just go Google it and find the same software. But by using the links down below, in some cases there's special offers that we've partnered with these companies to be able to bring you, such as Shopify, which is the one that I recommend signing up for right now, which by clicking the Shopify link, you get 3 months of a Shopify trial for just $1. And then the second link is Printify, which by using the link down below, you can get 1 month of Printify Premium completely for free while you try it out. And this is the company that we have used for years and years to fulfill all of our products. We absolutely love them, and we're going to be talking a lot more about them. I appreciate you even watching this far in the video. Just that alone shows that you stand out from the rest of the crowd, and I believe in you that you have what it takes to get this done. We are here for you in the school community and in the comments every step of the way. Now let's scale. All right, so we just want to take a quick minute to, first of all, introduce ourselves and more importantly, explain like some of the background behind the course and why we're doing it, so you know exactly what you're getting into. Who are we? All right, so we are...
Wait, okay, so if you haven't seen my YouTube channel or Chris's YouTube channel, we are married. We're husband and wife. And
we are?
We are. We're married. Wow. It's crazy.
But we've been business partners and roommates and stuff for going on a couple of years. And we've decided to make this course after running these businesses long enough and like with consistent enough results that we felt like sharing it to hopefully help some other people get results along the same lines as what we've. My quick 30-second elevator pitch is that I quit my 9-to-5 job at Amazon. It was more like a 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. job at Amazon. But anyway, about 8 years ago, holy crap, yeah, 8 years ago. And then I lived in an e-commerce incubator with 12 other entrepreneurs for about 4 years. Or as Meg called it, the e-com frat house. Either one is pretty accurate. And during that time, I learned a ton. And in the past 7-8 years, I built 8 different Shopify brands to 7 figures and exited from 5 of those brands. And a couple of them were with my business partner here. And then as a fun fact, here's the notepad that I had from when I started learning about starting a business right after. Have you seen this before?
No.
After I graduated. So the terrible handwriting aside, the part that I thought was funny was that like my questions at the top were LLC ? And then I thought that the most important thing was immediately researching trademarks and patents. I actually did a really in-depth course on patent research, which I've never used to this day. And here's my actual college GPA for my transcript. So I graduated with a whopping 2.88. My mom always thought that I was going to be a doctor, and instead I've sold a lot of t-shirts. And the reason I'm showing this is just to share that, you know, I'm clearly nothing special. And at the end of the day, if I'm able to get these kind of results, then I think just about anybody can as well. And from the house that I lived in, here's an example of, here were our sales from way back in 2019. We were like split up into different teams, and it's a story for a whole nother day. But anyway, it was a pretty cool experience, and that's where I learned a lot. We held events and that sort of thing where people would come in and learn from us about running Facebook ads and email marketing, Shopify, how to find winning products, all that sort of thing.
And now, who am I? My name is Meg, and I actually had no, I don't know if I want to say desire, but like I absolutely never thought that I would be pursuing anything e-commerce related. I actually went to school to become a pediatric nurse, and I still do that per diem to this day, but after I met Chris, he introduced me to e-commerce, specifically print on demand, and I think this is something that, you could get into and do really well in. And so during COVID, when the world was shut down, I had a lot of free time on my hands, and so I started my first shop. And the rest has really been history since then. Did a full flip. Nursing was my full time, and now e-commerce is my full time. So a very different route than what Chris took.
Yeah, and to prop Meg up for a second, she went from her first ad campaign that she ever launched. It was literally named, quote, "I have no idea what I'm doing." Normally I name the campaigns like cold, purchase optimized. She showed me her ad account and it was like a full sentence. I have no idea what's going on. So she went from that point to, during COVID, being a nurse, like working her ass off, obviously, and just stayed very consistent with it. And through all the ups and downs that we're going to talk about a lot throughout this course, all the challenges that come with not just running a business, but like being an entrepreneur in general, and like the mental ups and downs that you have that everybody faces. Meg's like faced that while balancing being a nurse, and she stuck with it for COVID was like
5 years.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years. So she's an amazing testament to like you can 100% have a career path that you always saw as your like, your long-term solution or your long-term career. And if you're like open to new and challenging things, and you can be like dynamic and just stick with it, she's a perfect example of how like you can go anywhere if you just set your mind to it, basically. So why can we talk about this? Basically because we've done it, and we are only going to talk about things in this course that have worked from our own personal experience running multiple 7-figure e-commerce brands. And we have a combined 10 years of experience. Currently, we work about 4 to 8 hours a week-ish on the brands each, but that completely varies, and we'll talk about that later. And we consistently make 6 figures profit from our stores. And we've also, more importantly, we've helped quote-unquote normal people, or I think we're normal, people build 7-figure stores. So it's not just from our case studies or examples, it's from friends and family and people that follow us that we've helped them go from 0, I have no idea what I'm doing, to 7 figures in sales. And we're not trying to teach anything outside of just what's worked from our own personal experience. And it's from running, like in my case, 8 different brands, growing them from 0 to 7 figures, all different niches, lots of different products. We're just sharing from our own personal experience. We're not branching outside of that. You'll never hear us like a brainstorm about what could work. It's always just from our own experience, so you can take it as this has definitely worked for somebody, and it is what it is.
Why we wanted to make this course, we find it really fulfilling. We've noticed between both of our YouTube channels that there's a lot of questions out there when it comes to e-commerce, print on demand, and people just, I guess, more videos out there that just skim the surface. They don't go deep into how to do things within the business, and we saw this as an area that we can completely help and change people. We can do the deep dive. We can show you exactly how to do every single step of getting a store from nothing to launching and even scaling beyond that.
And it's fun for us to work together.
It is fun for us to work together.
And we like being able to help people that we care about achieve freedom from the 9-to-5 lifestyle. And like Meg said, there's a lack of good information out there, or if it is quote unquote good, it's very surface level. We want to get down into the weeds, show the good, the bad, the ugly, and really act like if somebody was sitting next to us, somebody that we cared about, if they were sitting next to us and we were going to show them step by step everything that they needed to know to build their own brand, like what would that look like? And then obviously in full transparency, it's completely free wherever you're watching it. And so the only way that we're making money off of this is from like the partnership links that are placed throughout this course. We appreciate it if you use it. If for whatever reason you say screw Chris and Meg, you can obviously always just go Google and find the sites, but we appreciate you guys using it.
Yeah, you absolutely don't need to click the links if you don't feel comfortable with doing it. Again, it doesn't cost you more by clicking on any of those links. It just gives us a little kickback for basically like referring somebody to the brands that we know, trust, and use.
Yeah, and it allows us to keep making like really in-depth free content like this.
Yeah.
And another reason that we're making this course, I used to play ice hockey, so this metaphor hits home for me. But the reason we're doing it is that a lot of the content out there, if you ever seen the movie Miracle, it's an ice hockey movie about the USA gold medal team, that when they were making the movie, the producers had two options. When they were trying to find people to play the roles, they could either A, hire actors and teach them how to play hockey, or B, they could find hockey players and teach them how to be actors. And ultimately, they ended up going with the latter. They ended up hiring hockey players because they knew like the majority of the scenes they were trying to shoot were on the rink, and they found that it was easier to teach them to act than it was to take actors who had never actually done it and put them on skates for the first time. I think they actually tried that, and it was like a laughable experience. And the reason I want to bring it to people's awareness that a lot of the content out there on starting e-commerce businesses or just businesses in general, it's done by actors who are pretending to be hockey players, which is like somebody who gets really good at YouTube or making content, and like they know the right retention hack stuff, and they know how to make a video go viral, and they know how to make the right thumbnails, and then they like learn enough about how to play hockey, how to do e-commerce, and that's how they're passing. And those are the people that go super viral because they're actors. They know how to do the content production side. And we wanted to be basically the hockey players who have actually been there, done that. We have seasons under our belt. We know the game of hockey in depth, like the in and outs. And if you think about it, like if you wanted to learn how to play hockey, would you go to an actor that was hired to play a hockey player who might look good, they might know how to say the right things, but they don't act, it's very surface level. They're learned from an NHL player whose entire life, like obviously the latter. So I just wanted to point that out to people that or help people understand, because I definitely got duped by it a lot early on in my career when I was learning from people that know how to make really good videos, but they don't actually know what they're talking about or practice what they preach.
Or they have done it, but haven't done it in years. And we can attest to things have changed over the last 4 years, especially since COVID. So a lot of things out there I feel are like 2020, 2021. Pretty much you could throw up any store and like they launched in 2020. And since then, a lot of people I feel have not had the same success that they had in 2020 and have chucked their hands up and just say, it's not the same, or I did it in 2020 and now you can do the same thing in 2024.
Yeah.
The market has changed, things have changed, but one thing that hasn't changed is Chris and I have never stopped running a brand. Like we've always consistently had a store. And the current store that we do run, we've had for 2.5, almost 3 years now. So it's proven that the sales can continue to come in, that stores can continue to do. It just takes a different type of approach.
There's a lot of people out there that just aren't walking the walk or doing what they're teaching. And so that's why our unique promise to you guys is that we have experience you can trust. It's with over 10 years of running these brands combined. And then complete transparency. We're going to be completely open. We're not going to ever oversell this for more than it is or less than the effort that it'll take. So we actually want people to get real results. We don't want people to just take the first step and then give up as soon as it gets hard. We want like real case studies. And then we're going to guide you through each phase of this process, making sure you understand the how, the why, and where each step fits into the 10,000 foot view, which is part of the big reason why this is such a long course, is that it's not just showing like which buttons to click, it's showing like where this fits in conceptually, making sure you understand it, and that you're actually taking everything that we learned from 10 years combined and like learning that in as fast a time as possible. So the first group of people that can get value out of this are the caged employees, aka the people in the boat that I was in. And the point of this course is to show you a route like out of that current trajectory that you're on, and hopefully a path to freedom. The next are the kinderpreneurs, the people who know that they want to be entrepreneurs, but just haven't found like the right vehicle to commit themselves to, and they suffer from shiny object syndrome, where they start things but then don't really finish it through. The point of this course is to show you what that vehicle can be for you that we're proof that it works, and it's just a matter of sticking to it and applying what we teach here. And then the next are the struggling e-commerce sellers. So the people who are already selling, or already have an online brand, but are just struggling to take sales, get profitable, or just establish any kind of solid brand foundation and really scaling to a point that they're able to do it as a full-time source of income. And then the last group is the aware students. So these are up-and-coming students who are objectively aware of the fact that the modern education system is extremely dated and won't really provide them the kind of information or future that they really want to be prepared for. Not to say we both went to college, so we're not saying definitely don't go to college or anything like that, but there's definitely a group of students that are aware that there's better options out there, and by going through this course, zero cost to you, zero like investment or risk of any kind. That's why we're making it free. So there's nothing but upside in becoming aware of what the other options are out there.
Some rules for this course is this is not a get rich quick type of scheme. It's not do nothing but click a button and make money. You do have to put time and effort, and you actually have to follow the things that are being taught. It's not just going to happen automatically on its own. And this is not for people who are only out there for themselves and want to make profit without helping others or providing any value.
Yeah, and next, our results are not the typical or the norm. Like, if you take a sample size of 100 people that say they started a Shopify brand, like the vast majority of them end up failing. Now, the point of this course is to help mitigate that as much as possible, but in my anecdotal opinion, I think the big reason that the majority of people end up failing is that as soon as the going gets tough, they quit. And that's the point of this slide, is that this will be tough. This course by no means is going to make this just a walk in the park, and it's going to be something that you're going to have days where it's extremely challenging, and you're going to have hurdles to overcome. And despite the length and depth of this course, despite our best efforts to brain dump everything we know, there's still a lot in here that is missing. So there are going to be times that it's extremely challenging, you don't know what to do, and you'll have to think on your feet and figure it out for yourself. So this is not just follow module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and make a ton of money. It's not like that. Anybody, and honestly, anybody who ever tells you that their course or whatever is like that is just lying to you. Be willing to bet you paid a lot of money to get into that course, because that's all that course creator is really
selling.
Yeah, is optimizing.
Trying
for.
to sell in the results. But on the same point, Chris and I have also had stores that have failed. We look at it as like it may have failed like monetarily, but it never failed to teach us something else to put into the next niche that we were trying or the next brand that we were going to launch. So even though it may not monetarily work out, you learn so much from that one store that you can then put into your next store or your next brand. Just because one didn't work doesn't mean that the next won't.
So a warning is that we don't recommend anybody, again, picturing you as a friend or family member, somebody that we care about sitting next to us, we would not advise that person to jump into this if they're living paycheck to paycheck. Instead, I would say get a job, get consistent income, and then set aside 10 to 15% of your income as your quote-unquote business fund. And then watch this training in your 2 to 3 hours after work each night. We've heard similar stuff to this, but like, I have 30 days until I'm completely out of money. I need these ads to work now. That's just, if you are in that kind of position, please do not go into this course. Like, learn the course, watch it, it's free, obviously, but don't count on this business to claw you out of debt, because there's such a steep learning curve with this business and with any type of business. At the very least, you have financial stability, and then you're looking for ways to branch out. Like, you need to have a baseline where you're not worried about putting food on the table, and like, you need your ads to optimize in order to eat your next meal. Like, that's just not a good spot to be in.
And it can be done with just doing a few hours after work. Like, when I launched my first store, I was still working full-time as a nurse. I was doing night shift, coming home, answering customer service emails, waking up, answering some more customer service emails. On my day off, I was putting up new designs. So it can be done. It doesn't have to be, I quit my 9-to-5 job. You absolutely can do this part-time, learn the strategies, and eventually like break free from that 9-to-5 job.
And building off of that, so how much time can you expect for this to take in the beginning? So I would say as a baseline, like bare minimum, I would invest 10 to 12 hours per week. And our goal is getting to the point where you can put in 4 to 6 hours per week just to maintain your current sales. That's pretty much what Meg and I do with our other brands. So the way that I would roughly think about allocating this time is about 4 to 6 hours as a beginner should be dedicated to learning. Then your product is about 2 to 4 hours, your marketing 1 to 2 hours, Shopify around an hour or two, and then email another 1 to 2 hours. And these are very rough estimates, but just to give like a high level framework so you know like how to think about like where you should be allocating your time. And again, this is bare minimum. When I was living in the house, I was doing like 40 to 60 hour weeks doing nothing but e-commerce. Now, I was not like heads down like the most disciplined person by any means, but yeah, Meg's laughing. But like we were constantly talking about business and coming up with new strategies and split tests and like brainstorming, and like we were just living in that world like quite literally, to the point that like we were learning at such an accelerated rate. And as a beginner, that's the biggest thing that you're trying to get over, to use the Hermosi term, is to pay down your ignorance debt, which that's what you have in the beginning. Meg and I are now in a point where we can spend 4 to 6 hours a week on a store that'll make 20 to 30 grand profit, like very consistently per month. But the only reason we're able to do that is because we spent so much time learning it. We can look at the business and like, just like getting good at anything, there's a tipping point where you've achieved mastery, and in the beginning you're trying to get to that as quickly as possible.
So how much money do you need in order to start an e-commerce brand? Probably $1,000 starting off will get you where you need to be. For example, Shopify runs a special where you can pay $1 for a trial for the first 3 months. So as you're learning, playing around with Shopify, it's only costing you $1. I think everybody could afford that. The next would be Midjourney or Ideogram, other AI tools that you can use to create your own designs rather than having to hire a designer. That's around $30 per month. And honestly, the biggest chunk is going to go towards your Facebook ad testing budget. Roughly $500 to $1,000 total. The more money that you put into the ads, the more results that you're going to get to give you concrete answers of which ads are going to perform better than the others.
Yeah, it just accelerates the testing phase. And obviously, this is one of the questions we get by far the most. How much budget do you need for your ads? It's by far the biggest expense in starting this business, but we're going to talk about this a lot in the course, how it's just one source of traffic. And we use Facebook ads because that's what we know. It's extremely effective. I've been doing it for years, and it still works well, and it can for other people, especially as ads have gotten better. But there's other options out there. For example, TikTok is huge now. We honestly haven't done a ton of TikTok organic content, but we know that people are crushing it with that. Like, they will order their product, they look at what types of videos they're doing, they take their own video and post it. Now, they might have to post like 100 videos before, one, they get good at it, but two, they have one that goes semi-viral, and then they might get a couple of sales. Reason we like going the paid ads budget way is because you can test with a low budget and then quickly scale, and you don't have to be sitting there with your phone like shooting TikToks and stuff.
You don't really have to be too creative either, from what we've learned.
Yeah. Like,
you just have to have a really solid mock-up. Like, we don't do anything crazy in our ads.
But all that to say, there's other options out there besides throwing $1,000 at ads. So when people ask how much money do I need to get started, they think about the ads and the marketing the wrong way. It's not just you're putting money into the ads and you're just lighting it on fire. The goal is like money plus really good products plus time plus like effort and hard work, like you learning how it all works, literally turns it into a money printing machine. But it takes the extra two pieces in there. It takes the time and it takes the effort on the part of the person who's running the ads. It's not just follow the course and then printing money. It takes those extra two variables that a lot of people skip over. And we're building a machine that can turn $1 into $3. Really imagine that. If you had a machine that every time you take $1 out of your wallet and put it in, you get $3 out the other side, would you ever ask somebody, what budget should I put into the machine? No, you'd be like going to your bank, like pulling out every dollar possible and figuring out the other question, the much more fun question, which is how much money can I put into it? And that's the point that we work towards getting. So what you need to get started is honestly not a whole lot. You need a laptop, internet connection, an LLC, which is optional. We'll talk about that later. And you need a business bank account. Again, that's optional. But the biggest things are the dedication and the commitment to ride out the tough days. And you also need a Shopify and Printify accounts. So Shopify is our website builder where we're going to be doing everything. We have a really in-depth tutorial for you where we walk through click by click, explaining all the strategies, all the setup, linking our products, and the product fulfillment we use from Printify, which is our print-on-demand supplier. We've worked with all of these print-on-demand suppliers, Gelato, Printful, local print shops, Printify. Time and time again, we come back to Printify because they are by far the best in our opinions, and for speed, like delivery speed, production quality, cost, it checks all the boxes. Here's the affiliate link to sign up for Printify and create your free account. By using that link, you get a free month of Printify Premium, which gets you like discounted
up to 20% off.
Yeah.
Off of your
cost of goods. Yeah. And for anybody who's wondering how much money are you making off the affiliate program, if we weren't genuine about using Printify, just look at this. In order of like how much commission you make for referring customers, Gelato's number 1, Printful's number 2, Printify is a distant third. So we were just trying to make money off this, we would be just promoting Gelato. But we're saying Gelato stinks, Printful's way too expensive, and Printify is the best. And we get by far the least from that.
And we don't want to ever try to sell people on things that we, A, don't use, and B, that we don't trust. Everything that you see in this course are apps that we use, are suppliers that we use. We are completely transparent about that.
All right, and then as you're going through this course, if you're watching on YouTube, we highly recommend joining our free school group because we've broken down each of the lesson modules into individual sections with all the resources mentioned in that video directly underneath it, like all the transcripts, all that nice kind of stuff. And you can track like your course completion. Along with, there's an awesome community of people in there who are also doing the same exact thing, so guys can bounce ideas off each other, and it's a really good support network as you're getting started. I wish I had this kind of group when I was starting out. And then we're also introducing, for more hands-on, one-to-one type of support, we're introducing a paid group, which is called WeScale University. So what you get when you join WeScale University is private one-to-one access from Meg and myself. So if you post a question in there, we're going to do our very best to get back to you as quickly as possible. We also have weekly live Q&A coaching calls, which this is where you can join the call, post any questions you have, any of like your homework assignments. If you're not sure about it, ask it in there and you'll get live feedback from us, along with hearing all the questions that everybody else who's on the coaching call is dealing with.
That, and we'll do polls to see what areas people are struggling with most, and then we can create like a good slideshow or pull up our business that we run and coach people through, like troubleshoot and challenges that they're currently having running their brand.
Then there's a VIP community of passionate peers. Because everybody is paying to be in the group, you know that everybody's extremely serious. Like I was in a group called Entrepreneurs Organization, EO, where it was $8,000 a year or so. And part of the reason that it was so valuable was not even like the materials and like lessons, like that stuff was good, but the biggest value was from knowing that everybody who was a member of it was all in, that they were like fully vetted, they were legit, they were business owners, and they were people that were willing to invest in their own success. And that alone made it amazing, knowing that you didn't have to, like, if you're meeting somebody new, like vet, like, is this somebody that I can actually trust or learn anything from? Everybody there was A players, and that's the same thing that we're building with WeScale University. Next is we're going to be rolling out an accountability partner program. So one of the biggest challenges when you're starting out is just staying consistent. And one of the best ways that we've found to stay consistent is having an accountability partner who holds you to what you say you're going to do. And I feel like we all need that from time to time. There's always days where you don't feel like doing what you should be. And getting partnered up with somebody who's at the same point as you and wants to go to the same place is extremely valuable. So you guys can hold each other to it.
Yep. And also just get through those hard days. Like, even now, after Chris and I have had brands, we still have days that we're like, wow, this is really hard. And it's a lot easier to get through those days when one person is maybe not having an easy day and the other person can lift you up and say, you know what, this is just a minor setback. We're going to get through this. Let's problem solve whatever issue that we're facing and get through it. And that's what the accountability partner program, I think, is going to be amazing for. It's just offering that support on those days where you don't know what to do. You're having a hard time. There is no blueprint for running a business. So being able to talk to other people going through the exact same thing that you're going through, I think, is really helpful.
And next is the 7-figure brand case study. So throughout the course, we're building a brand new brand completely from scratch. And you're going to see it go from like absolutely nothing to the Shopify store build out, marketing, all the products, niche selection, brand name, logo, email marketing, literally everything, top to bottom, customer service, you name it. And then in WeScale University, we're actually going to be launching and running that brand. So a lot of courses would just show you how to build it and then that's it. We think that's pretty useless. You need to see that it's actually something that can be successful before you want to model it. So that's why in WeScale University, every day for like the first 30 to 60 days at least, we're going to be recording a very candid video showing here are the ad results we had from yesterday. Here's what we're thinking about. Here's how we're going to optimize it. And here's our P&L, like literally showing everything. So you can follow along and problem solve with the same things that you're dealing with in your business along with us and watch us go from zero to get to profitability to scaling to 6 figures and beyond.
Yeah, we're going to show you that 10,000 foot view that Chris was talking about. It's hard to imagine it at this point, but we're going to basically be giving you that view and showing you this is why we set things up the way that we did, because it can be run profitably, you can scale, and we're just going to show you that today to just get a better understanding and help launch that growth and paying off that ignorance debt as fast as possible.
And last but not least, we want everybody who's in WeScale University to be fully committed and wants to be there. So if for any reason you're not happy with being in there or financial situations change and you can't afford the investment, then there's a 30-day guarantee, like no questions asked. And you can count on that because this is our personal brand attached to this and you only get one of those. And big part of the reason that we're doing this is that in the free group, you get a lot of people that are just joining to spam people. Like this guy, Donald Duck here, joins, spams people. And we don't want that we want much like really high caliber people on these coaching calls asking really valuable questions that everybody can learn from, because everybody's going to be investing their most valuable resource, which is their time. And again, back to the value of the community being the peers that you're going to be joining. It's to get winners and less Donalds. WeScale University, you can join it now for $97 a month. Again, full 30-day money-back guarantee. There's already a bunch of people in there. We've been having great conversations, and we'd love to see you in there as well. So you can join it by going to school.com/WeScale. Now, at this point, I want you to stop. And before we dive into the next section of this course, really ask yourself if you are ready to fully commit yourself to this. If you are ready to quote unquote, burn the boats, make a final decision that you are going to see this through all the way to the end. Because it's so easy in our day-to-day lives to just hear an idea and go, oh, that sounds good. And while we have some motivation, we go into it half-heartedly. And then as soon as things get tough, as soon as our mood changes, we go, oh, that was stupid. And then we just go back to exactly what we were doing. And we don't want that to be you. We want people to be able to go through this and actually see lasting change, build something of real value for themselves that they can be proud of, and that provides financial stability for them and their families. And in order to do that, in my humble opinion, it requires burning the boats, which basically means making a point of no return type of decision, that you are going to make this work, that you are storming the beaches, and then to give yourself no option to turn back, you are lighting the boats on fire, so your only option is to go forward. Really evaluate that for yourself before progressing into this, because if that's not you, totally fine. We recommend just not even getting started. We recommend go watch the surface level YouTube videos. But if you are really committed and you really want to see this through to the end and go with us on this journey, then we're happy to have you. before diving into things, here's an overview of everything that we're going to be covering in the course. Starting off with what our main goal is. Like, what's the objective at the end of the day that we're working towards? We're basically trying to build a brand that brings happiness to our customers. And we're doing this based off of the ways that I've built 8 different brands to 7 figures. And that all stems from having happy customers at the end of the day. You're not able to scale to 7 figures plus with people that are pissed off and not enjoying the products. And it's just a much more fun and fulfilling brand or business to be working on. So happiness for our customers is our goal. As for sales, we're shooting for getting to 100K per month in revenue. And this goal is completely subjective to you and your personal situation. There's a lot of people watching this it would be life-changing to have an extra $1,000 per month profit, which that's totally fine. We're going to show you like how you can do that, but we're also going to be setting the foundation for as you get more familiar with this. If your goal is to grow much larger than that, you're going to have that option available to you. But don't think that for any reason that just because we say it's such a lofty sounding goal that it's going to be like, oh, this is too much for me. This course is designed to go step by step from soups to nuts, everything. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a complete beginner, we explain everything from the ground up so that we're not talking over anybody's head. It's designed to be as applicable for everybody, regardless of your background, experience, or any of that. And once it's up and running, once we're past the initial learning curve, we're going to be working towards getting to the point that like Meg and I are at with our brand, which is we put in 4 to maybe 8 hours per week on it, if that. We could put in a lot more if we really wanted to grow it beyond this point, but right now this is the point that we're at, generating consistently 20K plus in profit with a minimum or maximum of 4 to 8 hours per week required. And it's also a quote-unquote lifestyle brand that we can run from anywhere in the world with laptop and Wi-Fi. And while I don't really believe in the concept of passive income, because like I've said, this is going to take a lot of work, but once you get it past that certain point of needing to put in all that upfront work, it does become relatively passive, especially once you start hiring out to VAs to manage the processes that you don't want to be doing. It can get pretty passive, so you can be running it from a laptop on a beach somewhere if that's your goal. Or if your goal is to grow it to 8 figures, then we're going to show you the path to doing that as well. And along that same line, we're also going to be building an asset that is sellable, meaning it's not dependent on us and it's not drop shipping where it's just hit or miss months. It's slow and steady, consistent growth that makes it into something that would be desirable for a potential acquirer to come in and buy you up. And this is Robert Kiyosaki's cash flow quadrant from Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And a lot of people start off an employee, and then when they start their business, they think that they become a business owner, but really they become self-employed. And our goal through this whole course is to elevate ourselves from the point of being just self-employed, doing everything ourselves in the day-to-day, to a true business owner where we have systems that work for us instead of us working for them. And here's a great quote from Tony Robbins about building a business that is sellable. And he says, without an exit strategy, all you have is a job, an expensive job, a job with a lot of responsibility and risk. The true purpose of a business is to build a system that can make money when you're not there and sell for a multiple. And when he says multiple, he means a multiple of your trailing 12 profit in the case of an e-commerce business. Like some business types, like software, for example, sell for a multiple of revenue. But for us, if we build a e-commerce business that did $100,000 in trailing 12-month profit, then we could expect to sell that for a multiple of, it ranges greatly, but anywhere from 2 to 4x. So instead of having to run that business for 4 more years, you can have an exit or liquidity event where you make 2 to 4 years of cash flow up front. And then you have all that cash to do whatever you want with it. Go invest it, start another business, whatever you want. So in the course, in Module 1, it's the introduction, getting the overview, laying the groundwork. Then in Module 2 is where we talk about our foundations. And the foundations are back to me saying I'm treating this as if I had somebody that I really cared about, friend or family member, whoever, sitting next to me and they wanted to start a business. What would I teach them in order to be actually successful? And not just start this, but actually be able to see it through to the very end. And the foundations are everything that I've learned from my entrepreneurial journey, all the ups and downs, how to optimize yourself as the person who is going to be able to see this project through to the end. Because we don't want to waste anybody's time, especially yours. And if you're not, the kind of person who has energy, has focus, has laid those foundations to actually be able to stick with this, then it's all for nothing. And module 3 is where we are going to talk about research and branding. So I'm going to be screen sharing along with you, looking at market research, showing you how I look at like competitors, companies, finding a winning niche, and then coming up with our own brand, like our brand name, our logo, like our whole brand identity that is what's going to be customer facing and is going to really differentiate us from the competition. But it all starts with picking a really profitable niche and one that we know has potential for us to grow into. And we're not going to cap out at $1,000 a month, like a super small market. We're going to pick winning niches that have huge upside potential. Module 4 is product and fulfillment. This is where we're going to be showing, again, how we do all of our product research. So we find winning like design concepts, different ways that we can make those designs, like using different AI tools, all the different prompt hacks you could ever want. And then fulfillment is where we're talking about how we use Printify as our main fulfillment provider to print, pack, and ship all of our products to our customers so that we never have to really touch a thing, and how we can optimize that fulfillment process to maximize our margins. And module 5 is all about Shopify. And we split this one up into 2 sections. So there's the step-by-step setup where I'm going to be showing you like literally click by click screen sharing how to set up the same kind of template that I used on all 8 of the previous brands, exactly how to set that up to get us to a baseline. By baseline, I mean a high converting store that has a good average order value that checks all the minimum requirements for a good Shopify store. And just that alone will get you like head and shoulders above the competition. It's way better than like the free themes out there and like the beginner stores. They're just missing a lot of the main pieces. So that's why we're going to go click by click. So if you've never used Shopify before, this will show you everything you need. And then the second section is more around the strategy of Shopify. And the reason that this is important is that after you launch your store, as you're troubleshooting and trying to optimize overall your sales, your conversion rate, we have specific lessons in there for how to optimize your conversion rate if your conversion rate's low, how to optimize your average order value, your site speed. So that those are lessons that speak at like more of a general level, talking about like how to think through conversion rate, what influences it, how to boost your average order value. And it gives a much more conceptual understanding of like why it converts the way that it does. So step 1 is the click by click, just down in the weeds, how to set it up, what buttons to press. Then part 2 is explaining the why behind everything. So you can really like start to intuitively understand like why we're doing what we're doing. And module 6 is all about traffic. We're going to go really deep into Facebook ads, Google, and other traffic sources as well. But very similar to the Shopify setup, it's going to be click by click showing the main campaigns that we launch and how you can do it very easily, like without having to spend a ton of time on creative and audience split testing and all that stuff. I'm going to show you my exact campaign layout, show you setting it up click by click, and then we're also going to talk about like the higher level strategy so you can start to, again, conceptualize and understand like where this fits into the bigger puzzle, and for once and for all feel like you actually understand Facebook ads and marketing, because I know how daunting it can be, especially starting out. The module 7 is going to be email marketing, which this is where mostly from Meg, she's going to be walking you through all the email flows and automations we set up, again, click by click, while explaining like the why and the how behind everything. And this is one of the best sections and one of the most requested sections, primarily because it's just once you set it up, it's like pure profit just about on the back end. And this is the module that really differentiates like what we're building, like an actual sustainable brand, from the rest of the e-commerce trainings out there, where they just teach you how to find like hot products, make some viral posts, and then it burns bright but then burns out. This is building a consistent flow of returning customers so that anywhere from 15 to 25% of our revenue is always coming from customers who love our brand, and then we're just getting back in front of them automatically, reminding them of new products and getting them to come back to the store. And module 8 is systems and operations. This is where we're going to pull back the curtain and show everything behind the scenes, like the down in the weeds stuff that nobody really ever talks about because it's not sexy, but it's so necessary to get your store or your brand to be like profitable to begin with, number one, like how to run your financials properly, how to manage your customer service, how to manage your supply chain. But then it's also important for being able to eventually elevate yourself out of the brand. And how do you not have your time consumed with, the day-to-day tasks like uploading products, ads, all that kind of stuff. And we give you all the templates and SOPs that we use internally so you can just copy and paste them into your own business. Module 9 is scaling. Once we're at the point of being able to consistently put in $1 and get $3 to $4 back from our business, how do we put $1 million into the business and get $3 to $4 million back? And we're going to share all the best strategies that we have for doing that. And module 10 is if you are somebody who's interested in building a brand by following these modules that is able to be sold and exit for a lot of us, like a pretty life-changing amount of money someday, then this is going to show you all the things you need to be aware of and what the process looks like. How do you prepare the business to sell? What's the right time to sell? How to find buyers, how to negotiate with them, how to close, like the ins and outs, like what to expect and common mistakes. And even if you don't want to sell the business, or that seems like a pipe dream, like way down the road, you're like, Chris, I just want to get started and make something. It's still a good thing to understand, because building a business that is like sellable also just means like running like a clean operation. It means having good financials. It means like having good systems in place. It means just having something that's sustainable. And that's what all of this is about. So whether you decide to sell or not, it's going to be a great module for everybody. And along with obviously the brand that we're going to be building together, there's some amazing skills that you're going to be picking up along the way. That it took me years of running this before I really picked my head up and realized, like, holy crap, you really do learn so much by doing this kind of brand. Far more than doing just a social media agency or just doing like an Etsy shop. I really believe that, because what we're going to be doing is niche research, branding, product development, paid marketing, organic marketing, conversion rate optimization, supply chain management, finances and cash flow management. Like so many different things, that like different skill sets. Like you're going to be basically like a one size fits all type of solution, so that once you sell your brand or whatever you end up doing with it down the road, you can take this skill set and apply it to whatever new opportunity, whether that's everything from starting another company to doing high ticket consulting to getting a really high paying job at a company that would kill to have somebody with this skill set. The world is literally your oyster once you build these skills, like you're going to be learning just by following along in these modules. And if this was a college course, say, I don't know, Penn State, like where I went, the niche research would be called a class like Marketing 519, which was $3,600. Branding would be Marketing 497, which was also $3,600. As one credit is about $1,200 at Penn State or similar at other colleges, and each of these are 3 credit classes. Product development, like designing all your own products, making your mockups, that would be something like Graphic Design 102, which that's $3,600. Paid marketing would be Marketing 401, another $3,600. Organic marketing is Marketing 473. Conversion rate optimization is IST 250. Supply chain management is SCM 200. And finance and cash flow management is Accounting 211. All of that added up would have costed $28,000, which sounds absolutely insane to see that number up there, but it's actually true. That's just like how bizarre the college like system is. And I mean, I paid this. I paid a lot more than that. That's just some of the classes. And out of everything I learned at Penn State, I use pretty much none of it in running the business today. If I was to go and get a job today, which I never would do, I would rather live in a cardboard box than ever get a job. But if I were to do that, then I would not talk about my Penn State degree, my college degree at all. It wouldn't even be in the discussion. It would be all about what I've learned and how I ran my own business and scaled it to 7 figures, doing exactly what is laid out in this course. So there's a quick rundown of what we're going to be covering and what you can expect from this course, along with the main goal or outcome that we're shooting for, and all the skills and extra bits you're going to pick up along the way. Now we're going to get an understanding of how this business model works from a 10,000 foot view so that once and for all, we can fully understand all components of the business, understand where we are and what we're building towards, along with how this business compares to other business models out there, what the pros and cons are from a completely objective point of view. We're going to talk about drop shipping, 3PLs, print on demand, obviously, and where all this kind of fits in. And then we can see a lot of advantages of print on demand and how the company can grow over time and what the options are. And to start off with that, let's look at this diagram here for a quick 10,000 foot view. So at a very basic level, the way that print on demand works is if a customer places an order for one shirt, we then receive the funds from that customer. $26.99 is our typical pricing, and we normally charge around $5 for shipping. So that comes out to $31.98 minus some transaction fees. And we've got a lot of questions about how the cash flow works. The good thing is that the cash flow is one of the big advantages, that you get all the money up front before we even have to fulfill the product. So those funds from that sale hit our bank account that we connect to the store within 2 to 3 business days. So it's really quick. And then in the meantime, we turn around and we place the order with a print provider. So we're just on our laptop. We don't have any of the physical printers ourselves. Place the order with a print provider such as Printify, and they charge us less than what we charge the customer. It's just how business works, obviously. So we get charged about $8 plus $4.75 for shipping, which comes out to $12.75. That leaves us with about $18 in profit. Now, this is a very simplistic example. We're going to talk about optimizing our average order value and how to maximize our profit margins later on. But just know now, from a cash flow and just overall model, this is how it works. Customer places the order, we get the funds, we then turn around and place that order with Printify, and Printify ships it to the customer. Pretty simple. To give a visual representation of how this works, we drive traffic to our Shopify store that has our products that we're going to be making using tools like Midjourney, Dolly, Mystic, and Ideogram. So we get our traffic primarily from Meta, TikTok's another option, and Claviyo for email marketing. Then anytime an order is placed, it gets fulfilled by Printify. And then for customer service, we use email software such as Gorgeous, or you can just use Gmail. We're going to talk more about that, but this is the basic structure to give you a 10,000 foot view. We drive traffic from Meta to our Shopify store, which is our standalone website. People buy, get shipped to them by Printify, and we make the money in between. That's the basic structure of it. So now let's learn how our business model stack, what that looks like. So our market, our product, our fulfillment, our store, and our traffic. So business model, general overview. First question we have, and this is for any business, not just print on demand. These principles or these elements apply to any model. So our market is just simply who are we selling to? The product is what are we selling them? Fulfillment is how are we going to fulfill the product for them? How are they going to receive it? The storefront or website is just where can people buy from us? And then traffic is how are we going to let people find out about us? Now, market is what people call your niche or niche, either one. And some example niches are business owners or professionals. You could segment based on their familial status, if they're married, if they have kids. You could do professional segments. It's great spelling, Chris. You could do gender-based markets, age-based demographics, income-based segments, and interest-based segments. Lifestyle segments and interest segments would be another one. So an important question that we get asked a lot is why pick a niche? Why not just sell good products just in general? And the reason we pick a niche is because it provides predictable and dependable revenue, because it's already been battle tested by other companies. And if you target everyone, then your target is actually nobody. And this is a common mistake that I see with a lot of beginners and especially dropshipping stores. They just add every product, every trendy thing that they can get their hands on, throw it up on the site, and there's a certain tipping point of just adding bestsellers or random products to your site where it just starts to look like a Chinese gift shop. And it just looks like generic crap, doesn't look like anything trustworthy, or it just looks like somebody who's trying to make a money grab. Compared to a brand that is built around a specific niche or interest, to a targeted group of people, and the entire product line is around that topic, like yoga, for example. Imagine a store where you come to it and it has some yoga shirts, but then it's mixed in with like nature and outdoors and like random stuff. So that's why we target a specific niche, because there's more than enough people in the niches we're going to be talking about that you can make a 7 and 8 figure business just selling to them specifically. So we'd much rather carve out a very targeted chunk than try to speak to nobody in the greater population. And it makes your marketing more powerful and our products more meaningful. It's much easier to get customers when we know exactly who we're trying to talk to. And it's impossible to have a brand that is the best in the world at multiple things, but it's shockingly easy to be known broadly for just one specific thing. And that's what we're after. Because like I said, there's 8.1 billion people in the world, 8.1 billion potential customers. So let's pick a niche that has 1% of that, and it's still a pretty massive group. The product. So what are we selling to them? So the possible options are, we could do services, which is like an agency, like social media marketing, if you do somebody's ads for them. You do digital product, which is like courses, softwares, subscriptions, so charging people in order to have access to something. And we can do physical products, which is obviously what we're talking about in this course. So that's apparel, electronics, home goods, etc. And here's an example from Amazon of just some of the many categories that a person could target. So consumer electronics, home and garden, health and beauty, toys and games, food and beverage, and apparel, which is what we're going to be talking about here. So why apparel? Why should we sell apparel products compared to, electronics or furniture? First reason is that it's very customizable and it's viral, which this is something that we can do with print on demand that we can't do with drop shipping. And that is a huge thing that builds brand equity, and that is differentiation. We are able to create our own unique products that people can't find anywhere else using print on demand. Compared to drop shippers, they're all just selling the same crap from Alibaba. And as soon as one drop shipper finds, remember those fidget spinners, they were all exactly the same. So yes, the first people that got in made some money, but over the long term, once other drop shippers see that you're selling a fidget spinner and there's nothing to differentiate you, they just rip you off, sell the exact same thing, and they start selling it for cheaper than you to undercut you, and it becomes commoditized, and it's a race to the bottom, and then soon the market is flooded, and then what do you know? I can't tell you how many people I talk to that were stuck with warehouses filled with fidget spinners for that exact reason. They got commoditized and they got blown out of the market. Next thing is that everyone wears them on a daily basis. I don't know about you guys, but I, for one, wear a shirt every day, meaning that there's repeat purchase potential because they also wear out. And next thing is that they're extremely giftable. Like a funny t-shirt makes an awesome gift for stocking stuffers, birthdays, all kinds of stuff, which means that people will be buying it for more than just themselves. It's also extremely scalable because print on demand, we're going to be talking about how we work with massive printers that have insane capacity that can scale up to whatever size our business is. Compared to a lot of other models, the supply chain becomes a massive headache. I'll tell you more about that from personal experience. And one of the most important things, especially when we're starting out, is that it's extremely easy to pivot, meaning that if we are testing out a niche and find that it's not working for whatever reason, or people aren't liking our designs, we're able to just say, okay, I'm going to go make more designs in that niche instead. And no harm, no foul. You didn't invest in a bunch of inventory. You didn't hire a bunch of employees to fulfill your service. You didn't invest in building any kind of expensive software. And it's very easy to pivot and quickly test a bunch of different things without investing hardly any capital. And even when it does stink, I invested time into this niche, you still learned a ton. And those learnings compound across the different stores. Like I learned far more from my failure stores than the ones that have scaled to 7 figures and beyond. And it's also a really good weight for shipping, which that's something that can't be overstated enough. The logistics behind e-commerce are tremendously difficult when you get into larger products, especially when you are working with a third-party logistics where you open your own warehouse. We don't want any of that. We're trying to build something that is sustainable, can meld into our lifestyle and be scalable for us and not consume our lives, essentially. Next thing is that the global print-on-demand market is booming and expected to boom for the next decade or so, however long they're forecasting it out. Like looking at this chart, it's growing by 27.8% year over year. And it's forecasted to be a $43 billion market by 2032. Now, it's talking about like softwares like Printify and stuff, but those are byproducts of the demand for print on demand products. So point being, people are buying t-shirts. And at the end of the day, there needs to be demand for the products that we're selling, no matter what business you're in. And print on demand is one that, like, for all the reasons we just talked about, it's a growing trend and it's going to continue to be that way. So when people say like print on demand is dead or it's saturated, no, yeah, there might be more people selling because AI has made it more accessible, but the demand is growing just as fast, if not even faster. And we're going to talk about this later, but the real demand and the real winners out there are going to be the ones that are doing what we're doing, and that's building brands, not just hawking t-shirts on Amazon and Redbubble for cash flow. We're going to be building a real brand with recognizable image that we can send emails to our customers and they'll buy from us, whether it's on Shopify or any platform, building a real following. Here's another chart showing the print on demand market. And the important piece to note is that there are a lot of other products outside of just apparel that have massive demand. Home decor, drinkware are two other big ones. Within this course, we're going to be focusing specifically on the apparel because it's the best product category to get started in. But we'll also talk about the expansion opportunities for later on down the line. Number 3 is fulfillment. So how are we going to be fulfilling the product? So a couple of different options. There's self-fulfillment. So this would be if we, as the seller, personally stored, packed, and shipped all the products directly to the customer. So picture if we bought a bunch of t-shirts in advance, threw them in our garage, then as an order comes in, we go out to the garage and ship it to the customer. That's one option. We're not going to do that. You could order inventory plus work with a third-party logistics company. So what that looks like is we would find a supplier in China or wherever, negotiate with them to order like t-shirts in bulk, ship it to the US, print on it, and then ship it to a third-party logistics center, which is basically just a warehouse. It's just a warehouse that you contract your fulfillment out to. And then when an order comes in from your Shopify store, the warehouse would pick it off the shelf and ship it to them. We could drop ship, which is where the seller takes the order, but the product is then shipped directly to the customer, which print on demand is like a subset of drop shipping, but a lot better in my opinion, eliminating the need for the seller to hold the inventory. And then lastly, there's print on demand, which is like drop shipping, except the product is printed when the order comes in. Now, how 3PL works, just again, this is just to give a frame of reference so that when you hear about Amazon FBA and like different business model, you have a mental model or understanding of where these things fit in, which for me, as I've learned, it's been absolutely crucial in my success, is learning what else is out there so I know what to do and what not to do and why I'm working on what I am. So how 3PL works is basically, like I already said, you ship the goods to the warehouse receives the product, they store it and manage your inventory, then they pick and pack your products when an order comes in and they ship it to the customers, and the warehouse will handle all returns. A couple of examples of 3PL companies, third-party logistics, are Shipmonk, ShipBob, and Amazon FBA. I've personally worked with all of these actually. Shipmonk is based out of Florida. I used to work at Amazon, so these are all options. They're pretty similar. So how the drop shipping model works is like pretty reductive, but when a customer places an order, that order is automatically sent to the retailer or the manufacturer, and they then either have the goods pre-manufactured or they will make it on demand and then they will ship it to your customer, and that's pretty much it. But we'll talk about the downsides in a second. But some examples of drop shipping companies are AutoDS, Oberlo, and AliExpress. Probably heard of all of these. They all basically do a combination of the same things. They just go out to a bunch of different warehouses or manufacturers in China and get a catalog of their products and list them on their site. They basically just build an integration between the warehouse or this catalog of products and your Shopify store. So when your order comes in, goes to your Shopify store, goes through their app, they then route it to the right manufacturer, pass the information, and then they just charge you like a subscription or a percentage. It's basically how they all operate. Now, how print on demand works is a customer places an order, say the example we used before, $26.99, or let's just use their example, $30. Then they forward the order to the print on demand printer. So like we use Printify, and the printer within them is Monster Digital. So order comes in, they print on the t-shirt, and then they ship it out to the customer. We make the profit in between. The key difference, again, is that it's our own artwork. It's not just some generic cataloged product. It's actually something that's unique that people will only be able to find and buy from us. This is just an example of what a print-on-demand facility can look like. To give you a frame of reference, like on the left-hand side here, image, those are the massive printers that they use that are able to just crank through t-shirts. You can buy like the home like heat press ones, one shirt at a time. It's much worse quality. With these, the print actually feels like it's part of the shirt rather than just that crinkly crap that sits on top. Going through companies like these, their machines make it feel like something really high quality, and they'll just have a bunch of blanks on the shelf, like the example at the bottom. When your order comes in, they go grab whatever color t-shirt it is, throw it on the printer. Their printer electronically already has your images stored and prints it on the t-shirt. They then take it off the printer, throw it in a poly mailer, like a little bag, slap a shipping label on it, and it goes out the door to USPS, FedEx, or whatever shipping provider they work with. A couple examples of print-on-demand companies are Printify, Printful, and Gelato. These are the big three, by far the most well-known brands in print-on-demand, and we're using Printify. I've worked with all three of these, and Printify has been by far the best experience. We'll talk more about that in a second, but onto our store. So where can people buy from us? So we have a brick and mortar, which would be if we open up a storefront, like a t-shirt shop. We have marketplaces, which are like Etsy, Amazon, Redbubble, etc. Then we have standalone stores, which is Magento, WooCommerce. WooCommerce is a subset of WordPress. And then we have Shopify. And Shopify is the one we're going to be going with for a ton of reasons. But it's just know that it's by far the best. Its price is comparable to all the others. And no doubt, like, you can remove this decision point in your mind. Go with Shopify. Don't even bother. I've used all the other ones. Don't even bother going with them. Shopify converts far better, and it's just much more user-friendly. It has so many more apps built on the platform specifically for e-commerce sellers. But again, it's our own standalone store. So it's not like we're owned by the marketplaces like Amazon, Etsy, Redbubble. We're building our own brand following and asset, which we're about to talk about. Marketplaces versus storefronts. So Shopify versus Amazon, Etsy, and Redbubble. What's the difference? And an easy metaphor to understand this is that being in a marketplace is if you opened a pop-up shop in a mall. So the mall already has all of its own traffic, its own customers. You basically pay rent to be in the mall, but you get the benefit of there's already people there. They've already got shelves set up for you. You basically just go in, throw up your own products on the shelves, and start making some sales. The downsides, like we'll talk about, are there's a lot of them. But just to finish off the metaphor, our Shopify store, if we opened up a standalone shop on our own, we're not building it up out of the ground because Shopify gives us a lot of the tools to get started, but it is our own standalone website. Like, in order to buy from a marketplace storefront, you go to amazon.com / whatever your storefront name is. To buy from a Shopify store, you just go to yourbrandname.com, which is a massive difference. So that's why we build the storefront. The marketplaces, to summarize it, are good for cash flow, but you're not really building an asset because you can get kicked off at any point. Shopify is building an actual asset because you are the boss. They won't kick you off. They'll kick you off if you do something illegal. But again, it's not about Shopify. It's about the fact that it's a standalone website. So if you do something messed up, you have to really screw up to get kicked off of Shopify. I know some people got kicked off like during COVID and stuff, but even if you do, you just go rebuild your exact store under WooCommerce or Magento or something else. Which, yes, it'd be crappier, but the experience to the customer, you still maintain everything. Like, you're not really losing anything. To the customer, it looks exactly the same. Whereas if you get kicked off of a Redbubble or Amazon, you have nothing. You are at square zero and you have no business anymore. So the pros, like I said, is built-in traffic. It's easy to set up and it's low risk relatively, but it's also low reward. The cons are that it's much higher competition. Like, when people go to Amazon, they are not just shopping for your products. They're comparing your products very actively to everybody else on the market. There's a lot higher fees, like transaction fees and just like listing fees. And then you also, this is the biggest one, you don't get any of the customer data, because if Amazon gave you like an email, just imagine this, if every time you bought from Amazon, you got added to a new business's email list, think about how bad of an experience that would be. And Amazon doesn't want that. They're in the business of keeping the customer happy, not keeping the seller happy necessarily. So you're not getting any of the customer data compared to on Shopify. We're building our email list, which is a massive asset that we can then use however we want. We can use for follow-ups, for cross-sells, for promotions, for holiday sales. And every sale that we make from that is like 60% profit margin. And that's why I'm really excited for that section of this course, because it's going to make people like a really good passive income if you set up the flows that we show to you. But anyway, the cons, you can be kicked off at any point. And again, can't iterate this enough. You are not building an asset. You're building cash flow. And we'll talk about how you can use Etsy and these channels to augment your brand. But the real thing that we're going to be building is a brand that people recognize and they fall in love with the brand. Like Yoga Stay was an actual brand. Like people came to know the name. We started selling on Etsy down the road, and our sales went pretty well out of the gate because people already knew who we were. But again, we want to be building an asset, something that'll stand the test of time. The pros for standalone stores, we have brand control, we get the customer data, there's no fees aside from transaction fees, and we're building an actual asset that we can actually sell and exit from down the road. The cons though are that obviously you have to drive your own traffic, there's no built-in mall traffic, and you have operational responsibility of everything. The puck stops with you when you're selling on your own store compared to on a marketplace. There's a lot of bumpers up for you. Like there's a lot more to manage if you don't know where to look and like where to focus your time, which is exactly why we're doing this course, so that you can be pointed in the right direction and have your checklist of what your time should be spent on, and you don't get stuck in the shiny object syndrome of like, holy crap, there's so many apps that I could be using. I just want to use them all. I've been there. We want to avoid that. That's why we use Shopify. So next is traffic. And our traffic is basically how are people going to be finding out about us. So options for this would be billboards, TV ads, radio ads, influencers, and Facebook ads, word of mouth, and email marketing, and Google ads. So those are the bottom four are the ones that we're going to be prioritizing. Billboards, TV ads, radio ads, those are just throwaway examples. You have something concrete that we're all familiar with. We're not going to be doing any of those because the bottom four are far more effective. So here's our business model stack overview. So we talked about the market, that we're going to be choosing a niche because we want to be speaking to one group of people. And that's true for any business, not just print on demand. It's true for software, agencies, drop shipping. Every business, it's better to start off niche and expand from there. Next, we talk about what our product is going to be. We talked about the different products you can sell. You can sell services, software, agency, memberships, consulting, info products, and then there's physical products. And then within physical products, there's apparel as one of the categories. And I didn't quite touch on this, but with a lot of the other categories, there's a lot of problems that go into it. Like electronics, there's a ton of rules and regulations around how you can import it, how you like labeling. Children's products, that was actually one of the first businesses I tried to start right out of college. I tried jumping into selling a slam dunk product, children's toys. Thought I found like a great gap in an Amazon market, and then quickly got blown away by the amount of red tape and legal hoops that you have to jump through. So there's a lot of problem with other categories. Apparel is one of the best for all the reasons we talked about. Then we're going to be fulfilling using print on demand compared to 3PL or drop shipping, and we're going to be using Printify specifically. Then we talked about our storefront, like how people are going to be able to buy from us. Talked about the differences between marketplaces versus standalone stores, why we're going to be using Shopify. And then as for our traffic, we're going to be using Facebook ads, email, Google. We'll add like TikTok at some point, but Facebook has been very consistent for us over the past. Don't get me wrong, it's frustrating sometimes, but it's an amazing traffic source. So altogether, hopefully this has helped paint a picture of what the business model is, how it's going to operate. And I just want to show one last example, which is to finally put to bed the confusion around how the marketplace model works, is like the difference between marketplaces versus selling on Shopify and why we do Shopify. It's like we talked about, we drive Facebook ads to our own store, make our products, fulfill it with Printify, and there's all this back end stuff. Whereas if you sell on Etsy, your traffic comes from Etsy. Your email marketing is done through Etsy. Your store is on Etsy. Fulfill with Printify still, because Etsy doesn't do fulfillment. And then your customer service is done through Etsy. So can you see if you notice the problem where this is your business that you invested a year of your life into, and then Etsy gets mad at you for some reason, and they decide to kick you off or ban your account. Then this goes away and this goes away. What are you left with? You're left with a Printify account with a bunch of products uploaded into it that nobody can buy from. That kind of sucks. Merch by Amazon is similar with the exception of they also do your fulfillment. So now if Amazon gets mad at you, that goes away and that goes away. Yeah. And the reason that this isn't buying an asset is imagine you're a potential business buyer who's looking to invest in a business that you could see growing for the next 5 years. The first thing a potential acquirer evaluates is what's the level of risk to this business? Are they diversified, or is there some kind of scenario that could completely tank my potential asset? And if you were in their shoes and you're familiar with e-commerce, would you look at somebody who's selling on just Etsy, that they're waiting for the shoe to drop and Etsy kicked them off? Would you go look at that business and say, yeah, I'm fine with that massive risk that 100% of the business could be gone overnight? Or would you look at this business where it's diversified across platforms, and even if, say, Shopify gets mad at you, you still have the rest of your business standing, and you can just then plug in WooCommerce or any of the other sites. But again, Shopify kicking anybody off is extremely rare, 1% of the time compared to Etsy and Amazon. And then last thing we'll cover in this lesson is the flywheel. This is an important concept to understand because this is how we are really going to build the business and get past the one-to-one, like effort in, one reward out from the business operator standpoint. And that is, what can we get compounding for us in the business? And that really comes down to word of mouth and like a quality customer experience. But the way that we start that flywheel is a new customer makes a first purchase. We then deliver an amazing product and experience, which we'll talk about all the different ways we can do that. Long story short, just run a good ethical business and be kind to your customers, and that good stuff will happen over a long enough period. Reinvest the profit into making more designs. That's a big mistake that a lot of people make, is they put up 20 or 30 designs, get a couple sales, and they try to take all the money out. You want to reinvest that to get this flywheel really going. Viewing it as taking $1 out now is the equivalent to taking out $1,000 later. Next, we have our email and SMS retargeting ads to follow up with people, build that customer relationship, build more sales, get them to come back into the flywheel, get a repeat purchase, deliver another amazing experience, and get word of mouth. Get them telling their friends. And word of mouth is really the only type of marketing that can truly compound. Everything else is just like linear. You can scale up ads, you can scale up your email marketing, but word of mouth is the one way that you get one person who tells two friends, those two friends tell two friends. It's exponential. So this is what we're working towards. And at the end of the day, as you're doing this flywheel, which by the way, you can't do this part or that part on Etsy or Amazon. You have no control over that. You can't even like really control a lot of this. And people aren't, and this is another important point, is that on Etsy and Amazon, people aren't necessarily buying from you because of your brand. They're buying from you just because of the product. Compared to when people are navigating specifically to your brand store, they're buying from you because of who you are. That's where real like brand equity and value comes from, is when people are buying from you because of who you are, what you stand for, and that they like your company, and not just, oh, this is a neat shirt. That's the point we're trying to get past. And that's the perception a lot of people have, I think, about print on demand, is that you're just selling like neat t-shirts. We're in this course, what we're doing different, we're really trying to build a brand. We just so happen to we just so happen to sell t-shirts because of all the reasons we talked about. And then we just so happen to fulfill those t-shirts with print on demand because it requires no capital to get started. It's very easy to pivot, no inventory. It ships directly to the customer and allows us to focus on the most important stuff in the business. We're building a real brand. We just so happen to sell t-shirts, and we just so happen to fulfill with print on demand. As the business grows, those two things can change, but keep that focus in mind that we're building a real brand. We're not just a t-shirt store. So that's the business model. That's what we're working towards. Hopefully this has helped give a 10,000 foot view of the different business models and ways that you could build your own. So that's the 10,000 foot view of this business model. Hopefully this has helped give a perspective as to the other models out there, like drop shipping and stuff like that. So now when you hear about those things, you can just put your blinders on, completely ignore them. Know that yes, there is opportunity there, like there is with lots of stuff, but this opportunity that we're focusing on is the one that's worth your time, and more importantly, worth your time for an extended period. That was the objective of this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at some case studies and results that we can expect with this kind of business model. And specifically, we're going to be looking at my case study from my brand called Yoga Stay, which I started a couple of years ago and ran it for almost 2 years exactly, scaled it to just over $3 million in sales, and then sold it to a company called Open Store. But we're going to be looking at this case study to see not just what these businesses can do in the beginning, but what the growth and like the 2 to 3 year plan for them can look like, and the options you have down the road, like how you can evolve it, pivot it, whatever you want to do, just to give us a frame of reference. And here's some of the other screenshots and examples of stores that I've done this model with. And again, that's just print on demand. And then once you get past a certain threshold, you can start selling any kinds of other products. So just always keep in mind that print on demand is just the fulfillment model that we use, and it's not like the actual business itself. So yeah, here's Yoga Stay. Like I said, we scaled it to $3.6 million in sales, 125,000 customer contacts, and we founded it in February of 2020. and then sold it in February of 2022. So the sales and metrics, just showing you this as a frame of reference, in general, our conversion rates that we see nowadays are in like the 2 to 2.5% range. We just get cheaper traffic, but Yoga Stay had really strong first couple of months, but we had a 3.1% conversion rate, $55 average order value, and the sales there, that like backs out discounts and refunds and stuff. That's why it's different than the 3.6 number. A couple of things that we ran into with Yoga Stay, just to give you an idea of some of the major decisions you'll have to make along the way, is, like I said, we had strong first couple of months. And then in January of 2021, I'll talk about this one first, we had to switch our print provider away from Printify to somebody else because Printify was having a lot of outages due to COVID-related like stock issues. So we ended up having to make the decision to switch to a print provider that had the ability to not just do print on demand, but also co-pack products, which I'm going to talk more about that in a second, how we were able to start offering like yoga mats and stuff like that. But in December of 2020, we had a bunch of COVID-related outages, and after switching, we were able to turn sales back on. So that was pretty challenging, something I never had to deal with. You shouldn't have that problem too much anymore. Gildan's not really running out of stock these days, but it's part of the history of Yoga Stay. We even filed the Yoga Stay trademark, and here are some of our top sellers. And you can go look this store up, yogastay.co, and see all these products. But a key point to take away from this is that the top 4 or 5 products here made up a large percentage of the overall sales. Like we had hundreds of products, and as you can see, these 5 products made up like a pretty good chunk of that. And the lesson to take away is that it's really important that we keep testing lots of products until we find these winners, because it can completely change a store like overnight, having winners versus not. And you never know which design is going to be that winner. Like any of these I wouldn't have said would be a bestseller. I certainly wouldn't have thought that the yin yang bonsai tree t-shirt would have sold $100,000 worth. That's just how it goes. And also, this is back when we were only charging like $19 to $20 for a shirt. Now we're charging anywhere from $26 to $29 depending on the size. And this is just a couple more slides from our pitch deck when we were going to sell it. We had 485 products. We had 22 different styles of yoga mats, 23 styles of different yoga pants. And again, number 2 and 3, the mats and pants, we only started offering those once we were placing orders from suppliers in China to have our own like product line and not just do print on demand. And that's an example of how you can expand it over time. We had 2,600 plus customer reviews. It was a really fun brand because you're getting like tons of feedback from customers and they're all loving it. You can build like a really cool community around it. And that's why I recommend that if you're starting out with one of these brands, choose something that you're also passionate about. Like my business partner and I on this brand love doing yoga, and so for us this was like pretty cool, and it was right up our alley. So we've been in and around like yogis, so like we know like what they talk about, types of language, like their demeanor, like little intricacies that you wouldn't be aware of unless you were like part of that demographic. Like for example, like the hunting niche, I know nothing about it, so it wouldn't be a good niche for me to go after because I don't know like what they find funny. I don't know like the terminology and slang terms and like how they interact. I don't know any of that stuff. There's millions of hunters out there. Could be a great niche for somebody who's been doing that their entire life. And second thing I'll say about the customer reviews is that this is the goal. Happy customers equals a happy, thriving brand. And that was something that we were fortunate to figure out early on in Yoga Stay, was that really at the end of the day boils down to how happy is your customer and not about your bottom line. Like when we were first starting out, I focused on profit first, customer later. Now I realize that number 1, it's a lot more fun and rewarding focusing on the customer first, but 2, you end up making a lot more profit when you switch your focus. And as you're going to be seeing later on in this course, the store that we set up was bare bones, extremely simple. And it doesn't have to be a complicated store. I won't berate the point now because we're going to dive into this in detail later, but it was a very simple store. We had about 50 products when we first launched. I got this picture from Wayback Machine. That's why some of them are missing. But yeah, it's extremely simple. It's just the products, build, trust. You have a fast site load speed, and that's all there is to it. Anytime I tried to build like a big, beautiful website, it always converted way worse than something like this. And that's why this business model is so attainable to a lot of people, is that you can do something very simple. It doesn't have to be like a really complex build out brand. It can just be collection page, product page, cart, checkout. That's it. And over time, like I said, we started ordering yoga mats and pants, and holding a bunch of inventory, and around like the 2 to 3 million mark ish is where things start to get a lot more challenging, like from a supply chain standpoint. So that's where you can either choose to keep doing print on demand, like working with Printify or Printful, or you can go this route. It just depends on if you want it to be a lifestyle brand or not. Kind of like this new brand that I've been showing in our 0 to a million print on demand challenge. This is a new brand that we started up completely from scratch. My wife and I, Meg, we just wanted this to be a lifestyle brand. We didn't want this to be like full-time job, like 80 hours a week working on it. We just wanted it to be like fun. Like we each spend like a handful of hours per week, if that, building the store, and it's lower margin than we could get if we went like the 3PL route, but it all depends on what you want. And so these are two different case studies for different types of scenarios. Yoga Stay, I was full-time, like it was my life. My partner and I were working on it like nonstop, along with 3 other brands, which that's a whole nother story. Always just do one brand. But yeah, Yoga Stay, we really wanted to build it out and see what it could turn into. And with this brand, we just are mostly doing it as like a handful of hours per week. We have no aspirations to grow this into like an 8-figure powerhouse by any means. We're staying on Printify, slightly lower margins, but still extremely profitable, and it requires a fraction of the amount of time. And this brand, we started from scratch July 1, and it's on track to do 7 figures within the first year. I think we're going to hit it like 10 months within launch. And this store we launched with about 50 to 75 designs, and it was a basic store. It looked like this one, or almost exactly like this, just using the debut theme, or whatever the default Shopify theme is. I think they call it Dawn now, and extremely simple. We just chose a niche, found that it was a passionate niche that people were buying in because we did the bumper sticker test, launched 50 or 75 designs, and things went well, so we started increasing the ad spend. And now we're at that turning point where we could either decide to double down, or we could decide to just keep making it a lifestyle brand. And we, like I already said, we went the latter, but decision's up to you. Went through this in the print on demand challenge, just showing step by step every week the sales updates and showing the P&L. So you can go check those videos out if you want. And some important case studies that I want to show you are a lot of failures that I had along the way. And I'm showing you this so you realize that if this seems like too good to be true, like I'm making it sound like it's too straightforward, there's a trail of Shopify store bodies behind me that makes me be able to say that follow this model and it works, because I went through stuff like this, like Royal Cats, where we were selling cat jewelry necklaces. Then we had a Zodiology store. We had Serene Jewelry. We had a funny, like tongue-in-cheek, like nature brand, like a environmental brand, where we sold stuff like Save the Chubby Mermaids. Nobody was buying this. These were all examples of stores that performed extremely poorly. But the good news is that we're able to learn from them. And the difference between the losers and the winners, 9 times out of 10, just comes down to choosing the right niche, having enough high quality products that are based on bestsellers that you see in the market from the research that we're going to do. And that was all stuff that in the beginning I wasn't doing any of that. We were just like basically just brainstorming, oh, maybe that could be good. And then launching a store, coming up with some products that we thought looked good, wasn't really based on anything at all, and then we would get poor results. Now we know a lot better. We know to choose a really passionate niche. We know how to find and recreate really high quality, like best-selling, viral potential products, and we know how to like read the metrics and iterate a lot faster. So there's a trail of like failure stores that have paved the way for these lessons learned that turned into stores like Yoga Stay, but it was not that just right out of the gate. So don't think that I'm saying this is so easy, like there's nothing to it. There certainly is, but that's why we're making this intensely long training, so that you can learn from all those lessons learned. And for the people that are patient enough to get through this entire training, you're going to have the benefit of 7 years of experience, millions of dollars in ad spend, and $20+ million in sales condensed down into 20 hours-ish. So that's the idea. And along with that, you're watching the next case study in the making, because as we're setting this up, we are going to be creating a brand new store completely from scratch. And then I'm going to be posting after we launch this, I'm going to be posting the day-by-day results as a case study showing how we're scaling that brand up from 0 to 6 figures in sales. I think we can do it within the first month or 2, and we're going to be sharing that in the community, that you can building it alongside you. And we're even going to be revealing the store name, which the reason we're doing that is to help people learn, watch along with us in real time. The downside for that is the store, as soon as it starts doing well, there's going to be some people watching this that are going to, A, rip it off for sure. But number two, it's going to get spammed to death with bots in like the comment sections of our ads, which tanks the performance because basically people who know how to code and create bots will put up their own websites of the exact same products, and then they will automatically create hundreds of accounts to like auto detect our ads and comment and reply to every single person with a direct link to their product. That's their drop shipping from like China. So it's terrible quality, but they're able to get it cheaper. So long story short, the performance is going to get tanked eventually. But the point of this is to show it as an example and to show that we're getting real sales, even if it does end up costing us pretty dearly. But anyway, so those are the case studies to show you examples of like how this can work. And another point that I want to make is that those stores were ones that I have run and my wife and I have run, but this has worked for dozens of other people. And I've specifically helped like friends and family start businesses like these. And they've scaled it to 7 figures. Like people with no previous business experience, they're just like passionate about a niche and they follow basically this exact process. Part of the reason I'm making this is that it's a very repeatable process that people have asked me about a lot of times. So I'm just finally documenting all of it. But point being, friends and family have their own case studies. I'm not going to share their stores, but they have case studies of hitting 7 figures with 0 previous experience. They just followed this process rigorously. So that's it for this lesson. Hope you found this useful. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're talking about our foundations overview. So what we're going to be covering in this module is perhaps the most important module in this entire course. And the reason for that is that 90% of the time when I talk to people and they say that they have business issues or their sales aren't going up or their ads aren't working, when you dig down into it, what they really have is just personal issues. And it's their own personal life that is really broken. And the way that we're approaching this whole course is from the standpoint of if I have a friend or family member sitting right here next to me and I wanted to teach them everything that I know to start a successful e-commerce business, what are the things that I would teach them first? And I used to just teach people, here's the strategies, here's the tactics, here's like what I'm doing in the business, and here's what's working, here's what's not, that kind of thing. And even though it's sound strategies and it worked, like I was proof of it, they were never getting results. They were always falling short in one way or another. And I thought maybe I'm just not a good teacher. And while certainly some of it was on me, what I really ended up figuring out was that I wasn't teaching them the right things. I wasn't teaching them the foundations that they need in order to be a successful entrepreneur and person to a larger extent. And if you don't do that, then it doesn't matter what tact you could teach them, like the golden rules of e-commerce. It's never going to make a difference, because they're building a skyscraper on a foundation of sand. It's always destined to come crumbling down. It's just a matter of time. And this quote is something that I heard from Hermosi about the people issues or the life issues versus business issues, but it's true for my own experience as well. And I've dug into this, and what I figured out is that I think that most people think of success, and what we've been taught is success is something like this. It's like where we are now, and you go through a period and you reach your goal, and that's it. And that's kind of what's portrayed to people. And what we don't realize, myself certainly, before I got started, what I didn't realize was that what success actually looks like, reaching the goal, what it actually involves is going through a period of extreme hardship and pain and transformation, and then you get to reach your goal. And no other courses really talk about is how to get through this period. They give you like the tactics and say, here's how to run your ads, here's how to find the products. But the most important piece is missing, and that's how do you become the kind of person that's able to reach that goal in the first place? So that's what we're talking about in this lesson. Because when you go through this fire, 9 times out of 10, people end up doing a 180. And the reason for that is that they don't know to expect it. They don't know that it's coming, and they don't have the like mental tools in order to get through it. And what that ends up meaning for our goals a lot of times is that they end up dying. They end up staying where they are, and we just go back to where we were, and we stay in place. We stay in our comfort zone. That's where dreams go to die, to be quite honest, is in our comfort zones. That's why we're covering this now, so that we can fully embrace the fact that at the intersection of pain and change is where you find growth. And growth is what we need in order to reach our goals. And I know this might seem like slightly off topic from an e-commerce like drop shipping, print on demand course, but trust me, nothing could be further from the truth, because this is not here for the algorithm or to entertain people. This is, if you were my best friend or family member sitting next to me, these are the things that I would teach you first. Because once I started teaching people this formula, everything changed. All the results changed pretty much overnight, even though the business lessons and stuff that I was teaching them didn't change at all. I was still showing them the same ad strategies and stuff, and none of that really changed. It was just, how do you do these 4 things? How do you utilize this formula so it's working for you instead of against you? Because if you're not aware of it, it is certainly working against you. So the formula for success is really energy times focus times strategy divided by your mindset. I'm going to talk about what this means, but normally 9 times out of 10 courses and trainings out there, they just talk about the strategy piece. They just say, here's the tactics, here's the buttons to click, and they don't cover the rest of this formula. That's why the 4 main reasons that people fail in this business, and believe me, there's going to be plenty of talk about the strategies and tactics. There's going to be like over 10 hours of it, of just the tactics. So we're going to get plenty of that. We're taking an hour or so now to make sure that we get the most out of that, a dozen hours of the tactics. The 4 main reasons why people fail is, number 1, because of a lack of energy, and they basically don't output the effort required. And we're going to talk about why that is and how we can fix it. The second reason is they have a lack of focus, meaning, so they could have enough energy, they could be yielding an output of effort, but if it's not going into the right things, then it's all for nothing. The third reason is they have the wrong strategy. So they might have the energy, they might have focus, which is rare, but then they're putting it into the wrong opportunity. And evaluating this stage is where a lot of people get analysis paralysis. And it's by design by like social media platforms. It's not your fault. It's just that, YouTube inundates you with tons of like social media marketing, invest in crypto, invest in your time into drop shipping. Like there's all these different like methods of making money out there that it's tough to know which one to focus on. That's why we're teaching this course is about building an e-commerce business. Is it the only way to make money? No, certainly not. But if you stick with any one really good, sound strategy that's well proven for an extended period of time, then good things will happen. And the 4th reason why people fail is a loss or negative mindset. Basically, they don't know how to handle the self-doubt that comes with, going through this journey of going through the fire and having to become a completely different person in order to actually reach your goals. And I always say that the people that I find are most successful at being entrepreneurs and running their own business are the people that are not the smartest. They don't have to be like the brightest thinkers. They just have the highest tolerance for stress and self-doubt. And they're able to just keep on persevering when times get tough. And they will get tough. Like there will be times, it doesn't matter if you have the perfect strategy of laser focus, you have, a marathon runner level energy, there's still going to be times where you wake up and you have extreme self-doubt and you're like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And all your friends and family around you the whole while are going to be like, they love you, but they're going to be doubting you just as well for a number of reasons. We won't even get into that, but it makes them uncomfortable to see you trying to change yourself, and they're going to cast that doubt on you. And unless you have a rock solid mindset in order to push through that, you're going to end up crumbling, and all of this whole formula goes away. Then it doesn't matter if you watch every second of this entire training. If you end up turning back when the going gets tough, then it's all for nothing. So we're going to make sure that we have the energy that we need to do the output. We're going to make sure we have the focus. We're going to make sure we have the right strategy, and we're going to make sure we have a mindset that's able to persevere through when times get tough. So laying the foundation for our energy just means increasing the number of units of output that we have on a per day basis, making sure we have the ability to get up and do the thing, basically. Then our focus, we're going to make sure that our energy is being spent on the right things, and things could really be singular because we only really want to be focused on one thing at a time. We're going to have the strategy to get ourselves back on track when things don't work out and when stuff like hits the fan, and make sure that we're following a proven strategy, which I've shown lots of proof already in this training that this is a strategy that I've been testing out for 7+ years. It's worked for me and other people. So it's proven, and it's, completely free. So there's no ulterior motive here. But then lastly, we're going to have the mindset to handle our self-doubt. And as a side note, this is not going to be a long-winded over the top explanation in this module because I am well aware that a lot of people get successful and they start doing these weird habits and routines with their spare time. And then they forget about what made them successful in the first place. And then they start telling everybody that what made them successful was like doing cold plunges and stuff. And so I just want you to know that this is going to be valuable because I'm extremely cognizant of that fact. And my goal in this whole module is just teaching the bare bones, most tactical things you can do that has worked from my own experience, things that I've tested and like just the best of the best, biggest bang for your buck, things that have increased my energy, helped improve my focus, the strategies that work the best, and then the mindset and how I think through like the self-doubt, dealing with, haters and stuff like that, how to think through all that stuff. And on the mindset note, also make sure you feel like you're not alone. You're certainly not, even though entrepreneurship can feel certainly lonely, but those are my goals. Nothing more, nothing less. We're not going to go over the top here. And at the end of the day, I'm sharing all the tactics that work for me. It's up to you. Like this whole thing is just, here's a buffet for you to choose what, pick and choose what works best on your own terms. But even if you choose to do none of it, at the very least, you will have awareness of what the other possibilities are. And you'll have the awareness of this formula that is really holding you back or can be holding you back. And the formula, again, is energy times focus times strategy divided by mindset equals your success. And the reason that the mindset is the big division symbol of the entire thing is that it's the one thing that can truly undermine everything. Like energy, focus, and strat. Like if you have 2 out of the 3 on the top, like you can be in pretty good shape. Still, it's obviously far more ideal to have all 3. But mindset is the one that if you don't have it, like nothing else matters. It's the one thing that you really can't have. Like energy and focus. If you have that and you don't have strategy, you'll be laser focused, trying out a bunch of different things, and you'll eventually work your way through and find a winning strategy. If you have focus and strategy, so you're not doing a lot, you don't have a lot of energy, well, you're going to very slowly whittle away at the right opportunity, and eventually you'll get there. And then if you have energy and strategy, but you don't have focus, you're going to be outputting a ton of effort into hopefully one strategy, but it's just going to be like scattershot within that. It's like you might have a drop shipping business, but you're just going to do a bunch of random stuff within there. It's honestly how I kind of started out. I had terrible focus and it eventually got me there. But mindset's the one that if you don't have that, then none of the other stuff matters. You'll wake up and just question why you're doing anything. So that's why we're talking about it. And fun fact is that entrepreneurs are, I don't know the exact percentage, but they are far more likely to suffer from bipolar disorder. Because entrepreneurs, the type of people that sign up for high risk, high reward type of scenarios, tend to be more emotional, contrary to the type of thinking that is most beneficial for entrepreneurs, which is logical, like calculated decision making. Honing our mindset around that really helps us close the gap and bring awareness to where our personality traits lie and where the gap is from ourselves right now compared to the person that we need to be in order to reach our goals. So that's it for the overview. First up, we're going to be talking about energy. This lesson, we're going to be talking about energy, or basically how do we make sure that we have the ability to output the units of effort that we need in order to actually build a business. This course is really great, but it's worthless unless you actually have the energy to be able to get up and do the things that we talk about in this course. I'm going to be sharing the things that have worked best for me. And when I first started off as an entrepreneur, I didn't prioritize this at all. I thought being an entrepreneur just meant make smart decisions, build the right business, focus on the right things, and good stuff will happen. Meanwhile, I was out drinking late, I was partying, I wasn't getting good quality sleep, I was eating crappy foods, and as a result, my effort or the amount of energy that I was able to put into the business was really lacking. I was like blaming the business, thinking it was just about the model and all of this, but I noticed that there was a directly correlated relationship between the quality of the sleep and how much I was taking care of my body and how well the business was performing. Because 9 times out of 10, the problems in my business were really just from me having lifestyle issues. Like, yeah, if you're waking up hungover 3 days out of the week, then that's just like 3 days gone like that. And then if you're eating and you don't have brain fog, then you're able to focus for longer periods of time and do more effort. And most of the people that I talk to, they want to start a business. They pay lip service to the fact that they want to start a business. But then if you look at their lifestyle, it doesn't back that up, because they're sapping their energy from all these different places and habits that, in their defense, like, they don't know any better. And I certainly didn't know any better. And it's just part of our culture or whatever. We could talk about that ad nauseum. But in this lesson, we're just going to be talking about what has worked best for me, the biggest bang for our buck in order to increase our energy. So you wake up every day feeling ready to actually crank out some work on your business. Because if you wake up feeling like crap, none of this stuff's going to matter. So the definition of energy is simply the strength and vitality required for sustained mental and physical activity, which that's exactly what we're going to be doing. And it's energy so we can do the steps that are talked about in this course. So how do we increase our energy? There's sleep, diet, and dopamine are the three biggest areas. Let's dive into sleep. And if you were to break up sleep into the main areas that we can optimize for, it's how fast are we able to fall asleep? What's the quality of the REM sleep that we're getting? And then the deep sleep and the length of our sleep. And this is something that I've researched at great lengths and optimized for myself. And what I've found to be true is that the nights where I'm getting the best quality sleep, I'm falling asleep within 10, maybe 15 minutes. It's during the same exact period every night, which we'll talk more about that in a second. But the ways that we can improve, fall asleep faster, basically just get better quality sleep, is to don't watch TV or anything in bed. Anytime that I start that bad habit, I'm like watching movies in bed, it's teaching your brain that your bed is not meant for just sleeping. We want to hardwire ourselves so that anytime we get into bed, our brain and body immediately switches into sleep mode. Another way is before bed, I would journal and plan the next day tomorrow, because if I wasn't doing this, then I would find that as soon as my head hit the pillow, for whatever reason, is when my brain started sifting through all of the like open to-dos that I have from that day. And I would start like planning out my next day. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to be sleeping. It's a great book called Getting Things Done, where basically like a to-do list manifesto, where they cite a study where they proved that your subconscious mind will continue to problem solve and basically work on things in the background until it is confident that you have a plan for it and it's taken care of. So simply writing things down and then coming up with your plan for the next day helps you fall asleep so much faster. Next thing that might seem like it's unrelated, but it certainly is related, is getting some kind of quality exercise throughout the day makes it 10 times easier to fall asleep. Like, our bodies are meant to be exercising and physically exerting themselves, and any days that I would just work and drink coffee and like caffeine all day and not exercise at all, my body hadn't expended any energy, so I would end up like tossing and turning and rolling around and getting horrible quality sleep, and definitely pay for it the next day. Exercising, like weightlifting, walking, whatever you have to do, get outside, get sunlight, and so by the time your head hits the pillow by the end of the day, you're ready for a full night's rest. Next is my personal favorite and coolest looking by far, is, I have a pair of them around here somewhere, but is blue light blocking glasses. So a little known fact is that the screen light and even like normal incandescent lights, it puts off blue light, which is basically stops your body from producing melatonin, because our caveman brains think that it's still daytime out, because blue light comes from the sun, and anytime our brain sees that, it doesn't start producing melatonin because it thinks that it's still daytime out. So if we just wear these glasses, that I'll put a link to them somewhere around this video, but they're like $20 from Amazon, and you just throw them on an hour before bed, and you will have a noticeable difference. Whether if you're watching TV or whatever, you look like you just got out of wood shop, but trust me, it makes falling asleep 10 times better, because your body is able to start producing melatonin before you actually get into bed. The next is REM sleep, which this is one of the stages. This is as scientific as we're going to get in this whole thing, just trust me. But I find it really fascinating. And again, if I was helping somebody start a business, somebody that I cared about, I would teach them these things first so they can understand and get their energy back on track. That's why this matters. So REM sleep is the period of sleep called rapid eye movement, where your brain is basically downloading, and this is my own like understanding of it, this is not like the scientific definition, but your brain is essentially downloading and storing everything that happened during the day. It's shifting from your short-term memories to long-term. Basically, if you think of it as backing up your hard drive. And this stage of your sleep impacts your memory, your emotional processing, brain development, especially as you're like for younger kids, like up until 25, your brain's still developing. The reason that this is so important is we've talked about entrepreneurs are far more likely likely to be like bipolar. Like you're an emotional person if you choose to start a business. Like just by and large, the character traits of entrepreneurs are the highs are high, the lows are lows, and that certainly holds true for starting a business, which is also why you're going to be good at starting a business. But your emotional capacity is directly impacted by the quality of REM sleep, which we're going to talk about how to improve it in a second. But just understand the importance of that in our day-to-day lives. When we feel overwhelmed and stressed, we can either make that so much easier for ourselves or so much harder based on the quality of this stage of our sleep. So anytime you felt overwhelmed and it just gets worse, and then you start stress eating late at night and you're just doom scrolling, we're just putting off fixing these things, fixing your REM sleep, and that's how you actually get yourself back on track. So the ways that we can improve specifically your REM sleep stage is, number one, stick with the same sleep schedule every night. Pick the same 8 hours, 8 to 7 hours every night. Doesn't matter if it's 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., whatever it is. Just pick 8 hours and stick with it, because it's far more important that your body get the same 8 hours so it's able to get into a rhythm than it is to go to bed earlier. If you've been going to bed consistently late, just start backing it up. When my sleep schedule was all messed up, the way that I fixed it is I was going to bed at 2 a.m. or 2:30, and I would wake up groggy and feeling terrible, and I decided that I needed to fix this. The way that I did that is I did a bunch of the other habits we're going to talk about, but the main thing was I backed up my bedtime by 15 minutes each night. I didn't just jump from 2:30 to 8 p.m. I incrementally backed it up, and that helped dramatically. So every night I would do 15 minutes earlier, and then I got into a good rhythm where I was doing 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. every single night. Next thing is avoiding stimulants. So coffee, limit that to no later than 1 p.m. and anything else nicotine, caffeine, all the enes, you want to avoid them altogether if at all possible, but that's not quite realistic. So just limit it to in the morning, and or if you choose to do it later, just know that the half-life of coffee, it's definitely going to impact your sleep and your REM. Next thing, this is my personal favorite, is a cold room. Now, 65 degrees sounds extremely cold, but the way that our body is able to fall asleep and get high-quality sleep is by dropping our internal temperature. If you've ever tried sleeping in a really hot room, the reason that it's so hard is because our brain is literally not capable of falling asleep until it is under a certain temperature. I don't know the exact temperature off the top of my head, no pun intended, but it has to lower. And so if you're struggling falling asleep, cold room, avoid stimulants, stick to the same sleep schedule, and avoid screens or work of any kind if at all possible, 2 to 3 hours before bed. You want your brain to have a period where, I'm saying this again from personal experience, when I give my brain a period where it's able to stop working and transition into wind down mode, and being very strict about that, not winding down for an hour and a half and then, I'll just check this thing before bed. I've done that way too many times, and that resets the clock. You need your brain to have the ability to know that all right, we're done working at this time, and now I can truly just relax and start to wind down. And the last one for your REM sleep is your hydration. A lot of people say drink a big glass of water when you first wake up. That's good, but I recommend doing the same when you first go to bed, or right before you go to bed. It helps basically lubricate the entire process, for lack of a better term. The next is our deep sleep, which deep sleep is where our brain is essentially regenerating itself. It's also huge for weight loss and your muscle regeneration, tissue, but we care mostly about our productivity output. And if you're getting high quality deep sleep, what that looks like is you're waking up with a brain that is fully rejuvenated and ready to go and do highly taxing energy requirement type activities, challenging problem solving, for example, or creative thinking. All of those processes go much better when you've had high quality deep sleep. And if you don't have that, then you wake up only able to do very surface level tasks. And so doing something like going through this course, for example, if you're getting a high quality amount of deep sleep, you're going to be thinking about and consuming this material in a completely different way than if you're not getting deep sleep. And the reason we're breaking it out by deep sleep and REM is, as you can see, there's different areas that are impacted. So you can diagnose in your own life, where are you struggling the most, and then you can hone your focus around what part of your routine do you need to fix first. But yeah, so deep sleep, it cleanses the brain. It basically decreases inflammation. Just for overall health, it's extremely important. But for within the context of starting a business and being successful at it, it requires a lot of energy output. And deep sleep, if you're not getting this, it'll be extremely difficult. Your short-term memory will suffer. Your ability to focus and hold a conversation or sit down and focus on just one task for an extended period of time. And lastly, and most importantly, your impulse control. If you ever notice that you get like poor deep sleep, which you're able to track this with Oura Ring or Whoop or any of those. When you get poor deep sleep, you'll notice that your impulse control, like your ability to not eat junk food, the ability to not watch like crappy TV and play video games, and the ability to pass the marshmallow test, which you probably heard of that before, but that was the famous test where they had little kids sit in a room and they said, we're going to put one marshmallow in front of you. You can either eat it right now or you can wait 10 minutes and we'll come back and we'll put another marshmallow. And like we'll keep, and it was basically one of the greatest indicators of long-term success was the kid's ability to just have delayed gratification, and your deep sleep directly contributes to that. Now, how do we get better deep sleep is first and foremost, no alcohol. I know this is a tough one. I'm not going to pretend like it's an easy thing to do. I did it. You don't have to. I'm just sharing what worked for me. But cutting out alcohol has a massive impact on the quality of your sleep. But when you drink a lot of alcohol, you notice how you fall asleep really easily, and that might make you think, or the common misconception is that, oh, when I get drunk, I fall asleep really easily. Like I get good sleep. And yes, it's true you fall asleep quickly, but you never get like high quality deep sleep. Your body never fully gets into its deep sleep cycle. It's just a crappy truth that it's drinking. It has a massive impact, which you probably have already known that and realized it, but just know that like when you are drinking, it causes inflammation in the brain and it like body's ability to get in deep sleep, which has a lot of trickle-down effects. So just bring awareness to how all these things are impacting your ability to start and successfully run and scale a business. So that sure, have the drinks, and there's lots of entrepreneurs that have been successful without it, but if we're doing everything we possibly can to stack the deck in our favor and guarantee that we are successful beyond a shadow of a doubt, and we want to give ourselves the best possible hopes, cutting out alcohol is one of the biggest ways to do it. Sam Ovens, who's a famous entrepreneur, has famously said that the most profitable thing that he ever did for his business was cutting out alcohol. I could go on, but you're all adults. You can make your own decisions. I'm just sharing what's worked for me. I already mentioned this, but no caffeine after 1 p.m. Being mindful of your sleep cycle, so doing the same 7 to 8 hours a night. Your sleep hygiene, this is a big one. It's a real thing, taking a shower before bed, specifically a hot shower, because like we talked about, your body has to lower its internal body temperature, but it's only like a couple degrees, like 1 or 2 degrees, but that's pretty substantial. But a way that you can like relax your body and your muscles and help aid it in lowering its body temperature is actually by taking a hot shower. The reason that it might be counterintuitive, but the reason it actually works is that when you're in a hot environment, what does your body do? It starts to naturally cool itself off. And the cooling or heating mechanism, if you're in a cold environment, that mechanism comes from the inside out. So by taking a hot shower, you relax yourself. You're physically clean, which also has an impact, like psychologically. It makes it a lot easier to fall asleep and get deep, like high quality sleep. Next is your diet, eating nutrient-packed foods, and also along that same lines, not eating too closely to bed. And the reason for that is when you're eating too close to bed, especially a big meal, like an hour or two before bed, is terrible because your body during your deep sleep, it's using your blood flow to circulate it throughout and reduce inflammation, cellular repair, all of that. When you eat a lot, your body is too busy digesting that, and your body's sending the blood flow, instead of it using it how it normally would during deep sleep, it's sending it to the stomach. And again, I'm going to keep throwing disclaimers out. I'm not a doctor. This is just what I've researched and studied and found in myself. Been tracking this stuff incessantly for years now, but that's my understanding of it. So long story short, don't drink alcohol, no caffeine after 1 p.m. Watch your sleep cycle, same 7 to 8 hours. Sleep hygiene, take a hot shower, wear orange light glasses. They look super cool too. Eat nutrient-packed foods like fruits, vegetables, nuts, that kind of thing. It's far better than like a heavy carb-based diet. And then not eating too close to bed. Length of sleep, this is pretty self-explanatory, so we're not going to touch on it too much. Keep the same 8 hours every night if at all possible. So you want your temperature set to 65 degrees. This is what I've done that's worked for me. I set my temperature to 65 or 64. I don't keep a phone in the bedroom, so I don't have the distraction or the urge to check my phone. I wear a sleep mask so that absolutely no light is able to get in and possibly distract. Also, like shutting and locking the door just has a psychological effect for me. I've noticed it has a psychological effect of like your body feeling safe and then it can like fully fall asleep. That's another interesting fact, is that whenever you sleep in a new place, like if you're in a hotel or traveling anywhere, your brain never fully shuts off. It's a completely subconscious thing, but it never fully shuts off because it doesn't feel like it's in a safe environment to do. Got the orange glasses, same 8-hour window each night, and planning tomorrow today, basically just brain dumping, getting everything off your mind, or journaling, whatever you want to call it. Meditate, just some version of like mentally draining every to-do off of your mental to-do list. Stop eating 2 hours before bed, and exercise at some point throughout the day so that your body is physically fatigued. Now, onto the diet. I'm not going to touch on this too much because I'm certainly not an expert, but what I have personally noticed is that eating green leafy vegetables, nuts, fish, berries serves me far better from a mental, like cognitive level than from eating like fried foods, processed carbs, high sugary foods, sodas, alcohol. Certainly. The reason for that is that you've heard the saying that you are what you eat, and it's certainly true. If you actually start, I didn't notice this until like fairly recently, but any days where even the day prior, if I ate like high carb diets, like crappy foods, the whole next day I was in a semi brain fog, like meaning I felt like I couldn't like really think or hold a cohesive thought, compared to the days where I'm eating like extremely clean fruits, vegetables, clean meats. If you're a vegetarian or whatever, that's fine. Whatever suits you, like that's just what works for me. Those days I felt like I had laser focus. So I was able to just move from task to task, have complete mental clarity, and stay on top of the task at hand. And I wasn't like getting distracted by things nearly as much as I would when I was eating like pizzas and lots of breads and processed carbs, that kind of stuff. And again, I'm not telling anybody how you have to live. I'm just saying this is what has worked for me. Getting better sleep has changed my life immensely. Changing my diet, or at the very least being aware of the trade-offs of the diet and the impact that it has on my business and just my overall happiness and energy levels, has also served me extremely well. But none of them have served me nearly as well as my understanding, or what I've learned from this next piece, which is about our dopamine. And dopamine is a buzzword that's thrown around a lot, but it's a common misconception that dopamine is basically the reward center of the brain, the reward chemical. But a common misconception is that it's released when you achieve something, like when you reach a goal, when you cross the finish line, when you have the big sale or exit. And the truth of it, this is something I learned from the Huberman Labs podcast, is that dopamine, they've studied this and proven it, it's actually released along the journey. It's released from doing the work. It's released by doing the hard thing. And a good example of this, like a great way to spike your dopamine naturally, is by doing cold plunges. Like when you do a cold plunge, and they studied this as well, like they thought that it was like, oh, like the cold water has all these health benefits on your body. And yes, that's true in other areas, but the thing that's spiking it or increasing it is you waking up and doing a hard thing, you pushing yourself through a challenging moment. That's a lesson that has served me extremely well, is understanding that as I push myself to do hard things, as I push myself to sit down and find new products or do research or make new ads, doing things that I don't necessarily feel like doing. Like I'm not jumping for joy to make brand new ads. I love it, don't get me wrong, but there's days where it feels tiring. Understanding that by me pushing myself through those tough times, it's serving me extremely well, and it's building like a mental muscle that will allow me to do a lot more of that later on down the road. So it's released when you are working towards that thing. It's basically the reward center of the brain. Another important concept for us to cover is that there's cheap dopamine all over the place. There are all kinds of sources. It is so readily available nowadays that it is a huge problem. Which we're not going to solve all that here, but all that we're going to do is bring awareness to it so you can know what to avoid and what to expect. Like social media, junk food, drinking, pornography, binge watching, like anything that causes instant gratification, like that is cheap dopamine. Now, why is this important and why is this relevant to starting a business? Is that starting a business is like the epitome of delayed gratification. It is the opposite of all of those things. And so when our brains, our caveman brains, are sitting down and we have two options in front of us. A, I could either work on the business, or B, I could watch a dumb YouTube video. I could watch a dumb 20-hour YouTube video, some really cool guy teach me about dopamine. Like you're going to do, you would actually watch a cat video or something far more entertaining than this. But when your brain's given those two options, we have a self-preservation driven brain. It's going to go with the thing that causes the least amount of harm or effort in the moment to try and conserve energy and preserve itself, which is watching the cat videos. It's so much easier. You get instant gratification. The brain goes after that. Our brains don't have the ability, we haven't evolved yet to have the ability to naturally be prone for like long-term thinking. And starting the business, it involves a much larger payout, but it involves waiting 6 months, a year, 18 months before we start getting that reward compared to the instant gratification I can get right now. All that to be said, that's why it's so hard resisting like TikTok and Instagram and all these other things. It's not you're not like a weak-minded person. It's mostly like these algorithms have gotten extremely good at tempting us. So just be aware that all of those instant gratification sources, anytime you do that, your brain is going to want less and less to sit down and do the hard thing. And there'll be times where, you feel inspired, you get super fed up at work, your 9 to 5 is feeling particularly miserable someday, then you'll be like motivated to like really sit down and work on a business, but that motivation is going to be fleeting. So it comes down to the discipline and the awareness of why our brains are driven to the simpler, like easier things that do not serve us long term. And so we can be consciously like pushing ourselves to work on the harder, longer term thing of starting a business. Now, the ways that we can increase our dopamine are, ironically, first of all, sleep. Whenever you have, like I said earlier, if you have a full night's rest, you're going to find it far easier to resist urges and like your temptations. Like when you're sitting down, you have A and B, you're going to have a much easier time doing the hard thing, pushing yourself to do that, than you are if you get 2 hours of sleep. Next is exercise. It's a great natural source of dopamine. Meditation, and most of all, cutting out the cheap dopamine. And last one is something that's really served me in understanding that I need to become okay with being bored. Like nowadays, boredom seems like a bad thing. Like you see people doing stuff all the time. Seemingly people are living the most interesting lives but because they're posting on social media and stuff. And none of that's true, obviously. Everybody has downtime. But what social media has done to us is made us think that if I'm doing nothing, then I'm doing something wrong. And nothing could be further from the truth. Being bored actually serves an amazing purpose. It restores us, it rejuvenates us, and it helps our brains crave doing harder things, especially when the cheap dopamine has been removed. All the alcohol is out of the house. Junk food is out of the house. Like you've blocked sites that you shouldn't be going to, and you take the PlayStation out of your house. Like once all those cheap sources are gone and you're left with nothing but your work or nothing, that's where you end up in a really like good spot. But the problem, and why that's challenging for most people, is that when you are left with work or nothing and you're doing nothing, you feel like there's something a little off. So when I learned to embrace boredom and seeing it as not like me being a loser since I'm not out like drinking with buddies and stuff, as soon as I saw that as a tool in my business, it changed everything for me. And that's when I learned the lesson that feeling bored does not mean that you're depressed. And I'm speaking from my own experience. A lot of times it can feel similar. Not that I've ever really been depressed, but I think a lot of people suffer from what they think is depression when in reality they could just be bored, and then they fill their time. They try to immediately counteract their boredom with cheap dopamine, and it's such a slippery slope. Once you start scrolling on TikTok and you like drain your dopamine reserves, basically, you are then more likely to go out and drink, especially binge drink. And then you binge drink, then you're likely to eat crappy foods. And you eat crappy foods, you're going to get shitty sleep. And then you get shitty sleep, you're going to wake up feeling like brain fog and not feel like doing anything. And you just put yourself in a bad cycle. And then, it's Thursday or Friday, it's time to drink again. And it's time to repeat that process. Then maybe a month and a half goes by and you have a really terrible day at work, and that gets you to come and watch this training. You don't change any of the other habits. You just start watching this training or decide, hey, I'm going to start a business. I'm sick of this. I'm going to start my own thing. And if none of the other habits change, then that's not going to happen. It's going to be a fleeting experience because you're going to be self-sabotaging yourself in all these other ways. The way that I recommend course correcting this for anybody who is down in the dumps and stuck in that kind of loop is doing something called a dopamine detox. There's a lot of different forms of this, but long story short, it's basically removing all the sources of cheap dopamine and just sitting there and essentially just being bored. It's like the simplest thing to do, but it's also very challenging because it's something completely counter to what we are taught and what the day-to-day person does in our society. But it is a great hack to make building a business actually fun. because you basically are just removing all other sources of fun from your life. Quote unquote fun, because when people say, oh, well, if you stop drinking, you stop going out, you're not playing video games, like you're not really living. And those are all the people that say that are the people that are stuck in 9-to-5 jobs that they actually hate, and they believe in this concept of work-life balance, which cannot be further from the truth. When you are touting this idea of work-life balance, it's because you hate your work so much that you view anything outside of it as like your one reprieve. But the way to actually be successful, and to me, to find fulfillment long-term, is to be able to merge the two so that I love my work and what I'm working on is fulfilling, and I'm getting my fulfillment from my work, not from these cheap sources that don't actually bring you happiness. Because for me, it doesn't. If I really get honest with myself, any of the times that I've gone out drinking or ate junk food, yes, it's a mental like vacation, but it's not like building actual happiness. So if you're interested in feeling rejuvenated and charged to start a business and like excited to sit down and actually start working, I would challenge anybody to try 1 week of a dopamine detox. Try just 1 week of no drinking, no junk food, no social media, delete it from your phone entirely. Like no video games, no TV. Your only forms of entertainment can be like books, going for walks, meditating, talking with friends, not drinking with friends, and just do that for 7 days and see how you feel after that. And try sitting down to work or think about working at the end of 7 days. Your brain starts like going on a whole different level. And in the background, when you don't have that stuff to look forward to that's distracting you really, your brain starts subconsciously, instead of problem solving and like thinking about, oh, what's the next episode of my TV show going to be, or oh, what should I do with so and so this weekend, like what bar should we go to? When you remove all that, it frees up so much bandwidth for your brain to start solving real problems, give you some actually beneficial stuff like building your business. Anytime that I've cut out this kind of stuff, I notice that when I'm just sitting there like driving, instead of thinking about like video games, I'm thinking about the business, and it just happens all the time. And that's the kind of thing that like really compounds and makes a huge difference overall. So that's the lesson on energy. To recap, we have our sleep, our diet, and our relationship with dopamine. Those are 3 things that once I understood what we just went through, really changed my life dramatically. Because even though I'm certainly not perfect by any stretch, like there are times where I relapse and like I get crappy sleep, I don't eat a good diet, like I drink coffee too late in the day. At the very least, I'm aware of the impact that is going to have, and I know what to expect in my business. And then if I ever feel like, hey, the business isn't going well, the very first place that I look now is at myself. And I look at, what are my habits? What have I been doing? And it's okay, I've been drinking coffee too late, been getting crappy sleep, haven't had the motivation to like work on hard things. No wonder the business isn't going in the direction that I want. But your sleep, your diet, dopamine, I went through some tools. I know some of them sound out there and it sounds crazy, but just try it out. But this is here for you. So whatever you find useful. This is not the law by any means, but hopefully this has helped you see like why none of the stuff that's coming up in the rest of the course really matters unless we get this stuff figured out. And if you apply the stuff, it'll, at least in my experience, it helped a lot with waking up, feeling energized. And yeah, the end result is more dollars in the bank account, which I know this is not what people expect from an e-commerce course, but it is extremely important. And it's far more important than like any ad strategy I could ever teach you. So hopefully you found this useful. And next up, we're going to talk about focus. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about focus, otherwise known as the one character trait that has single-handedly cost me by far the most money. The reason being is that when you have focus, you are able to laser focused and bore a hole all the way to the center of the earth. And if you don't have focus, you will end up with a bunch of half-dug ditches and end up with nothing at the end of the day. I think it's something that every beginner entrepreneur goes through because we have so much like self-doubt and we're not sure, like, is this the right thing? Am I focusing on the right thing? So we just do a little bit of everything and really get nowhere. I think that's where a lot of it stems from. At least it was for myself. I had one brand that was going like pretty well, but then instead of staying focused, instead of doing that, I'm going to start 3 more brands. So if one brand's going well, then 4 in total would be 4 times the money, right? And no, it ended up being 4 times the amount of mess. And even if you're not trying to start multiple brands on a smaller scale, when we have focus in our business, we're able to stay laser focused on the most important areas and just do more of what matters most. And when I earlier on didn't have focus, I would end up like, we would have like our product, our Facebook ads, and email marketing are like the main, most important things. But then I would get shiny object syndrome, like we're going to talk about. And that would lead me down rabbit holes of like testing out little apps and trinkets and new strategies that, if I had really just doubled down and done more of what was already working and stayed focused, would have made me 10 times more money. That's why when somebody is unfocused, this is what it looks like. Like, it looks like a lot of effort going to a lot of different areas, compared to somebody who is focused. They put all of that effort and energy just into one specific area, the most important thing, and they go a lot further. And the reason that this is so challenging is that I think there's a misconception that focus equals sitting down and being able to do the thing. Something that I learned from Sam Ovens, to give him credit, is that focus is not that. It is not sitting down and just doing one thing. Focus, true focus, comes from a complete and utter lack of distractions. It comes from very intentionally clearing away everything that could draw us away from the one thing that matters most, including and especially when that thing is ourself. So we have to be disciplined to continue to do the one thing that matters most, even in a world where there's shiny objects all around us. Especially as entrepreneurs, the social media algorithms optimize to show you every new app and widget and like software ad, because you're in that market. So you're going to be bombarded with potential new ways to make money, new business opportunities, and they all look good. They have social proof. They have somebody who seems like they know what they're talking about. They always portray it as it's super easy, so go do this. And then you're going to look at yourself and go, why am I not doing that? Like, it seems so much easier. And that's where the grass is always greener mentality or fallacy can come from. And it's like, we're on our current project, and then we see something in the distance, like a new exciting idea. For me, it was a new brand. But if you're just starting out, it could be you're not completely sold on e-commerce, or you're not completely sold on social media marketing, and you see other people popping up talking about these different models. You keep jumping ship. But in reality, you just need to pick one really good strategy and stay committed to it for an extended period of time, and you will get there. And it's just a matter of evaluating it, choosing the right decision, the right strategy up front to stay focused on, which that's what this is. I'm biased, but hopefully we've shown you enough proof that this works. But what I really want to talk about is, we know what focus is generally. It's the lack of distractions, but why does it really matter? We talked about that too, but most importantly, how do we get focus and maintain it? And the reason that I'm so convinced that this is like one of the most important things for entrepreneurs to overcome is that we as entrepreneurs are far more prone to this than the average person. The average person, entrepreneurs are like, by definition, like, we're more emotional, we're erratic, the highs are highs, the lows are low. And that leads to somebody who can be pretty unfocused if we're not like extremely aware of it. So the ways that I've improved my focus, and when I help people with their business, first of all, the things that I notice right off the bat, I can tell the quality of somebody's mindset and their mind and like just their overall output based on how clean their life is. Like, how clean is their desk? What does their desktop look like? How many tabs do they have open? And 9 times out of 10, that is a direct indicator of how they're performing in their life overall. And if you look at yourself, be honest with yourself. Like, is your desk a mess? Is your room a mess? Is your desktop filled with files? Do you have 18 tabs open as you're even watching this training? Are you getting notifications on your phone that are distracting you? Do you have friends and family that like can reach you at any given point and stop you from being able to do true focused deep work? Unless you've like been exploring self-development, there's a good chance that you're not, and that's okay, because we're learning about it now. And even if you choose to do none of this, at least you'll have an awareness of the impact that's going to have on your business. Because once I became aware of this and I started implementing what we're about to talk about, it completely changed the level of output that I had in my business. So now when I meet with people, instead of helping them with their business, first of all, I help them clean up their desk. I help them organize their life so that they are freed up to actually think about the business in a constructive way. So step number 1 is cleaning up your workspace. Like if you picture a desk that is messy and has mountains of papers and stuff compared to a desk that is literally just a keyboard and a monitor or just a laptop, and somebody who's sitting there with headphones in, very clean, like sterile environment, they have one tab open, compared to somebody on the other side of the room who's got a messy desk, they've got notifications ringing, they've got a desktop full of stuff, that person's going to end up being all over the place. So the goal that we're working towards is to be able to have extended periods of like 2 to 3 hours at a time so we can maximize the bang for our buck out of that time that we're putting into it. And I would take somebody who is able to sit down and have 2 hours of extended like deep work effort and focus. I would take that person who can just do 2 hours a day over somebody who's going to do 8 hours a day of scatterbrained shit. That's why when people say like, oh, I don't have time to start a business, it's complete bullshit. You have an hour or two a day, you have enough time, because what you don't have is you don't have focus. And to say, oh, I don't have enough time, what you should really be saying is it's not a priority right now. And if it was a priority, then you would sit down, you would clean off your desk, clean out your desktop, close everything but one tab, put your phone on silent, and you just go deep. It's that you don't have the discipline, not that you don't have the time. Because if you have 2 hours of deep work focus, you're doing this rather than, and most entrepreneurs are doing this. They spend 8 hours going in a million different directions compared to one person with 2 hours can go miles further if they just have discipline around their focus. So the first thing is cleaning off your desk, cleaning your desktop, closing your tabs, and actually doing that. Actually do it, and your mental space will be freed up. If you want to see the quality of somebody's mindset, look at the quality of their desk or their space. Like if you ever seen the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper, I know it's just a movie, but it's funny that after he takes the miracle pill that makes him a genius, the first thing he does is not go like start trading on the stock market. He goes home and he cleans his apartment. He gets his home in order so that he's able to then be productive and start thinking. It basically just frees up your mental space and your mental capacity. So after we've cleaned everything out, we've got a pristine working area. The next thing that we want to do is make sure that we have a dedicated work time where we can't be interrupted. We can put headphones in and just be heads down focused. No notifications, no little kids running into the room, nothing popping up on our desktop, no like pretty bird flying by the window. We want 2 hours of deep focus work. If you want to learn more about that, read the book Deep Work by Cal Newport. It's fascinating and it's a great example, or it explains far more than I'm going to here, the power of just 2 to 3 hours of deep focused work. And the reason that this is so powerful is that when we get past that initial hump of the first 10 to 15 minutes, we're just getting into the rhythm of things. We're just now getting into the task, like one task. That's when you get into something that's called flow state, which is a buzzword that gets thrown around a lot, but it's a state where you can get into where like time kind of melts away and you get into this groove of like creativity and brainstorming and just all out productivity. Contrast that 2 hours heads down, no distractions, no nothing, no clutter around you with what most people do, which is clutter, notifications popping up, and every 5 to 10 minutes, they're answering Slack or they're opening Messenger or they're checking Google and they're convincing themselves that, oh, I'm working, when really they're just shoveling shit around. Like if answering a message on Slack, as innocuous as that may seem, is the most detrimental thing to your focus and your overall productivity than anything else, because every time that you switch your focus away from what you're doing to something else, you have context switching. And there's a heavy context switching tax to doing that, because your brain just took time to shift in and get focused and like really start evaluating what you're doing. Then if you shift that away to answer Slack messages or iMessage, whatever, it seems like a quick thing, but it's not, because then it takes 10 to 15 more minutes to get back into it. So you go from a half an hour just gone like that, and then you get a phone call. You answer the phone call. Okay, now another 10 to 15 minutes to get back into this. Forget even how long the phone call was. Now you've gone 45 minutes where you would think, yeah, I've been working. When in reality, you haven't. You haven't gotten anything done. You've answered Slack messages and had a phone call and then like done surface level shit on the actual task. And this is why we're going through this now, is because this is the biggest flaw I see in how most beginner entrepreneurs approach their business, is they think that just by sitting down with their laptop open, they're somehow working. And the reason they do that is because doing the actual work is hard. It requires discipline to push through it and feel like, an idiot as you're getting over the learning curve, and realizing that in reality, like any new skill or task, like can be conquered by just 12 hours of sitting down and like pushing through. And like Shopify optimization, if you have 12 hours of just over 2 weeks of focused heads down work on figuring out Shopify, learning the ins and outs, and you do that and nothing else, you will be ahead of 99% of e-commerce sellers, because most of them will never do that. They'll get a Shopify account, they'll, move around, they'll putter around, but they'll never just heads down focus on it. And that's why the cost of not having focus is so high. It's everything. Because when you don't have focus, it doesn't matter how much energy you output, you're never going to reach the goal that you actually want. You're just going to have excuse my French, but you're just going to have the mental masturbation of feeling like you're working. Most people are addicted to feeling busy, and they're not actually being productive. Busyness and filling your time is not productivity. It's just another form of procrastination. So step one in increasing our focus is clearing our area, which in turn clears our mental space, or cleans up our mental space rather. Second thing is having designated deep work or focus time with zero distractions. I don't care if you have to put like a piece of paper on your door or tell all your family members, like whatever it takes to get that deep work period, just 2 hours a day is all that you need. And anybody who tries to build this business after following this course and they say that they're not getting results, first thing I'm going to ask them is, what's your deep work schedule like? Where's the 2 hours of zero distractions coming from? And what have you been doing with that time? Which that comes to number 3, which is setting clear, targeted priorities. And this is where, again, a lot of entrepreneurs fall short, myself certainly included, especially when I was starting out. If you don't have a priority, if everything is your priority, then nothing is your priority. You have no priorities. And what I mean by that is, when I was starting out, I would have a Trello board filled with all of the tasks, all the things that I wanted to do. It's like, I'm going to add SMS bump and one-click upsell. And then we're going to start running Twitter ads because I heard somewhere that those are good. And then I'm going to launch a new product line because, businesses that are growing launch new products. And the board would just be filled with unprioritized, unsystematized tasks that had no real rhyme or reason to them. And the cost of that was, even after I started to hone my energy and I was waking up, getting better sleep and stuff, I was still sitting down at my desk to start the day and going, all right, what should I work on? And that's why now I realize the power of setting clear priorities, which luckily we're giving you the priorities in this course that you can follow along with. But more broadly than this is just thinking about, this is a concept from Tim Ferriss, 4-Hour Work Week. What's your big domino each day? What is the one task that you can do that when completed would make all other tasks on your to-do list either completed or irrelevant or obsolete? What's the one thing that you could do, probably the thing that you're avoiding the most, that would have the biggest impact on your business? And once I started doing this, and I'm not perfect at it, but I realized that it was the things that I was always pushing to the bottom of the list. It's the things that are not fun. It's the things that are, a Hormozy term, more, better, best, just doing more of what's already working, systematizing that, just scaling that up. If I had started prioritizing that stuff, the business would have grown far faster than what I was doing. Is I would have the list, I would have the thing that really should be my main one focus, and it would get pushed to the bottom because I had all these shiny object things. I can launch Twitter ads, and that's fun and new. And I spend an afternoon launching Twitter ads and they do shit, and then I never revisit it. That was just a waste of 4 hours in the afternoon. Whereas if I been more disciplined, took that 4-hour period and put it into the one thing that mattered the most, which at the time, or most of the time, is either more products, more ads, improve the customer experience, email marketing, more of what's already working, then I would have had better results. So getting very clear on what your priorities are and what your one big domino is, and planning that out before you even go to bed. So then when you sit down at your desk or wherever, go to Starbucks to start your 2-hour deep work session, you know exactly what you're doing. You're not checking Slack, you're not checking messages, you're not pulling up whatever to distract yourself. You're just getting right to that one thing. And I promise you that if you do that, you will be able to accomplish more in 2 hours than 90% of entrepreneurs do in a week. Because what most entrepreneurs are doing, the majority of their time, is not what they should be doing. And they pride themselves on getting a lot done and being so busy, when in reality, what they are actually doing is just filling their time with BS and busy work that doesn't actually add any value to the business. Oh, and then on top of that, they're getting crappy sleep. They're not eating healthy. So the quality of the output in those hours is already degraded. And then they're putting that effort into the wrong things. And it's no wonder why people's businesses don't grow. And here is my absolute favorite tool for prioritizing and coming up with what my next task should be. And this is a tool that has provided an extreme level of clarity in the business that I come back to time and time again. Anytime that I feel overwhelmed or like I'm going in too many directions, I pause and I fill out what's called the effort impact matrix. And the way that it works is fairly simple. So you have your list of possible activities up here. Right now, they're just labeled with letters, but you would write like launch new ads, find new products, that sort of thing. And then next to it, you put the amount of effort, aka time, that it would take for you to complete that. But then you put on a scale of 1 to 10, the impact that that would have on the business on a scale of 1 to 10. And like you can do it with 5 things, and you're just doing on a scale of 1 to 5. And what it does is it charts it out on this graph down here and helps you realize like where does it lie. And the 4 quadrants here are major project. So these are things that have a high level of impact, but they also have a high cost or effort. Then you have the quick wins, which are low effort, high impact. Then you have the fill-ins, which are low impact, low cost. Then you have thankless tasks, which are high cost, low impact. And you just see where things fall. Like when I did this, I saw that A was a major project. So I knew that that should be a priority, but I'm going to do it at a time that I have an extended period of like time available to put into that. And in the meantime, I'm going to prioritize D, F, and E, because those are the quick wins, high impact, lowest cost. And then if there was anything in the thankless tasks, I would just immediately cross that out. And then the fill-ins, I get to those when I get to them. The order of priority just goes quick win, major project, fill-ins. That's it. And within that, you just go based on impact. So D, F, E. I'll go D, F, E, A, B, C. That's the order that I would approach it. And I can't tell you how many times, or just about every time, I go into this exercise thinking, I think I already know what my time should be spent on, but I'm just going to do this just anyway, just as a throwaway thing. Just why not? And every single time, the winner, when I'm like get down to it and I like really think about, all right, what would have the biggest impact? Impact measured normally as just dollars for the business, more revenue, like either more customers, higher LTV per customer, or lower cost for acquisition. 9 times out of 10, the thing that I was not expecting ends up being the one that I should be spending the time on. And it completely flips my priorities. But then afterwards, I'm like, yeah, you know, that makes sense. That should be the thing that I spend my time on. So you can get a copy of this just by clicking the link below. And the last thing I want to mention that's been a tool that's helped me the most is helped me have a lot of focus is meditation. Which I know meditation has like a lot of connotations with it. It's not for everybody for sure, but I noticed that the times where I have a lack of focus is when I have a lack of mental clarity, and I'm not sure, I'm not like aligned with what my real goal is. And I also just have a lot of thoughts popping around in my head. And when I meditate and I just take 5 or 10 minutes just to do nothing but think and allow my brain to process stuff, I find that my like ability to focus and stay clear on one task improves dramatically. And the reason for that is that I'm basically letting my brain process all the other stuff and like shuffle it away into filing cabinets. And like it gives me distance. On another level, it gives me distance from emotions in my business. So like if something bad happens, normally I would just react to it. I'm just like, that bad thing happens, react. And normally if it's a bad thing, my instant reaction would not be an ideal one. Whereas if I meditated previously, like if I'm consistently meditating, it gives me, the best way I can describe it is it gives me distance from my emotions. So, or it gives me distance from like my reaction. So bad thing happens, I might feel the reaction. I might feel angry or annoyed or whatever, but I get a second to like pause. It gives me like time to think like, that's interesting. Why did that trigger me? Why did that make me angry? Which one, it's nice from like a mental health standpoint, but this course is about putting dollars in the bank account. It helps me respond in a much better way for the business. And it helps me, it gives me like an advantage over any competition or anybody you're dealing with, because you're able to basically have a side conversation with yourself before you give your final answer on the decision. whatever the situation is. So meditation, again, it's not for everybody. 5 to 10 minutes a day. That's what I do at minimum. I use an app called Headspace, makes it really easy. There's no right or wrong way to meditate, but it really changes like the way that you approach your productivity routines and your overall focus. And when I am not meditating, the biggest difference that I notice is I'm a lot more emotional, number one. But number two, I start working on lots of little things all over the place because I'm not clear on like where I'm trying to go. Whereas when I'm meditating consistently, again, 10 minutes a day, I'm able to wake up, think, what is my big domino, or check, because I normally have written it down already. What's my big domino? And I just tackle that. The most consistent period I had with this was during the 75 hard challenge, which I talked about, but I meditated every single day along with a bunch of other stuff for 75 days. And by the end of that process, it was pretty wild, like the level of clarity and just laser focusedness, if that's a word, that I had on the task at hand. So that's what I have for you. Those are the tools that help me, why focus is of the utmost importance in approaching this whole process. Hopefully you found this useful, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about the strategy part of the success formula, which basically this boils down to exactly what this course is. We're going to be mapping out and walking through step by step the exact strategy that makes up e-commerce, dropshipping, and more specifically the subset, which is print on demand. Now, this course is teaching e-commerce, which is obviously one of many different possible directions you can choose to go with your business. Like there's social media marketing, there's running an AI automation agency, whatever that means, but it seems to be a buzzword lately. Like, point being, there's lots of different business models. I'm going to lay out why e-commerce, and more specifically print on demand, is one of the best ways to get started, but it's something that you should definitely evaluate for yourself. And the way that I recommend evaluating any business strategy to somebody who asks is, first off, consider the source. Where are you learning it from? Is the person credible? And what are their motivators outside of just strictly teaching you the course? That's why we want to practice what we preach. We told you what our motivators are up front, and like we stick to that. But along with that, you should be considering, like, if you're watching a YouTube video or you're going to buy a course, what are the motivators that that person has in teaching you that? And people aren't just altruistic at the end of the day. Like, there has to be something in it for them, because self-preservation, like it can't just be for the good of the people. So it behooves you to figure out what is the motivator behind them teaching it. But most importantly, you want to make sure that they are a qualified source of that information to be learning from. You wouldn't want to learn dropshipping from somebody who has never actually done dropshipping before. Or you wouldn't want to learn how to start a social media marketing agency from somebody who's only ever had 2 clients. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that will try to teach that. I mean, I myself, to be completely honest, 7 years ago, I started making YouTube videos about e-commerce because I saw a bunch of people doing it. And then I quickly felt like an imposter because I had never really done it. I learned a little bit about like a specific software and taught people within that niche, but I didn't feel like an authority figure. That's why I stopped doing YouTube, learned it for 7 years, and now I'm back teaching about it. And not many people have done that. Not that I'm anything special, but I just couldn't live with myself feeling like, I was faking something like that. So consider the source, number one. And even if they are an authority figure, like they've done it supposedly in the past, you should also look at what they do and not what they say. Like a lot of people that put out big courses, they say like how great e-commerce is and drop shipping, but then they'll post another video showing how they make all their income, and all of their income sources are not related to e-commerce and drop shipping. In fact, none of them are. All of their income sources come from the training, like through affiliates and stuff. That's why we actually do the business that we're teaching people how to do. Like, begs the obvious question, if it's so great, like you're saying, why aren't you doing it yourself? So make sure that people are actually doing the business that they're teaching you about, and that they're not just, in it for some other reason. Second thing you want to consider in deciding what the best strategy is for you is making sure that there's an overwhelming amount of social proof that not only that the model works, but that person that you're going to be learning from is an authority figure. And this social proof can take a lot of different forms, but you just want to make sure that other people have gone through their material before and seen results. That's why we've shared with you that People have. We've done it and gotten results. But make sure that they are legitimate and that they're not just a fly-by-night type of operation. It just helps to protect yourself. And the third point is longevity, which is something that doesn't get talked about a lot. But in starting a new business, we are not trying to build a business that is just like a direct return for our time, like a 1-to-1 ratio. Like, perfect example is like TikTok drop shipping. Yes, you can definitely make money from doing it, but the trade-off is that you have to be constantly looking for like that next best product. You have to be constantly like making new viral posts, and then it burns fast, it burns bright, then it burns out. You want something, depending on what your goals are. Me personally, I want something that's going to last. I want something that I can be counting on to be making me money, not just today and next week, but this year, next year, 5 years down the road. That's the kind of business that I want to be investing in, and that's the strategy that I want to go after. And along that same line is evaluating if it's going to be building an asset for you or if it's just cash flow. And again, the difference between an asset versus cash flow is pretty massive. Like, if you're building an asset, like we're going to be covering here, you have like an actual entity or an asset that can be sold for something at the end of the day. Like, there's business equity being built up. If you're just doing straight up like product drop shipping from Alibaba or AutoDS or any of those, like, you're just building cash flow, which is fine. Like, there's a place for that, but we want to be investing in long-term assets that we can expect to see returns from year over year. Next is we want to evaluate the cost. What is the cost of getting started, and is it something that we are able to pay? And the cost comes in a couple of different forms. Number one is obviously the monetary cost, which luckily this model you can get started with next to nothing. It's definitely good to have something saved up, and I do not recommend investing in something that you like need it to work. Like, I've said this before, but if you need print on demand to work in order to like make your next rent check, stop watching this right now and go like get a part-time job. I'm not going to tell anybody tall tales like, oh, this is definitely going to pop off in the next week, like some people would. But so you have to make sure that you're ready to pay that cost monetarily, number one. Number two is the amount of time and effort that's going to go into it, which ties into the next point, which is the difficulty. And a good way to evaluate that is if whatever you're hearing from the guru or person teaching you, assume that the level of difficulty that they are describing, assume that for you, it's going to actually be 10 times more difficult, 10 times more hours, 10 times more challenging, more frustrating. And if that were the case, would you still do it? And really think about that, because honestly, like we talked about in previous modules, that very well may be the actual like realistic scenario. And despite like my best intentions to give you a realistic representation of how difficult or challenging this might be, it's going to be different for everybody, because everybody has different experiences and mindsets and skill sets and just like mental models, how they approach the world, and everybody has different circumstances. Like me personally, I don't have any kids. If somebody has 2 or 3 kids or even 1 kid, like that's a big like time investment. Nothing against having kids, obviously, but people are in different scenarios, and you just have to evaluate that for yourself. If what you're hearing actually ended up being 10 times more difficult, would you still go about it? And a last piece to evaluate in deciding your strategy is ask yourself honestly, is if this new strategy is a hidden shiny object syndrome, aka if you already started a social media marketing agency and you already started down that path, but then for whatever reason it just got like challenging, or you just got tired of it. Ask yourself honestly, like, is this like a shiny object, a hidden shiny object? Like, yes, it's completely legitimate, but if you already invested time and energy into something else, like, go do that. Because like I said earlier, any one of these strategies can work. It's just a matter of doing something for a long enough period of time through the times where it gets tough and it gets boring and it gets arduous. You have to push through that, because whatever you're feeling with that other opportunity, you're going to feel that with this as well. And if this is your first thing that you're doing, then great. Like, keep doing this. And the same is true elsewhere. Like, once you get to the point in starting your e-commerce brand where it gets challenging and tiring and you start looking around for other opportunities, realize that that exact same feeling you're having now, you're going to have with any other opportunity. So just make sure that you are looking in the mirror and asking yourself, am I going into this because it is truly the best opportunity, or is there somewhere else that I know that I should be spending my time that I'm just avoiding it for some reason? We're going to talk a ton about the business model and all of like the tactics and strategies within e-commerce, but from a strategy, like high level, 10,000 foot view evaluating standpoint, these are some questions you should ask yourself about this business model, about anything else. I know that I've given social media marketing agency a lot of airtime, but like obviously there's lots of different businesses. Like day trading, you can consider that like a side hustle to get into. Like there's a lot of different ways you can go, and any one of them can be good and have a desirable outcome, but just consider who you're learning it from and make sure that it's the right opportunity for you. Like you're ready to pay the cost. Assume that whoever's teaching you, it's actually going to be 10 times more challenging and time consuming than what anyone is saying, despite their best intentions to give you a realistic preview. And make sure that, like for me personally, I want to be building an asset that has long-term sustainability. If you're, a young person in your teens or early 20s, like maybe you just want cash flow. Me personally, I want to be building stuff that lasts long term. So that's what we're doing here. And that's how to evaluate a strategy. At least from my standpoint, that's what I've learned looking back. Every time that I've looked at a business model, like perfect example is Amazon FBA. I started doing that like right out of college and I had no idea what I was doing. If I had asked myself these questions, it would have saved me well over $10,000, which was a ton of money to me back then. Like it went on credit cards pretty much. If I had asked myself these questions, it would have saved me a ton of time, money, and heartache. So long story short, ask yourself these and evaluate it for not just this model, but anything else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. This lesson, we're going to be talking about the last portion of the success formula, which is our mindset. And this is something that can get pretty woo-woo and just honestly BS-y on a lot of social media platforms. So we're going to do our best to avoid all that and make it as tactical and concrete and make the ambiguous as tangible and like applicable to running a business as possible. This isn't just like stare at the mirror and tell yourself happy thoughts type of thing. This is like the real deal, like what it's actually like in the trenches and how to craft $1 million mindset that will actually carry you through the ups and downs of running a business and not like make you crumble as soon as, shit hits the fan, which it inevitably will. So we're going to be answering the following questions. First is, what is our mindset? Why does it matter? And how can we change it and use it to our advantage? How can we make it work for us instead of against us? And when a lot of people hear the word mindset, they think of either one of two things. Number one is The Secret, or something to the effect of The Secret, which is basically if you think hard enough about something, if you put it out into the universe, if you place your order, as they called it, but in a British accent that I'm not going to try to do, then you'll get what you want and things will be happy. And pretty much all that you have to do in The Secret is just place your order, sit back, think about it enough, and it'll happen. No real action involved. Just think happy thoughts and happy things will happen, which I think there's something to that, but it's obviously missing a massive piece of the equation, which is the energy, focus, and strategy to actually get that thing. I think thinking happy thoughts is great. Positive energy is a real thing, but you have to actually apply it at the end of the day, which we're going to talk about that in a second. And the other side, the alternative mindset definition that a lot of people are familiar with, is the one that you hear from a guy like this. Somebody in their garage with a Lamborghini, and they're telling you how to like turn your mindset into a grind set, or this guy. Which, again, just like there's some legitimacy to what The Secret says, there's some legitimacy to what they say, but by and large, it can be pretty problematic because there's not really like a gray area or like room for interpretation how they teach it to people, and a lot of people take it that way. It's just like grind hard enough, work hard enough, and you'll get there, which can be problematic for a lot of reasons. But if you're anything like me, when I was first starting out running a business, I was trying to learn from people like this. And it was just frustrating because none of it really seemed applicable. It all felt like very esoteric, and it just left me feeling like this guy, ready to flip my desk, feeling like I was getting nowhere. And I'm like, I thought all the happy thoughts. I turned my mindset into a grind set. But what the hell am I missing? And that's when I finally came up with my new definition of mindset, the thing that has carried me through all these years. and that is the default operating system that underlines everything we do. And the metaphor that I use to explain how this works, or at least in my own experience, is your mindset is kind of like boating with the current versus against it. If you're boating against the current, like if you have your energy, your focus, your strategy are all in line, you've got the boat put together, you got the engine, and you're going in a direction, but the momentum of the water, motion of the ocean is going against you. And when you're doing that, it doesn't matter how hard you're working, how much you throttle down, the boat is still not going to make much progress. Compared to if you do that exact same thing, but you go with the momentum of the ocean, you're going to be flying. And I would say the single thing that has served me the most over these years is having a positive mindset that has helped carry me through like the toughest of times. And the reason that mindset is so interesting and challenging to tame is that it's not all conscious to us. Like, we're not fully aware of the underlying thoughts, feelings, and like tendencies that we have. It's kind of like the saying, like, everybody's open to changing their minds except for the beliefs that they believe strongest and those we never think to question. It's something, I just butchered it completely, but it's something to that effect, that things that we're conscious of, we're open to like evaluating and thinking. Like, a good example is like going to the gym. I'm consciously aware that, like, yeah, I didn't go to the gym, I should do that. But there's a million things under the surface that I'm completely unconscious of that are driving me on a day-to-day basis. But our conscious mind is the 10%. It's the tip of the iceberg. It's things like our critical thinking, logical thinking, short-term memory, our willpower, like all the dopamine stuff that we were talking about. And the conscious mind tries to use this willpower to control our behaviors, habits, and beliefs, but loses out to the subconscious mind because it has so much greater influence. And the reason we're talking about this and why this is extremely applicable in an e-commerce course of all places is that if we have the best strategy, like the best ads, products, niche, like everything, and we have energy, we have focus, and we're on the right track. But if this 90% of our subconscious mind, our beliefs, our creativity, our developmental stages, emotions, feelings, habits, addictions, imagination, intuition, all of these things, if they're working against us, how far can we really expect to get? If as soon as stuff hits the fan, as soon as our ads have a down day, our mindset defaults to, you're an idiot for even trying this. How did you think this was going to go? Like, yeah, you should just throw in the towel now. If that's going to be our mindset when stuff hits the fan, we might as well just not even get started. We might as well save ourselves the time, forget the mental masturbation of feeling like, oh, I'm starting a business, I can tell my friends I'm an entrepreneur, oh, I got my LLC. Might as well just save all that time because it's all going to go to nothing unless we fix this piece. And to put this in even greater perspective, here's a really interesting excerpt from the Robert Walters group. So your brain can consciously process about 40 pieces of information per second. Our unconscious mind, you had to take a guess how many pieces of information. I know it's on the screen now, but me, I would have guessed like maybe 100, 200. It's 11 million. Just for fun, I asked ChatGPT to generate a visual representation of 40 versus 11 million, and this is what it came up with. So AI is not taking over the world quite yet. So now that we know that our mind is infinitely more powerful subconsciously than it is consciously, a question that I find really interesting to find the answer to is, why does our mind do this? Why are we built this way? So once we understand why we work the way that we do, then we can start to guide it and make changes and start to use it to our own advantage. So that's the question. Why does our mind have a mindset or mental conditioning? Like, why does it process 95% of the outside world subconsciously rather than consciously? The reason for that comes down to this. Again, I'm not a scientist, but in my own experience and all my research, this is a pretty compelling answer, that our brain uses 20% of our overall metabolic energy. So our bodies are caloric conservation machines. Basically, we want to stay alive, and our body, back from the caveman days, knows that conserving calories is one way to make sure that we're around longer. So it knows that our brain uses 20% of those calories, and to get it to use less calories, it tries to internalize and run a lot of those processes on autopilot. Things like breathing and blinking and all those little things that we never even think about, that's all run subconsciously, partially to save calories, but two, it wouldn't be very feasible for us to, like, if we had to try to build a business while we had to think about breathing and blinking constantly. Now you might be asking, Chris, why the hell does this matter? Specifically, why does it matter within starting an e-commerce business? And like I kind of alluded to, it matters because what it says here, we are literally flying on autopilot 95% of the time, meaning all of the energy and focus stuff that we've talked about, that makes up the 5%. The underlying 95% is what makes up our mindset. And honing the 5% is great, but we need to take control of the rest of this because we've already seen how examples of how it can undermine us. And to give you a more applicable example of this in your own life, if you've ever started a business before, you've ever felt like really motivated to do something, like maybe go to the gym or start a new diet or start an e-commerce business, and you have a surge of energy and motivation and inspiration to do it, and you go strong for maybe 2 weeks, and then you burn out and you fizzle out. If you ever wonder why that happened, the reason for that is that during that time, it is your conscious mind that is pushing you, that you are aware of it and you are pushing yourself forward. But at the same time, if you haven't fixed your underlying unconscious, like your thoughts, beliefs, patterns, all of those things, they are, as your conscious mind is trying to go in this direction, you're getting pulled in the opposite direction. So they're at an odds and they are not in sync with each other, pushing in one direction. You're like paddling on one side this way, paddling the other way, and you're just going to go in circles. And me personally, this has happened to me dozens of times. And every time that I get to the end of the 1 to 2 weeks of pushing hard on a new goal or whatever it may be, I get frustrated with myself because I find myself slacking off and I blame myself for it, not realizing that I was setting myself up for failure from the very beginning because I wasn't taking care of these underlying thoughts, feelings, and emotions that are pulling me in the opposite direction. So of course I was going to fail. Because if underlying all of the efforts you're making is an internal thought process that you're an idiot, this is never going to work, why are you even trying? If those little thoughts, as much as you may try to push them to the side and like quiet them for the time being, if they're always there, like pulling little tears away from you consciously, eventually you're going to end up hitting a roadblock, like you definitely will, and you're not going to power through it. You're going to take that as some kind of false validation that, yeah, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I was thinking for these past couple of weeks. Like, I'm not really cracked up for this. You know, I should just go back to where I was. And that's how we get to this. So now for the good news. Now for the reason that we're having this lesson is that we can control it. We're able to get that 95% working for us instead of against us. We can get that current to be helping the boat along rather than pushing us away and help us on the path for real lasting change. Not just in our business, but in the rest of our lives and in any habit or goal that we set for ourselves. So now we know what a mindset is. We know why that we have one through evolution. We know that it controls 95% of our life, or at least 95% of our actions. And we know that it can work for us or against us. So now let's answer the question of what makes a good mindset. Quote unquote good. This is a very subjective thing. But within the context of business, at least within my business experience, first thing that makes a good mindset is having a win or learn mentality. Meaning when these challenges inevitably come up, the most successful entrepreneurs that I've seen, that either through meeting them or observing them, they have a win or learn mindset. So if something bad happens, they are not viewing it as a loss. They're viewing it as a check the box, learn that lesson, not going to make that mistake again, and then they get right back on track. Yes, it sucks. Yes, they might beat themselves up for a minute or two, but the overarching and the overriding thought process to them is just part of the process. And that's something that I am constantly telling myself is on those down days is like, thank God that it's this hard, because if it wasn't, then everybody would be doing it. And if everybody was doing it, then there wouldn't be an opportunity and I would have to get a 9-to-5 basically. So I try to trick my brain into like being thankful for those challenges. Compared to the entrepreneurs, the people that kind of like mentally masturbate to starting a business for like 1 or 2 weeks, and then, they go into remission, and then they come back out and like do it again, and then, regress. Like, which if that's you, great. Just admit that to yourself and know that it's possible for you to break out of it if you address this mindset stuff that we're talking about now. Those people, whenever they come up against a challenge or something bad happens in the business, they view it as a win or lose. And it's either something good happened to me or I lost money, it's bad, there's nothing good. And when that happens, like, you're going to have ups and downs, and you can either make those ups and downs all ups, so then you're just like constantly going up, 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 or you can make it like this, and then you're just going to stay in the same exact spot and never really make any real progress. The next piece of a great mindset that I've learned about pretty brutally over the past couple of years is this concept of extreme ownership. It's from Jocko Willink. I'll show the book in a second. But the best entrepreneurs take complete and total ownership for every area of the business. Everything that happens, and not just within the business, but within their entire lives, really. Like if an employee messes up in the business and it causes you to lose a lot of money, a entrepreneur would blame them and say they're a bad employee, like they're ruining my business, like they should get out of here, which maybe they should get fired, like that's neither here nor there. But somebody who has an extreme ownership mentality sees that employee messed up and they take it on themselves. They say that this mistake happened because I didn't train them enough, or I didn't manage them closely enough, or I wasn't supporting them and checking in more consistently, or whatever broke in the business, I should have laid the groundwork so that it was easier for them to handle. And as challenging as it is to kind of flip your mindset that way and like look in the mirror, it's challenging because it makes you realize your own flaws and imperfections, which as humans, we don't really like to do. We like to just pretend like I'm perfect. They're the ones that are messed up. Not on me. That can only take you so far. And I'm saying this from personal experience. The times where I've made the greatest strides in my life, in my business, personally, is when I take complete ownership for everything that's happening in my life and realize that I am the direct cause for everything that is happening to me, for me, all around me. It all comes back to me, which it sucks, like looking in the mirror. Like, for example, we had our Facebook ad account. The performance just started crapping the bed overnight. Ended up losing like $1,500 in like 2 days. And the brand before that was making like one to $2,000 a day in profit. It was a big flip. And my initial reaction is, well, Facebook sucks, Zuckerberg sucks, like their algorithm's messed up, like why are they, like they're clearly testing something that's not working out, like they should refund us advertisers, because I saw a bunch of other people struggling with the same thing. That's my initial like knee-jerk reaction. Then after a split second, I realized, what did I do to contribute to this? How did I put myself in this position? And I think, well, I could have diversified our traffic channels. Like if we weren't so dependent on Facebook ads, then I wouldn't have, been in this spot where Zuckerberg has our business in the spot that it does. I never invested the time into that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I could have been watching the ads more closely and made changes sooner. I never set up like automations or kill switch rules to turn it off and prevent like a stop loss, basically. I didn't do that. Number three, I have done some work in the ad account. I could have diversified it a lot more. Could have launched like 100 times as many creatives, which I'm not certain that would have prevented what happened, but it probably could have helped. And I could have hired an agency, a consultant, see how it goes from Facebook lost me this money, which it's very easy. As a side note, Facebook is always, it can be annoying, but Facebook giveth and Facebook taketh. But I could be thinking like just pointing the finger at Facebook, but where does that leave me after that event is done? After performance is back on track, what have I really learned from that? It doesn't do me any good by pointing the finger at Facebook and saying it's all their fault. Instead, I have to look in the mirror and point at myself and say, what did you do to cause that? Which, like I've already said, it sucks and it's challenging, but it's extremely empowering. And it takes back the power from any situation into my own hands. And it takes me from being a business owner who just points all around me and says like, it's their fault, to it's all on me. Like I fucked up, pardon my French, but I messed up and I could have been better, which that's the crux of it. Admitting that I had a shortcoming, there was a gap in my knowledge, and now seeing point number one, it's either win or learn mentality. So rather than beating myself up and going the other way and saying how much I suck, I say, yeah, I made a mistake. I could have done more, but I've learned from it. And now moving forward, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen because I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. All those things that I just rattled off, I'm going to implement those things so that this doesn't happen again. So, and that's like a very micro decision. Like it's a knee-jerk thing that if I wasn't abundantly aware of my mindset and my underlying like motivators and driving forces, then I would have just had all that thinking happens within a split second for all of us, not just me. Like I'm nothing special. It happens for all of us. It's like thing happens, I react. It takes like an abundance of awareness around your mindset to realize like, why did I react like that? Is that the right way to react? And just from catching ourselves over time, that's how we can slowly start to change our mindset, by evaluating and like grading ourselves on how we're thinking through things that happen and course correcting ourselves. So extreme ownership is a big piece that makes an entrepreneur successful. The next thing that makes a great mindset for entrepreneurs is having a strong motivator, like thing that we're trying to get towards and thing that we're trying to get away from. Now, they did this study, rats, where they had them in a cage and they put cheese at one end and then they tied a string around their tail and put it to a scale so they could measure how hard the rat was pulling. And what they found is that when the cheese was put in front of the rat, they would open the gate and it would start tugging towards the cheese. And then the second time around, they did the same thing, tied the tail, put it to the scale, cheese, and then they added behind the mouse, they put the scent of a cat or a predator of some kind. And then they removed it, triggered the smell, and the mouse started pulling like 2 to 3 times as hard when it had something that it was trying to get away from compared to when it just had something that was motivating it. The reason I'm bringing this up is that I think a lot of times as entrepreneurs or starting a business, it's easy to think, oh, I'm just going to make enough money to buy a boat. I'm just going to make enough money to, retire my parents. I'm just going to make enough money to buy a Lamborghini or whatever it is for you. And that's good. That can be motivating. But the people who have the best mindsets, the mindsets that like carry them through everything, have a really strong why. And a strong why comes down to having something that you're pushing towards. It's extremely incentivizing and enticing to reach that point, called Heaven Island. And you also, at the same time, have a Hell Island. And that Hell Island is the thing that if you end up there, it'll be the most painful experience of your entire life. You would do anything to get away from it. And until you have that motivator and you can lock that in as this is why I'm doing it, I recommend writing this down. Like, what is that vision, that goal, that dream that you want to reach that's 5-10 years away? What does that perfect life look like to you? And then make sure that this business model like backfills and like reaches that goal for you. But then at the same time, imagine your life exactly how it is right now. If you made 0 changes, you didn't improve like your health, your relationships, your mindset, if you made no changes at all, what would your life look 5 years from now? What would it look like 10 years from now? And even what would it look like 30 years from now? And normally, if you're like honest with yourself enough, at least for me, it was extremely painful. And this is really important exercise to go through, because in the day-to-day, like the micro changes in our lives, it's very difficult to detect the current or the underlying like direction that we're heading in when you just look at the micro. Just from yesterday to today, I got like 0.1% worse. Like, I didn't exercise, I didn't work out, I didn't do anything for myself. I got 0.1% worse. But just looking at yesterday, not a big deal. But when you sit down and think, okay, if I get 0.1% worse for the next 30 years, what does my life look like? Looks pretty damn shitty when you think about it like that. And then it's like, okay, well, am I going to wait a month, a year, 10 years to make a change? When am I going to make a change? Am I going to do it? Why would I wait? Now you have the smell of the cat behind you. Now that's the thing that you're running away from. And the key to this is it has to be real. It has to feel tangible. You have to be able to like smell what it would be like if you go 30 years without improving anything. And only once you feel that pain, that terrible future that you want to avoid, that's when you have something that is strong enough that it will carry you through. And the reason that this is under mindset is that that's the kind of thought process that your body, like once it feels it, you know it, it's driving you at all times, at all points. So that the days where you sit down and you don't feel like working, or you just want to like go lay on the couch, or something bad happened, or like you launched a new product and it didn't go well, all those little things that are going to detract you, none of that stuff matters. When you have this and it's strong enough, you can plow through anything. And then you tie on top of that, you have a win or learn mentality. You have extreme ownership in your business. You're the kind of person that it doesn't matter what the business throws at you, you're going to get it done. You're going to improve. You're going to progress and reach that goal come hell or high water, because you burn the boats. And the fourth way to improve our mindset is to adopt a policy of 100% honesty. Now, this may seem like, more of a relationship building thing, but I'm talking about, yes, 100% honesty with all people in your life, but even more so, more importantly, 100% honesty with yourself. And what I mean by that is having contracts with yourself that you stick to, so that you can start to trust yourself, and subconsciously you trust yourself as the kind of person that you do what you say you're going to do. And the trait of entrepreneurs who get started and then end up, petering out and just end up back in their comfort zone. Remember, back to where they were. They tell themselves like little white lies, like little like fairy tales of like, again, I keep using this term, but the mental masturbation of like, oh yeah, I'm going to work. This will be nice. And they let themselves like mentally fulfill the goal, like check the box of reaching the goal just by thinking about it and like pretending. It's kind of like if you ever met somebody who like when they go on a diet, first thing they do is they tell everybody about it. The reason they're doing that is that they're getting the dopamine release of feeling like they reached the goal without actually reaching the goal. And they're kidding themselves. They're lying to themselves. They don't have 100% honesty with themselves, and they're prioritizing just feeling good rather than actually reaching the goal. And while, yes, that hurts the opinions of other people around you, far more importantly is it hurts your opinion of yourself. Your own self-image is tarnished every time you break one of those little micro contracts with yourself. So while you don't have to be superhuman, we don't have to work 12 hours a day every single day, mindset to a grind set, there's going to be days where you just don't feel like doing it. At the bare minimum, and this is something that served me extremely well, at the bare minimum, when you're making that trade-off decision of watching TV instead of doing some work that you know you should be doing, just being aware and being honest with yourself and not kidding yourself that there's some legitimate reason for you to not do what you should be doing other than you just don't feel like it, and this is like to recharge your batteries or whatever. Just be brutally honest with yourself and call a spade a spade. That's what it comes down to. Don't feed yourself these little bullshit lies of, I'm too tired, I don't have enough time. It's bullshit. You do have enough time. You're too tired, maybe, but that's because you've been eating like shit. You haven't been going to bed on the same time. You've been drinking alcohol before bed. Like, you're not taking supplements to help your body. Like, you're watching TV right up until the second you go to bed. So, of course, you're tired. So don't kid yourself and lie to yourself by saying that, I'm too tired. It's out of my control, because it is in your control. Everything's in your control. You are the direct product of everything in your life. Or everything in your life is a direct product of you and nobody else. Doesn't matter what happens to you, from you, it's because of you, and just don't kid yourself. I'm getting fired up as I talk about it because this is a conversation I've had a lot with myself. And it's one of those things that as I've, grown older, thought a lot about, that there really are no legitimate excuses. It's just bad lies. And so that's why I've adopted 100% honesty policy with myself. And that alone has changed my mindset in drastic ways. Because now I know that I can trust myself. And even when it's not easy, especially when it's not easy, I will do everything within my power to do what I said I'm going to do long after the mood in which I've said it has left me. And here's the book, Extreme Ownership, that I was talking about by Jocko Willink and Leif Babin. It's an amazing book. Highly recommend it. And really take this to heart, that if you go through this book or start adopting these mentalities of 100% honesty, extreme ownership, the win or learn mentality, you're going to put yourself in such a better spot for long-term success. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to take looking in the mirror and not liking what you see. That's a key part of it. That is the thing. You're going to look in the mirror, and if you adopt these mindsets, you're not going to like what you find looking back at you, because there's stuff that you've just been shoving in the proverbial closet that you don't want to deal with. And that's exactly the reasons that anytime you've gone to start a business in the past or tried something out or tried to go on a diet, that it hasn't worked out. It's because you have that stuff that's eating away at you, and you don't have the winning mindset that can carry you with the tide rather than feeling like you're working against it. And now, I don't pretend that rewiring 95% of our subconscious minds is an easy thing by any means. It is a work in progress. I'm far from perfect, but it just takes continuously showing up and knowing that if you do it day after day, if you adopt these mentalities and you try to really practice them and practice self-awareness, it will be the most valuable thing you ever do in your entire life. But it does take time, just like anything that's worthwhile. And it's little things down to use the terminology that we're using, using positive language and not shooting on ourselves and saying words like, oh, I always mess this up. I always mess up the ads. I have no idea what I'm doing. And just because your subconscious mind hears that and internalizes it and thinks that it's true. Even if you're joking, I wouldn't even use any terms like that, even in a joking manner, because subconscious mind internalizes that and thinks that it's true. It doesn't know the difference. So rather than saying, oh, I always mess up the ads, or I suck at ads, say, I currently struggle with, or I have a big opportunity for improvement on the ads. Just the way you phrase that, it like changes everything. It changes it from a negative, like down in the dumps, like no win scenario to, oh my God, I have an opportunity. I have a huge area for growth. How cool is that? Removing the negative language from our daily vocabulary makes a big difference. And that's one of the things that if you do it for long enough, it just becomes like hardwired into you. And over time, it gets a lot easier. But each of these mindset tools that we talked about, it took me years to get really good at them, but hopefully they're useful to you. And it's stuff that even if you're not perfect at it right away, you can just be aware that will serve you well. And if you ever feel like frustrated with yourself or down in the dumps or like knocking yourself that, I don't know what I'm doing, or feel like turning back, just know that everybody who has ever started a business or done anything challenging at some point in their lives comes to that point. The point where you can either turn back or you can take the leap into the unknown, and that's where true growth is found. The intersection of pain and change is where you find growth, and that's pretty much the mantra for my mindset. I know we went in a lot of different areas with this, but hopefully this has been helpful, and thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. So this next module is going to be all about laying the groundwork for our brand by choosing our niche, coming up with our brand identity, our name, and our logo. And then we're also going to be doing some product research. And what's exciting about this module is that this is the point in the process that a lot of people skip right over. They just go right from, okay, I'm going to start a print-on-demand company to, all right, I'm going to make designs. They just go right from that to that. And what we're going to be doing here is giving us a huge leg up, a massive advantage over all of the competition. Because all of those people that just start launching products and basically hope for the best, they're not going to be building an asset. They're not going to be building brand equity. Whereas we are going to be building something that people identify with and actually represents something. For example, Yoga Stay, I took a lot of time to do market research to choose yogis or yoga lovers as a good market to sell to for all the reasons that we're going to visit in this module. And then we built a brand identity around that, like our brand voice, our logo, our type of like copywriting that we used. All the stuff that is relatively simple to do. It's just a matter of making sure it actually gets done, because once you get started, it's 10 times harder to try to backtrack. So we do all this stuff up front to make sure we have a passionate audience that is large enough that we can scale into it very profitably and build a really nice sized company. And then we come up with a brand identity that represents something. And then we do product research to see what is already selling to those people, so that when we get to the design creation phase of the process, we already know who we are, who we want to sell to, and we know pretty well what those people like to buy. So you can see how this is a crucial piece of the equation that we really don't want to overlook. And we're also going to be taking a quick look at some example of very successful print-on-demand stores to give us kind of a basis for comparison. Basically, we're getting all of our ducks in a row, doing all of our research. I'm going to walk you through the process of what makes a good niche, what makes a good brand, and analyzing these other print-on-demand stores so we can see what makes them so successful and what can we learn from them. So that by the end of this module, we're going to know exactly who we're selling to, who we are, what our brand represents, our logo. We're even going to set up some like the admin stuff, like our branded Gmail account and Google Voice numbers, so that everything is legit and looks really high quality when we go to actually launch a store. So without further ado, let's jump into the module. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at examples of top print-on-demand stores and learning from their best practices. A good frame for this is this quote from Tony Robbins, which is, "Success leaves clues. Go figure out what someone who was successful did and model it. Improve it, but learn from their steps. They have knowledge." And this is a really powerful quote, very simple, but time and time again in growing e-commerce brands, whenever I'm not sure of a direction I should go in, or I have a new idea, in the beginning, I would just go and try to do the thing. And it was like 50-50 if it would work out or not. And over time, I learned that, hey, there's already people doing this kind of business, so why not just go learn from them? And a challenge a lot of times is, okay, where are these people? How do I actually learn from them? That's what I've gone ahead and done for us, is aggregated all of that. So what we have here on this Miro board that is linked somewhere around this video is a list of 10 of the top print-on-demand apparel companies on the internet, like the top companies that I could find. Basically, I've gone through their entire checkout process, bought test orders from all of these companies, looked at their social media accounts, where they're getting the traffic from, what their product catalogs look like, and then organized it on this grid so that you can easily see it for yourself. And what we're trying to do is, again, these are all 8-figure plus companies. Like, they're crushing the print-on-demand apparel game. And while we're not going to build a brand like this right out of the gate, there's commonalities that we can see, and we're going to talk about here in a second, between all these brands. So that even as we're starting off with just our little baby brand, we can learn from these things, and we're not making our decisions within our own brand off of just guesses or hopes. We're literally looking at the best of the best. And we're not just looking at one, because one is an accident, twice is a reoccurrence, but if we see it across 5, 6, 7 brands, then it's a best practice. And it's something that we can confidently say would be a good idea to add into our brand at the right point, which we'll talk more about that later. But to go through the list, so there's Into the AM, Wicked Clothes, Redbubble, which everybody's familiar with. Wicked Clothes and Into the AM are 2 examples of really good brands. Wicked Clothes has been around for a long time. It's a very niche gothic store. Into the AM started off as like EDM rave clothes. Now they've expanded into like shorts and hats and other products, kind of like built type shirts. Redbubble, everybody's familiar with. TeePublic, they're a little bit different. They sell all kinds of different artists' designs, if I'm not mistaken, but they're another good example. Teespring, this is kind of like a storefront. It's not quite a brand, but we're looking at this one more so for like how they optimize their pages. And that's what we have across the top. We have their homepage, collection pages, product, cart, their traffic, what their ads look like, which I love this part. It's always cool seeing how they're like actually getting people to click, and then what their social media presence looks like. But continuing down the list, we have Designs by Humans, Threadless, T-Fury, Busted Tees, which this is a great example of a company that started off as just print-on-demand t-shirts and like quickly has grown to be massive. And I actually have another Miro board where I got on all of their email lists to see exactly what their email flows look like. And there were a lot of commonalities there as well. And there's Spreadsheet and QWERTY. So not going to go through all of them. Obviously, you can do that on your own time, but we'll just go through one of these stores. And as we're looking at these, I'll just talk through what I'm looking at, what jumps out at me. First, we'll start on the homepage. Even though the homepage, for the sake of the brands that we're going to be building, is like the least important, at least in the beginning, because we drive all the traffic to our collection page. But on their homepage, this was done during Labor Day, so they have a big banner, very simple product images on white backgrounds. They do a couple of bundles, so that's interesting. They have a branded t-shirt. Zoom in and see if you can see that more. But it's just their logo. That's the kind of thing that once you're around for a couple of years, people start buying. That's the goal, is for people to want to buy just your logo on a t-shirt. That means you're doing something right and you've built actual brand equity. And then down here they have Shop by Theme. So their niche, like I said, it was like festivals and like these kind of people down here, like younger to middle-aged males. They have their different collection themes. They have a Y shop here. Again, pretty simple. You'll notice like all these pages are fairly simple. They don't need to be anything big and beautiful. They just convert really well. All right, so moving on to their collection page, which the collection page is essentially just a big list of your products. And here, first thing I noticed is they have everything quote unquote discounted, meaning they just have a compare at price that's set to $25.95, and then their actual price is $19.46. I haven't checked on their site in a while, but I'd be willing to bet that they are always running a discount or a sale. Next thing I noticed is their price point. It's relatively low, but more on that in a second. I believe that they're one of the stores that they do a gotcha type of thing. It looks low here, and then they jack it up later. So that's interesting. Another thing I note is what their mockups look like. So they're pretty close to using the standard just white background mockup. Some stores do what Wicked Clothes or Wicked Wear is doing here, where they show the design and no mock-up. You see the mock-up like when you click on it, go to the product page. And then Redbubble, I gotta be honest, Redbubble is my favorite layout of sites. I would love to hire a developer to build it. It's custom coded. It's not like Shopify or anything. So it's just interesting scrolling through and seeing what the top sites, like what their mock-ups look like. I digress. So like I said, they expanded into some other products, like they have underwear, button-ups, hats. That's the kind of stuff that we'll get to later on. They didn't do that for years, until years after they launched. So we got discounts, clean white backgrounds. They got neck tags, which is cool. Notice how they name all their products. They put the word T instead of t-shirt. Just minor things, but that kind of stuff adds up. It seems like their best sellers, like their bread and butter, are these graphic shirts with the space, like trippy theme. And like I was saying, it's important to look across the board at all the top brands, not just one or two. Because if we just look at Into the AM, we're like, all right, we're going to replicate that. So they have some shirts with their logo on it. Okay, I'll go make those. If you're a brand new store, nobody's ever heard of you, nobody is going to want just your logo on a pocket. That's like down the road. So that's why we look across the board at 7 or 8 brands, because be willing to bet Into the AM is one of the few that's doing that. And then it's important to look at what their mobile optimized page looks like. It's a lot lower quality, so I took it on my phone. So they put 2 products side by side. They don't have a call to action button on the collection page, which is interesting. Some stores do that. They show the color swatches. Yeah, pretty simple. Banner is their discount. I'd be willing to bet that normally that's like a free shipping bar. And then next up we have their product pages. So what can we learn from this page? First of all, they have their social proof right at the top. Their social proof says 11,000 reviews. What they've done is they aggregated all of their reviews across every t-shirt design sold. So that's kind of interesting. But the most important stuff to note is above the fold, it's very simple, very clear call to action button, stands out nice and clean. The description, very short, not very wordy. They have some nested options. Like if you want to learn more about these, you click that, pops out. They don't just list all that text. Then they have their other brands versus them. So they have the trust seals talking about their main selling points. And then an important thing is they have a bunch of cross sells and frequently bought together options. And then they have a bunch of customer reviews. And then down at the bottom, they have a scrolling add to cart button. And we'll talk more about the product page on the mobile view. This is just an error with the screenshot, so ignore the blue image. But yeah, above the fold, nice and clean, add to cart button. I don't think the scrolling add to cart is showing up in the screenshot, but if I was to scroll down to here, the add to cart button would pop up here. And notice how the majority of the page is taken up by bunch of other cross-sell products. The reason for that, and that you'll notice that theme across all the brands, is that people who buy t-shirts, they're just shopping, they're browsing around. Like they're there as much for the interest and appeal of like just browsing through something, kind of like scrolling on TikTok, as they are for actually buying the shirt. So they want to see lots of options, they want to see variety, and you want to make sure you put that in front of them on every page possible. Then there's their customer reviews. If you want to get like really down into the weeds, we could even see exactly what apps they're using. A site called BuiltWith. So this is builtwith.com. You just type in their URL and it shows you every software that they're using. And you can do this for all the different websites. And this is just good for as you're deciding like on like a new review app or anything like that. I used to just go sign up for all of them and try out everything because they all sound so good. Now, if I ever see a new app or something, I first go look at these sites on BuiltWith and make sure that, hey, are other top stores actually using these things? And if they're not, then I slap myself on the wrist and say, forget about it. But we can see they're using Claviyo for email, Attentive for SMS, Grin, Loadout, never heard of that. Northbeam, that's analytics tracking. Supership, I'm guessing that's for like pushing updates and stuff. Then you get down to like their tracking pixels, there's TikTok, and these are the Shopify apps, or widgets. So Search and Eyes, that's something for their search bar. Aimtel, push notifications, okay. That's like we use Push Owl for that. Stamped, that's their customer reviews. Captures errors, it's interesting. Yeah, so these are like much more build up stores. Like we don't really need any of this for just getting started. Tap cart, okay, so that's a mobile app builder. And there's a lot of these that show up for just every Shopify store that you look up. It doesn't necessarily mean that they installed it specifically. They're on Shopify Plus, which means they're paying $2,000 a month like all the big stores do. They use Recharge for subscription payments. They use Afterpay for delayed pay installments. They use Gorgeous for their customer service. They use Help Docs for their FAQ section. They use Refersion, another affiliate tracking, so that's interesting. They use Google remarketing, BounceX. That's interesting. I've never heard of that one. See, you find cool stuff all the time by just watching and seeing what these top performers are doing. Like they have spent millions of dollars optimizing these sites, so let's learn from that. Use Twitter ads. Okay, we could go on and on, but let's get back to this. So that's what SimilarWeb is. Now onto the cart and checkout page. I didn't mention this earlier, but this is just each step in the funnel. Homepage, collection page, product, cart, checkout, post-purchase. So their cart, when you add a product, see you clicked add to cart, it pops out this sidebar. There's the cart drawer, there's a pop-up that pops up in the center of the screen, or you can actually take them to a cart. So there's like 3 or 4 different cart layout options. And we'll cover all this in the Shopify setup. So you just learn from this and know that this is here as a resource to refer back to. Their checkout, they do cross sells in cart. That's where they mention their afterpay. Here's their free shipping. We're going to set this up later. Their free shipping, they incentivize people to spend $100 to increase their average order value. Much better margin for Into the AM because it's cheaper shipping. It's much cheaper on a per shirt basis to ship like 3 or 4 at a time than it is to just ship one because shipping is weight based. So yeah, good to see they've cross sells and stuff. Then here's SimilarWeb. This is another one of my favorite sites. SimilarWeb, don't ask me how it works, but it tracks and reports on the amount of traffic that sites are receiving. And not only does it show that, it shows, now obviously these are estimates, but in my experience from comparing my site, my actual traffic in my analytics to what SimilarWeb says, it's relatively close. It might be off by like 20 to 30%, but it's in the ballpark. So you can see what their view duration is, similar sites, and then you can see where the majority of their traffic is coming from. So they're 56% US. They do a lot in the Netherlands. You can see their market demographic, and then down here you can see where the majority of their traffic is coming from. So we can see that 47% of their traffic is coming from direct response, which when we first start off, or direct response is just direct traffic are people that specifically search for their brand word. It can also be kind of a catch-all category for stuff that SimilarWeb is not sure about, like how to attribute the traffic, but it's mostly people coming back who have shopped with Into the AM before, or their friends or family told them about it. That's the kind of traffic you want, because when that number is going up, it's a good sign that your brand is growing and by word of mouth. But it's good to see how these sites are getting their traffic. It's a lot of word of mouth, some referrals, which is like affiliates or influencers. 16% is from organic search. So that's somebody going to Google and typing in like festival graphic t-shirts, and then they're finding Into the AM ranks high for the certain keyword. You can even see the keyword. Yeah, here's the keywords down here. Paid search, that's their Google ads that we're going to set up. 22% is from social media. So this includes their organic social profiles and their paid ads. So like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. And then mail, that's their email marketing. That seems extremely low, but it's possible. And then display advertising, that's another Google ad product as well. And here, my personal favorite is where you can see what their ads actually look like. So if you're sitting down at your ad account and you're not sure like what kind of creative should I test, what performs well, what should my offer be, what should my ad copy be, just go to facebookadlibrary.com. It is a absolute lifesaver. It'll show you every ad that they are currently running. And the way that we can really evaluate if it's a good ad versus a bad ad is how long it's been running for. Now you have to throw out like seasonal stuff and like one-off promos, but a lot of times you'll be able to find ads that they've been running for weeks, if not months. And you'll normally find a lot of commonalities between their ad copy across ads. Because as we're going to talk about in the ad section, we find an offer and ad copy that works really well, and then we stick with it, and then we really just iterate on the ad creative, like different pictures, videos, that sort of thing. And a lot of times you can see, look, they use this fire emoji in every single ad. The perfect basic tee, the perfect basic tee. We can see a lot of commonalities. For example, it's interesting to me that they don't have a URL in their ad copy anywhere. Again, we wouldn't just look at their ads. We look at all of the top print-on-demand brands. See what do they have in common? What types of offers are these guys using? What are their videos or ad creatives look like? And we build like rip it off and copy it. Like see what the best practices are. Are they driving traffic to the product page or the collection page? That sort of thing. And lastly, we have their Facebook and Instagram pages so we can see what their branding and overall look and feel that they're going for is. This is useful for a number of reasons. Your Facebook and Instagram pages are going to be like our last order of business. We'll set them up to be basic, but we're not going to be using these as our main traffic driver. But it's still good to see what are their posts. A lot of these brands just do like this. Pictures of designs, pictures of people wearing their products, that sort of thing. Now you have a giant database of best practices. So anytime you have a question in your mind later on, before just throwing it in the group or something or throwing your hands up, always go check what are the top sellers doing. And this, again, not just for print on demand, for any business or industry, this is a great way to get started. It's not a way to become the leader in an industry. The leader typically has to be innovating in one way or another, but it's very possible to build a 7-figure brand just off the backs of the best practices that you learn from this spreadsheet. Anyways, that's it for this lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, let's choose our niche. What market of people do we want to go after? Good news is I have a lot of experience with this. I've chosen a lot of bad niches, so I can tell you exactly what those look like. And by process of elimination, I can also tell you what good niches look like. And also good news, we have several tools that will make this much easier than just finger in the wind, hoping for the best type of thing. So we already talked about what a niche is. We're not going to talk about that again, but I'm doing this alongside you, literally building a brand with you. So whatever niche I pick, don't pick the same niche, please. One, because I'm already doing it, let's diversify. But two, there's 1,000% going to be a bunch of people that rip off this store because I'm actually going to run it and get it profitable, and people are just going to copy paste it. And if you copy me, then they'll be copying you too. And it's just like a weird downward slope that nobody wants to go down. So anyway, picking a niche. Way we're going to be doing this is, number one, using this spreadsheet here. You might have seen this before if you've gone through the other trainings, and we're going to be augmenting this with new AI that has come out since then to make it pretty easy overall. And our goal in doing this is picking a niche that, number one, it's something that we're in, that we like to do. If I were to pick a niche like hunting, I've never been hunting in my life. Yeah, that could be a good market to sell to, but do I know anything about what hunters like, or like what's funny to hunters, or what their slogans are? No, I have no idea. So number one, we want to pick a niche that we're in. Number two, we want to pick a niche that's super passionate. We're going to be using what's called the bumper sticker test, where we basically think of if we've seen a bumper sticker for our topic, then it probably makes a pretty good t-shirt niche. And the same thing with like tattoos. People are getting tatted up with like yogi sayings, namaste, stuff like that. That was part of the reason why I chose yoga stay. And then we're going to narrow it down out of our list of 5 to 10 to like 2 or 3 niches. And then once we've narrowed it down to those, the way we pick the number one niche is we're going to go out on Amazon, Etsy, Redbubble, and make sure that there are actually products already being served to that audience. Because if there's nothing out there, then it's not like a good thing. Like, yay, no competition is a bad thing, because that means that there's no market for it. As a side note, it's almost a good thing if there is a lot of competition on these marketplaces like Amazon, Etsy, Redbubble, because that's a sign that there's a ton of demand. And we're not going to be competing with them, at least not directly. We're going to be selling on our own website, driving our own ads, completely separate traffic. So seeing that there's competition on these marketplaces is actually a good sign, but we'll talk about that more in a second. To get started, you can go grab a copy of this spreadsheet somewhere linked around this video, and you're going to open it up and then go File, Make a Copy, because it's going to be view only to get your own version. And it's going to look something like this when you first open it, and you can just expand these sections to work on it. So I'm just going to delete these, and this is where we're writing our list of 10 interests or hobbies. So for me, I like travel, I like nature, I like ice hockey, I like chess, video games, working out, e-commerce. It's not really a niche though. And if you're sitting there like, I don't have any hobbies, yes you do. Anything you like. Coffee, drinking, hanging out with friends, like just rattle things off like stream of consciousness, except for like e-commerce, like I just deleted. Pets, I like my dog. I always feel so basic when I do this exercise. I like sleeping. Not actually going to put sleeping, but you could actually think of some pretty decent print-on-demand designs for sleeping. There could be something funny there. But all right, if you're like me and you feel super basic when you're doing this, you're like, I don't have any actual hobbies, then we can go over to our good old friend ChatGPT, which if you've never used this before, just go to chat.openai.com and create an account. I think you can use the free version. I think it's $20 for GPT-4, but the free version works fine. It's just like 3.5. It's basically the same thing. So well, we can ask ChatGPT, which is, we're going to get into this a lot more later, but it's a cool to use AI tool you've probably heard of before. So what I'm going to ask it is write a list of 30 print-on-demand t-shirt niches. Pet lover. Wow, it stole my list. Oh, foodies. That's a good one. Gaming and esports. Sports teams and athletes. Okay, so this is good to talk about. Some niches that we want to avoid are things that are heavily trademarked or would be like competing with big name brands. We wouldn't want sports, for example. You can't really do that because you could, but like you can't do any sports team names. If you're doing nature, something to be careful about is that all the national parks, their names and likenesses are trademarked. So you can't use those. Like you can't say like Yosemite on a t-shirt or Yosemite National Park. You can't say that. So stuff like that is important to watch out for. Gardening, no. Science and technology could be interesting. Beer, wine, and spirits. We also want to be aware of topics that would be against Facebook's terms of service. Like you can't advertise alcohol or drugs or anything like suggestive. They've gotten a little bit more lenient with politics, but I also recommend staying away from that because it's just, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops in order to actually get your brand approved to run ads. Like you basically have to prove that you're not in Russia, like running like political ads, trying to sway the election. That's what it essentially boils down to. That little fun piece got added after Zuckerberg had to go on Capitol Hill. Anyway, so health and wellness, that's a good one. Astrology and zodiac signs, that could be good. Ooh, festivals and holidays. Let's copy a couple. Entrepreneurship, yeah, definitely, but a hard time picturing t-shirt designs for these. Local landmarks and cityscapes, national pride and flags. Okay, so I need to add one more though. I'll add gaming. All right, so now we're going, here, we check that off. Did that, now we're going to run each of the ideas through the bumper sticker test, which, like I said, is I'm going to think through each of these and think to myself, have I ever seen any of these on a bumper sticker or on a tattoo? Then I'm going to narrow the list down to 2 to 3 ideas. So travel, I've already done that, so I'm just going to like cross that out. Ice hockey, it could be good, but it's too niche. And another good way to approach it is think of like good markets are like where the primary demographic are both males and females that are middle-aged in like the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. I just called myself middle-aged for the first time. That was weird. So 40s, 50s, 60s. We're going to adjust that. But you don't want to go after a group of like teenagers or early 20s, like people that don't have money. You want to go after a bigger group, and also a niche where there's giftable like opportunities, which we'll see more what that looks like in a second. Chess, that's kind of niche. I think board games could be more interesting. Maybe combining these two, chess and video games, into a just games niche. That could actually be really interesting. Somebody copy that. I'm not going to do that one, but all right. Or just games in general. Figure out a better way to phrase that later. Working out, health and fitness is okay. I also like going after niches where there's a humor potential. You could definitely do some humor with working out, jokes about every day is leg day, stuff like that. But try to think of these things in the back of your mind. And as I'm going through this, I'm thinking like, okay, what are the different angles that I could use for pets? Pets, that's been done so many times. It could still work, but food, I would diversify. I would want to add something else like coffee or drinking. That could be a good one. Gaming and esports, I just did that. I kind of like the holidays. Ones that are jumping out at me are not that. Nature and holidays. I'm not totally sold on the holidays one. It's kind of seasonal, but we'll go through the process and see how it goes. Okay, so now the next step of the process is, so we check off all of these, collapse that, run each idea through the bumper sticker test, did that. Narrow the list down to 2 to 3 ideas, did that. Good niche equals unique, but with a broad audience. So it feels like we're speaking to the audience. So the example I give is that hot yoga is, or like Bikram yoga, that's too niche, it's too many levels down. But then yoga is good. But then if you just went general exercise, that would be too broad. So you kind of want the Goldilocks zone of niches. Let's try to give some more examples. If you're doing nature and outdoors, probably that would be like really broad, but then as a subset of that, you could do people who like the mountains as one. But then you don't want to do like people who like nature, mountains, and then specifically the Rocky Mountains, and that's all that you service to. You want it to be somewhere in the middle there. Or if you did nature and then people who like forests or flowers, that would be a good example. But then you wouldn't want to do people who like nature, forests, and then specifically just rainforests. Like that, again, would be too niche. This process does not need to be that challenging. If you have 10 ideas and you think they're all good, just post them in our community. We'll give you feedback on the ideas, but don't get stressed out about this. It's something, like we've said, one of the advantages of this business model is that you can always turn back and pivot and come up with a different idea. Even if the ideas you have written down there, even if all of them end up sucking, we're going to learn from it, and then your next idea will be better. I had a brand called Royal Cats. It doesn't get much worse than that. Take it from me, you'll learn and get better each time. it's a new skill that you're learning, just like anything else. So next we can Google search to make sure that it's a big enough market size. We can do the niche interest and market size as a search. Or even better, back when I made this, AI was not really a thing, at least publicly accessible AI. What is market size for following POD niches? 1, gaming, video games / board games. 2, what did I do for 2? Nature. And nature, like I said, I would narrow that down. But nature, and then like holidays. Holidays is like very specific, but I do like the potential to like cycle the collections. All right, let's just do that. Let's see what it says. So we want to make sure that it's a large enough market. We want millions of people. Holy crap, I did not know that. Okay, so I meant people. Wow. All right, somebody definitely do the video game market. Don't step into trademark infringement territory, but that is crazy. Yeah, don't do like Pac-Man t-shirts and get into trouble. Also, obligatory disclaimer, this is not legal advice. Do your own research, all that. But yeah, that's crazy. Okay, it didn't really give me enough concrete evidence, but the target, I know that these are big enough. The target range that we're looking for is like 10 million and up. Ideally, just in the US alone. I wouldn't do bow hunting. I would do something like more broad than that. But personally, nowadays, I like to go after big markets. I want the bigger, the better, because I know that I can outcompete with people doing all the things that we are going to cover in this course. I can outcompete with people and build in just about any market. I avoid things that involve trademark infringement and stuff like that, or something that I've already sold in that I'm bored of. But yeah, by and large, you don't have to worry. Just go bigger, because then you can always niche down. Like, for example, if you start off with like nature, you can go broad, test out a wide variety of different products. Like you can do, like I was saying, mountains versus forest. You don't have to decide that up front. You can launch designs for everything. That's the good thing about selling on Shopify. There's no like per product listing fee. So you could launch 1,000 if you feel like making that many. We aim for like around 100, but you can make 5 for mountain lovers, 5 for hikers, 5 for campers, and then see which ones do the best. And then go down that rabbit hole. It's kind of like what content creators do too. Like when they're starting out, they make content about everything. Then 2 or 3 out of their 100 videos will really hit, and then they'll just blow up those 2 or 3, make 100 more videos about that topic. A lot of things that work that way. All right, now we're going to conduct our market research and basically make sure that people are already selling to these. I'm pretty confident that we can say that for all of these without even getting into it, but let's just do it for example's sake. Amazon. So first, again, we're just going to these websites, these top marketplaces, and making sure that there are already people selling to these. And if there aren't, then that's a big red flag and we should go find something else to sell to. Video game graphic t-shirts. And then I put some quantitative metrics here just to give you something to shoot for. We want to see at least 5 different sellers. You can use Jungle Scout, which is like a Amazon research tool if you want. You honestly don't really need it, but we want to see 5+ sellers, at least 20 different graphic t-shirts, and then we want to see 3+ different styles and angles. And this is a really important piece to touch on, is that we want to make sure that there's like a wide variety of different styles and interests, like sub niches, kind of like I was just saying, like the mountains versus forest versus hiking versus camping. We like to see that because more variety means more opportunity for us to like iterate within those designs. So more variety is good. Like if I just saw all these gaming shirts, if it was just like this or like this weird stuff, like this anime stuff, I would not like this. I would have this niche is not me if it's all anime stuff. But I do like seeing stuff like this. This is 100% an AI design. So I like seeing that. And it has some reviews. So it has 6 sales. So I like that's AI, probably AI. Borderline trademark infringement, unless they have some kind of, these two, that's Nintendo. That makes sense. And Brainiac, they look like a legitimate. Okay, so this design is one that's great. I've used this on every store ever. I like yoga and maybe 3 people. I like coffee and maybe 3 people. I like hiking and maybe 3 people. Any niche, I don't care what your store is, put this shirt on and it'll sell well. Pretty much guaranteed. Borderline, that's definitely trade. Okay, that's Nintendo again. So anything that's Nintendo or trademarked, we just automatically like disallow that. But okay, so back to what we were looking at. 20 plus graphic t-shirts, there's definitely that many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, we love seeing stuff like this. And this counts as a different angle. This is a different art style. So we have typography based, we have just graphic images, we have funny like humor, we have line art, just monocolored. We have AI generated like grunge art, so that's a different style. Don't count that because that's trademarked. Don't count that. So that's some game. Old school. So I'm making a mental note that there's a bunch of older video game references. So that could be another angle. 100% AI generated. Yeah, somebody do a video game store after going through this course and tell me how it goes. But not everybody. 100% AI generated. Wow, this is pretty crazy. AI generated. So yeah, it definitely checks all the boxes here. So I'll say 5. I saw like at least 6 different styles. I saw a ton of different sellers. One thing that I don't like is this. There's a lot of Nintendo and Super Mario stuff to be aware of. But again, the benefit of selling the way that we are is we're not going to be competing with them. If I was an Amazon seller, I probably would not touch this niche. It's just brand dominated all over the place. Crazy Dog, that's a video game company as well. Okay, moving on to next up we have Etsy. And we're going to do... And we're just evaluating the same thing here. So do we see 5 different sellers? There's 1, there's 2, but that's Crazy Dog. That's another big video game brand. Blue Green Love. So that we'll count that as 2. 3, 4. You see a lot of line art styles. I would definitely make one of these. Don't get older. My needs are simple. This is another good example of a shirt that you could sell in any niche. This is another example of a shirt you can sell in any niche. So yeah, this clearly checks all the boxes. So there are definitely more than enough Etsy sellers. Do we see 20 plus graphic t-shirts? And these niches that I picked are very broad. So I'm very confident they're all going to check the boxes. But let's give you an example of one that was like really small, like bow hunting graphic t-shirts. Yeah, see, okay, so perfect. So bow hunting. Say that I was an avid bow hunter and I really wanted that to be my niche. So yeah, hunt. Notice how with bow hunting, a lot of the designs are not about bow hunting. They're about just hunting in general. A lot of the top sellers. So it's like this, that's just hunting in general. That's about bow hunting, I guess. We'll give it to them. That's just about hunting. That just literally says hunt. So yeah, this is an example. And you might be like, there's a lot of hunting shirts there. Yes. Or there's a lot of bow hunting shirts here. And yes, that's true. But you notice how if we go back to video games, all of these are about video games. There isn't a single shirt on this front page that is not about video games. Contrast that to bow hunting. And right here on the front page, the top results, there's 5 or 6 that are not about bow hunting, which is just a bad sign. Another thing we can do is sort by top customer reviews. Yeah, you'll see a lot of these like bundles on Etsy. They're always some of the top sellers that I've seen, but I've never really dove in too deep into that. All right, now let's look at the nature niche. So I like the nature niche. I love these like retro styles, like the silhouette. Interesting thing about this design is that a reason that this is probably so popular is that this tree line here, that's not actually a print. That's just transparency. So you can see through the actual color of the shirt. See how the color of the trees changes. We're going to talk about what makes good high quality designs, like what the characteristics are so we can know what to make, but that's one of the things as a precursor. So there's tree art, Freebird, that's just a song reference. So I do like the nature niche a lot, but it's a little bit too broad. It's also been done a lot. Like you can definitely be successful with it, but it's Like that's confidence right there. Confidence that you're not going to get sued by a national park. You don't want Smokey the Bear coming after you. All right, so I do like the nature niche. Obviously a massive market for it. This is an example of one that I would definitely want to niche down more than it currently is. It's just too broad. Let's just do this. Let's have chat. Right, 50 more niche ideas. Let's see what that comes up with. In the meantime, let's look at holiday. So now we're looking at holidays. I find it Star Wars. I've looked at the holiday market before, so I know that there's a lot of potential here. And something that could be interesting, and this is a way that you can get something more original going, is by kind of combining two niches to create your own sub-niche. So an example of that would be if you were to take video games with like a certain type of art style, or if you were to take video games crossed with like festival, that would be interesting. You do it with two popular markets. So taking this kind of style that festival goers like, which is one niche, and combining it with topics for like video gamers, that's how you come up with a really cool brand, like a really unique brand. Wicked clothes, like these guys. These guys are very like edgy and niche, very unique, but they hit like two really big niches, which is kind of like gothic art styles, pop culture, and then a lot of humor mixed in there as well. So they're an example of a brand that's like kind of mixed a couple together and come up with something really unique. So that could be interesting, combining like festivals with video games, just as one example. Let's look at our list. I've already talked up video games too much. Somebody's definitely going to do that already. So I'm going to take that one out. That would be a good one though. But what about like seasons? Oh, that could be interesting. So if we were to combine the holidays, which I liked because you're able to like rotate lots of collections and like give scarcity, saying our Christmas collection is launching soon, our Christmas collection is closing soon, that sort of thing, like summer collection or July collection. What if we did that same exact kind of thing, but with seasons? I liked the holiday aspect because I'm able to do lots of collections, but then I also liked the nature aspect as well because there's an abundance of nature designs. It's a massive market, but then it's overdone and it's not that niche or specific. But if we kind of overlay the two and do nature with the seasonality of holidays, and more specifically or broader than holidays, if we just do seasons. So if we did like a new collection once a quarter, one for winter, summer, spring, fall, each one of those seasons as it's coming up, people get excited to get into the spirit of that season and they start buying clothing. And then within those seasons we can do different holidays, like a Halloween collection, all kinds of stuff, which if you're following what I'm saying, it's good because it's broad, but it feels specific and niche, and it also has like urgency because a holiday is a time sensitive thing. Now the downside is this will require a ton of designs because we'll need like basically 100 designs per season at least. And then by the time we optimize a collection of like 100 designs, there's a good chance that season's already over. We won't get a chance to like take advantage of that until the next season, but we're in this for the long game. So, and the other thing is that using AI, especially the software we're making, is designed specifically for this kind of use case. And these type of designs, it can do extremely well. I think that's what we're going to end up doing. We could do like winter collection, spring, each of the seasons, and the holidays within it. And a lot of these patterns and style, like spring, people associate with flowers, and then fall, people associate with fall leaves, and then summer, people associate with sunshine and beaches and that kind of thing. Now, an important thing for us to keep in mind is like, what would the branding look like? How can we make it something that people will feel drawn to and identify with? Like, what's our mission going to be? Could do some kind of like environmental give back type of thing. It feels like a little flimsy though. I don't know. We can figure out something with that because we want the audience that we're attracting to be more than just people who are just, you know, random t-shirt buyers. We want it to be people that are like actually going to identify with, like Yoga Stay was perfect. People were not just buying the t-shirt, they were buying into like the mission, like the mantra of just breathe, like that kind of stuff. This, we'll have to play with it a little bit, but we want to make sure we have like a really strong mission statement behind it. But we'll talk a lot more about that in the branding section. But for now, if you're getting hung up on what niche you should be doing, you're not sure, is my niche too broad, is it too specific, just go through this process. If you think it might be too specific, easy way to solve that is go through this, make sure that there's at least 5 different sellers, 20 different products, 3+ different styles or angles, like different art styles. That shows you that there's enough variety on Amazon. Then look at Etsy, Pinterest, and Redbubble. Look at these sites, make sure that there's other sellers, and if you can check those boxes, then great, it's a good enough niche. But if you can't and you're struggling, like these numbers are the bare minimums. We want to be seeing, like you saw those niches we were just looking at, they were massive. They had dozens, if not hundreds of sellers, and certainly thousands of different products. Like that's the ideal scenario, because again, we're not going to be competing with them directly. We're going to be doing our own thing. And if you think your niche might be too broad, go through this next section, which we're about to talk about, which is your branding. Think through like, okay, what could the branding be? Would we actually be unique? Would we stand out at all? Or would it just be like another nature store with random flowers and shit on it? So play around with it. And again, keep in mind that it's not the be all end all. It's not the end of the world if you don't pick the right niche. I picked Royal Cats first time around, and look at me now. I got a blue light behind me. So we got our niche. We're going to do seasons. Next up, we're going to come up with our name, branding, and all that kind of good stuff. Now that we've picked our niche, next step is for us to come up with our brand name. And a lot of people overcomplicate this process, myself certainly included. When I first started, I spent literally 3 weeks fretting about my business name. It literally does not matter at all. I hired a freaking Latin translator off of Fiverr to translate. Long story short, what I ended up coming up with was Esse Mutere Orbis. The name was Sedibus, which was short, an abbreviation for that, which was Latin for be the change in the world. Wildly unnecessary. Brand never went anywhere. Your brand name is worthless if you don't actually have a brand behind it. So I think a lot of times as entrepreneurs, especially when we're getting started and we get overwhelmed by all this complex stuff that we don't understand, we tend to get hung up on the little things that feel more tangible but are significantly less important than your product, your marketing, all that kind of stuff. So long story short, step 1 in our spreadsheet here is set a timer for 5 minutes to make sure that this doesn't take any longer than it should. Next, we're going to go to this site, biznamewiz.com, and we're going to type in the niche plus brand. So I'm going to type in seasons brand. Oh, they updated this. Okay, so they're getting downgraded and removed from the spreadsheet. Instead, we're going over to ChatGPT and saying, come up with 10 brand name ideas for a seasonal graphic apparel t-shirt print on demand company. That's what I love about ChatGPT. You can just word vomit on it. Print on demand company. Yeah. Equinox outfit. Vernal Vogue. Make more like number 1. Seasonal Style Works. And a good name is just something that's short, memorable, to the point, doesn't have to be overcomplicated. Again, set your timer for 5 minutes. I like having give 20 names with the word seasonal in it. Doesn't have. Okay, so it gave me a bunch of different ones. These are all too complex. Remember, we want it to be something that's short, sweet, to the point. Like, Yoga Stay's original name was Namaste Collections. We had to change it in order to get the trademark because they said it was too generic. So I'm kind of liking, I like seasonal, and the word collections is just to the point, especially because we're going to be cycling in different collections, which, to clarify, is not required. You don't have to be doing what I'm doing. That's just a strategy that I came up with earlier to cycle through the collection so that it stands out more, but it's definitely not like required by any means. You can do like just a coffee store or just a wine store or just a jogging store or just a dog store or travel store, vacation, geography, mountains. There's a bunch more ideas, but I think the name I like is bringing back the collections piece. Seasonal. It's kind of wordy. Oh, but ChatGPT says it's a great idea. All right. 5 minutes is definitely up. Now we're going to go to name check, and if you type that in, now next step after we chose our name, we have a couple of names we narrowed it down to, we want to make sure that the social accounts and domain and stuff like that is all available for us to go and grab. And it doesn't have to be exact, like we can do seasonal collections brand or seasonal collections shop. We can do a .co domain. It really doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because unlike most brands where people navigate to their sites from remembering, hey, what was the name of that company, and then they type in the URL, our traffic is going to be coming almost solely from people clicking on a link. It's called direct response. We reach out to people and then they receive a direct link to our website to respond to. So yeah, this part doesn't really matter, or it matters, but don't get hung up on like if your exact name is not available. Oh, the dash. There we go. Is anybody actually using this? Oh, and while that's pulling up, another example of why the name does not matter is that little known fact is that Amazon.com that we all know and love, I love it at least, was originally named Cadabra Inc. That's what it was originally called. And fun story, he knew that he had to change the name when he was calling his lawyer on his way to Washington as he was going there to start the company. He called his lawyer and his lawyer misheard him and went, "What'd you say? Did you say cadaver?" And Jeff, in the podcast, he lets out his infamous like evil villain laugh and says, "And at that point I realized I needed to change the name." So long story short, if the most valuable, wow, it's for sale for just $3,000. That's amazing. Not doing that, but we'll just have to get like the .co or something. But let's see. So now down here we can see if the usernames are taken on different accounts. So Shopify is available. It doesn't really matter. Honestly, none of these really matter. Like I've thrown brand and shop and stuff at the end of my brand names all the time. We checked and saw that our domain is not really available, but I'm confident we'll be able to find an alternative. Like a .co, putting shop before it, it's all fine. Checked. This one is important. Make sure that there isn't a trademark for the name. There's a very, very low probability that anything would ever come of this, but you do want to make sure that you're not violating anything. So seasonal collection, that's pretty close. But the way the trademarks work, this is not legal advice, but in order for a trademark to be enforceable, you have to be, or it would have to be under the same class as us, which this is a cosmetic and cleaning product class, so that is not us, thankfully. And I believe class 25 is the class for apparel. Seasonal festival collection, that's too different. Yeah, I wasn't really too worried because from my experience of not being able to register Namaste collections, I didn't think seasonal would be unique enough. And not for nothing, registering the trademark ended up getting us nothing. It was just a headache, at least for our brand. And like we grew it to 3.5 million, never needed it once, never really came up. Not saying it's not a good idea at some point, but definitely don't prioritize it. Cool. So we did that. All right. So that's how we come up with our brand name. And now we're going to move on to buying our domain. So the place that I buy my domains from is GoDaddy. There's a bunch of different sites, but GoDaddy's the one that I've been using for 7+ years, and it's always worked out fine for me. And your domain, for anybody who doesn't know, is just what's going to show up in the URL search bar. So when customers want to navigate to your website, they're going to type in this address. It also gives us the ability to set up fancy emails that have like support at your brand name here. Not required, but it looks nice, and it's definitely something you want to do once you start having some sales coming in. So just for an example, we're going to go to GoDaddy and search for our domain. So I searched for our brand name, seasonal collections, and here's the fancy one that's available for a cheap $3,000. No thank you. But there's seasonal dash collections. I don't really like the hyphen. I don't think it makes a difference. I know I said .co's and stuff is fine. I would go with a .shop before anything else. Seasonal collection, that's not bad. The seasonal collections, kind of like that. And I didn't mention this when we were going over the name stuff, but throwing on words like collection, threads, wares, apparel, stuff like that is completely fine. Any word, any of those generic apparel related words after it works completely fine. So if you're finding that none of the domains you were looking for are available, just try throwing one of those words on at the end. Like I could do seasonal collections brand, but my name is already kind of long. Like Yoga Stay, if that wasn't available, like yogastay.com was not available. Somebody else had it. So we just went with the .co. But if the .co wasn't available, I probably would have just done like yogastaybrand.co or .com. It really doesn't matter. So I kind of like this one, seasonalcollections.com. So following along with our checklist, we're going to click add to cart. Yep. Continue. And now we're going to watch out for something sneaky that GoDaddy likes to do. And we're going to decrease the registration length from 5 years to 1. So domain protection, you don't really need this. All this is going to do is people can go to, they can go look up your domain and see who owns it. Like I typed in yogastay.co. And since it was bought a while ago with domain privacy protection, see, the registrant, redacted for privacy, all of those places, it would have shown like my information. So you don't need the ultimate domain. Full domain is fine. These sites love their upsells, man. They're making me take a domain. That's fine. No, I don't need email. Continue to cart. Now this is where we're going to watch out. Yeah. See that? See how it started off at 3 years? They used to default to 5 years. And I bet they got a lot of pushback for that. So just some sneaky stuff like that you got to watch out for. So full domain protection. So this is going to be $12,999. So it's going to be $22 per year, which is fine. And yep, you just go, I'm ready to pay. You check out, and then it'll get added to your GoDaddy account. And then we'll be able to like connect it to a Shopify store, email, all that kind of good stuff. We'll get to that later, but for now, enjoy your new domain. And up next, we're going to be designing our logo. Now we're going to be creating our logo using Canva. There's a lot of different logo generators and stuff out there, but I like using Canva because we use it for a lot of other stuff in our business, like you're going to see in a little bit. It's very easy to use. It's basically Photoshop for dummies, and they have a bunch of templates that are extremely easy for us to get started. Name of the game, again, is to focus on the most important stuff and speed through stuff like our name, buying the domain, making the logo. That's all stuff that's very easy to change later on. Like, I'd be willing to bet whatever logo I make today, Meg is going to end up changing because she's way better at logo design than I am. But that's okay, because we're still going to see how to do it. So to get started, we're going to go to Canva. And if you never used it before, like I said, it's extremely easy. There's a great picture of me. And we're going to go up here to create a design and then down to logo. And then over here on the left-hand side, they have a ton of different templates for us to choose from. This is very much subject to change, so we should just pick something quickly. What if I type in like sun, like something about the seasons? Oh, I like that. Yep, that's the one. Kind of like rotating it more. So we're going to make two versions of our logo. We're going to make the little icon, which we're going to use as the favicon that goes up here. It's also going to be a good profile picture for us. And then we're going to make the side by side. So the icon, like the sun and snowflake in our case, with the text next to it. Seasonal collections. Delete that. I don't like that red at all. Or the blue, really. I'm just going to tweak this a little bit. That's a little bit more fun. Or, for bonus points, 2 complementary colors, hex codes for a brand logo of a sun and cool. All right. Totally forget which hex code I copied, but that's fine. Let's find out. Cool. That looks good. Now sky blue. That looks nice. Hell yeah. Pick a font. Avenir text. That's the one thing about AI. It always has to do it like it's writing a 5-paragraph essay, or like it's got a character limit it has to hit, or writes it like a blog post where it like tells you about the blog you're about to read. I can't really talk. People probably feel like that listening to this course. Avenir. Next. Bold. Black. I don't know about that, so I'm gonna try something a little different. %90 of running a business nowadays is just how you use ChatGPT. I have no original thoughts anymore. Yeah, that's a lot better. Thanks, ChatGPT. I'm just going to start taking credit for everything ChatGPT does. I'm still going to keep the black version, but I'm going to duplicate that out. And now I'm going to shrink it. Oh, I like that more. Whatever, Meg's gonna change this anyway. I'm very confident of that now. Cool. That's pretty good. I'm not really taking my own advice of speeding through this, but would give the advice that we need to hear the most, right? Cool. And then here is going to be that. I'll duplicate this, make one that's all black. I think this is looking good. Delete that one. Print with Canva. Everybody wants to be a print-on-demand company. 500, make it 10. Yep, transparent background. So I made a couple different versions. I made the favicon version. That's also going to be good for our profile pictures. Made a black version. One other version I can make is the white inverse version. And this is stuff that you can easily come back and make later on. It's just kind of good to get it out of the way up front. There you go. Say SC black icon. So now when it exports, it's going to be named SC SC white logo icon. And then SC top plus bottom logo. Yeah, that's just the normal one. Cool. Share, download, transparent background, make it 1000 and PNG, all pages, download. And there we have it. Now we have all of our logos ready to go. They're on transparent backgrounds. See that? And then if we ever need to like make changes, like say we need to crop what's around this logo, it's now very easy since it's on our desktop. Just if you're on a Mac, for example, just put a box around it, then you do Command K, and now it's cropped everything around. See? And now it's just horizontal. And then Command S saves it. So we have our favicon. Actually, for our favicon, I know somebody's going to give me crap for how I've been saying that. You can just decrease the size of these, like down to 64 by 64 pixels. There. And we just want to do, I'll just do this one as an example. There you go. Copy and resize, open. There's our cute little favicon. Share, download, transparent, download. There we go. And do yourself a favor, take it from me. You want to keep all this stuff as organized as humanly possible. That's why I talked about like keep your desktop and everything nice and organized. I don't even do a screensaver anymore. I just want it to be crystal clear to focus on the one thing I'm doing. Right now, this is all I'm doing. So keep things nice and organized. Have your folders. Don't let your desktop get cluttered up and have all your files like this. You're just going to make your life 10 times more challenging. So keep it organized as we go, and you'll thank me later. So back to our checklist. We chose the template, edited it, made our icons. We even made our favicons for bonus points, and we saved it to the folder. All right, so now we have our brand name. We bought our domain, and we made our logo in Canva. Again, I took a lot longer than you need to just to talk through and hopefully provide some useful insight as we go through the process, but you can speed through this like 15 minutes tops for all of these. And then next, we're going to set up our branded Gmail accounts. Now we're going to set up our branded Gmail account. So there's two different options for this, and the reason we're setting this up is for us to have a place, number one, to organize all of our accounts. So when we're opening our Shopify account and Printify and all of the different apps, Claviyo, Mystic, or Midjourney accounts, all of those accounts we're going to use under this one branded domain because it makes life a lot easier having it all organized, number one. And number two, it will give our customers a place to reach out to. And there's two different options for how you can do this. Is number one, you can make an email like this, which would be seasonalcollections@gmail.com, which is fine. Or we can make a support at seasonal, but that's not, I have the .co. So we could do support at seasonalcollections.co. One or the other, pros and cons of each is seasonalcollections@gmail is completely free. That's the one we're going to be doing right now. And this, I think they cost like $10 now to set up your Google admin, which this obviously looks a lot more legit. If you're balling on the budget, then go with the Gmail route. That's fine to get started, but I definitely recommend setting up your Google admin when you get the chance. So we're going to set up both of these. So let's do it. And as a bonus, this shouldn't even be a bonus. I would say it's required. Create a new Chrome profile to keep things nice and clean. Chrome profile is this thing up here so that all of your bookmarks and stuff, those will change. Like all of your personal bookmarks and stuff, if you use those like I do, they all go away and you can focus solely on your business related bookmarks. So that up at the top, you'll see it's going to be nice and neat. We're going to have Shopify, Printify, nice, clean, focused, neat, minimalist, modern, sleek, other adjectives. Okay, so now let's go to Gmail and hit create an account for my work or business. Is this going to take me right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, perfect. They've optimized this even more. So here's what I was just telling you about. You can make a Gmail address or we can do the workspace. So at your company name, you also get extra storage, which you won't really need that, but it's an extra sales bullet point. But we're going to do both. So I'm going to do the free one first, and I'm going to say my name is Seasonal. You don't want to put your actual name because it shows up places. February 28th, rather not say. No. Mail. Seasonal collection. Oh, it's already taken, so I'm going to do seasonal collection. This is where we get fancy. Brand at gmail.com. Password. Recovery email address. I'm gonna do my own. Skip. Seasonal collections brand at Gmail. Go through privacy and terms. I agree. Confirm. Yes, you can take all of my data. Your Google account is ready. Now set up your business. I'm gonna say not now. Okay. So now here we go. So we have seasonal collections. You know what's fancy is because we already made our logo, we can upload that right away. Look at that, we're already looking legit. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to create a new Chrome profile. You'll see what I meant by okay, now we can set our profile. So now we have our profile. I'm going to do show bookmarks. Go to Gmail. This will be our first bookmark. So now we have our seasonal collections brand Gmail account. So that's the free way to do it. If you want, you can also see the other way. Work on my business. Try Google Workspace. And this is the one that I'm actually going to use. 2 to 9. So this is the way that is going to end up with us having the @seasonal collections domain email. Okay, so first name, doing the same thing again. So I don't want it to show up. The place that it shows up is when you receive or send emails. You know, like this little name here. It's very sneaky, but it will display your full name. They don't really tell you that up front. Current address. Does your business have a domain? Yes, I have one I can use. Seasonalcollections.co. Okay, and then once you log in, you can probably gonna end up on the home page here, but if you go down to billing and get more services, you should see the different plans here. This is kind of like GoDaddy tries to slip it in on you and make you think that you need something that you actually don't. You can go with, I think the lowest plan possible is fine. Professional email core. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm gonna do this one I think that's the one that we're on for our other brands. So next, trial plan. 0 days free trial. Let's see how that goes. All right, what a free trial. Check out. And I'm just doing one user. So we entered our information and now we're all set up. Let's go take a look at our account. Users, manage users, support @seasonal collections. Perfect. Okay, so now we set it up 2 ways, so you can take your pick. This way is either $6 or $12 a month, depending on which one you choose. And it just looks a little bit better to the customer, but balling on a budget, again, Gmail way, works completely fine as well. Benefits of this one is that you also get storage and stuff like that, but totally not necessary. So now you have your Gmail account or your Google admin set up. You have your separate profile where we're going to be storing all of our bookmarks, keeping everything nice and organized. And that's it for this lesson. Next up, we're going to be talking about our product research and diving in to make sure that before we start generating designs, we are learning from the market, seeing what's out there, and getting a really good idea of what our product catalog can look like before we even sit down to make our very first design. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome to Module 4. This is our product and fulfillment overview. And this is probably the most important section of the entire course, because if we don't have really good products, then it doesn't matter how good our Shopify store is, our ads, our email marketing, customer service, none of that stuff matters if the product is not amazing. So we really are going to dive deep here and talk about a lot of different things. But most specifically within this module, what we're going to be covering is, number one, our product research. So we're going to make sure that we are looking for what are the best practices, like what types of designs should we be going for. And even before that, we're going to talk about like what are the different products that we could be selling. Like within print on demand, we're going to end up going with apparel, but we're going to get an understanding of like what can our catalog expand into, what are the pros and cons, like why are we not starting with canvases or mugs, for example, or phone cases. So we're going to clear all that up, why we're starting with t-shirts and how we can expand. And then once we have done our research, we already know why we're doing t-shirts and stuff, then we're going to set to work creating 100 different designs. And these designs are going to fill all the criteria so that by the time we're done, we're going to have a amazing collection, a diverse collection that is going to wow our audiences, and they're going to be shocked at how amazing it is being on your website. That's the end result that we're going for. And we're not going to be making designs that we're like, yeah, I don't know, I guess all right, this one's okay, I'm going to put that up. No, that's not. Wow is what we're going for. We want people to be amazed when they see our brand for the first time. That's what this module is all about. And in order to do that, we're going to be using some pretty exciting AI tools. And these are tools that are going to save us thousands and thousands of dollars and tons of time. And don't worry if AI sounds overwhelming. We are literally going to go through step by step, click by click. I'm going to be making all of my designs along with you. And at some parts, if it gets lengthy and you're like, all right, I get it already, I already know how to make designs, just speed it up. Jump to the next section, because I'm going to show a lot of detail, a lot of repetitions, because that's how I learned. So I'm sure it's the same for a lot of you out there as well. And this module is split into two separate sections. Section 1 is the design creation, actually coming up with the products, doing the research, all that stuff. And then Section 2 is the fulfillment. So creating the products, setting up the fulfillment, aka our Printify integration. And I'm going to be doing the design creation. Meg's going to be teaching you guys all of the Printify stuff. She is an expert at that. She's lived in that world far longer than I have. I tend to drift towards the ads. That's what I like doing. But anyway, so she's going to be teaching you how to set up your Printify account, why we use Printify over Printful, Gelato, some of the pros and cons of the different platforms, and then how to set up your designs to be fulfilled in the most efficient way possible. And then I'm going to be teaching you about our master design spreadsheet. It took a long time to set up a database of all of our designs that has helped us tremendously keep track of and super organized within our business. Because in order to be successful with this business, we need to have the capacity to scale up to a ton of designs. Not nearly as many as you need on Etsy and Amazon. Like those big sellers have thousands. But in order to get to like 100K plus per month, we need to be targeting like a couple hundred designs. Not right out of the gate, but keeping everything nice and organized and step by step. And we're even going to give you all of our SOPs so that after you go through this training, you're able to use those SOPs that we use internally to like go through each step of the process. So that's what's coming up next. And let's get into it. Now we're going to be doing some research out in the market to see what are the types of best-selling designs that our niche wants the most. And the reason we're doing this is because, yes, we could just sit down and come up with some great ideas that we fall in love with and launch them and hope for the best, but we're far more likely to see success quickly if we are able to learn from what's already selling. Pretty basic concept, I know, but you'd be shocked at how many people skip this and just go right to, here's a design that I think is cool. And also, if you're doing print on demand for the first time, you don't want to come up with a brand new like style of t-shirt or designs. Like you don't want to think up something because there's a much greater chance of it being a giant miss. If it hits and it's something truly unique, yeah, it could be a huge upside. But would you much rather take like a 70 or 80% chance of getting to 100K a month? Or would you rather take a 10% chance of getting $1 million a month? Me personally, I'd take the former of the two. So the way we're going to be doing this research is, again, using our handy dandy spreadsheet and over on the research tab at the bottom here. So places that I like to go to do product research before I start making my designs are, again, Amazon, Etsy, Pinterest. I'm going to go to Amazon. I'm in my brand new fancy seasonal collections tab. I'm going to type in, so my niche is slightly different because I'm doing 4 different collections. Like it's going to be the summer, spring, fall, winter. But for your niche, I'll show a couple of different examples. But for me, like spring is coming up right now. So I'll say spring graphic tees. Okay, so at the top on Amazon, see all these sponsored examples? I just ignore those because we don't want to, they're just paying to be at the top. They're not actually top sellers. But what I'm looking for are designs that have a lot of reviews and that there's a lot of similarities. And for bonus points, something that I know I can easily recreate with AI, which something like this, fairly easy. That's super easy. That's pretty good. It's like an Easter bunny. And I should mention that we want to take a lot more, err on the side of more detail rather than less. And the things we're trying to learn are the design styles, the colors, it's like busy or detailed, the text, the placement, and the overall themes. So for example, this is like a floral pattern with negative space in between each of the flowers. This is irrelevant. Bring on the sunshine. So it's text-based with this vintage style pattern in the middle. Or not pattern, it's an image. And then this line art style of flowers. Each one of these represents a different style. So these two, the flowers, that's one theme, flower-based. But then it's 2 completely different styles. One's line art, one's like a pattern, and then the placement is completely different, or how much space it takes up is completely different as well. So there's this just across the chest, and then there's this one that takes up the full print area. Some best practices or principles that we're going to see across all of these designs are, number 1, it's not just a big block of text. Like it would be a really bad design. You turn a bestseller into a worst seller very quickly if you had a background behind that. So we're going to talk about how to remove backgrounds and all that stuff later, but a lot of negative space and not like big blocky designs typically perform much better, and a lot of simplistic patterns. So what I'm going to do is take screenshots of these so I can save them for later. So once we go to actually start creating our designs and using AI, we have some examples to go off of. And then you can also write down your findings, like monocolor floral line art patterns. And you want to write down the ones that you're seeing repeatedly. You don't want to just, I'm not going to write this down, partially because I don't even know how to describe it. Hard to believe I would see another one like that on here. So I'm only writing down the ones that I'm seeing repeats of, like sunflowers. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that sunflowers are popping up again and again. So I'm going to write that down. Mandala, that I know from Yoga Stay that these types of patterns sell really well. Mandala mixed with flowers, that could be a good idea, but I know just mandala is a good example. So lots of flowers. For right now, I know my brand's slightly different because I'm going to have different collections. I'm just going to treat it like if I was doing a spring collection or a spring store. Lots of dandelions, love, oh that one's cool. And I'm taking screenshots not because I'm going to throw up that exact design on my site, but it gives me a starting point when I go to use AI later. Lots of dandelions. Choose a different keyword for women. Talk to me, Goose. That's somebody who doesn't know how to run their Amazon ads. It's also funny, you can tell that's somebody who took the text separately and then generated that with AI. Sunshine, sunshine, I like that. Right, sunshine typography. Ocean air and salty hair. I think that's more of a summer thing. These are cool. And I like to have a variety. I don't want to have some out of the collection of 100 designs that I'm trying to build to launch with. I want to have some that are typography based. I want to have some that are like humor, some that are just designs. And then within designs, I want to have some that are line art, some that are colorful, some that are pastel, watercolor. I want a wide variety. If you launch a collection of 100 designs that are all just line art, very minimalist, that's going to convert way lower. You want there to be a certain type of pattern that or design that for everybody, basically, but within your niche. Like some people will wear, a graphic image like this, but they would never consider putting on something as simple as this, and vice versa. I feel like we've exhausted what's on there. Let's go to Etsy. Grow positive thoughts. I like that. So I'm going to write activity plus Flowers. This one's cool because it's very simple. It's slightly different than the other styles that I've seen. So I'm gonna write vintage / distressed / retro, sunflowers, etc. Some of these are good. Hello Spring. That's definitely AI. We can do that. Or sunflowers, sunshine. That one's cool. I don't love that mock-up. It's turned so sideways. Cowboy rodeo doesn't fit. Smile. That one's cool. Do something like that. There's a word for that I'm blanking on, but it's like when you combine two well-known things and you like blend them into something new and original. Like a good example is like the heartbeat designs, like an EKG. It's like a heartbeat and then it just mixes in a pattern or something related to the niche. I should make that like a list of designs that are good no matter what your niche is. That's one of them. See, there's another one that's like that distressed kind of style. That's cool. Mandalas. AI is gonna crush these. Popular now. You bet it is. Sweet. Spring break. It's late for that at the time of filming. I'm not going to invest any time in something that's seasonal or is already past. At the time of filming this, I'm going to get probably a couple of weeks out of this spring collection, and then I'm going to have to quickly work on the summer collection. So if you're new to this, I highly recommend going with something that is evergreen, like year round. And if you're looking for ideas, there's always ChatGPT. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT because I'm struggling to come up with some search terms. Like I just typed in spring graphic shirts, but if I type in flower, I'm going to get completely different results. Not completely different, but it's going to give me obviously just flower designs. But then if I were to, what else do people associate spring with? Spring, like positivity. Yeah. Like that's another have the day you deserve. Yeah, like these are cool. So if you're struggling to come up with things that are like related to your niche, right? List of 10 things people associate spring with. Bonus points if they are ideal topics for a print on demand graphic t-shirt design. Oh, butterflies. I haven't done that. Oh, these are cool. So butterfly. So see, this is an example of what I was talking about. It's nature or butterfly, something that obviously everybody knows, mixed with flowers, create something super unique. Just breathe and believe. So it takes a positive or like a popular saying, and then you can tell by looking at it that this butterfly was a standalone design. The text is its own design. And then whatever, I don't know why they put a bullseye behind it, but they did. And you can just see how it, maybe the butterfly and the text was part of the same file, but this is a cool one. This is another cool art style that always does really. I think I could put a butterfly just next to any positive quote, and that's, or a sunflower, any positive quote, and that's banger design. But that's something I would have never, ever come up with. And obviously, I'm not going to do this exact quote or that same butterfly, but I can do, have ChatGPT come up with designs. That's 1,000% AI generated. Those are pretty cool, though. Oh, wow. See, this opens up a whole new can of worms for us. This is why we do the research. So they took a cat and mixed in flowers and butterflies and spring-related things. So this is a port key design into any number of other. So like we've talked about, we don't want to have just a generic store that sells like all kinds of crap. Like I wouldn't want I like coffee and maybe 3 people, and I like flowers and maybe 3 people. Like completely different. But then if we have this kind of design where it's clearly spring because of the styles, and then it's a cat, I can do that same design with a cat, a dog, a cup of coffee, like a beach chair umbrella, a sun, or somebody doing yoga. Like one of Yoga Stay's top sellers was stuff like this. Like this kind of style design was extremely popular. So I could take, if I wanted to make yoga related designs or try to appeal to them, I can make that, but I can make it with flowers basically. So that's exciting. Birds and nests, gardening tools, that could be good, but it just bores the crap out of me. Spring equinox, that's weird. Butterflies, good. Blooming flowers, good. Outdoor activities, I'm not going to do a picnicking shirt. Finally. Okay, so I was about to say that the one thing that I'm missing, the one element or type of design that I'm missing is typography, and then more specifically is humor-based typography, like jokes. The reason that's so important is that those are the designs that when we run our ads, you want to picture designs. If you're scrolling through your feed, you see the design on Facebook or Instagram, would it get you to stop and interact or have some kind of reaction to it? Either, wow, that's such a cool design. That looks like really neat. It's a nice pattern. Or, holy crap, that's so funny. Like, the reason that people share and comment and tag their friends is if it's something that's funny, something that's like unique or original or high quality, or just that they think their friend would find interesting. And that's what we're going for. If we have a collection of 100 diversified but super bland, boring designs, we're not going to get any engagement. We're not going to get comments. And we're going to talk about this in the ad section, but then Facebook punishes us by having more expensive ad costs because they want to see people engaging. Compared to if everybody is commenting on it, then your ad costs go through the floor and it becomes really profitable because Facebook likes seeing that engagement. It's another frame to think of as you're looking at these designs. Okay, so this is a very common thread, so that's something we can definitely do our own spin on. Save the pollinators. Okay, I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole. Again, you want it to be a niche and like a brand that you actually like. If this turns into a butterfly fanatic brand, I would not enjoy that. Let's do one more. Let's do funny spring graphic shirts. All right, that's funny. In order for me to use that and make sure that, because I can't really put too much of a spin on this, I would change like this, the sun and stuff, but on my way to brighten your day, that saying, I would first make sure that this is not trademarked. We'll show how to do that in a second. But an easy way to do this is just do a Google reverse image search. So I just take a screenshot of it, drag it in. Now let's see. On my way to brighten your day. I was looking for more of the saying, so image search won't do it. Yeah, this is a very popular saying. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend taking somebody's exact saying, but if you see, there's tons of canned sayings out there that I would be, I'd bet good money that shirt man dude did not come up with on my way to brighten your day. So he got it from somewhere else, but obviously do your own spin on it. More mandalas, not really a ton of humor in this. No rain, no flowers. Okay, so there is rain. More of those styles. Where my hose at? This one's funny. This one would be funny, but like I said, Easter's already passed. Jesus. Okay, people have some dark humor for spring. See, this is interesting. He is risen. The reason that's interesting is one of these came first. They didn't both happen simultaneously. One of them had the idea first, and then the other person saw it and recreated it using AI. Hello, spring. I'm going to write down some of the ideas. Positive quote by side with a flower. Hello, spring. Yeah, there's going to be a ton that we can do when it comes time for Halloween and stuff. Okay, so we have a good amount of design ideas. Going back to our spreadsheet, make sure we did everything. We checked Amazon, Etsy, didn't do Pinterest, but get the idea. Take note of design styles, take note of the colors. Did all of that. And then, as a member of the niche, which I ended up going with a niche that isn't something that I'm directly in. I don't know how you can be in a season, but since Meg and I are doing this together, she'll enjoy a lot of this stuff. So I wanted to do manly niche and she liked this one, so we compromised and went with this one. And then the last thing is to take note of like how the designs make you feel, which is an important thing to always keep the frame in mind that we're not just making designs for the sake of making designs. We're not just clicking buttons on the internet. At the end of the day, what drives this business is making products that actually like people love and that they feel good when they put on and that they get excited about like when they see it and they want to tell their friends about it. That's where the real money is made. It can be very easy to get caught up in thinking we're just building Shopify stores and clicking online. It's important to keep track of the tone of what you're building. And if you're trying to go the humor angle versus the vintage, like distressed type of like throwback vibe versus the just love yourself, peace and prosperity type of thing versus the dark, sarcastic humor or like the informative route of like, I don't know if you did a brand that did like those side angle shots of like inventions or patent designs, that could be cool. And the way that those designs make somebody feel is entirely different and would serve an entirely different audience group than like spring flowers, like the kind of stuff we're doing. So just something to keep in mind. And I also use Todoist. That's what this is. Love when it doesn't pop up. There it is. So it's nice. If I ever have an idea or something, I just hit Control spacebar and anything that I'm doing it pops up. It pops up. There it is. And then you just write whatever your idea is. If I'm out and about, I see somebody's shirt or bumper sticker. Same thing on my phone. I have a hotkey or like a automation set up where if I just tap the back of my phone twice, let's see if I can do it. See? I don't know if you can see that too well, but I just tap the back of the phone, Todoist pops up. I can quickly enter ideas. Just an easy way to keep track of stuff. And you always want to be constantly coming up and brainstorming new ideas. It doesn't always have to be this kind of formal process that we just went through. So that's how we can do product research and come up with a great idea of the type of designs that we want to be selling before we even start to generate them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. When it comes to making our designs, there's a couple of different ways that we can go about it. And I've personally used all of these different methods. They have pros and cons to each, but there's one that nowadays clearly stands out, which is the one we're going to be going with. But I want you to be aware of all of them so you can make that choice for yourself. And the three ways are that you can hire somebody else to do it, hire somebody with design experience. B, you can make it yourself manually using like Canva or Photoshop or Photopea, which takes a lot of your time and it's pretty challenging unless you're like super artistic. And along that same line, you can also just go out and buy designs yourself, which I'll show you some sites you can do that. It's actually not a bad way to like augment a collection, but I wouldn't recommend making it like your sole source of designs. And then the third way is we can use AI, which is what's extremely popular right now. I think the AI is amazing because it makes it so easy for us to create really high quality designs if we know, one, the right tools to use and like the right way to prompt it, and we are aware of what like our end goal is. If you just sit down with AI and just start generating stuff, you'll end up all over the board. But since we're going to be going into it with a clear idea of what we want, it's going to be a much better outcome. But we'll talk a lot more about that in a second. But so the first way that I talked about is you can go hire somebody like a designer from online marketplaces, Upwork, Fiverr. Upwork is typically a little bit more expensive and higher quality than Fiverr, but Fiverr you can hire, you can even hire AI artists now. But you can hire somebody for just about anything. And what that process would look like is you go in here, you look at their portfolios. I'd sort by bestsellers. If I want really high quality, sort by pro, and then you can look at the different people here. So you can see like this person is one order in queue, rated 4.9, pretty high, and for $110 you will get one custom digital design plus editing with 2 revisions. That is insane. Wow. Okay, so that's the pro one though. Let's see if there's t-shirt designer, bestsellers. Yeah, so there's a bunch of people in here that are specifically offering t-shirt designs. It's funny, almost all of these look AI generated now. So if you have a couple grand that you're trying to throw at your designs, this could be a good route to go. But we're going to see how we can make stuff just like this using AI in a second. But just for example's sake, this person messaged them and they would charge $50 and they'll make a complex design for you, whatever that means, like a very qualitative or subjective thing. This guy, Damien, he's pretty high end, $145, but he'll make simpler artwork. Wow, these prices are crazy for one t-shirt design. That is pretty awesome though. Like, I don't want anybody spending a couple $100 per design. That's ridiculous. We're gonna be spending like $30 to $50 for the AI accounts, if that. So down the line, if you have a very specific design in mind, then this could be a good direction to go, or go with somebody who's super cheap. Let's see if there even are. Budget, value, apply. Okay, so like these people, I'll create a custom t-shirt design using AI. So they're basically just using Midjourney, and they'll do it for $15 or $7.50 per design. So you can go that route and hire these people. Yeah, for the record, I've worked with all kinds of people from these platforms. A lot of them are good, some of them not so much. And before AI came along, this was the only path like the only option we really had. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on designers over the years, and it's expensive, but two, it's a slow process, because once you really start working with a designer, you would get off of these platforms and just add them to like your Trello board or Slack. But once you submit an idea to them, it'll take them a couple days to even pick it up and start working on it, another couple days for them to get back to you with the first draft. Then you give feedback on the draft, and then they go back, make revisions, maybe a second round of revisions, maybe even a third, and then finally you're done. And once that's all said and done, it's 2 to 3 weeks, and that's for one design. So it's can't emphasize enough how advantageous it is for us to be able to use AI nowadays. And for anybody who thinks like it's too good to be true that print on demand can be this lucrative, it's not, because it used to take this much work. It used to be like very challenging. Like Yoga Stay, it took us at least a month to get all those original designs together, and we just did 50 when we first launched. That's one route, is hiring designers. If you have something super specific in mind, or if you just don't feel like figuring out AI, then you can go that route. And the next option you have is design them yourself in Canva or Photoshop. Using a link somewhere around this, you can get a Canva trial, but I'm gonna create a design just to show you an example. So Canva's gotten a lot better recently they're trying to get into print on demand. So they have a lot of like presets and stuff that you can choose from. But what this would look like is let's see if there's any flowers. Yeah, so they have some flower ones. The problem with this is that everybody has access to these same, that's actually another interesting, I'm gonna try that. Everybody has access to these same designs, so they're pretty generic a lot of times, but I would just choose from one of their templates, do share, download, transparent background, and I would do a SVG. The reason I'm not going too in depth on this is that we're not going to be using this as our primary way of making designs, but you can do that. Let's make one more. I like the design without the text. We're gonna go with this. Download SVG, and we'll talk all about the different file types later, but the reason we do SVG is that in most cases, it's the best file format for print on demand. And then a way that you're able to like kind of spice up some of these designs is by using a site like Flat Icon. So Flat Icon, you can find all kinds of different little graphics and stuff that artists have uploaded, stickers, whatever you want, and then you can download the SVG version of these and then use them in your Canva file. All right, so that's how you can use Canva to create designs. Again, I'm just showing it so you're aware of the different options, but obviously I'm not artistic. If you love Photoshop, then great, go for it. But for me, I want to do something that's super scalable and allows me to make 100 designs as quickly as possible so I can get up and testing and not get analysis paralysis and sit there tweaking all day long. So designing in Canva is one option. Next option, which like I said is good for augmenting a collection, not necessarily for carrying it, is by buying designs. So you can go to sites like this hack first. So if you go to Google and you search for spring graphic t-shirt designs, so you search like that, and then the way we can filter it so that it shows us designs that are available for sale or for us to use is if you go to tools, advanced, then usage rights, then free to use or share even commercially, then advanced search. It's going to filter out a lot, but what it's showing you now are designs and styles that we could use these images. Let's go to images. So any of these patterns like that is licensable. This is a way to see it. If we just went to and did a normal Google search, spring graphic t-shirt designs, went to images, all of these we can't use. These are owned by other people, but then if we filter the usage rights to commercial use only, then we can actually use them. But this is a perfect segue to the next point is in these search results, you'll find sites like these, like Vecteezy, where what this is doing is selling a package or a bundle of different designs. Normally they're like pretty similar. They're not like overly unique or anything, but that's why I said they're good for augmenting your collection. And if you're at like 50 or 60 like quality designs and you just want to like quickly build out the rest of the collection, then you can buy a pack like this. So here's a ton of different examples. Let's see if I'm sure there's a ton of flowers. Yeah, so all of these, some of these are actually pretty good, but Self-Love Club, that could be interesting. Say that I like this design, can pay $12 for that one image, wow, or $2.90 charge. Okay, this site is not. Let's go to the normal one. Let's go to Free Pick. Here's a free pick, has a bunch of designs that I can buy. Go premium. Yeah, so if I just get one membership here, one subscription, then I can download as many as I want. Download a bunch of these. Some of these are cool, but the only problem is that they're not unique or original. And also none of these really fit what we saw the best sellers doing on Etsy and Amazon. Like, I wouldn't just launch like these by themselves. And then design bundles. This is probably the one that's the most applicable for augmenting a collection, because you can just go up here, type in flower t-shirt designs, or whatever your niche is. Yeah, here's a prime example. It gives us a ton of basically the exact same design, just with slight variations. Scroll down and let's see what else they have. Sarcastic sublimation, that could actually be interesting. Here's a bunch of butterfly ones. Oh, some of these could be good. Yeah, so we saw that the reason that this one catches my eye is that when we were doing our research, we saw the positive sayings were a common theme with spring designs, and then also butterflies. And colorful, it has sunflowers. So I'm actually going to check this one out. So I'm going to, let's do this on the right browser. So I'm actually going to buy this one. So I'm going to log in to download for free. Maybe I don't even have to buy it. That'd be sweet. Wow. Okay. I was able to just download it for free. Normally you have to pay for them. So I open this up on my desktop, throw out the zip file. Now let's see what we got. Yeah, not bad. So we just got, how many is this? Like 14, 15, 16 designs completely for free. So if you're really balling on a budget or really struggling, this is a way to get some quick designs. I don't have high hopes for a lot of these, to be honest, though, because they're obviously, if they were amazing designs, they wouldn't be free to download. But it is enough to build out a collection. But these would not be the ones that I would bank on, which is exactly why buying designs is not our primary means of design creation. We went through each of these. We looked at the different options to buy designs, and saving all the designs through a folder on our desktop. And make mental notes and not get emotionally attached to your designs. I'm going to talk about that more when we're making designs, but it's a numbers game. I'm very serious about, I used to tell people launch 50 and people are launching 20. Now I'm saying launch 100, and I really mean launch with 100, and you will thank me later. People try to, myself included when I started, we try to launch with as little as humanly possible. All right, Chris says 100, but I'll do 70 or I'll do 50. And then they launch their ads and the ads do terribly. And they're like, what happened? Like, I followed all the ad setup. I'm like, how many designs do you have? 25. That's, then they're like, I followed all the ad setup. I'm like, exactly. That's great. You need more products. Like, the success of the entire business comes down to the quality of your product catalog. That's why I'm showing you these other options, so you can build out, showing you these other options so that there's no excuse for not having 100 designs. Now you can hire a designer, you can get a bunch for free to fill out the collection, but the way that we're actually going to be doing this is with AI, which we're going to be covering in detail coming up soon. Now we're going to be using AI to actually start generating our designs and making our products. And just to recap for everybody, we're making graphic t-shirt designs based off of what we've already seen is selling out in the market within the niche that we chose. That is something both we're interested in, and we've seen that there's demand for that market. And we've covered how to use like Upwork and Fiverr to find designers if you want, which we've done in the past, but AI is an amazing tool that we're going to get into right now. And so the way that AI image generation works at a very high level, it's very technical, but all that we need to know is we basically give the AI basic text prompts, essentially just describe what we are looking for, and then it generates outputs at a very basic level. And as of today, there are 3 or 4 like main image generator tools out there, and they are Midjourney, Leonardo, not Leonardo DiCaprio, Leonardo AI, Ideogram, and DALL-E 3. And each of them has their own pros and cons to them. And what we're going to do is go through each of them, and I'll briefly explain how they work and what the best option is. We're going to take a demo of our software that we've been building for 9 months now, invested over $100,000 into development, and it is meant to be the premier AI image generation platform for print-on-demand sellers specifically. So what all of these other platforms have done is they make amazing models, but it's meant to generate designs for every use case. Everything under the sun, anything you describe, it can make, but it's not meant for anything in particular. So you can do everything from like 3D objects to like really ultra realistic images to like little cartoons like this, which is cool. But as print on demand sellers, there's very specific types of designs, as we're going to see, that we're trying to make. And it can be challenging using these different platforms because they're just generalist. So our software, which is called Mystic, is meant specifically for print on demand sellers to make the best designs possible, and along with everything else you could possibly need. And I could easily just show using Mystic, but I'm a firm believer that if you actually believe in what you built, then you should be able to like objectively show the audience all the options and be able to objectively say why your product is the best. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to practice what I preach. I'm going to show each of these briefly. We're going to start off with Leonardo because that's the one that's most suited for our use case. So here we are in Leonardo, and you can see they have a ton of different features like Canvas. You can make videos, you can upscale, you can train your own models, upload data sets. They have an API, all kinds of stuff. But you can see these are images that other users have generated. Some of the stuff is pretty amazing. Some of it is pretty odd. But what we're really looking for is just how do we recreate the types of designs that we're aiming for. And again, these designs are the ones that we've seen in the market sell pretty well. Like how do we create mandala type designs, or how do we recreate animals made out of flowers? We're not trying to make Leonardo da Vinci artwork. I'm just going to scroll through and see examples so like here's a design that could be good. It's like a watercolor of a fox, and up here you can see what the prompt was that the user inputted in order to generate it. Then you can also see the negative prompt. So the prompt is basically what you're telling the AI to generate. The negative prompt is what you're telling it not to generate. Down here you have the resolution, data was created, the pipeline, and the model that they used. And then down here you have some more related images. So if we were to say try and recreate this image, we just hit remix. We're just going to get an example. And I selected 4 images, so that's what it's doing. You can see how long it's taken. So it just returned these outputs. It does 4 variations of basically the same design. If we click into one, then we can see each of them are pretty good. It's very consistent with what we originally saw. So now let's analyze, like, how did they do that? How did the original person, whoever made this original design, how did they come up with that prompt? So the prompt is high quality logo style, watercolor, powerful, colorful fox face, logo facing forward, monochrome background by Yukasara. So that's an artist name. Awesome, full color. So as you can see, it just seems like complete gibberish, which that's how most of these AI tools work, is just by stringing together a bunch of descriptions and letting the AI figure out like what to make from it. And then for their, I'm not going to read all of this, but for their negative prompt, that's the thing about Leonardo and a couple of the other ones we'll look at. It's not just telling it what you want, it's also telling it what you don't want. They wrote nude, NSFW, text, letters, too many feet, too many fingers, long neck, 2 heads, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. They basically just copy and paste this for every prompt, every time they generate it. They don't really change it too much. Looking at the designs that we took pictures of, if I want to try to create something like these butterflies, like butterflies, white, flying away. Let's see if we can, high quality logo style. Okay, so we'll change this to white, powerful, colorful. I don't know who that artist is, so I'm just going to turn that off. And then it uses 32 tokens. So you can see we have, 10,000. So we can generate a good amount of images. All of these platforms are pretty similarly priced. It just comes down to what additional features they have. So here you see prime example of the challenge with using a lot of these other image tools is they are not tuned to make t-shirt designs specifically. And a t-shirt design or other print-on-demand designs, we want it to be centered, isolated on a white background. We don't want it to be getting cut off. We're not looking for just a picture. We're looking for something like this, which in order to make something like this, you have to use a very specific type of prompt. And you can see, even though we basically just recreated this prompt, but trying to change it to a different subject, it completely changed the output. Like, this is completely unusable. And nothing against Leonardo. That's how we're going to see all of these are. What if we try t-shirt style, white color? And then what if we try improved prompt? All right, never tried that before, so let's see it. It looks like it just took what I wrote and made it longer, basically. That's not a t-shirt design. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try mandala white background. Something simple, something we can't possibly mess up. All right, so here's our mandala on a white background. Yeah, so it's not ideal. But okay, so say that we did, just for example's sake, say that we did like this design, say that it somehow looks like one of these that I was trying to make something like that. But anyway, say that we did like this. We would then download the image, and then we would have to like remove the background, upscale it, and then come up with a title and description, and then upload it to Printify eventually. That's basically the rest of the workflow. But you just saw how this was the process to come up with. The only good design I was able to make was this person's. And I was just recreating what they did. So there's people that spend a lot of time getting really good at prompting, and that's how you get great outputs. But let's take a look at another one that's a little bit simpler. Let's go to ideogram. So ideogram is better at like text generation than some of the other models. So it's very like clean, simple layout. Sorting, again, we're looking at what other people have made. Let's try to find one that's similar to t-shirt design. These are all like very cartoony. Okay, this one's pretty good. I click on it, I can see the other variations that it came up with. This one's definitely the best. Then you can also see the prompt that they used. And something that's different is they, not quite cheating, but they got a really good output because they uploaded an example. And then they were basically just telling the AI to recreate this exact design. So that one doesn't quite count. Let's look at this one. This one's cool. Striking ink art masterpiece. Okay, let's try this one. Remix. So first, let's just see if we can get it to recreate that at all. So it recreated the exact design. Like how long the prompts are that people are writing. I don't know how people come up with this. I know some people use AI to come up with prompts easier, but still a lot. Okay, now I'm going to try to make our colorful flowers on a white background. Magic prompt on, using their latest model. So they have some art styles down here that I can choose from. Try vibrant. Probably should have wrote t-shirt design. I'll do that next. Okay, so it did make colorful flowers on a white background, but I think this one was on me. I think I need to do t-shirt design. Okay, so I wrote t-shirt design, white background. I think my prompt just needs to get a lot more detailed. All right, I'm gonna give this one more shot. Looking for a good t-shirt design and the reason I'm looking for a good design is I want to be able to just hopefully easily replicate whatever they did. Okay, so this design is Sunset Beach. It's very detailed. I want like a simple, because I'm not gonna recreate all of that. Yeah, not many people are using ideogram for t-shirt designs, it looks like. There's some here and there. There are some cool designs though. Create an illustration. It seems like this guy has some stuff in here. That create an illustration t-shirt design inspired by flowers. Vector illustration of a sunflower. Optimized for bold lines and vibrant colors with a white background. Yeah, okay, that should be good. Definitely better. At least it's on a white background. At least this would be something that's workable. So for ideogram, if you include these keywords, create an illustration for a t-shirt design, and then saying optimized for bold lines and vibrant colors, blah, 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 suitable for printing, clean shape and line, white background for t-shirt printing. So those are some good keywords. I'll include this prompt somewhere around this video, but those are some good keywords to get an output that is actually workable of let's try mandala. The mandala one turned out pretty good. Decent, at least. It's still not quite what we're looking for. And again, this is just so you have a frame of reference for all the tools available and you can make your own decision. So then if we like this one, we would hit download. It would then save it to your desktop. And then we would go to a site like clip drop and go to remove background. You would upload, remove background, download, and then you go to PNG to SVG, and we would upload our photo. Wow, this takes a while. But this is so we're turning it into a vector file, which is, we'll talk about these more when we start uploading onto Printify, but these are the types of files that you want to be using because it can be scaled up or scaled down to any dimension without losing quality. But this is the free route. There's some paid tools out there for the SVG conversion, but you would use a tool like ClipDrop, and then if you have to make some changes to your design, you would go to a site like Photopea, which is a free photo editor, or you can also use Canva, and you would upload your design, and then you have to spend a little bit of time learning how to use the software. You can do pretty much everything in here you can do in Photoshop. So you can add text if you want to. You can say you didn't like these like little red dots, go around and remove them all. Just takes a little bit of effort to do this, but those are the tools that you would use if you're trying to do this completely for free and if you have some changes that you want to make. All right, 2 more tools to look at. Next is Midjourney, which this is one that you may have heard of, but it's pretty popular. So they did just launch their online feature for some people. Normally you have to use this in Discord, which can be a little bit of a pain, but let's try it. So mandala t-shirt design. Let's see what we get. Okay, a couple of them look good. So this is something that is pretty common with these AI tools, is it'll print it actually on a t-shirt, which obviously we don't want, but this one's not bad. Something that helps is if you don't say specifically a t-shirt, and if you just say like vector art centered and isolated on a white background, say colorful mandala, and then here you can choose if you want it to be more stylized, which version or model. I always just use the most recent version, and then standard versus raw weirdness. I've never played with these, but yeah, let's see what this gives us. And while that's happening, let's go take a look at what are the most liked design. Oh, these are pretty cool. Create vertical film grain. Yeah, you see how detailed these prompts are. Some people are very skilled at this. I love the double exposure art. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's see what our design looks like. All right, not bad. All right, so if you're using Midjourney, just say vector art centered and isolated on a white background. Don't specifically say t-shirt, and you'll get like much better outputs. And then after you've generated it, they've added a bunch of new features. Like if you want to say you like this design, a nice thing that they have is you can upscale it in here. So this generates at, I think, 1024 by 1024, but you can upscale it to be like 4K or larger. Or you can remix it. So say we wanted to change it slightly, remix, very similar to what Ideogram has. All these models generally work the same. So if you wanted to remix it and say make like black and white, say black mandala, now that's generating. Or you can do zoom in or zoom out. So we could like have it zoom out on the image. Have you seen any of those images that are like infinite zoom videos? That's how they're doing it, is with this kind of zoom in, zoom out feature. They just start with an initial prompt and just keep clicking zoom out, and then they stitch them all together, which is cool. All right, now let's go look at our creations. Yeah, so we typed in black mandala and it did exactly that. Yeah, then here's the zoom out. So this was the original image, and then I hit zoom out 2x, and it doubled the size of it, and it tried to fill in around it, which you don't really need for, obviously you don't really need for like t-shirt designs, but it's just a cool feature to know about. So that's it for Midjourney. And again, if once you get a design that you like, you just sit here and just keep typing more designs, and eventually you would get up to 100. Last one we'll look at is DALL-E 3, which is by OpenAI. So it's within ChatGPT. So you can just write from ChatGPT, which is nice. You can tell it to make a t-shirt design of a colorful mandala. And then instead of returning text, it'll say creating image. Yeah, this is the thing that always ends up happening. It prints it on a t-shirt, which obviously we don't want. So I'm going to say show just the design, not the t-shirt. So now let's see, how does it do it? Yeah, so the way that it got it to not be on a t-shirt is it just doesn't mention the word t-shirt at all, which is interesting. But the way that the AI models work, as I understand it, is that they don't actually understand any of the words that they're reading. Like they have no idea like what a mandala is or what a t-shirt is. All that the models have understanding of is they've received an insane amount of data that's just been dumped into them. I'm going to try something new. I'm going to try just telling it sunflower vector art, white background. Okay, that is sunflower vector art. Let's try to make, I'm just going to describe this picture. Colorful cat made out of flowers, white background, vector art, ultra detailed. Okay, that's getting better. Let's see what this prompts. So if I like that design, I would download it and then go through the rest of the process that we talked about. So I would remove the background. If I want to make any changes, I would go into Photopea, and then I would turn it into a vector file. Then I would come up with the title and description, and then I would go into the next step, which is Printify. So now that we've gotten a lay of the land of each of these different models, which again, they're amazing in their own ways, they're just not built for our specific use case, which is why we're now going to be looking at Mystic, which is a software that we've built specifically for print-on-demand sellers. But I want to make sure that we covered these first so you get a lay of the land. You can see what the competition is, what your options are, and make the decision for yourself. Hopefully, it'll be a pretty easy one. That's been my goal, and as we've been building it for the past 9 months, and let's take a look. Now we're going to take a look at Mystic, which is the software that myself and my partner developed to be the premier AI image generation tool specifically for print-on-demand sellers and nobody else. All the other models like Midjourney, Ideogram, Leonardo, DALL-E, all of those are designed for general image generation. And what we've done with Mystic is made it specifically tailored to generating t-shirt designs, apparel, canvases, wall art, mugs, phone cases, all the products that you would see on a common print-on-demand store. And we try to make it as easy as possible to go from an idea for a niche or a store to hundreds of designs as quickly as possible. And I could tell you lots about it, but instead, let's take a look and start using it to make designs for seasonal collections. In Mystic, when you log in, you'll start off with a free trial. We give everybody credits just to try it out before you have to plug in a card or anything. But in the UI, it's a very simple layout. We want to give you exactly what you need and nothing more. You have here at the top a prompt bar, similar to other prompt bars in the image generators. But the key difference here is what we have to type in order to get a really good t-shirt design result. As we saw in the other image generators, we have to type in like very detailed, specific language and all that just to get one good design back. Instead, what we're able to do here is if I want to create, say, like this mandala here, all that I would type in is mandala, and then here we have the product types to choose from. So we have t-shirt, canvas, mug, phone cases, stickers, tapestries, and we've made our own models that are specifically designed for these products. So we select t-shirt, and then I can choose from a bunch of different art styles. There's going to be a ton of other art styles getting added. These are just a couple of examples. And then the cool thing is we can choose how many designs we want it to come up with. So just from the word mandala, not even having to tell it like on a plain background or centered, anything like that, we can just go ahead and hit generate. We can choose any number that we want. And the key piece to leave on is the magic prompt, because that's basically what allows us to type in such simple prompts here. But I'm going to go ahead and hit generate. And let's see what we come up with. There we go. So after a few moments, it's generated 8 different mandala type designs that are the perfect setup and style for a t-shirt. Now, as you'll notice, a big difference between what Mystic is doing compared to the other image generators is it's coming up with its own angles and types of styles for each design. All just from one word, it gave us completely different angles that we could try out. And the cool thing is that if we want to give it more descriptions, then we can do that. Like if we want to be super specific and say make a line art, like simple monocolor mandala like this, I can just say that. But since I was pretty broad, it then gave me a bunch of different options that I can work with. And now, unlike other image generators where, say I like this one, I would have to go see what the prompt is. And if I like this one, see what that prompt is, and then write something new. What we can do in Mystic is select the designs. Say if I like these 3 designs, then we go up here and hit the pencil. And now in plain text, we can tell it exactly what we want it to do. Like I could say, combine these three. So we can select a bunch in bulk just by clicking. And I could say, I don't know, remake each of these designs with no color. Occasionally it'll it slips up and does what other models do and put it on a t-shirt. But the cool thing is that anytime it does that, you don't get charged for those credits used. But let's go to bulk actions, delete that one. So the way that I created these designs here was I had it come up with animals made out of flowers, and it came up with each of these, which I thought were pretty cool. I like that wolf. That elephant is really cool, but I really like this lion. And I wanted to see what it would look like if the lion was made out of just different color flowers. So I just did this, or I selected it, and I went up here, and then I said to make 6 of the same design just with different colors, and that's exactly what it did. With image generation in general, it's not great at recreating the identical image, but with Mystic you're able to get it to come up with a ton of different variations. So I've been generating some designs for seasonal, and here's some of them that it came up with. And again, all of these were just from plain text. I barely gave like any description of what I wanted it to do, and it gave me a really wide variety. I like that flower, I like that fox, not fox, so that wolf, the lion. Where's the lion? This one's really cool. So these sunflowers. And now I select each of the designs that I like the most out of everything that it made. And then I go to up here, and I can just say make more designs like these, and then I select however many I want it to make, and I click generate. And now it's reading or looking at each of these different designs, seeing what they have in common, and now it's starting to generate based off of those. And in the meantime, while it's doing that, I want to show you the next cool thing that we're able to do. And like we saw with the other image generators, once we finally make a design that we like, we have to just try to play around with the prompt to recreate that. Whereas in Mystic, if you click on it, go to quick actions. So I really like this style. Just go to quick actions, save style, and then I name it whatever I want. I can call this firework explosion. And then I would just save it, and then it'll show up as a style for me to select from these drop downs here. So if I really like that design and I want to recreate something similar to it in the future, say if I wanted to remake this but for animals or whatever your niche, or coffee cups, whatever your niche is, I would just save it as a style, and then it'll show up here as one of the drop downs for me to choose from. And perhaps my favorite feature out of everything that Mystic can do on the generation side is what it's able to do after you've generated designs that you like. And not just what it can do to one design, but what it can do to a bunch in bulk at the same time. So I like these designs here. I'm going to select these. Then previously the process is we have to remove the background, upscale it, or turn it into a vector file, then come up with titles and descriptions for all the products before we upload it to Printify and go into that whole side of the process. So what we decided to do for Mystic is, instead of making people piece it together with a bunch of different tools all over the place, we brought all of those tools into one easy to use dashboard. So to do that, go up here to bulk actions. You just click remove background. It just tells you the number of credits. The credits system, it's like pretty much the same value for Leonardo. All of them, every image generator is priced like pretty similarly. So now what it's doing is going through all of these images and automatically removing the background. And not only that, we can tell it to generate the title, which it generates titles and descriptions. Anything text-based is completely free. So take a look at the wolf. And there it is. See the original? It has the background with the colors and stuff, and there's with it removed. And they even gave it a name of Winter Sprinter. I think that's pretty cool. And if we don't like it, we can just delete it or tell it to write another one. Then here's the description that it came up with, and if we don't like the description, we can edit it. We can change it to be whatever we want. Let's see the deer. So there's with the background, then here's the background removed. Now I want to change the main image, the image that we're working with from now on, to be the one with the background removed. There we go. And now I want to create vector files for each of these. The vectorizing portion, that's the most expensive. It just requires a lot of generation power to use it. So that's the priciest thing. So I just recommend doing that with the designs that you're like really happy with. And then if you're selling on Etsy or Amazon or Redbubble or any of those other sites, you're also able to generate tags for you to use on your listings. And you're going to be able to edit this and customize how it generates your descriptions, what kind of titles you like. You can change all of your preferences under the settings page. But I just wanted to show you basically the power that it has already. There's going to be so many other features that we're adding down the road. Like, I want to basically allow people to upload, like, the next stage is I want to be able to upload all of these designs, just upload them into Mystic and have it analyze everything, see like basically the whole process that we just did manually, do that automatically, and then start generating these ideas all on its own so that we don't even have to type in the word mandala or flower or whatever, that it'll do all of that for us. Basically as little human intervention as humanly possible, that's our goal. But hopefully this little demo gives you an example of the power that it has. And this is what I'm going to be using for generating all of our designs as we go through the rest of this course for seasonal. And then, one thing I forgot to mention is we're also going to be adding Printify, Printful, Gelato integrations down the road along with Amazon and Etsy. That's definitely on the roadmap, but starting with Printify. But for right now, what you're able to do is you can easily export and use all of your designs however you want. You just go up here to bulk actions and download. And when it downloads, you're given the option to download it as a spreadsheet, which will then give you like all the titles, descriptions, and images side by side, so you can easily just copy and paste each of those into your Printify account. And again, depending on when you're watching this, we might already have the Printify integration finished, so you can just automatically upload it into your account. And then the next big feature that we're working on already is the mockup generation. So you're going to be able to create your own mockups, like the flat lay images of the t-shirts and whatever products you're selling, and then automatically superimpose these designs onto those mockups. And you can do that in bulk, integrate it, upload to your Printify account. So basically it's going to be the end-to-end solution for print-on-demand sellers, and it's going to be as competitively priced as humanly possible, which I'm pretty excited about. I'm going to be using this a ton on all of our stores, and I can't wait for you guys to try it out too. But anyway, so far what I've generated is I made some, I really like this design. So I made some flower designs, floral phoenix. Perfect. Anyway, the cool thing for generating these, all that I typed in was the word flower. Pretty wild. And down here, I typed in the word sun, and this is what it came up with. Cosmic Aztec, sun chill. I played around with like retro style, but down here, I just typed in the word flower again. I think I selected the watercolor art style from this in order to create that. But down here, I tried getting creative with galactic art. But yeah, so all of these generations together took me maybe like 10-15 minutes of effort on my part, and the prompts are, as you can see, like dead simple. And then just going through, selecting the ones that I like the best, like all those bulk actions, remove background. Then I want titles for each, descriptions, and then once those are finished, just make sure the back, yeah. It amazes me how good the AI is at removing backgrounds, not just in Mystic, but in all of them. Oh, this one's awesome too. Let's see what the title comes up with for that. Sunny Radiance, Poppy Passion. These titles are so much better than anything I could come up with. Wow, that's amazing. The fact that it's that good at removing the background, even though it's like there's not clearly defined edges at all. Crystal Lotus, that's cool. Cosmo Flora, I'd probably put a space between though. What else do I want to make? Oh, I haven't done butterflies yet. Butterfly made out of flowers, t-shirt, do a bunch, and no art style. Let's see what that comes up with. Actually, let's just do a couple. All right, let's see what this comes up with. All right, so just finished generating and made a bunch of different butterfly designs out of flowers. Cool, this one got cut off a little bit, so I'll just have it redo that one. But that one's cool. I think this one's the best. So I would just save this style, but let's remove the background and see how it turns out. Yeah, the background turned out really nice. Let's zoom in. Yeah, I like this one a lot. I could see this is the exact kind of thing that I would put on a t-shirt and expect to do pretty well. So then from here, what I could do is go like this, bulk actions, and then just say remake this design, but in different art styles. One with steampunk, one with rainbows, one with roses, etc. I know it's kind of wordy, but that's Like, I'm just able to write it plain text exactly how I would think of it. And now I want to make a bunch more like this because I like that one. So let's see what it comes up with. There we have it. All the designs just came in. Honestly, all of these are pretty cool. The only reason I wouldn't use all of them is I don't want, out of my 100, I don't want to have too many butterflies. Really don't want this to turn into a butterfly store, but I don't know. Some of these are sweet. So I'm going to select the ones that I like the best. This Gaelic one is cool. Rainbow. Steampunk designs seem to do pretty well too. And if these are looking like cartoony to you, one that's by design, like I want more cartoony, like less detailed designs do pretty well, but you can always just tell it add detail, and you can say it as basic as that and it'll do a pretty good job. So we get the point. We're able to use this to pretty easily generate a ton of different designs, and we've just been doing it with a handful at a time. But if you spend like an hour in here, like we just spent about 15 minutes and we came up with a few dozen good designs for us to start uploading. So go over to Mystic, use mystic.ai and sign up for your free trial and let us know your feedback. We want you guys to have a great experience with it. It's gonna be me answering a lot of the customer service messages, at least when we first launch. So you might get a chance to talk with me. Maybe I'll be helping you troubleshoot if anything comes up. But yeah, we're really excited for you guys to try it. So head over to usemystic.ai and claim your free trial now. Now we're going to talk about how to keep your designs nice and organized from the get-go so that it doesn't turn into just giant clutter of PNG files sitting on your desktop, and it starts to feel overwhelming to scale up to 100 or a couple hundred designs. And what I found from my own personal experience is that it's very easy to scale up processes that are nice and organized and have a system to it. It becomes a lot more challenging when it feels like a mess and just like at the back of my head, I know that there's just a giant pile of crap that I don't feel like sifting through. So we want to avoid all that, because one of the keys to success with these businesses is having the bandwidth to launch hundreds of designs, not just 20. The good news is that we have an awesome free tool for you to use that will help make this process really simple. And it's this master design checklist that you see in front of you. So this is a spreadsheet that I made and we use in all of our brands now, because we were at the point originally where it was just a giant mess. So we made this spreadsheet. And what this does is it helps us keep track of, I think I have it for up to 500 designs, and it keeps track of where it's at in not just like the stages of uploading, but for down the line once we launch like international and that kind of stuff. And it also makes it a really easy filing system for us to keep track of things. So this is going to be linked somewhere around this video, and just going to make a copy. All right, so we made a copy. I'm going to name this Seasonal Collections and bookmark this. And the other tool that we're going to be using is Google Drive, which this is where we're going to be uploading all of our files. And the idea behind it is every design is not just going to be getting a name, but it's also going to be assigned a number. I just downloaded one, for example, from Mystic. It's named Floral Majesty. And that's going to be our first design. First, make a folder to hold all of them. Floral Majesty, file upload. And I'm going to upload all of the versions. Then to keep things even more organized, I'm going to assign the same number to those names. And as a bonus, later on, I'm going to show you how we can automate this entire process using make.com, which is like Zapier. So the system that I have set up is that anytime I make a new design, I just upload it to a Google Drive folder, and then it automatically fills out this spreadsheet for me. But I want to show you how it works manually first. So design name, Floral Majesty, and I share copy link. I'm going to make sure that anybody who has the link, like from my team, that they're able to edit. So copy, change that to editor, and then paste the Google Drive link there. And then tab replaces it with that. Then this is pretty cool. Let's go delete that. Insert image in cells, Google Drive, my drive, Floral Majesty. And now I can see what the design looks like, which when you only have 10 designs, this might feel like overkill, but trust me, to really grow these brands, having more designs is your best way to do that. Take my word for it. This will make your life a whole lot easier. and then whatever status it's in is draft. And then as we go through the process of uploading it to Printify, Shopify, bulk product editing, Q&A, all of that, we're going to be checking off these boxes. So the idea is every design has its own folder, every design gets a line, and you just keep things nice and organized. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat this process for the rest of the designs that we have made so far. And one other option, if you don't like spreadsheets for whatever reason, is to use Trello. Just set up a simple board. Basically just set up the columns to be the same as this so you can track it, and then you can just move it along as you go. For me, I used to do Trello, but now I just like doing this. It keeps it easy to have it all in one place. And the fact that we use Google Drive makes it easy as well. So that's how we keep our designs nice and organized. We're going to be referring back to this master design checklist or spreadsheet a lot, so highly recommend setting yours up now. Now we're going to be setting up our Printify account, which to do that, we have our handy dandy checklist here back over on our setup spreadsheet. And we're just going to be walking through each of these steps. And I'm going to be covering the basics of setting up Printify. Meg's going to be doing a section on the more advanced stuff to be aware of. But to get started, you're just going to click here to start your free trial with Printify. Full disclosure, we mentioned this is an affiliate link for us, which is one of the only ways that we make any money off of doing super long trainings like this. So please use it, but for whatever reason you don't feel like it, you can always just Google Printify and create an account that way. But to get started, I'm going to go to Printify and click sign up. Then I'm going to use the brand email at seasonalcollections.co. And then once you log into your Printify account, you're going to be brought to a page like this, and they give you like insights and orders. There's a lot that you can see. Again, Meg's going to go through that stuff in more detail with you, but for now, we're just going to go right to uploading our first product. So to do that, we're going to go to catalog and t-shirts, catalog, men's t-shirts. And here we're given the options that we have to choose from. So a couple of things to keep in mind is number one, the quality of the shirt, and number two, the price. Obviously, we'd rather go with the cheapest pricing possible, but there are some trade-offs. The Bella Canvas is the highest quality. Gildan 5000 feels like cardboard. Some people like it, but it's generally considered to be the worst quality. And then Gildan 64,000 is a soft style shirt, which this one's really nice. Find this one to be a good balance of like price and quality. And then there's a bunch of other brands. Just to save you time, you don't even have to worry about them. I've probably sold just about every product type on here, and these are the ones you want to be looking at. So either soft style, Bella Canvas, or the 5000 is what I recommend going with. And you see the pricing here is Printify Premium is a lot cheaper. It's 20% cheaper on all products. So once you start making any kind of sales, you definitely want to upgrade to Printify Premium. After just one or two orders, it pays for itself, and it's just $30 a month. So when you click on Bella Canvas, you're brought to the product page, and by default, this is something new they added, the Printify choice, where it basically they'll choose the best print provider for you. But if we want, we can do show additional providers, and we can see every different printer that works with Printify. And you can see that they each have their own pricing, their shipping speed, their average production time, and then the colors they have available. It can be kind of overwhelming because there's a lot of different options on here, but Monster Digital is the one that I've worked with a ton. I know right now they're in 8.6. I'm not really sure why, but they're really good. They're fast. Their quality has always been very consistent for us. Now SwiftPod. Well, Swift does this sketchy thing where they set their pricing for just one color to be lower. It's not legitimate pricing. So I'm going to go to Monster Digital and click Start Designing, Explore by Myself. Got it. Hide these tips. So they also just added neck labels recently, which is cool. But what we're going to do is go to Upload Google Drive, and we're going to sync our Google Drive folder so that we're able to import our pictures, our design files. So I'm importing the SVG. Okay, so it's too detailed. All right, so I'll have to fix that. But just for example, uploading the PNG file. And now we're in their drag and drop editor where we can place it wherever we want. Where we typically place it, we just center it and then make it touch the top. And the reason we do that is that if you picture like a t-shirt, it might seem like normal to put it in the middle, but if you print it right smack dab in the middle, it ends up like almost on people's stomach, compared to like you want it just grazing the top of the print line. And you can also print on the back if you want. Honestly, I've never really done that. We've always just done front prints. It's definitely something that you could experiment with. And then the next thing that we were going to do is select the colors that we want. Now, it can be overwhelming, especially with Belly Canvas, the number of colors that are available. It's a lot. And I used to just go through and select every single color, but now what we do is just choose like the best looking 5 or 6. Because what we found is we actually had a higher conversion rate on our site when there was less choices, because it led to decision fatigue. And if you are doing Belly Canvas, I recommend looking at the heathers. They're like some of the top performers. It looks good. Military green always does well. Heather True Royal. Heather Team Purple, that one does well for the female audience. Let's throw in a black. That looks cool. And you can also only select a maximum of 100 total variants. Then for size, you want to select all the sizes. They only go up to 3XL, which we get a lot of requests, honestly, for 4XL and 5XL. So now we've selected our colors and the sizing. Click Save Product. And now we're brought to the page where we can choose from their default mockups, which they've added some over time, but they're still not the best looking things in the world. But there's a lot of different ones that you can choose from and pick out which one. We're going back, working off of our spreadsheet, done this, done that. We expanded the design, we horizontally centered it, we vertically centered it. Then we click the colors in the top, then we save the product. Now the title, image color, so we want to choose whatever color we think this design looks the best on. I think the black heather, either that or the dark gray, I think looks the best. So I'm changing the primary color that's going to show up. Then I can choose from any of these mockups, like that one, but none of them are great. So we're going to be making our own mockups separately, and we'll show you how to do that. But just for now, I'm just going to go with the basic front mockup. And then the title we changed to the same as the product titles, or the design title that Mystic made. So Floral Majesty t-shirt. And then paste in the description. These descriptions are going to get changed a lot. Like, we're going to do this in bulk product editor. So for now, you just put that, add sizing table. And then for the pricing, we select all, edit price. And we'll talk about our pricing psychology later, but for now, just know that a good starter price is $26.99. That's what we price all of our other brands at. Something to mention is, so we have the retail price, which that's what we're going to charge the customer. The production cost is what we're going to get charged by Printify, and then the shipping cost is what they're going to charge us to ship it. So if we set it to $26.99, we see that we have a profit of $16.06. Keep in mind that this is not counting the shipping, but our retail price is also not counting the shipping that we're going to charge to the customer. So it ends up roughly offsetting. But the 2XLs and 3XLs, see the price jump. It's a pretty substantial price jump on the Bella Canvas. So we set that price to 20. You can either do $28.99 or $27.99. And then how much does this one jump? That jumps a lot. I'm going to set this to $31.99. There we go. And you can set your pricing anywhere from, I would say, 25 up to 35 at the absolute max. But there's obviously a trade-off between conversion rate and the cost of goods. Set our pricing, and then we haven't connected our store just yet, so we're going to save as draft. Congrats on your first product. Thank you. And now to speed up that process a little bit so you don't have to go through and find the product again, what you can do is just hit clone, and go into design and delete the design, and then upload our next design file. So we would select the next design and basically just rinse and repeat that process. And you upload all the designs that you have, and you have to go through that manual process every time. That's why Mystic, we're going to be adding an automatic product uploader feature. But for now, you just have to rinse and repeat, upload each of the designs. And it is a good thing to learn and to practice, get in a rhythm of doing, because it's monotonous, but it's extremely valuable to get comfortable with that process. And to give another example, I'm going to upload. Let's do a Gildan 64,000 so we can see the price difference. Unisex soft style, so I'm going to do Monster Digital again. And if you click on provider info, you can see the different colors that they have and the breakdown of pricing. All right, so we're choosing Monster Digital, start designing, close that, upload the file, Google Drive, like that. Scale, I'm going to increase to 800. That's way too big. Let's try 500. Nice. And center it. Make it touch the top. I also added this where you can turn it into a pattern if you want. That's useful for like phone cases and all over print products, but not really for what we're doing. Let's make it large. Center to the top. Now let's select the colors. So on the Gildan 64,000, sport gray, dark heather navy, black. The colors that we always do are, if the design looks good, is black, white, a gray. Those are the three that we always do. Military green is also a good seller. And then heather royal, but the heathers tend to be out of stock more often than other colors, so that's just something to keep in mind. We got our white, gray, dark heather. We don't need two navies. Okay, that's pretty good. What is that, 6? Maybe do a red. Actually, how does this look on? Oh, that's cool. This one looks really good on that. And sizes, make sure they're all selected. Nothing on the back or the neck label. And then save product. Again, we're going to be doing our own mock-ups, but I think Daisy looks the best. And then floral, majesty. Delete all of this. Add sizing table. We're going to update our prices again because this is a new product. We didn't just duplicate it. If you had duplicated your product, then this would already be done. But 2XL, we're going to set this to $28.99. There we go. Then save as draft. And there we go. So now we have a couple of products uploaded. We've seen what the Gildan 64,000 looks like versus the Bella Canvas. So price-wise, it seems like they're relatively similar, but like $848 versus $777. It's like around close to $1. Or let's see what Monster Digital's prices are. Monster Digital, it's $778 versus $913. So if you're selling 1,000 shirts a month, that's $1,300 in profit that would be in your pocket. Now the trade-off to consider is like if a customer gets a Bella Canvas, how much more likely are they to come back and buy from you again? It's tough to tell because some people like the soft style, some like Bella Canvas. So for your own brand, I would recommend ordering samples from both and deciding which one you like the best and what you want your customers to be receiving. All right, so if you followed along, now you should have your very first product uploaded to Printify, and next Meg is going to be covering how to set up your Printify settings and organize the rest of your account.
Hi everybody, and welcome to this module. We're going to be covering everything from Printify to Shopify, focusing on fulfillment. So this is a really important part of print on demand because if you're not able to fulfill your products, your customers are never going to actually receive anything. So today we're gonna walk through everything that there is to really know about Printify, as well as getting your products ready on the Shopify side and ready to launch and go live. So we're first gonna start off with Printify. The first thing that you're going to want to do is open up that Printify account, and we're just going to kind of go through the dashboard over here and play around. So as you can see right now, I'm in my products. You can see the different t-shirts that Chris and I have already imported for this new print on demand store. But if you click your dashboard, this is going to kind of give you a little overview of your overall Printify account. As you can see, orders requiring action, there are currently none. This would have some numbers if like maybe you had a shirt that was out of stock and somebody ordered that shirt. you would have a little order here saying like, hey, this order, we can't push it through. It has some sort of issue. You need to take a look at it and figure out like what you want to do to fix it. So it's always good that this is 0, but it's okay if it's not 0. Issues are going to arise, problems are going to happen, and we're just going to tackle them as they occur. Cost to date, 0. This would tell you exactly how much you've spent on your production, taxes, that kind of stuff with Printify specifically. So this is kind of like a good area to know your overall cost of goods of what you've paid with Printify. Products published, we have over 40. They'll give you trending now kind of different products that you could put on your store potentially. Chris and I never really explore these options because they are printed with different print providers. Specifically, we like to use Monster Digital. They're wonderful for t-shirts, apparel. They're very fast, have minimal issues or mistakes. But as you can see, all of these print providers are different from Monster Digital. So you can add them to your store, but just know that you are going to be paying a double shipping price on those products. Like if somebody ordered a t-shirt and a mug, you're going to be paying double the shipping because they're coming from 2 completely different areas and shipping to the same person. And down here, Printify has, their blog, which can have some great information in it, how to do print on demand, creating products, as well as different webinars that Printify will put on throughout the year where you can learn from other people who have scaled up their stores and have become really profitable and done very well by specifically using Printify. So this is your little dashboard area that kind of just gives you the breakdown of your store. I know Chris kind of went through this, but the next thing that we can look at is your catalog. Catalog is simply all of the different products that Printify can offer you as a seller. So we can, go through, kind of do the little quiz that they give you, or just click viewing the overall catalog. So everything from apparel to candles, wall decorations, they are now starting to add beauty. So if you are interested in doing a supplement brand or potentially doing beauty products, this is something that you can do as well now with Printify, which is pretty crazy. But Chris and I, we've always focused really just on apparel. It's what we know best. So I can't give you too much advice when it comes to, doing a supplement or a beauty brand, but Printify is making it very easy to get started in that niche. So you can play around and kind of see the different, print providers, look at the different styles of shirts, and just get an idea of like what you would truly want to be selling. We already saw my products. We can click the orders button. This is where all of your orders are going to kind of be like thrown in. So the way that print on demand works is somebody is going to purchase from your Shopify store or your website. From there, Shopify is going to send this order to Printify automatically. You won't have to do anything. When somebody places an order, you will see it. It will pop up right here in this orders page. And from there, that's where you can see all the same information that the customer put in on the Shopify side. And as you watch over the course of a couple days, it'll, change from being like on hold, that's before it goes into production, to them being in production, meaning Monster Digital or whatever print provider you select is actually working on printing your product and then shipping it to the customer, to ready to ship, to then on the way. So on the way means it's already been shipped. It has left the print provider's fulfillment center. It is currently being shipped to your customer. And once they receive it, those orders will then get put into the delivered area. So that's kind of how all of these orders will go through their like different phases of being fulfilled. Something that you can take a look at from time to time is if an order has issues. So this could be anywhere from the address can't be found in Printify's like third-party address, like basically a third-party address checker. So this is going to basically make sure that the address that your customer gave is an address that a shipping company will actually be able to find. Now, this doesn't typically happen in US orders, but if you do start to print and ship and fulfill outside of the US, that's when the addresses can get a little bit tricky and they're just a little bit different from typically what the US has. So that's kind of the majority of like has issues. You can have issues if something's out of stock. This is going to typically be a big red button. So you'll know those orders that do have issues, and then you can reach out to the customer and see how you would like the issue to be resolved. You can typically send it to a different print provider who has stock in that shirt. They can then ship it to the customer just for that one order, or you can refund the customer and Printify will give you your money back since they never actually fulfilled the order. So this is just a quick little breakdown of the orders tabs. Again, right now we don't have anything in here because our store is not currently live. But once we start taking orders, we'll be able to show you videos showing that these orders are going through Printify, the different stages that they're in, and how to deal with any issues that come up. Next, we can go to the wallet app. As you can see, you can subscribe here for Printify Premium. This is a way that you can get a 20% discount off of all of the products. So this is a great way to save money. It's $29 per month. And you can pay a yearly subscription to kind of bring that monthly cost down. This is also where you can add your credit card and your payment. So how are you going to pay for these orders? Typically, Chris and I just connect at one of our business credit cards. And this way, every time an order gets placed, we'll automatically fulfill those orders around midnight, and it'll all go in as like one lump charge for the end of the day, which makes it very nice and easy to calculate what your cost of goods were and the cost of good percent of your overall revenue. You can also pay with PayPal and top up this like little wallet that they have. This is where all of your transactions will be shown. So every time that Printify has to charge your credit card, you'll see all of those charges here. Invoices, this is where all invoices will go at the end of a month. So currently we have our invoices disabled, but we'll go through all the settings of what we like to have set up on the Printify side so that it's easy for you guys to follow along in our videos. But these are where our monthly invoices are going to go, that are going to give you that breakdown of your production cost, your sales tax, as well as your shipping costs. You can do per order invoices. We don't typically do that. And then any withdrawals. So like if, let's say you had put money from PayPal or something in your Printify balance, you could actually withdraw it from Printify and put it back into PayPal if you needed to. Again, we don't typically top off this Printify wallet kind of thing that they use, but that is an option for you. Next, we'll go to taxes. This is where you can set up all of your sales tax. So this can be for VAT, which is for international orders outside of the United States. USA, you're going to throw in sales tax. So we'll go through a whole thing about how to get a sales certificate, how to give that information to Printify so that you're no longer being charged for sales tax, because it means that you're collecting it and remitting it yourself. And also Canada, how to submit a certificate. So if you had these resale certificates, they would be right here in this tax area. They do make it very easy. And I'll be able to show you guys how to actually submit a certificate later on. Lastly, we're going to go to rewards. No rewards yet, but if there were rewards, they would be set up here. Insights. This is similar, I would say, to your Shopify analytics page. So once they get enough information on the orders that you're receiving, they'll be able to give you feedback on those orders right here in this Insights tab. So nothing to really see at this moment, but let's get into store settings. So as you can see, we have named our store My Store. You can name your store whatever you would like. But this is where you are able to edit that store name. Your ship from address, we always just do a Printify default. You can put in your own custom address if you wanted to use like your home address or whatever address you have linked to your business. And then these again are just if you sold in Germany or the UK, like where would you want your address to be, or what would you want that shipping address to be? Again, we just pick the Printify default for all of them. Order settings. Now, this is really important because we talk about order routing. So this is a lot of times if there is an issue with, let's say, out of stock, this is your way to tell Printify, hey, I am fine with you finding a different print provider for me that is within this range budget-wise that is able to fulfill it. So we always enable order routing because it just makes our life easier. And then you can decide if you want similar product matches. So we use Gildan 64,000. Let's say the closest match was like a Gildan 5,000. Are you okay with your customer maybe not getting that exact same shirt? I would say the exact product matches only, because if it is that big of an issue, we can reach out to our customer and ask them if they would want a different color, if they'd want a different type of shirt, if they would rather just get their money, returned to them. So I'll always say exact product matches only. If Printify is not able to do that, I would then reach out to the customer. But here you can actually look into seeing how order rerouting works. Again, we kind of went over the gist of it. And then some different examples of when Printify would reroute your order. It's pretty rare. I don't think it happens that often, specifically with the print provider that we've selected. Order approval. This is great because you can automatically set how you would want your orders to go through. So you would manually have to go through that orders tab and select the orders that you would want to move to production. Basically saying to the print provider, hey, I am approving this order. You can now start working on printing and then shipping this product. Automatically every hour. So that means every hour that you're getting orders, they are charging your card or charging your wallet and automatically pushing those orders into production. Automatically every 24 hours, and then automatically set time. So we always select automatically set time, and then I change this for like 11:53 p.m. So right before midnight, basically. And that way it can cover all of your orders that you've received over the full 24-hour day without, let's say you got an order right at midnight. That's going to count towards the next day. This is just going to keep our cost of goods kind of nice, clean, and organized and give us the most realistic number. So I always set this automatically set time and for around 11:50, 11:55, somewhere around there. Tracking, receive it as soon as it's available. This means that they'll send you tracking information on large orders as soon as that tracking is available. Okay, so this is Printify part 2 since the video failed. As you can see, we will receive that tracking information as soon as it is available for us. I always prefer just to have that information as soon as we possibly can. Delayed orders due to shipping restrictions. Yeah, I would just automatically send everything to production. If there's any kind of issue with it being sent, they're going to put it in the has issues and you're going to be able to resolve that issue on your own anyways. I would rather it just automatically go. And then would you like to have daily order updates? I do receive these, which is nice because it'll tell me if there is an out of stock issue. If you're not checking your orders in Printify every single day. So this is definitely something that's good to have turned on. And then once you're done making these changes, we're going to click save. So Printify Connect. We're going to talk about Printify Connect with customer service. It's basically Printify's way of kind of handling customer service for yourself. You do need a Printify premium account in order to use this service. Specifically, Chris and I do not use this service at this time, but it can be a great thing to add on if you're somebody who's brand new to the industry. It just doesn't quite fit all of our needs that we have for customer service at this point in time. But again, I will go through this in much more detail when we get to the customer service portion of this course. This is going to be really important, your shipping profiles. You want to click General Profile because if you automatically assign a new shipping profile to every single order, it's going to change the price of your shipping for the customer, if that makes sense. So you want to click general profile because it's going to actually apply whatever shipping the customer paid. Yeah, instead of it putting in what you've charged your customer for shipping, it's going to change that within the Printify side. So we always charge a flat shipping fee on Shopify. It's usually like $4.95, somewhere around there. But this will actually use geolocation and charge somebody like $7.25 for their shipping, and then it just turns into a big mess. Customers are always really confused by it. So you want to make sure that that general profile is clicked and you apply it so that whatever you've set up shipping wise on Shopify stays on Shopify. Shipping calculator, no, we don't need to do that. Again, this is kind of like that creating a new shipping profile for everything. If you enable this, you can enable it, but customers may turn away when they see, oh, it's going to cost me, $9.50 to get this t-shirt. Like, yeah, no way. And they'll leave. So you can add these. We specifically do not. We just keep our flat, shipping fee. And then branding. This is where you can add package inserts if you'd like. Again, it's with select print providers. So if you click on these are the print providers that do provide these printed inserts where you can have your brand name, you could have your socials for them to follow you on, just kind of different information for the customer to have about your brand. So Monster Digital has them. We do use them on our brand that we currently run right now. Again, they're 15 cents per insert, 10 cents if you have Printify Premium. So another one of those perks of being signed up for the $29 per month Printify Premium. And then gift messages. I think we don't typically do any gift messages on Shopify. We don't get many people who are asking for them. It's definitely, I think, more important for an Etsy order than necessarily a Shopify store. But this is something that you could look into. If you get a lot of people who seem to be buying your t-shirts for gifts, then this could be a great little insert that, gift messages are currently available for all Etsy orders. Manually created. So there's really no way for them to do this for Shopify owners at this point in time. So I think something that could be cool eventually down the road. But right now, not something that we can use and take advantage of. But these are the store settings that Chris and I have used on our current brand and other brands that we've fulfilled with Printify. So just make sure when you're setting up your store that you are double checking these settings, because if they are off, you can run into some issues. And then the last thing on the side here is branding. So branding, we already saw those package inserts. This is where you can set that up and kind of create like how you'd want your insert to look. And you can also do neck labels. So this is something that we do on our current brand right now. I don't think it's necessarily something that you have to have starting off, but as you start to scale up a little bit and you have a little bit more money in that budget, it's just a great way to make your brand feel more like legit. Not saying that it's not legit, but again, when you get rid of that Gildan tag and you've got a nice printed insert with your brand on it, it just kind of gives it a more like wholesome feel. So not something that we need to add on today, but this is another way that you can use these branding tools that Printify gives you to really elevate your brand that you're building. And then again, gift messages that we are not able to use at this time. But this is pretty much how you should set up your Printify store. And then the next thing that we are going to go into is actually getting a product on Printify to then Shopify, and moving on from there. So I hope you enjoyed. So make sure that you are going through all of your store settings and getting your store really ready for that initial launch. And then one last thing that is really great about Printify is their customer service. So if you click this little button down in the bottom left-hand corner, this is going to pull up their customer service chat where you can get anything from questions about print on demand and Printify, account management. So if you're having, let's say, like issues with setting up your account or issues with your payment, you would want to click account management. Products and designs, if you're having issues with like maybe a file size or something like that, And then finally, order management. So if you do have an issue with a product, you can click order management. It'll kind of ask you some more questions. Are you trying to edit or cancel an order, report an issue? Or do you have something else to ask? So we can say report an issue, and then from there give them more information about the order, what's going on, and a Printify representative will hop on with you and help talk you through this situation. But their customer service is, I would say, phenomenal. Having done the customer service for our brands for years, Printify's customer service has always been excellent. They're always very helpful, very polite. I cannot recommend using their customer service agents for really like any issue that you're having on Printify. But yeah, this is how I would set up our store. So make sure that your store is set up and that these settings are in place prior to launching. So it's smooth sailing, and the fewer hiccups in the beginning, the better. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next module. Okay, in this module, I'm going to be going through how you can actually create your own mockup on Canva for pretty cheap. They have a lot of different options that you can choose from, but I'll kind of run through how I've created the mockup that you will currently see and how you can do the same and mix and match stuff to work for whatever niche you are selling in. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is go to Etsy and look up the different Gildan 64,000 mockups that they offer. And as you can see, there are a ton of different options. Personally, we like to do a lay flat option because your design then doesn't have any creases or anything that's kind of funky. If you're in more of a feminine niche, you could do a mockups more similar to this. But typically when I'm looking for a good blank mockup to use, I'm just looking for a simple lay flat. So as you can see, this one looks really good. They have a ton of colors to choose from. And it looks like they also send you a sizing chart as well, which is really nice. And you can use that then on your store. So this is how your design will look. It can have a front and a back. So you can just purchase one of these off of Etsy. It's a quick, easy digital download. Again, $5.50, and then you can use it for pretty much any store that you then want to launch. So I would highly recommend going and just buying a simple mockup online for really cheap, and then being able to use it in Canva, making sure that, the colors are going to match what your customer's actually purchasing, etc. So after this, you're going to go to Canva. You're going to want to do an Instagram size post, so a 1080 by 1080. And we can then upload those blanks that, as you can see, we can upload all those blanks that we just downloaded. So there are tons and tons of color options, guys. I mean, look at these. Like, that is crazy. It's great. We love that. We'll just start off with a simple white t-shirt. This is what's going to be our main focus of this mock-up. Personally, this is the one that we are using for this store. This is what I was able to make right here on Canva. And it just matches kind of like that seasonal vibe. We're going for spring, so adding like a color down here in the corner, specifically red, catches the eye, and it's right near that call of action button on your ads. So kind of putting something down here in this corner could be a good place for somebody's eyes to go and then immediately see that, like buy now button. But we have, the flowers, we have some greenery, and just kind of giving it a very like fresh spring vibe. Now, if it was summer, you could change these to flip-flops. You could maybe have some sort of like maybe a beach towel in this corner instead of these flowers. So it's just kind of thinking of what is your niche, and then planning on a design around that. So we have our blank t-shirt. This is the main attraction. That's really the thing that you want to pop and stand out. The next thing that I would do is find a good background. Specifically, I don't know why, but we really like a wood vibe in all of our mockups. Our current mockup has a wooden floor background as well. So you can go to elements and you can actually select hardwood floor from above. So this should be like a view looking down onto some hardwood floor. So not too bad. That's kind of fun. I kind of like how there's some darker pieces to it, but in the middle, kind of like where your design would be, it's a little bit lighter. So that's not bad. I actually don't mind the look of that. We can keep looking. We'll just keep that here. And then it's just kind of looking for other kind of floors that stand out. I kind of like that herringbone. I don't love how distressed it is though. You could do something fun like this, like a teal. Looks like they have some other fun colors. So this could be really cool too, depending on what your niche is. So like if you were doing kind of like a gardening theme, this one could be really fun. Or like if you were like a farming niche, I don't know, I feel like red just kind of works for a farm. So just finding other wooden pieces that like fit. Now, I kind of like the look of this. The only thing that you have to be careful of is like, will all the colors pop out? So the last thing that you want is a wood that is too dark, because if it's too dark, is your black or your navy going to really stand out, or is it going to just kind of fade into that background? So this one, I'd kind of be afraid that the white wouldn't stand out enough, but I do like the look of that kind of like lighter wood. That one's not bad. I like the look of that. And I think this one's kind of like, this one's a little bit darker. So let's try this. Let's go with a lighter. Let's do a lighter wood. What we're going to do is just blow this up and make it bigger. Find the pieces that you like. Is there like a certain texture on there that you're like, wow, I really like that portion of it. And then we're just going to position it all the way to the back, so that shirt pops off of it. And I think that looks pretty nice. You can also, if you wanted to make it lighter, make it a little bit transparent. You can kind of mess around with manipulating the color a tiny bit. Yeah, and that one's kind of fun. Ooh. That one's really fun. Let's see, do I like this more? No, I don't like it more, honestly. But hey, that's why we try these things. Find what we like. I like this lighter wood in the back. I think that's kind of fun. And then it's just kind of finding and adding the little extras that we want. So if we wanted to add something like shoes, we can just do a beach vibe for this. So let's do flip-flops looking down. And you can kind of get a flip-flop vibe that you like. Now this one you would probably need to have like in this corner, kind of like that. Oh, these are good. And what you're going to do is you're going to want to edit that photo and remove that background. And then just kind of make it the size of like what your flip-flops would actually be. Like you don't want flip-flops that are that big, like whose feet are really that big. So just kind of eyeing it up and saying like, oh yeah, that looks like, you know, if my flip-flops were laying next to a t-shirt. So that looks good. Let's do some sunglasses. Top-down view. Because we're going for kind of a summer vibe, I think these are a little bit fun. So we'll see how the background remover works. Sometimes the background remover works great, and other times you're like, it doesn't look too good. I don't really know if I like that bit there. So let's just keep keep looking, keep our eyes out. As you can see, other people make things that are similar, like mock-ups that are similar. But again, they just like don't really show off your product that well. They do have some cool plants. So like if you did want to have like a looking down kind of plant vibe, Canva's really good with that kind of stuff. But let's see. A bit of coffee. Do I like? No, they're a little off. What should we do? A lot of times it is just playing around with what you got. Oh, here we go. You could have just typed in sunglasses and gotten something really similar. I don't know. I like the look of these. Again, those are huge. Size it down so that someone's not looking going like, oh my gosh, that's the biggest pair of sunglasses I've ever seen in my life. Put them in that corner. Let's see. A towel, a beach towel. Let's see, beach towel. Again, nothing looks like too great or really like standing out at this point. I guess you could do a beach ball. This could be cool. Now, I wonder how Canva will do with this kind of like background. Sometimes if you're able to shrink it down a little bit, Canva can do a little bit better with the removal. Oh, okay. So this turned out, this looks pretty good. I like the, kind of like the vibe of that. Again, you can increase the size. Now we do need to handle something in this corner quick. If you can see at the bottom corner. Oh, you know what? The seashell may. Okay, let's go back. The seashell's kind of fun. Okay, I like the look of it. I like it. Then we can just kind of have our flip-flops over here on the side. Or even if you feel like it's too much, like sometimes you may be looking at this and go like, it's kind of a lot going on. Which it can be, but you could honestly like get rid of those if you wanted. And this could be your mock-up. Again, kind of just like focusing on that image just right here in the middle. Or that, like that's kind of fun too. Again, just like it's a lot of trial and error and playing around with what Canva offers you. But I don't know. I kind of think that's fun. I'm kind of liking the vibe. I don't know. Maybe the starfish is a little much. We can get rid of it. Again, and if you wanted to truly get rid of the starfish, you can just edit it away like this using their eraser tool. And going back. And now that little starfish corner is gone. Except I want my flip-flops back. There we go. Got the flip-flops back. Now edit out that little starfish in the corner. There we go. So that's kind of fun. I like the look of that. You can go back to uploads and find a design to put on there. Here we go. We can just use this one just as an example. But you can then kind of get an idea of like, how is your design going to look on that mock-up? Is it something like, is it good? Is it fun? Like, that's kind of a fun little mock-up. Like if I were going to the beach, I'd go, wow, I really like the look of that. That's fun, funky. I definitely like that. But this is just an easy way for you to create your own mock-ups without having to hire a designer. You can hire a designer to make mock-ups for you. You can kind of give them a few different ideas and say like, you know, this is my niche that I'm going for. Can you add some aspects within that niche? And they can send you back a few different options, but just know you are going to end up paying for that. And then a way to make things pop a little bit more. So as you can tell, like if you can see the shadowing on this mock-up that I did, we can do the same thing on this. And what you're going to do is just select these different photos and click shadows. You can do a drop shadow, and it just kind of is going to give your design like a little, I guess, kind of make it a little bit like 3D and give it that pop that I think a lot of it stuff needs. And you can turn that intensity down too, so it doesn't have to be like, wow, that is way too much. But it just adds like a nice little flair to your shirt, to your mock-up. It just kind of makes it stand out a tiny bit more. Again, the main focus is that shirt, so making sure that the shirt looks nice and is standing out, that design is popping up. So that looks pretty good. If I were doing like a beach kind of vibe, I think that would definitely catch my eye. I would like for this, I'd honestly like for my colors on this to be a little bit more popping out like this. So I would maybe update my design so that that kind of like pops out and jumps off of the shirt more. But this is a simple way for you to create your own mock-ups at home, and then you can just duplicate it out with and change the color shirt. So if we get rid of this and just copy the shirt, we can duplicate it, and what you can actually do is just drag the shirt in, and it'll keep all the same stuff. So it'll keep the shadow. So it's just an easy way to just swap that out and keep that mock-up the same. So I think these look really good. I think they pop out. I think it kind of gives you that summer vibe of like where somebody would actually maybe be wearing this t-shirt. They may actually wear it to the beach or the pool. They have their towel ready and like their, sunblock. But again, you can just kind of drag, drop, play around with it and make a mock-up that works really well for your niche without, one, paying a designer a ton of money, or two, using Printify's standard mock-ups. This is just a way to make your brand stand out and really pop in the ads, because that's the most important part. That's what's going to drive that traffic to your site, is really your designs popping out and a good mock-up. That's just kind of helping to sell the fact. Okay, in this module, we are going to go through everything from the Printify side to the Shopify side and getting products ready for launch. So in order to do this, you're going to want to first go to your Printify store, click on your My Products tab, and go to your latest uploads. And from here, we're going to copy or duplicate our latest design, because it's going to take all the settings that we had from our previous shirt and basically just duplicate it out to a brand new one. So all we have to really do is just edit this design or remove it and place the design that we want. So we can upload it. We'll upload this black design, and we can click this make a specific design for white. And this is basically going to keep this darker black design for that white shirt. We can do this for all of our shirts that are the lighter colors. And then we can also add some of the darker colors as well. Do royal and navy. Cool. So we can save that, actually go back to edit. And then let's get this. Let's get the white design, which is going to be right here. There we go. So now as you can see it, our lighter designs are going to have that black text, and our darker color shirts are going to have our white text. So this will be a great way for them to stand out and really make that design pop. I like the green. Okay, so let's save this product. As you can see, these are the different mockups that Printify gives you. We do not typically use these mockups. Not saying that you can't use them, you absolutely can. We just like to tweak our mockup and make it fitting for the niche that we're selling in, and kind of just make it a little bit more eye-catching for Facebook ads. We'll change the title to Aloe because that's what the shirt is about. Typically, I don't worry about the description. You can absolutely use the description that Printify gives you and their size chart that they use, but you don't have to do that. You can also edit this later, which we can do at a different time. And then this is where you can add different tags. Typically, I like to delete all of the tags that Printify gives you and really just put t-shirt. That way it's easy for me to bulk edit on the Shopify side of things. But if you were making, let's say, like a gardening collection, you could put the tag gardening. If I can spell, put gardening, and it would put that tag on here and kind of group all of those shirts that have the tag gardening together. So you can do those tags here, or you can add them later on the Shopify side. It's really completely up to you and what works best for you. We're going to stick with standard shipping. Printify does now offer economy shipping, which is nice because it gives a little bit more money back to you and kind of can increase that margin a little bit. But as you can see, it takes 4 to 8 business days for that local delivery, and for standard, it's 2 to 5. Typically, we like our customers to receive, at least in the United States, to receive their shirt in about a week. If we can keep that as the time frame, people are usually okay by that. Amazon kind of made it really tricky for small businesses, specifically print on demand and drop shipping businesses, because they're so fast. Amazon Prime, you can literally order something and it's at your doorstep the next morning when you wake up. So some people will panic when they haven't received their shirt in like a day and a half, and you just have to, let them know it is absolutely on its way, but we are not Amazon and we are doing our best to get this shirt to you as quickly as we possibly can. And again, this is that assigning shipping profile that we changed in the settings earlier. You want that to say general profile. Pricing, you can change the pricing here in Printify, or you can do that as well in Shopify. So if you want, you can do that and see how it changes the price of all of those different t-shirts to $26.99. $29. So as you can see, the prices for this one would then all be done. But again, you can do that on the Shopify side of things. You can hide it in your store. You can select show all variants available for purchase regardless of the stock status. We always do this because in order to keep that stock like updated on your store, you have to like keep connecting it to your, like reconnecting it to your store in order for it to get the update of those out of stock things. So we just say show all of the available. If one is out of stock, it can be rerouted. We'll figure out a way to get that customer that order. So I would not say only show in stock items. It can just run into issues later on down the line. And then syncing product details. This is where you could say, hey, I don't want my tags or I don't want these things being synced up, but we're fine with all of these being synced up. Personally, even though we don't use Printify's mockups, I prefer to have the mockups sync because it kind of is a double check for me. I make sure that I do have all the right color mockups. And I also make sure that on those lighter designs where I used a black text, I want to make sure that that mockup picture matches what the customer is actually going to receive. I've had issues before where I've forgotten that and a customer's like, I was supposed to have this shirt with black text and it showed up with white. So you just want to make sure that it's kind of there as like a little backup check to make sure everything looks good. And then you can save this as a draft or you can publish it to your store. So we're actually going to publish this to our store. Since we've published it, you can order some samples. It's always a good kind of suggestion for at least one order a sample and kind of see like, what is the quality? Would you be happy with it as a customer if this arrived to your doorstep? Would you make any changes? Does something need to be tweaked? Is your design blurry or does it like stand out and look really nice? It's just kind of nice to do a sample order with maybe a few of your designs just to get an idea for the quality of that print provider, the quality of that t-shirt or apparel or home good product that you're going to be selling, just to make sure that you're actually happy with what you're going to be selling. So you could click that. This will create a manual order, go to shipping, you'll put in your address and everything, and that's how you will be able to set up that sample order for yourself. As you can see, we have the aloe shirt here. It is uploading everything to Shopify. Once it has uploaded, it'll say published like the rest of the designs down here. So we can make our way over to Shopify. And then once we do a little upload, as you can see, that aloe shirt is here, not on any sales channels, and it's just kind of hanging out. It is not yet fully uploaded. Okay, so now it is. All those mockups should be in there. So you can click the aloe shirt. Again, this is where that, Printify's default description pops up. This can all be changed later. All of these mockups, we can just get rid of. The extras. Otherwise, people are just going to be bombarded and they don't need that. But this way we can make sure that we have all the other shirts and designs that we like. Again, I think the green pops out. I think it works for the design that we have. So I'll keep green as our main picture. If you wanted to change it to a different color, you would simply just drag and drop so that that picture would be the first one that shows up. And then you'd also want to switch this color option as well. So let's not save it. Okay, we'll save this for now. So if we go and view this product on Shopify, you're going to notice charcoal pops up. That's like the option. Even though we selected that big green shirt and we want green to pop up, that's not what we're seeing here. So in order to do that, we have to edit the list that these variants are in. So we want this Irish green. And then this would be if like your sizes were all out of whack. So the sizes are going in the right order. We'll click save, and now we'll view it. And it still didn't do it. Why is that? Oh, maybe because I didn't click done. There we go. Okay, because I didn't click done. So now, as you can see, Irish green is the selection, and you get that Irish green shirt in a size small. So in order to change what you see, you kind of have to reorder those colors as well as drag that big t-shirt here. So everything looks pretty good right now. The only thing that we need to do at this point is update these mock-up pictures. So what we're going to do is go to Canva. You can create a new Instagram post here. That'll give us the right dimensions that we're going to want to use. And we can actually upload files from our main file drive. So as you can see, we have all the different blank mockups here that we've already created. So we're going to download these, and then we can upload these into Canva. Okay. We'll upload all of those blanks. Great. So these are all slowly getting there. But what we can do is start adding all of these images. That way, all we have to do is get our design on there and then upload them to Shopify. And these are all of the different colors that we could potentially use. Again, we didn't select all of them for this design, but you can pick and choose the ones that you want. Our current brand, we actually only have, I think, a total of 7 colors that we use, and they're pretty bland colors. Ones that don't typically have any out of stock issues. When you start doing these funky colors like orange or, heather Kelly green, those can get a little tricky because not everybody is going to want to order a Kelly green shirt. So just keep that in mind, that sometimes those funky colors can have more out of stock issues than like your standard black, white, sports gray, royal blue, military green. Those are a lot of colors that most companies are going to have a lot of stock in because that's the majority of what people sell. White, and then we'll do orange. So now we have our blanks. Now all we have to do is add our designs. Which I know that the naming is not right that I did, but so I do remember that we had gray. And then you just kind of want to line it up. Make sure it looks good. Make sure it's popping off of the shirt, catching somebody's eye, making them kind of stop scrolling on their social media and say like, oh, I really like that shirt. And also kind of give them an idea of like where that text is going to be on their shirt. If it's up here, someone's going to expect that your text is that close to where the neckline is. And most of the time, shirts are not like that. So it looks pretty good. It's nice and lined up. We can copy that and then find the lighter designs. I think we did it on light blue. And then I know we did it on white. Those were the 3 that we did that special black text. And then the rest, we'll do white. Again, you just kind of want to make sure that the sizing is the same. Pretty good. Again, we'll copy this and then we just paste it on the other shirts. And this will then keep that design in the same location on every shirt that we're then uploading. So those look really good. We can download these. We'll download all 14 of these images, and then we're gonna upload them into the file. So this is number 49, Aloe. As you can see, we have the two designs, the black and white. We can do a new folder. T-shirt mockups. And there you go. All of these mockups are now going to be uploaded to your main drive. And this just is a great way to help keep you organized. If you need to later grab an image for Facebook ads, it's just really nice to be able to know exactly where everything is. You don't have to go searching on your desktop. You can pretty much work off of any computer as long as you can get to this Google Drive. So that looks great. And now let's get these mockups onto Shopify. Okay, so now we have all of them. Let's first get rid of these colors that we're not using. Red, yellow, I think the rest are there. Move them. Just makes life a little bit easier just to match up. So we have our green, military green, charcoal, navy, royal, or this one, light blue. Perfect. So we have all of them. So now what we can do is delete all the original Printify ones. We're going to remove them. And then we're just going to be left with our mock-up, which again, just is a little bit more eye-catching, would maybe stop somebody in their tracks as they're scrolling on Facebook or Instagram. And now if we click view, perfect. As you can see, it is our beautiful mock-up. We love to see that. And it looks pretty good and looks nice when the other ones pop up as well. So overall, I'm impressed. I really like the way that this looks. That's pretty much getting your listing to a point where it's ready for then bulk editing, which bulk editing is just kind of a like last check off of your list to make sure that everything is like set in stone and in order for that launch. So just double checking your prices, double checking your descriptions, making sure that the sizing chart is added, all like the little tweaks, as well as making sure that the stock is updated. Even though we don't carry stock, you technically have to show that there's some sort of stock in order for Klaviyo to connect and work with your store. But as we go back, you'll see the mock-up changes, and these designs are pretty much ready, looking good and ready to go. Just a little bit of bulk editing that we'll show in the next module, and ready to have your products launch. Hi guys, welcome back. In this module, we're gonna go through the different steps that you need to do to prepare your products for going live on your site. So the first thing that you're gonna wanna do is go to your Shopify store, and you can just kind of take a quick peek, glance at your designs that you have, and kind of make sure that they all have their mockups, they all are correctly titled, and then from there we are actually going to bulk edit. And for this, we're going to need to download an app called Bulk Editor. So we'll just do bulk edit. It'll take us to the Shopify App Store. And this is the one that we're going to download. It has over 1,800 reviews. It's amazing. I've been using it for years. So we're going to install it. Install. If it ever decides to go. There we go. So now we are in the app. As you can see down here, we're in the bulk editor app. And this is where we are able to bulk edit tons of stuff for our Shopify store. So you can edit tags, you can change the vendor, you can change the product type or category that your products are currently in. You can update the description, change the titles, change inventory, add the cost, like you name it, you can pretty much bulk edit anything. So the first thing that we are going to do is we want to make sure that our pricing is set up correctly. We want to make sure that we're charging the right amount for each t-shirt, because the last thing that we want to do is accidentally sell a shirt for the amount that it's going to cost us to fulfill. It's happened to me before. I've accidentally sold a shirt for like $10.99. So yeah, you don't make any money on that. Like that was your own mistake. So don't make the same mistakes as me. Always bulk edit, always double check everything before pushing that live button. So there are different ways that you can bulk edit. You can bulk edit by a collection, by a title, by the cost that it's currently set at, like the status. So if it's in draft or if it's live, there are tons of things that we are able to edit from. So we can say that the title contains t-shirt, or this is another great place if you already have tags set up on Printify, using that tag and saying that like the tag is t-shirt. And then every item that has that tag t-shirt should then be bulk edited, making your life 100 times easier. Next, we are going to click an option value and we're going to do the size. So we can say size small. And we're going to change the price to $26.99. So this should change all of our t-shirts size small to $26.99. Now, our small through XL are all going to be priced the same. I have tried doing small like through XL, and sometimes it just gets a little wonky and doesn't always like perfectly work. So from learning from that mistake, I just will go through and do the different sizing options. And that just is like another little safety check that I run. Fun fact, on my first store, or no, it was my second store. It was like the first store that I had ever really like scaled. I had a product that just like popped off and did really well. It was during COVID, so there were a lot of stock issues. So as these stock issues were rolling in, I did not know anything about bulk product editing whatsoever. So I was individually going into all of our different products that we had, that Chris and I had, and I was like deleting the variants that were out of stock, like single-handedly going in and deleting them. It took so much time, like for probably like a full 2 weeks, like I was doing that and then like trying to add them back in. It was an absolute mess, and I wish I had known about bulk product editor. Like we don't even get any kickback from this app. Like I just love that app this much. Like it has saved my life so many times, and can really get a collection ready to launch in no time. Like the longest portion now is just like getting the designs into Printify and then getting those mockups onto Shopify. From there, like the bulk editing's easy and you're able to just be like, hey guys, like collection's live. So it's a really easy thing to use. So we're currently on the free, that's like the demo. So it can only do a certain number of tasks, and then like you need to move up. So I think we actually just use basic on the brand right now that we run, because you get 500 products, number of products per task, 500. We don't have, well now I guess we have like about 500, but this should last you for a while. Like we've been running our current store for over 6 months now, and like we're fine with the $9.99. So play around with it, see if it's something that you would like to use, but the $9.99 plan should be plenty for what you need, unless you have like thousands and thousands of products. And if you do, I mean, that's amazing. So let's resume. Now that we've paid, it should finish editing these for us. Okay, so that has edited the size small option. So we can actually recreate this. It's going to pull in everything that we just did, and all we're going to do is change the size to medium. Click start. Again, we're going to recreate. We're going to change it to large. This is just like a really quick way that you can set up these bulk edits to just run in the background while you're doing all the other things that you need to be doing for your store. Did I already do large? I did. Okay, stop that one. Yes. Recreate. Excel. There we go. So now we should be good. Small through XL are being taken care of. Again, we can recreate this. We can change this to 2XL, and that's going to be $27.99. And again, we'll do it one more time for our 3XL, and that's going to be $29.99. So all of these are just going to run in the background and kind of do their thing as bulk product editor does their stuff on the back end. We can also update our description. And say title contains, we'll say t-shirt again. This should do all of our products that we currently have on the store. Now, this would be different if you had other products. So like if you were selling hoodies and crew necks alongside of your t-shirt, you would want to either do the title that contains like hoodie or crew neck, or by the product type. There are like some different ways that you can pretty much like find what those products are. And if you're ever unsure if you've done it correctly, you can preview the matched products. And if none match, then you know that you did something wrong. But if you did it kind of like the right way, products should pop up and show you, so see, all of these are going to show up. And we've got 10 pages of it. So we're good. We definitely have put in the correct stuff. And then we can say replace the entire description. And what do we want to replace it with? So this is a really easy way to put in your description. So in order to do this, you can actually go to your products and edit your description in one of your products. So I did that here. I like to add a little emoji. I think it just makes it fun and kind of pops out a little bit. And it's a little bit different, I think, than what other brands and stores typically do. I put up a flower because it is for our spring collection. Again, like if it was winter, you could do a snowflake or a Christmas tree. Summer, you could do a sun. You can kind of just pick a different fun emoji for whatever niche you're in. If you're like into humor, if that's your niche, you could literally do like a smiley face. So yeah, there's just like some different stuff, but we like to talk about the shirt. So we say it's a Gildan soft style. We give them the exact style shirt that it is. So if you wanted to go and Google it, you absolutely can. You can look at the fit. It is a unisex fit, as we say. You'd be surprised how many people will actually get their order and say, I thought it was a women's cut. But it's a part of selling print on demand, unfortunately. We also say what it is made out of. Typically, it is 100% cotton, but it can vary depending on the different colors that you pick. Sometimes it's not fully 100% cotton. I think those heathers typically are, I want to say, some polyester in there. So we say that it can vary depending on the color that you select. It's a light fabric. It does run true to size, and they're made, packaged, and shipped right here in the United States. And then we just kind of give like a little fun thing at the bottom, seasonally inspired apparel. And you can grab the HTML code by just clicking that little button in the corner, copying, and then saving. So this is just going to save this description to look exactly like this. So it's fun and cute, and just adds like a little bit of an extra, I don't know, just a little extra that you can add to your store. You can double check it here. Yep, everything looks how I want it to look. So that's great. We can click edit now. And so it's going to edit that description as well. So we're changing the size. We're doing our description. The next thing that we can do is a compare at price. And this can help your conversion rate. So this is a way that you can kind of put like, make it seem like your shirts are on sale. And we can do that with, I think it's just within pricing. We'll click pricing again. Yeah, here we go. Change compare at price. Again, we're just going to say title contains t-shirt because we know that works with what we have right now. You can do it by variant. I do all variants. Sometimes you can change it. Like if somebody filters and they want like all the extra large sizes, it'll change like what the compare at price is. I just keep it a flat compare at price. Okay, and we can change this to, so you can just make it like a more expensive compare at price. Typically I usually do like 30% more because sometimes in our ads we'll say like that things are a certain percentage off. So that way it matches with whatever we're advertising on Facebook. So we've now updated that compare at pricing. Again, bulk editor is just going to do its thing. It's just going to like run in the background of stuff. It's going to have some work that it needs to do and it can take some time. But we know that all of these are set up and they will run in the back end. So it may take like 30 minutes for everything to run through, but once it's done, our collection is going to be good to go. So this is probably the last and one of the most important steps. And this is going to be big when it comes to your email marketing. You have to update your inventory because if your inventory is not updated to like, I think we put it in as like sell even like when out of stock, that kind of thing. Otherwise, it's not going to sync with your Klaviyo account. So when you go and like try to connect different catalogs, Klaviyo is going to be like, you don't have any products. But we do. We're just a little different because we sell print on demand. So again, we can just say title contains t-shirt. We will click, yep, all variants. And then let's see. Here we go. Update inventory policy. Continue selling when out of stock. Allow customers to purchase even when it's out of stock. So this is basically just saying like, because if you look on Shopify, Shopify is going to say we have no stock because we're not like other brands where we have to hold our own inventory. Technically, we don't have inventory. That's all held by Printify. So this is just basically telling Shopify like, hey, even though we don't have stock, we can still fulfill this. And it's going to do the same thing with Klaviyo. This is mostly important though with Klaviyo. You should not have any issues with Shopify without having this, but Klaviyo will definitely give you some issues if you do not have this inventory setting like changed in the background. But this is everything that I do to pretty much finalize a launch. Once I've made sure that the pricing's good, the descriptions are added, inventory's updated, and the compare at price is updated, your products are good to launch. Everything's good. You're connected to Printify on the back end. So if somebody checks out, like everything is going to do what it needs to do. Again, we'll let this rest for a little bit. We'll come back and just make sure everything updated appropriately and double check the site to make sure that we see those changes on the live site as well. And we'll add them to the different sales channels. But other than that, you're good to go. Okay, so as you can see, these bulk edits are finishing up. It's currently running on our description. So that's really nice. And now, so a way that you can double check this is then by going to your online store and viewing your store. So we can click shop. And an easy way to double check your pricing, as you can see here from $26.99, is to go by price low to high. So as you can see, all of these have been updated. They are at least $26.99. So you are definitely making something. Like maybe some of the higher up brands could have an issue, but overall they are pretty good. This mockup's not great. That needs to be moved down slightly. But this is why we do like that final run through check. As you can see, the description's been updated here, which looks really nice. I like how it kind of matches the flower here in the corner. Oh, there we go. You have Heather Navy. Cool. So as you can see, as you change the color variant, the thumbnail's changing. That way people can't be like too distracted by all the other colors down here or accidentally pick the wrong color, because that happens more often than you would think. But yeah, overall these look really, really good. I like the look of them. And I like how when you scroll over top, the color changes as well. So it kind of just like is another way to catch your eye. Now, unfortunately, there's no way to double check like that inventory like on your site, but assuming that it's running, you should not have any sort of issues. We'll double check this compare at price in a minute when this is done, and you'll be able to see what that looks like on the site. But yeah, other than that, like this is how to use the bulk product editor to pretty much get your collection completely ready for launch. There you go. There's your little compare it at. So see how this one hasn't been updated yet, but Fragile has. It has that $38.56 crossed out, and then you see that $26.99 price. So it works. That works for me. I think that's great. I hope you guys enjoyed this module. At this point, you guys should pretty much be ready to launch. Your product should be ready to go. Besides some little tweaks here and there, everything is kind of set up on our side, and we're ready to start running some ads. In this module, we are going to go through all the final steps to make sure that your products are officially ready for launch. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is go to your Shopify store. As you can see, we've already run all the bulk edit on the back end, which does all of the hard work for us. Now just double check everything. We can go to products. We can see all of the mockups have been uploaded, and we just want to be updating all of this within our master design spreadsheet. So as you can see, they're all currently in draft. We're going to make all of these live. All of our t-shirts have mockups. Okay, so mockups have been added for Aloe because we did that together. We do not have hoodies, crew necks, or tank tops, but again, you would go through the exact same system that we've already done. You would, go to whatever print provider you're working with. You would pick the hoodie, upload your design on Printify, get it over to your Shopify store, and you would just do the exact same thing that we've already done with t-shirts. So you're going to click that we already did the mockup. We have added it to Printify, and we've updated it in Shopify. So we are good there. And now we can click that we've bulk edited all of these products. So we'll just click. And this is just a really easy way to stay organized and see, which designs have been uploaded, which haven't. For some reason was a one added later, so it was never bulk edited. Pretty much before I do any sort of launch, I will always just run a bulk edit again, just to triple check and make sure that I have dotted my I's and crossed my T's. Okay. And in a perfect world, the picture would have popped up with all of these, but that's fine. You can still click it and get an idea of what image is there. So that looks good. Now we already know we've done our Printify stuff. So we already know that it's gone through Printify QA because we've been the one uploading it. If it wasn't you, let's say you hired an employee, you would want to be going through and just double checking and making sure that you like the placement that everything's in. Let's say specifically you wanted a upper chest, a logo here and maybe a design on the back. You would want to make sure that that placement on that front chest is in the right spot. For us, we really just do like one big design on the front. So as long as it's centered and like positional wise looks nice, we shouldn't run into too many issues. But when it comes to that like front chest, like that left chest, you can sometimes run into placement issues. So we already know that they've gone through a full Printify QA. We've done all of the mockup uploads on Shopify. So those have gone through our QA. Again, you would want to double check this. I would just go in, take a quick peek. Are the mockups looking good? Is it what you had in mind? Are there any changes that you would maybe want to make prior to, making these designs live and public for people to purchase? Again, just going through product tags. Again, for this launch, all we've done is tag our designs with t-shirt. If you were doing a special kind of launch, like let's say you were just doing a flower collection, or you were just doing like a beach collection, you would want to maybe tag all those items with beach so that it's easy to like organize and keep those products together. For us, all we've been using so far is the t-shirt design. Again, when you're first starting out, I wouldn't say like your tags are as important than like when you've been around for a while, you have hundreds of products. Like if by the time we get from like spring to summer, like I would want to start adding like a spring tag, a summer tag, maybe tagging certain shirts that would fit for holidays. So like any shirt that has like red, white, and blue, like tagging that for Memorial Day or 4th of July. Those are kind of things that you can be thinking of. Or like when you're making a design, think of some of the tags that you would potentially want to have, and then just add those tags to either Printify or Shopify. And then it makes your life easier later when you're trying to, organize your site. Lots of manual busy work. It's funny when Chris and I have become, he's my husband now, but when we were dating and, he was telling me that I should start my own store, he thought I would be really good at it. It's funny, we've kind of fallen in love with the different parts of running a business. So it works out very nicely to our advantage. Like he would lose his mind just sitting here, like clicking through all of these little check boxes, or like putting mock-up pictures on Shopify or doing any of the Canva stuff. He is just like not that type of person. He's so analytical and loves data. I think that's why he loves the advertising so much, because for him, he's not really looking at like the creative part of ads. Pretty much like I make the creative and feed it to him, and he's just like so good at looking at that data and like making decisions based off of the data that he sees. So it's funny that like we have just worked out to being, not only husband and wife, but like really good business partners and enjoying different parts of the business. Published on Shopify. And then once they're all live, then we'll go through and say that we've published all of them.
These are the most common mistakes that I see beginners make, and that quite honestly I made myself when it comes to the areas of their product catalog and their fulfillment. So first off, with the product mistakes, these are the ones that are going to cost you dearly when it comes to like your ad performance and just your overall sales in general. Because if you don't have like really high quality products, then nothing else is going to work, as I will repeatedly say throughout this course. So avoiding these mistakes will get you sales and profitability much faster. The first one is not enough products. I used to tell people like 50 to 75 designs, and this is for t-shirts with print on demand, obviously. If you're selling different products, just swap it out. But when it comes to t-shirts, specifically print on demand stores, you need at least like 100 designs to get a good sample size of potential designs for there to be something for everybody who comes to your store. Next is the product collection not being based on research. So people just sitting down at their computer and coming up with designs that they like, or just randomly taking shots in the dark. The research is a absolutely crucial step. It's a step that I'm not even quite sure why, but people seem to, myself included, seem to hold off on this. And it seems like it's not until they're like somewhat more experienced for them to really start seeing the value in the research. Maybe it's because there's just too much to learn early on, or I'm not sure, but Try to fight that urge and do your research up front. You will save yourself so much time. Next is they start diversifying their product catalog before they are profitable. And this is an understandable urge, which is like you launch with, say, t-shirts, for example, and then your store isn't doing that. So then you go, okay, now I'm going to launch phone cases. Okay, now that's not doing too, and then I'm going to launch something else. And people do that because they think, oh, by adding more products, like Chris says, more products, it's going to lead me to be profitable more, which is true a lot of times, but there's a underlying like fulfillment debt that gets built up with that. You learn how to make t-shirt designs. That's a skill that you can get good at. You get really good at knowing that product type, how to make good designs, learning the ins and outs. As soon as you switch to a different product type, it's completely different. Yes, it's similar. It can still be print on demand, or if you're doing drop shipping, whatever. But as soon as you switch to a different product type, you're erasing all of the built up skill set that you already developed. So what I tell people is don't expand your product catalog to a different product type until you've gotten profitable in the first place. Even if you go to apparel, I would not recommend, if you launch a store and you're not profitable yet, I would not recommend adding on hoodies of those same designs. Because if nobody's buying them on t-shirts, there might be some fringe scenarios where they sell slightly better on hoodies or tank tops, but by and large, if it doesn't sell on t-shirts, it's not going to magically flip a switch if it's put on a hoodie or a tank top. It's just not going to happen. So get your collection get your brand profitable with t-shirts or whatever you start off with first. I don't care if you do t-shirts. That's just what I recommend. But whatever you start out with, get it profitable with that first, and then before expanding to other things. And we'll talk about all the times to expand the different products and like how you can expand your like scale by expanding your product catalog, but it has to be done in the right way and not too early. The fourth is bad mockups. You can have great designs, great products, but if the mockup just looks overly photoshopped or not enticing, then nobody's going to buy it. More and upstream from that, nobody's going to click on the ad. The mockups are so key. So rewatch the section that Meg did on how she made like an amazing looking mockup, like just some simple filters and stuff that she puts on it. They're worth their weight in gold. And then the next one is not iterating on their product catalog once the sales start coming in. And this was one that I did a lot when I would make a collection of products and then sales would start coming in, and then all of my focus would just go to the ad account and like optimizing, tweaking little things there, or not full time. My main focus should have been on seeing which designs are performing the best, like what are people buying, and then go and make more of those. And just rinse and repeat that exact process over and over again. And if you keep doing that, you stay focused on that, like within a few weeks or months, you'll have an amazing product catalog, like an amazing collection that is going to drive sales like nothing else ever can. Now, the fulfillment mistakes, these are ones that can end up costing you a lot in your back-end profitability in two different ways. One, your cost of goods, like your actual margin. That's the most obvious one. But two is the LTV of your customer. So the first mistake I see is people not watching their cost of goods percentage. You need to run the financials daily and make sure that your cost of goods percentage as a percentage of revenue is around 40%. If it even hits like 45%, that's too high. 50%, no way you're really making money. 55%, you're just burning cash. It needs to be at 40% or lower, which as an aside, companies like big companies that are like scaling to multiple 8 figures, they shoot for products that are in like 25 to 30% cost of goods. So like they're aiming way lower. They go after products where they have huge margin. Now, obviously there's some advantages that they have that we don't. Like for example, they have a lot of cash they can invest into buying a bunch of inventory to get cheaper prices. So with print on demand, the trade-off, we don't have to put any money up front. The trade-off is that it's slightly lower it's lower margins, but you can manage that. It's definitely manageable if you set the prices around what we recommend. But you have to watch that number on a daily basis and make sure it stays at 40%. Because take it from me, if it runs away from you, it becomes much harder to course correct and get it back. And number two is not staying on top of order statuses. So once an order comes in from a customer, you need to be watching in your Printify account or whatever fulfillment provider you're using. We use Printify. They have a really easy dashboard to check each of your order statuses. If anything is wrong with them, like if they need you to update like a shipping address or a package return, whatever it is, or if a shipment was delayed, they update it in your dashboard, but you need to actually be watching that and keeping track of each of the orders, because every order that's delayed for whatever reason, that can either go one of two ways. Either A, the route that I went most often early on, is you do nothing about it, partially because you don't even know what's going on, and the customer ends up just waiting 6 weeks to never to get their product, and then they're pissed off, either charging back, asking for a refund, and certainly not telling any of their friends or family to go buy from you because they had this horrible experience. Or B, you're watching this every day, and as soon as an order is delayed, you're getting in there and fixing it, giving Printify whatever they need to correct it, and then you're contacting the customer if it's been like more than a day or two, and letting them know and say, hey, your order's been delayed, but to make up for it, like, here's a 20% discount, or like, we refunded the cost of the shipping on your order. That customer is now completely understanding, okay, it took an extra day or two, because you were just proactive about it. Nothing different happened. You were just checking it on a daily basis. Along that same line is another mistake I see people making, is over promising on their fulfillment times. So if your orders, like if you're using like Monster Digital from Printify, they're normally very good at getting orders out by the next day a lot of times. But I would never say that on the website, because I don't want any customer to have that expectation of, okay, if my order's not out by tomorrow, then something's wrong. And more than something wrong, I'm pissed off about it. So we tell people that it takes 5 to 7 business days for it to arrive. In the US, for international, we say longer, but in the US, full well knowing that they're most likely going to get the product in 2 to 4 business days. And the trade-off there is you get a slightly lower conversion rate, maybe, because there's some people that might want it like tomorrow for a birthday or something. But on the upside, when a customer is expecting it in 5 to 7 business days and they get it in 2 days, that person's ecstatic. And the only difference was that you just tell them something like a little bit overcompensating on the front end, and then you win a customer for life because you just wowed them. Along that same line, and how your fulfillment ties into your LTV, I see a lot of people not viewing the fulfillment experience as part of their customer funnel. Because as you have the front end funnel, obviously, like your paid ads, your collection page, your product page, to that whole thing that we talk about. But then as soon as somebody becomes a customer, they go from just a passive like browser to a buyer, a customer. They then go into your next funnel, which is your LTV funnel, which is how do we maximize the relationship with that person, with like emails and like our organic content, providing value. But a big piece of that is them actually getting the product and having a great experience the first time. And a story I can share about this is that we had an email blast go out to people where we were promoting like a new sale, like around the holidays. It's like a Black Friday sale. And what we hadn't realized is that we weren't checking our order statuses, and there was something wrong with a lot of the addresses that were being entered in. This is specific to international customers. But so we had a big batch of people that were waiting on their order. They've been waiting longer than they expected. And then we blasted our whole email list saying, hey, like, here's a new sale, come check it out. We got flooded with messages of people saying, hey, where's my shit, essentially? Like, you guys are promoting this new great sale. Like, great, where's my product? And so not only did we get a bunch of refunds and stuff, but then all those people are now pissed off. No chance they're ever going to buy from us again because they don't trust us. And like, we sent really good follow-up emails, apologized profusely, refunded anybody who like even remotely asked for it. So we like did damage control as much as we could, but it definitely still had a huge impact on the brand. And if we had just done these things, none of that would have happened. And the fifth fulfillment mistake that I see a lot of people making is in not really optimizing the shipping costs that they're charging to their customers. And a lot of times just overcharging, because it's very easy to just see, okay, I'm getting charged this much by Printify or whoever, I'm just going to pass that directly to the customer. And when you're optimizing like your checkout page, the biggest dial mover that you can have is your shipping cost. That's one of the biggest reasons that people drop off at checkout, is that they don't realize how much they're going to get charged for shipping. And if you're just passing, there's a huge difference in charging $3 or $4 for shipping compared to $7 or $8. And so even if that is your cost, even if that's what you're paying to Printify on that order, you need to be optimizing like your pricing strategy and your shipping costs to keep the shipping as low as possible to your customer, but at the same time monitoring your cost of goods to make sure you're not undercharging. The way we solved that problem in our brand was charging slightly more for each product so we could keep our shipping cost at under a reasonable amount. So like we charge about $4.95 for base shipping, and then for orders that are like $50 to $60, we charge $5.95. So it's like weight based, and we put that in the shipping cost. So it says like standard shipping for anyone who's like under 50, it's $4.95, and then for anybody who's 50 to 60, it's $5.95, and then in parentheses it says £1 plus shipping. So that, and doing that helped maintain conversion rate, got us an extra $1 back in margin on those orders. But we weren't doing that for the longest time because we were just thinking, oh, we'll just pass whatever our fulfillment or shipping cost is directly to the customer. So those are some of the biggest product and fulfillment mistakes that I see beginners making and that I made myself, so that you can learn from them and hopefully avoid some of them and put that margin back in your pocket and have a much happier customer at the end of the day. In this module, we're going to be going over setting up and optimizing our Shopify store. So first off, to give us a 10,000 foot view, what is Shopify? So definition, if you look it up, is Shopify is just a leading e-commerce platform that allows individuals and businesses to create, customize their own online stores. And it's designed to provide entrepreneurs with the tools needed to launch, grow, and manage their online businesses seamlessly. Basically, it's just like Legos building blocks for making a website, specifically e-commerce. And if their competitors, like we've talked about, are WooCommerce, Magento, Wix, but I've tried all of them, and Shopify is hands down the best and easiest to work with. And to clarify again, Shopify is not like Etsy, Amazon, Redbubble, those marketplaces, because those are marketplaces. They're back to the mall example. Shopify is like building our own standalone store, which is what we're going for because we're trying to build an actual brand. So how are we going to be using Shopify for building our brand? So it's going to be our online storefront, or the place that our customers are able to come visit us on the internet and buy from us. So you can think of it like our brick and mortar storefront. And our goal, this is important to understand, is not to build the most beautiful website. We are not going for aesthetics. We are going for conversions. And the two are oftentimes mutually exclusive. We want a website that is clean, sleek, fast, and something that builds trust with our customers. We don't care about wowing or impressing our friends and family when they check out our site. Like, I don't care if it looks like a 5th grade computer science project, as long as it converts. And this was something that I learned early on after I invested tons and tons of time into tweaking the colors and making the best pictures for my website until it was really pretty and I could show everybody and think it was cool, but I had 0 sales. Then I started running ads and it converted like crap because it was slow, clunky, just distracted customers, had way too many options. Whereas now I go for the easiest thing to set up so I can quickly get up and testing, and 2, something that converts extremely well. So our step-by-step instructions, we're going to be using our checklist to go through this click by click. We're going to create our Shopify account. Then we're going to optimize our store. We're going to set up our payment processors, which is our ability to actually collect credit card payments from customers. We're going to go over our must-have apps. How do we set up discount codes and run offers and giveaways for our customers? And then how do we set up our printing or fulfillment integration, which we're using Printify, but you can integrate your Shopify store with any number of different print providers or fulfillment. So like if you're doing like sourcing products from China from your manufacturer to a warehouse, you can hook that up to your Shopify store. Or if you're drop shipping, you can hook that up. We just so happen in the scope of this course to be using print on demand. The bottom line is that by the end of this module, we are going to have a fully functional, optimized Shopify store that is up and ready to start taking orders. And that's part 1. Part 2 is about the optimization. So part 1 is going to be a lot of step-by-step, click-by-click instructions that we walk through together. I'm going to be building my own store right alongside you so you can know exactly how to set things up. Then the second part of this module is going to be kind of the more ambiguous, like lessons, like learning the best practices, learning about average order value optimization, conversion rate, mobile versus desktop, our site speed, pricing psychology. Then we're going to review some common mistakes that I myself and a lot of beginners have made. And we're going to explain how we can improve each of these and how it applies to your business, so that when you look at your Shopify store and you're looking at your metrics, you're able to understand what levers you have and where you should be spending your time, what you should be focusing on. And for your homework for this module, you should have made your Shopify account, gone through the basic store setup along with this video, edited your Shopify notification emails to match your brand voice, which we're going to cover, created your Shopify theme, added your privacy policies, terms of service, and integrated your payment processors, and set up and tested a discount and placed a test order. So without further ado, let's start setting up our store. Now we're going to begin setting up our Shopify store. We're going to be doing this by going click by click through the spreadsheet that we have here that, again, is linked somewhere around this video. We link all the resources and stuff under each lesson, so go check the links in the description too. To get started, we're going to use this link here, free trial of Shopify, which, full disclosure, like I've already mentioned, is a affiliate link for us. We get a small commission, has no impact to you, and by using this link, you get a $1 trial to Shopify. So what I'm going to do is, on the site, type in our email address. And for any of you who are watching closely, you might have noticed that I spelled the email wrong when I set up the Printify account, so I changed that. No, I did not mean whatever it's suggesting. Password, create Shopify account. Save. What would you like to sell? Online store. I'm just starting. Print on demand products. All right, first thing we're going to do, this might be slightly out of order, but we're going to install Printify to link and pull in the products that we already uploaded. What we just did is we installed the Shopify or the Printify app within Shopify, and then from the main dashboard here, so all the products that we made here, I'm going to select all, click copy to, and then my store. I'll show that one more time. So from our Printify dashboard here, go to my products. You have different stores here, which we'll talk about more later, but we added our products under my new store, and then we just do copy to, and then this is our new Shopify store that we just connected. So while those are copying, we're going to go back over to Shopify and just get a quick overview of the way that it works. It's fairly simple. We'll get the hang of it pretty quickly just after a couple of hours of using it. But over here on the left-hand side is our main menu or options, where we can see our orders, our product, our customer list, our finances, which is like our payouts, analytics, marketing, and discounts. And to give you the 80-20 principle, the options we're going to be working with the most are the products. Content I hardly ever touch. Finances I check periodically, like when we're running a P&L, and then analytics is the page that we're going to be using by far the most. And then online store is where you're able to make a lot of changes to like your theme and change the way that your store looks. And then discounts is where you can set up like your free shipping coupons and discounts, like that sort of thing. So now I'm going to select all of them, or actually I'm not going to do, we don't want the Bella canvas. I just did that one for an example. So I'm deleting those. Selecting all of them, which right now we just have 10. Meg is working on uploading the rest. She's going to show you more of that in her section, but for now I'm just going to publish and syncing all of these. All right, so it gives you the option to sync different product details here, and it defaults to keep individual product, but we want to sync and select all of these. We're going to be changing our mockups shortly, but for now we just leave it. And the only one that I turn off is tags, and hit confirm. All right, now back on track while those are publishing. So we got a little overview, and now we're going to go through step by step. And our target goal of what we're going to be setting up is a very basic Shopify store like this. Like, we're just going to have our collection page, our product page, and like checkout, cart, that sort of stuff. Like bare bones. We're not going to be building like a Gymshark looking website by any means. We're just going for short to the point, converts really well. That's our goal. To make this even easier on ourselves, I'm just going to bring it up side by side with our spreadsheet. So the first thing we're doing is our basic account setup. Just following right along. Go to our settings, then payments, complete account setup, submit details. So this is where if you've filed an LLC, which I highly recommend, if you've opened one, then you're going to select LLC, and then you enter your EIN number and your business address. And it's important to be aware that this business address that you see here is going to show up on your customers' credit card statements. So you want to make sure that it's an address that you're comfortable with people seeing. If this is like your home address or apartment, wherever you live, I recommend opening up a PO box instead. All right, so I entered all of the personal details, EIN, now down to business category. We are clothing and accessories. Family clothes, it really doesn't matter. Graphic, t-shirts, hoodies, tank tops, and other apparel. That really doesn't matter. That's just for their records. Statement descriptor, this is what when a customer checks out and they make a purchase, this will show up on their card. So what name do you want them to see, basically? Then the phone number, we're down to this step here. Enter your business phone number. So you don't want to enter your personal phone number. I've made that mistake in the past, and your phone will just get blown up with calls from people. So what we're going to do is set up a Google Voice number. Say for business, get started. And this is just a low cost monthly subscription where it'll basically generate a phone number for us that anytime somebody calls it or texts it, it will send us an email to whatever email address we give it. Google's gotten sneaky with this. I selected the $10 a month one, but it's defaulting to that, so I'm just gonna have to change that. Set up voice. Let's get set up. We're in the United States. Location. I entered that information. Now I'm going to assign a number. Reviewing the information, confirm. Skip. Great. Okay. So now we have our Google Voice account set up. I'm just going to save that to our bookmarks bar. All right. That's cool. We can also call people if we really wanted to. We don't want to do that, but all right. Calling as 302. Just going to paste that in. I'm also going to save this info to a notepad. So far we have our support email, and now we have our phone number. I'm just saving that to make our lives easier. Guess we're going to need it again. So now submit for verification. I'm going to turn on two-step authentication. To do this, you can either do the text message version or you can use an authenticator app. They're all free. You just go to the App Store and search for it. Basically what this does is it generates a authentication number for you anytime you try to log in. And this is to prevent your account from getting hacked. Seasonal collections, Shopify. And then they also give you recovery codes in case your authentication app doesn't work for some reason. Okay, so we added the business phone number, now banking information. We'll be able to do that once our account gets verified. Next, we're going to go to the checkout page, set up our shipping address, phone number. So we're going to go to settings, checkout. And we're just going through setting up all these settings and like the back end red tape stuff that normally you don't figure out until like months down the road. We're setting it all up front, so you can trust that everything's done properly the right way. All right, so shipping address, phone number. Oh, okay. Company name, don't include. Address, optional. Make that optional. Email, pre-selected. Show tipping. You can turn this on and let people tip your Shopify store. I don't really believe in the whole tipping culture thing, but I tried it at one point and people actually did it a surprising amount, but I turned it off because it just feels weird. Like I don't deserve a tip for running a Shopify store. At least that's my view on it. Address collection, use shipping ad, validate, yep. So did that. Send, abandon, checkout, automatically fulfill. Yeah. Automatically fill only the gift cards. Okay, pixels, we're gonna set that up next. I think we skipped something. Abandon checkout emails. Oh, I think they moved this. So abandon checkout is not on emails, is not on the checkout page anymore. Now I bet it's under automations. Yeah, so we need to upgrade our plan, which I'm going to do that. You can keep going with the trial, but we go with that. Me personally, I want to be able to set up our abandoned cart emails and that sort of thing and connect our custom domain. Otherwise, people are going to have to navigate to a weird domain in order to visit our site. We don't want that. So I'm going to go ahead and complete the purchase of this. All right, so I upgraded. I'm going to go to marketing. Automations, turn on abandoned cart. And turn on abandoned checkout. We'll come back to those in a little bit, but for now that, let's just see what they're, yeah, so those are good for now. Okay, next we're setting up our domain. So to set up our domain, assuming it hasn't moved, we're going to settings, domain, and connect existing domain. Seasonalcollections.co, next. So the way to link it is we have to add a record showing that basically we have proof of this domain. So we're doing exactly what it says here. Type text, name, Shopify verification, value, this, TTL, leave it. Hit save, continue and verify, and it's sending an email with verification code. As a side note, I don't know what GoDaddy does, but very ironically, their emails take forever to send. Don't be surprised if it takes 5-7 minutes to receive the code. Yeah, for frame of reference, it just took like 8 minutes for it to be sent. So finally got the domain set up. You can see seasonalcollections.co is set as the primary for the store. Now if we go to that domain, it'll just say opening soon. But pretty cool. Our site is now live and you can navigate to it. We're going to leave this site up and actually run it so you can go check it out as we're building it. It's probably going to look different than this at the time of you watching it if everything goes according to plan. So let's keep moving right along. So we connected the domain. Next, we're going to go to our branding, which go to settings and brand. And this is where we can add our logos. So the square logo, I wanted to use this one. And then our colors, we're just going to use the same colors as before. So I'm going to go back to that ChatGPT conversation, get the hex codes. We have our orange, secondary colors. There we go. Now I'm going to come up with a slogan. This is just as a filler right now. I'm up. With a slogan for seasonal collections apparel brand. I like this one. So add that as my slogan. Write a short description of the brand. We're going to be revisiting all this stuff later on. This is just placeholder stuff for now. There we go. Save. Now let's go back to our spreadsheet. So we added our logo. Now we're going to do our policies. So to navigate to that, we go down to settings again and policies. And we can just generate from the templates and let's put today's date, which today is 4/5-24. Our TOS operated by and if you go to the school group and into the classroom, we're going to have our own template so you can copy and paste contact information, create. Seasonal collections, put our Google Voice number. we go. We'll talk more about like the strategy behind our policies and stuff later. And we already did this portion. So we connected our Printify account, signed into it, copied the products to our Shopify store. And now we just have to, no, actually we already published them. So they should be, if everything went according to plan. Yep. Our designs are officially live in the store. Now we're going to remove the password from the store so we can actually take a look at it and see how things are looking so far. And to remove the password from your store, you just go to online store. Then you have to add a business address. So I'm going to fill this in quickly. And then after you enter that information, you can remove the password and view your store. And there we go. So this is what we're working with so far. So obviously we have some changes to make, but honestly, it's not as much work as you might think, since we have all of it mapped out right here. So we're going to leave the product editing section for Meg to show you, but she's going to show you how in bulk you're able to change all the names of your products, all the prices, all that kind of good stuff. So what we're going to do is start editing the layout and design of our store. So we're going to go to theme settings, just online store, and then customize. We're using the Dawn theme, which there's a whole theme like store that you can buy, like custom themes that are a couple $100. A lot of the free themes though work perfectly fine. So we're just going to be using the Dawn theme. You can always change that later and buy a different theme if there's one that you like more, but honestly the most important levers for us to be pulling are like our product catalog and basically rebuilding the exact store that I've made a bunch of times and know that it converts really well. We're going to set up our first collection. So products, collections, and this is how we're able to organize all of our products within our store so that it's easy for our customers to navigate to. So we're going to create a collection of all of our products. So go to collections, create collection, title the collection all products. Then we're going to make it an automated collection and set it to product type is equal to t-shirt. So that's just going to add all of our t-shirt products. As they get synced from Printify, it's going to get automatically added to our store. Publish it to all of those. We don't need an image and we can just do the default. So that's pretty much it. You don't really have to put any kind of description. Later on, I'll put something like 1,000 plus happy customers, something along those lines, but we don't need anything there for now. So we're just going to save that. And then we're going to view the collection. And now all of our products have been pulled into this collection. And we'll talk about later how you can create other collections, like by design type or collection theme, like when's good times to do that. But for now, just one collection gets us 80% of the way there. Now we're going to go over to the theme editor. So in theme editor, first thing we're going to do is expand this. So to familiarize ourselves with the theme editor first, so we have the sections, which this is where we can like add different section blocks if we wanted to. If we wanted to add like an Instagram feed or feature a specific product or show customer reviews or get people to join our email sign up list, we just click that and it adds a new block. And then this block you can just click and drag to different sections on the website. It's pretty simple, but remembering what I said earlier, that one of the slipperiest slopes to get on when we're starting out is just getting caught up in tweaking and optimizing this stuff endlessly. There's so many different things we can do. What we're going through is setting up like the 80-20 principle, like basically everything that you need to know, everything that we need to do in order for you to be confident that the site will convert at least decently well. And when we go to launch ads, we can hone in and like eliminate the site setup as one of the variables that we need to be tweaking and changing. All right, so we go to the header bar and then edit your logo and theme settings. So select which logo we want to use. I'll do that one. It should pop up right there. That's a little small, so I'm gonna increase the size of that. There we go, that looks better. Then see how it looks on mobile. That looks nice. And then our favicon image, which we already made in Canva before. Now if we save that, go to our store, see how now it's the little favicon. It's pretty cool. Now we're going to update our colors. So you can close the logos, go to colors. We can just do scheme 1. And in this spreadsheet, I give us all of the colors that we're going to be using. Some of these might have changed, like the wording might have changed slightly, but that's okay. It's okay if it's not exact. We're going to figure out as we go. Primary colors, solid button label, FFF. Got it. Accent 1. So yeah, they changed the wording slightly. Now solid button background is accent 1. Don't need a gradient. Yeah, actually we can just leave all the rest of these the same. So we're just changing that to be green. We'll talk about this more in like the conceptual lessons, but we're doing color isolation, which what that means is we're isolating the call to action button with a color that doesn't appear anywhere else on the store. So when customers see it, their eyes are really like drawn to it. So our text, we want to make that black. And these colors and stuff that we're choosing, it's not like an exact science. It doesn't need to be identical to this. Just the general principles is what we're trying to knock out. Right, typography, headings, assistant. Yep, we can just leave that font as is. Layout, page width. Let's see if we need to make any changes to this. Page width, 1200. Space between sections, 0. Horizontal space, 8 and 8. Yep, animations we can just leave. Okay, the buttons. Buttons, border thickness, 1. Good. Opacity 100, good. Corner radius set to 2, so that rounds the edges a little bit. Actually, let's see what a little bit more looks like. It's a little bit much. 4 looks nice, but I'll just go with 2. Keep it simple. Shadow, opacity 15%. So that's going to put a little shadow behind the button, make it pop a little bit more. Then horizontal offset 2 pixels. It's going to move the shadow slightly. Vertical offset 4. Blur 5. Leaving those the same. All right, variant pills. So that's these up here. So thickness 1, opacity 55, corner radius 40. Opacity 5% on the shadow. So that gives these a little shadow up there. Horizontal offset 2. Vertical 4, blur 5. So all those are good. Now inputs. These are the fields when a user is typing in something. We're just changing the corner radius to 40. And we'll see what that does in a second on the checkout page. Product cards, which this is on the collection page, what these are going to look like. So product cards, style card, text alignment left, Color scheme, background 2. Color scheme 2, cool. Border thickness 0, opacity 100%. Corner radius 20. Shadow 5%, make it pop a little bit. Horizontal offset 10. Vertical offset 4. Blur 5. Now collection cards, basically just repeating the same thing. Okay, so I just recorded going through all these settings and something happened with the file, so I'm just gonna go through it again. But basically all that we're doing is copying the settings that are on the spreadsheet here and just doing them exactly as is. So we did our typography and colors. Next we're doing our layout, which these stay exactly the same. Layout, animations leave the same. Buttons, you can copy these settings that you see here. This probably actually makes it even easier, so you can just copy right from my screen. So you want these settings for your buttons. You can pause it there if you need to do that. Buttons, then variant pills. And copy these settings. I'll let you pause it. And then inputs. So variant pills, to explain it quickly, is these things here. So if I were to crank that up, this will get really big. Just so you know what it is that we're changing. And all the changes that we're making right now is just based around how do we make it a clean, visually pleasing experience for the user. So we added a little bit of shadow. Next are inputs, which our inputs are on the checkout page with this. If we crank that up, these will get really big. Or maybe it doesn't do it on the checkout page. It's just on other pages. But anyway, leave those settings. Product cards, copy these settings. And then collection cards, you can copy these settings. And again, I'm just going to go quickly through this because there's a lot of other stuff for us to set up. So if you need to pause it, go ahead and do that. Next, blog cards. We don't change anything there because we don't really use it at all. Content containers. I don't think we really changed anything here. Media, these settings. Drop downs and pop-ups. Then our drawers, which that's the cart version that we're using. Badges, put it in the top left and adjust the corner radius to 20 and then change it to these color schemes. Brand information, we don't have to do anything with that right now. Social media we'll set up later. Search behavior, you can leave it as that. Currency format, show currency codes. Then cart, we're doing the drawer. Close that. And then onto our checkout page, which this is an important one that a lot of people will miss making changes to because it's, unless they go through like a specific training like this, because it's, you don't really see it unless you place a test order. So our background color, that's that over there. Our typography, we can just leave as the same. Then for our colors, we want to change our logo position to center. Where is that? Oh, it's in the checkout page. Checkout center. There we go. And that looks better on mobile too. Okay, logo size medium. Yep. Don't ever do like a background image unless you're hiring a designer, because that'll really throw off the conversion rate. Form fields, white, which that's these here. Background image, again, don't touch that. Background color. Heading, system, body, system, accent, color, accents. Just copy paste these. Buttons. So we're making the button on, and this is the piece that I meant that most people miss, is we want our call to action buttons to be the same exact color all the way through. So now our button here is the same color as before. Wow, they just added this back. So a while back, like months ago, Shopify forced everybody onto using a one-page checkout, and they said it's recommended, and they switched it from 3-page checkout, which is what it was on before, and they didn't give us this option. And our conversion rate plummeted overnight because our Facebook pixel and everything was optimized for 3-page. So that's funny. All right, colors for our errors. There we go. Now we have a nice looking checkout page. Something else I played around with is making these accent colors like gray so it doesn't stand out as much, and so that this just pops out even more. So now let's take a look at how our store is shaping up. Good. Okay, I'm gonna make some changes to, actually let's see if it's on the spreadsheet. Oh yeah, we still have a bunch more. Okay, so homepage. All right, so now we're going to optimize or set up our homepage. So first thing we're going to do is in the theme editor, we're going to go to the announcement bar, and we're going to change the text to say free shipping on orders over a certain dollar amount. Free shipping, and we're going to do 75. We're gonna make it that color. You can also make it red or green or whatever. This one's not, color's not that crucial. Okay, now we're gonna add a banner, and we're just gonna grab a stock photo here. Let's see if there's actually a good one that we can just use. So there we go. Okay, explore, let's do spring. Yeah. No. This? And this really doesn't matter that much because we're driving all of our traffic to the collection page, not to the home page. Okay, so that's fine. And then I'm going to change this text to just say our brand name, seasonal collections. There we go. Banner height, I'm going to make that medium. Change that to be in the middle. Make our brand name bold. Buttons. Don't want it to be outlined. I want it to be solid. Okay, that's fine. It's not the prettiest, but okay, so add logo to header, it's already there. Add feature product section to homepage, already there. So we have our featured collection. I'm going to change this to our all products collection. So it's basically the same thing, but that's the one that. So we can switch it to a carousel if we want. I'm just going to leave as is. Make our product card square. And the reason for that is especially on mobile, we don't want it to take up a ton of space by being vertical. A number of columns, 2. Enable swipe on mobile, it doesn't matter. Shit on cart, yep. All right, I'm gonna save that. Nothing sucks more than going through a bunch of changes and then it doesn't save for some reason. All right, So collection pages, this is the one that we actually care about, but we've already done most of the stylizing before, so there's not a ton here. So collection pages, we want to set the number of products per page. Oh, here we go. Okay, so product grid. So number of products per page, 16. Good. We don't want to do a ton because we don't want our site speed to be really slow. And if the site has to load like 25 products, that takes a lot longer than less products. Show second image on hover. No, that slows down the site speed. Show vendor, show product ratings. Yes, but we don't have any right now. Oh, I said yes originally. I'm going to turn that off. Make that no. We've tested that a lot since then. Show vendor, no. Show product rating, no, until we get ratings. Enable quick add button. This one you can play around with. There's no exact answer for this. There we go. Starting to look good. And all of our product stuff, again, is going to get changed later. Okay, so that's the collection pages. Let's make sure there's nothing else here. Page with mobile, cool. Onto our product pages. All right, desktop media width, medium. So that's changing the size of the images there. Constrain media to screen height, sure. Media fit square. Okay, they got rid of that, so original it is. Desktop layout, thumbnail carousel. This is an important one. We don't want it to show all of these images here. We want it to do the thumbnail carousel. So now it just shows them like this. Desktop media position left, image zoom, no zoom. So that's changing if somebody clicks on it. If it'll zoom in or not. I typically just leave it off because most people are on mobile where it's already like full screen for them. So it won't really change anything, and it's just an extra element that the site has to load. So mobile layout, hide thumbnails. So I'll show you what that looks like. Show thumbnails so then they can cycle through it. We'll talk a lot about mobile optimizing, but I think we want that off. I think we have that off on our store. We'll leave it on for now. Yes, definitely want that on. Hide other variants, yes. Delete the text section. Oh, this. Variant picker type. Drop down. All right, so we're doing drop down. We'll talk about how you can set up swatches so you can see what the color looks like in a little button, but for now we just want to take up the least amount of space possible. Swatch, none, drop down. And quantity selector. We want to turn that off. Reason being is that most people are only buying one of the same shirt. Like, it's very rare that somebody will buy multiple of the same design, same size, and same color. So we just turn that off because we don't want to have anything that we can remove from the page. It's not adding value. We want to take that away. Okay, now we're going to set up our collapsible row. So these are like our product details. Highest quality, and then we're looking for the t-shirt, the shirt icon. Nice. Another collapsible row. This one is all orders ship in 5 to 7 days. And the reason we're doing this is to give people, like, we're adding collapsible like content fields for the main pain points or like questions that somebody has when they're deciding whether they want to buy from a place. which is just the quality. Can I trust it? How fast is it going to take to get to me? So we address all those things up front. Returns are free and easy. Return. Collapsible row. $30-day guarantee with a heart. Nice. And you can fill these in with, you can add descriptions about your products. We're going to set that up later, but for now, that's a good starting point. Can't customize the price at all. Title, variant pickers, buy button. This is something you can test out. Like, there's different ideas around it, but the dynamic checkout button, this is going to change from, see how the add to cart button goes from green to black. That's because this buy it now button will automatically change to whatever payment method the customer who's checking out has. Like if it detects it in their browser, they have Apple Pay, it'll change to Apple Pay, which is good for like ease of checking out. Like you'll see a slightly higher conversion rate, but the downside to it is that it takes them immediately to check out. Whereas what we'd like to see is them add to cart and then continue shopping and build up a bigger cart rather than just checking out immediately. But you can play around with that. And then we're going to add related products. Customers also bought. Don't show second image. There we go. Yeah. All right, that's good. So as you can see, it's very basic. Oh, actually, let's clean this up. Footer. Enable follow on shop. No, that is Shopify trying to get free advertising off of us. Enable that. Yeah. Payment icons. Yep. Show policy links. I'm pretty sure we have to. I'm not sure why they don't have that on there. And we can turn off the powered by Shopify. Show email sign up. No. Cool. So there we have it. It's very basic. We're going to be updating this description soon. But yeah, it's looking good for now. Bare bones is all you need. I would love to get rid of that Shopify Pay installments thing because that's just taking up really valuable real estate, but we can solve that later. All right, so now we're going to go back and create our other pages. So we're going to go to pages, add page, about us. And they just added this, but it's generative AI for like text. Basically just if you had ChatGPT in here, write an about us page for seasonal collections, graphic apparel, print on demand brand. Never actually tried this. So let's see what it comes up with. Perfect. Good enough. Save. Let's see. Let's go to seasonal collections. Yeah, perfect. All right, that makes it easy. Update our preferences. Or actually, do we have this? Yeah. So these are good. Site navigation. Leave page. Main menu. So we're going to have home, shop, which is going to take them to our all products collection, shop, then about us. About us, add. And contact. Let's see what this is linked to. Yeah, it's already linked to our contact page. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Now we're going to go to preferences. This is changing like the metadata. Like if somebody shares, say, you know how if you text a friend a link to a website or something, it shows up with a little preview of it. That's what this is. Homepage meta description. Seasonal graphic apparel. No, I need to do better than that. So we go over to trusty ChatGPT. Write a 300 character homepage meta description for seasonal collections, a graphic apparel company. Mention shopping, high quality, unique designs at great prices. We're going to talk a lot about like the buyer and like marketing psychology, but the main reasons that people are buying t-shirts that they get hit with in ads is for impulse buys. And that comes down to the quality, price, uniqueness. It's like pretty straightforward. It's like the least complex selling possible. So here's our Google Analytics and Facebook pixels. We're going to do that later. Customer privacy. There it is. Customer privacy. Update that. The last thing, one of the last things is setting up. Remember we set up our free shipping in the bar? We are going to actually do that. Free shipping, 75. All countries, we're going to set it to just United States for now. Exclude shipping rates over a certain amount. Minimum purchase, 75. 75 is a good number that we found. It gets us good average order value, good conversion rate, and it's actually affordable by us because people have to buy at least 3 shirts in order to hit that. All right. So our Shopify keys for success, we're going to talk about this in the conceptual sections, but less is more. We want to isolate the colors. Less is more means like less Shopify apps. Don't overdo it. We're going to talk about apps and stuff soon, but always err on the side of minimalism over complexity. Color isolation, you want your call to action buttons to be the only color, to be a color that only occurs once on the entire site. Optimized for sales, not how it looks. Tweet at me if you have any questions. And again, join the school group, which is linked around here for an easier like breakdown of these videos. And this is old, but so there you have it. Now we've set up our Shopify store. Next, we're going to start doing the product stuff, like fixing all this stuff up here. Yeah, so congrats. You have a fully functional Shopify store that people can actually buy from. It's pretty exciting. Good start. And now we're on to the next lesson.
Hi guys, in this module, we're going to go over how to connect your PayPal to your Shopify store. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is open up Shopify, and at the bottom of the left-hand side, you're going to hit settings, and then you'll click payments. Once you're in the payments setting, you'll see it says PayPal, setup incomplete. You are able to add other payment methods as well. You can simply search for a provider and it'll give you a whole list of different payment processors that you can add. So you could use Afterpay, Affirm, Klarna, some of those like buy now, pay later type of deals. We don't typically put them on our site. We do just use Shopify payments as well as PayPal. So I'll show you how to set up your PayPal account and actually get it connected to your Shopify store. Once you've logged into your PayPal account, you then should get this message, thanks for signing up. We can go back to Shopify or set up an automatic transfer. So automatic transfers are actually going to occur once per day, and any money that's in your PayPal account will automatically get transferred out to your business bank account. So we'll just click go back to Shopify. And right here it says active. So before it was saying pending or not connected, and now it says active. So that means PayPal is now connected to our Shopify store, and we are able to take payments by either Shopify payments with any of these providers as well as PayPal. So pretty simple as long as you don't run into some password issues. But yeah, now you have another additional way to collect payments. PayPal is a great one to set up. A lot of people tend to trust PayPal, especially if it's a site that they've never checked out from before, or for some reason they're just like unsure. You'd be surprised by the number of people who have actually been burned by specifically Facebook ads. They found something, it caught their eye, they've clicked it, and then they've checked out and actually never received that product. So this just kind of gives an extra little layer of trust to your customer, saying like, hey, I'm a legitimate business. I have a PayPal account. I'm going through the right steps to be a legitimate business. So it can definitely help your conversion rate, having some of those big names being able to accept all of these payment processors up here as well as PayPal.
Let's now take a look at the quote-unquote must-have apps that I'd recommend any beginner have when you're starting out. And I'm going to show the beginner versions that are as cheap as possible, like the minimum viable stack of apps that we need to get off the ground. And then I'm going to give a frame of reference for the apps that we use now after the store's been up and running and what you can grow into down the line. But up front, good news is you don't really need to be spending hardly anything on your apps up front. But let's get into it. So there's the obvious ones I'm not even going to talk about, but there's like Facebook and Instagram, Google, TikTok you don't need, and Klaviyo. Yeah, so Klaviyo, Facebook, Google, obviously those are just your integration apps. So those are like, that's where your pixels are coming from, which in the traffic and email sections, we talk about how to set up all of those. When you're setting up and like launching your products, we use Hexstum a lot for bulk product editing. This one will save you a ton of time. It's $10 a month. I think they even have a cheaper plan, but this lets you bulk make all the changes, and Meg's shown you in her lessons how to do that. So that one is hands down like a huge time saver. Along with that, the other one that is an absolute must-have is Crush, Speed and Image Optimizer. This one does a ton for your site load speed. It takes your product images, all the images on your site, and compresses them down to smaller files. It does this automatically running in the background. It's only $5 a month, and they have lower plans, but we use the $5 a month because we have a lot of pictures. It does huge things for your site speed, makes your site a lot faster, because if you have really big images that are like big files, a couple of megabytes, for example, then when a customer comes to your site and you're trying to load your collection page, Shopify has to load every single one of those images, and that takes time. Next is email. That's another free one. That's where like your email automations, the Shopify built-in automations come from, which I recommend setting that one up as well. So GoAff Pro, this is not required, but they have a free plan. So this is the affiliate marketing app that we use, for which we'll talk about in the affiliate, but this one's free, so great option for beginners. Okay, so then customer reviews. So this is a big one. There's a ton of options out there for customer review apps. Just honestly, just pick one. They all do exactly the same shit. They all try to make it sound like they do different things. It's the same shit, just with a different wrapper on it. We were using Judge.me before this, and I think they're cheaper. We liked Looks because the one difference that Looks has is that it collects image reviews like in a really simple way from your customers, which is good, like user generated content to be gathering. But as a beginner, you certainly don't need that. You don't need to be spending $300 a month. They have much cheaper plans, which we'll link it somewhere around this video for you to check it out. If you have any budget to invest in apps, Looks is a great place to invest on the lower plans. But again, as a complete beginner, if you're trying to be as budget friendly as possible, do this on a shoestring, just go with Judge, or I think Shopify Reviews even has their own app. And then good news is that there's no risk to setting up with one. Like, you can set up with one, and then say down the road you decide to switch, or you want to upgrade, sales are going well, whatever, you can always export all your reviews from whatever app you're using and then upload them into the new app. That's exactly what we did. We went from Judge to Looks, exported everything out of Judge, imported it to Looks, and we were good to go. Next is the Printify integration app. Obviously, that's where all of our fulfillment comes from. If you're fulfilling with somebody different than Printify, you would have a drop shipping app or whatever, or a 3PL. We used Shipmonk for years. We had a Shipmonk app. This is similar to like the Pixel. Printify just needs to have the ability to look into your store to be able to fulfill your orders. Collabs, I don't use that, so you can forget about that. TikTok, again, this is similar to the Pixel. We don't really use that right now. Then for our support tickets, we use Gorgeous. Meg's talked about that in the customer service section, but you can just use Gmail when you're starting out. Gorgeous is great for once you're down the road, similar to the Looks, but certainly don't need this when you're starting out. Make is what we use for our automations, which we'll explain in different modules, but you can ignore this one for now. And automations on fulfilling our international orders and product uploads. So it's nothing you haven't heard about. It's just we do it slightly faster and with less manual effort by setting up with Make. Shopify Counter, this is just the cool ticker in the background of some of our videos, if you've seen them on YouTube. Shopify Flows, you can forget about that. So shipping protection, this is an interesting one. So this one, it does cost something, but if you have even any number of orders coming in on a monthly basis, it can be really worth it because it adds $1 to $2 per order on average. And the way that it does that is when customers go to checkout, you've seen shipping insurance or protection that when somebody checks that, if anything happens to their order at all, then we will fully cover it. We'll reimburse them everything. And then they just pay, depending on the cost of their order, anywhere from 95 cents to $1.95. And yeah, we cover that cost for them, which 99% of the time, nothing happens to the order. So that's just free money for us, essentially. So this one, I wouldn't say it's a must-have, but this is a nice one that once you have some orders coming in, I would say 50 to 100 orders per month, then add this and it'll pay for itself and then some. Shopify Inbox, this is another free one, not a must-have, but if you want to be answering questions from customers, which is sometimes a good idea to boost conversion rate, people can chat with you on your website. We don't really use that though. Cozy Anti-Theft, once you have a good store and people start copying you, install this. It's not a must-have, but install this and it makes it so that you can't copy paste or download. You know how you can go to people's stores and just right click, save image as? That's exactly how people are going to rip off your store. This blocks people from being able to do that. So if you go to our website and you try to right click on an image, nothing happens. There are still some ways around it, but it's enough to block most people. But again, not a must-have. Don't worry about this until you already have a store that's doing well enough that people would actually want to copy you. QuickBooks, this is our integration to our bookkeeping software. Again, this is not a must-have, but once you're running and doing a decent amount of sales, 10, 20K a month-ish, it's a good idea to get this set up so that you can have clean bookkeeping tracking. But in the beginning, just running your own financials. If you're running your own P&L and balance sheet just in your Google Sheet, then that's completely fine. Translate and Adapt, that's another free one. That's for international traffic. We don't really use that though. I'll cover what we do in the international section, but these last three we don't really use at all. So yeah, to recap, must-have apps, Hextom, Google, GoF Pro, not must-have, but it's free, so might as well. Some review app, you pick which, or you can try Looks somewhere around here. Printify, obviously, TikTok. Oh, push out, I didn't talk about this. This is a nice one because it's those notifications that pop up in the top corner. It's just an extra marketing channel. So for people that are on desktop, if somebody comes to your site, pops up in the corner, it's a way that you can get back in front of people. It can send abandoned cart email or push notifications, stuff like that. So here inside of push out, you can see it's generated us. It's not a life-changing amount of revenue, but it's 7,800, and that's pretty much all profit. So it's pretty cool. And then you have your automations in here, where it's your abandoned cart, welcome, stuff like that. Yeah, you can see most of our revenue has come from the abandoned cart. And these are just automated sequences that just run all the time. And then here's our email app. This is the free one from Shopify. So we have, you left items in your cart, you left items at checkout. So this is abandoned cart and abandoned checkout emails that run automatically. So this is, over the last 30 days, it's done $500. The majority of our email marketing, last 90, 2,800. So it's not life-changing again, but it's free. And the reason that this is so low is that the majority of our emails are being sent out of Claviyo. Now this is one that I didn't talk about yet, but this is the frequently bought together app, which this is, you go to Amazon and it shows like the pairs of products. Like if you're buying, I don't know, a desktop, it'll show like a monitor, a mouse, a keyboard, like related products here. That's what this app it does. It's $10 a month. And according to them, I don't know how much you can trust their own reporting, but they say that it generated $12,869 in sales from people scrolling down, seeing that button of recommended products, and it learns, like it sees what products people are buying together the most. It'll pick up on things like people are buying these like pastel colored shirts the most, and if somebody's viewing a pastel colored or style like shirt on the product page, it'll recommend 2 to 3 others for people to quickly click, add all of them to cart, and it's generated almost 13 grand in sales according to them. And then here's the inside bulk product editor. Again, Meg is doing like a more in-depth tutorial of this, but this is where anytime there's something that you need to change on your products, if you need to change it to one product, normally you have to change it to all of them, and going through one by one is literally soul sucking, and it's a huge waste of your time. So for example, if one that we did recently was we had all of our t-shirts were named TEE in our products, and after looking at a bunch of other sites, we saw that they were naming them t-shirt. So we just went in here to product title, sorted by like product type, and then the t-shirt, and then find and replace. We did find and replace there. So we found T and we replaced it with t-shirt, like that. So it's, whereas we would have had to go through all of our products and would have taken forever. Another good example is like if Printify sends an email that they're out of stock of a specific color, like happens from time to time. It's really annoying to have to go in and change every product, remove every color, remove that color from every product. It takes a ton of time. You can do that in here as well. And here in Crush Picks, I'm zoomed in. It shows all the products at the bottom, but this is the brand that we try to not reveal so that it doesn't get spammed with a ton of bots. But anyway, so I'm zoomed in, so the UI looks better than this, but you can see it's compressing all the images just like I talked about. So it's compressing them, and the plan that we're on is 500 megabytes. They have different plans. Yeah, like 500, 2 gigs. Yeah, so we're on the lowest plan. But yeah, so it's compressing all the pictures and just saving like file size. And then here's Cozy Anti-Theft. This is the one where it prevents people from right-clicking. So you turn it on. This is a dead simple app. You just turn on the stuff that you want to protect, and it does it. And then it prevents people from being able to copy paste and just duplicate your site. Then here's simply shipping protection. So like you can see in the last month, we've insured 683 orders. So 680 people who like check the box at checkout to get the insurance, and that generated us an extra $965 in revenue. And out of these, we might have had like a handful that we had to refund because of that, because it gets lost in transit or whatever. Very low, like we have less than 1% like refund and like order defect rate, which is really good. And then we're on the enterprise plan, which is $100 a month. There's lower plans for 50, 200. Oh, perfect. Yeah, if you're doing like 50, even 50 orders a month, it's completely free. I should have known that. Yeah, everybody should install this. It's completely free to get started. All right, and then here's the protection plans that we do. So for a cart of $0 to $30, so one t-shirt, it's 98 cents. For $30 to $49, it's $1.48. For 50 to infinity, it's $1.98. We saw a much higher take rate when we did this. Originally, we were doing $1.98, and it had a lower, like for somebody who's buying one t-shirt, they don't want to pay $2 to insure that, so they weren't taking it. But when it's only 98 cents, then people were taking us up on that. And there you go. So now you've seen inside all of the apps we use. Honestly, the majority of them are either free or they're just like integration apps. We used to use a lot more, but that was before I learned the hard lesson of more apps does not equal better conversion rate. A lot of times it equals the other way around. And the last parting lesson about apps that I'll leave you with is that these app developers, they are entrepreneurs a lot of times just like you. And a lot of times entrepreneurs get a little misled with what the main goal of their business should be. And they think that the goal should just be generating revenue and not about optimizing for the customer's experience, caring about you the most. And the reason I say that is that a lot of these apps are designed to, number one, make you think that they're as more effective than anything, that you'd be an idiot to get rid of it, like the frequently bought together. That one might be legitimate, but they love to put in examples of how their app is generating you so much money. Take that with a grain of salt. Unless you're gonna really dive into it and get the proof that it generated that much, you have no idea if it's accurate or if they're over attributing. Second thing, and the much worse offense in my opinion, is that they build the apps in such a way that it's optimizing for their app's performance and not your overall site's performance. The reason I'm saying this is just to help you evaluate the apps and see it for what it is. It's a lot of marketing, and you just have to make sure that when you add an app that it's actually providing value to your company and not tanking your site speed, which a lot of times that's what ends up happening with new apps. Shopify's gotten better with it. I think now in the App Store they show this app won't hurt site speed, something like that. But just keep it in mind that at the end of the day, you are the puck stops with you when it comes to your site's performance. So it's your decision. It's your ultimate call what apps you use and what you get rid of. So just keep a very scrutinous eye on what you're installing and what you're letting into your temple that is your Shopify store.
Okay guys, in this module, we are going to go through how to actually create a discount code. Discount codes are wonderful tools to use in e-commerce because it can actually trigger somebody to actually make a purchase on your site. Chris showed you how to do a pop-up message. You can put in your email, automatically get a discount sent to your email address, but they are also a really great tool to use in email and SMS marketing. They're pretty simple to set up, but the first step that you're going to want to do is actually go to Shopify. You'll log into your Shopify account and you're going to click on discounts on the left-hand side. As you can see, we have free ship and free shipping $75. So these are two discounts that were already created. We are going to go to the upper right-hand corner and click Create Discount. It's then going to ask you what kind of discount would you like to create. An amount off of products. So this would be you could take 5% off of your products and you could select a few. So you could just run a discount on one collection. You could just run it on a few products. You could also do a buy X, get Y. So kind of think of a buy one, get one free scenario. You can set this up where if somebody buys one product, it could be if you buy a hoodie, you get maybe a t-shirt for free, whatever it may be. The next discount is an amount off of the total order. So this would be hey, shop our spring fling sale, get 15% off your entire order. So that would just take 15% off of your entire cart order. This is the one that we mainly use is the amount off of order. And then you also have the free shipping discount, which has already been set up on our store. We provide free shipping for US orders over $75. And I believe internationally, we typically, I believe it's 100. It could be a little bit higher, maybe 125. But for this learning case scenario, we'll use an amount off of order. The first thing that you're going to do now, once you're on the create order discount page, you're going to actually type in what you would want your discount's name to be. So just because I used it in the example, we'll just say Spring Fling 15. So if you type in Spring Fling 15, you will get 15% off of your entire order. Now, you can adjust how you want your discounts to run. Do you have any minimum requirements? Sometimes we'll run a sale and we'll say you have to have at least $50 worth of apparel in your cart. That way, it's kind of incentivizing people, hey, buy more than just one shirt. It can increase your average order value, and it's just kind of like a great way to kind of bump that up. You can do, so a minimum purchase amount, this is where you could say like $50, or minimum quantity of items. Again, you could say like if you purchase 2 shirts, then you'll get this 15% off of your total discount. So this is just kind of different things, rules that you can set up, I would say, of who will be allowed to actually use this discount code. For the sake of this learning though, we're gonna say no minimum requirements. All customers are eligible to use this code. You can make customers their own code that they could use. This comes in handy when you're doing customer service. You could give somebody like a $10 gift card pretty much, or like a $10 discount code, and find that specific customer. And when they go to check out, assuming they'd already been like signed up for emails or whatever, it will only work for that specific customer who is checking out with the email address that they used. But for this case, we're going to say all customers. Maximum discount uses. Sometimes I will click limited to 1 use per customer. Just that way somebody isn't then checking out like 3 or 4 times. Again, I would feel like it's very, very rare that people will do that. And you can also limit the number of times that the discount can be used in total. This is something that's really interesting. If you're running a certain sale and you say, hey, the first 10 people will get 20% off. The next 15 will get 19% off. Whatever it may be, you can kind of stagger it and almost give some urgency to that sales promotion that you're running. So you can limit the number of times that the discount can be used in total. So you could say the first 5 people get this, the next 5 get that. You would want to click this and put in that number of times total that it can be used. For this case though, it's our spring fling sale. We want everybody to have this discount. We want to send this out to our email list. And then you can also do combinations. So if you have multiple discount codes out there, you can allow people to like stack up their discounts. So I don't click any of these. Our shipping discount automatically occurs. So if the order is still above $75, they're still going to get free shipping. It's not just going to like eliminate free shipping. So I don't click any of these. And then down here, you can figure out when you would want this discount code to become active, as well as when you would want it to end. So there are some discount codes you can have run for years, like until you actually turn it off or set an end date. People could check out with that discount over and over and over again. But for most of our sales, we typically have an urgency in that email saying like, hey, it's this weekend only, or for 24 hours only, you can use this code and get 15% off your order. So in these cases, we're going to want to set an end date, and we would want to set it for, 24 hours or whatever it may be. You could say like, hey, this offer ends tonight at midnight. So you literally end it tonight at midnight. But then once you're done, all you're going to do is click save this discount. And right here, it shows that you've successfully created this discount. So what can you do next? You can just hand out your code, tell people, hey, if you type in Spring Fling 15, you'll get 15% off of your entire order. Or you can click this button here, get shareable link, copy this link, and then you can paste it and hyperlink it in your email, in text messages. It's just an easy way for people they can just click that and it automatically gets applied to their cart. Especially if your niche is targeting an older population. Like there have been some brands that we've run where our population is really like 55 to 75-year-olds who are checking out and purchasing from us. So making it as least tech savvy as can be can sometimes work out better for those customers. So just keep that in mind when you're doing your email marketing or wanting to send a blast out to your customers and let them know that you are running a sale. It's sometimes just easier to throw in this hyperlink. They can just click it and the discount automatically gets applied.
Let's talk about how we can optimize our site's average order value, otherwise known as AOV. First off, what is your average order value and why does it matter? Our average order value is if you look at a group of 100 customers, what was the total amount of sales from those customers divided by the number. So if we had $1,500 in sales and we had 100 customers, that would be an average order value of $15. So pretty simple math. The reason that it's so important to figure out how much the average person is spending is that impacts how profitably we're able to drive traffic. And we could have a really good conversion rate, like converting 5-6% of people who visit the site. But if each of them are only spending $1, then obviously that wouldn't be profitable for us, even though we have a great conversion rate. So we have to have a good conversion rate and a good average order value, one with a low cost per click, to get things profitable. The good news is that there's some very specific levers that we're able to pull in order to increase our average order value. And looking at our Miro board here, that's linked somewhere around this video, but we've looked at it already in this course. At the site optimization phase, some of the levers that we can pull to increase our average order value, which really just comes down to the psychology of how do we get people to buy more of what we offer on the site at a very basic level. And this looks different depending on what products you're selling, but for print on demand, for example, if we're selling just t-shirts, the biggest thing by far is the product catalog. So it's not even anything that you can change like in the site layout or theme. Like you could tweak all the little buttons and colors and stuff till you're blue in the face. But if you only have 10 designs, for a dramatic example, then obviously your average order value is going to be low. But if you have a catalog, and this is number one, a catalog of 50 to 75 products, that gives you a wide variety for customers to choose from. So if somebody clicks on your shirt in an ad, say it's the I like coffee and maybe 3 other people, they click on the shirt, they land on the collection page, and they see that product, they add it to their cart, they're happy with it, and then they look around at the other 9 products you have, and it's all like just patterns and designs. The kind of person who was interested in the typography based humor design is not going to be interested in like our floral pattern designs, and vice versa. If somebody clicks on a floral pattern design in an ad, then they land and it's just like I like coffee and 3 other people and like 9 other designs like that, we're going to have a really low average order value. And we could fix all the other things on this list like perfectly, but if there's nothing else complementary that customer would be interested in, they're always just going to buy the one thing and leave. And that's something you'll probably run into as you get your first like scaling or viral product, is you'll get a ton of people coming to the site buying just that and then bouncing. And that can be frustrating at first, but the quickest and easiest way to fix that is to look at that top selling design, see what is it about it that's getting it to sell? Why is it going viral? Is it funny? Is it unique? Is it beautiful? Whatever. And is it like about current events? Is it something specific that just happened in the news? Whatever it is. And then make 50 more designs like that along the same line. Something funny, a similar design style, whatever it is about that design, make a bunch more like that. And I guarantee your average order value will shoot through the roof. I've dealt with that exact scenario too many times to count. So I'm going to keep coming back to, especially for print on demand, it's about the product catalog. For any business, it's about your products, but especially for print on demand, optimizing average order value, the size and relevancy of your catalogs is crucial. Next is your product pricing. So we can either get people to buy more products or we can just charge more for those products. If we were to increase our shirt prices to $100, probably wouldn't sell too many shirts, but we would have at minimum an average order value of $100. So that's another way we can increase it. We'll talk about pricing psychology in a different lesson, but I recommend doing split tests once you get up and running to find what the sweet spot is for your own store. But for us, around $26.99 to $30-ish in that ballpark is a pretty good sweet spot. Next is product bundles and cross-sells / product recommendations. So these are huge. Like on our site that we just set up, we have a very bare bones site for now, obviously, but sections like this down here are really important. And we're going to be adding more of these, like customer also bought. We're going to add frequently bought together, like intelligent cross sells and upsells, where it learns those types of things. Like the example I was giving of I like coffee and 3 people, and it'll learn that people who bought this shirt also bought other funny stuff. And we'll add sections where you can cross sell those items and give intelligent recommendations. Next is post-purchase upsells, which honestly we haven't done too much of this. We can definitely do a better job of it, but using an app such as one-click upsell, after a customer checks out, instead of just showing them your normal thank you, like order confirmation page, you can then hit them with, since you bought this shirt, would you like to add this shirt to your cart or to your order in one click for like 20% off or something like that. And that can be a really good way. I've used that on other brands. Like if you buy, then show them like a t-shirt of the month subscription, and even if you get 5 or 10% of your customers to take it, then that's a really nice bump to your overall average order value. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but our target, we want to be around $40 to $45 for a print on demand store. It varies completely based on the brand and the product you're selling, but we want to be around $40 to $45 because not only is it more revenue for us, but it's also cheaper cost of goods sold because we pay less for the second, third, fourth, and so on products in an order. The first product shipping is by far the most expensive. Next is subscriptions, like I just mentioned. So t-shirt of the month, like Buyers Club, that sort of thing. That's a good option. Next one, which we already set up, is free shipping over X number of dollars. Incentivizing people that if you spend X amount, then you get like a free shipping. And what that does is as you add to cart, they know that, okay, if I add 2 more shirts to my cart, then I get free shipping, which is an incentive for the customer. It's a better experience, but it's also for us. If somebody's buying 3 shirts, then that's a really good average order value, and it's something that we can afford to foot the shipping cost for. But we strategically chose the $75 threshold because that's a number where they have to buy 3 shirts in order to reach it. We could set it to 85, but that feels like a higher number, and they would still, because of our pricing, they would still have to just buy 3 shirts in order to hit it. So we set it to the lowest possible threshold to give them the lowest looking number, which actually we could make it like $70 free shipping or $65. We could set it at $65, and that might look even lower to people, and they would still have to buy 3 in order to hit that. Next up, this doesn't quite apply for print on demand like t-shirts, but volume discounts. So if you buy 5, you get 5% off. Like we used to have a socks brand, and that worked really well. You have to cap it at a certain threshold, but you see these kind of incentives all over the place. These are like the most common ways that people or sites will upsell you and increase your average order value, but you start to see it everywhere. Like in-cart upsells, cross-sells. We go to Gymshark, which they're one of the top Shopify stores in the world. Let's see if we can notice all of the ways they're increasing their average order value. Number 1, free shipping over $75. Say I like these, go to these pants, look, reminding me of my free shipping level that I have to hit. And then they have their standard delivery, express delivery. Oh, get the look. I bet they normally have this turn into like an outfit thing. This is boosting conversion rate, what customers say. And then they have you might like. So these are custom recommendations for me, even though I just looked at one product, so it's not very broad, but custom recommendations for me, and then more cross sells down here. And then once I add to bag, now it's showing me more products that I can add to cart. And they also have, wow, they have 2 now. They check out, they have Afterpay. So for people that probably shouldn't be buying a t-shirt and they need to put it on, basically you can offer pay in installments. So if you use a company like Klarna or Afterpay, they charge you a higher fee. I think it's 6 or 8%, but they will front the money for your customer to be able to buy the product today. And then it's up to the customer to pay it to Klarna or Afterpay in 3 or 4 equal installments over like the next couple of months. So that's another way you can increase the average order value. Also, they just have a massive catalog. I also like how simple their site is. Like, it's not overwhelming. Yeah, it looks good. And then I'd be willing to bet once I go to the cart, there's going to be cross sells inside the cart. If they even let me go see the cart. Check out securely. Yeah, so they add this thing at the top. When you're on Shopify Plus, you're able to customize your checkout, which that's how they're able to add like this little thing here. And notice that this is kind of conversion rate related, but they use the 3-step checkout, even though Shopify claims that the 1-step is by far the best. I'm not convinced, Shopify. Okay, let's go to graphics. So increases average order value, increases average order value. There we go. More cross sells. I hit the free shipping. Wow, this is beautiful. I didn't even know this was here. So once I hit 75, then that's brilliant. Now if I add another $63 and I get free express shipping. Wow, look at that. That is so smart. See how they're just incrementally walking me up? Compare that to a site that, to be completely fair, it looks like ours right now, where we don't have that. Like, we don't have that stuff set up here. It's not tracking the free shipping. We're going to set up some stuff like that, but you can see how Gymshark's just on a different level, and they're just slowly walking me up the value ladder. Marquise Brownlee has a really good video on this about how Apple increases their average order value by walking people up the like pricing ladder. You should go check it. I'll link it around this video somewhere. But like how the iPad Basic starts at like $500, then you want more storage, so then that brings it up to $600. Then once you're at 600, then you might as well just get the Pro, which is 700. Then once you're at 700, you need to get more storage on that, so you might as well increase the storage, and then that's 800. and you just like very easily go from planning to spend $400 to $500 to $800 just like that. So it's stuff like that really adds up. But with our stores, we're keeping it simple, just adding a lot more better products, adding some cross-sell and upsell apps, which there's so many that you can check out in the Shopify App Store. We'll talk about some of them, but feel free to explore them for yourself too. Yeah, so upsell, all kinds of upsell and cross-sell apps. Bundles, oh, that's another good way, so that you can offer people discounts if they buy a bundle of 3 or 4 shirts. I've never been able to figure out a way to do this, or I haven't really tried, but on Etsy, some of the top selling products a lot of times are like family bundles of designs. Like, not saying you can sell this, but like a Disney bundle where it's like a family of 4 is going to Disney and they can get each of their names on it, and it's like different sizes for each of the shirts. It'd be interesting to try. If you could figure out how to set up the fulfillment for that kind of store, could crush that, or customizable products. I've never dipped into that, but there's a massive demand for it on Etsy, and almost anytime there's a massive demand for something on Etsy, you can do really well with it in Facebook ads. So there you have it. There are a couple of different ways you can optimize your average order value over time. The biggest way, again, is just increasing your product catalog. Like, last thing I'll mention is Yoga Stay. We were just selling t-shirts, and that was it on the site, and our average order value was around like $40-ish. Then as soon as we added yoga pants, it jumped up to $50. And then once we added yoga mats, then it jumped up to like $70. Took a huge jump because they were pricier. And what we found is that while people won't come to the site and buy 5 shirts, they might buy 2 shirts, a tank top, a pair of yoga pants, and a yoga mat. They're getting a bunch of different products, but for us, it looks the same average order value wise, like gets it up to $75, $80, completely different running ads for a business with an $80 average order value compared to $40. It's so much easier. I'm not saying to go out and start sourcing a bunch of products right out of the gate, but down the road, if average order value is the real bottleneck and you've had some success already, like you've seen signs of hope with the store, then it's definitely something to consider. But that's it for average order value, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Conversion rate optimization. This is going to be an action-packed lesson, so let's get right into it. So conversion rate optimization, better known as CRO or CR, is something that gets a lot of airtime when it comes to e-commerce trainings. And I find that there's a lot of things that get skipped over that are like low-hanging fruits and could really be undercutting your site's ability to convert visitors into customers. And I'm going to share from my personal experience things that have hamstrung me. First and foremost is the site speed. That was something that for the longest time I was not checking or being aware of. And a site speed that is super slow it just destroys everything. Amazon found that for every 1 second that their site took to load, they lost like 15% drop off rate. So optimize the site speed, which you can check very easily by going to online store. We don't have a score yet because we just made it, but it'll show up right here. And you want to make sure that this is at least in the like normal range. Anytime I've had a store where it gets slower, the conversion rate normally plummets. And the reason for that is, if you think about it logically, it's like we're putting ads in front of people who are scrolling on social media. Like, they're already scatterbrained. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm like doom scrolling on TikTok or Instagram or whatever, I'm not in a very patient mood or like headspace to like give a site a lot of time to load. I like click it. I want to see it immediately. Otherwise I'm leaving. And that's how everybody else is. And 80% of our traffic comes from mobile. So it's people sitting there scrolling on their phones. You need to show them a fast, like instantly loading website as much as possible. Second thing that really impacts our conversion rate that people may or may not be aware of is the optimization for the ads that we're setting up. Now, we're going to talk about the ads a lot in the marketing module, but it bears repeating here when we're talking about conversion rate, because there were a lot of times where I would be running my stores and conversion rate would take a dip for one reason or another, and I would start tweaking things on the website. And I would start like making changes, split testing pricing, changing button color, just like all over the place. And it wasn't until I felt like I tested everything that I finally took a step back and looked at it from a 10,000 foot view and realized, like, for example, that I had set up my ads for a traffic objective. Simple, honest mistake, but brutally impactful for our conversion rate. Because if I'm sending people to the website that are optimized for traffic and not for buyers, then of course it's not going to convert at all. So looking at our advertising and our website's conversion rate from a holistic standpoint is crucial when it comes to conversion rate optimization. And along that same line is if you're launching with a brand new pixel, meaning Facebook, TikTok, whoever doesn't know who your buyer is, then you can expect a much lower conversion rate. Over time, it'll pick up and it'll start to figure out who's who. But in the beginning, you definitely expect a slightly lower conversion rate, and it should improve with time. Third thing is recognizing that different countries have different conversion rates, especially depending on how your site is optimized. And nothing against these countries, but like India, Trinidad and Tobago, Pakistan, if you're getting traffic from those sites, your conversion rate is going to be sub 1%. Like you'll get 2 to 3 cent cost per link clicks, but it's not going to convert at all. That's a fringe scenario because you can easily make sure that you're not getting that traffic in your ad account, but something else to be aware of. The next big mistake that I see is when we're optimizing our conversion rate, and I was the same way when I got started, don't look at your conversion rate as just one number. Look at your conversion rate as a subset of each of the numbers. So we have our add to cart rate, which is the percentage of people who viewed the website on the collection page or product page and added to cart. So just clicking that add to cart button, that's that percentage there. So the number of people who did that divided by the total number of visitors. The second thing is the reach checkout rate. So out of, say we had 10 people add to cart, so it's 10% add to cart rate on 100 sessions. If we had 5 of those people reach checkout, so that just made me an add to cart. Now, if I click checkout, then I would become a reach checkout metric. So checkout, now I've reached checkout, but there's going to be some people that are going to add to cart and then for whatever reason get cold feet and leave. And then if I add to cart, reach checkout, and then I enter all my information, get all the way through to the end, and then I click pay now, then I become a conversion. So there's add to cart, reach checkout, and then converted checkout. And the reason it's so important to break these down is because it paints a very clear picture for us of where we should be spending our time. If we have a really low conversion rate, say we're at 1%, and we're trying to fix that, it would be very easy for us to just jump in the site and start messing with our button colors and moving stuff around and think the whole site's broken. But then if we see that, say we're trying to troubleshoot this and our conversion rate is really low, but our add to cart rate is 20%, super high, but then we see that our reach checkout is 3%, then we can very easily hone in on that portion of the process. So like we know that people are adding to cart finds. So we know it's not like our price point, it's not our product catalog, it's not our site speed, it's not our button colors, it's not any of those things. We know that it's something with like our cart drawer or whatever part of that process would take people from adding to cart to reaching checkout. And then similarly for sessions converted, like what are the variables for somebody to complete their conversion who's already started checking out? And those are pretty slim. It's like the button colors, but like we're talking about optimizing this page essentially. Because I reach checkout, but if I don't convert, what is it on this page that could have stopped me? And the only levers we can really pull are like the colors of these things, the color of this button, which that's actually a big one that a lot of people miss. If it's like blue and everywhere else they were clicking like green or red add to cart buttons, that could throw some people off. And another big one is the shipping price, because a lot of times the first time people see the shipping cost is when they get to this point. And along that same line, something like subtle that was messing up our conversion rate for a while was that I had all of our product costs for international customers in their home currency. I spent a lot of time setting that up, but then I didn't realize that my shipping rates, I only had one shipping rate for everybody, and that was in US dollars. So somebody from the UK was checking out in pounds, and like they were seeing pounds all over the website, and then they get to the checkout and then they see US dollars. Like it's pretty weird, and they're not sure what the conversion rate is, and they're not sure, like, okay, is this site legit? Did I just get forwarded to somewhere else because now I'm in dollars? Like what's going on? And they would leave. As soon as I switched that and I set up shipping profiles for each different country in their native currency, the conversion rate shot up. Those are the little subtleties that, you know, it takes like really studying your add to cart, checkout, and conversion rate to find those. And I was able to identify that was the checkout, that was the issue, because I saw that I had a good add to cart rate and I had a good reach checkout rate, and it was just the people were getting to checkout, but they just were not converting for some reason. And then I knew that I could look just right here, and that's where I found the issue. All right, so on to the more like obvious Issues, site load speed, we already talked about. Call to action button color isolation. So we want to make sure that our add to cart buttons are a different color than anywhere else on the website, which we have the dynamic, I'll show you. We have the dynamic checkout added right now. But if I were to add to cart, see how this green doesn't show up anywhere else on the website? That's by design. So they've studied that. It's pretty interesting if you want to look it up. Vitals app, we actually don't use that anymore. But that just added like trust seals and stuff like that. Next is social proof and customer reviews. So on Yoga Stay, our conversion rate went up pretty substantially after we started building up a catalog of like customer feedback and plastering that everywhere on the website that we could. So you see number of views, because they're really looking, especially when they see you for the first time, they're really looking for validation that you're a legit company and that you're not just a scammer. So adding stuff like this after you get some sales really helps. And I definitely don't go and like come up with fake reviews. I've gotten some people asking like, what do I do when I'm launching and I don't have any reviews? Just leave it. Get your friends and family to leave reviews if you want to, but absolutely don't like forge reviews. One, it's unethical, and two, it's like illegal. So pick your poison. Either one of those is pretty good reasons not to do it. Next is multiple payment options. This is something that impacts the checkout or conversion rate, but a lot of people trust the name PayPal, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay. They trust those names and they will check out with PayPal, but they won't necessarily check out by giving their credit card to a random website. Especially if you're in like an older demographic, they really don't trust like entering their credit card information. But if they see the PayPal button like at checkout, like we should see on Yoga Stay, see this PayPal, Shop Pay, Google Pay, they're on Shopify Plus, so they added in checkout cross sells. That's interesting. I don't love this purple call to action button, but it's their store now. Next is bullet point product descriptions. Slight variation on that is we're doing these like nested product descriptions, and like we talked about in the Shopify setup section, we're doing those like they're very targeted at the main questions or issues that customer would have, is the main pain points effectively. So the product quality, shipping speed, can I trust you? Like what if I don't like it? So that's where 30-day guarantee, returns are free and easy, orders ship out quickly, and it's high quality products. So boom, answering all the main questions. And you can look at sites like Gymshark. They've a more simplified approach nowadays, but this is one of the most simple websites I've seen. I mean, it looks great, but I was talking about this in the average order value training. This get the look thing, they give you the ability to bundle together products. But anyway, okay, so exit intent pop-up. So this is a big one that as people are, let's open it up in incognito, see if we can trigger it. So I bet that as I scroll up, there we go. Okay, that was easy. So this pop-up triggers, some sites do it just when you land on the site. We normally set ours up to trigger as a customer is about to go up and hit the X button. So it's able to track like where my cursor is on the screen, or if you're on mobile, it knows like the patterns of somebody who is about to hit the back button basically, and it'll trigger with a discount code, either 10 to 15%. We typically do 15, and this will take somebody who was potentially going to leave and not turn into a sale. It gives them a discount, or at the very least, it grabs their email information so we can follow up with them in the future. And this, if it's done correctly, this can really help your conversion rate, or if it's done poorly, it can really hurt it. Because there's nothing more annoying than visiting a website and you just get blasted with pop-ups, and this site wants to send you notifications. I'm just like, get me out of here. And so a word of advice on that is to check your pop-ups once you set them up on desktop and also on mobile. So a lot of sites I see, they don't optimize it on mobile, and 80% of the traffic is coming from mobile. It looks really bad. It looks super tiny, and that hurts your conversion rate. Something else that helps conversion rate a lot is your abandoned cart. So you can set up email automation setup to follow up with your customers, but you can also set up SMS abandoned cart. We used to use a company called Live Recover, taking that out because we haven't used them in forever. Now we just use Claviyo. And the last thing is Google Analytics e-commerce tracker. We're going to be setting that up later on, but it helps give you a much more detailed breakdown of your marketing funnel and see exactly where, like the add to cart, initiate checkout, conversion rate, but on steroids. Helps us see our full funnel from end to end and identify exactly where people are dropping off the most. And last but not least, a sneaky way to impact conversion rate is with your site's navigation, and not just the navigation like the drop down bars at the top. That's important, but also the order of your products in your collection. I had somebody the other day who I was talking to them about their ads, and they said, this one ad is getting a lot of clicks. Like, it's really sending cheap traffic, but nobody's buying. And his site was already converting decently well on other ads. So I was like, why could that be? So we looked at the ad, and it was promoting one of his products, and it was driving traffic to the collection page, which we do because it has a higher average order value and a better conversion rate in my experience. But anyway, he was driving traffic to a collection page. And on that collection page, that product that he was testing in ads, it was newer. So by default, it went to the very back of the collection. And he had 8 pages of products. And so he was driving all this traffic. People clearly liked the design a lot. But then they were getting to his collection page, and they were having to scroll for like 5 or 6, 7, 8 pages in order to find it. So obviously, it's not getting any conversions. Nobody's going to go sifting through 8 pages to get to a product. And then as soon as he moved it to the top of the collection, the conversion rate shot up. That ad started performing better. And moral of the story is to always go from ad to thank you page on desktop and on mobile, and take note of everything as if you were the customer. Don't just follow along with these lessons and the trainings and follow the right buttons. Like, think for yourself. Look at your store. Think, if I was a customer, if I was viewing this, and more so if I was like 60, 70, 80 years old and I have like a smaller phone, like, what would this experience look like for me? Like, it wasn't until I like saw my grandmother scrolling on Facebook one time like this that it finally hit home for me. They're like, oh, that's my customer. That's what I need to be optimizing for. I can't be like pulling it up on my big old like iPhone 15 Plus X, whatever, and think, oh, it looks pretty good here. I need to really consider who my customer is and what does their experience look like, and put myself in their shoes, and then build the site around that. And as soon as I build it into our workflows to consistently be running test orders and checking all the way from ad, like generating a preview, through to thank you page, I started noticing a lot of stuff, that very easy, quick fixes. And last conversion rate optimization fix or tip is, if your conversion rate is low, go back to this Miro board that I put together for you guys that is meant specifically for this purpose, so that if you're ever at a point where your conversion rate is low and you're not sure what to do, you're like just staring at your store like, okay, here it is, now what do I fix? Go look at examples of what other stores are doing. What are they doing differently than you? What are each of the variables that you could change? Like literally everything from pricing to mock-up to types of designs to product catalog to number of products per page to what does it look like on mobile? What does it look like on desktop? What are their discounts? What are their offers? What's their free shipping threshold? How fast is their website? What do their like person mock-ups look like? Do they have any? Do they do these fake bullshitty discount timers? What color are their call to action buttons? Do they offer afterpay? What do their bullet point descriptions look like on their website? What are the pain points that they're addressing? What kind of like BOGO deals are they doing? Buy one, get one 50% off. And then, okay, if you have learned everything you can about the websites, the other thing that impacts conversion rate that we talked about is their marketing. Like, where are they driving their ads from? Where is it coming from? Like, a website that's built for people coming from, say, TikTok is going to look very different than a website that's built for primarily Google shopping traffic. So as an example, Google shopping is a slightly older demographic. TikTok is definitely on the younger side. And there's different types of things that would make Google traffic convert compared to TikTok. Just thinking back to my grandmother example. So this board is just a plethora of possibilities. So I don't want to ever hear anybody say, I'm not sure how to fix my conversion rate. That's not the issue. It's like all of the answers are right here. And on this board as well, it's just a matter of not testing and putting in the effort to try all these things and just wanting somebody to drop the answer in your lap. So don't do that, not just because it's challenging to coach somebody like that, but because you have to be the kind of person who's going to go out and find these answers for yourself. That's why I put together this board as a cheat sheet for every answer you can need is on this board, and the resources we've talked about besides this. So that's how to optimize your conversion rate, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Let's talk about how we should be pricing our products on Shopify. Now, there's a lot that could be said about this, But when it comes to the conceptual, like pricing psychology and learning how that influences consumer behavior at like a subconscious level, this is a great book that I highly recommend. It's called Influence, Psychology of Persuasion by Robert Cialdini. Amazing book. I learned a ton from this. I'm not going to go into all the details, but if you're interested in learning more, I highly recommend checking that out. But the quick and dirty of it is you want to find a balance between what you can afford to charge, like what's the minimum. First, figure that out. What your cost of goods is, and then what's the higher end? What do you see your competitors charging? And get a full range. Again, this Miro board is a great resource to see what the competition is charging and to get a range of your products. So this is for print on demand. We're selling t-shirts. We look at our competition here. If you're selling different products, go out, make your own Miro board, get a list of all your competition, throw it in like this, and figure out what are your cost of goods, then what's your competition charging. And then typically you want to be somewhere in between. Unless if you're trying to go for a moonshot, like Grand Slam brand, like a brand that'll take 5+ years of building before you start really turning a profit. These guys are just setting their own price point, like $155 for a t-shirt. Insane. Like that. Wow, that's really wild to me. So obviously there's guys like this on the far end of the spectrum that we're not trying to recreate. What we're doing, what we're learning in this course is how to make just consistent base hits that are far more reliable and will still eventually get us around the bases. So with that, we're looking at a price point that's somewhere between our cost of goods and the upper end of what our competition is charging. With that being said, the cost of goods percentage of total revenue that we want to be at, the ideal range is around 30 to 40-ish%. 30 on the low end, 40 on the high end. We used to run at like 50%, and it's nearly impossible to turn a profit that way. So we want to be around 40%. And what that means is if we make $100 in revenue, we want $40 of that to be our cost of goods. So like our Printify charges, like our manufacturing and shipping costs, we want that to make up 40% overall. Now, the real question is, how much can we get away with charging our customer? Basic answer that I've tested and what we've run our stores at is about $26.99 for a small through XL Gildan 64,000 soft style. Now there's some stores like this one here, Busted Tees. They charge, where's their product page? $32.99 for, and I've ordered test orders from this company for a Gildan 5000, which Gildan 5000 just on Printify, just basic pricing is like $1 cheaper than the Gildan 64,000 we're selling. So they have an insane margin. And I'm just giving this as an example. I'm not saying you should go out and do this because they're far more established. They've been around for 5, 6, 7 years at least. And so yeah, to say $26.99 is what I found it works for small through XL, and then 2XL, $1 or $2 more, 3XL, another $1 or $2 more. And the reason I say that works is because I've run split tests using software. It's called IntelliGem. So all that this app does is I plugged it in and it varied the prices of our products for each customer. And what it found is we tested $24.99 for the base price, $26.99, $27, and $29.99 on the high end. What we found, revenue per visitor, which is the most important metric, 78% likelihood that $26.99 was going to be the top performing. So these are just the probabilities. Let's see the actual metrics. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so revenue per site visitor on $26.99, we had $1.86 per site visitor. So for every 100 people that came to the site, we made $186 in sales. And for $27.99, we had $1.21. And then for $29.99, we had $1.34, which that's interesting because obviously the price has a massive impact on your conversion rate. It's a huge variable to play with. So the obvious thing, average product revenue per unit for $29.99, you would expect that to be the highest. The reason it's not $29.99 or higher is because there's discount codes and stuff like that. And then the average order value for each of the prices, $29.99 had the highest, $26.99 was the second highest. Notice how $27.99 kind of gets skipped over, and $24.99 as well is getting crapped on. The reason for that, a lot of this comes down to what I've learned from the book Influence, is there's psychology around specific numbers, and numbers that are higher don't always necessarily feel higher to us as consumers. And this is a fascinating topic to me because it really digs into like the human psychology behind like why does one number feel like more to us compared to another one. And like for example, the $27 or $24.99, you would think that you would be getting more units per order because it's cheaper. This is the number of shirts in the average order at each of these price points. For some reason, $29.99 had the most. It had 0.3 more units than the next closest. But even more interesting was our conversion rate. So the conversion rate for $24.99, the cheaper price, lost to $26.99. And it didn't just lose by a little bit, it lost by 1.4%, which is over 50% of an increase, which is just wild to me that there's something going on where when it's $24.99, and we ran this for a week, like it was a good amount of traffic, and it, for whatever reason, converted lower, and $26.99 had a higher AOV that led to a substantially higher revenue per visitor. So the question to us was, should we go with $26.99 or $29.99? Because even though the revenue per visitor is higher for $26.99, there's the additional $3 per product that we're making for the $29.99. And at the end of the day, we care about profit, not revenue. So the question remained for us is, which one should we go with? So to answer that question, what we did was we plugged in all of our cost of goods and let the software figure it out for us. And what it told us is that our average profit per visitor was $1.10. This is just cost of goods. It doesn't know what our ad costs are, but profit per site visitor was $1.10. And our cost per click was probably about 40 to 50 cents. So say like 60 cents net income and minus overhead and transaction fees, like 40 cents cost per click net income, compared to over here it was 85 cents. All that to say, it's not just, when you're planning your pricing, understand that it's not just as straightforward as cheaper pricing equals higher conversion rate, lower pricing or higher pricing equals lower conversion rate. It's not that simple, because there's a perceived value associated with higher priced products. Why, like a Supreme t-shirt is literally just a freaking t-shirt, but because it's got the label Supreme on it, that's brand value as one. But two, it's priced insanely high, and we as humans, for whatever reason, see it as, oh, it's priced high, it must be worth more, even though the value of the thing is just the value that we assign to it. So I could choose to ascribe $1,000 value mentally to this t-shirt, even though it doesn't cost $1,000. But yeah, so when it comes to pricing your products, know that it's a field that there's a lot of different opinions on it. But if you're selling just t-shirts, take it from me, $26.99. We've tested it. It's a great price point. At the very least, a great price point to start with, and then iterate from there, because that's what we're doing in this course. We're trying to show you a baseline to get to that's worked for us consistently, and then once you get to that point, then you can start iterating and have your own creative ideas and like split tests and stuff. Just get to that point though. What I would recommend, just copy our pricing, and then down the road start playing around with different stuff. If you're selling other products, like whether it's print on demand or drop shipping, or if you're sourcing your own products, whatever it is, do what we talked about before. Look at your cost of goods as your bottom level, absolute bare minimum you could charge. You would still be making a loss, so you should tack on 50% at least as your bare minimum, and then look at what your competition charging. And a lot of times the competition will generally aggregate around the same range, and look at the upper end of that range as your top range. So then you have your top, you have your bottom. This is the range that you can play with and play around with your pricing. And that gives you like a good ballpark. It takes you from having no freaking idea to here's the range you should be playing around with. And then if you want to invest in it, you can use a software like IntelliGems. I don't have an affiliate agreement or anything with them. Honestly, they won't like me saying this, but you can install it and use it for like 7 days to do the free trial, and then you can just cancel it. So I ran one split test and then ended it after that. So you can try that out, but that's pricing psychology for you. There's a whole lot to it, but this is a quick and dirty overview. So hopefully you found this useful, and I'll talk to you soon. It's going to be a quick lesson talking about the difference between optimizing our store for desktop versus mobile, and why it's so important that we're aware of the difference. And TLDR is that 80+% of our traffic is going to be coming from mobile sources. It doesn't matter like what kind of business you are nowadays, whether you're print on demand, drop shipping, software, the vast majority of people's screen time comes on their mobile devices. So how do we make sure we're setting ourselves up to take advantage of that? Great question. Looking at our Shopify store, at like page builder, when you go to online store, then themes and edit, we're set up for failure by Shopify because they show you your desktop page by default. And I can't tell you how long I spent in my career optimizing the shit out of my desktop And then I would occasionally click to see what the mobile looked like, but then I would just go back to desktop because I thought desktop's most important. It's far easier for me to play around with stuff. And it wasn't until I realized that my conversion rate was very low. And it wasn't just low. Here, I'll show you how to see this. We don't have any sessions just yet, but you can filter. This took me a long time to figure this out. You can filter based on device type. Yeah, we only have desktop right now because it's just me. But if you had traffic, you would be able to see desktop versus mobile versus tablet versus like TV is somehow the way that people browse the internet. And you can see what your conversion rate is. And in general, our desktop traffic, it's 10 to 15% of overall. Normally converts at around like a 4-ish percent, close to double what our mobile does. But it's 10% of your traffic. So mobile is far more important. And my mobile conversion rate was it wasn't until I started optimizing, and this is what I recommend to everybody, is when you're first setting up and it's like you're just getting your bearings, fine, look at desktop. But from that point forward, swear to me that you will always look at mobile first. Promise me, promise yourself, promise whoever that you will always look at mobile first, and it will make a massive impact on your business. And not just looking at this mobile view, but also actually getting out your phone and going through your website, doing your test orders on mobile, like looking at your ads on mobile, because that is where your customer is shopping. Like I said in a previous lesson about my grandmother, watching her like scroll like this with her like glasses on, that's what your customer is doing, and you're building your store for your customer, not for you. So optimize for mobile. Now what that looks like is being aware of some of the things that make sense to have on desktop but don't necessarily make sense to have on mobile. A few examples are like some of the pop-ups or like help bubble things or like review things that apps love to push. Just as a side note, Shopify apps are in the business of making their business more profitable, and they do that by pushing their app into your store and making it seem like it's driving more revenue, and they don't care about the performance of your store holistically. So if they ever try to put some kind of BS widget on your homepage, your precious homepage or collection page, immediately uninstall it, because that is an app that doesn't have your best interest in mind. They just care about making it seem like they are providing value to you. Anyway, I digress, but that's an example of something where like if we have a widget or something on the side on desktop, not that big of a deal. Takes up maybe 2-3% of the overall screen, fine. On mobile though, that same little widget is now taking up this whole section. And not only does it take up a big portion, it's really distracting because it's going to be a different color than the rest of everything on your site. So it's dragging people's eyes that way. Another thing to keep in mind is when you're scrolling or when you're on mobile, most people are right-handed. So with that in mind, you want the options and buttons and call to action things to be more accessible to somebody who is right-handed on the right-hand side, like our cart drawer, for example, then you want it to be on the left-hand side. Another thing is the exit intent pop-ups. We've talked about these, but you want to make sure that, especially people that are on mobile, they're not getting bombarded with a pop-up as soon as they land on your website. Somebody who's coming from social media, aka mobile users, does not want to be blasted with a discount code the second that they step foot on your site. I'm not going to drag this lesson out because you can go ahead and look for yourself on the Miro board of example stores, because I've taken screenshots of not just their desktop, but also their mobile. So what I would recommend doing is look at their stores side by side. What does their desktop look like compared to their mobile, and how can you emulate that? An important concept for mobile as well is what people see above the fold. And above the fold is when a site first loads, the section that is immediately viewable to them. Anything above the fold is what's actually on their screen. Below the fold is what they have to scroll down to see. And what's above the fold is something that like UI and UX designers spend a lot of time thinking about. That's why when we were doing the site setup, I wasn't sure if I wanted these thumbnails, because that's taking up, like above the fold is like probably stops about here. So here up is probably visible, and from here down, people have to scroll to see. So ideally, and the Dawn theme, the theme we're using can be slightly limiting. It'd be more ideal if the add to cart button would be above the fold. You can hire a custom developer to do that, but you only want to do that once you've decided to like invest heavily in your brand. Another thing is when you're scrolling, it'd be really nice if we could have a scrolling add to cart button. There's Shopify apps that can do that, because we want it to be easy for people to check out at any point. Whereas somebody who's on desktop, they can pretty much see pretty close to see the add to cart button at all times. And another cool trick for optimizing for desktop versus mobile is you can go to websites, and if you're on Chrome, I'm not sure about Safari or other browsers, go to inspect, and up here click toggle, and it switches to mobile view. See this? Now I've got a little finger cursor. Very easy way to evaluate not just your site, but your competition sites, all from your desktop, and not have to worry about actually picking up your pesky phone. So anyways, long story short, optimize for mobile first, desktop later, and you'll be doing yourself a huge favor. Amazon conducted a study where they found that for every 100 milliseconds added to page load time cost 1% in revenue. Now, this was back in 2006, but the principle still holds true today. And that is that people do not want to wait for a website to load. So you could have the most optimized website in every other way, but if it is super slow, then people are not going to buy. So the question is, how can we improve our site speed, and what is slowing it down in the first place? Long story short, what's slowing it down is generally bogging it down with too many apps that are not optimized for your site speed. They're optimized for themselves. And second is too much content and too heavy of files. And I'm going to give you a couple of tools that you can use to first evaluate your site speed and where things are at, along with the tools that we use in our business to consistently check up on our site speed and make sure that it's running as smooth as possible. And before we do that, quick anecdote is that at one point we had a store that we've been running for about a year and a half, and it was doing generally pretty well. But over time, we just slowly added more and more apps. This was before we were really aware of the impact that site speed has. And we would just add on more apps that were like claims to be like boosting conversion rate and like little widgets and stuff like that. And without really realizing that every single app that we're adding, whenever your website loads, the way that websites process the files is it loads like one thing at a time. So for every additional app that's added onto your site, that's additional load time. And even all the apps in the Shopify App Store are positioned to make it seem like it's going to do nothing but good for your store, but in reality, it was hurting us. So eventually what we got to the point of doing is we deleted just about everything but like our email and like our most basic apps. And our site speed went from like 20 or 30 on the Shopify rating. They changed the rating system now, but it basically doubled the site speed or cut it in half basically overnight. And our conversion rate shot up because of that. And that's another side thing, is that our Facebook ads performance, our CPMs dropped when our site speed improved, which you would think that the two aren't related. But the reason for that was that Facebook was essentially rewarding us for having a better customer experience in our ads when people clicked, because they were seeing that, oh, people that click to this site get pissed off and have a lower session duration when they come back to Facebook because they just had a bad experience on whatever's going on that website. So it's all interconnected. But anyways, so the things that are slowing down our site are heavy pictures, too much content, too many apps. And the ways that we can fix that are essentially watching the apps religiously closely, making sure that we are only adding things that are absolutely necessary. Like we're showing you the bare bones things that we should add in this course, and being very conscious of, if you add something in the future, watch your site speed, which we're going to measure in a second. Watch your site speed and make sure that no app is worth a hit to your site speed. And then third thing is that when you get down the road, you can hire developers to custom build and implement solutions into your Shopify store in a way that loads faster. Don't recommend that for even the first 6 months to a year because it's pretty advanced and it can be costly, but just so you're aware of the possible solutions, that hiring a developer can speed things up. So the way you can test your site speed is by going to online store, themes, and then you have your loading speed, interactivity, and visual stability. So this is the new site speed rating system that Shopify gives us. And I recommend keeping an eye on each of these. I check these on a weekly basis to make sure that each of them are in normal ranges. All right, so now we're going to run some speed tests for our store, not just using the Shopify default one. Just like you wouldn't want to test your Wi-Fi speed by taking Verizon or Comcast's word for it, you also don't want to just take Shopify's word for it. So there's a couple different tools we can use. The two main ones are this Page Speed Insights and Google Lighthouse. I think they actually might be built off the same thing, but these are like the industry leaders. Lighthouse you can install by going to the Chrome App Store, but basically all you do is just enter your URL, and then it gives you the mobile versus desktop breakdown. So like we talked about before, we not only want to be optimizing for desktop, but more importantly for mobile, because that's where 80% of our traffic comes from. And up top here, it gives us a general overview of our performance, accessibility, best practices. And this is a brand new Shopify store, so I wouldn't really expect there to be too many issues with it. At least I wouldn't hope so, because we're basically just rocking the default out of the box setup. So we have first contentful paint, which is how long it takes for a user to see anything on the website. So this number is important. Then largest contentful paint is the largest item on the site. How long does it take for that to show up? And then down here, it gives us a more detailed breakdown of any of the issues you're having. Like I said, this is a brand new site, so if you've been installing a bunch of apps and stuff, you might see some different stuff on here. It can get a little technical, so if you're having big site issues, I would recommend either hiring a Shopify expert or somebody off of Upwork or Fiverr to help troubleshoot it for you. Normally they can figure it out pretty quickly. But we see here the largest contentful paint element taking 4,660 milliseconds or 4.6 seconds. And it's interesting, it makes sense. It's this homepage element, this homepage image. It's saying it's too large of a file, and that's taking a long time for it to load, which is interesting because if you watched in the previous lessons, as we're setting up the Shopify store, anytime we go to look at the homepage, it was literally taking a couple of seconds to load. Let's see if we can do it now. Sometimes it won't do that. Yeah, it's already cached, which caching is just if I've been to a website, my browser will remember it by default and it stores some of the images. It's like your cookies and cache and stuff. If I were to clear my cache, then it would show up later. But yeah, and I think these are based on the same because it's showing basically the exact same outputs. So what we can actually do about having a slower site speed is my favorite app for this, and one that bang for your buck, most important app to install. Meg might talk about this as well, but it's called CrushPix, and all this basically does is it runs all of your images, like all of our hundreds and thousands of product photos. It runs it through a compression algorithm. I think it's an algorithm. Sounds good. I'm just going to say it. Compression algorithm, and makes it smaller so that there's less of a file size for it to load. And as we start, I'll run this again after we set up like our Facebook ads and stuff to show you. But as we install like different apps and trackers and pixels and all that kind of stuff, all of those things take up time when you're loading a website. So it's just something to be aware of as you're setting up your store. Limit the number of apps, cut down on pixels. Using Google Tag Manager helps as well, because then instead of loading each pixel individually, it just loads Google Tag Manager. But most important thing is always keeping an eye on your site speed. And last thing, most importantly, is a way to track your site speed's impact on your advertising is to monitor your link click to page view ratio. Now, your link click, number of link clicks is how many people clicked on your link in your ad. Pretty straightforward. And your page views is the number of views that you have or sessions on your site from that specific traffic source. Now, there's typically like a 10 to 20%-ish drop off. So if you send 100 clicks, we might get 90 to 80 people who actually stick around long enough to view the content. Reason is that there's some super twitchy people out there that don't even want to wait a second. Those twitchy messes are going to drop off no matter what on anybody's site. And we're going to monitor this in our tracking spreadsheet, but keep an eye on it, because if your link click to page view ratio starts to tip beyond the like 80% range and you get down into like the 70s and then 60s, and then if you're in the 50s, you really have a big problem. That's when your ads, like everything will start to break. And if you're not watching your site speed, like I wasn't for the longest time, can easily creep up on you. And you can be launching new ads and like checking that the pixel's optimized and launching new products and all this stuff. But when in reality, the actual problem is that, oh, I have 45 apps installed and it takes 6.5 minutes for my site to load. No wonder. But it's a tricky thing to catch if you're not looking for it. So that's site speed for you in a nutshell, what causes it, why it's important, what we can do about it. Just keep an eye on it, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Here are some of the most common Shopify mistakes that I see beginners making that end up costing you a ton of time, money, effort, and will lead you crying yourself to sleep at night wondering why your store is not converting better. and I'm talking to myself, I've made all these mistakes. So mistake number one, we've talked about this already, but not optimizing for mobile is a huge one. 80% of traffic comes from mobile. It's crucial. Number two, we haven't quite talked about yet, but not emulating a proven store. But it's going to be a common thread, like from the products to the ads to our site to our email marketing, is we are trying to get our business to a baseline, a proven baseline of consistent revenue and performance. The fastest and easiest way, or I'll first say what people are tempted to do, is just they learn, okay, I need to come up with products to sell. I need products, I need marketing, I need my site, I need email. They're like, okay, I'm going to come up with my own products. And they just start, they sit down, they just start make up random stuff. Then they get to the Shopify store. They start picking out whatever looks good and like, oh, that app looks neat. Or they change the colors to something pretty. And then they go back and change the colors again because it looks a little bit better this way. And again, I'm talking to myself. And really what we want to be doing, the fastest way to get to a consistent stream of results is by following a proven model. They use the Tony Robbins quote again, success leaves clues. Find a person, is what he said, but find a brand that has already had success and model it after them. So emulate a proven store and see what those stores are doing in common. All the things that we listed off before, I'm not even going to show it again, but the mirror board of the example stores, go look at that, devour it, see what all those stores are doing. Not to mention, that's just 10. There's hundreds of print-on-demand, multi-8-figure print-on-demand businesses out there. Go look at those and emulate what they're doing well. And yeah, beginners always try to come up with the next greatest thing. And I was the same exact way. I thought that starting a business meant you have to be creative, you have to be innovative, you have to be figuring all this stuff out for yourself, when in reality, the best way to get to a position where you have the resources and capabilities to innovate and really swing for the fences is to get to a baseline of performance. Do that by looking at what stores are converting and see like what apps they're using, what types of products are they selling, how are they selling them, all that kind of stuff. And then reverse engineer that into your own business. Third thing is getting sidetracked by how pretty or aesthetically pleasing their store is. And this one makes me feel personally attacked because I spent entirely too much time doing it. But the reason that this happens is that when you're starting a new business, it can be extremely overwhelming. There's a shit ton of stuff that you have to learn. And our brains try to just avoid pain by all costs. And we try to avoid that pain by we still want to feel productive and like we're actually doing something, working towards our goals. So we let ourselves mentally masturbate that we're doing something productive when really we're just keeping ourselves busy by futzing around with the same shit over and over again. And it's far easier to play around with Shopify store settings than it is to dive into the unknown abyss that is email automations and flows, for example, or that is the abyss of Facebook ad accounts and learning how to optimize a pixel and all those painful buzzwords. And all that I can tell you is if you want to be successful, you have to dive into those areas. Don't let fixing your pretty little store be a distraction. And to use the Hormozy quote, it only takes really 20 hours of dedicated focused effort to get moderately like decent at something. So stop putting off those 20 hours because most people's issue is that they wait years before they spend those 20 hours. So close your Shopify store, go put in the time on something else. The reason that this matters is that we honestly don't give a shit what our store looks like. I don't care if it's the ugliest thing in the world. We just care that it converts. And don't worry about the opinions of your friends and family when they look at your store and they're like, really? This is what you're doing? And it looks like a 5th grade computer science project? Who gives a shit? Like they're going to look for something to knock you down with anyway because you're making them feel insecure because you're striving for your dreams and doing something that they know and they've thought about doing in the past but have been too afraid or insecure to pursue themselves. So it's far easier for them to knock you down in any way they can get their hands on rather than them going out and doing it themselves or looking themselves in the mirror and realizing that, you know, they're never going to amount to any of their dreams and they're just going to end up in the same spot. Basically, you're making them feel insecure about themselves by doing this, and certainly for getting this far into this kind of training. So don't worry about their opinions. They don't matter anyway. Fourth is not enough products. I'm just going to keep repeating this till I'm blue in the face, but 90% of the times that I look at Shopify stores and people are like, my ads aren't converting, whatever, their product collection sucks. Their designs are terrible, and not only are they terrible, they have barely any of them. If you show me somebody who has spent a lot of time researching products and knows their market inside and out, has lots of different angles, they have funny designs, they have beautiful designs, they have unique designs, they have different product collections on their roadmap. If you show me that person, I would bet 9 times out of 10 that they have a better converting Shopify store and better performing brand overall than somebody who has put all that time and effort into just tweaking their store. Fifth most common mistake is having disjointed theme or messaging from your ads to your collection page, to your product page, to your cart, to your checkout page. So when we're like, these sections are split up into different modules to make it manageable, but really it's all one flow. This whole thing is building one customer journey from start to finish, and it needs to feel that way to the customer. It cannot feel like the ads were written by one person or by you in one mood, and then the Shopify store is written by you in a different mood. Then you use like different colors and different offers, and then the products that they click on in the ads aren't even like on the first page of the collection. That's a subtle thing that will completely hamstring your growth. It needs to feel the same and uniform from not only the same, it also has to feel uniform. I love repeating myself with the same meaning word. I don't know why, but it's just a hobby of mine. But anyway, so from the ads to the collection page to the product page, make sure that your offers, your use of emojis, your brand voice, discount codes, the pricing, the product images, all of it, all the way through is exactly the same. All the way through to the checkout, and then to the thank you page, and then to your email follow-ups. Needs to feel like it was written by the same you in the same mood all the way through. Sixth, and this is one that I'm still honestly guilty of, is not enough cross-sells or product recommendations. The best time to get somebody to buy is after they've just bought something from you. So cross-sells and upsells is one of the easiest ways to boost the revenue and, more importantly, the profit, because you already paid the acquisition cost to get the person. And then on the cross-sells and recommendations front, if you look at Amazon, for example, the leading e-commerce provider, if you go from above the fold, which is the top section, to the very bottom, say you want to like scroll from there, you want to check out the reviews, you never realize how far you have to scroll, at least on desktop. And if you look at the number of layers they have of different product recommendations, it is insane. Let's actually do it right now. Let's go into Amazon. Let's go spring graphic tees. All right. So this is above the fold. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. 4. 5. 6, 7 different sections on the single product page recommending other products. That is something we can all seriously learn from. That is wild. As I've always, myself included, I've always had the thought of like, well, I don't want to overwhelm people. I don't want to like seem too salesy with our product pages. But Amazon's, I know we're not building an Amazon. Obviously, we're not building an Amazon, but there's something to learn from over recommending products, because Amazon does it for a reason. Can't even imagine how many split tests they've run to get to this kind of page layout. But anyways, back to it. Mistake number 7 is not optimizing their conversion rate by looking at it as a breakdown of the 3 different things: the add to cart rate, the initiate checkout, and the actual conversion rate. This took me a long time to learn, but it's one of the most valuable skills, if you can call it a skill, that I've picked up on, is breaking it down, because it helps me hone my focus and figure out where I should be looking to fix the site conversion rate. And something that surprisingly few people do. Like if they say they have a low conversion rate, they just say they have a low conversion rate. The first question I always ask people is, what's your add to cart rate? What's your initiate checkout? Then what's your conversion rate? And they normally have to go look it up because they're not even aware. But you should always know, like, where is the actual break in the funnel? Where are people dropping off? Don't just say, oh, my site doesn't convert. Know where it's not converting, because your site is not just a site, it's broken up into chunks. And obviously it's cohesive. Like we said, you have to be looking at the whole customer journey, but as we're optimizing conversion rate in particular, you have to look at the individual sections. Last but not least, site speed. Bogging down your site with way too many apps. Just constantly run a site speed test at least once a week, and that'll dramatically improve your site's conversion rate, because I guarantee that at some point, if you aren't running site speed tests, even if you are being very careful about your apps, at some point it will creep up on you. It's just inevitable. It might be 6 months, it might be a year, it might be 2 years. At some point, the site speed will creep up and your conversion rate will start to drop. And if you're just watching it once a week, it takes 2 minutes, you'll end up preventing that and saving yourself who knows how much money. Anyways, those are the 8 biggest mistakes that I see on Shopify. I'm sure there's lots of others, but they're in no particular order. I would say the most important one probably is not emulating a proven store and just sitting down and coming up with stuff off the top of your head. That's why this whole course, where the whole Shopify section we've been walking through, setting up like a proven store. It's the exact layout closely to what we used on our stores. Super basic, but We weren't just doing it randomly. We were doing it because it's something that converts. And you also notice it's not the most beautiful thing by any means. It's going to look a lot better as we add more products and stuff, but not emulating proven store is definitely a big one, and not enough products. So those two things alone, probably, I would say 80-20 principle, those are the two to focus on the most. So hope this helps some of you, avoid some of the heartache and struggles that I went through. And yeah, I'll see you in the next lesson. Module 6, we're going to be starting to dive into the world of driving traffic to our Shopify stores. And this is personally my favorite section of this entire process. Just the marketing, Facebook ads, email, all of that stuff is a lot of fun to me, and hopefully it will be for you too. In this video, just going to be quickly covering what's going to be included in this module so you can jump around to the section that's most relevant to you. And first off, I want to mention the metaphor that we're going to be coming back to time and time again, which is the brick and mortar store example. With all of the, advanced marketing tactics and strategies and AI, Facebook ads, it can be kind of overwhelming, really overwhelming, especially as just someone who's starting out, to really understand what's what and what's the most important. So the way we're going to be looking at all of our marketing is if we have just a simple brick and mortar store on the street, what would we say to people? What would our marketing look like to get people to come in the door? And then that metaphor lends itself really nicely to what we're actually going to be doing for our Shopify store. And by and large, our strategy can be summed up as driving mostly Facebook and Instagram traffic to our Shopify collection page. Then we're going to be using Google Shopping and Google Search ads for retargeting. Then we're going to set up our email flows and automations for retargeting to people who abandon cart or checkout, as well as building further relationships with our existing customers. And we're splitting this up into two separate sections within the module. And the first is Facebook. And within the Facebook module, you're going to be learning Facebook ads versus Google versus TikTok, what the differences are, when it makes sense to use each depending on your brand, along with my personal experience. And again, all of this is just from my personal experience. There's gonna be lots of people that have different opinions on how to drive traffic. Just evaluate each one and see if the person has actually done the thing they're telling you. And if they have, then great, they probably have something valid to share. But for me, this has always been a great strategy. Facebook has always worked extremely well for us when it's set up the way that we're going to be doing in just a second. Next, we're going to be explaining within this module the high-level Facebook ad strategy. So that'll be kind of a more conceptual lesson. So if you feel like you already have a really good handle on things, you can skip over that kind of stuff. But we're going to do a lot of tactical, like click by click, setting up our ad account, everything you need to know. But then we're also going to explain from a 10,000 foot view the conceptual things and strategies behind why we're doing what we're doing. We're going to be setting up our business manager, ad account, pixel, catalog, pages, all of that good stuff. Then we're going to be launching our testing campaigns with our initial lower test budget. And bottom line, we're going to be covering everything you need to know, from zero understanding of Facebook. Doesn't matter how overwhelmed you feel by diving into Facebook ads today, we're going to go hold you by the hand and go through everything together. Then in the second section of this module, we're going to go over Google and other types of traffic. So our high-level Google ad strategy, Google ad account setup, our Google Analytics setup, so we get tracking, which is a really awesome free tool. We're going to talk more about that. Then we're going to talk about organic content strategy. And even though the majority of our strategies are going to center around paid traffic, if you have $0 for ad spend, we'll talk about some ways that you can approach that and get, albeit slower results, but still get some results and some traction to build your way up to launching your first paid campaign. We're going to talk about how we use our affiliate program to turn our existing customers into advocates for our brand, like referring their friends, family, as well as other content creators, and get them to help promote our brand as well. And then we're going to talk about some of the biggest ad mistakes that we see. Last thing to wrap up this traffic overview is an understanding of the phases that we go through as we're ramping up our paid traffic or our traffic in general. Like, what are our goals? And it's not just, our goal when we first start is not just going right to $1 million in spend, trying to make a 7-figure brand. We start out very incrementally to make it, one, manageable, but two, as profitable early on as humanly possible. And these phases are, phase one is testing. And our goal here is to get $1 in. So spending $1 to make $1.50 to $2 back. And this is basically where, for lack of a better term, we're going to be throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and see what sticks. And we'll talk about what those things are, like what the different elements are that we're going to be playing with. But after the testing phase, and the testing phase can take, it all depends on how much time you're putting into this. Like somebody who's willing to create 5 ads or 5 different creatives, it's going to take them longer to see results compared to somebody who is launching 500 ads. Not saying you need to go that far, but just understand that this is just like everything else with this business and in life, really. The amount of effort you put into this is the amount that you're going to get back. So your testing phase could take a year or it could take a week, depending on how much work and how closely you're following along with what we're doing in this training. But the second phase is laying our foundation. So after we've tested some ads, we've validated that we have a decent enough product collection, our goal is to get to a steady point of $1 in, $3 back. And at this point, we're going to be at relatively low spend. So, $100 a day, if that. And we're going to be making about $300 back. So we're not setting the world on fire. We're not turning a huge profit, but our goal is laying a foundation for, along with that, we validate the niche. We know that there's enough there to warrant us investing our time further to get us to phase 3, which is scaling. And at this point, we've got a good brand. We have ads that are working well. We have like our 3 or 4 winning ads. And at this point, our goal is to figure out or solve the problem of how can we put $1,000 in at a consistent or better return than we were seeing at the foundation level. So how can we put in $100,000 and get $300,000 out, which in this model would be about 15 to 25% profit margin, depending on a lot of different variables, but roughly $60,000 profit. And then beyond that, how are we able to replicate our results at not just $100,000, but $1 million in, $3 million back? Or $1 million in, $4 million back. So this is how we break it up, solving each of these problems in different phases. So we're not just trying to go from right out of the gate to 300K in sales. We're trying to incrementally work our way up to that. All the while, we're finding our winning ads, finding our winning products, but you're also going to be learning a lot. You're going to be learning the skill set of running Facebook ads and just paid traffic and advertising in general, which is so valuable in not just this context of like e-commerce, which we're going to be talking about it in mainly, but in any business, because what you learn here can be applied to, doesn't matter if you're software, consulting, services, info products, whatever it is, local business, these strategies can work there too. It really doesn't change from the entry-level e-commerce business to the 8-figure brands. Their traffic and like marketing strategies are not all that different from what we're going to be covering here. It's just they do a whole lot more of it. And instead of, one person doing everything, making all the creative, all the ad copy, all the offers, they have teams of people. So then they'll have one or many people making all the creative, one or many people writing all the ad copy. But more or less what they're doing is just exactly what we're going to be learning here, just at a much different scale. So by the end of this module, you're going to have created your Facebook Business Manager, set up our Facebook page, our ad account, our product catalog. We're going to have connected our Shopify store to Facebook for tracking via the app. We're also going to set up the Facebook Pixel API, not just the normal pixel, but we're going to make sure that we're setting up server-side tracking so that it's as accurate as possible. Then we're going to reorganize our Facebook metrics within our dashboard and launch our testing campaign along with Google Analytics, ad account, and our Google shopping campaigns and Google search. And then all of the email stuff will be covered later on. That's it for this module. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. Like I said, this is my favorite stuff. Going to try to make it fun, but this is where, the rubber meets the road and we can really start bringing in some sales. So let's get into it. Now we're going to learn about Facebook ads first from a conceptual standpoint to get our 10,000 foot view and learn about how they work, why they work, the best practices, and kind of give us a framework for understanding what we're about to be setting up in the next module. So again, this is more conceptual, learning everything sharing the most important stuff that I can come up with after spending millions of dollars on Facebook ads. Then the next lesson is going to be like the tactical, like click by click. So if that's what you're looking for, feel free to skip ahead to that. But highly recommend, if you're not that familiar with Facebook ads, to stay tuned for this part because it's going to give you a really good grounding understanding of what's to come and where it fits in. So at a super high level, our goal with Facebook ads, like on any advertising platform, but in particular social media platforms, is to understand the frame of mind that people are in when they're scrolling. They're scatterbrained. They're all over the place, passively consuming content. And the goal is for us to come up with ads of our products that are scroll stopping, get people to click and come check out our website. Once they're on the website, that's up for our Shopify optimization team, which is also us, to get them to convert. But our goal is to get people to stop, build trust, and call them to action to get them to click, which sounds very basic, but always keep that in mind that at the end of the day, that's what our real goal is. And when I first started running ads, I would come up with 3 or 4 ideas of what I thought made a good ad, and I would put it in the ad account and just see what happened. And that never really yielded good results. Surprise, surprise. What I do now is, number one, I try to emulate the ads and the marketing that I've seen other people that are selling similar products do and what they've had success with, which again, back to the example Miro board that we have for you. Go take a look at that, see what other companies are doing. That's step number one, and a big thing that a lot of people skip over. And number 2 is just the sheer volume of what I'm doing in the ad account is completely different now. No longer will I launch 3 or 4 ads and hope for the best. Like, I'm launching 30, 40, 50 ads at bare minimum to get started. The good news is that Facebook has new ad types where it's able to automate a whole lot of that process, which we're going to be covering. But just keep in mind that the volume of ads that you're launching is one of the biggest dial movers that you can play with. And so after we get through that initial phase of throwing stuff at the wall, going through our testing, then our goal is to narrow it down to 3 or 4 winning, quote unquote, winning ads. They're able to basically carry the account for an extended period of time, like a few months. And then after that, once we get out of that initial like testing and foundation phase, our goal is to be able to just play around with the budgets. So nowadays, like running an existing brand, I'm checking the ads like every other day and bumping the budgets by 15 to 20% on campaigns that are doing well and decreasing it on ones that aren't doing well. I won't get into the weeds now, but just understand that our goal is to quickly get past the point of it taking all of our time and being able to get to a point where it's our main job is just monitoring it and making tweaks here and there. That's the end goal that we want to get to with our ad account. And to give a more concrete example of what we're going to be doing, probably wondering like, what does an ad actually look like? So to get a basic understanding of what actually makes up an ad, what is it that we're going to be building and how does each piece matter? Well, here's an example ad from the Miro board from Wicked Clothes, which is another print-on-demand apparel brand. We have the ad copy and hook/offer at the top. Then we have the reason to buy or discounts, scarcity. Then we have the call to action or the link to buy. And in the middle, obviously, we have the creative, which can either be a picture, a slideshow, a carousel, a video, all kinds of different stuff. It can be an Instagram story, Facebook story. Then we have the headline down at the bottom, and then we have the link description. And seeing all those different variables, it can get overwhelming and think that they all matter, which is why I want to show this. And this is a breakdown of, it's very opinionated, but in my experience, after, again, spending millions of dollars on ads, this is what I've found to matter the most when it comes to what moves the dial for my ads. And as you can see, the product, you would think like ad creative, ad copy, offers, all these things, when you hear about them for the first time, it can be easy to think of them as equally weighted. And the reason I'm making this pie chart is to show you that they're very clearly not. And this could even be more product related. And a saying that helps hammer this point home is that you can sell great products with terrible ads, but you can't sell terrible products with great ads. So just think about that. You could have the best marketer in the world. You could have Don Draper from Mad Men advertising in your ad account. But if you have a downright terrible product, yeah, you might get some sales like short term, but you're never going to build like a long-term successful business, let alone ad account, from something that sucks. The reason I want to hammer this home even more is that I see so many people who launch their brands for the first time and they spend all of their time after they launch looking at the left side of this pie chart, split testing their copy, their offer, their targeting, their ad creatives, which, don't get me wrong, obviously makes up a chunk of the pie. But especially when you're starting out, I highly recommend or advise you to look more to the right side. Look at your products, because I can tell you from personal experience that there have been a lot of times that I've launched a new store and it'll do terrible. And then over time, I iterate on the product catalog or maybe change to a different niche, launch a different store, and do nothing different on the marketing side. Literally the exact same campaign structure, ad copy, offers, literally everything held constant on the marketing side. And the new brand or new store with a different product catalog will do 10 times better than the results we ever saw with the first one. Now, why would that be? It's because it's not really the marketing. It's all about the product. So going through each of these, the product is obviously your product catalog. We're talking about in the context of print on demand, for example, it's how good are your designs? How many designs do you have? How cohesive are they? Like, do they relate to each other or are they just random? Those types of things, which we covered a lot in the product module. Next is the ad creative, which is your pictures, your videos, your slideshows. Are they attention grabbing? Are they striking? Do they stand out in the news feed? Do they evoke curiosity or some kind of emotion? Are they funny? Then next we have our ad copy and our offer, which kind of goes hand in hand. And the ad copy is just essentially the language that we're using. Like, how persuasive is it? Is it relatable? Does it use emojis that grabs people's attention? And ad copy, like, there's experts in this that dedicate their entire lives to becoming copywriters. So there's a lot of amazing books out there that you can read on that if you want to study more about it. But for the sake of what we're doing, I'm going to give us a bunch of templates that we can use to get started, and then you can iterate from there. Next is our targeting, which this used to be a much bigger piece of the pie. Like 5 years ago, when I was running ads, I would have hundreds of different audiences. I would have like entire spreadsheets of audiences I was testing, like different interests and stuff, and how I was like combining them. Nowadays, luckily for us, Facebook is so much better at optimizing for who our buyer is that you ask any advertiser, a lot of them nowadays, even the biggest ones, are using or especially the biggest ones, are just using open targeting, US 18 plus or worldwide, and letting Facebook optimize for them because their algorithms has gotten so much better at finding your buyers. And then the last piece is the optimization. This is kind of the X factor that's tough to quantify, but this is basically how good do we get at just giving Facebook or whatever marketing platform you're on, giving them the data that it needs, and then just going hands off. And there's definitely a science or an art to this, because there's times where it's like very tempting to get in there and like start tweaking our ad account. But these algorithms, and for Facebook to really work to our advantage, we need to give it time to just run and optimize. And again, 5 years ago, I was doing the exact opposite of that. I was doing what was called the surfing method, where I was waking up and checking the ads, immediately bumping and cutting the budgets based on performance. Like, I was changing stuff constantly, all day, every day. Now it's once every other day. I'm doing minor changes, but basically the optimization is you have to let the algorithms learn. You have to let them do their thing. And if we're constantly making edits, then they're not really able to do that. The caveat is that if you're just launching your store, you're just launching your ads for the first time, and you have no idea like what's going to work and what's not, that's not the time to just hopefully let the 10% save your account. That 10% is depending on the rest of this pie being filled out. Like, if you have really good products, you have good ad creative, you have good copy and offer, and the targeting is just open, which we're going to go through each of these, then it's just letting the algorithm work and riding out the highs and lows. But again, obviously it depends on your own tolerance, which we'll talk about budget and stuff later on. So that's the last piece. Now, some tools that I'll show you right off the bat that we have for each of those areas is, first up, we have a pretty in-depth ad strategy SOP, where this is rather advanced, but you can get this by clicking somewhere around this video. But this is the ad strategy that I put together for our e-commerce businesses, and it has really worked well for us. And it literally covers everything from top to bottom. Everything from the audiences you need to make, your gathering, your creative, your brand stats, then your cold ads, your warm, your hot, then your existing customers, and then some ad copy examples down here. And then here's an ad copy template that you can use to get started. Now, obviously, we don't want everybody just copy pasting directly from here, but these are really good starting points. And you can see that the ad copy is relatively simple, like 5 stars, number of your niche here, teas sold, save up to 30% off while supplies last, shop now with our call to action link, and then your niche t-shirt sale. Then in the link description, printed and shipped in the USA. We're going to talk about ad copy more, but just want to show you some of these resources. Then there's different types of creative that we can make directly in Facebook that are really easy to use. But here's an overview of how you can make each of them. So there's static image ads, which are just a picture or mock-up of your product. Then there's grid ads that are extremely easy to make, made in Canva, where they have templates, you just drag in different products, and then you export this as a image. Here's carousel ads, slideshows, and then retargeting ads, which we'll talk about each of these. All right, so those are some of the resources that you have at your disposal as we go through this module for your ad copy, your creatives. I also recommend referring back to the Miro board to see what the competition is doing. That's always a great place to get started. And if you go to Google, there's a lot of sites that will just save swipe files of top performing ads. Highly recommend, just like I said in the Shopify section, to really look at the competition and emulate what is already working. That's why I'm going to be showing you what already works for us, so that you have that as a starting point, but make sure to really learn from the competition and apply those findings. Don't just sit down at your ad account and commit the cardinal sin of I'm just going to plug in some random stuff and hope for the best. And then when it doesn't work out, get mad at Facebook ads and say that it doesn't work. I've been there and it doesn't get you anything. So there you have it. That's a quick and dirty overview of the Facebook ads section that we have coming up, some resources you can refer back to. Now let's get into actually setting up our ad account. All right, now let's start setting up our Facebook ads. And in this video, we're going to be focusing on just setting up all the organization, all the accounts that we need, and getting everything ready for us to start actually building the ads within the ad account. But first, we're gonna focus on knocking out all this stuff and making sure that it's organized and you don't end up having to retrace your steps later on. So taking a look at the screen here, just want to map out a visual explanation because it can be kind of confusing when you start diving in. But first thing we're going to be setting up is our business manager. And the business manager you can think of as essentially the umbrella account that holds all of our assets. And our assets are the ad account, our pixel, our pages, and our product catalogs. And so the business manager is responsible for holding the ad account, all these assets, and then we're going to link our pixel, our pages, and our product catalog to the ad account. So again, business manager, we're going to set up in a second, is where you hold all your assets. And every Facebook profile, so your personal name, you're given the ability to make 2 business managers by default. So Facebook wants to make it very accessible for everybody to start running ads and paying them money, so you get 2 by default. And then next, we're going to set up our ad account and create our pages. So first, we're going to set up the business manager, then we're going to do the ad account, then we're going to create our pages, and then we're going to link to our Facebook account to Shopify so that it's able to track properly with the pixel, which the pixel is basically just when Facebook sends traffic to your website, it's no longer Facebook's site, which would be fine if we didn't care about getting results from the ads we were driving. Facebook wants to help us get results, so it needs to know who it's sending is actually ending up converting. So in order to give Facebook the ability to see who's converting, we put a little piece of code on our Shopify store that basically just tells Shopify that, yeah, it's okay, you can let Facebook know what's happening. That's putting it in very much layman's terms, but that's effectively what's happening. So it's really important to set that up. If we don't install that, then we're basically flying blind. And then the pages, these are relative, they're going to be very, very basic. It's essentially just giving us something to run our ads under. But without further ado, we can get started by first creating our business manager. So to do that, you're just going to go to business.facebook.com/settings. And if you're not already signed in, it's going to prompt you to do so. And it's going to take you through a basic setup process where it's just going to ask you a couple of questions. And then once you have created that, you really can't go wrong with the setup questions. I've already created my 2, so I can't create another one to show you, but any of the questions that you answer, you can always change your answers later on. So don't get concerned about any of that. Then once you're in your business manager, collapse these so we can take a look. Just to familiarize ourselves with it, on the left-hand side here, you have your users, your accounts, which is your ad accounts, your data sources, which this is your pixels, catalogs. Those are the only 2 we're really going to use. Brand safety, so this is where we can verify our domain. We don't really need to use that. Registrations, never use that. Integrations, this is where we can connect our Shopify store. And then we have our business info. But by and large, all that we're really going to be using is users briefly, then our ad accounts, our accounts section. We're going to be setting up our ad accounts and our pages and Instagram. But a lot of these other buttons and stuff in here, you can just forget about. I never really use it. I couldn't even tell you what ad partnerships is. But anyway, so the first step is creating our ad account. So to do that, I'm going to go to accounts, ad accounts, and then add. So if you've never made an ad account before, you shouldn't see anything written in here. So we're just going to click create a new ad account and then prompted to enter the ad account name. So I'm going to name it the name of our brand. Name doesn't really matter. Make sure that you select your time zone here. Whatever time zone you are in, you want to set this. And this is one thing that you cannot change later on. And currency, you also want this to be in your home currency. So yeah, America, Chicago. Next, this ad account will be used for my business. There you go. And I'm doing this under Meg's name because I've been personally banned. We're going to talk about that later, but now we're being prompted to add our payment info. So next, debit or credit. So now we have to enter our credit card or debit card. A couple of things about this is, number one, make sure that you're entering a card that will never get declined. So if it's close to its limit or something, like whatever it is, or if it's a card that's like very trigger happy when it comes to unknown charges and it'll decline it, the worst possible thing that you can have happen to a new account as we're warming it up is a payment get declined. That immediately hurts our chances of being able to scale up because Facebook is very sensitive to that sort of thing. So that's one thing. Second thing is make sure that if you've ever been banned by Facebook before or on any other ad accounts or anything related to a ban that's Facebook related, do not enter that card. Entering that card that was on a banned account will almost certainly get this account banned. We're going to do a separate lesson on specifically how to not get banned by Facebook. As crazy as that sounds, it bears, talking about because it does happen quite frequently. But yeah, so just keep those two things in mind. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and enter credit card info now. Okay, so I entered my credit card information and now we have our ad account here. So rather than just jump into the ad account, first I'm going to go to pages. And to create a new page, if you haven't made one already, go to add and then create a new page. I'm going to say that we are a brand or product. Name it seasonal collections. And if your name is taken, it's okay to just name it like whatever your brand name is and then the word brand after it or shop or any variation of that. Yeah, so somebody already has that seasonal collection. Okay, so we created our page. Now I'm going to click view page and here we have it. Very basic. All right, so now we created our ad account and we made our Facebook page. Last thing that we have to do before we can start jumping into stuff. And we'll talk about like what to actually put on your page separately. It's not nearly as important as you might think. Next thing we're going to do is connect our pixel to our Shopify. Oh, they actually just changed this. Okay, so you don't find your pixels under pixel anymore. You go to data sets. Let me do add. I'm gonna name it seasonal collections pixel. Then I'll just do today's date. Okay, then you have to assign people. Basically, you have to just add yourself to the pixel as a user. So I'm assigning myself, aka Meg. I'm going to give myself the ability to manage events in the data set, so full access. Okay, next, connected assets, assign assets. I'm going to assign seasonal collections ad account. Now I'm going to manage the pixel and connect it to our Shopify account. So the way you used to do this was by copying the pixel code and then you would go to your Shopify theme and edit and paste it in, all that kind of stuff. Now they let you just check for partner integration, Shopify. Nice and simple. All right, so to connect to Shopify, the instructions it's going to tell us is that we have to go to the Shopify App Store and install the Facebook app. So let's go do that. Facebook and Instagram. Make sure that it's the official app that's developed by Meta. Okay, then install. I'm going to pin this because we're going to be using that a lot. Connect. Next, connect account. Continue as Megan. Scroll down to page, connect. Now this is where we're choosing what data we want to send. It's a weird color for that. We want to do maximum data. View details, default, yep. Yeah, the only thing you have to make sure you do is set that to maximum. Save, and then we're going to do that. Return window, sure. terms and conditions, and submit for review. All right, so while they're reviewing the store to finish connecting it, can review where we're at. So we've set up the business manager, set up our ad account, or created it. We obviously haven't even scratched the surface of what we're going to be doing, but now we have the business manager to hold all of our assets. We created the 3 main ones that we need within that, which is our page, ad account, and pixel. And we're basically activating our pixel by connecting it to our Shopify store through the app. And you'll see in here that it gives you the option to publish products. And what that is Facebook Shop. So, and I guess it's doing that automatically. It's automatically setting up our Facebook shop, which is a separate place for customers to be able to buy from us. That's hosted on Facebook. So rather than Facebook, when somebody clicks on one of our ads, taking them to our website that we set up, it'll pop up a Facebook hosted page. We don't have to worry about that right now, just explaining what it is so you don't get confused and think that it's a lot of the explanations they give on here are not very clarifying. But okay, so we're approved. So we're active. We can create ads. There's obviously not much in here yet. Let's go take a look at our settings, make sure everything looks good. I just have to connect PayPal. Yeah, so all of these settings in here are related to the Facebook shop stuff. You don't have to worry about any of that right now. Right now, our goal is just getting our ad account set up to drive traffic to our Shopify store. And the last asset from our beautiful little drawing that we made is our product catalog. And that's something we're gonna be able to sync once this part has been finished. So we can't do that right now, but that's it for the initial setup. How you've created each of your assets. We're gonna split it up into separate videos or separate lessons on how to do each one of them so it's easy to navigate. And if you have any questions as you're going through this process, just join the school community or hop on one of the coaching calls. I'm happy to help you out. Now let's start setting up our Facebook page. And the way we're going to be doing this is different than how most people probably think about their pages. And insofar as that, we don't care about filling it out with a bunch of content that makes it look good and like our branding and stuff. We're just here to do the bare minimum requirements so that if somebody gets hit with one of our ads and they click on our profile name, they think that we're legit, basically. Like, our traffic is not going to be coming from the content that actually gets posted organically on that page, at least for now. We'll talk about the organic strategies later, but we mostly just care about people seeing it as legit enough to buy from us. So how do we do that? We do that by navigating to our pages and clicking on the page and click view page. Now here's our extremely basic page. For starters, by default, you're on your own Facebook profile, so you just have to switch to the page in order to see the full controls. Welcome to your new page, take the tour. Nope. So for starters, we want to start stripping out some of the options that we're not going to be using. Like, all of these things, when somebody comes to our page, is not going to be adding any value. It's going to be just distracting them. So scroll down, we can turn off music, check-in, sports, movies, TV shows, books, and likes, and reviews given. Hit save. There we go. It's a good start. Next, we're going to edit and choose our profile picture. I'm going to upload a photo and just choosing the logo that we made a while ago. And I'm doing just the icon version. You don't want to do your full logo because that would, like, if it was the logo and then the name next to it, that looks really weird as a profile picture. Okay, so our profile photo is updated. That looks good. Next, let's add a cover photo. They used to give you stock options to choose from. Okay, so I'm just going to go to Canva and go to social media, Facebook cover. It'll give me a bunch of templates here. Type in flowers. Delete that. In my drive. Download the logo. There we go. All right. Upload photo. There's our cover. Looks slightly blurry. I could go back and increase the size, but that's fine because most people will be seeing it on mobile. anyway. Next, we're going to edit our details. So over here, well, we can first add a bio. Cool. So our ChatGPT generated bio looks great. Pronouns doesn't matter. Hours. Add our email. Support at seasonalcollections.co. Save at our website. Add language. Turn off reviews on your page for now, because until we have any kind of traffic, we don't want people seeing that it's just empty. Link to our privacy policy page. Scroll down, grab that from here, copy link address. There we go. None of this stuff matters. And then a link that you definitely want to bookmark is you go to manage, then inbox. This is the page where customers or people who see your ads are going to be able to message you. So they can either DM you or they can comment on your ads, and those will show up here as well. So your Facebook comments, Instagram comments, which we're going to link our Instagram account later. But this is a really important page to keep track of. Cool. And now, so that our page doesn't look completely bare, all that we're going to do is upload a couple of product pictures. Floral Majesty. Throw in a flower. Is there a line emoji? Perfect. Beautiful. Then down here, you have the option to add a bunch of different stuff. You can also boost your post, which Facebook kind of puts this here to just bait people who don't know how to run ads. Never ever click this button. It's just going to take your money. It'll get you to build like the most basic campaign ever, and you'll get absolutely nothing from it. Instead, we're going to be essentially boosting our post, but from our ad account. What we can do is tag our products. Scroll down, find Floral Majesty. There we go. There we go. Done tagging and save. Save. Cool. So now it's posted. What I recommend doing is, you should have 100 products that you're launching with. What I recommend doing is take 10 to 15 minutes and go to and schedule out some posts of just your top or best looking products. You don't know what your top products are yet, but go to manage and then content, create post, and you can either post it from here or you can schedule it by going to Meta Business Suite, which this is also where the inbox is stored, but we can create a post. It's just a slightly different layout from the one we were looking at before. Add some text, and then you can do scheduling options. And then what I normally do is I'll just schedule one post a day for the next 30 to 60 days, whatever you feel like doing. And then I know that every day something is getting posted, and when they see our ads and they click to the page to find out more about us, they'll see that we're actually like consistently posting, and they won't just see one post from months and months ago. But obviously this is not like a in-depth content organic strategy. This is just the bare minimum is our goal, so that we pass the BS radar test of people checking out our ads. So that's it for now. Now you should have your Facebook page set up with your profile, your cover photo. You should know where to be monitoring messages from. We changed our details so that people can see our website, that we have a support address, and we scheduled out some posts so that it looks like we're active and not just a fly-by-night type of operation. And I know this is shocking that this is as little as we're putting up on our page, but trust me, we're building a different kind of business. We're not depending on slow organic growth over months and years. We're going to be skyrocketing our growth with paid ads. So far better approach, in my opinion. We can always revisit the organic stuff later on. So that's it for this lesson, and I'll see you in the next one. To verify that your Pixel API conversions are set up properly, we're going to go through the following quick steps. So after you've already connected your Shopify/Facebook app within your Shopify store to your Pixel, you're gonna come back to your events manager, which way you get there is business.facebook.com/events manager, or by just going to your business manager and navigating. I recommend bookmarking all of these because you're gonna be using them a lot, but you're gonna navigate to the Pixel here. And first of all, so you should already see that you've enabled customer data from Shopify and you've selected enhanced or maximum, which we did. Next, we're going to go to settings and scroll down to make sure that first party cookies are set to on. Next, we're going to turn on automatic website matching. What this does is basically gives Meta permission to automatically match up information that it receives from Shopify with its own database of customers. Long story short, helps them with tracking better. Also, track events automatically without code. That's important. We should obviously have our connected Shopify partner. And down here is the conversion API gateway. We aren't doing that. That's if you're like setting it up on your own. And if you don't know what a conversion API is, long story short is that you used to be able to have just the Pixel that would communicate directly from your website to Facebook. Then after like Apple made all their iOS updates that improved consumer privacy, hooray. It's good for consumers, bad for advertisers because it made it much more challenging to have that direct communication. Now, the way that we have to track is, and it's really not that challenging, instead of sending the information directly, what we have Shopify do is effectively write down the information that it would report normally, write it down on a piece of paper, and then slide it over to Facebook, and then Facebook picks it up. So that's where the server comes in, is that they're basically circumventing what like Apple put in place that cut off the ability to just report directly. Shopify has to take that information, send it to their own servers, and then send it to Meta. You don't really have to have an understanding of it. I just think it's mildly interesting, lukewarm at best. But okay, so we're gonna go back to overview and we're gonna go down to where it says no active integrations here. First, refresh and make sure that that's current, which it is. And when you start receiving events like purchases and stuff from your Pixel, it'll show up here. We don't have anything yet, but we're gonna do add new integration, conversion, API, I believe. Yeah. Set up with partner integration. And Shopify. Next. Finish. Okay, so we can verify that the connection is set up and working properly here because it says active. If you're not seeing this, you'll probably see something that to the effect of like send test traffic to make sure that it's set up. You click next. And then you can test events in your events manager. I already did that. But basically, if you followed along with everything we've done so far, then it should be set up properly. Once we start receiving data, we'll take another look at this to see like the matching quality, make sure everything's firing properly. But for now, as long as your settings look just like this, with website matching, automatic matching turned on, and you see Shopify here, then everything else, you should be good to go. But yeah, we'll come back and revisit this later. But for now, that's how to make sure that your Pixel's set up properly. So I want to take a few moments and just give a lay of the land inside the ad account and explain what we're looking at and help narrow your focus onto the 80-20 principle, most important things to be looking at inside of your account. So I know it can be slightly overwhelming to say the least. First time you're running ads, looking at all the buttons and metrics and like toggle switches and stuff, that Facebook has done an amazing job of making it overwhelming for beginners. So I just want to explain what you're looking at and more importantly, like what I'm looking at in the day-to-day and where to focus and what you can just completely ignore. So starting at the top, we have our different ad accounts drop down. Then at the top right, we have the ability to refresh our page. You can discard drafts, review, and publish. This is like our main call to action button. Then here is our date drop down where we can see the date range of different points, like different dates in the past. We can see the metrics and results. A cool feature that not many people use is you can also compare dates. So say you had a really good week of performance, but then this week was down for whatever reason. You could come into the compare dates feature. So compare dates, update. And then what it does is it gives you this expand feature where it'll show you the results you had for that metric in one range compared to the other. and then the change and the percent change. It's just a cool feature once you start running ads. If you ever want to like figure out, what's happening, you can look at that. Next, we have the campaigns, ad sets, and ads. This is a really important concept to understand. This is like everything we're going to be building. So campaigns are, you can think of it as like the tree, like the base of the tree. Then the ad sets are like the branches off of that tree. And then the leaves would be the ads. So you have the base of the tree is the campaign, the branches are the ad sets, and then the ads are the leaves at the end of the tree. So your ads are nested within your ad sets. Your ad sets are literally just sets of ads, and then your campaigns is just sets of ad sets. Pretty simple. Now, the difference between each of them, aside from ads being inside ad sets being inside campaigns, is that campaigns is where you select the main objective. And our objectives here are awareness, traffic, engagement, leads, app promotions, and sales. Narrowing our focus, you can ignore awareness, traffic, leads, app promotions. All that we're ever going to use are these two here. So you can literally ignore everything else. And 90% of the time, we're going to be using sales. So the only time I've optimized for traffic was by accident. And by optimizing, this is basically just us saying to Facebook, hey, Facebook, for this campaign, I am trying to get people to engage with something. And for this campaign, I'm trying to get somebody to buy something. And we're really just trying to get people to come to our shop and make purchases. So it makes sense that this is where majority of our time would be spent. Then if we look at here, so for a conversion campaign, within here, you can set the name. You can completely avoid special ad categories. This is mostly if you're running political ads. We're not doing that. Buying type, I always just leave it to auction. I couldn't even tell you what reservation does, so you can ignore it. Again, it just gives you the option to switch your objective if you want to. Then we have the option to use a product catalog. So a product catalog is what we synced from our Shopify store, and we'll see at the ad level more, but we're going to turn this off for now because I'm just going to be uploading individual image ads. But if I wanted Facebook to start cycling through my full catalog, like we will set up one of these because it is a good tool, that's what I would turn on there. Next, A/B testing. So say we have an idea of like a new offer we want to run and we have a good campaign that's performing well, we could launch an A/B test which would compare the results side by side of whatever you're measuring. Could be an offer, could be an ad creative, could be a targeting, could be location, literally any variable you can test. Honestly, I don't use this hardly at all because I run manual tests. Like I'll duplicate it out. We'll talk about that later. But next is, and this is something to actually understand, we will be using, is Advantage campaign budget. So just ignore the word advantage. That's just them trying to... That's Facebook selling to you, basically. Just think of it as campaign budget, because what you'll notice is at the ad set level, see how the budget is there for the ad set? So normally you set the budget that's going to be spent at the ad set level, and then you would have 6 ad sets within that campaign. So the budget for this campaign would be, what do we have, 7 now? So that would be $140. Then if I switch to Advantage budget optimization. No, ABO is ad set budget optimization. This is CBO. If I turn that on, see, now it just combines the budget of all of those ad sets. See how the budget is not here anymore? Now it says using campaign budget. So now we see the budget there. If I were to flip it back off again and tell it to go back to ad set budget, it's no longer here, and the budgets go back to being here. I'll do that one more time. This is an important. So right now it's not on. So if I turn it on, that's me telling Facebook I want the budget to be optimized at the campaign level. And now the budgets are gone here or here. Side note, Facebook does this weird thing that if you have ad sets that are pending, it shows them to you no matter what campaign you're looking at. Normally, it should just be showing me the ad set that's within that campaign. I don't know why they do it this way. I think they want you to be abundantly aware of what you haven't published yet, but I digress. So back to campaign budget optimization. When would you use it? What difference does it make? The difference it makes is we're going to be setting up ad sets that have different ads and like different strategies to each of them. We're going to be using mostly open targeting, In some ad sets, I might choose to use a spring interest, for example, or like a flower interest, or in another one, I might use a lookalike audience. And if I was using ad set budget optimization, I would be saying, I want you to spend exactly $50 for this audience. And then I want you to spend another $50 exactly on this ad set. I want you to spend another $50, so on. So I'm manually telling it exactly which ad set I want the budget to be going to. Whereas if I switch it to CBO, I'm telling Facebook, okay, here's the 5 ad sets. You have $150 budget to spend as you see fit between each of those ad sets. So it's basically handing the reins back to Facebook and saying, you pick, you spend the money how you see fit. When this first came out, it used to just be ABO, ad set budget optimization. When it first came out, it didn't work as well, and it was kind of annoying how heavily they were pushing it. Nowadays, it's pretty much all I use, aside from in our testing campaigns. In our testing campaigns is where I will manually set the budget at the ad set level, because I want to make sure that I'm testing each group of ads. I want to make sure that each group of ads is getting enough budget, because what it'll do is if it sees that one, with a campaign budget optimization, if it sees that one ad set is performing far better than the rest, it will stop spending on those, or at least decrease it pretty severely, and it'll put all of the spend into the one ad set that's performing the best. Let's refresh this. I'm not sure what happens. It gets glitchy sometimes. If it ever completely glitches up on you, I've only had to use this a few times, but up here in the top right, you can click Reset Ads Manager. And that's like a hard reboot. That's like if you were to hold down the power button on your computer and reset it. Okay, so we covered what the difference between CBO and ABO is. We're going to be using mostly CBO now to see what's at the ad set level. So we have the ability to change the ad set name, and then we have the conversion location. We're always going to be using one of these two, either website and shop or website, which, remember when we were setting up our, linking our Facebook app in Shopify, it creates a Facebook shop for us automatically, which is, we have our Shopify store, which is our hosted separate website, like seasonalcollections.co. Well, Facebook recently, in the past year or so, or 2 years now, added Facebook Shop, which is now where customers or viewers are able to view your products and check out from your own, basically from your Facebook page, which is better for some people, for some users, which is why Facebook gives you the option here. So it'll split your traffic between traffic that goes to your website, and then some will go to your shop. We'll set up the shop and optimize it later, but we mostly use this one nowadays because it does perform pretty well. I would say like 20% of our overall sales comes from Facebook shop. And the reason that's beneficial to us is that there's some people who, like Facebook users, that like staying on the platform. They prefer not getting taken away to some website. But then there's some people that, like going to other websites, and Facebook figures out the difference between them and does it for you. So performance goal, maximum number of conversions. Then down here, commerce account. That's basically just your Facebook shop. They call it your commerce account, just to add more fancy buzzwords. Now, attribution settings, this is telling Facebook how far back we want it to consider a sale. So if somebody clicks on our ad and then they don't buy for 3 days, Facebook will still consider that a purchase. But if on the 3rd day they purchase, it'll count it. But then if they don't buy, they click on the ad, they don't buy, and on the 8th day they do purchase, then it won't count it. Or if they just see an ad and then up to 24 hours later they purchase, then it'll get counted. We can adjust this however we want. Like we can, they used to have 28 days as an option. They don't do that anymore. It's interesting. But so we can adjust it down to 1 day if we wanted like really sensitive ads, but 7 days click, 1 day view is pretty standard. Next down here we have budget. So like the schedule, we don't really do too much with this. The only time I use this is if I'm launching ads like middle of the day. I don't want them to start in the middle of the day because it'll end up racing through the budget and just blowing a bunch of money. So the only time I really use that is if I want to specifically tell it to launch the ads the next morning. So I would just go like here and I would say today's the 6th, launch it on Saturday at 1 in the morning. So I would do something like that. Then location targeting, we are mostly just going to be doing open targeting, but you can change the age range. So you can set a minimum age, but then down here we're able to switch to original audiences. They love this. They love calling stuff Advantage Plus. Basically, Advantage anything just means they're going to optimize it for you. I'm just explaining what this stuff is so you know what it means and that you do have control over it, but we mostly just use Advantage Plus nowadays. But in the original audiences in here, you can choose the age range. So for a while I was doing like 35 to 65 plus because that was my target market, and I was honing in the demographics and stuff and doing things like engaged shoppers, which this is behaviors. People who have clicked on a call to action button, shop now in the past week. That's a pretty powerful audience to be able to target, or at least it used to be. Nowadays, it's open targeting is better. But we could type in, like for spring, I could type in flower interest. I can see the size of the audience. So there's 867 million people who have the interest of flowers, or you could target people based on their job title, their employers. You can also get a bunch of suggestions, or you can browse. They used to have a ton of like really detailed targeting. You used to be able to target an audience of one person. That's where you would get the ads where it's like your first and last name on a t-shirt. Super creepy. Facebook figured that out and stopped you from being able to do that. But again, we're just going to be using Advantage Plus for audience, and then same thing for the placements. I'll show you what you can do, but you can tell it specifically if you want your ad to show up in like stories or reels or search results and feeds, and then you can break it down to like what specific feed you want, which it's a lot a lot of different things you can choose, which luckily the Facebook gods have made it easy for us and just given us Advantage Plus, which honestly, all jokes aside, does work extremely well. So that's at the ad set level. So campaign is choosing our overall objective and goal of everything else downstream. Ad set is where you choose your audience, your budget, and placements, which most of that is just pre-decided at this point. We do auto everything. Then at the ad level is where you choose the page you want to be running the ad from. So you could technically have multiple pages that you're running your ads from, which some companies will do that. They'll have like influencers who they'll run ads for their brand under the influencer's name. Like Gronkowski did this for a while with like the snow teeth whitening. Ads would be run under Gronkowski's name. Like his name would be for the Facebook page, but then it was driving traffic to Snow Teeth Whitening's Shopify store. Pretty interesting. And then there's create ad or use existing post. So create ad is what we're going to be using in the ad library. Use existing post is what we're going to be doing to basically, we just grab the post ID of the ad and paste it there, and it makes sure that we're using the same exact ad across all campaigns. The reason that matters is it helps us to build up engagement, because building up likes, comments, and shares is a way to like help us go viral. And then lastly, down here we have website. We have tracking. We only use website events. You can use URL parameters, but you don't really need that until later on. All right, last section that I wanted to cover. Well, we have columns, which we touched on in a separate lesson. Then a really cool area is this breakdown section over here. Not many people use this, but this is a really powerful way to get a lot of analytics and feedback about your account. So one of my favorite things to do is with my catalog ads, I use this product ID dropdown. This is just one example. You can look at these on your own time, but the product ID, it'll show you that campaign. It'll show you which specific, so like for a catalog ad where it's cycling through all of your products from your Shopify store, it's cycling through them on Facebook. Facebook, if you click this, it'll show you which specific products it's been delivering and which ones are getting the best results. So if you have, say, a massive collection of like 1,000 products, it'd be humanly impossible to manually launch all of those. So you can launch a catalog campaign. Facebook will automatically cycle through all of them for you. And then you can easily see, all right, which products is Facebook finding that are performing the best, and then pull those out and put it into a page post campaign, like a static image, like normal ad. And then you grab the page post ID, put it in a bunch of campaigns. So then it has a lot of traffic going to a product that you know is a winner, that you found like needle in the haystack style. And then you start building up engagement on that post. And that's how you get a viral product. But you can also break it down by like day. So like if I'm looking at a date range of like a month and I wanted to see like how our stats were trending on a specific like day by day, I just click that. So yeah, there's a lot of metrics and stuff that you can break down over here. Reports, I hardly ever use that. I never use the export button. Rules, you can set up automations to like cut or kill your ads or bump budgets. We're not really going to do much with that either. Tagging, really not going to use any of these buttons up here. The most that we're going to be using is this button here to launch new campaigns. publish, and that sort of thing. And then over on the left-hand side here, we have our audiences tab where we can set up our retargeting audiences. Then we also have our billing and payments where we can see how much we owe, like our past invoices, swap out our credit cards, stuff like that. And then our account overview is where you can see like if there's any violations or anything on your ad account or your page, you can check that out. But yeah, so overall, I hope this helped give you a general overview of the ad account and you have a better understanding of what matters the most in here and what you can ignore, and that'll serve you well as you start setting up your campaigns. Inside our ad account, we want to set up the columns that we see inside our dashboard to show us the most important metrics, specifically the metrics that we're going to be looking at for optimizing our e-commerce ads. And Facebook gives us some default columns, performance and clicks, changes the metrics that you see across the top here. But the metrics that we really want to be looking at are these here. So custom columns, you're just going to go down to customize columns, and then you can click and drag and move them around. And here's the full list of all the metrics that we have to choose from, and you can just copy them, the ones that I have here. The fastest way to do this is to just clear out everything rather than going down the list and seeing like what to keep, what, just remove everything and keep these. So campaign, delivery, amount spent, budget, purchases, then uncheck all of these. So mobile app, website purchases, offline, meta purchases, then purchase ROAS, uncheck these two, link clicks. This is the number of people who click the links in our ads, which sounds obvious. Like, why are you repeating this, Chris? It's because they have another metric that's just called clicks all. And I see this get mixed up all the times, understandably so. Clicks is the number of people who just click on your ad or engage with it anywhere, which is okay information, but it's not what we really want to be tracking. We really want to be tracking people who click to go to our website. So choose link clicks and then cost per link click. Again, there's a cost per click, which is just CPC all. We don't really care about that number. We want to see the cost per link click. Then we have CTR. Again, make sure it's the link click-through rate. Then you have your CPMs, which is your cost per 1,000 impressions, which is just if your ad is seen 1,000 times, what did you get charged for that? Next is the number of ads to cart. This can only be tracked if the pixel is set up properly and our conversions are being reported. Then you uncheck each of these. Then unique adds to cart. This is to make sure that we're not just getting a bunch of like repeat adding to cart over and again, which does happen. We want to be tracking like individual people adding to cart. Uncheck each of these, and then checkouts initiated. Uncheck each of those, and then engagement rate ranking. We don't really look at that a lot, but it's good to sometimes see like if you have a post that's like getting engaged with a lot, but we normally check that just by looking at the ad itself. Then the last one that I actually didn't have on here is frequency. And frequency is the number of times that each individual person has seen your ad on average. And this is an important metric for us to track to make sure that we're not hitting like too small of an audience or our audience is getting burned out. And you hit apply and then save. Name it whatever you want. Ecom columns. Sometimes this glitches and yeah, it's not letting me save it right now, but that's pretty neat. Another way around it is if you just save your columns or your setup exactly how you have it, it adjusts the URL to save those columns. So even though it's not saving it for me for whatever reason, just by me navigating back to that bookmark that I just created will effectively do the same thing. So that's how to set up your columns in your ad account. So you're looking at the right metrics, and they're also ordered in order of importance. So campaign name is obvious, amount spent, budget, those are all obvious, but then it goes in order of like the things that we do the most. So purchases, how many people we got, our ROAS, what's our return on ad spend. So for every dollar we spent, how many dollars do we make back? We want that to be at least a 2 to 2.5 minimum. Number of people who clicked on our ads, the cost per each click, the percentage of people who click through on our ads, the cost per 1,000 impressions, number of people who added to cart, or number of ads to cart, number of people who added to cart, number of checkouts initiated, and then the frequency of our ads, that our ads have been shown to the average person. And then the engagement rate ranking only shows up at the ad level because it's reported on each individual ad and not on campaigns overall. So there's a quick rundown on the metrics you want to be tracking in your ad account. Now we're going to be warming up our ad account. Before we start building out the rest of our campaigns, we want to make sure that we take a little bit of time to do this to give ourselves the best chance of not getting banned by Facebook. I've been banned way too many times to count for doing literally nothing. Facebook is just trigger happy in protecting its users. That's their top priority, and the way that they do that is by making sure that they keep a really close watch on the advertisers on the platform. So much so that good advertisers who are doing nothing end up getting banned a lot of the times. And their support, if you get banned, is very challenging to work with. So we want to do everything we can to not have that happen out of the gate, especially because we're running a legitimate business. They're trying to weed out people that are like drop shipping products with 6-week to never shipping times, or just selling like scam offers, or pushing like political ads, or drugs, like that kind of stuff. Those are the people they're really trying to watch out for, because believe it or not, there are a lot of them out there, but it ends up impacting advertisers like us. So all that to say, we're going to warm up our ad account. What that means is basically dipping our feet into the waters before jumping in head first. Because Facebook has found that a sign or an attribute of advertisers who are going to do some BS are the ones who get a new ad account and then immediately launch a ton of conversion ads and quickly scale up. They just like burn fast and burn out. That's what the scammers do. So we're trying to show Facebook that we're not like that. The way we do that is by launching a PPE campaign, which is like the most innocuous type of campaign. It's like very low risk, showing Facebook like hands up, we're not doing anything. And that's what we're going to set up right now. And then once we set it up, we're going to wait until we actually get billed, like a small charge hits our card, so that Facebook sees that like our account is actually legit, it's able to charge us, and we warm it up from there. So to do that, we're going to hit create and then go down to engagement. We'll talk more about these different campaign types shortly, but we're just going to do, I never like doing the recommended settings. They always like slip stuff in on you. So I'm just going to write PPE warm up for the campaign name. And this campaign does not matter at all. Don't worry about what the ad is, how it looks, any of that. This is literally just for getting our account to the point where we're able to launch our actual ads. This is not a real ad. This is not like the start of your marketing journey. Do not worry about it. Like literally grab any picture. It doesn't matter. So we have the campaign level here, then we have the ad set level, and then the ad level, which that's campaigns, ad sets, ads. So we go to the ad set level, just name it PP, warm up, ad set, conversion location, your ad, post engagement. Optimizing is basically just telling Facebook what we're trying to get out of this. Are we trying to get people to view our videos? We're trying to get them to engage with our posts, which is like, comment, sharing. Are we trying to get them to respond to an event, which that will never apply to us? Or are we trying to get them to set reminders? We're not doing that either. And within, so we said we're trying to get people to engage with our post. Then within that, are we trying to get the maximum number of engagements on the post? Are we trying to maximize the daily reach, which is the number of people that we're reaching, or the number of impressions, which is the number of times that our ad is viewed? We're going to set our daily budget to $5. Location, just keep it at the United States, and all this stuff is good. Okay, so first select your Facebook page, and if you haven't linked an Instagram account yet, like I haven't, I always procrastinate on that. It's fine. You can still run ads on Instagram. It'll just show up as your page, which is totally fine. And here we're going to do create ad and add media, adding an image. So upload, choose again, literally any image. Click next, original for all of these. Hey, it doesn't matter for this one because we're just trying to get something approved, but talk about that stuff later. So call to action button, we don't even need to add that. And then the text that we put here is, it literally does not matter at all, but spring inspired t-shirt collection now available. Wow, this is kind of cool. No, I like the old version. I like that. Not really. It would never get conversions, but I like that they added the feature. Your head's in the right place, Zuckerberg. Cool. Now, add a destination, website events, turn that on so that that's saying that we want our pixel to track, which again, this ad doesn't matter, but we are just going through the motions so we know how to set it up the right way. All right, so there we have it, the most basic ad you will ever lay your eyes on. We're not even doing a call to action button or anything because the goal of this is not to get sales. So hit publish. Let's see if it gives us any error messages. Is there anything we have to fix? No. Okay. Awesome. If it does give you an error message, it'll pop up here. Just view details. And it'll tell you what's wrong. But now what happens is the delivery updates to processing, which just means that the ad is being uploaded. It'll stay like this for a little bit. In the meantime, you can keep mashing the refresh button until it's finished. Sometimes refreshing the entire page is necessary, but it'll go from processing to in review. And while it's in review, you really don't want to do too much else in the ad account. I've gotten banned before by uploading an ad, and then while I have that ad in review, I upload a bunch more. And then if I just am stacking ads that are in review, that's for whatever reason triggered getting banned for like circumventing policies, for whatever that means. So just wait until it goes from processing to in review to approved. Then once it's in approved, then you can start uploading more stuff. What I normally do is when stuff is in review, I'll build the rest of the ads, but I'll keep them in draft, and then I'll hit publish afterwards. But our goal now, since we've got this in processing, it's going to go to review, then approved. We want to wait for it to start spending. So that means that it's like fully approved, fully green light. And then we're going to let ourselves get billed by Facebook. Let it spend like, normally when you on a brand new account, your billing threshold is like $25, and then Facebook will incrementally step you up. Like it'll go from 25, you get billed every $25, then you get billed every 50, then every 100, then 250, then 500, and eventually it'll cap out at 900. And once you're at $900 billing threshold, then you know that you're like fully golden, quote unquote. You're never completely in the clear when it comes to Facebook, but that's the best position you can be in. So it's definitely worth taking a little bit of time to warm up the account to avoid the hassle of getting banned later on down the road. So hopefully that helps. Some of you avoid bans, and if you have any questions, feel free to let me know, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be covering how we want to structure the campaigns within our ad account so we get the most bang for our buck. What I used to do when I was launching ads is I would just make a ton of campaigns all driving cold traffic to my website and pretty much hope for the best. Now, after doing this for a couple of years, I've learned that there's a much easier and simpler way that requires a lot less maintenance, and that is setting up a few very specific campaigns rather than just a bunch of random ones. Sounds obvious, but it took a little while to figure that out. But the way that we're going to be setting up our campaigns is structuring them from cold to hot to existing customer traffic. So cold traffic being the people that have never heard of our brand before. They're seeing us for the very first time. Warm traffic being the group of people that have seen our ads, maybe engaged with it, like left a comment or liked or visited our Facebook page, but haven't actually gone to our website. And then our hot traffic campaigns is going to be for the people that actually got to our website, so view content or added to cart or initiated checkout, but for whatever reason didn't purchase. And we're going to get back in front of those people and show them new ads. And then for our existing customers, the people who get all the way through to purchase, we're going to retarget them, giving them new offers, showing them other collections, basically just continue building the relationship with them, similar to how we would with our email flows after somebody's signed up or purchased from us. So that's the point on the cold, warm, hot existing customer, like the temperature of the traffic. Then the other piece is the testing structure. So we're going to have two different testing campaigns. We're going to have one that's a PPE, so that's page post engagement, and then the second one is going to be conversion. And the goal of those testing campaigns is going to be essentially just saving our ad spend as much as possible for our winning ads. So a way that I've in the past have blown a ton of money is by just throwing every ad into conversion campaigns and giving them all like way too much budget, way more than they deserve because they were unproven ads. So an easy example to think of this is like in baseball, you have the bullpen, and then you have like the pitchers who's out on the mound. And the pitcher who's out on the mound is, in this case, it's our winning ads. The ads that are in our main campaigns are cold, warm, and hot. And then over time, they'll perform well for a number of innings, hopefully the entire game. But in a lot of times in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, they'll start to get exhausted. Or in our case, like maybe the audience has seen it too much, or our frequency is starting to climb and we need to swap in something new. If we don't have a testing campaign, then we're like, all right, just every pitcher get out there on the mound. Let's see what happens, which obviously doesn't work. So we're going to be building our own bullpen, basically a way for us at a very low cost, test a ton of ads so that whenever our winners, our star players start to get worn out on the mound, we have a bunch of a lineup of other pitchers that we can tap to go in and immediately pick up performance exactly where it was left off. That's the idea anyway. That's what we're going to be trying to execute towards. And now we're going to set up those campaigns. And then in later lessons, we're actually going to start to build out what those ads and the ad sets within those look like. All right, so first campaign we're going to set up is engagement. Engagement. So there's awareness, traffic, engagement, leads, app promotion, and sales. Sales is the one we're almost always going to be running, except for this one. So engagement, manual engagement campaign. I'm going to rename it. Testing PP. There we go. I'm just going to leave it as that for now. Next, we have conversions, manual setup, 0_testing, conversions. And the reason I'm putting a 0 in front of it is so that when I sort by campaign name, those will show up at the top. And then cold is going to be 1_cold, 2_warm. You get the point. The one that I did not mention is our ad library. And the ad library, I'll explain it as I'm setting it up, is where we're going to upload each of our ads for the first time. It's a campaign that we're never going to run, but we just upload it to the ad library to easily organize all of our ads in one place. Rather than having to fish through tons of campaigns and ad sets, we know that we can always find them here. Ad library. Next, we have our cold campaign. I'm going to put US. We're going to start off targeting just US traffic, and then once we've optimized that and we're getting good results, then we'll expand out to worldwide audiences. Next, we have warm. So we have our testing PPE, testing conversions, our ad library, our cold US, and warm, hot, and existing. Warm, hot, and existing aren't going to get used a whole lot within the scope of this because we're not going to have enough traffic to really populate these audiences. We'll talk about how to set them up. As a side note, if you have any amount of organic traffic coming to your website right now, like a couple thousand sessions a month even, highly recommend setting up your hot retargeting campaigns as your first order of business because that's the lowest hanging fruit possible. So again, the idea here is we upload our ads to the ad library just for organization, and this campaign is always just going to be off. We then put them into the testing campaign, PPE, low budget, see which ads are getting the most likes, comments, shares, and we're doing that under this engagement or that optimization because we're able to get a bunch of those really cheap. And then if a post is getting a lot of engagement, more than likely going to perform far better in conversion campaigns because our leading signs of success with an ad is the amount of engagement that it's getting because of reasons we've talked about. When an ad gets a lot of engagement, it's then rewarded with lower CPMs. People start tagging their friends, which that's free reach, and it just compounds very quickly. Contrasting that with an ad that gets no engagement, nobody's liking, commenting, or sharing, don't even waste your time putting it into a conversion ad. Don't waste your time, or more importantly, don't waste your money putting it into a conversion campaign because it's more than likely not going to go well. And yeah, you can end up saving yourself a lot of money in ad spend. What I used to do is anytime I would come up with new ads, I would come up here, create a new campaign, throw all the new ads in the campaign, test out a bunch of different audiences, and set it to a similar budget to everything else that was going in the ad account, which ended up just blowing a ton of money. Now doing it this way, we are allocating about 5 to 10% of our budget for testing, 70% for cold, and then the remainder for our retargeting audiences. And our target ROAS or metrics for each of these is cold, we want it to be around a 2 to a 2.5, and then warm, hot, and existing, we want that to be a 3, 4, or 5 ROAS. And that really helps bring up our account performance overall. Even though it's a much lower percentage of spend, it's such a high ROAS typically that, it brings up the account in a meaningful way. And each of these ads are going to look different than the previous section. So like the cold traffic ads, people have never seen us before. We're going to talk to them differently. We're going to address the fact that they've never heard of us before. So we might show them offers that we only show to new customers, like new customer discount deals, new customer BOGO, stuff like that. Whereas people that have seen us before or even abandoned cart, we know that they already know about us. They've already seen like our initial new customer offers. They've expressed interest in the product, just for whatever reason, they abandon cart and decide not to buy, which doesn't matter what your product is. The customer reasons for not buying normally come down to pretty much the same categories. And that is either the price sensitivity, that trust, like not enough social proof. 3, speed. So they weren't sure like how fast they would get the product. They just weren't convinced of like the product overall. And ways we can like counteract that is by getting back in front of them with like, hey, here's a free shipping offer if you check out in the next 24 hours. Here's an additional coupon. Here's more social proof from customers, that sort of thing. And back to the brick and mortar example or metaphor, it's like thinking of it, I know it can get confusing as we like get into ad accounts and like there's lots of buttons to be clicking, but always just bring it back to picture a physical store. What would you say to somebody who's never heard of your business before? Okay, that's one group. Then what would you say to somebody who came into your store and then picked up some products, played with it, expressed some interest, but then for whatever reason left? What would you run out the store and tell that person to get them to come back in and buy it? That's the kind of concept. And then existing, so people that have already bought from you, what would you say to them to get them to come back into the store? So that's how we structure our Facebook ad account to keep things nice and organized and targeted to specific groups of customers, and also establishing our bullpen of ads that we're testing so that whenever one of our main campaigns performance starts to waver a little bit, we always have new ads that are tested and proven at a low budget that we're able to have step up and get into the game. In this lesson, we're going to be creating our very first ads and uploading them to the ad library. So like we talked about in previous lessons, we're not just going to be creating ads and throwing them right into campaigns. To keep things nice and organized, we're going to upload them into our ad library, and then we're going to grab the page post and copy the page post into our testing campaigns first. So in this video, we're going to be creating a couple of different ads, starting with the most basic static image ad. Then we'll do a slideshow and a carousel ad as well. Then later on, we're going to be setting up our catalog ads and dynamic product ads. But for now, let's jump into our ad account. And so I still have our the campaigns set up from yesterday. Let's go ahead and publish that. It might throw an error because there's nothing in it. Oh, right. So I don't need all these duplicates yet. Actually, to be extremely safe, I'm just going to do this for now. Okay, so starting in our ad library, I'm going to go here, and we have to switch the conversion goal for the ad library, even though we're not ever actually going to run it. There we go. So name this ad library. All right. Now name it ad number 1. Click edit. Partnership ad, you never have to touch that. Scroll down. So look, you can see that it defaulted to carousel ad, and it automatically is pulling in some products from our site, which is pretty cool. But for this ad, I'm just going to do very basic static image. Static image just means it's a unmoving image, like it doesn't swap out or change it at any point. Oh, so it was doing that because we have the catalog turned on for the ad library, which we do not want. So you see how when I had the catalog turned on, it was automatically filling in our products. Okay, so just changing this back. Okay, good. All right, add one. So I select the Facebook page. Click create ad, manual upload, single image. Multi-advertiser ads, we can just leave that on. I'm going to upload media. So I have my example ads here. It's all the same design right now because that's the only one that we've put on the mockups just for the sake of this demo. Meg is working on making the rest of the mockups for all the other products, but for now we're just gonna use the same. So just keep in mind that you should be doing this with different products, not the exact same one. So what we have here is Facebook is trying to give us options for ways that we can optimize the post, which is okay. It seems like a good idea. We can leave most of these on, but I'll show you what that could potentially mess up. But we'll see if it does or not. It just sometimes makes the page post ID something that we're not able to like copy and share across multiple campaigns, which, as you remember from previous lessons, I talked about how important it is to be able to use the exact same ad across all your campaigns so we build up that engagement. All right, so for our ad copy, you can use one of the templates in the like template ad copies from the Google Doc, but I'm just going to do new spring collection launch, and then flower. Thank you, Facebook. Flower. Save up to 35%. Shop now. Then an arrow. I'll do this arrow. I don't know why it's not doing the arrow for some reason. And then seasonal collections.co/collections/spring, which actually, let's make sure that we actually have that collection. I don't think we do. So we're going to go to collections. No, I didn't make that yet. So create spring. Here we go. Automated product tag. Product type is equal to t-shirt. Save. There we go. Okay, now see how the URL here is pretty long and it gets cut off. We're going to shorten that by, oh, I don't want it to have the flower in the, save. All right, so this is the URL for that collection that we just made. It's going to view it. Now we're going to make a shortened version of that URL by going to online store, navigation, view URL redirects, create redirect from /spring redirects to collections. There we go. So now if we go to seasonalcollections.co/spring, it takes us to that collection page, even though that was a much longer, even though it wasn't the correct URL, it now will automatically redirect people, which means that now we can use that in our ad, which hopefully that's short enough to make it show up. Yep, perfect. So it's really important that we didn't want that to be, see how with the word collections in there, it gets cut off, then people have to click the see more button. We really don't want that to happen, so we shortened it. Now it can just be spring, and it shows up just fine. All right. Then spring t-shirt sale. And a shirt. Nice. Okay, I decided to do it that time. Link description. There's templates on there, but in the Google Doc. But what we really just want to be doing is, or the main goal of the link description is showing something or saying something that's going to build trust or lay like one of the main pain points we've been talking so much about. So, like either customer reviews would be great, a product feature, money back guarantee, stuff like that. One that I've been liking using is using the Apple line made with, now it doesn't want to show up. If you're on Mac, normally if you hit Control Command Space, it pops up the emoji option, but it's just not doing that right now. Yeah, no idea why it's doing that. Where's the US? There we go. So Command X, made with love in, which we're going to expand into international eventually. So I'm not going to say made in because our international orders will be made at different printers. I'm going to say designed with love in. There we go. For some reason now this switched. There we go. Okay, this normally shows up here, but it's not right now. It's fine. It'll show up in some placements. Then our website URL. seasonalcollections.co/collections/spring. And down here, I use the correct URL because sometimes Facebook checks that and they don't really like URL redirects. So just in a abundance of caution, I use the exact URL, including the HTTPS and everything. Then display link, that's what's going to show up here. I like doing, just rewriting it. Okay. It shrunk it down automatically for me. And then tracking, we have our pixel turned on. That's good. Then info labels, this is another thing that it could mess up. We'll see. Manually add a code. Interesting. This is new. New 50. Where's it highlighting it? I don't know. Okay. So yeah, there's the bare bones. Advanced preview. So this is a cool view where it shows you what your ad's going to look like on all these different placements. You don't, or not, or they'll just all disappear. Okay. Your ad won't deliver to 20 placements. Love to find out why that is. Add promo codes to be highlighted. Oh. Turn that off. Okay, that's why. All right, so yeah, again, here's where it's showing you what your ad's going to look like in all these different placements, which is pretty cool. You don't really have to look at this that much, just interesting to see. But looking at our actual ad, Meg did a great job with this mock-up because, one, it pops. I like our logo because that pops as well. And a subtle thing that she did extremely well, which I noticed this and thought it was by accident, and then I told her about it, and she's like, I told her about it like I found it. And then she's like, yeah, I did that on purpose. But it's this red flower down here. Like, out of this whole thing, two things pop out. The design, number one. It just does. Whenever I do these hand motions, it likes doing that. The design, number one, which is what we want, and then this flower down here because it's red. And what's the flower right next to? The Shop Now button, which is the call to action. So your eye goes here, then it goes there, and then your eye is right next to the Shop Now button. So I have a feeling we're going to have really good click-through rates. This mock-up looks great. Be sure to rewatch her tutorial on how she set it up so yours looks this good. But there's our basic ad. And again, this ad copy is something that we've tested and proven. Like I've split tested it a lot, so you can. Now, not everybody should copy it because then we're gonna all be looking like duplicates of each other, but you get the point. So now what we're gonna do is here. I'll just label this as slideshow ad. And I should explain what I did. But so I'm not publishing it yet because I'm about to make another ad. And the way to do that is you can either click that and hit duplicate, or you can do quick duplicate, or you can hit duplicate here. And choosing original campaign, yes. And I'm only making, or actually let's do 2 additional. So we're gonna make two more. So the second one is going to be our slideshow. And this third one is going to be our carousel. So since we just duplicated it, it left everything exactly the same, which makes it really easy. But now we're going to make a slideshow video where it's going to cycle through each of our products. So I'm going to click turn into video. And then add one. Oh, I have to upload the other ones. And just to reiterate, again, I'm just doing this with the same exact design because it's all that we have finished right now. Just for the sake of this tutorial. For yours, you should be using up to 10 of your favorite or best looking products. Don't just use the exact same design. So they give you a swipe option, which this is a different. I've never actually tried that. That'd be interesting. Frame an image. I haven't tried any of these actually. New open hours. They still have some features in Facebook that are back from COVID, like show off that you're sanitized and stuff like that. But anyway, so we're gonna choose the slideshow. Scene transitions. So right now it just swaps. It just jumps from one to the next, which looks cool because it's the exact same mock-up, and then it's just the t-shirt changing and the design is staying the same in this case. In yours, it looks really cool when you have multiple designs finished because it will transition between them. But we're going to do the fade effect. which in my opinion looks even cooler. And we're just going to do 1 second per scene. And I've tested this. It seems really fast, like just doing a second per scene. But 1 second performs better than 2 seconds. Even though I was getting people commenting on our ad saying, this is going way too quick, something about it that made that convert better. So always just go with 1 second is what I've found. Obviously, run your own test if you want to, but 1 second performs better. My theory on it is that maybe it's like makes people go back and watch it a second time, something like that. But I don't know. For whatever reason, it performs well. And it also gets people commenting. And when they comment, Facebook loves that. All right, so now it's turning our images into slideshow video. Takes anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, according to Facebook. Sometimes it takes longer and sometimes it fails entirely. If that happens, just refresh your browser, publish what you already have, and then come back and make it again. But all right, while that's happening, why is it doing this? It shouldn't be taking up both ads. I'm switching to a different ad. You can just ignore all these pop-ups and stuff that Facebook is constantly throwing at you. Prime example of it taking longer than 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Ugh. Another alternative, if this doesn't work for you for some reason, is we can easily make this kind of video in Canva. I just like showing it in Facebook because it makes it super easy when it works. And it's attainable by anybody. It's something that kind of shocks a lot of people is they ask like what we do for because we've run so many ads, like what do you do for your ad creative? And I'm like, honestly, since we're such a low ticket product and our products are designed to be catching and like scroll stopping, just like the nature of design creation for t-shirts is like that, a really good product also makes a really good ad creative. And on top of that, Facebook gives us all these different types of like ad styles, like slideshows, carousels, the swipe thing, like some that I haven't even tried before, that you can do right in here. So you're able to take like 10 pictures of just different products and turn it into like, I don't know, 75 to 100 different like ad creatives. Like if you think of all the different combinations, the ones we end up using the most are slideshow, carousel, static image, and dynamic product catalog. All right, I'm stalling as long as I can, and it's still not. I'm going to give it a refresh. Let's see if that messes it up. Yep, it did. All right, so let's try this one more time. So instead of just doing turn into a video, I'm just going to do remove. I'm going to do add video. Okay, that doesn't work. There we go. So it found the video from before. Just going to do original, done. There we go. All right, so now we can see the ad. See how cool that is and how much it pops out? It's such a basic ad, but it looks great. Like the combination of the logo brings a nice little pop of color, the flower and the emoji's down here, then the red flower, then obviously the design looks great. Like, I know I made it, but I would click on this ad. And it was so simple to make. Like you saw, like, I know it feels more complicated if you're new to using the ads manager, but trust me, like once you get the hang of just where to click and that sort of thing, it becomes pretty easy. All right, last ad that we're going to be making in our ad library right now is our carousel. Carousel, and the reason we're doing this is just to give, again, more variety. So we're going to use Try the lion this time. And then I'm going to add card. You can add cards from previous ads to make it even easier if you've made slideshow ads before. I'm just going to add a bunch. There we go. So I made all the cards. And now you can change the headlines of each of these. I'm just going to use the same headline for each. But you can also like make it a different value prop for each one. Like you could say on one headline, 30-day money back guarantee. On a second headline, like the number of shirts you've sold, like number of customer reviews, that sort of thing. But there you go. So we just added cards for each. Now this is what it'll look like on Instagram. People will be able to swap through or just click through your products like that. A little bit more interactive. It's cool. Some people like that more than just the plain image ads, and they'll like it more than the slideshow video. And it's also just so that when people are getting hit with your ads, they don't feel like they're just seeing the same thing over and over again. Like if you think of a really good brand, who has really good marketing, they have a really diverse ad catalog. Like you're not just seeing the same thing repeatedly. Okay, so all these look good. Now we're gonna hit publish. Let's see if it gives us any errors. So it's going to go into processing. And what I want to see, what I was talking about before, is if the ad ID is going to be good or not, because we left on those enhancements. And the way that the ad ID works is that if you have an ad that is static, meaning it doesn't change, like you haven't selected any of the dynamic elements like the info labels or the different enhancements that it's able to do, then one error, not bad. Missing image, okay, that's fine. Anyway, if you put like a lot of the enhancements or like it's a dynamic ad, then there won't be a page post ID that we're able to grab, because it's changing for like every placement. Literally for every user could possibly be seeing a different ad, so they don't let you build up engagement on those because it would be kind of like a false social proof. All right, so this first one is in review, so let's go to preview, share, Facebook post with comments. And yeah, I think this one's good. So here's our ad. This is what it looks like on just desktop. On mobile, it looks a lot better because it's condensed. But up here in the URL is, this here is the post ID. So everything from PFID all the way to this ampersand at the end. That's and ID equals, that's something different. We just want to copy this entire piece. So I highlight it, select Command C, and now just to show you how this works, if I were to duplicate and then say use an existing post. So see how it's empty right now? If I just enter post ID and enter that, it's going to find that ad. See that? It's pretty cool. So now I just did this right next to it in the ad library campaign. I wouldn't actually do that, but now we have our ads, 3 ads, nice and organized in our ad library. And what I'm going to do is I paste the post ID and review and publish it, and it updates it to what the actual ID was. So I'm not sure why they don't just give you that number. They used to do that, but now this ID we can post anywhere, like in any ad campaign, and it'll found it. I'm just going to discard this. So there we go. So now we have our ads set up in our ad library. If you're doing this, following along, you should build at least 20 to 30 ads just using the same exact ad copy, same everything, mostly static image ads, and one, just to get some repetitions under your belt to get experience with it, but also so we have more ammunition for when we go to put them into our testing campaigns, which that's what we're going to do next. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be seeing how we can quickly add a bunch of new ads to the ad library without taking up an hour plus of our time. And I wasn't originally planning on doing this video, but after I filmed yesterday, I told Meg how I did all the ad examples just using the same design in different colors. She was like, "Why the heck did you do that? I gave you a bunch of ads." And I'm like, "Well, that's just because I'm an idiot." So good news is now we get a bonus video. So all that we're going to be doing is making a bunch of static image ads. We're not going to mess around with slideshows or anything. I'm actually going to rename these because the ones I'm adding are already numbered. There we go. Cool. So we have these ads here that we keep nice and organized, or she keeps nice and organized in Google Drive. And I just download each of them. They're all just numbered 1 through 14. Keep things nice and easy. And now the way that we're gonna do this quickly, rather than how we had to set up each one individually, is just remember the duplicate button. I'm gonna do them in 2 batches. I'll do 7 and 7. So like I said, to try and avoid getting banned, don't want to just bulk create a ton. There's no exact number to it, but whatever you're feeling type of thing. If you're feeling risky, then go for it. But all right, so I created the 7 duplicates. The first thing I'm going to do in bulk is rename them. So name, and just going to delete that part, and then I'll just delete all of it. Add 2. Add 8. Cool. All right. And now click edit. Let's see if this works. Edit each ad. Yes. Nice. All right. Upload. Desktop. SC ads. I'm doing. I'll upload all of them, but. And the way I did that, the way I selected all the designs, if you didn't catch that, it's just you click one and then you shift click. It doesn't work in Facebook, but on your desktop, you just click and then shift click, and it selects all of them in between. All right, so now we have the ads over here on the left. I'll just choose what image I want for each. That's why it's easy. If you name them, you number them, and you number the files, it keeps it organized. So where's 3? I don't want this 3. There we go. 4. 5. You would think it would just go in order. 6. Nope. There we go. 7. Nice. And 8. Cool. And that's pretty much it. See, so it just swapped out each of the images. I should have just done all of them at once, but now I'm just going to hit publish, and then once it goes into review, I'm going to go grab each of the page posts. Publishing. Okay, so they finished publishing. They're in processing now. I think we had an error from one of the retargeting ads we did. Which, depending on when you're watching, where you are in the course, you may or may not have set those up yet. Kind of jumping around a little bit. All right, so while that's happening, I'm going to go repeat the same process. And to quickly select and deselect, you can just use that up there. But so duplicate, I'm going to do another 7. And I'm just choosing original campaign because I want it to go in the ad library. Show existing reactions, comments, and shares. This won't actually do anything because I'm changing the ad. But the reason they put this is if I was like going to duplicate this ad to a different campaign, I would definitely want it to keep the engagement. Cool. So we're going to rename them again. Just by doing this. And so 8. Save the draft. Then we're going to do the exact same thing. Scroll down here to edit each ad. Add 8. I just did that one. Oh, I already did. I did 8 twice. Whoops. Oh well. You can say that was a planned lesson in not taking your ad account too seriously. I think this one's going to do well. And 14. There we go. Continue. Let's see if these are... So I don't want to hit publish yet because I want to make sure that these get out of review, which are still in processing. And I'm doing that. Wow, that was fast. So it jumped right to campaign off, which means that they got approved. That's great. I'm still going to wait a minute just to be safe. And because I have to do this stuff anyway. And this stuff being getting the page post. So we get the page post so that we can easily copy ads between campaigns. And that's this up here in the URL. This one, draft, preview. And I know this is a repetitive process, but I want to show all of it because, one, this course is already extremely long, so why not? But also to give an idea of like the kind of cadence you can expect. Like whenever I was like going through courses and stuff, I always got confused when somebody would just explain something and then they would move on to the next topic. And then when I sit down to do that thing, it would take me like 10 hours. I'm like, they explained this in 5 minutes, but it's taking me 10 hours. Like, am I doing something wrong? I felt like if they had showed like what the process actually looks like, then maybe I would have, understood it better. That's why I'm showing. Like, this process does take time, setting up the ad library and like building out all your ads, and that's to be expected. And not everybody who runs ads like will take the time to number them and grab the page post ID beforehand. Like, I certainly didn't used to, but just doing this kind of stuff up front keeps it organized and makes my life easy, so I like it. Preview, share, Facebook post with comments. Nice. And then when we publish, each of these are going to become like just plain numbers. make sure everything's... The only thing that's still in review is this. Let's see what this is. Why is this in review? Preview. Forget something, we saved your cart. Not sure why that's stuck in review. That should be... They both use the same ad copy. Facebook used to be sensitive about like addressing people directly in ads, like saying you. I don't know if that's going on, but anyway, for now, I'm gonna hold off on publishing more. It's not a good idea to publish anything while you have something in review. But anyways, there we go. So we just created a bunch of ads in the ad library. Next thing I'm gonna do once these get approved, I'm going to copy them over to the PPE campaign. And the way you do that for Refresher is just pretty simple. You just select the ads that you want. So I'll do, I forget what I said before, but anywhere like up to 10, I think is a fine number for like a $5-10 a day budget. So we're really just trying to find the few standout ads. But I would just select the ones that I want, duplicate existing campaign, choose our testing PPE campaign, and then I'm going to create a new ad set. Ad set 2. Duplicate. I'm not going to do it right now, but that's basically what I would do, and I would set it for a $5 to $10 a day budget, and then I would let it run for, I don't know, like a couple of days. And then I would take whatever the winners are, whichever ones are getting the most likes, comments, and shares, assuming that there is a winner, and I would graduate it to our conversion campaign. So anyways, there you have it. That's how to bulk add a bunch of designs or ads to your ad library. Nice. On to the next one. In this lesson, we're going to be taking ads that we created in our ad library and graduating them, quote unquote, graduating them, putting them in the game and testing them out in a PPE, a optimized campaign, which is PPE stands for page post engagement. And if you watch the previous lessons, you know that we're using this for our testing rather than conversion optimization, because conversion optimization is just a lot more expensive. And PPE is a lot more cost-effective way to not get purchases. That's not our goal right out of the gate. Our goal is to just test our different creative and see which ads are the top performers. Which one should we actually graduate? This is back to the baseball analogy. This is like our bullpen of new ads that we're trying to test out with as low budgets as possible. And so we have our PP warm-up campaign that is just for warming up our account that I'm just going to leave. I'm going to let that continue running. But the campaign we're actually going to be using is our testing 0_testing PPE. Just going to make sure that this is optimized. Yep, it's optimized for engagement. Cool. And now what I'm going to do is go to our ad library, and since I recorded the last video, these two have gotten approved, so I'm going to grab their page post ID. I just am clicking it, going preview, share, Facebook post with comments. And this one's a video, so they have slightly different IDs. Let's see if this is the right one. Yeah, we'll find out in a second. But so the way that we're actually, let's just publish them and find out. Cool. Looks like we're good. So now what we're going to do is just go like this, duplicate, Or actually, I'm going to wait for this to finish processing. It shouldn't really take that long because all that it's doing is updating the name. There we go. Duplicate. And we're not going to do the original campaign because that would be the ad library, but we are going to do an existing campaign. Just backspace this and do testing PPE, existing ad set. If we go look at the campaign, first I'm going to double check the settings at the ad set level. Yeah, and it's a good thing I did. What is this? Get people to engage with your brand. Oh, yeah. Nope. Not doing this. All right. We're going to do a do-over. Discard that. I don't know what that objective was, but that's why we always check as we go through each step. All right. So I'm back in the ad library. Duplicate our ads that I want to test. Doing an existing campaign. Do testing, not an existing ad set. Edit. Okay, conversion goal. On your ad. Video views, post engagements. Yeah. There we go. Is that so hard? And now, rather than just leave it at the copied ad, what's the error? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to grab the page post ID and paste it. So there we go. Then just to keep things organized, I'm going to delete the word copy at the end. Then I'm going to go over to the slideshow, add, and do the exact same thing. There we go. And last but not least, oh, interesting. Can't do carousel ad place or ad types for page post engagement anymore. I wonder why that is. All right, well, I'm just going to delete that one. So we have two ads that we're testing in this example. What you should actually have is have made 20 to 30 ads in your ad library using your best images of your best looking products with pretty much the same ad copy, assuming that you're using ad copy from one of the templates we gave you and you're not just coming up with your own stuff, or you're looking at your competition and doing something similar to what they have. But once you have that, you're going to do the process that we just did with the 3 ads, well now 2. You're going to do that process, but you're going to you're going to split them up into different ad sets. Because like we were talking about with the budgets, a $5 budget, like tiny, but this is enough for PPE to test, I don't know, I would say like up to like 10 ads maybe, if you're letting it run for like a week. People always look for like magic numbers of like, how much do I need to spend before I for testing? Like, I don't know. It depends on your situation. For me, I'm fine doing like $10 daily budget on 5 ads. But to be like the most conservative I would go is 10 ads in a PPE testing ad set and a $5 budget. But you're going to be testing like 20 to 30 ads. So you're going to just duplicate each of these. Or you would just grab the 10 that you want. Remember how I said that Facebook does this weird thing that when something is in draft, it shows it in every campaign? Super annoying. But so say that these were my first 10 ads. I'll copy them to a new ad set in the testing campaign like we just did. And then just rinse and repeat that process for the next 10 ads. Same exact settings on everything. We're literally just splitting up the allocation of budget so that each one of our products is getting enough spend. Because if we put all 30 into one ad set, one testing ad set, then and it was a tiny budget, it wouldn't really, they wouldn't get enough spend. And even if you did a bigger budget and 30 ads, that's like way too much for Facebook to be like, because it's swapping through. And I think Facebook's recommendation is like 8 to 10 max per ad set. And then that's just for testing. Once we get to launching our first conversion ads, those campaigns we're going to do even less. We do like 3 to 4 ads per ad set. So there you have it. Now I'm going to publish this. So review and publishing, and now these are going to go into review. Again, I would hold off on making any other changes until they've all gotten out of review. Yeah, they're just processing right now. And I normally do them in batches. Like if I was doing 30 ads, I wouldn't do all of them all at once. I would wait until the first 10 have been approved, then do the next 10, and so on. So there you have it. There's how we graduate our new ads from the ad library to our testing campaign. Now we're going to be setting up our very first conversion campaign. And the time to do this would be after you've run your testing PPE campaign for at least a couple of days, probably about $50 in spend. And you found out of the 30-ish ads you launched, you found at least a couple of winners, a couple of ads that are getting dozens of likes, comments, and shares. So the goal at this point is to have at least 3 potentially winning ads that we're able to use in our conversion campaign. And the structure for setting up this campaign is very straightforward. Since, like I've mentioned several times before, nowadays we don't need to do a whole lot of like audience selection and putting a lot of effort into the setup or like the placements. Facebook is pretty much handling all of that for us. And again, we're just using our static image ads, our video slideshow, and our carousel just as our demo for right now. But in your own ad account, you'll have, out of all the ads you've tested, hopefully a few different ones standing out. So to do this, we're going to click create a new campaign. We're going to do sales, and we're going to do manual sales campaign. I'm going to name this _1_cold US. Now we're not using a product catalog for this campaign. We're just going to be using our static image ads. We are going to turn on the Advantage campaign budget, and we're going to start off super low, $25. Right, next, we go to our ad set. So name it ad set 1. You can set up templates, and basically the naming convention is just for you. You just want to do something that makes sense for you. And we haven't set up our shop account yet, so I'm just going to do website for now. And maximum number of conversions and purchase. None of these. Let it do Advantage Plus, at least for this ad set. And Now what we're going to do is, because we've already made our ads in the ad library and tested them out, I'm just going to go and grab their page post IDs. Or even better yet, I'll just duplicate them this way. Duplicate, yep. And now, similar to when we were graduating our ad from the ad library to testing, we want to just double check that the right post ID has been entered. And I have the one other ad that Meta decided to not let you use PPE for anymore, and that's the carousel. So go back to our ad set, edit, use existing post, enter post ID. There we go. I just want to grab the name of this ad. Cool. So now within our ad set, we have 3 different ads. We have the static image, slideshow, and carousel. And this is not an exact science. Like, you don't have to have like 3 different ad types. I've had great campaigns where it's all static images, and I've had great campaigns where it's all just slideshow videos. It totally depends. People always ask, like, how many ads should I have per ad set? What should the ads be? Like, general rule of thumb, like 3 to 4 ads per ad set in your conversion campaign. Great. What should the ads be? We talked about all the different ad types. The real answer, the right answer, is put them all in testing campaigns and see what gets the most engagement, and then graduate those to your main campaigns. Now within this campaign, so it's a CBO, so campaign budget, which that just means it's right there. If you haven't watched the section, like the ad account walkthrough, highly recommend doing that. I explain the difference between CBO, ABO, manual bid, automatic bid. Actually, I don't know if I mentioned manual bid or automatic bid, so I'll do that right now. We're just doing auto bid for everything, but that's basically where, let's see if I can find it. I think I might have to change it at the, yeah, here it is, campaign bid strategy. So I can switch it to bid cap. We're not going to do this right now, but so we're able to, the way that Facebook ads operates is essentially a marketplace. Picture every advertiser sitting in a room, like a big auction, and Facebook holds up an ad slot. It's like, you have this one spot that we can show to Susie from California who's 45 and likes yoga. Who wants that ad spot? And every advertiser in the room who's wants to advertise to Susie will raise their hand and say, I want it. And it'll bid back and forth until it hits like the peak. And that's what auto bid is doing, essentially, which works 90% of the time. I'm just explaining the differences. Manual bid or bid cap would be if we're an advertiser in that room and we have a number in our head that we're willing to go up to, but then we won't surpass that. Like, if we're willing to pay like up to $15 to show an ad to Susie, it wouldn't be just one person, but that's just an example. We can manually set that number, and what that means is there's a chance that our ads won't deliver at all, because if, say, we're only willing to spend $1, then obviously we're never going to win that auction, like unless everybody in the room like clears out for some reason, then we would win it and we would get a ton of really cheap purchases. But that's like a fringe scenario. But we'll talk more about manual bids and bid caps in the scaling section. But just for now, highest volume. Then at our ad set level, this is where we can choose our targeting, which I've said repeatedly, we just do open targeting for the most part. I'll just show you. And sometimes I will still do this. I'll do like 5 to 6 ad sets per campaign. And a quick way to rename them is if you select the ones you want to rename, do name, and you can go like this. I just want to do 3, 4, 5, 6. Save the draft. Great. So this one's open targeting. So I'll leave it as that. I'll do this one as open as well. You might say if they're both open, they're both exactly the same, why would you do multiple ad sets? And that's a great question. It really just comes down to like stuff that happens behind the scenes with the algorithm, like that. It's too complicated for us mere humans to even understand, but basically each ad set gets dropped into a pocket of an audience or a pocket of people, and it generally stays within that same pocket over time. So if there's, I don't know, 5 billion people on Facebook, your ad set, even if it is open targeting, it's never going to reach out to the entire group. It's going to get dropped into a very small circle, and then Facebook's going to optimize within that group. So by having multiple ad sets, we'll have it be in different locations. Long story short, it's what I do. Who knows if the algorithm actually works like that, but that's how I've had smart humans who spend a lot more money on ads than me explain it. So I'm going to do this one as open targeting as well. Then this one, I'll try an interest. I'll try like flowers. And the way we do that is by going to audience, switch to original. They really don't want you switching to original nowadays. Okay, so we're targeting 18 to 65 plus. Now I'm going to add in this interest. So watch the audience size. It's going to go from 250 million down to 830 million or 83 million. And even though the size of the audience, you can see there's 874 million. Remember, we're only targeting the United States. So out of that 874 million, 10% of those people roughly are in the US, apparently. So cool. That's flowers interest. As you can see, it's not rocket science. I'm just, what else can make sense? I'll try one more like this. Spring. Pretty broad. Spring. And I lied. I'm going to try one more interest. I'm going to do spring, then engage shoppers, narrowing. So switch to original audiences. Original. And I'm just picking interests that I think pertain to what my audience might be in. If I was selling coffee t-shirts, I would just type in coffee. When I was doing yoga stay, I was just typing in yoga. I was typing Bikram yoga, different types of yoga, that sort of thing. Again, you don't really have to do that much of that anymore. I'm just showing you how this process works. But remember, back to our pie chart, the percent that this actually makes up is relatively nominal. So I'm going to type spring. So people who like that, and then I can define it further. So see how big the audience is now? It's 25 million. If I define further and say, I want to target people who are in the US between 18 to 65 years of age who like this season of spring and are in the engaged shoppers audience. So see how it just went from 25 million down to 13 million. So these are people that have clicked the shop now button within the past week on a different ad, which is a good audience of people. It's exactly who we'd like to show to. It's just that they're typically a little bit more expensive on the CPM side. So now it's 13 million. So we'll try that one out. And last, I would do like a lookalike audience but we haven't driven any traffic yet. But a lookalike audience is just when you say to Facebook, essentially like, hey, here's here's 1,000 of our buyers, for an example. Can you find us more people just like them? And Facebook uses their machine learning algorithms to study every single data point that they have on those 1,000 people, everything from like what pages they follow to like who their friends are, what their friends like, what are their social circles. It's like deep learning stuff that it comes to conclusions beyond like what a human is capable of understanding. In theory, that like it should be super effective. But then they get all those data points, and then they look at their full catalog or database of every other user on Facebook that meets your other criterias, like within the US 18 to 65 plus, and it finds people that are similar to them. So in theory, again, it's like you give them 1,000 buyers and then they'll find 2.1 million more people that are very similar to your existing buyers. And obviously the more buyers, and buyers are just one audience you can make. You can make like people who abandoned cart, people who visited your website, initiate checkout, basically any way you could think to segment people, you can do it. But the more data, the more examples of buyers you give it, the more accurate your lookalike audiences will be. But that's it for now. So these are all like ad sets with, so just to recap the campaign. So we have a CBO, US targeting, conversion optimized for purchases, not using our catalog. We have 6 ad sets, and we have the same 3 ads within every ad set. And out of our ad sets, we have 3 open targeting. We talked about lookalike audiences, that you can throw those in there, and then we tossed in some interest. Again, don't fret over the interests or your audience targeting too much. 99% of the win is going to come from just having really good products. And this is, if you can understand this campaign structure, that's basically all that we're doing. Like, this campaign structure does not change a whole lot, whether if you're running like $100 million company or if you're running like 100K a month print on demand company. It's relatively the same. It really just comes down to the types of products you have. And then to give you a further example, so say we launch this and then over time, one of the ads, like say ad 1 in each of the ad set is the clear winner. And the way it'll shake out is, I would say 2 or 3 of the ad sets will get the vast majority of the spend, and the other 2 or 3 will end up getting nothing. In the beginning, it splits it up pretty evenly, but then over the first like week even, it quickly will hone in on what the top ad sets are, because we're a CBO, so we gave Facebook the option to do that. But then it also does the same thing at the ad level. So it'll decide like, hey, ad 1 is the best, and most of the spend will go to that. But the reason that we're giving it static image, slideshow, and carousel is that different viewers or different users on Facebook interact with different ads. So there's some types of people that, again, back to the brick and mortar example, there's some types of people who like to consume content by just looking at pictures. There's some people who really like to read like articles. There's some people who only watch videos. So we have to give Facebook the ability to market to each of those people. We didn't really do the article one, but that's just throwing out other examples. So that's why it's important to give it a wide variety of ad types, but even more importantly, the products that are being shown in the ads, because there's some people who are really into humor and like typography designs, but then those people, there's a good portion of them that would never buy like this lion design, for example, but there's still something we could offer them. Like there's lots of spring joke designs out there that if I never tested that in an ad, then I would never find that, I would never be able to reach that person. So we try to diversify within the ad sets and within the account overall, not just the types of ad creative like slideshow, video, whatever, carousel. We really try to diversify the products that are being advertised. That's like the even more important overarching dial mover. But then back to the example, say we run it for a little bit, we see that ad 1 in each of the ad sets is really carrying all the weight, and ads 2 and 3 aren't really doing much at all. As long as the campaign overall is doing decently well, I leave it running. And if you want to see the day-by-day case study of me actually launching and running the store and running the ads, join WeScale University, where I'm uploading every single day this exact process, like thinking through the ads, watching the results, showing how I read the numbers, like optimizing basically this entire process. That's all in WeScale University for the members in there. Anyway, so once we have an ad that performs well, if the campaign's doing well, I just leave everything exactly the same. But then like even the ones that aren't getting much spend, I'll just leave it because I don't want to touch the campaign. But then over time, if the campaign performance starts to drop, that's when I'll go to my bullpen, to my testing campaign, and see, all right, since I'm a good little media buyer, I've been launching lots of ads and testing them in the background. And here's two or three new ads that won out of the additional 20 that I've launched. So then I just go into the campaign, grab the page post for that campaign, and then I go back to, or for the ad, then I go back to my conversion campaign and say it was ad 2 that's been doing nothing. I would just select each of them like this, hit edit, use existing posts, and I would enter the post ID for the new ad. Obviously this is just an example, so it just so happens that I grab the same post ID, but you would have a new post ID for your new ad, and you paste it, and then you publish it. And then just like that, it'll get the conversion campaign right back on track because we had something that was already ready to go to graduate. So there you have it. There's how to set up your first conversion campaign using CBO. CBO, 4 to 6 ad sets, throw in some interest. Doesn't make a huge difference. The most important thing is that you have good ads that have been tested, a big product catalog, and you're letting your campaigns run so that they get out of this learning phase, which I touch on that very briefly. The learning phase is the phase that happens after your ads have launched for the first time, and Facebook is basically saying, like, we're not sure who to be showing these ads to yet. And the way you get out of the learning phase is by getting to 50 conversions per ad set, which sounds like a lot, and it can be, but that's the tipping point where Facebook has enough data, kind of like the lookalike audiences. Facebook has enough data to know who your buyers are, and you'll just see performance steadily increase after that. In the beginning, performance kind of goes like this. Like some days it'll be high, some days it'll be low, some days it'll be really low, but overall it's finding the average, and so you just have to wait that out. But we're going to talk more about that in the testing lesson coming up soon. So that's it for how to launch your first conversion campaign. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up our first dynamic product catalog campaign, which a dynamic product catalog campaign differs from the ads we've been setting up in the ad library and the testing campaign, because this is a really simple campaign to set up where Facebook will automatically cycle through all of our products available on our Shopify store and optimize our ad for each individual person, which is great because it allows us to easily, quickly test massive product catalog without uploading every single ad individually. So the way that we set this up is first by clicking create, clicking the sales objective. We're gonna do manual sales campaign like always. Do 1_ cold US DPA. So DPA stands for dynamic product ads, otherwise known as catalog ads. It's all the same stuff. So auction type, or buying type, auction, sales objective. Now here, normally we were turning this off, we're gonna leave it on. And this is the product catalog that we synced from our Shopify store. We're gonna be using Advantage campaign budget for this one too. I'll do another low budget, $25. Now it's important that the performance goal at the ad set level, we make sure that this is set for purchases. One of the biggest mistakes I see is people optimizing for traffic and wondering why their conversion rate's so low. Like they're getting super cheap clicks. I'm in the range that you said, Chris, but I'm not getting any sales. 9 times out of 10, it's just because their conversion or optimization set up properly. Audience type, we want to find prospective customers. This is our cold traffic again. Advantage Plus, Placements and audience, leave that the same. Now at the ad level, so we went campaign level, that's where we chose the objective. At the ad set level, we reconfirm the objective, and you can change your audience and stuff there, but now we're at the ad level. So you can see here it's already started pulling in our different products. And so for these dynamic product campaigns, we can do different formats. We can do single image like we've already set up, but the difference here being that it would cycle through different products, or we can do carousel, or we can do collection. I've never really done collection. Carousel is the one that always performs really well. Then for the ad creative, we can do multiple products. And for creative options, we wanted to do a slideshow where it basically just makes a bunch of those videos on every card. So that's kind of cool. This one kind of glitches pretty frequently, but I just do single image. So it's going to show a different product image on each card. Then for our primary text, I'm just going to grab whatever ad copy I had. This is not an ad copy lesson. This is just a campaign setup lesson. So there, now we have the same ad copy, shop now, call to action button, our website URL, collections.co/collections/spring at https seasonalcollections.co. Cool, I think that's right. Yep. Deep links, don't worry about those. That's just don't worry about the deep links. Turn on tracking. You should have your pixels showing up there. And my favorite description to put in for these links, which doesn't really work on this store because we haven't gotten any sales, but I put the number of reviews, or like the star review that we like, our average customer feedback. It just looks nice having like the stars across the bottom. I think that might cut it off. That's it, out of 5. Yeah, you can do that. You can do the made with love or designed with love in the US. You can do printed and shipped in the USA. Or if you're an international company, you can do something different, like 30-day money back guarantee, small business owner, something like that. But there you have it. Not a whole lot to it. Don't need to overcomplicate things. But now we have our dynamic product catalog campaign set up. And I don't normally do more than just one ad set for this. I'll just leave it open targeting, and because it's going to be able to cycle through so much on the ad level, just doing open targeting for the ad set and for the ad set audience and for the placement works fine. So Advantage Plus everything, give it access to your full product catalog, give it some half decent ad copy, and then it really just comes down to having a great product catalog and an optimized website. So there, and then I would just hit review and publish. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm still waiting on, and the reason that ours, like this one doesn't look great because it's just on a white background. But right now, VA on our team is uploading all of the mockups to the website. So once all the mockups are changed in Shopify, these images will automatically change as well. And they'll all look like how this one does here. Like this mockup that the lion is on, every image is, or every product is going to be on that same exact mockup. Yeah, there you have it. That's how to set up a dynamic product catalog campaign. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up our retargeting audiences. And these retargeting audiences are going to be used in our retargeting campaigns to get back in front of potential customers and basically trying to convince them to come back and purchase from us. And these are by far the most effective ads from a ROAS standpoint. They typically run at like a 3 to a 4x plus, and they're very easy to set up. And I mentioned earlier that if you have any kind of organic traffic already, I recommend setting these up first just because it's lowest hanging fruit. If you haven't started running ads yet, it's still worthwhile to put these in place now, even though they won't start delivering until your audiences populate. It's still a good exercise to set them up now so that when they are populated and you have enough traffic, they'll start delivering. And to do this, there's the really detailed Google Doc that you have. It's linked somewhere around this video. It shows a really in-depth breakdown, and starting with the audiences here. Now, these audiences, these breakdowns are pretty advanced and only really apply if you're driving a ton of traffic. Because like here, this is, for example, saying to break down your view content, people who have visited your website, into audiences, people who did it in the last 0 to 3 days, then another audience, people in the last like 4 to 7 days, 8 to 14. For the sake of this and for simplicity and getting the most bang for your buck, we're just going to be setting up bigger groups. So like our view content, we're going to do all as one audience. Website traffic, same thing. So just to give you a frame of reference of what we're going to be building, you don't need to be doing this right out of the gate. Once you hit like $1 million plus in revenue, that's when you need to start doing that. But anyway, so there's 2 different places that we're able to make these audiences. One is where, like, as you're setting up the campaign, they give you some options at the ad set level. Here, I can actually show you. Like here, if I said to retarget people, and then here it says people who viewed or added to cart but not purchased in the last 14 days, add to cart but not purchase, upsell products, cross-sell. So it gives you a bunch of different breakdowns. But that's kind of like doing it there is kind of like using the boost page post option that Facebook always gives you on your Facebook page. It's just, they give you like a fraction of the functionality, just trying to get you to use it at all. So the right way to set up our audiences is on the left-hand side here, where it just says audiences. And if it's a brand new account, it'll be completely empty like this. So we're going to click create a custom audience. And to give you an overview, the bunch of different sources that we can choose from, the only ones that we're really going to be using are website. So this one here, and then there's these meta sources here. So from your sources, these are things that we can give to Facebook, like from our website traffic, customer list. If you have an app, you can share that. But so just website applies to us. And then down here in the meta sources, we're going to be using the Facebook page and Instagram account. So these are going to be useful for our warm audiences. Remember, cold, warm, hot. Cold is people who've never heard of us before. Warm is people who saw and engaged with one of our ads or our page. And then hot are people that have visited our website but not purchased. And then the last group is existing customers, so people who actually purchased. I just noticed this. This is cool. Augmented reality. I've never used that, but that'd be interesting to test. So first one I'm going to set up is just a basic audience. I'm going to do all website visitors, and then I can choose the number of days that I want it to look back. I think the max, last time I checked, is 180. Yeah. So furthest back you can go is 180 days. But so it gives me all these different, basically every event from a pixel that has actually fired. So we haven't had any purchases yet. So we haven't even turned on ads. So that's not showing up here. But I'm just going to do website visitors. I don't even need to say days. So website visitors dash P180. You can name it however you want, whatever works for you. And there. So we see the audience we just made. We can see that it's also populating. So I can put it into a campaign, but I know that once it's finished populating, this is basically like processing. I know that once it's finished, it's not going to find enough traffic to actually fill that audience. I think the minimum size, if I'm not mistaken, is around 100 people, but it's not going to be perfect. So if you drive 1,000 people to your website visitor audience is not going to be 1,000. It'll be 400, 500 maybe, around there. But it's so just if it doesn't match up exactly, don't freak out. That's to be expected. All right, next I'm going to make add to cart. I'm just going to do 30 days. Create another custom audience, website. Next, initiate checkout. Next, website. View content, which view content is people that viewed a product on your website. All right, now I'm going to create I'll do a shorter time period. So I'm going to target these separately. So I'm going to do add to cart for past 7 days. The reason I'm doing this, the reason it's beneficial to break down your audiences into smaller groups is that somebody who just added a cart in the past 7 days, 3 days ago, is far more likely to actually buy than somebody who just added a cart 29 days ago. 29 days ago, they have like all but forgotten about who we are if we haven't done a good job at getting back in front of them. Do initiate checkout. Do P7. All right, now I'm going to make our warm audiences. So we made website visitors past 180 days. So that's a big audience of just everybody who's been to the site. Then we did add to cart 30 days, initiate checkout 30, view content, and then the 7-day version of each of those. Oh wait, I didn't do view content 7 days. Okay, now we're doing the warm audiences. So for warm audiences, we're going to be using Facebook and Instagram page. So everyone who engaged with your page, yes. Do Facebook. So I always make a big, large audience to just grab everybody like first, and then I'll make another more segmented group. So 365. Okay, so I did everyone who's engaged with the page. Now I'm going to do anyone who has engaged with a post or an ad specifically. The other reason it's good to make your big audiences is that those are the best audiences for creating lookalikes off of, because it's a much bigger sample size. Also going to do video. So video ads are great because, one, it's a format type that a lot of people like, but you also get these additional audience breakdowns that you can make, because you're able to target people based off of if they've watched 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 50%, 75%. The reason that's valuable is that somebody who watched a video ad but didn't click or something, if they watched 75% of a video, then that shows that they're at least somewhat interested in like what we were advertising. You just have to select the video. So if there's the times that I make these video audiences is if I have like a slideshow ad or a video ad that's really taking off and getting a lot of like impressions. that's a good time to create these custom audiences. So video 1, 75% view. So because it's video specific, you just have to label it and keep track of that. And once we set up our shopping ads, doing these shopping retargeting audiences are really, really good as well. Okay, so that's a good place to start. The other audiences that I'm going to create once we start driving traffic are obviously our purchase audiences and then our lookalikes. The lookalikes are different from these because lookalikes are finding new people, so that's for cold traffic. Some people call it warm because it's like based off of your customers, but it's completely new people. These are creating audiences of people that we already are aware of. Like these are actually warm and hot audiences, what I'm trying to say. And these will be relatively small, obviously, especially now because we haven't driven any traffic. But like your add to cart audience, if you're spending like, after you spend $1,000, you'll get maybe like spend $1,000, you might get 2,000 sessions around there. Out of that, you might get 200 people generously 200 people adding to cart. And then out of those 200 adding to cart, it might pick up 50% of that. So after $1,000 spent, you might only have like 50 people in your add to cart audience showing up. And then that's just in the past 7 days. So expect these audiences to be relatively small for a little while. But the nice thing is once you set them up, they're constantly populating. So like 3 months, 6 months, a year down the road, you never have to set these up again. They're constantly updating and new people are getting pulled into your funnel. So you start off with your cold traffic, which we talk about the most, and then those people are automatically getting retargeted with once they enter one of these audiences. So if I'm a new customer, I see your cold ad, I click to your website, that puts me in your view content audience. Then that puts me in your website traffic audience. Then if I click on a product, that puts me in your view content audience. Then if I add to cart, I get added to your add to cart audience, so on and so forth. And we're going to set up retargeting ads next for each of these. And that's where I was saying, like, you could, like, once you have a lot of traffic, you could really segment how you want to speak to me. Like you could say, you abandoned cart like a week ago, here's 15% off. And then you incrementally, the further away they get from the time that they were on your website, you can increase that. So like somebody who was just added to cart 2 days ago, you just remind them that their cart's empty. But then somebody who added cart 30 days ago, you give them, there's a great chance you're never going to see them again. So you start ratcheting up the discounts and the offers to try to get them to come back. So you can think of it as like you just get more and more generous the further away they get. But for our purposes, you don't have to go to that extreme. But I just think it's interesting to have a frame of reference of where you can go with retargeting ads. Yeah, so there you have it. That's how to set up your retargeting ads. Now we're going to be using our retargeting audiences that we just set up and putting them into our retargeting campaigns. Specifically, we're going to be setting up an abandoned cart campaign, which is for anybody who went to our website, added a product to cart, and then for whatever reason decided to leave. And when I say for whatever reason, it normally comes down to a couple of the same topics across any business. It's either social proof, price, urgency, scarcity, meaning not enough urgency, scarcity, or convincing them to buy, or the price is another big one. And yeah, so we're gonna retarget them with a pretty simple ad that's for people that have just recently abandoned cart in like the past 7 days. We're just gonna remind them, because that's another thing. Sometimes, especially driving like social media traffic, people are on their phones, they're in the grocery store, wherever, they're just not in a good place to be buying, like physically in a good place, not mentally. That's a whole different type of lesson. So we're just gonna put an ad in front of them at a super low budget that's just gonna remind them that they have products in their cart. So without further ado, let's jump into our ad account. So first thing we're gonna do is go up to here and click create new campaign, and we're gonna click sales objective. Manual setup as always, and we're gonna name this one hot retargeting. And the reason we're doing hot or 3_hot is because in a previous lesson we talked about our campaign structure or our account structure. We have 1_ is cold, 2_ is warm, 3 is hot. Categories, we don't have to do anything with that. We can leave the catalog on. I'm going to turn it off for now just so we can see it without, but we can cycle through different products if we want, but more on that in a second. So website objective, maximum number of conversions, we're going for purchases. We haven't gotten any traffic yet, so that's why we're getting that error message. All this can stay the same except our budget. Super low budgets. Overall, our retargeting between the warm and hot normally make up 5, maybe 10% of the overall spend. Just super low, but it runs at a high ROAS, so it pulls up the overall performance. All right, so the way I'm going to name this ad set is whatever the audience is. So add to cart past 7. And now to get to those retargeting audiences, remember how Facebook likes to shove Advantage Plus down our throat wherever they can. I'm going to switch to original, use original audience, and then we're going to, so we can either create a new audience or we can use a saved audience. Custom audience. So saved audience is like if I had a combination of interests that I liked using a lot, or if I made like a combination of an interest but excluded purchases or something. It's basically just to save time, but our custom audiences are the ones that we want to be looking at. And I'm going to go down to add to cart past 7. Now, like I mentioned when we were making the audiences, all of these are too small for us to actually do anything with. So we're going to set up the ads, but they're not going to deliver, which is totally fine. No spend will go into them. But then as soon as we do have enough traffic, these bad boys are going to start delivering. And for retargeting, this is really important to turn off. Reach people beyond your custom audience when it's likely to improve performance. So the ad that we're making, we're going to be saying this, which this is from the Google Doc that you have around this video somewhere. We're just going to be using this. Forgot something, we saved your cart for you. Complete your purchase now. So that would not make any sense for us to show that ad copy to anybody besides somebody who's already been to our cart or added to cart. So sometimes that can make sense, but it does not for retargeting ads. Okay, so we selected add to cart past 7. Now we go to, what should we name the ad? Cart reminder. I'm going to select the page. Cool. Selected the page. Just going to do single image and add media. Just going to pick my soon to be bestseller. Original. Done. Fine. And now for primary text, just going to do that. And you can do variations of this. This is a combo that's worked well for me in the past. And then, but just be sure to swap out this, your URL. So, and the way you can find your cart URL, you just go to your cart. And you just go to your cart. Come on. Go to cart. View cart. God, it should just be this. /cart. Yep, there we go. So it's your domain as the root URL /cart, and then anybody who clicks that link, it'll bring them directly to their cart. The reason we want to do this rather than send them to the collection page is we're retargeting people that have already added something. So we're just trying to simplify the process of them getting back to their cart and checking out. Similar to, or exactly the same as what our abandoned cart emails will be doing. And if they're using the same browser, it'll remember the person, it'll remember what was in their cart, and it'll be really easy for them to check out. Paste that. I don't love that it's broken up like that, but that's just one ad placement. You can see like on Instagram, it looks a lot better. And then for the headline, your cart is waiting. There you go. Then call to action, shop now. Okay, so pretty straightforward. So select the page, create ad, manual upload, single image, leave multi-advertiser, that's fine. Upload an image, use this ad copy or something similar, cart reminder. You can take out the emoji if that doesn't match your brand. Phrase it however you want, but our goal for this ad is just a simple, hey, here's your cart. No discount, no free shipping, no nothing. We'll do those in other ads. And then You can add something for the description, like 30-day money back guarantee. Actually, I'll just say guarantee. And there we go. So I would just hit publish. It wouldn't start delivering just yet, but it's at a super low budget. And when there are enough people who have abandoned cart, then it would start delivering to them. Another retargeting ad that we'll take a look at real quick is how we can do a cart reminder, but show them the specific product that they had in their cart. So we can do a catalog, product set. There we go. So catalog, select the catalog we want to show them. Primary text. Let's grab this again. There we go. And what's cool about the catalog ads, especially for retargeting, is it uses this dynamic field to update and show the name of the product. I think it's pretty cool. Sending them to the website. Yep. Website URL to the cart. Yeah, there you go. Now, an example of how I was saying we're going to talk to each group differently. So for people who abandoned cart up to 7 days ago, we're just going to say, hey, here's your cart. Come back and check out. For people that abandon cart greater than 7 days, lower likelihood of them actually purchasing. So we're going to do, actually easier way to do this. Pass 7 P30. There we go. All right, so we're going to do an audience or an ad for the people that abandoned between 8 and 30 days ago. So the way we do that is pretty simple. So we're going to use our 30-day add to cart audience there, and then we're going to add an exclude anybody who added to cart the past 7 days. We would also want to exclude anybody who's purchased or during that time, but we just don't have a purchase audience yet because they haven't gotten any, but you would also want to exclude them. And so now what this is going to do is it's going to show to anybody who added to cart in the past 30 days, but not to anybody who added in the past 7. And that result is past 8 to 30 days. And the reason that's important is we don't want people being shown both ads. Not a huge deal, but to keep our advertising nice and clean, this is the way to do it. Then for these ads, just going to do the one. No, I want this one. Cart reminder. So this is not going to be a cart reminder. This is going to be free shipping. This one always does really well. We just don't want to give it away like candy because obviously it costs us a lot more, and it also kind of devalues, it doesn't really, but it kind of devalues the brand if people see it as, you guys just give out discounts for anybody. Fun little hack is if there's a store that you want to buy from, just go look up their ads in the ad library, see what retargeting ads they're running. 9 times out of 10, they have some kind of discount that you can grab from there. And I don't like how this is cutting off, so let's see if I can get it to, there we go. Okay, not bad. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's new. I wonder what that's going to look like. It detected the free shipping code. One thing I have to check is make sure that we actually have that discount code set up. So we do that by going to, discount, create discount, free shipping, discount code, tabs, free ship, all countries, just United States for now. No minimum, all customers, sure. Save. Cool, now we have a discount code. Or you can also you could use this link as well, but the only problem with these links is that it takes you to the home page. It doesn't take you to the cart page, which is kind of annoying, but. So there we go. So now we have our free shipping offer. So if somebody doesn't take us up on the cart reminder, which is for the first 7 days, then they'll be hit with a free shipping offer, which is much higher likelihood to convert, obviously, because that's free money, and shipping costs is a reason that some people will abandon cart. And those are just 2 examples. So there's a lot of other ones like here. Let's do one last one. Duplicate. And this one is just going to be website visitors. So this is just going to be everybody. And our goal for this ad is just going to be like building trust. So we're going to do website visitors. So website, anybody who's been to the site in the past 180 days, we're going to show them build trust. We're going to show them this, which these bullet points I think I wrote these originally for Yoga Stay. So if you don't have tank tops and V-necks like we don't, I'm just going to delete that. It's that simple. All the stuff that we're learning in ads and the rest of this course is just stuff that's worked for me that can hopefully work for you, but do your own research, try your own stuff out. This is not an exact science by any means, just hopefully jump-starting your growth. Okay, so we're telling them, again, back to the main reasons that somebody wouldn't buy it. They ask the questions like, is the product quality? Can I trust this place? How long is it going to take? Have other people bought it? Who is this company? All those things are running through a customer's mind. So we're just telling them, yes, it's high quality, shipped from the United States, so you get it quickly. 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you don't like it, no worries. We're a US-based company, which that builds a lot of trust, knowing that we're not like some Chinese drop shipper. And obviously there's a million different bullets that you could hit on, like different deals you're running, number of customers you've sold to, number of products you've sold, if you have, any other product features, if you have a new product line. And these are tailored mostly towards like t-shirt pain points. If you're selling a higher price point product, like if I was selling like a cold plunge, for example, that's like $5,000 to $6,000, my retargeting sequences would be insane compared to what we're doing for t-shirts. T-shirts are impulse buys, extremely cheap. Like you don't need to like have 7, 10, 15 touch points before you get a purchase. For a $5,000 to $10,000 purchase, like cold plunges, for example, or like enterprise level software, that's where your retargeting has to ratchet up a lot, because there's a lot more reasons for somebody to not buy, and you have to allay all of those pain points before somebody trusts you enough. So big companies that are selling high priced products, they have to do much more advanced retargeting than what we're doing. We're fortunate insofar as we're just selling something pretty basic. It's easy for people to like get their head around making the decision. So that's why we're able to get away with pretty basic like retargeting like this. But anyway, I digress. I'm not going to do cart is waiting because this isn't an abandoned cart email. I'll just do stars. So if you have any purchases, you could do something like that. We unfortunately do not yet. So I'm just going to do, this hinting at the size of your product catalog is also a good angle. 100 plus. I don't love that, but you get the point. So you could add a headline option and like kind of split test it, but I don't normally do that for retargeting because they don't spend nearly as much. Okay, so that was the hot retargeting. Then I would do, so that's people that have been to the website, added to cart, view content, that kind of thing. I would then set up those same audiences or same types of campaigns for warm. So people that have just engaged with our page post, ads, been to our Facebook page, liked it, or viewed a video, I would put them in a separate audience. And so hopefully this has helped show you like step by step how to set up your own retargeting campaigns. You have a better understanding of why they're so effective, and it's just leaving money on the table by not setting these up. And I didn't for the longest time. So hopefully this video made you some quick, easy cash if you're already running ads. And thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. This lesson, I'm going to show you one of my favorite free tools when it comes to running Facebook ads. And this is a tool that saved me a ton of money and time and helped me get my ads from zero to profitable so much faster than before I started using it. And luckily it's brought to us by a pretty reliable source. It's Facebook, and it's called the Facebook Ad Library. And to get here, you just go to facebook.com/ads/library. And this library is pretty cool because it allows us to see every single ad that is currently running on Facebook's platform. This includes all of the competition, every business that's on the platform. If they're running ads, we can see them here. So when you navigate to that URL that I just mentioned, given the option to filter by country, I'm just going to look at the United States for now. You can do all. And then there's an ad category. A lot of people miss this. You have to make sure that it's set to all ads. Sometimes it defaults to like politics. because that was the original reason that they made this, was to be able to see like who's running political ads. If you remember a couple of years ago, Facebook got in trouble for like Russia meddling in the election. So they made this for more transparency, but we can use it to see how we make good ads. That's the goal. So what I'm going to do for just an example is go look at another print-on-demand apparel site, Busted Tees. So I search for, here's their page. You can look up their Facebook page, and here what I'm looking at is a list of all of the ads that they are currently running. So we can see all the ads that they're running here. We can see their ad copy. We can see their creative, see the headlines, the link descriptions, and then we can even click through and see what their landing page looks like that they're sending people to. And again, it's really important to note not just those variables, but always keep an eye on what are they actually selling? What's the price point? Why would people like this product? What's the niche? That kind of thing. But within the scope of ads specifically, the things that I like to look at are, first of all, how many of these ads are currently running. Like here it says 2 ads using this creative and text. If a creative and ad copy is being used on like 5, 10, 15 ads, then that's a really good sign that it's a winning combination. There's something that I can look at there. And I can see that they're also using carousel ads. But then the most important thing to be looking at is how long has the ad been running. So these honestly aren't that good of examples. I wouldn't really take a whole lot from this if I was looking at it for my store, because it's only started running on April 2nd, which is less than a week ago. So if there are ads that says that it's being used in a bunch of different placement, like 5 or 10 different ads are using that creative and copy, that's a good sign. And then second good sign is if it's been running for a month or longer. If it's been running for a month or longer, you know that that advertiser would not continue running that ad for such a long period of time if it wasn't making money. Unless they're like a giant brand like Coca-Cola or something where they just have money to blow, then that's a different story. But if it's a print-on-demand brand like one of these, then it's a pretty good bet that it's a profitable ad. All right, here's a good one. So tpublic.com, another one of the big brands that was on the Miro board. You can see the ads that they're running. It was just plain background, simple offer, ad copy that's not that great, honestly. And something else you have to keep in mind is that some companies, they're especially bigger companies, they're very comfortable running their ads at a loss. So take what you find in here with somewhat of a grain of salt, unless you see it across multiple brands. Because, I'd be willing to bet like this ad, no way this is doing anything for them. Like unless if the design is really good, which that is somewhat creative, but like no emojis, doesn't grab you, like their logo's even black and white. Then down here, like it's a white image, no emoji down here, like nothing really jumps out and makes you want to stop scrolling. So I have a hard time believing that ad is doing that well for them. Whereas something like this, it's got emojis, bullet points, at least there's something there. These ads aren't too amazing. But if I was you and I was just getting started with advertising and getting used to it, trying to brainstorm some ideas, I would look at start with the Miro board. We already captured ads from 10 different companies on there for you, but I would just spend time in the ad library and see what big brands are doing, small brands, just look all over and get some ideas for yourself. But like I've mentioned, a great starting point is, for your ad creative at least, is just using your mock-up images, assuming that they look really good, and using it in videos, slideshows, carousels, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, there you have it. This is the Facebook ad library. Use it when you need some inspiration. Well, that's it for this lesson. I'll talk to you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be exploring different ways and strategies that we can help protect our accounts from getting banned on Facebook. And take it from me, I've been personally banned more times than I can count because I've been advertising for so long on Facebook. And trust me, I know how frustrating it can be. There's nothing worse than having positive momentum and ads are going well, and then you see that horrible red bar across the ad account that says this account has been banned and can no longer advertise. It's extremely frustrating, and their customer support is not always the most accommodating, to say the very least. So that's why in this lesson, I'm going to be sharing some of the ways that I've learned over the past couple of years that have helped me not get banned. At least not in the past, a year or so. We haven't gotten any bans. It used to be really bad. It's gotten a lot better, but anyway. So first thing to understand is the different types of bans on Facebook. So the lowest level is your Facebook page. This one's pretty easy to deal with, and it doesn't happen too often anymore. This happened a lot during COVID when they implemented like shipping requirements. Like you had to your order had to reach your customer by a certain date. Otherwise, you had a page score that would go down. They still have the page score, but I think they're slowly walking it back. But anyway, this is the lowest level of ban. Next, your ad account can be banned. Then your business manager, which that one's even worse because then you can't use anything that's within the business manager. You can't make any changes or anything. You're pretty much dead in the water. And anything within that is also screwed. And then the worst of all is your personal Facebook profile can be banned from advertising. This one, it doesn't happen too often, but it is a possibility because where Facebook, they normally start with one of the lower ones, like they'll ban an ad account. But then if they see that you're spinning up another ad account, just doing the exact same things, then they'll hit you with what's called circumventing policies. And that's where eventually they will just ban your profile. So like my name, Chris Heckman, I'm still able to log into my Facebook account, but I can't log in as Chris Heckman and manage any ads. I'm like disabled from being able to do that. That's why all the ads that we run nowadays are under Meg's name, which is a little challenging because I have to like remote desktop into her computer, but we'll talk more about that in a second. So reasons why advertisers get banned and what we can avoid. It's important to understand that Facebook, the reason they give bans is that they're in the business of keeping people, their users, on the platform scrolling for as long as humanly or inhumanly possible. So think about what does not keep people on the platform. Well, that's shady advertisements, scams, and non-PG content. Basically, whatever you would see on Facebook that make you go, like, what the hell is that? Or if you like clicked on something and it looked like a scam, like if it looked like a phishing email type of thing, if you ever saw that on Facebook, that would give you a bad taste in your mouth and make you want to go off the platform. Not just off the platform for that day, but potentially forever, and change your perception of Facebook as a brand from a legitimate site where you can like connect with family and friends to Facebook nowadays is just like overrun with like BS ads and stuff like that. That is what that would be like the kiss of death. That's what Facebook is so adamantly fighting against. And they prevent against that sort of thing by having very strict and oftentimes overly strict rules and requirements for advertisers to be able to stay on their platform. So here's how to not get banned. And every time that I've been banned, just for the record, it's been because I'm running t-shirt ads pretty much. Something you should never get banned for, but it just happens sometimes. Like they use a lot of automations. It's not humans reviewing every account to ban. Every ban, like initial ban, is triggered automatically. It's like something flags in their algorithm that they see a pattern in your account that looks similar to what they've seen like scammers or bad actors do before. Just one example is it could be like a couple times I've gotten banned for if we have like some ads that are doing well, I'll go crazy and I'll just make a ton of campaigns. Like I'll launch a ton of ads, ton of ad sets, a lot of campaigns all at once, hit publish, and before any of them are in review, they all get dumped in at once. And Facebook's identified a pattern that bad actors tend to try to overwhelm the system, get a ton of ads out quickly so they can ramp up, scale before they get caught. So they start preventing that by anytime they see somebody come in and start dumping ads into their ad account, they flag the account, ban it, and then wait for a human to review it. That's just one example of how completely legitimate accounts like us and like what you're going to be doing can end up getting banned. It's frustrating, but here's how to avoid that. Step one is warming up your ad account, which we covered this in a lesson, so I'm not going to get into details, but basically show them that you're a legitimate account, dip your toes in the water before we start launching conversion ads. Next is using a VPN. I use ExpressVPN. I'll leave a link somewhere around this video, but we use that for a couple of reasons. Mainly because if we travel, we like to be able to, if you travel like to another country, say I'm based in the United States and I go to Mexico for a week, if Facebook sees you logging in New York City consistently every day, then they see you logging in Cancun, they see that they're also trying to prevent against hacked accounts. So if they see you're logging in from a New York IP and then you suddenly log in from a Mexico IP, it's a quick way to get banned. So we use a VPN, which is a virtual proxy network, I think is what the acronym stands for, which basically just lets us look like we're always coming from the same place. So I can show you, here's what our VPN looks like. So ExpressVPN, right now I'm in Austin, Texas, but I can change my current location to anywhere in the world. So side note, this is also a cool way to get access to, you know how like Netflix and other streaming services have different catalogs of videos for each market because of like the licensing they get for each show. But anyway, you're able to, say there's a show in the UK, like if you want to watch the UK Office, you go open up your VPN, switch to somewhere in the UK, then log into Netflix, you're able to watch those shows. It's a complete side note. But anyway, it's very easy to set up, and if I just turn this off, then it cuts off my internet, and then if I reconnect, I'm browsing under the VPN. So pretty easy to use. Recommend getting one of those set up. Next is don't add anybody to your account. This is like having an abundance of caution, but don't add additional people to your business manager or page if you can avoid it at all. This is what we do because if that person has ever been associated with like an account that's gotten banned, their reputation now gets copy pasted over to your account. And more than that, if we had an instance like a year ago or 2 years ago now, where somebody that was added to our business manager, their personal profile got hacked. And because they were an admin on our business manager, the hacker who was in their profile was then able to get into the business manager and change all the settings because that person also didn't have two-factor set up, two-factor authentication. So by adding people, you're just opening yourself up to more risk. Down the road, as you are trying to hire people, we use different softwares to work around that, like Hootsuite. We're able to add our team of VAs to Hootsuite to be able to manage like comments and that sort of thing without adding them to the business manager directly. Next is don't use the same credit card as a card that's already been banned on a different account. That's a way that they'll easily link the two. We use virtual cards such as Capital One 2% cashback Spark card has what's called ENO, which is a virtual card that we just link it to our account, and it's able to generate a new card number anytime we open up a new account. You can use it. Normal people use it for like shopping on sites and that sort of thing, but that's a good way to make sure you don't get banned. Next is make sure that all charges will go through on your credit card. This is a big one, especially with new accounts. The worst thing you can have happen is for a charge, one of the early preliminary charges go through and your credit card rejected. For obvious reasons, Facebook does not like that, and they view that as a big red flag. And a lot of times cards, even if you have enough limit and you have cash in the bank, whatever kind of card it is, it's worthwhile to call that bank or call that credit card company and get them to pre-authorize Meta or Facebook as a vendor that you're going to be bringing in charges from. Because if you've never run Facebook ads before, then you run up some Meta ads, your credit card, a lot of time, like Amex will even do this, they will flag it as fraudulent. So call your credit card company and make sure that the charge is going to go through. Next is using a Facebook profile that has history. Like if you can't just make a brand new, say you get banned and you just make a new Facebook profile. Like if I make Chris Heckman 2, I just add a profile picture, I can't then just go make business managers because Facebook is smarter than that. They realized that workaround years ago. You have to use a profile that has actually had history, so that somebody has been posting on, they have friends, they have comments and stuff that it's not just a shell of an account. Next, I already mentioned this, but don't launch a ton of ads at the same time, and don't break terms of service. So don't run ads for drugs, even weed, CBD, all that kind of stuff is gray area. Don't do it. Politics, they're very strict about. You have to go jump through a bunch of hoops to get verified to be able to do that. And don't do any over-the-top discounts. Like you can't run an offer saying flash sale 99% off. Facebook will ban you for that too. So If you do get banned, unfortunately, which will probably happen at some point or another, it's frustrating, but it happens. First thing you want to do is check the notifications and see what caused the ban. If it's a brand new account, there's a good chance they just need you to verify yourself, and then you'll be fine. It'll get instantly reactivated. But if that's not the cause, submit an appeal if you can. And you want to chat with their support and send a message such as this. I've used this exact script a lot of times in the past, but I won't read it all. But you're basically just apologizing profusely, saying you're a legitimate company, and you can just copy paste this exact thing and then leave your name and your phone number at the bottom. I don't have any direct proof that adding your phone number makes a difference, but if I was the customer service rep reading that, if I see somebody putting their phone number, I know that they're serious and they're not just some BSer. So this exact script has gotten my accounts back on numerous occasions. But if that doesn't work, say you submit an appeal, and like Meg, for example, when she got banned because somebody in her business manager got hacked. Business manager person got in and started running up ads to their own store, which was like a BS offer. Facebook saw that, got flagged, and the business manager went down, ad account went down. She had a bunch, like thousands of dollars in ad spend on her Amex card, which she was able to call Amex and get that washed away. But then she submitted an appeal, heard nothing back, sent that message, still heard nothing back, and super frustrating because she got hacked. Like, she's the victim of something bad happening. You would think Facebook would look into it and give it back. It's now going on, like I said, 2 years now. It still have not gotten that account back. And so then we're left with the nuclear option, which is a complete fresh restart. And I've gone this route a couple times too, which step one is get a friend or family member's Facebook account. The key thing is do not log into that account on your existing like Chrome profile. If you want to be as safe as humanly possible, get a brand new computer, but you can't just log in on their profile under the same computer. Facebook will link those two together. So that's why I never log into Meg's Facebook account on my computer. I always do it on her desktop. So yeah, get a new laptop or computer, get a new credit card number. Virtual cards work fine. And the goal of all these steps we're going through is to come up with a completely clean slate. Nothing that Facebook can do to link you back to the original account. Next is use a VPN, then create a brand new business manager. So go through all the steps that we walk through. Go to business.facebook.com/settings, set up a brand new business manager. Get a new domain. That's another one. This one hurts a little bit more, especially if you've already built up some momentum. But you don't have to make a completely new brand, but you want to get a new domain, because if your old ad account is driving traffic to your old domain, again, that's another way for them to link you together. Next is open a new ad account within your new business manager and run low spend, super PG page post engagement campaigns to warm up the account with $100-ish of spend. So go back through the warming up your account lesson and just spend even more. The more you spend on super PG PPE campaigns, the safer you'll be. But I'll leave that up to you. There's no magic number. None of this is like a guarantee, but this is what's worked for me. And never launch too many ads at once. Delete any ads that have been rejected. Just if you ever get a notification that an ad has been rejected, don't even look at like why it was flagged. Don't try to appeal it. Just immediately delete it from the account. And don't just leave it there like, okay, I just won't use it, because that rejected ad, that builds up in the account and like your account's status or your health. So just by deleting it, clears it away. And then don't add anyone to your business as a user. And just keep in mind that Facebook bans and unbans people all the time for really no rhyme or reason. It's extremely frustrating, but just save your energy for the stuff that is in your control, and just forget about Facebook. Just don't waste your energy on trying to get it back after a certain point. Just go through these steps and get a new account. I've gone through this a bunch of times and gotten so fed up. I'm like, I'm just going to learn how to scale Google ads, and like higher than I've ever scaled it before. And at the end of the day, Facebook is an absolute beast when it comes to running paid marketing. Everybody who's anybody is on it, and it's the most established advertising platform, especially for e-commerce businesses. So there's no avoiding it. Like, it's a necessary evil. But if you follow these steps that we outlined, you'll be in the best spot possible to not get banned. So there you have it. That's how to not get banned on Facebook and how to hopefully get your ad account back. And if you don't, the nuclear option to get back up and advertising again. One of the most common questions that I get on YouTube and in the school community and just in general is, what's a good budget for my ads? And that's a really tough question to answer because it's completely different for everyone's situation. I'll answer first. For myself, when I'm launching a new store, I'm perfectly happy with like $1,000 budget, but that's dependent on like what my goals are. And like, I want to be starting stores that I can scale to 7 figures, and I only want to invest, X number of hours. If you're somebody who's just starting out and you have the goal of hitting $100,000 in sales over the next year, then you're somebody who can start off with a much smaller budget. What I'm trying to say is that the amount of budget you need is directly correlated to what your goals are. Your goals is one variable for deciding your budget, but the other variable is what's your experience level. Like somebody who's never run a single Facebook ad before versus somebody who's been doing it for years, completely different starting budgets. And by starting budget, to define it, what I mean is like the amount of money that you are willing to put into the ad account and expect to never see a return on. Basically money that you're just setting on fire. And so when I say I would have a starting budget of $1,000, I'm saying that I would be willing to invest up to $1,000 into testing a new store before I start to see a positive return. And then it just becomes like self-fulfilling, like a self-sustaining cycle, because up to the first $1,000 spent, I'm still making sales. It just won't be profitable. Like I might be running at a 1 ROAS, for example, which is running at a loss. You can look at the financial section to see how much of a loss that be running at. But as you're running your first set of ads, you're not just lighting it on fire. You're learning a lot, but 2, you are getting some sales. But our goal is to, as quickly as possible, get to the point where going from a $1 in, $1 out to $1 in, $2 out. And then from there, you want to get to $1 in, $3 out. And then the question is, once you're at that point, $3 up, a 3x or better return, then the question is no longer what should my budget be? It becomes a much better question, which is how fast can I spend? How much can I spend? How big of a budget can I get? Because as you're starting to positively cash flow, it's just self-sustaining. It just starts spewing out money. But the real question comes down to getting to that point. In the beginning, how much money should you be setting aside? And I would say for the average person, number one, consider whatever amount you're going to decide as just gone. That's just money that you're never going to see again, but it's an investment into not just your business, but into yourself. And you're going to be learning a lot. Second thing is, how much time and energy and effort are you going to be honest with yourself. This answer is just for you. It's not for me. It's not for anybody else. How much time, and don't BS yourself, how much time are you realistically going to be putting into learning this? Like, there's the budget, but then there's also your skill set, and how, like, somebody who is putting in 40 hours a week, as an extreme example, into their ad account, like learning, split testing, like launching new ads, like watching it like a hawk, absorbing all the information, watching other YouTube videos on how to run good Facebook ads. That kind of person will get to the point of profitability much quicker than somebody who, follows along with this course, which is designed to be a great starting point, get you off the starting block. And then we have the WeScale community for like helping you get beyond that. But the person who's just going to watch this, launch their ads, and then go hands off, that person is going to have a hell of a time trying to get to profitability. So 2 different scenarios. It's like the person who goes all in, makes it like their life's mission. It doesn't have to be 40 hours, like a couple of hours a day, looking at the ads, learning is plenty. And that'll get you to the point of profitability within like 30 to 60 days if you're following everything correctly. But again, that is not a guarantee. There are no guarantees. Nobody who's teaching any of this stuff can ever guarantee any kind of return for you. Let me just be abundantly clear about that. So I know some of that was kind of ambiguous, but that's the honest answer. Like, it completely comes down to the person and how much time you're willing to put in. And if you're sitting there saying, yes, I'm all in, Chris, I'm going to give everything I have to learning this, then great. I would say a budget of around $500 to $1,000 is a great starting point. And there's things you can do with your ad strategy to, really conserve that amount. Like, start off with whatever budgets I'm talking about here, start off with even lower. So you're just going to see results slower, but that's fine. Because like, if I'm talking about starting off with a $10 a day budget for our testing ad sets, start with 5. So then that's $5 to test 10 ads. Then if one of those 10 ads turns out to be a good winner after like 4 or 5 days, you spent $25 and you found one winning ad. But then there's going to be things after you find your winning ads, like, you need to fix on the website, and then you have to set up your email sequences. So that's why we're teaching all this stuff first. and like how to set up your email flows and your retargeting, all the stuff that's going to maximize the return that you're getting. But yeah, I would say a $500 to $1,000 starting budget is ideal. But if you're just looking to like learn and get your feet wet, you can get away with a couple $100. And yeah, the other thing that'll certainly jumpstart, you could get away with, like, let's think of the extreme example. If you have a gold mine of a collection, just winner after winner of like hysterical designs, beautiful, unique designs that people have never seen, and then you go to launch your ads, if you have just bombshell products all over the place, there's a great chance that your ads just skyrocket as soon as you launch them. And then me saying you need $1,000 starting budget, you really could have needed, $100 starting budget, if that. Because if your very first ads are taking off because you have such a great collection, then like you don't need, like you can get profitable extremely quickly. So again, it all comes back to your product collection. And if you have people ask like, what should my starting budget be? I'm like, there's no starting budget big enough for a terrible product catalog. Like if you could spend 10 grand on testing ads, but if you have all terrible designs that are not based on bestsellers, that nobody likes, that isn't in a good niche, that are not unique, aren't going to get people to stop scrolling, or you have a bad mock-up, it doesn't matter how much you spend on testing, it's never going to get profitable. And all the tweaking in the ad account, like, it will never make a difference. So long story short, do all the right things, do all the small things correctly, do all of them first, and it lowers the amount of starting budget you need. And then second, invest in yourself in learning, not just following along with this course blindly, but really, really understanding the concepts, really understanding what moves the dial, rewatching the lessons on the analytics and like ad account strategies, and make sure your retargeting ads are set up properly. And then for extra support, post in WeScale University with your ad reporting, get on the weekly coaching calls, and like I'll look at the ad account with you and give you feedback on like, here's where you should be cutting back, here's where you should be investing more, that sort of thing. But even if you don't do that, you can do that on your own. So that's what I recommend. It's really tough to give a dead set number of like, this is what you need to have set aside, but it's different for everyone. What I will say is the more the better. The bigger the starting budget, obviously the better. So I hope that helps. Hope that gives some clarity, because the starting budget is really like a non-issue if you do all the other things that we talked about. The goal is getting to profitability and making it self-sustaining as quickly as humanly possible. And in one of the future videos, the launching or testing ads, I'm going to walk through exactly what it looked like starting this 0 to 7 figure store that we posted about on YouTube, and you can follow along and see exactly what day 1, day 2, day 3, what we were spending and what the return was. And then in WeScale University, I'm going to be posting this seasonal collections. I'm going to be posting every single day, sharing like the case study of exactly what's going on, how we're improving the store, and how we're taking it from complete scratch to 7 figures with the ads. So you can join there in WeScale University to follow along with that. And yeah, other than that, go on with the lessons. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at a case study of launching a brand new print-on-demand Shopify store and the ad account from the store that we ran in the 0 to 7 figure POD challenge we posted about on YouTube. But I'm going to show it here for a really good example of what we can expect when we first go to launch our ads. So we launched the store from scratch back on July 1st of 2023. In about 9 months, it's done $929,000 in sales, and we've spent a little over $300,000 on ads. So just over a 3x return for the ad spend, which is pretty solid. And this is done between 150 to 200-ish in net profit take home, which is cool. But the more relevant section or time period to look at is going all the way back to the very beginning, to the first day we turned on the ads. On the very first day, and at this point, I launched a bunch of, I think we had like 50 to 75 designs on the store, put them all in the ad library, just about, and then put them all in a PP testing campaign leading up to this, where I found like 5 or 6 that really stood out from the rest Then I took those and I put them in our conversion campaigns, USA, auto bid, Advantage Plus placements, Advantage Plus audiences. I might have done like 2 interest audiences, but it was 3 or 4 ads per ad set, and I started off at low budgets. You can see on the very first day on our first campaign, we launched, and this campaign ran at a 4.27 return. We got 107 link clicks at about 53 cents a piece. But then we also had a CBO, which didn't do nearly as well. But the general structure was we had the ad library, which I actually ran by accident. I didn't even mean to have it turned on. But I had our ad library, our campaign of like 3 or 4 ads, and then I split it into 2 separate campaigns. I did one as ad set budget optimization, one as CBO, which this is the CBO, it's campaign budget, and then I had this one. Just make your life easy, just do the CBO. The reason that this one performed better was that it had better ads. But anyway, I digress. So I launched it. We spent $135 at a $400 return. You know, we had some campaigns that performed well, but 401 divided by 135, yeah, it's 2.9. It's about a 3 off. Our average order value was $35, and our conversion rate was 3.7. So looking at these metrics, what was going through my head was, number one, our average order value is too low. I need to get that up to around $40 to $45. So I immediately started brainstorming stuff I could do for that. I was happy with the conversion rate, but I didn't really expect this to stay consistent as we scale, especially once we launch international ads. So that was, kind of a grain of salt. What I was really looking at was which ads within these campaigns were performing the best. So I had like a bunch in the ad library, which again, don't turn on the ad library. I had already run my PPE campaigns. So I was just watching and seeing out of these campaigns, which ads are performing the best. Do I actually have a steady set of like 3 or 4 ads that I can count on, or should I be continuing to test? And the answer is you should always be continuing to test. What I didn't do that I should have is if this was my full-time thing, if I was only doing the store, which I wasn't, I spend like a handful of hours on this per week. I should have just been launching a bunch more ads into the ad library. I should have been immediately seeing what our best sellers were and making more designs, then launching them in the ad library, putting them in the PPE campaign, and just have a stacked bullpen at all times. Instead, I kind of let it ride, but that's just because I was doing this as like a handful of hours per week. But to really get the best results, I should have been launching more ads and more products. So if you're on your first day not seeing results like these, it's okay. Just rinse and repeat the workflow that I just talked about and see, is it the average order value? Is it the conversion rate? Or is it something in the ads that needs to be fixed? Anyway, on to the next day. So on the second, spent $183 for $696 in sales. Now, keep in mind that these Friday, Saturday, Sunday are typically the strongest days, so I would expect these to be slightly better. Some of the things that I did for the average order value kind of worked, but this isn't enough data for it to be statistically significant. So none of these numbers are like enough to really go off of yet, especially because our ad account was not optimized. Like it hasn't been running long enough to get like consistent results that we can rely on. Next week was the 3rd to the 9th. And we spent $1,455 for $35.32 in sales. So this is where I started to put my foot on the gas a little bit, and ROAS suffered. So let's see what that return is, like a 2 something. Yeah, 2.4. So it's not as profitable. This is probably like a 10 to 15% margin week, but it's not bad for starting out. And you notice that ironically, I wasn't expecting this to happen at all. The ad library was one of our best performing campaigns. So the way that when I say I put the foot on the gas a little bit, I increased the budgets on these campaigns like 15 to 20% every couple of days, like every 2 to 3 days I would increase it. And then I also launched a manual bid campaign, which we'll talk about in the scaling section, but manual bids is basically just a way to get extra scale out of your account. All of our other ads that we're setting up are auto bids, which back to the auction place metaphor, like that's how Facebook operates. So I launched a manual bid campaign that it's normally like lower spend but higher returned, and that's exactly what happened. Then the following week, scaled it up again, increased by like 20% again. and our return got slightly better. But yeah, so our ROAS on Facebook was getting better. Not really because I was doing anything in the ads, like no new campaigns were launched. I wasn't moving around. I didn't graduate any ads from the ad lib or from the PPE campaign to the main campaigns because they were running pretty smoothly. You'll remember the only times that we really graduate ads is when our current campaigns, like our main campaigns, like these ones here, if the performance on any of these three was starting to suffer, that's when I would have looked to my PPE campaign and pulled up one from the bullpen, essentially. But performance was consistent, so we were happy with it. And all the while this is happening, in the background, we're launching new designs based off of the best sellers. Not as many as we should have, but okay, so the following week, 2,700 spent for 9,100, which is pretty solid return. Yeah, so that week we shot up to a 3.4. So this was around probably 20 to 25% margin, which is like $2,000-ish profit. And so this week, the reason that it shot up so much is that I introduced international. So the time to introduce international is once you've already had a week or two of consistent, like decent performance, and you want to just ramp things up. And this is for US-based sellers. I always start in the US, and then once I've validated that I have a good store, good niche, good products, that's when I pour on the gasoline with worldwide. So USA is kind of like just the testing grounds for us. But you can see the worldwide campaign really took off, ran at a 3.14, which was awesome. And they were literally the exact same ads, same everything. Didn't even change like the currency yet on the site. I didn't change like the languages for different countries, nothing. So what else? So yeah, the ad library is still running at this point because it was still doing well. Let's look at the metrics we were seeing. So around 50 cent cost per click. Cost per click is always going to be lower for international traffic. It just converts lower. But US, it's typical to see like 50 cents to $1 range. Manual bid will vary a lot. Yeah, there's another USA campaign, 50 cents. And then our CPMs, nowadays they're slightly cheaper, but anywhere from like $8 to $15 for US is pretty typical. And then worldwide goes all over the place, but it's typically lower than the US. So we were seeing good numbers, and we talk about it in the analytics section, but we want to see a good balance of the click-through rate and CPMs. But at the end of the day, what we really care about is the cost per click, because you get the cost per click from just multiplying the click-through rate times the CPMs, because this is cost per 1,000 impressions. This is how many of those 1,000 people click on the ad, and that's how you get this number. So the most important numbers, if you set up your columns like we did earlier, goes purchases, ROAS, link clicks, cost per click, click-through rate, CPMs, add to carts, unique, and so on. Add to carts and checkouts doesn't really track as accurately as these other numbers do, but as long as the ROAS is good, I'm happy. If the ROAS is bad, then I'm tearing apart everything, seeing like what's going on. 9 times out of 10, especially with new stores, the reason that your ads won't perform well is just because you don't have good products. And it's not that your ads are set up incorrectly, assuming that you followed the steps in here. It's just you need better products. And if your ads aren't getting any engagement, if nobody's commenting or liking or sharing the post, then all these numbers will reflect that. Okay, then on the 24th, this is where this week I introduced retargeting. And as you can see, like I said, when we were setting up ours, it's much lower spend. Like what is that? That's less than 5%. I think I set these up halfway through the week or something, but much lower spend than the rest of the account, normally like 5 to 10% of the budget, but it ran at a 3.96, which really helps bring up the average. And let's see what happened this week. So I really increased the budgets a good bit, and that threw off performance slightly. So as our international traffic went up, our conversion rate went down, then our average order value went up slightly because they're paying more for shipping. But I'll show you this. So you can break down your conversion rate based on the country. So I'm going to do no breakdown and then country/region. So the majority of our traffic in this week was coming from the United States at a 2.6% conversion rate. UK was 400 sessions at a 2.4. Canada ran at a 3% conversion rate. Germany 1.6. Brazil, Australia. So pretty cool that you can see the breakdown like that. In the international lesson, we'll talk about how like we can use these analytics and set up like our shipping rates and stuff to be specific to these countries. But again, you don't have to do any of that until you get to the point of having some kind of consistent results in your ad account. Now let's skip ahead. Let's see all of August. All of August, we spent 20 grand at a 2.18. Yeah, so this wasn't a great month because that's only a 2.5 or 2.6 return, 2.65 return. Yeah. So 2.65 return, but the reason for that was that I started going, wow, what was I doing? Way too many campaigns. This is where, everything that you're learning in this course applies the lessons that I learned and the things that I'm not doing, which I'm constantly learning. Like I've run 8 different stores to 7 figures now, and I'm always learning new stuff. Now what I've learned and the way that I run our accounts nowadays is simplify. Just 1 or 2 main campaigns is all you really need. Then retargeting, obviously, but no reason to be like, I was trying to set up campaigns for separate countries. Like I was doing, this is an Australia, New Zealand campaign. I don't even know what that is, but yeah, there's just way too much going on in the account at this point, and the campaigns started competing with each other, which led to a slightly lower return. So I think in September, if I remember correctly, I learned from my lessons. Yeah, I did. So see, in September, I consolidated the campaigns back down to just the main winners, increase the budgets on the top performers. These budgets that you're seeing now are not reflective of what they currently are. This is what the budgets ended up at. It's not what it was for that month. Obviously, that math doesn't add up. But for this month, just under 29 grand spent for 6 figures in sales. It was our first 6-figure month. That was pretty cool. And this month was like 20 plus grand in net profit. And all that I did differently was cut all the extra campaigns I had running. I optimized the site to set up the international stuff, so our international performance continued to pick up even at higher spends. And when I say optimize the international stuff, I mean like the currency on the website, so that everybody from international countries, they were shopping in their home currency, set up their shipping rates so that their shipping costs showed up in their home currency, all that stuff that we'll cover in the international lesson. But on the ad side specifically, it was up until this point, we were mostly running off of the initial batch of designs or ads that I launched with. So the initial 50, I was able to just continue running them because they were performing so well. And I honestly don't even think that I've really launched any new ads. The main changes I did was increasing budgets by 15 to 20% on ad or campaigns that were performing well, like above a 2.0 ROAS. I would do that every other day, and then most of the changes came on the site side. But again, if I had a terrible product catalog or only one decent product, none of this would have happened the way that it did. The only reason that it happened this way was that we had a great product catalog, a website that was optimized. We had our emails running in the background. We had Google ads increasing the return as well. It's all the other things that make the ad account run well, and then you're able to show screenshots of spending 29 grand at a 2.84 and people think you're great at ads. I used to think that's what it was. It's really not. It's just like the structure and the setup of the ad account does not change. It's really just everything else in the business. So yeah. So bringing it back to as you launch your first set of ads, hopefully this gives a perspective of like where the account can go and emphasizes the importance of product first, making sure that you have really good looking mockups. As long as you're following like the ad copy templates, something along that line to what we give you, it's proven to work. You set up all the different creatives like the slideshows, the carousels, the dynamic product catalog campaigns, and then you are testing a ton of static images. If you're doing all of those like baseline things, running the ads becomes the easy part out of the whole equation or out of the whole process. And then when a campaign was doing well, all that I would do is go in here and I would just select each campaign that was performing well, go to edit, campaign budget, and then I would increase daily budget by, depending on how aggressive I was feeling, anywhere from 10 to 20%. It's like that. I would save the draft. Then I would look at the other campaigns, see if it wasn't performing well, like if it was under a 2, then I would select it and just decrease it. I would knock it down by 20%. And if it consistently wasn't performing well, then I would knock it down by another 20% until it gets to the point where I just shut it off. And at that point, I would, pull up other ads from the bullpen and put them in the campaign. So That's all I got for you in this lesson. So this is obviously from a store that we ran last year. If you want to see the case study of me launching and scaling, going through this exact same process with seasonal collections, then you can join WeScale University, where I'm going to be uploading daily case study videos showing very candidly, talking through what we're seeing, the changes I'm going to make, and that sort of thing. So I hope you found this useful, and I'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up our Google accounts. We have our Google ad account, where we're going to be running our search and shopping campaigns, or PMAX, and then we have our Google Analytics, which is a free tool that just gives us a lot of cool insights and analytics on how our store is performing, where the breaks are in our funnel, user analytics, all kinds of good stuff. And it's something that once you set it up, it just runs in the background, collects data. It's nothing but upside for us, so that's why we're setting it up. And then on the advertising side, these campaigns run at we put them at super low budgets, and they perform really well. It's kind of like retargeting. We'll talk more about those in their specific videos, but for now, let's set up Google Analytics first. And Google Analytics just updated to GA4. So if you were familiar with Google Analytics before, it's slightly different now. So going to marketingplatform.google.com/about/analytics. So say get started today. Start measuring, and name of the account is seasonal collections. No. Don't want to know any of that. Time zone, Chicago. Next. Category, we are apparel. Do they have that? Shopping, good enough. Business size, small. Small for now. Our goal is to drive sales. That's it. Choose a platform, web. So I'm just entering my URL and then the name again. Measuring. So we don't have purchases just yet, but that's because we have to set up conversions, which we're going to do separately. Okay, so then for installation instructions, we used to just have to do it manually, like grab this piece of code and then open up your Shopify store. But now we can, and you'd have to manually paste it in your store's code. Now we can just select our platform, do Shopify. Now copy our tag ID. Now we're just going to follow these instructions. So go to our Shopify account and go to Preferences. So it's online store, preferences. Then Google Analytics, setup, and install. So this is very similar to the Facebook app that we installed. It's they didn't used to have these, so it's pretty nice. But now it's just a couple of clicks compared to before. Open the YouTube app on your phone. Interesting. I think I have the store on my phone. All right, I got verified. All right, so we're just going to click approve on all of these to connect the account. There, now it's connected. and it automatically found our Google Analytics property. Connect. Now list your products on Google to drive sales and reach more customers. We're going to do that next. Wow, this is really nice. This is even easier than when I did it last. In order to link our product feed, we just have to confirm that there's contact information on the site, which we have, but just to show you what that means, this qualifies. And this also qualifies. I don't know why that's so small, but whatever. And confirm. Now, Google Merchant Center account. So we haven't made one yet, so we're going to create new. Wow, this is so easy. Don't even need a tutorial video. Normally you had to go to googlemerchantcenter.com and then link them all, and Google needs a valid business phone number to activate your Merchant Center account. All right, let's give them our Google number. Give them our number. Get code. What? All right, well, guess I'm putting my own phone number in. Next, it's asking us to verify our product feed settings, which again, this product feed is basically the exact same thing that we set up for Facebook, just for Google. So target country and language, United States, yes. Shipping settings. Yeah, automatically. Great. Conversion tracking, automatically on. Wow. But just like that, we have our Google Analytics set up. Let's double check that everything looks good. No, we don't want any of their tips. Product title preference, that doesn't matter. All right, so let's go back to our analytics account. Now we're going to test the website. All right, so the way I found the page, the way you get to it, instead of going through this, it's kind of weird how it disconnected. So you just go to, in Shopify, Google settings. I'm going to pin this actually. Settings, and then click on the Google Analytics link, and it'll pull it up. And no, I don't want any of those. Now I'm going to save it. Edit. Name it SCGA. Cool. So now we have our Google Analytics set up. And there won't be anything in here just yet, but you're going to be able to see a bunch of analytics once you start driving traffic of where people are coming from, the results of your Google ads, which we haven't set up just yet. We're going to do that next. And there's a whole bunch of stuff. You can do so much in Google Analytics, but I honestly only really check it when something is going wrong. Somebody who is their full-time job is marketing will be in here a whole lot more than I am, but it's just a good thing to set up and then know that it's collecting data in the background. So the next thing we're going to set up is our Google Ads account, which we do that just from our Google Analytics on the left-hand side, advertising, get started. Let's make sure that's the right. Wow, this is new. All right, so in the top right, I just clicked create new. Actually, let's see if you can do it here. No. All right, so you just go to ads.google.com and click create new account. Now, the way that when you're creating your ad account, they try to just get you to make your very first campaign. Be willing to bet they have some metrics around like advertiser retention, that when they get you to launch something, you're far more likely to stick around. So, but we're just going to skip that for now. Google Ads support is far more accessible than the US is, or than Facebook is. And for ad, I'll just do that. They also have a pretty good mobile app, way better than Meta's. Meta's advertising app stinks. All right, now I'm going to bookmark this. Google Ads. Now we're going to go back to analytics and link our account. Choose Google Accounts. There we go. So the new one is 163. 163, confirm. Next, configure settings, enable personalize. Yep. Auto tagging. Yep. Enable personalized advertising. Yep. Yeah. Link created. So Google Analytics, if you haven't picked up on it by now, it's kind of like the Facebook Pixel for Facebook ads. Just what's going to be reporting back to Google Ads, so that they know like how it's performing. Plus, it gives you a bunch of other useful insights that Facebook doesn't really give you. Next, we're just going to bookmark all of our Google related stuff. We're going to put it in a nice little folder. So this is the Google Merchant Center, which is kind of like your commerce account for Facebook ads. This is where you manage all your products and stuff. We're not going to do anything right now. We're just bookmarking it, so we have it later. As you can tell, there's a lot of different accounts and stuff involved with running these businesses, but it's really manageable if you just do stuff like this. So then, as you're watching new trainings and other tutorials and getting on coaching calls and WeScale, and like it's very easy to navigate to stuff. And you're not like, oh, where's that account? Like, what's that URL? It gets overwhelming very quickly. So start doing this, get in the habit of doing that, and then it'll save you a lot of heartache. All right, so we don't have any products. Oh, wow, it already updated. That's awesome. Cool. Well, we're going to talk about that in a separate video. But just for now, last account that we have to set up is Google My Business. And this is all the stuff that's going to show up here on the right. So your Google business profile, kind of like if you search a local business, like let's look up a really good taco place in Austin, Torchy's Tacos. Sure. No. No, it didn't do it. see if Yoga Stay does it. Does it like here? So here's some of it. Like how it pops up specific stuff for your brand on the right hand side. That comes from claiming your Google My Business account. So that's your Google business profile. So you go to sign in, seasonal collections. What? Create a business. Apparel. Clothing store. Is there anything with brand? No, clothing. Clothing store, next. You want to add a location customers can visit? No, we don't have a physical location. Where do you serve customers? Nope. US. Get updates about your business? Yes. Okay, now I'm going to enter a physical address for the business, and then in order to verify it, they're going to ship a letter to that location, and on the letter it's going to have a code that we're going to have to come back and enter. Okay, they're going to send a email code. So copy the code, back, paste, verify. Nice. Open, and open. Oh, we have to put times. 24 hours. 24 hours. Okay. Write a 700 character, concise and engaging Google business description about a print-on-demand apparel company selling high-quality t-shirts with graphic designs named Seasonal Collections. ChatGPT is amazing. Best part is that you can just like brain dump, like stream of consciousness, and it's going to come up with rewrite it to be more persuasive. Goal is to get customers to click. Cool. Copy that. Just pasting the products that we have for now. You can always come back and add different images or make custom images, but it's not a huge deal. Crap, I didn't realize that one design says bomb in it. So to fix that, I'm going to go back to our ad library and delete that design. Delete. That could have been bad. We have this one twice. I don't like that that one's still in review. It shouldn't have taken that long, so deleting that too. All right. Get started. No. Okay, so we went through all the Google My Business stuff. You can see the profile. It's still pending until they send us that. Until they send us the thing in the mail. But until then, we're just going to bookmark this. And they used to have like a page where you would sign in. It looks like they updated it, so you edit it right within the search settings, which is kind of smart because that's like really where it's going to show up. This is the only place that Google My Business like really shows up, is when customers go to your store, then they want to find you again, they look you up, or if their friend tells you about it, tells them about the store, and they Google you. Now, instead of just seeing like random stuff, they'll see our profile show up once we verified the business. So there we have it. So we set up our Google Analytics account, our Google Ads, our Merchant Center, and Google My Business. Those are all the accounts you need. They were all free to set up. They're good things to just set up, and now you can pretty much forget about them aside from the Google Ads, and they'll just be collecting data in the background. And Google My Business makes you look a lot more legit when people are trying to find you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. After I finished setting up all the Google accounts in the last lesson, and I was waiting for the products to get published to the feed, I got a notification on my phone that our merchant account had been banned. And I've honestly never dealt with this before, but I logged in and saw this message. It says, "Dear Google Merchant Center user, we've reviewed your Merchant Center account and found policy violations. It was in violation of the following policy: abuse of the network." So Google doesn't allow malicious content, not us. Sites that offer little unique value to users. It's a little offensive, but it's not us either. And our focus primarily on traffic generation, or merchants who attempt to gain an unfair advantage in shopping campaigns. Merchants who attempt to bypass our review process. None of those apply to us at all. So yeah, there's no real, this kind of feels like a Facebook ban, like no real reason to it. My only guess, two things that it could have possibly been is, number one, I've been using a VPN, but I always use a VPN, so I'm not sure why that would have been an issue. But like abuse of the network, that sounds like if you look here, this is their detailed explanation. Malicious software, no. Compromised sites, no. Unwanted softwares, no. Yeah, so none of these really apply to us. It's just an automatic ban. But the other thing it could have been is that I noticed that after I set up the account, the Merchant Center account, our VA was going through and she was changing the mockups in Shopify. And as she was doing that, she deactivated all the products so that she could change them without it like interfering with the site. But when she did that, like we don't have many products right now, so it looked like the site had no products. So that's my main guess, is that they just didn't like that. They had a bot go crawl the website, saw no products, and that made us fall under this category of sites that, the sites that provide little or no value. What we're going to do about it is I went to their contact us, and I'm just submitting an appeal and saying account suspension, sending them an email. Was your Google Ads account suspended for shopping? Yes. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is the right place to submit this, but I'm going to submit it anyway. So I'm just saying other policy violation, give the Merchant Center ID, URL. It doesn't even apply to a data feed, so I didn't even set that up yet, but I'm just sending this message saying, hope you're doing well, reaching out because I got flagged. Basically playing the card of like, I'm just an innocent seller, I don't know what I'm doing, and I got this big scary ban message. Thank you in advance for your help, and then best regards, my name, and I'm going to put my personal phone number, which similar to trying to get a Facebook account back, very unlikely that they'll ever actually call you, just little extra, sign that you're somebody legit and you're not just a scammer. Because if you were just a scammer trying to pop up fake accounts, you wouldn't give a phone number to make yourself easily accessible to them. So that's what we're going to do, and kind of ends up being a good learning experience, seeing that it happens to everybody. So if it's your own accounts that this happens to, it's frustrating, but just don't get worked up over it. Just see what the issue is. 9 times out of 10, it's just an automatic flag and you'll be able to get it back. So I'm going to submit this now and I'll keep you posted with any updates. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up our Google Ads. So we've already created the accounts and I did a great job and got banned right away. It's now a new day and our account is still banned, which means I can't create new campaigns, which is great timing. So instead of going through the setup on seasonal collections, I'm just going to show you the campaigns in our existing store. I'm just going to blur out the names and URLs and stuff. It'll still give you a feel for the campaigns we're setting up. And again, they're very, very basic. There's really detailed Google ad trainings out there that you can go through, but the ones that I set up are just like the lowest hanging fruit, biggest bang for your buck type of thing. My bread and butter has always come from Facebook. So, and the reason that we're setting these up is similar to our email flows and automations. It's like once you set it up, you can pretty much forget about it, and it optimizes really well over time. Like here's our two campaigns, are the search campaigns and then the PMax campaigns, which PMax was Google had a bunch of different ad types, like campaign types. They basically bundled them all together, and that's what we run now. So here's the results from the last couple of days, like last week. On the PMax campaign, spent $131 for just under $600 in sales, which is a 4.5 return, which is awesome. I would do that all day, every day. They don't spend as much though, because it's mostly running off of like a target ROAS that I gave it. So if I were to lower that ROAS, it would spend more, but the daily budget is set at 300 and it's only spent 130, what is that? Like less than $20 a day. So that's actually crazy. It's less than 10%. It's like 7% of the daily budget. Yeah, 6.6%. So, but I'll take it. It's running at a 4.5. I'll take that all day. Let's see what the return's been lifetime on this campaign. Yeah, look at that. 5. So it's much lower spend than Facebook, but running at a 4.8. That's awesome. That's like 40% margin. That's what we're setting up. So let's do it. So the way you're going to do this is, so first you have to have your product catalog linked, which you can tell if it's linked by going to the Google and YouTube app in Shopify. Mine is not linked right now because I got banned. Yeah, so all of my products are not approved, which is super cool. But if you don't have my luck today, then yours will be approved and you'll be able to link your Merchant Center to your ad account. So you do that. Merchant Center, Google Merchant Center is where you manage all your products. It's like Facebook like Commerce Center, basically the same thing. It's where you manage your product feed, and then up here you go to linked accounts and you link it to your Google Ads account. I don't even know if it's going to let me do this because the Merchant Center is banned. So yeah, right, it's prompting me to make a new one. So yeah, once your Merchant Center is linked to your ad account, then you come into your Google Ads account and click this big plus in the top corner, click campaign. And you're given the different objectives that you can choose from. We're going to do sales, obviously. Conversion goal, purchases, continue. And we're going to do, so there's search ads, which we'll set that up in a second. Then there's performance max, which is the one that's basically combining the rest of these. So we'll do that. I'm going to have you select the Merchant Center account that you want to use. You'll go to continue and start new. What do you want to focus on? We want to focus on conversion value. Then target ROAS. So I'll leave it at what it recommends. I think it's pulling that for this account from what it's already seeing. Then I'm going to optimize for acquiring new customers. So this is like saying that I want it to run at like a 5 ROAS, which sure, if that's what it's recommending, I'll take it. So if you lower this ROAS number, like if I said I only want to shoot for 200%, which is a 3x, that would obviously get a higher spend. Like I would get more conversions, but it would just be at a lower ROAS. Yeah, you can play around with that however you want. And I'm going to select bid higher for new customers compared to existing. Yes. All countries and territories, English. More settings, ad schedule. Yeah, all this can stay. Yeah, we can leave all this. Okay, so here we have to give descriptions of you put in your URL, then you just say what products you're promoting. So we're going to say t-shirt, t-shirts. There we go. And then what makes your product or services unique? Just plug this prompt into ChatGPT, tell it about your brand, and it'll come up with something good for you. Oh, wow. They actually added this. Generate assets. Oh, this is... That's funny. It generated these for us. Okay, and then this is where we really build our ad. And completely transparently, I just come up with random stuff and plug it in because they give you 15 different slots for your headline, 5 different slots for your long headlines, 5 different slots for your descriptions, and then for the images, I just do a combination of our best-selling products, Mockups, and then some like Canva designed grid ads. Just throw in a bunch of it and hit publish. And I know that seems like pretty simple, and honestly it is. I leave everything automated, and PMax ads, like you saw how well they perform for us, and all that I'm plugging in is random stuff. So like for the headlines, I might write, let's see what yeah, and it can even, yeah, they have AI now that's going to come up with it for you. So you just tell it a little bit about your brand, have the AI generate it for you. I recommend using up all of the slots though. That's the one thing I would say is set your final URL as your collection page, your main sale collection page, not your home page. That's where we want to be driving all of our traffic. Oh, and make sure that it's set to all products. So your collection page URL, headlines, just use AI to generate them. Fill up as many as you can. Fill up all of the long headlines, descriptions, and then images. Yeah, I already told you about those. And then for the logos, you upload, I think it mentions it. Yeah, you want to upload different versions for each. So because what it's going to do is it's going to show your ads in different placements. So you can see what they look like here. But it's going to basically these ads are going to go on YouTube, Gmail. It's going to be in people's inboxes, which I always think is pretty cool. It's going to show up in search, display, and discover. And the display network is one of the most powerful to me because it's going to show to people all across the internet. Like if people go to CNN or Fox News, those are both Google Display Network sites, meaning that they give ad spots to Google to advertise on, and then they make a percentage of the revenue. But like and then by us launching a PMax ad, our ads are going to show on those sites. And Fox and CNN are just two random examples. There's thousands and if not millions of sites that subscribe to the display network, basically renting out their websites, real estate for advertisers like us. Then for your search themes, so this is where I would just put seasonal collections. So this is our brand name. Actually, we don't even need to do our search campaign since they bundled that into the PMax as well. Because our search campaign was basically, since we're not doing SEO because that takes months, if not longer, to rank for keywords. Instead, what we would normally do is run a search campaign for like our brand name, so that when somebody, for example, types in yoga stay, or not when they type in the URL, when they just type in the word. Okay, that time it showed up. See that? This sponsored ad. So if there was a brand that was similar to the word yoga stay, it just so happens that yoga stay's been around for like 3 years now, so it actually has some organic SEO. But if you're a brand new company, especially with like seasonal collections, if I search seasonal collections, see, there's all these different, it's a pretty generic name. So there's a bunch of different companies that are going to show up before me. But then once I get unbanned and can launch my PMax campaign, I'm going to show up at the top like this. See how it says sponsored? This is where my ad is going to be shown, which is really powerful because we want people that have been to our site to be able to find us again easily. And we want them to be able to go like, oh, what was that site? Like seasonal shirts or seasonal, and they're going to type in variations of the name. We don't want them finding our competitors, all the other similarly named things. We want them finding us. And now the PMax campaigns do that for us, which is awesome. Then this last part down here, you don't have to worry about it because we haven't like really started running ads yet or like getting traffic, but this is your audience signal, which you could think of this as like a custom audience or a lookalike audience from Facebook. It's essentially the same thing. It's where we give it a segment of our audience as an example of first prioritize like showing ads to these people, number one, but then number two, when you run out of those people to hit with ads, this is us talking to Google. When you run out of that audience, people start reaching out to new like customers. So Google ads operate very similarly to Facebook ads and TikTok. All of them pretty much do the same thing, as they're all built on the same like marketing principles. It's like the laws of physics. Like marketing principles don't really change. Like the technology and means of distribution changes, but like the core concepts don't really. So anyway, so fill this out, and then the cool thing is that at the end when you go to launch it, it will give you a feedback score. Like it'll tell you if your ads suck or not, which is kind of useful. They normally say your ads suck, but and then when you get to the budget, I would just start off with $25 a day. Again, it won't spend that much. It's going to do a fraction of it since we set our ROAS target so high. But yeah, set these up out of the gate, and once your audiences and your traffic starts picking up, they're going to start spending a lot more, and they normally run like very profitably for us, as you've seen. So that's how to set up your PMax campaigns. Sorry that I wasn't able to click by click show you, but yeah, hopefully this is teaching you everything you need to know. They're pretty straightforward. You can't really mess these up. Google does a good job of optimizing it for you. Most confusing part to me, honestly, is like knowing which Google accounts you have to set up and just getting all that off the ground. But then launching your first campaign is relatively straightforward at this point. It used to be more complicated, but there you have it. Enjoy, and I'll see you soon. Let's talk about affiliate marketing and the quickest and easiest ways to get this up and running and turn your existing brand customers into advocates who can go out and generate sales for your company in exchange for a small commission. So the app that we use is called GoAff Pro, and the best part is that we're on the free plan. I don't know how this works, but we're on the free plan with them, and they it does everything we need. Similar to review apps on Shopify, there's a ton of these out there. They all do more or less the same thing, but let's take a look and we can see back when we started on July 1st up through today, this app has generated us $18,718 in sales, which isn't as a percentage of what we've done. It's not a massive amount. Full transparency, we haven't invested a ton in experimenting with different ways to set this up. So I'm sure this number could be a lot higher. We haven't fully optimized every area, but what we have been able to do is generate $18,718 in sales from just $1,845 in commission, which, doing the math, is a 10x ROAS. And you'll know from the traffic section or the Facebook ads that we're happy running at a 2 to a 3 ROAS. So this is extremely profitable for us. In fact, if you just deduct 40% for cost of goods and 5% for transaction fees and other stuff, the rest of that is all profit. So that's 8 to 9 grand in just pure profit from a free app. So how does it work? The basic setup, they give you a ton of different options and stuff here. We don't do marketplace. We don't do post-checkout pop-up. We don't do any of the marketing, emails and stuff. All that we do is we go to here. We go to commissions and we set the commission that we give. You can either do a royalties, a percentage-based commission. So if somebody generates $100 in sales, you give them 15%, they would get $15. We just give them $5 flat, which is better for us because obviously if somebody refers a customer, then they could be spending $20 or they could spend $100. We don't know. And we pay $5 either way. Now the trade-off is if it's percentage-based, obviously you might get more people to sign up. Possible to play around with that, but 5's worked well. We get a really good amount of people who refer to us every month. So here's a list of all the people that have signed up to be affiliates for our brand. And as you can see, a lot of them it's zeros. A lot of them, it doesn't really turn into anything. But then you have some that drive, like this person, Sheely, drives $6,800 in sales from just one person. Now, I don't know what they're doing. This is clearly somebody doing a lot more than just sharing it with their friends. Maybe they have a similar business or a business that's in a similar niche to what we're in. I don't know, but drive $6,800 in sales. We paid them $730 in commissions. So they've made $730 in profit. We made that much in sales. So it's a win-win. Welcome off. This strikes me as somebody who posted a code on the deal site or something. So they made it sound like it's a welcome deal, but it's not clearly because I didn't set it up. I'm fine with that. Sure, go post it anywhere. It's the same structure. It's the same discounts, same amount in my pocket at the end of the day. But yeah, so you set your commission structure and then you set what you want your page to look like, and then they give you a URL that you just paste in. Right now, the only place to find this is in the footer of our website. So that's where people are going and signing up. I can't show you the page because this is on the brand that we're actively running and not trying to share so it doesn't get botted to death. But it's just a GoAff Pro on the free plan. Put a link in the footer of your website. Set up a affiliate commission of $5 per order. You can experiment with the others if you want, and that's pretty much it. The biggest key, though, obviously, is that you're not going to get any affiliates if you don't have traffic. This took a couple of months of us driving traffic before we had people really start signing up. And if you don't have a good product collection, this is not going to generate any sales because one, the potential affiliate is going to look at your site and say, I don't think I can make much money off this. I'm not going to waste my time. And two, if they do decide to sign up and try to drive traffic to your site, none of the people that they send are actually going to buy. So that's a huge prerequisite that can't be overstated. And there's just no way around that. So here's their pricing page. So to upgrade to premium, it's $29 a month. And we are on the free plan. So we're on the free plan, and then just occasionally, Meg's the one who monitors this, but she will go in and we link our PayPal account and we pay out the affiliates whatever they've earned. And it integrates, so you literally just click a button and it automatically sends it out, which is really nice. It's super easy to manage. Something that we do track with the financials, though, is whatever reward balance we've accrued that we have to pay out to people. But affiliate marketing in general can be a great way to compound your growth. Alex Ramosi talks about it all the time as it's the only way, affiliates and referrals. Like the two go hand in hand. Referrals is like the only path to compounding growth in any business, which is true. If you get one customer, then that customer tells two people, those two people tell two more, and then those four tell, like, it just grows and grows. But it all comes back to, you need to have a really good brand that people love, and there's products that people actually want to buy. But anyway, go F Pro, it's free. Go set it up, follow these simple settings, and you might not get any affiliates for first day or week or month or a while, but once you do, it's basically free money. Understanding how to analyze and read the metrics that you're seeing in your Shopify, Facebook, and Google dashboards is one of the most important skills for successfully running not just a print-on-demand business, but any e-commerce business and just a successful business in general. The reason is that it allows you to see the area of your business that you need to be focusing on, so that you're not fixing your ad creative when it's really your site's load speed that's wrong. And especially for beginners, this is a crucial skill because there's so many unknowns. So like, you don't know where you should be spending your time unless you understand how to read the analytics and see what it's telling you. And so that's why in this lesson, we're going to be learning that skill. And then we're going to be looking at two things. First is a spreadsheet that I highly recommend every person who's launching this business run on a daily basis, along with your financial reports that we talk about later. Recommend running this spreadsheet every single day to learn the ins and outs and get like a finger to the pulse of these numbers. It's the biggest difference I see between beginners and experts and pros is, well, there's a lot of differences, but a clear one is the beginners have no idea. If you ask them what their cost per click, click-through rate, CPM, add to cart rate, if you ask them those metrics, they have no clue. They might not even know what they mean. Whereas the experts, the ones who have successfully scaled these businesses or paid ads in general to 7 and 8 figures, they know them cold. They know exactly what their metrics are because they eat, breathe, sleep them every single day, day in and day out, because they know how crucial they are. So filling out this spreadsheet that we're going to show you that we have a template of. And then second, we're going to be looking at our other store that we've been running for a number of months to give us a baseline like expectation of like metrics and KPIs, like results that you could be shooting for in each of these categories. So in our spreadsheet here, this is our D2C sales report, which D2C just stands for direct to consumer, which that's the type of ads that or marketing that we're doing. And the columns that we have here are just the date. So you should be running this on a daily basis, your total sales, and then your ad spend. And then from that, you get your ad ROAS, which is what Facebook reports in its dashboard. And there's a difference between your ROAS, which is what Facebook is attributing its sales to, which should be relatively accurate if you set up the API tracking. There's a difference between the Facebook ROAS and your overall, like, the fancy term is MER, marketing efficiency ratio, which is your total sales divided by total ad spend. And then your CPMs, which is your cost per thousand impressions, or otherwise known as like generally how expensive your ads are. This is the one number that Facebook, like, this is the upstream metric that influences everything. Then our click-through rate, more specifically your link click-through rate. I'm going to change that actually. All right, it's view only. In order to edit this, you just have to go file, make a copy. So your link click-through rate, and then your cost per link click, which cost per link click, if you take away anything from this lesson, understand that your cost per link click comes from your CPMs times your click-through rate. So if you have $100 CPMs and a 10% click-through rate, you would have $1 cost per click. Or if you have $10 CPMs and 1% click-through rate, you would have, again, $1 cost per click. So our target goal for cost per link clicks is 50 to 75 cents. I really don't care what your CPMs are or your CTR. I do, but as long as your cost per link click is in a good range. If your cost per click is too high, first thing I look at is, well, what's high? Is it CPMs or the click-through rate? And if it's their CPMs are high, then the way that you fix that is by just making more engaging ads. It's also like the targeting, like if you're in a really competitive market, like if you're selling a business product, for example, you're gonna have much higher CPMs than if you're selling t-shirts. And then for your link click-through rate, So out of everybody who saw your ad, what percentage of them actually clicked on it to get to your website? And the way you boost that number is first just objectively look at your ad and say, is this interesting? Would I click on this myself? And if the answer is no, then why not? But the main things normally come down to ad creative, number one, which also ties into the CPMs. They're both related, like make it more engaging. Number two is your offer is not good enough. There's not enough urgency, scarcity, or social proof. Easy way to fix those is look at the competition, see what their ads look like, pick through, find the best looking ones, look at the best practices, apply it to your ads, launch it in PPE campaigns, see how it performs, run the best performers in conversion ads. Next is the link click and page view ratio, which you would think that when you get 100 link clicks, you get 100 sessions on your site, but that's not the case. There's always going to be like a 10 to 20% drop off rate. So if you get 100 link clicks, only 80 to 90 sessions will actually occur because there's a certain percentage of people that just won't wait around long enough for your page to load, which is just typical. The reason we track this though is that as your site speed in particular creeps up, this ratio can drop to like, I've had sites where it's like 30 to 40%, and it takes me a long time to figure that out because I wasn't tracking this. But if you're keeping track of what your link clicks are divided by your page views, then that tells you, where you're, actually no, it should be the other way around. Yeah, page view divided by link click. Yeah, I'm going to fix that because you want it as a percentage. But anyway, you want this to be around 70 to 80%. If it gets like worse than that, then either you're getting crap traffic, so check that you're conversion optimized for purchases. You're not driving like traffic optimized campaigns. And two, site speed. Make sure that run all the site speed tests we talked about in the Shopify section and make sure that it's not taking too long to load. Next is your add to cart rate, which this is the percentage of people who get to your collection page or product page and then click add to cart. Typical range for this we'll see in our stores like anywhere from 7 to 10% nowadays. It varies a lot based on where the traffic is coming from. Then initiate checkout. These are the people that added to cart and then actually clicked continue to checkout. And then conversion rate is obviously people who got to the checkout and then purchased. And we talked about this in the Shopify section, but it's important to look at each of these as separate numbers. Most people, when they talk about their Shopify store, they're like, my conversion rate's low. First question I always ask them is, well, which part of it is low? It's not just one number. It's like, and then they're like, well, my add to cart is 4%. My initiate, I'm like, stop right there. That's your problem. Why is it 4%? Go fix that. And the way you fix this, you can also find this on the D2C Miro board, but the way that you fix the add to cart rate is by optimizing things that are on the collection or product page. If your add to cart rate is low, you wouldn't fix your conversion rate by changing things on your checkout page because you know that people aren't even, the biggest break in your funnel is people adding products to cart in the first place. They're not even reaching your checkout. So why would you fix that when you know that, your add to cart rate is the real problem? You know that it's either a collection page or product page. And those are the sorts of things that you would miss if you're not watching your metrics. Sorts of things that I missed for years. So now you don't have to. So add to cart rate, the way you improve this comes down to pricing, site speed, how this is the one that out of the whole conversion rate 3-step funnel, by far the most variables apply to add to cart rate because it's the entire site. Initiate checkout and conversion rate, it's like there's either a problem at the cart page or on the checkout page. Like it's one or the other. So there's a lot fewer variables. Add to cart rate is basically everything. Like, do people like your product catalog? Are your pictures good? Is your site speed fast? Are there cross sells? Are there upsells? Is the pricing competitive? Is it do you have a pop-up? Do you have a free shipping incentive? So go back and look at the Miro board to see other ways to improve these. Next is your average order value on these types of stores. We want it to be around $40 to $45. Completely varies based on the industry. Both of these, conversion rate and average order value, vary greatly depending on the product. If you're selling, a like $300 or $500 drop shipping product, or like cold plunges, to use the example from earlier, that are a couple grand, your conversion rate is going to be like sub 1%, but your average order value is going to be at minimum whatever your lowest product cost is or product price is, like $3,000 to $5,000. So your conversion rate for that kind of business is going to be completely different. The reached checkout rate, that's the percentage of the people that initiated checkout but then actually reached, or out of all of the traffic that you send, what's the percentage of people that actually reach checkout? Then Google, we like to see what percentage of sales is Google bringing in. Email, and email revenue, and then email percentage. The reason that we track all of these is I want to see like if our overall ROAS for a day was down. Is the reason really because of something with the marketing or like on our paid ad side, like Facebook ads, our main driver, or is it because email revenue went from 20% down to 3% for that day? Then I would, instead of looking at any of this stuff, I would go over to our Claviyo account and see if something's off with our flows. So this is the spreadsheet that I recommend filling in on a daily basis until you start to get an understanding of a finger to the pulse of like your CPMs, click-through rates, CPCs, conversion rates, and so that as those numbers fluctuate, like they inevitably will, especially in the beginning when you're not optimized, and Facebook certainly isn't optimized yet, it's going to feel like a rocky road, but it feels much more doable when you actually understand what these numbers mean. Like if your conversion rate goes like plummets one day, you understand like, okay, what are the levers that I can pull? How can I improve this? Compared to just all right, conversion rate, like my sales dropped. Why? I have no idea. That's like a pretty overwhelming position to be in. Filling out the spreadsheet on a consistent basis builds the analytics muscle that you need to have in order to be successful with this long term. All right, now let's get some benchmark metrics to shoot for. So here's our store that we started back in July 1st, and just looking at to the end of March, $913,000, $913,967.56 in sales. Got it. Average order value of $44. This started out lower. Yeah, so this started out, no. It says that it started out at 46, but I don't think that's correct. But anyway, you want your average order value to be in the $40 to $45 range. If you're not in that range, go watch the AOV optimization lesson and figure out why that is. Number of sessions, 674,000, and conversion rate. This is a really important one. So our add to cart rate was 6.44%. Our reach checkout was just under 5%, and sessions converted was 2.5. So from add to cart to reach checkout, we typically expect, and you can expect something similar, we typically expect a like 30 to 40%, sometimes 50% drop off. And from reach checkout to sessions converted, it should be around 50%. So you see, it had 33,000 people reach checkout, just under 17,000 actually converted. So about 50% drop off. 50% of people that are going to add to cart, get to checkout, and then when they see the enter payment details here page, they just get cold feet, and for whatever reason, they hightail it out of there. Those are the people that we get back in front of with our retargeting ads, abandoned cart emails, all that kind of stuff. Total number of orders is 18,863, and our returning customer rate is honestly pretty bad, but this is a new store. It was 10.5%. So what that means is out of the 18,000 orders, 10% of those were from returning customers, which is 1,800 roughly. And something else to note is that we have our Facebook shop set up, and that's not included in these sessions converted. So this, I think about 50 grand of these total sales came from Facebook shop, and those sessions, this is just counting your Shopify sessions converted. So if somebody went through the Shopify checkout, that number gets counted here, but if it was Facebook shop settings or sessions, then it doesn't get counted here. So it can be a little misleading. Important thing I want to point out though is the massive difference it makes whether if you're running international versus US traffic, the huge difference it makes in conversion rate. So in the analytics, I'm going to go down to where is it? There we go, location. Then sort by sessions. So US is the top. It's the highest conversion rate, 3.12. Then UK is 2.8, 3.1. So it's pretty interesting that we only launched international like a month or two in, and already it's overtaken the US in number of sessions. I think in sessions, yeah. So international altogether makes up over 10,000 of the purchases we've had on the site. US is only 6.7. So what is that? 6.7 divided by 16.9. Yeah, so it's 40%. It's 60-40 split. But just notice how, as you look down the list of countries, the conversion rates drop off substantially. So let's look at like the add to cart rate for the United States. 14.3 divided by 215. So about a 6.6% conversion rate. And then even I can do this math. UK is about the same. And then, so this is something interesting. So that the conversion rate from reach checkout to sessions converted is like 6.5%, call it. Then what is it? 3.1 divided by 5.6. So it's 5.5. So it's like a full 1% lower for US or for UK versus US, which doesn't sound like a lot, but on a percentage basis, that's about a 20% dip. So the UK to the US is a 20% lower conversion rate from reach checkout to sessions converted. So thinking back to our spreadsheet, if we were optimizing this conversion rate here, like we have a good add to cart rate and we have a good initiate checkout, but it's just this last step where people are dropping off. So we ask ourselves, why is that? Why would the UK drop off rate from initiate checkout to conversion rate be so much different? So what could it be that's causing that? So I'm not going to go look at my product page. I'm not going to go look at my collection page because they're adding to cart fine. It's just this step here. And I'll just cut to the chase because I know the answer. It was two things. For a while, UK customers were shopping in pounds. And then when they were getting to the checkout, all of our shipping rates were set up in US currency. So, which is totally fine for US customers. They're used to seeing USD through the whole website. But then it was UK customers were adding to cart in pounds. Then once they get to the checkout page, they were seeing US dollars for the shipping rates. And they're like, what the hell? Like, I would be sketched out. If I was checking out in US dollars and I see pounds for the shipping rate, I'd be like, what just happened? Am I on the same website? Is this a scam? I don't even know how much I'm getting charged for that. I don't know the conversion rate. So they abandoned. And then once that was fixed, it's still a slightly lower drop off because the shipping cost is higher that we're charging to people in the UK. And the first time they see the shipping cost is on the checkout page. So Indonesia. Here's an example of a place that has terrible conversion rate. Partially because it's really bad traffic, like much lower quality traffic, but also because there's no print on demand, there's no Printify supplier that reaches Indonesia with reasonable shipping rates. So we pay I want to say it's like $10 for one shirt. So that cost gets passed on to Indonesia. And again, they have a decent add to cart rate, not fantastic, decent reach checkout rate, especially as a percentage of add to cart. It's just the drop off from here to there that's really bad. But I know exactly why that is. So those are some benchmark metrics to shoot for when you're optimizing your Shopify store. Then in our ad account, very similar story. It varies greatly based on the location of the traffic that you're driving and like how optimized you are. So, but in general, we spent between July and March, spent $300,000. Our average cost per click was 51 cents, and our click-through rate is 1%, which exactly like we were talking about, you can, just by seeing the cost per link click and the click-through rate, you can, reverse engineer to figure out what the CPMs are. Like if I said that we have a 50 or 75 cent cost per click and we have a 1% click-through rate, just knowing those two numbers, you can figure out that the CPMs are $7.50. Like it's that easy. So I keep repeating that because it's a really important concept to, once that finally clicked for me, I felt like I understood marketing or paid ads a lot better. Just seeing how the metrics, interplay with each other. So let's look at our Where's our main US campaign? So here, these two. Filter by selection. So these two campaigns. So one is USA, one is worldwide. Worldwide excluding like India, Pakistan, Trinidad, and Tobago. So US CPMs, $10.20. Click-through rate, 1.39. Average cost per click, 73 cents. I'm perfectly fine with that for the US. International, $3.50 cost CPMs, 0.76 click-through rate, 47-cent cost per link click. So that's why when people ask, like, what CPM should we be shooting for, it completely depends on what you're targeting. Like, which countries are you going after? And then even more than that, for whatever reason, the DPA campaigns always have a much lower cost per link click. Like, where's the... Yeah, so here's our DPA campaign, and this was U.S. targeting, so it's a U.S. based campaign, exactly the same as this one, but 46 cents compared to 73. But it has a lower conversion rate, but that's fine because it's much cheaper traffic, and the CPMs are cheaper. I don't really know why that is, but it's just something you can expect with your DPA campaigns. And then let's take a look at the country breakdown. So looking at our worldwide campaign, I'm going to go to breakdowns, country. This might take a second because it has to load a lot of data. Well, made me a liar. And it shows us each of the countries, and we can see all the metrics and see which ones are most profitable, what's the most expensive. Very similar numbers to what we saw in our Shopify store. So like 61-cent cost per link click for UK and Australia is also high, but those were also the countries that had the highest conversion rate in our website. So it's kind of interesting how it plays out. And notice that the sites that are the countries that had the best conversion rates are also, ironically or not surprisingly, the ones that Facebook has allocated the majority of the spend to. So it's 29K to UK, 13 to Australia, then Germany, Canada, France, New Zealand. Yeah, that one's normally up there. And all of these perform like pretty consistently. France is interesting. 3.22. That's really high. That's like a full one ROAS above the rest. So, and then as for the add to carts and checkouts initiated, these used to be much more reliable than they are, but they're just not. Something about all the iOS changes that happened made it just not as consistent. Like, these numbers are super inflated. But anyway, so 5,000 purchases from this campaign on 96,000 spent. What is that? It's just under $20. Yeah, $19.20 CPA. So $19.20 CPA, and then our average order value is 44. And it's higher on the international countries. So call it like 46. So it's 46 divided by 19.2 is a 2.4 ROAS. Then out of that we have like 40% cost of goods. So this was running at like 15-20% margin. But the thing to remember is then we have all the emails, all the follow-up, like retargeting ads. So the crazy thing is that we're profitable on front end customer acquisition. A lot of companies, they run at a loss, and then they just plan to make the money back over the lifetime of the customer. With these stores, we're profitable from the very first purchase, which is pretty awesome. So to bring things home, if you are launching your ads and your return is not great and you're wondering what's wrong, what's broken, like why is it not working? Assuming that you followed the steps and you have like the baseline set up how we have it here, like your conversion optimized, your website doesn't suck, you set up like the right campaign types and like your ads are following the layout, like you follow the kind of creative we did that looks good, gets people to stop scrolling. You have ad copy that's attention grabbing, has an enticing offer, has a call to action button. If you're checking all those like baseline boxes and it's not converting, it could be a couple of main things. Looking at the metrics will help you figure this out, but 9 times out of 10, it's just that you don't have good enough products. I'll just say it straight up, even if it hurts your feelings, because I care a lot more about you hearing the truth that's going to get you profitable than, me telling you some BS to make you feel good. And the same was true for me. Anytime my ads are not performing well, 9 times out of 10, it's not because of the ads, it's because my products suck. But the way you can really confirm that is looking at your cost per link click on Facebook. If you're wondering if your ads, like what the issue is, first look at what's your cost per link click. If it's super high, like if you're over $1 or $1.50 US traffic cost per link click, then that's a huge problem. That's a sign that you're probably not getting many comments, likes, shares. You probably have really high CPMs, which an important factor that applies to all the metrics we just talked about, at least on the Facebook side, is that your Facebook rewards advertisers that have engaging ads. They like seeing when advertisers get people to like, comment, and share. If you look at your ads and you have 0 engagement, then that is a huge red flag, and I guarantee nothing else is working. You need to have products that people actually like and want to interact with. And that ties back to everything we covered in the product module. But, if you don't have like really good products, it doesn't matter what your ad copy is. It doesn't matter if your offer is 100% off. It needs to be something that engages people. But then say you have that, say you have cheap cost per link clicks, you're getting traffic to the site, but just nobody's converting. First thing I would consider is that how long have you been running it? Like, is your pixel optimized? Which you can see, like, is it first double check that your pixel's actually set up and firing properly and it's receiving purchase conversion events. Second thing is seeing if your ads are out of their learning phase or not. Because until they're out of the learning phase, you're going to have a lower conversion rate. But then third thing is I would look at is people aren't converting. Is it because of the add to cart rate, initiate checkout, or the conversion rate? And then if it's conversion or add to cart rate like it normally is, then I would go to the Miro board, the D2C Miro board, and look at all the ways you can improve your conversion rate or your add to cart rate. A lot of it comes down to pricing, but again, we've given you the baseline things that we would do in order to, get your site to a stable conversion rate, assuming you've done all that. Another thing you can do is come join WeScale University, get on the coaching calls with us. We'll take a look at your site. You can ask questions, that sort of thing. But all the stuff that we would recommend is really laid out here in the course. And anything that I say on those calls is normally just stuff that I'm regurgitating from the course. But then say, your add to cart rate is good, just people aren't initiating checkout. Then I would, again, it's on the Miro board, but I would look at, why are people not check out, look at the analytics and see, is it people on desktop or people on mobile who aren't converting? And then from there, figure out why. If it's people on mobile aren't converting, then look at your mobile conversion rate breakdown by going here, look at your device type, and see mobile, desktop, tablet. Look, desktop is 4% conversion rate. Mobile is 2.3. Now, a lot of that, think of the whole picture. Why would mobile be a worse conversion rate? It's when people are on their phone, they're out and about, that sort of thing. But if you're on your desktop, you're sitting at home, much better position to be, shopping. So keeping those things in mind. But if this is abysmally low, then I would pull out my phone, go to my website on an incognito window to make sure it's not giving me a cached version. Make sure I'm seeing what the rest of the these users are seeing and go through the checkout process. And if I'm still not sure, then send it in WeScale community and get some feedback. 9 times out of 10, when I look at somebody's site, it's like glaringly obvious stuff. Like I land on the page and I get smacked with a pop-up right away, or like, you know, the colors are all off, or the pictures are way too big, or like they basically just go back through. The solution is just go back through the conversion rate optimization lesson. And then if you're like, okay, I'm getting good cost per link clicks, people are converting on the site, but my average order value is super low. Again, go watch the average order value optimization session, but a lot of it just comes down to making better products. And last piece I'll say about this is that learning the analytics and how to read the data is crucial. Everybody should absolutely do it, but reading the numbers and like tracking your KPIs becomes 10 times easier and almost obsolete when you have really good products. Like you could take a beginner who has no idea what they're doing and have them make 7 figures in their first year if they just have a viral collection of products. And it doesn't even have to be like the full collection. Like if they just have 5 or 10 really good winners that go viral, like you could take somebody who doesn't understand any of this stuff and they would do really well. But anyways, I've talked about this a lot now, so hopefully this answers your questions, gives a good frame of reference for how to look at your analytics and like what to do with it. But fill out that spreadsheet every day, start to flex that muscle, and you'll get better at it over time. So thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. These are the most common advertising mistakes that I see beginners making when launching their first campaigns. And all these mistakes I've made more than anybody else. So any of these apply to you, don't feel bad. Just learn from it and get better in the future. So the first ad mistake that I see is people just not testing enough, thinking that by just launching 4 ads, following the campaign structure that we've covered in this training or others, and think that because they've just followed that structure, just 4 ads should be enough, and they should be getting at least some results. And the fact that they're not getting any good results shows that just this whole thing doesn't work. And nothing could be further from the truth. All of the biggest and best advertisers, what they spend their time doing is testing a ton. Now, in this course, we've given some baseline examples of like template, ad copy, creatives, how to structure the campaigns. Then we honed our focus by looking at the pie chart of like what matters most. But you have to be constantly revisiting that and iterating in different areas. Don't just take like the baseline examples we give you. Look at the competition, look out at the market, read advertising and marketing books, and learn what you can about things that you can test. But the biggest things to test are, number one, new products, especially for print on demand, where it's a catalog focused differentiator rather than just product quality. If you're like a single product funnel, your product catalog, number one. Number two is the creative. So better videos, pictures, slideshows, more engaging content that stands out in the feed. Third is your ad copy and offers. And then fourth is like your headlines. And fifth, distant fifth would be your targeting. All of that stuff, like back to the pie chart, is pretty replaceable with all of those other things. Like it doesn't matter nearly as much as your product and your ad creative. 2 biggest things, but you have to test a lot. You have to be testing 30, 40, 50 ads. You have to be running these different types of campaigns to find your winning ads. But people who end up losing money with advertising just don't test enough. And by the way, testing does not need to equal spending a ton of money. Testing can just be putting up a lot of different ads that within one ad set, like up to 10 at a $5 engagement budget, and let Facebook find, like just giving it enough ammunition to find winners. A second is inaccurate tracking. So not setting up your API tracking if you're using Shopify. That's a huge no-no, especially nowadays with iOS updates and all of that. You need to be tracking properly. You don't necessarily need to go as far as using a software like Hyros like we used to do, but at higher spends, it can definitely make sense. Third biggest mistake advertisers make is not understanding the metrics. That's why I've done a detailed lesson about just reading the numbers, understanding what they mean, and painting a picture. Because if you don't understand the metrics like you won't at the beginning, it's going to feel like a foreign language. But it's by far the most important skill out of everything we've covered, because it allows you to hone your focus and see where you need to be optimizing in your business. And just by understanding how the metrics work, you can be working on the right thing and not the wrong thing. And beginners that don't understand the metrics focus on the stuff that doesn't matter. Like they'll be writing new ad copy and testing their emoji placement. And like you can go really, really deep on any area of this business. And beginners do that. They go like really deep in one area, but it's the area that they just find easiest or most entertaining or most rewarding because it makes something aesthetically different about their business that's cool to them and it's something tangible. Whereas what they should actually be doing is looking at the metrics and seeing like what are my click-through rates, my CPMs, my conversion rates, my add to cart rate, all of the numbers, and then fix the thing that's broken. Fourth is an obvious and easy one to fix is not being conversion optimized. I hear this a lot. I'm getting really cheap clicks, but no one is converting. 90% of the time, I look at their ad account and their campaign objective is for either link clicks or engagement. No wonder you're not getting conversions. You just have to follow the structure that we laid out and make sure that you're telling Facebook, we want people to buy, aka conversions, purchase optimized. The fifth thing is they will launch their ads and then just don't touch them, which is fine. Not touching them is good once you have good results and you're profitable, because then at that point you want your ad account to like optimize and you want your ad sets to get out of the learning phase. In the beginning, you are not at that point. If you've never had good results before, like your ad account's never been profitable, you should not just be launching and then not touching anything, because you want to be launching and then watching and learning and seeing what's working, what's not. Come up with your own hypotheses as you're launching your ads. Like, I think this one's going to do well, and then see if you're right. But the worst thing you can do is follow this, what we've laid out for you, follow it to a T, launch your ads, and then just sit back and think, okay, I followed what Chris showed. Now it's time for the ads to do their thing. I can promise you that is not going to work. The only way your ads are going to work is if you follow what we laid out as a baseline, and then you take it a step further. You really start learning and understanding the stuff for yourself, understand the metrics, and like I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to keep saying because it's all you have to do. You work on your product collection, you understand the metrics, so you're working on the right areas of your business, and then you come up with ideas or things you want to test, and then you do it in your ad account. Worst thing you can do is launch ads and then get too nervous to touch anything, and you just sit back, and then a week later you're like, all right, now I've spent more money than I'm comfortable with and I got nothing to show for it. The way you get something to show for it, especially in the beginning, is by launching and then watching it like a hawk and learning. That's what you should be doing. The sixth mistake that I see is beginners try to come up with something completely new and original out of the gate, which is fine. It's good to have creativity, but take your ideas and put it on the back burner. If you've never run ads before, you have no frame of reference for what's a good idea and what's a bad idea. Everything's going to seem like a good idea to you because you have no experience. And I'm talking to myself. I did this exact same thing. Now what I do, and a much smarter way to approach things, is when you go to launch ads or anything in business really, look at the competition, see what they're doing, take notes, see what their offers are, their ad copy, their creative, their landing pages, their products, their price points, their catalog, all of that stuff. And then see their Shopify apps, go on builtwith.com and see what they're using on the back end to run their store and to maximize their LTV. All of that ties into your ad performance. Beginners don't do any of that. They just sit down and they try to come up with something new. They order a t-shirt and like take pictures of it and try to make cool backgrounds and then use that as their ad creative. Don't do that. Save yourself the time. Just follow what we laid out here as a baseline. Get your foundation in your ad account for print-on-demand products, at least. For TikTok and other channels, it's different. There you have to, or not even really different. There you still look at the competition. You see how people are advertising or showing off their product. Get your own ideas from that, of like ways you could iterate off of that idea, and then reshoot that same type of video just in your own way. So you're not exactly copying anything, but that's how you do it on TikTok, Facebook, same thing. All these principles hold true, but don't be the beginner who tries to come up with a brand new idea. As a beginner, your goal is to learn from what others have already proven works. And then once you get up to that level of performance and knowledge and just experience with marketing and the business in general, that's where you start to introduce your own ideas and your own unique flair. And the last and most pervasive mistake that I see beginners making that took me the longest to learn this one, is thinking that you can solve your ad performance issues just within the ad account. Thinking that, okay, my ROAS is dropping. The way I'm going to fix that is by, or even better yet, I've never had a good ROAS. I've had bad ad performance. I'm clearly doing something wrong in my ad account, and spending 100% of your time and focus just in the ad account is a huge mistake that I see beginners making, because the missing link there is the 10,000 foot view. Back to the brick and mortar store metaphor, it's that just getting people to come into your shop is just one step of the process. Like if you walk by, if you're talking to a store owner, they're like, yeah, I don't know what's going wrong. Like people are coming in, but nobody's buying. Like I have my billboard out there, and then you look inside their store and they have like 2 products on the shelves, and one of the products is out of stock, and inside it's dark and dingy, and their customer service reps are mean, the people working at the counter. But then the business owner, the store shop owner, is telling you, yeah, but like, so I'm going to take that billboard down, I'm going to put up a different one. I got a new idea for a picture because I saw somebody else's billboard down there that looked good, so I'm going to try out that to drive traffic in. Would you go, yeah, that's a good idea. You should really fix that billboard because that's clearly why you're not getting any sales. You go, no, screw the billboard. It's working. You're getting some people in the door. Your problem is in your shop. You have no products. Your store sucks. Stop looking at the billboard, the big obvious or easy to point at thing, and start fixing the actual business. Because when you have a really good business with products that people love, that they want to come back and buy from you again and again, then the marketing becomes honestly dead simple. The marketing becomes the easiest thing in the world because all you have to do is just drop a match and the rest takes off. When you have a product that people love and they want to tell their friends about, just getting people in the door becomes so easy. Marketing becomes more challenging the worse your product is. There's an inverse relationship between the effort and how hard your marketing is going to be, how much of an uphill battle it's going to be, and the quality of your product. If you have a 10 out of 10 quality, you can put a 1 out of 10 effort into your marketing and get still insane results. That's why Elon Musk, with his companies, he doesn't focus on marketing hardly at all. His whole philosophy is around just build the best product in the world that people have ever seen or never seen, a lot of times with his companies, and the marketing takes care of itself. And when I was running some of my early stores, I would have this exact thing happen where we would have good performance for a little while, and then it would start to drop. And for whatever reason, I would start honing in on the marketing. I viewed myself as a Facebook ads guy. I was like, this is my thing. I can fix this. Start tearing apart all the metrics and stuff. And it wasn't until I had tried and exhausted everything I could think of in the ad account, fixed everything in there, and performance was still low. It wasn't until that happened that I finally picked my head up and looked at the store and looked at the whole customer experience and figured out what was going on. And that's when I started noticing some pretty obvious things, like some of my top sellers were out of stock, or the collection had been accidentally resorted from newest to oldest instead of by best sellers, or that PayPal had locked our account for some reason, we needed to verify something. So customers weren't able to check out with PayPal anymore. Even though they were seeing the PayPal logo everywhere, they would expect it, they would get the checkout, and they couldn't buy. A huge issue. Or our prices would be all jacked up. If somebody ran a bulk product edit and threw something off, all of our products are wrong. Those kind of things, those are obvious examples, but I wasn't catching any of that stuff because I was just too focused on the ad account. And when I used to help people with their ads before, I used to just look at the ad account. I would say, okay, you have an ads problem, I'll help you with the ads problem. Now, before I even look at the ad account, I look at the entire business. Because if you look at the quality of their site, of their products, I can normally guess where the break is. If they have really good products and the site, then fixing the ads is the easy part. But if you try to help them with the ads and if the inside of their store, the lights are off, then there's no point. You're wasting your time. Those are the most common ad mistakes that I've personally made and that I see a lot. Hopefully you can avoid some of them too. Module 7, emails. This is by far the most requested lesson or course material out of anything I've put out on the channel. So we're really excited to finally be bringing a cohesive email marketing training to you guys. And not only that, it's also going to include a bunch of templates and examples and things that you can just basically copy paste into your own account, similar to what we're doing with the ads and Shopify store, to get you to a baseline level of performance. Because our goal is to get you out the door and profitable as quickly as possible. And then there's obviously lots of ways you can iterate and improve from that point onward. So in this video, we're going to quickly go over some of the key elements for this module along with the lesson plans and answer some of the FAQs when it comes to emails and cover some of the things to watch out for as you're going through it. So the lesson plan, first we're going to obviously set up our Claviyo account, which is our email software. They have entry-level plans that are pretty affordable, and their pricing just scales up based on the number of subscribers you have. This is how all the email providers do it, and there's Claviyo, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign. There's a ton of different email softwares out there, but we use Claviyo because just like Shopify is the website builder specifically for e-commerce companies, Claviyo is the email software specifically for e-commerce companies. Then in lesson 2, we're going to be setting up your lists and customer segments. This is going to be similar to our Facebook audiences, our custom audiences, where it'll automatically populate based on the parameters that we put in place. We're going to set up our lists and segments that for like existing customers, abandoned carts, initiate checkouts, all that kind of stuff. And then we're going to be setting up the flows on top of that. And don't worry if it sounds complex. Meg is going to be leading you through all of this stuff, and Claviyo also makes it really easy. A lot of the stuff we're going to be setting up comes out of the box, and then Meg is going to be pointing you in the direction of, what's worked for us and show you the emails and flows that we're setting up for seasonal collections. And 3 is the flows and automations, which if you're not sure what that is, just stay tuned for Meg's training. She's going to give you a great overview, but the basic idea is just like when a customer gets added to an audience, say like once somebody purchases, we're going to be setting up flows we don't want the conversation to just stop there with the customer. That's what's different about what we're building, like a Shopify brand compared to like Etsy, Amazon, or even drop shippers. We're able to continue to build that relationship with the customer to get them to come back and buy again, deliver more value, improve their lives, bring more happiness, all that kind of stuff. The way we do that is by continuing the conversation. So once somebody purchases, we are going to set up a flow so that like 2 hours later, it sends a welcome email telling them about the brand. Then like 2 days later, it sends a follow-up saying like, hey, your package is on the way. And like a week later, I'm just spitballing. These aren't the exact emails, but like a week later, it's like after they get their package, we're going to send them an email saying like, hey, did everything turn out the way you hoped? Let us know if there's anything we can do. And then we're also going to set up like a cross-sell flow. So after somebody buys a t-shirt, we can cross-sell for other products. That can either be like other designs of the same product type, or it can be like hoodies, tank tops, crew necks, or if you launch like home decor, like any other products that your customer would be interested in. Once you launch them, you can set up flows and automations so that they automatically find out about them. Then we're going to talk about sending email campaigns, which the difference between campaigns and flows / automations is campaigns are just a one-off blast that you send to people. So like your entire list, send them one message, or you can segment it, send it to your most active buyers, most loyal customers. But an example campaign would be like if after we launch a new collection, like when summer comes around and we're launching the summer collection, we would send like a couple of email campaigns leading up to that, like, a few weeks before it launches, then a week before it launches, then day before, then day of, like building up hype about the new designs that are launching. And then say it's like a special thank you for being on our email list. Here's a 15% off discount. And those emails, especially the ones where you talk about new products being launched, normally do extremely well. But Meg's going to cover that in a lot more depth. And then I'm going to be showing you how to set up our email pop-up. So this is the exit intent, like email capture page, or pop-up rather. It's not a separate page, where as somebody's leaving your page to exit the website for whatever reason, we're going to pop up, show them a discount code to try to get them to convert in that session. But if they don't, we'll at the very least be building our email list, which is, again, a huge asset for the business in general. So there we go. Took the words right out of my own mouth. So your email list is a valuable asset that you build up as a Shopify seller that other platforms don't allow you to do. Like Amazon, Etsy sellers, they don't have these assets, whereas you are going to be building a list of your customers that you can sell to anywhere. And the interesting thing that not many people are aware of, but you can leverage your Shopify list if you decide down the road that you want to launch on Etsy, Amazon, other marketplaces. You can use your existing customer base to jumpstart your growth on those platforms. Like all those marketplaces love when you send external traffic, especially if it converts really well. So it's almost like a cheat code to be launching on Etsy after you've already built an email list, rather than if you start from scratch, like you're just playing like the SEO game, running, you have to load like thousands of products in order to start seeing real traction. With an email list, you can start seeing sales like relatively quickly. And the reason that these platforms don't give you the customer data is if you picture every time you bought from Amazon, what would the experience be like for the customer if you got added to a new email list? Like every individual brand that you've ever bought from, like I bought hundreds of products off of Amazon, if not more. And almost all of them come from separate Amazon sellers. So imagine if I was getting added to 100+ different like email lists for these different brands. It'd be a terrible experience. I would get annoyed with Amazon. So Amazon doesn't allow that. And then your list and segments are making sure that we're splitting up the customers so we're talking to them in the right way. Like we don't want to be sending a salesy, like, new collection launch email to people who have placed an order but haven't received it yet. That would get kind of a WTF type of moment. So we're going to be segmenting people so that we're speaking to them in the right way. And again, Meg's going to be the one leading through all of this. And my personal favorite part about setting up the emails and the flows and stuff is that it's a one-time time investment for the most part on your part. Like it does take a lot of time to set up these flows, but like anything. But the really good thing is that especially since you're copying our basically proven flows that are going to get you sales, at least to a certain extent, you just set it up once and then they run for forever. That's the flows and automations. The campaigns you have to send yourself, but flows and automations bring in like 15 to 20% of revenue for us generally, and that's just like pretty much all profit minus cost of goods. So since there's no ad cost on that. So it's really cool that, it takes a lot of time, but once you do it, you reap the benefits of it for months and years to come. An important topic that I want to touch on, or concept to bring home, is LTV, which is the lifetime value of our customers. And this is like everything that we're building towards is all about the lifetime value, because we have customers on our other stores that, they buy one time, they have an amazing experience, and then because of that, then we follow up with them in email, they come back and buy from us again and again and again. And so then the reason that's super valuable is that we have the acquisition cost, our ad cost on the front end, on the first purchase, but then the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th purchase are all just profit. It's just our cost of goods to fulfill it, but there's no acquisition cost for each of those, so it's a much better margin. So email enables us to increase our LTV because we're building a relationship with our customer, and the point of our emails is not just to sell, it's to build a relationship. And email strategies vary a lot based on different brands. That's why I recommend go through the Miro board of all the different print-on-demand websites that we shared and sign up for each of their emails. Like go through their site, sign up on their exit intent pop-up, and then even more than that, see what their abandoned cart emails look like. And if you want to go even further, place a purchase and see what their post-purchase flows look like. That's where you can like really get interesting, because you can get access to literally everything that these companies are doing, and reverse engineer like, okay, this is what this flow looks like, but then Wicked Close is doing something different. That's interesting, and you can learn from all their flows just by signing up for their list and looking like a customer. And we ran a test on 2 of the old brands, one of which was Yoga Stay. And on one brand, we did just a bunch of salesy emails. It was like discounts like every other day, like buy one, get one free. It was just sale. And that email list, it did well for a while. Like it was just all sales driven. But eventually it started to peter off and customers got tired of it. Our deliverability dropped, which we'll talk about. But overall, the performance started to dip. Whereas on the other brand, what we did, Yoga Stay, we did value-based emails. So we were talking about like what it means to be a yogi, like daily reminders to, or not daily, but like reminders to just breathe, like this too shall pass, stuff like that. And people loved that stuff. And a lot of those emails, it was just text-based. It didn't even have like a link to buy or like mention a product or discount or anything. And those emails would still drive sales because people love them so much. So that's something that I have to, still remind myself, is that you're on the other end of those emails you're sending it's real people, real customers. And if you think of yourself in your own emails that you receive, how much fun is it to get just blasted with sale, maybe around Black Friday and the holidays, sure. But throughout the year, you don't want to feel like you're just getting, rammed with sales emails. You want to feel like the brand actually cares about you and they're trying to provide like a goodwill and or they're trying to bring value to their list and build up goodwill with you. So module FAQs. So when it comes to emails, like I said, it's set it up once and you can pretty much forget it. But the caveat to that is that since it is such a big time investment, I don't invest the time in building out all the flows and automations until I know that it's a brand that I'm going to stick with. So what I mean by that is that if I have a brand that I'm testing and I'm launching for the first time, I'm going to build like the basic automations, like mainly the stuff that Shopify already does for you. And then I'll do like some welcome flow stuff, but I'm not going to invest and it's not a ton of time, but like over a weekend, you could bang it out, but it'll take 10, 12 hours probably to set up all of your flows. And if you haven't even gotten your ads profitable yet, or at least seen really good signs, you don't want to go and make that huge investment in the time that it takes to build out those flows just to figure out that this niche isn't going to work, or you have to pivot. So I normally wait until after I've gotten a store that's proven to work, and then I double down and invest in all the stuff that Meg's going to be showing you. So how often should we be sending our email campaigns? 2 to 3 times per week. Space it out by 2 or 3 days. Try to do 2 content or value-based emails in whatever your niche is, and then 1 sales email. And then to answer the question of what makes a good email, just do what I already said. Go check out the Miro board. Get on the list of all of the top sellers. You're going to learn a ton. Honestly, everything we're showing you in the email training, it's good to get to a baseline, but there's so much more that can be done with it that we haven't even scratched the surface on. Like a lot of brands e-commerce brands, they're at 30, 40% of their revenue comes from email and SMS. Us, we're at 15 to 20%. My focus, my specialty, if you can call it that, has always just been on the marketing, the paid ad side. So there's some email gurus out there that can really help you, ratchet things up. But just looking at the competition is a great place to get started. So, and with that, I'm excited for you guys to go through this module. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you soon.
In this module, we're going to go over how to connect your Klaviyo account to your Shopify store. There are a few ways that you can actually set up Klaviyo. Klaviyo is the email marketing company that we prefer to use. You can absolutely use other companies like MailChimp. Drip is another one. Typically, though, we've had a great experience with Klaviyo overall and can't recommend them enough. So one of the ways that we can actually connect our Shopify store to Klaviyo is just by going to the App Store and typing in Klaviyo. There it is. We can click install. This is basically just saying Klaviyo needs to have access to your customers' contacts, because if they're signing up with their email, that's how Klaviyo then gets their email to send them information. Okay, so once all this information is connected, you can just click get started. So this is a great way of going about it by going from Shopify to then Klaviyo, because it's then already connected to your store. You're signing up with Klaviyo, and then it'll move into Klaviyo's main page. So you'll already have the integration already set up and behind you, which makes it really easy. Sync our data. Yes, we want to sync these settings. If you have a Shopify store already and for some reason already have profiles, maybe you've been selling for a little bit, but you want to switch your email provider, profiles that already exist in Shopify, you can click this as well, and it'll connect those customers to your Klaviyo account. I don't think we have any meta fields. We shouldn't. So we're going to click continue. Yep, this is our sender information. We can say that this is the name that we want it sent from, as well as the default sender email address. How do you want to reach your subscribers? Typically, we have better luck with email. You can sign up for email and SMS. For the case of this learning, we are just going to sign up for emails only at this point. And then we will check our email to activate our account. Okay, so we clicked on that email, we activated our account, and now this is what we see. We'll go through this setup and get things rolling. Okay, that's turned on. There we go. So it is enabled. We'll return to our dashboard. Okay, let's go back here. Set up email subscriber list. Yeah, we can just say for now, we'll just say newsletter. Okay, so the next thing that Klaviyo is going to ask you is how do you want to set up your main email list? Would you like to do a double opt-in or a single opt-in? So single opt-in means your customer is just going to put in their email address and they'll immediately then be on your email list. A double opt-in means they sign up, they have to go to their email and basically confirm that they would like to receive emails from you. So again, Klaviyo is going to recommend this because it prevents bots from signing up and people using invalid email addresses, and adds, improves your reputation and all that. We like the single opt-in because it is just fewer steps, and then people don't get annoyed that they're then having to click submit and then getting another email to get the discount. It just can sometimes feel like it's too much. So we just do a single opt-in. We've never had an issue with bots putting in emails on our site. I don't think we've even had invalid email addresses either. If they do bounce or people don't get them, we filter those out already. So again, this is completely up to you. What we do and what has worked for us has been the single opt-in. Click next. Okay, so we've set up our main email list. Let's get subscribers. So you can actually import your contacts to your list. We don't have any contacts because this is a brand new store for us. We can also take this time to create a sign-up form. So this is a great time for you to set up a form for people who come to your website. The pop-up screen comes on after, maybe a few seconds or after they've clicked on a product and says, hey, would you like 15% off for joining our mailing list? Person can say yes or they can say no, but this is where you would create that pop-up form. So we'll skip this for now because you can do that later. It doesn't have to be right now. Again, no contacts to import, build our library, confirm our logo, brand colors, creative assets. We can skip for now as well. And then invite our team. If you have other members of your team that you're working with, you can invite them to your account so that they can work on the email account as well. Or you can just hand out this email account with the password to whoever's working on it, if you trust them completely. So we can skip this for now. Again, don't want to pop up. Now, as you can see, this is going to trigger you to create a welcome flow. We're going to get into what flows, campaigns are, and really diving deep into Klaviyo and what they offer, and really how we can use email as a great strategy to get customers back to the site. And again, just helping to increase revenue overall. But this is how we would go with setting up Klaviyo and connecting it to your Shopify store. Again, if you go from Shopify, download the app, it just is such an easy way to integrate all of it together. You don't have to go and backtrack or Google how to connect it. It's just an easy way to connect things. Nice trick of the trade after learning it the hard way multiple times. Take it from me, do it the easy way. In this module, we're going to be going over the difference between lists and segments on Klaviyo for your email marketing. So if you look at the left-hand side, we have a few different options to choose from. We're going to go down to audience. We can click that down arrow. You'll see they have lists and segments as well as profiles. So first, let's go over profiles. That's where all of your customers are going to the database of customers pretty much. So if I were to check out on our website and I signed up for email marketing, all of my information that I gave to Shopify would then show up here with my email address, or I guess my profile name, our email address, a phone number if we gave it, when we joined, etc. So this is where you will be able to see all of the people on your email list. Now we can look into what we call lists and segments. Lists and segments are basically just a way for us to organize our customer list, because the last thing that we want is to just be sending emails out to people who aren't engaged, don't really interact with our company, don't open our emails. We don't want to just be sending emails out to everybody for it to just go straight to the trash. So it's really smart to make lists or segment your customers into categories that fit for them. So as you can see, we can click create new. So we can create a list. This list would maybe be like, you could take a poll and have a list of people who want to receive certain emails. That's a way of making a list. That would literally be putting individual names or individual emails in a list and only emailing that list. A segment is a little bit different. It uses actions that your customers have already done and then is able to place them into different areas based off of those actions. So we like to create segments. We can name a segment engaged 45. And then we can basically give this segment the actions that we would like it to sift through our database of profiles and find the right customers. So what somebody or someone hasn't done. So we can say they have clicked an email at least once in the last 45 days. And they have we can say that they were active on site or even viewed a product. So we can say active on site at least once in the last 45 days. And so you can basically just keep going and keep feeding these segments very specific actions. And this way we're going to tailor the right people to be sending emails to. And it can kind of look a little messy. I'll show you when we send a practice campaign email, really all the people that we're targeting and want to send emails. Again, we don't want to be just sending emails out to everybody for them to go to spam or for people to not click on them or for them to just be tossed to the side. That's the last thing that we want. We want people who are very engaged with our brand, who are repeat buyers, who open our emails, engage with us. Those are the kind of customers that we really want to be targeting and addressing our emails to. Flows are an extremely important part, especially for building a brand. It helps to build customer trust as well as build a really great asset to continue to generate revenue without you really having to think about it, which is great. Who doesn't want that? So in this module, we're going to be talking about what flows are, as well as the 10 different types of flows that Chris and I set up for our brands that are just constantly running in the background. Now, there isn't a lot that we're going to really do. It's just going to be more explaining what these flows are, and I'll later show you how you can set up one of these flows. Somewhere around this video, I have linked all of our different flow triggers, all of the different flows that we use and set up, as well as the text that we include in these flows so that you can take a look and tailor these to your own brand. It's pretty much as straightforward as building 10 different email flows can go. Let's get into it. If you go to Claviyo, again, we aren't really doing too much at this point, but if you go to Claviyo, you'll see on the left-hand side that there is this flows button. You can click that, and here, this is where we can create those flows. Now, flows are great because, as I said before, they are constantly running in the background. You can set up what we call triggers, which are similar to customer segments like we talked about before. So these triggers will basically segment your customers into deciding what emails they will or won't receive. For example, you have a abandoned cart flow. This goes to your customer who has signed up for emails, but for some reason they did not check out. That customer is going to be put into that abandoned cart flow, and they're going to get emails that say, hey, why didn't you check out? And if it's been some time, hey, here's a 10% discount. Want to check out your cart now? So it segments those customers based off of the behaviors that they've taken on your site. These flows are great because they're constantly working in the background, doing all the hard work for you. You basically just have to take the time to initially set up these flows, let them run for a little bit, and then look at your analytics and see which emails are performing the best. How can we then take those best performing emails and tailor them for all the different flows that we are going to set up? So let's get into the 10 different flows that Chris and I actually set up for our brands. The first flow is going to be our welcome flow. A welcome flow is basically for a customer who has signed up for email marketing and hasn't done anything else. So they haven't added anything to a cart. They haven't made a purchase before. It's basically just introducing them to our brand and providing them with that nice welcome 15% off discount code. This is to hopefully sell somebody to eventually check out on our site. That's the whole purpose of a welcome flow. You can have other emails in there as well that are talking about your brand and your mission and the things that you want to do as a company. But for the most part, you're really just trying to get somebody to convert and make that initial purchase. The second flow that we're going to talk about is a post-purchase flow. So this goes out to the customer who has already made a purchase. So they have purchased their first order, and your emails are basically going to be hyping them up, saying like, we are so excited for you to get this design. You're going to look great in it. All of your friends are going to ask, where did you get this design? We absolutely love it. It's so unique. You cannot find it anywhere else on the internet. And it's really just hyping up and building up that customer's confidence and really looking forward to receiving that package. You can give some updates as to what's going on, what the process looks like. After you've made your purchase, hey, it's gonna go to production. It usually takes a day or two, kind of like setting up their expectations. The last thing that we wanna do is say like, hey, you'll receive this shirt in 2 days. And then the customer's like, where's this shirt? It's been a week. But you can kind of explain that process and also explain like, hey, if you have any issue with your product, please don't hesitate to reach out. We are here to help you. And by basically saying that, you're just backing your product, which a lot of people like, and then will also build trust towards you and your brand. The third flow that we're going to talk about is abandoned cart emails. These are going to be customers who've started a cart but never checked out. So it's kind of reminding them like, hey, you added this to your cart. Are you sure you want to leave it here? Like, we're going to save it for you for 48 hours, kind of giving them that urgency. And if they still haven't checked out close to 48 hours, you can send another email basically saying, hey, come check out. We'll give you this 10% discount to complete this purchase. And hopefully it just gives that customer enough of a nudge to actually complete the checkout. The fourth flow that we set up is called an abandoned browse. So this is a customer who they've already signed up for marketing, otherwise they wouldn't be receiving these emails, but they were browsing your site. They didn't add to the cart. They just came to your site, took a peek, and then left. So it's kind of similar to the abandoned cart emails, but instead of saying like you left this behind, it's just kind of like, hey, we saw that you were looking at our designs and maybe they have purchased before. You can send them a shirt that seemed similar to one that they had bought in the past, or just saying like, hey, we missed you on the site, whatever it may be. But again, this is a great way to get somebody who was just there browsing to maybe actually completing the purchase or even just adding to the cart. The fifth flow that we can talk about is called a cross-sell flow. So this can go out to people who have already made a purchase, and sometimes you can upsell or you can actually try to sell them another product. So you can sometimes say like, hey, thanks for your purchase. We're really excited for you to get this. Did you also see this shirt that looks very similar to the one that you purchased? Or like is a similar humor type of niche shirt that they've already purchased. You can say like, you can add it in your cart and we'll give you 10% off, or we can add this to your order for this upsell. Or you can do the cross sell, which is, hey, we saw that you purchased this t-shirt. We actually offer that as a hoodie as well, or we're going into summer. Would you like to purchase this as a tank as well? And give them a little discount to maybe bump up that order and add another item to it. It can be a little tricky with print on demand trying to do a cross sell like that, but if it's early enough, you can absolutely change and edit that order, typically up to 24 hours. So it's a great way to bump up that average order value of people and just kind of getting them to maybe purchase 2 items instead of just purchasing 1 t-shirt or 1 hoodie, 1 crew neck. So it's just like a great way to show people the other things that your site has to offer. Another flow that we like to set up is called a win-back flow. So this is a customer who probably hasn't interacted much with your store. Let's say it's maybe been 2 months, so about 60 days. They have not really opened an email. They haven't clicked on an email. They haven't made a purchase in 60 days. It's kind of been a while. So this is an email where you can kind of remind people like, hey, remember us? We're a brand that exists. Why don't you come and check this out? Like, we added all of these new products, or we have over 100 new designs. Come and check these out before, it's too late. This can kind of get a customer who hasn't been in a buying mood into a buying mood, because they're not really fitting into any of these flows that are running in the background. So unless you're sending a lot of campaign emails and they're not interacting with those, this can be a trigger to get people back onto the site, back into those flows so they can continue receiving our emails and kind of getting that little nudge to come back and purchase. Another flow that is very similar to a win-back flow is called a sunset flow. The last thing that we want to be doing as email marketers is bugging people to a point where they aren't interacting at all. So if a customer maybe just only made one purchase and then they've never communicated with us again, they've never clicked an email, maybe they put us in a separate mailbox where they don't ever look at those emails. We want to put them in a sunset flow, see if they click on one of those emails so that they can continue receiving our emails. But if they're not going to do that, we don't want to continue marketing to that person. So we'll kind of put them in a little what we call a sunset folder, which basically is saying hey, this person maybe made a purchase before, or they've interacted with us at some point in time. They're not interested. They don't want to unsubscribe, but they're not interested really in interacting and engaging with our brand and our emails. So we're just going to put them in this little folder over here. We can still market to them if they want because they never unsubscribed, but we're sending our emails to the people who are going to engage more and are more likely to make purchases. That's the person that you want to continue marketing to, not the person who has said, I'm kind of done with this. I'm not going to unsubscribe, but I'm not interacting with this really at all. Those are the type of people that you don't really want clogging up your flows as well as your deliverability. Another email flow that you can set up is a UGC flow, or a user-generated content flow. This is an email that you can send to customers after they've made a purchase and you know that they've received that purchase. So it could be maybe 14 days after they've ordered. They should have already received that order unless something has gone terribly wrong or it's an international order being shipped from the United States. You can reach out to that customer and say hey, we would love to get a picture of you in your shirt, or if you would like to take a video of your shirt, we would absolutely love that. Or you can post it to our Facebook group and show people the funny shirt, whatever it may be. Asking people for that user-generated content, because then you can use that image to just help promote your brand even more. When you say, hey, we've had over 5,000 happy customers, or we have over 500 5-star reviews, and you can show a picture of somebody who actually is wearing your product, that's absolutely huge and just helps build trust from people who have never purchased from you before. We'll talk about reviews at a different point in time, but collecting reviews as well as collecting user-generated content is absolutely huge and gold for building a brand. Finally, the last flow that we can set up is actually a birthday flow. So at some point, I think it's typically in our post-purchase, it's either in the post-purchase or our welcome flow, we'll send people a birthday sign up so that on their special day, we can give them something special and hopefully they'll want to make a purchase. Everybody around their birthday gets these kinds of emails, but I think typically when it's around your birthday, you're looking to spend some money on yourself and get yourself something nice or something that you've been thinking about but haven't felt the need to buy it. This is a great way that you can send a little gift card or a discount code to your customer for their special birthday. And it's something that you don't have to think about. They plug in your birthday and it automatically sends it to them. So it's an easy way to say hey, we've been thinking about you. Have a great birthday. Here's a discount for you if you would like to purchase. But ultimately, we really just want to say happy birthday and we are happy to have you as a customer. But these are the different flows that you can set up that are just running in the background, going to all of your different customers. And all you had to do is put the work up front. It does take some time, but it is absolutely worth it and can generate a ton of revenue. If you're doing your email marketing the right way, email and SMS can make up to over 20 to 30% of your revenue, which is absolutely crazy. Typically on our current brand, it makes up somewhere between 16 to 20% of our revenue, which is pretty big. But again, there's always work that can be done. Just diving into those analytics that you have seen later on and getting a better idea for how those flows have actually been working and how your customers have been interacting with them. So don't sleep on flows. Again, in this a link somewhere around this video. I do have all of our flows, all of the triggers, how to set these up, even the text that we add in these emails. So take the time, set something up just so that something is running in the background, and then we'll take a look at the analytics and see what kind of stuff we can change later down the line. Today, we're going to be covering how to set up flows within Klaviyo. If you are new to e-commerce and new to email marketing, there are two different kinds of emails that we can send. We have campaigns, which we can think of these kind of as sales emails that maybe go along with a holiday. Mother's Day is coming up. You could say, hey, we're running a 15% off Mother's Day sale for you. That would be an example of a campaign. A flow is something that is constantly running in the background. So when you have a brand new customer sign up for email marketing, if they hit certain triggers, will get put into these flows that will automatically send them emails. Somebody comes to your site, they put in their email, they will automatically get put into what we call a welcome flow, which is basically telling them about our brand, what we stand for, and as well as gives them that initial 15% off discount if they haven't used it yet. This allows us to send reminders to these customers of, hey, you're about to lose your 15% off discount. Use it today. But these flows are great because it's a one and done situation. Besides setting them up and then taking a look at the analytics after a few weeks of running them, they're just running in the background and just making money for you. So it does take a little bit of time to get all of these set up. Chris and I actually use a total of 10 different flows on our brands, and they are just running in the background. We don't even really think about them, but our customers are staying in touch with our brand and learning more about our mission and able to get their hands on some brand content that typically we wouldn't think of ever sending. So in this module, I'm going to show you really how to set up your welcome flow. It can be a little bit confusing, but once you get the hang of it, you'll understand the meaning of the flows and why we actually choose to run them. And below, somewhere around this screen, I do have screenshots of how I set up all of our different flows, as well as email examples. So if you want to look at those, take some ideas and tailor them for your own brand, you can absolutely do that. So let's jump into it and create our welcome flow for this brand new brand. The first thing that you're going to want to do is go to your Klaviyo account. Once you're logged in, you're going to see this Klaviyo dashboard. As you can see, we have no conversions whatsoever because we haven't run ads. Our store is not yet up and running. So on the left-hand side, you're going to go to flows. And I was able to already put this flow in just to give us an idea and to better explain exactly how to set up a flow and what this welcome flow is. So in order to set up a flow, you have to have a trigger of some sort, something that characterizes this customer to be getting these emails. So for example, you can have an abandoned cart flow, or you could have post-purchase flow. So somebody who's just purchased from you, they have to have made a purchase in order to be put into this brand new flow. You wouldn't want somebody who hasn't purchased getting emails saying, hi, thank you so much for your purchase. You're just going to confuse your customers. So you want to set up triggers in order to get the right customers in the correct flow. So for your welcome flow, you're going to want your trigger to look something like this. You want it to be people who are new subscribers, so they've just put their email in to accept email marketing. You don't want to be sending emails to people who have not given consent for that. People that haven't marked an email as spam. If somebody marks an email as spam, you don't want to keep sending them emails. They're just going to get mad at you. You also don't want to send it to an email that has bounced. If somebody may have put in the wrong email address or misspelled something, you don't want to just be sending emails to an account that's never going to look at those emails. You want to make sure it's going to somebody who's placed an order 0 times, so they've never purchased from us before. They're brand new. That's why we want them in this welcome flow. And you want somebody who hasn't checked unsubscribed. If they've unsubscribed and you are still sending emails, then you are not following the rules and you can actually hurt your Klaviyo account. And finally, you want somebody who has started checkout 0 times. So they haven't yet added anything to their cart yet. We want to welcome them. They may have not made a purchase. They're thinking about your brand. They may have liked a design that they saw. This is the kind of customer that you want coming to your welcome flow. Because if somebody had started a checkout or they had made a purchase, they would go into our post-purchase flow. We wouldn't want them getting these welcome emails, getting spammed with use your 15% discount when they've already used it. So I will show you how I've set up all of these triggers on all of our different flows. All of that will be available to you, but this is the trigger that you would want for this welcome flow. So you don't want to just keep spamming people the second that they put their email in. You're going to want to wait a few hours before sending a little reminder of, hey, you were checking me out earlier. Come on back. Come back to us. We've got a nice discount for you. We know you really liked that shirt. That's the thinking that we want our customers to have in this flow. We start with a welcome email. Our subject line, welcome to the seasonal collection family. Just giving them a warm welcome, saying, we are so glad that you have found us. Welcome to the family. We're excited that you're here. Let's take a view at this email. So this welcome, as promised, here's your 15% off coupon to all of our seasonal collection tees. To claim this discount, you can either use the code WELCOME15. You're going to want to make sure that this discount is already set up on Shopify so that they're not just plugging in WELCOME15 and nothing's happening. They can plug it in at checkout and we'll take 15% off your entire order. But you have to hurry. This is only good for 72 hours. Your coupon could be good for a lifetime, but we're giving that urgency in this email. Use it or lose it. If you don't use it in 72 hours, bye-bye, coupon's leaving. It's not actually leaving, but this is just getting that urgency in your email. This is your chance to try anything in our seasonal collection store and at a discount. And as always, your satisfaction is guaranteed. You'll see a lot of people have been burned by small businesses at some point, and it's actually really sad. But they take that negative experience that they may have had with another brand and kind of trap you in with that brand. So you have to build trust, and you'll see some people type into your customer service and they'll ask, are you a legitimate brand? The more trust that you can give a customer of showing that, hey, if you're not happy, we are going to take care of you, that goes a really far way. So just adding that little piece, and always your satisfaction is guaranteed, can just put somebody more at ease, especially when they're getting a nice, pretty email like this. You can use the code. Again, we give the code at checkout. You'll get 15% off your order. Applied to everything in our store. Our happy t-shirt, as you can see, I've added our happy t-shirt. It's all 15% off just for you, making this person feel special. And again, just reminding them, hey, this expires in 72 hours. So click below to claim your discount now. Happy seasonal shopping. So we have different things set up. They can either click on these buttons, which will automatically add the discount to their cart, or they can go to, this will just take them here to the main screen. They can go to checkout and put welcome 15. It already added that coupon, welcome 15. So it took off $24.75. Or you can just send them directly to the site and they can plug in that code themselves. But something that I've found is if you're giving somebody an extra barrier to get into the store and have to put in a code, they may spell it wrong. Sometimes it is just easier to direct them and automatically apply it to the cart. But again, that's completely up to you and what works for you and your brand. So this would be an example of our very first welcome email that we're going to send to somebody. After they've received this email, we're going to wait 1 day. After we've waited 1 day, we have this conditional split. So these splits, you can tailor the emails that people are going to receive. So we can say, yes, somebody has opened our first email, or no, they have not opened our first email. So you can send them a different kind of message here. So these conditional splits are sometimes good because if somebody like has opened an email or has used a discount code, then you wouldn't want them getting the no, they haven't opened emails. So this is just a better way to, again, categorize those customers to receive the correct emails for them to change their behavior and make a purchase on your site. We're going to set up this first no email together. You can click no. Our subject line we already have. Thinking of trying seasonal collections. Here's a discount for you. And then preview text, we love a discount. This person knows, even if they haven't clicked on the email, that, hey, there's some sort of discount code in here. You may want to click on it. You may notice that this button will be clicked on some of your emails. I think it's clicked automatically on your flows. I always unclick it. We've all gotten so many emails. If you're like me, I go through and like delete emails. I never unsubscribe from them. It drives Chris absolutely crazy. But a company could email me 6 times in a day and I would have no idea. Like, I'm not one of those people who really truly gets upset by it. I don't think many people do. So you can just keep sending people emails. And if they really are that annoyed, they're going to click unsubscribe. Or if they write into your customer service, you can unsubscribe them from your emails. But the majority of people don't really care, or maybe don't take that close of a look at their emails unless something catches their eye. So feel free to unclick this and make sure that all of those emails are getting sent to your customers. That way you're just not leaving money on the table. I'm going to select a template and use that welcome template that I already made. So there are different ways in order for you to create emails. This was one that I set up and just tailored already to our brand, but you can take a look at this template library and really get a good idea of the vibe that you're looking for. We like to do something that's not too bright and wild around the edges. As you can see, like we use a light blue, we have the white that pops off. There's a lot of color psychology out there that like darker websites or an email that's very dark won't tend to have the same kind of effect on a bright, colorful, cheery email or website. So I would just do some research as to like what works for your niche. There are definitely niches out there where like darker colors will work. There's this one brand, it's like a gothic apparel company. Their entire website is black and it works because it works for that niche. So I would just look at what works for your niche and tailor your emails, tailor your website colors around what works for that niche. Kind of look at what your competitors are doing. Because if it's working for them, chances are it's also working for you. Another point about competitors. If you are looking at other apparel brands or have found a competitor selling similar graphic t-shirts or mugs, you can absolutely put your name and sign up for their email list. And then you can get an idea of what they are sending to their customers. Now, I'm not saying go and steal their ideas. You shouldn't do that. You should come up with your own, but you can get an idea for what they're sending. And chances are, if it's working for them, something similar like that will also work for you and your email campaigns. So feel free to sign up. I get hit with tons of emails from companies that I've never bought from, but I'm on their email list and I've seen their welcome flow that they send me. I've seen, if I do make a purchase, their post-purchase pages, and can kind of get an idea of, hey, that's really creative. I never thought of saying something like that in an email or making an offering like this in an email. And you can get an idea of different things that you can try within your email marketing or for your brand. But back to these templates, I just chose something really simple. I didn't want one with a ton of images on it. If you have a lot of images, it can take a long time for people to be able to open your emails and get everything to load. So I would keep that in mind. I just like to keep it pretty simple, maybe one image with our banner, just something that's like enough to catch the eye of people. But yeah, picking something like this that's nice and simple, and then just tailoring it to your own brand is what I do. And then I just save the template and I can reuse this template over and over again and just make a few little tweaks and changes, like changing what the buttons say and where the buttons go, switching out this image for a brand new image, and really just copying and pasting my text right into this email. Like I said before, I'm going to have what we write for our emails linked somewhere around this video. As you can see, this is how I've typed out our welcome flow. So I've separated the emails by a pretty decent space, but this would be our second email. right here. Just kind of talking about the brand. You can get like a good idea for what you want to be sending to these customers. And you can just copy and paste what you write on a Google Doc and just paste it right into your email here. And then it's just making a few little quick changes and that's it. You're done. Nice and simple. You can also add your socials. We don't use Twitter, but you can just add your socials down below. And if people want to follow you, they can just click on one of those. And it's very important that at the bottom of your page, Klaviyo is going to require you to have your organization name, your full address, an unsubscribe button, and the current year. And then we just add like a nice little meaningful paragraph at the bottom, just thanking people for engaging with our emails, making us seem like we are a legitimate brand, which we are, but also that like, hey, you can absolutely trust us. We're not going to just spam you with terrible offers. And actually what I realized is all that's really changing is the amount of time on this email. I'll just switch these to 48 hours. And then we can also switch the happy t-shirt. We'll change it to the aloe t-shirt. And we can snag that from our design folder. So let's download this back to Klaviyo, and then you can just do a nice little, good. There we go, drag and drop. So it will upload this image. Boom, you've changed it. Yeah, and pretty much this would be that email going to people who did not open the initial one. So they're getting the exact same offer. Again, still giving that expires in 48 hours type of vibe, giving that urgency. And the last thing that we're going to want to do is just click save. There we go. So that's saved. There we are. Again, we're going to wait a day and then it's going to come into this next email, which this one's kind of going to say like, hey guys, you have 1 day to save. Let's edit this again, because I'm just using my template. Go to this welcome flow. Your 15% off coupon expires today. Keep text and styles. Coming down with how you want the look of your email to be. So I would take out this coupon code welcome 15, bold that. Just make sure it's like a nice dark black that pops off the page. And then down here, seasonal shopping. Again, we'll just make sure this is a nice dark black. Welcome 15 at checkout. You'll instantly save 15% off your order. We have that bolded 24 hours. And then you can keep this happy seasonal shopping or you can get rid of it and just get down to the nitty gritty of it. And then we would switch out this image as well for one of these like All Trails Connect, P-shirt, Create Sunshine. So again, we can just go back to our main page. Let's see, Create Sunshine. Oh, I like this. I like the look of this color. I feel like it'll pop off the page a little bit. Back to our flow. Again, we'll just replace this. There we go. Okay, so now we have that new image in there. And you know what? We can switch out these buttons if we want to shop now. And again, you would just want to add this discount URL right here, which I believe I've already made the discount for. Yep, welcome 15. So what we can actually do is click this promote, get a shareable link, copy that link, and then we're just gonna paste it in just like this. So now when you click this button, it's actually going to take you somewhere. It's not just going to randomly go somewhere or just be a dead button. People will be very confused if you just have a dead button on your email. Again, we'll go and save this. There we go. Okay, it did change. And then you can just, I always will check our links. Again, the site isn't live yet at the moment, but once it is, then you can check your links and make sure that the URLs are all going to exactly where you want them to go. So just clicking that quick little like boop check out that link, make sure it's going exactly where you want it to go. Having somebody else read through and make sure there's no typos, that's definitely an important thing to do as well. And then finally, this is like, hey, this is your last chance. Discount is ending today. Email that you can send to your customers. Again, this is going to remove customers as well. So let's say on the third email, somebody has finally checked out. That's going to then take them out of this flow because they would have started a checkout or they would have started a purchase. So they would never have received this email for. So you have to also keep that in mind. Like, you're not just going to be continuing to bombard people with the exact same offer. They're going to get annoyed. It's going to use all those triggers that you use to initially put that customer in this flow to also take customers out of that flow, because they could have clicked on email 3, maybe added something to their cart, but then never completed the purchase. So they are going to be taken out of this welcome flow, but at the same time, they're going to be put into the abandoned cart flow because they never completed that checkout. Or if they purchased, they're going to be taken out of this welcome flow and put into the post-purchase flow. So it's kind of like almost like juggling. You are getting people into a flow, they're behaving in a certain way, taking them out and putting them in a different flow to hopefully get them to make a purchase. So flows are extremely important and easy. They are time consuming, just typing up and getting those emails originally set up, but they are absolutely worth your time, because once you've made those changes, you can go back, look at the analytics and see which emails are performing well, why are they performing well, take that information and add them to your different flows. And again, it's a one and done kind of thing. It's set and forget until you look at the analytics and make changes off of it. It's just an easy way to bump and add more revenue to your store. And there's a lot of great resources out there. You can look up really good subject lines just by doing simple Google searches or good previews. Look at some of the other big brands too. What kind of emails are they sending you? What kind of offers are they sending to you? You can take those ideas and put it into your own brand and really take some of these big companies that spend a lot of money on email marketing and tailor it to your own. And again, you can spend a lot of time setting up these flows. Again, I just do a very simple layout like this, but you can go all in, change up every single email. It's just going to take you more time, and that's absolutely fine as well. If you are thinking of setting up email flows, I would definitely do a welcome flow. I would have a post-purchase flow ready, as well as an abandoned cart and an abandoned browse, because that way those customers, even right off the bat, they're going to get these initial flows. Other flows that you can set up at a later time if you're crunched for time would be like the birthday flow. You can ask users for a picture of them wearing their shirt, or like user generated content. That's a flow that can be done at a later time. It's not something that I would say is going to save sales or really initiate some crazy sales. So just take a look at the different flows that we have and see if any of those flows will work for you and setting up and starting your store. Again, somewhere around this video, I have linked all of our triggers, all of our flows, the messaging that we've put into all of these emails for you to use and to look at as a guide as you are starting to create these email flows. Hi everybody, and welcome to this module where we are going to talk about Claviyo and specifically what campaign emails are. If you have ever signed up for email marketing from any brand, chances are you constantly get bombarded with what we call campaign emails. So we've talked about flows. Those are constantly running in the background depending on the behavior of your customers. Campaigns are a little bit different. So you can still kind of trigger customers based off of their behaviors, but this is going to use more of like the customer segments based off of if they've made a purchase, if they've engaged with us in the past 30, 60, 90 days. We're just going to select those components, and then you can send people emails basically saying things about your company. So maybe you're running a really good Mother's Day sale. Specifically, I'm going to use Mother's Day as an example because we are a seasonal brand, and I think when you do seasonal type of brands, you can do seasonal type of holidays. So you can actually send some emails to your customers that kind of goes out as like an email blast to a large number of people saying like, hey, we are running this really great sale for Mother's Day. You can talk about like maybe the history of Mother's Day, or have like a funny joke about moms, and you know that maybe moms who are a part of your email list would get a chuckle out of and want to come and check out your site again. You can also drive people to a whole new collection just based off of Mother's Day apparel, those types of things. So that's really what a campaign is for. Basically a blast out message to certain members of your community saying like, hey, we are having a sale, or hey, we just launched 50 new designs, or this holiday's right around the corner. Don't forget, buy mom a shirt. She may really love this design. That's kind of the idea of campaigns and why we want to be running and sending campaigns as a brand. It's a great way to get somebody back in the door to make another purchase. And it just is kind of like more eye-catchy of like sale, flash sale. There's more urgency to it, I would say. So in this module, we're going to go through how I would create a Mother's Day campaign that we would then send out to our customer list. So if you haven't already, you can segment all of your customers or set up your segments. I've linked how we segment all of our customers somewhere around this video. So all you have to do is basically set the parameters and Klaviyo will do all the hard work for you. And then from there, we can tailor who we're going to send them to, really what we want to include and say, and really go over the importance of a very strong subject line, because that's really what your customers are going to see and what is going to initiate them to actually clicking and opening that email. So let's get into it. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is open up Klaviyo, go to your account, and on the left-hand side, you're going to see this button for campaigns. You're going to want to click that. And as you can see, we have never created a campaign at this point. So that's pretty exciting. So we can click create campaign. You can do an email, SMS. We're just going to set up a simple email. The day that you're making it, you could make the date like the day that you want to send it, but we'll get into those details later. And then this is just information about the campaign. So this is typically where I like to explain what kind of campaign I'm sending. So I can put the date. So we can just do 4/11/24, and then Mother's Day sale email 1, because then this is telling me that this is a sales email. This is the first email that I'm sending. Sometimes when you do a campaign, you may do a few emails explaining it, especially leading up to a holiday. Like think of Black Friday. I feel like we start to get those Black Friday emails even 2 weeks prior, or like the month leading up to Black Friday, of like, hey, get hype, like our biggest sale of the season's coming up. So you just want to keep track of the emails that you have already sent. So this is telling me, hey, on April 11th, I sent out that first Mother's Day email. Maybe I want to send one of these Mother's Day reminder emails once per week leading up to Mother's Day. But this is a great way to just keep your stuff organized. So we can just click save and continue. Now it's going to pull you up to this page. You can change the name again like we just did, or you can leave it. This is the important part. Who are we going to be sending this campaign to? Typically when I send a campaign, I like to use the segments that I created, really just for our email marketing when it comes to sending campaigns. That's really why we want to segment these customers. But again, it's going to segment them based off of their actions that they've already done. So we want these emails going to people who are our most engaged, people who have recently subscribed because they're new to the brand, they're fresh, they want to get in on all of these discount codes and sales that we're running. And really, that's who we want to target. And it's okay if they've never made a purchase before, as long as they've been engaging with our brand in some sort of way with emails, or they were active on the site. These are the people that we want to target because they're the most likely to lead to a purchase. You can just go down your list of the different segments that we have created. We're going to add all of these. So this is sending it to those engaged customers over their lifetime, over the last 120 days, 90 days, etc. In a perfect world, when you do actually have customers. So like right now we have one profile and it's us. So that's why down here, estimated recipients is 0. If you have people in your list and you're getting 0, you've probably set up one of your segments wrong. So let's say you have 100 people, you put in all of your stuff and there's 0 people that this email is going to go to. You've set something up wrong. It's time to go back, double check some things to make sure that those emails are going out to the right people. On our current brand that we run, when I send to these customers that are within this behavioral scope, we typically have about, I think, 20,000 that our emails go out to. So over time, this is going to grow. And that's the best part about email marketing, is that it just grows over time. Really, just like as people are checking out, they're putting in their email, they're saying it's okay to market towards them. So you're building up a significant list. And that list is amazing because every time you launch a new product or you want to say something about your brand, you are given so many people. I think our total overall customer base is like close to 70,000 on our current brand. So that's amazing and worth like a pot of gold. It's great to have that kind of email list. So in a perfect world, this would say like 10,000 people, but we currently don't have anybody subscribed to our site yet. But once you've done all this, you're going to go and click continue to content. So we've set up our audience, we have set up the name of our campaign, which is not the same as a subject line. The subject line is what customers are going to see. So for example, if I pull up Gmail, this is your subject line right here. So this is going to say who it's coming from. That's us. And you're going to see then the subject line and then the preview text. So your subject line is supposed to catch your attention. You want it to be something that, oh, wow, I need to see that. That seems interesting. Or like this one, ooh, unleash your creative imagination with some emojis. It stands out. Not many of these subject lines have emojis. Delve into the world of design exploration. So that gives me a little bit of a preview and makes you wonder, okay, I guess this email has something to do with designs. So some people will do preview text, some people will not, but we can use a subject line like Mother's Day sale, and then we can just add a cute emoji, maybe a little heart, because we love our mom. And then preview can be text like Mother's Day. Shop now for a gift for mom. Something like that. So it gives you an idea. You're like, ooh, Mother's Day is around the corner. I haven't thought about getting anything for my mom. And sales in the subject line, so maybe there's a discount code. It gets somebody thinking along those lines and would maybe then want to click on an email. The sender name, you can see it says seasonal collections. That is like what you're going to see here, this sender name. Sometimes what we like to do is give our brand a name. You can give it your own name if you wanted, but sometimes we will build like a little brand identity where our campaigns are specifically coming from. So because it's seasonal, like we could say maybe Hazel, like Hazel's a pretty name. Or you could say maybe like something like Daisy from seasonal collections. You can build this almost like brand identity depending on what niche you're in. Like I think a funny one, like if you had a dog niche, it could be like Rufus. I don't know. I feel like Rufus is a good dog name, and build your brand around that name. As an example, we could say like Hazel, or Hazel from seasonal collections, or those two little backslashes. So then it seems like it's really coming from a real person and not just, hey, here's our sale. I think it just helps give your brand more of an identity when someone can put a face to it instead of just being like, it is a faceless brand. Like you are welcome to put your own picture on your site and everything. Chris and I do not do that, but you absolutely could. And then people know like when an email is coming from Robert, who is the founder of this brand, they can relate to Robert and know that he's a real person and he is just running this small shop. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that you want. So you'll fill out your subject line. You want it to be really catchy, something that people are going to want to click on. This is probably the most important line. And then your preview text of just, hey, what is in this email? What can I expect? And then we can do either drag and drop, or you can do text only. So a text only is going to actually look like if you went onto Gmail, typed out an email and clicked send. It's just going to be text. I think you can add some photos to it, but it's not going to be like the pretty emails that we set up for our flows. So you can do the drag and drop for that. Again, you can go and look through all of these different templates that Klaviyo has created, or take a look at what's in your inbox. What have other brands sent you? Was there a certain email or a certain subject line that you clicked on from a brand because it caught your attention? Like, why did it catch your attention? Why did you click on that email? Was it maybe the picture that they chose, or was it really the offer that they were providing? Do some research in your own email mailbox and get a vibe for what people send. For this, we can just use our nice template and we can just rearrange some things so that it fits our campaign a little bit better. Let's say, maybe we can say shop for mom. Like that. And then we can just take this out. Mother's Day. Right around the corner. Or maybe it can be, and again, this is where you can style your brand's voice. Are you going for like funny or creative? Are you going for, do you want memes? Do you want very serious? Those are the kind of things that you need to think about and how you want to present your brand. And typically it's like specifically in these campaign emails as well as your flows, so that the same voice is going out with every single email. So we can say Mother's Day is on May 12th this year. I bet. I bet you haven't thought about that gift for her yet. Lucky for you. Seasonal Collections has you covered. We specifically just launched 30 plus new designs specifically for mom. Again, this is just me making this kind of stuff up, but this is what you want in a campaign, is designs that people haven't seen before. So it's intriguing. It makes them want to click. This one just happens to be specifically for Mother's Day. So you can take a look and purchase one for your mom, or you can talk about the history of Mother's Day and then get somebody to want to click and check out whatever you're selling for Mother's Day. Or maybe it's a gardening niche and your mom really loves gardening. There are a lot of different ways that you can tailor these campaigns. It could just be, hey, I'm launching a brand new collection on my site. We have over 50 plus designs. Shop now. You could give some kind of urgency. You could say that you're running a 15% off discount for the first 48 hours of this launch, or you just dropped 10 plus designs. You didn't tell anybody about it. You're the first to know because you're special and a part of our email list. Anything that gets somebody to feel like they're really special, that there's something intriguing, that they want to click on it. That's the kind of stuff that you want to cover in your main body of your campaign. So you definitely want to have a call to action. Shop for mom, specifically for mom. We could say, because we know you love your mom so much, we are offering get her something she'll actually wear. Just use the code Mother15 or click the link below for the discount to be automatically applied to. We can delete this section and we can just move this up. So once you have a template made, it's really easy to just mix some things around and change it up and make it easier for your customer. So the last thing that I would like to do is just go back and highlight some of the bigger things. Bold, Mother's Day is on May 12th because that's pretty important. New designs specifically for mom, or here, let's take out specifically. And then because we know you love your mom so much, we're offering a 15% discount. And then we can just say, use the code MOTHER15 or click the link below for the discount to be automatically applied at checkout. And then there is the link. And you can say really anything that you want, but you could say, click for 15%. Click for 15% discount. And then you can always check what it's going to look like in mobile. So if somebody's opening this up on their phone, this is what they're going to see. Most people are checking things on their phone. Most people are checking out on their phone too. So making sure that your emails are optimized for mobile as well as your site is really important. But we have the nice header. They know it's from seasonal collections. It's got our logo. We've got 2 call to actions for people to click the button and shop for their mom. Mother's Day. Now, if this was a perfect world, we would already have, instead of this saying happy, it could be like happy mom or something from that brand new collection that we think would be like a top seller or something that would do really well or catch somebody's eye. That's what we would want to include as like our image. Again, I don't have a Mother's Day image at the moment just because we haven't touched upon that yet, but that would be a great thing to add. So it just loops it all back in. So you have Mother's Day, you have the discount, your 2 call to actions, you got the Mother's Day shirt. They can click on the shirt to go to the site as well. But yeah, this would be a really good campaign email. So once you're done, you're just going to click save. Make sure everything gets saved and you can double check all of your stuff like, yep, these were all the changes that we just made. It's optimized for mobile, so that looks really good. And yeah, you can click this as well and it'll pull up your preview. Again, I always click my preview and double check. I want to make sure all of my links actually work. As you can see, I didn't add the links because I don't have the discount or the shirt ready at this point. But you want to make sure that those links work, that they're going to the right place, the right discount, etc. Our subject line looks good, preview text looks good. And last but not least, you can see this create an A/B test. This is where we can set up a split test, which is great, especially for campaigns. Campaigns, I like to send 2 to 3 per week. Sometimes just telling people, you can talk about a design and like why you created this design and how it works with your niche or why people in the niche would love it. You could run a sale over a weekend and have 2 emails about this sale that you're running. But you can also do this create an A/B test. So if you click this, you're going to see a drop down and you can test different things. You can test the content. So you could send 2 different emails with 2 different offers. You could try an offer with 15% and 17% and see what do people click on more. There's a bunch of information out there about like psychology with discounts, and some people are more likely to click a discount with 13% versus 15%. And you're like, it makes no sense. You get less of a discount, but it's something about the psychology of the number and like tricking your mind almost. And the same thing can go with pricing psychology as well. Like Chris and I ran a split test where we tried selling our shirts at $19.99, $26.99, and $29.99, and $26.99 won. You'd think more people would want to buy the $19.99 shirt, and it just wasn't the case, at least for our split test and for the traffic that was coming to our site. And the same can go for your emails. So you can split test different subject lines. You can just do preview text. You can do even split test open rate, which I don't suggest because ever since Apple made their updates and like Google has made recent updates as well, open rate isn't as reliable as like the tracking was before. So if you do click rate, that means somebody has had to open that email and actually clicked on the link, something in your email to open up to your site. So that's a really great way to track and see what are people clicking. And this would be a good one for like a subject line or the preview text or something within the body of your campaign to see who is clicking more. You could also split test the color of your button. Our buttons were green. Would people click more if they were pink or if they were red? You can look into some different color psychology and test that out as well and see see which campaigns actually perform better. Are people clicking more on them? Are more people making purchases? So this is a really great tool to use. You can also split test send time. So this is interesting because are your customers, do they like to purchase in the morning or do they like to purchase in the evening? You can see when do people click more? Are they clicking on their lunch break or are they clicking after they've had a long day and they're just like sitting in bed and scrolling? So you can even split test the time of day. And once you've decided what you would like that split test to be and what you would like it to look like, you can decide how many people are going to receive this. So 100% means 50% are going to automatically get A and 50% are automatically going to get B. Or we can run the split test like this. We can say, let's send this initial split test, let's send it to 30% of our overall customers that are getting it. So imagine if this is 10,000 people, 3,000 are actually going to get the initial send out of this email. And then from that 3,000, we're looking at that information. Which email got more clicks? Version A or version B? If version B wins, people liked that subject line more, Klaviyo will send the remaining 7,000 customers only version B because we ran that test and it showed version B had a better subject line. People were opening that email and clicking that email more for whatever reason, whatever we changed. And then hopefully with that 70%, we see similar trends to that initial split test that we originally ran. And we had a really great campaign. We made a ton of money. Yay, it was awesome. The last part that you can change is how long you want this split test to run. So if I wanted to send this 30% out, I could give Klaviyo a total of 6 hours. Hey, give these customers 6 hours. Let's see how they interact with this email. And then from there, we can send out the rest. This can all be changed. You could run a split test for almost a full day before sending it out to the next group, or wait an hour. If you're waiting an hour, you're not going to get a ton of information. I typically will do 4 hours. I feel like that's at least enough time that it's still like in around the time that I would want to send a campaign. So it's not split testing the send time as much and more just like split testing the content within it. So after 4 hours, the 70% of the group would get the winning email. So this is a really great way to test different offers, test different subject lines, test different colors. Heck, you could test just having text versus an email with your banner, a background color. What are people clicking on? Are, your customers older and they just would prefer text, just like a normal text email, or are they younger and they want that bright and colorful email? These are all things that you can test out in your campaigns, and they do a really great job with making it super easy to do. So yeah, this is how you would set up a campaign. This is an example that we would use. Again, our best practices, we email about 2 to 3 times per week for our campaigns. So yeah, I hope that you enjoyed this. Again, check out all the links that are somewhere around this video of how we've set up our Klaviyo account, from our listen segments to our flows. So take a quick look at links somewhere around this video, the different information that we've given about Klaviyo. Again, I've taken screenshots of how I've set up our flows, how I've set up our segments, and the content that we put into those emails. So take a look, set them up on your account, and yeah, let's start making a nice 20 to 30% of our revenue from email marketing. In this module, we're going to be going over how to set up your email pop-up on your Shopify store. So in order to do this, you're going to want to head over to your Klaviyo account where we can actually set up this email pop-up to show up when a customer is about to leave your page. So as you can see, we're here in the Klaviyo dashboard. You're going to go to the left-hand side and click Sign Up Forms. And then we can create a sign-up form. There are a bunch of different templates that you can choose from. They really have something for everybody. So just take your time, go through them, see which one will work best for your brand. One that we use is this In the Club template. We'll just rename it, Welcome Pop-Up, and then Newsletter. So as you can see, we are now in like the template builder mode, and this is where we can basically edit and adapt everything that you see on this page. So feel free to just play around and come up with something that you like for your brand. You can add blocks. So if you go back, you have your different styles. There's different targeting and behaviors that you can set up. And then you can add different blocks. So if you would want to add another image, you could, or add another button, you will just drag and drop those in. So see, like a new button is here. We can add text underneath if we wanted to look something like this. I'll probably just center this up a little bit. So yeah, just take your time, go through, edit some stuff out. I'll show you what I would do for our brand. I would change this button to, this is the text color, I believe. Yeah. You gotta have this portion here, otherwise people can't put in their email address, and that's the main point of this pop-up. We want to be collecting those email addresses. You can also set this up to collect phone numbers as well if you want to do some SMS marketing. We sometimes do it. It honestly depends on the brand, depending on your clientele. I feel like if you have a brand that goes towards younger people, you can do really well with texting. A lot of our brands tend to target older individuals who respond better to email versus text. So you can definitely split test that and see what you end up having better results with, whether that be people opening and clicking on emails or people opening and clicking on text messages. Or you can do a little bit of both. That works too. You can set up different segments. If you find an area that tends to respond better for SMS, you can just segment those people to get the text messages. And then we'll just switch out this image here. And then if you see at the top, I don't want a teaser. Delete the teaser. I don't like a little teaser that pops up. I feel like people get annoyed with that. You can definitely try it though and see if it works for you. But if you did want to add other steps in, you would just add, and you can add on an SMS opt-in. People can put in their profile information right off the bat, or you can do like a blank step and just say, hey, like, thanks for submitting or whatever. This one's going to say you're in the club and they'll get a nice coupon. So if you do this unique coupon, this basically will create a unique coupon within Shopify. So we can click this name. Expiration never. We'll give them a week. Entire order. We don't require a minimum purchase. They can activate it right at the send time. You could activate it later if you wanted to. Some brands do that. We just give it the second that people put in their email address. That seems to have the best conversion rate. Okay. Free Shopify coupon. Okay, cool. And then you can put another image here. Say like, welcome. Welcome to the club. Gets people excited about making some purchases, buying some t-shirts. So yeah, this is just what I would do to set this up. And then I'm just going to add in images that I make in Canva. And you can do this by just taking these measurements right at the top, plugging them into Canva so you get the exact same size of the image. And then you can just upload it and you know that it's going to fit really nice and look really great. So I'm going to snag those images real fast and then I'll show you the end result. Okay, so I made this little image in Canva, which just kind of works with our brand. It shows a tree with what happens to a tree during the changing seasons, which just works for our niche. And then we can do the same image here. And there you have it. So they'll get their coupon code after they've submitted their email. But all of this looks pretty good. I like the look of it. It's nice and bright. It catches the eye of somebody. It may stop them from, browsing, and instead of just clicking the X, it's eye-catching. And who doesn't like a discount? So this is what I would do to put this on the store. So what we can then do is click publish when you're ready. And there you have it. Targeting behavior. Sorry, one last thing. Immediately 5 days. You do based on rules, and then when a visitor is exiting the page. You can also turn on this lead capture. This is something that Shopify has with their shop app. We don't typically turn that on though. So we'll just publish these changes. And so when somebody goes to the corner of the screen or it seems like they're going to exit your site, this pop-up will come up and hopefully it keeps somebody's attention and gets them to go, oh, you know what? Now that I get 15% off, I would be willing to pay that much for this shirt or this hoodie or mug, whatever kind of print-on-demand product that you'd want to be selling. But yeah, this is how you can set up your email pop-up. And as you can see, it says live. If it's not live, it will say draft. So you know that there are things that you have to make changes to. Don't be shocked that the performance is poor. That's just because no one's being sent to our site. Once it's been up and running for a little bit, you'll be able to see how many people have submitted forms, and it'll give you kind of like a conversion rate of how many people have actually submitted forms that were presented your pop-up. And so you can take a look at that, and you can even run a split test and see, like, does one image work or does a different template work better than the one that I've just selected? And you can kind of just play around with it and see what has a better submit rate, because the more emails that you have, then the more people you can market to again and again and again. It's a little less work than trying to get brand new customers off of, like, through your Facebook advertising. So this is how you can set up your own email pop-up.
The ultimate goal of this module is to get our businesses to a point where it is able to run like a well-oiled machine, whether if we are there or not. And this is really the backbone of our business. This is the thing that's going to build real equity and value for a potential buyer down the road. And it also allows us to turn it into a lifestyle brand if we choose, or grow it to 7 and even 8 figures if that's the route you want to go. Thinking back to Robert Kiyosaki's cash flow quadrant from way back in module 1, this takes us from self-employed, which is what the point that we're all at as we're like building this and running it ourselves. We're essentially just self-employed. We have an LLC, but still just self-employed, to business owner, where the key difference is instead of working in the business, we're working on the business. And at the root of this all, it comes down to understanding what the core processes are within your business, making sure they are done extremely well on a consistent basis before trying to add on some shiny new object. And that's a mistake that I've made all too many times, where we're cruising along, I've got a collection that's doing well, I've launched the ads, we're profitable, and then I have a great new idea of, let's go launch on Amazon, before I've solidified anything that I did or was currently doing to get us to that point. So I'm hoping to help some of you avoid making that same mistake, because it ends up setting you back a lot every time it happens. So lesson 1 is going to be about our financials, which this is how to run your profit and loss statements, your balance sheet, cash flow management, all of that kind of stuff. All the back end stuff that really gives you like a finger to the pulse of the business and helps you understand, kind of like a really good CFO would do in like a bigger company. You're going to be basically wearing the CFO hat within your own. Lesson 2 is customer service. So how do we not just answer the customer service tickets, social media comments, complaints, refunds, chargebacks, all that kind of good stuff, but how do we systematize it and quickly elevate ourselves out of that spot? And lesson 3 is day-to-day operations. So what a day in the life looks like, how you can be allocating your time, and what a day in the life looks like when you're starting out and you're doing all this yourself. Then the first phase of what you can be hiring for, where you should be looking to outsource first and elevate yourself. Like, should you be, hiring customer service first, or marketing, or product development? Like, where, like, in our experience, the best places to be systematizing first. We're going to go through that. And then once you're fully systematized, what can your day-to-day look like? Where are you spending your time? What types of problems are you solving at that point? That sort of thing. And lesson 4 is all about putting out fires. And this is your chargebacks, BBB complaints, bad reviews, cost of goods creeping up, overhead, all the stuff that can hit the fan that, normally doesn't get talked about until it's happening. We're going to cover the groundwork now so that when those things inevitably do happen, you're ready for them, because it's just part of doing business. And we want to make sure that when those things happen, you only have to put your firefighter hat on for as little time as possible, and then you can get right back to business as usual, get back to working in or on the business, depending on what stage you're at. Lesson 5 is SOPs, which stands for Standard Operating Procedures. Now, both my parents are project managers at different companies, so I hear all about this kind of stuff all the time, but it's basically how to document and systematize your common practices in a way that is easily repeatable. And allows you to easily hire and train new employees to take over those roles for you. Lesson 6 is organization and project management. So this is how to properly organize and keep track of all of the moving pieces in your business. And fortunately, my parents have taught me a lot from managing projects at much bigger companies than the ones that I run. So they were able to take the complex project management that they do and kind of dumb it down for me and help me implement really useful practices into our business that helps us our entire team stay on the same page and help us prioritize and quickly execute on the projects that we have laid out, all while avoiding shiny object syndrome and making sure that it's the right project and not just another one getting thrown on top of the pile. And lesson 7 is on hiring a team, which is where we're going to talk about how to make your job postings, what kind of salaries you should be offering, what roles to hire for first, how to conduct interviews, where to look for good hires, what makes a good hire, all that sort of thing, so that, once you get to the point where you feel like you're ready to bring on some extra help, the quickest, fastest, and most cost-effective way to do that. Lesson 8 is going to be managing a team. So this is, how do you train them with your SOPs, time tracking, payroll, performance reviews, team culture, all those little ins and outs that nobody really seems to teach out there. So we're going to be teaching it not in just generic terms, but specifically for running an e-commerce business, and even more specifically for running a print-on-demand business, which has some slight intricacies, but it's pretty much the same for any e-commerce business. But that's what lesson 8 is going to be on. And just really quick to wrap this up. So why is this so important? So this is where a lot of extra margin, a lot of the dollars that you see at the bottom of the P&L at the end of the day can either be lost or made, because it can be death by 1,000 cuts, or it can be like a well-oiled machine. What do I mean by this is that you won't really learn this until it's one of those things that you can hear it, but you have to learn it the hard way. You could have good ad performance, solid cost of goods, your big metrics are looking good, but if on the back end, customer service is a mess, you're not responding to tickets, your cost of goods is slowly creeping up, you're not watching your overhead, you don't really have a team that's on the same page, you could have all front end great metrics, but all the back end stuff is going to slowly creep up, and it's going to eat away every last dollar of profit that you think that you're making. That's why we're turning this into an entire module, so you can learn all these things that we've had to learn the hard way and hopefully implement them into your business. And also, without these things, you will always be working in the business rather than on it. And the difference is when you're in the business, you're doing the ads, you are answering the customer service tickets, you are down in the trenches doing the day-to-day, which is, by the way, completely necessary in the beginning. And some people love doing that. They love being in the trenches, and if that's you, fine. Me personally, I like being in the trenches long enough to learn it, and learn it well enough that I can manage somebody effectively who's doing that role. So customer service tickets, I answer enough of them that I understand the process. Printify, product management, I upload enough products that I understand how it works, how long it should take, what the problems are that a team member might run into. I learn every area of the business well enough to be able to manage somebody who's in that role, so I can understand their problems and where they're coming from. But then I also want to be able to remove myself from that, so that I'm able to turn my focus, once it's systematized, not shiny object, turn my focus to the next thing, the next decision that needs to be made, the next horizon that's really going to grow the business, whether that be a new product catalog, expanding onto a marketplace, trying out a new traffic source, all the stuff we're going to talk about in the scaling section. It really comes down to freeing up your bandwidth to be able to turn your focus to those areas, so that there's a saying what got you from 0 to 1 million won't get you from 1 million to 10 million. That's what this module is all about. And it's also required in order to make your business sellable someday. So when you're selling a business, which we'll talk about this in the exit module, a potential buyer does not want to see what they call key man risk, key man or woman. They don't want to see that the business owner is the operator, that they are the it person when it comes to everything in the business. Because as soon as you're out of that, the business is useless. It's has no value. So if your goal is to ever sell and have a big or nice exit someday, we want to get you to a point where you do not equal the business, and the business does not equal you, both for being able to sell someday and also for your personal sanity and have the lifestyle that you want. So a couple of things to watch out for as you're going through the systems and operations module is you don't want to start systematizing a POS. And I don't mean point of sale, I mean a piece of shit. So don't start optimizing or systematizing a business that is not profitable, that's not making any money, it's just a mess in the core areas that we talked about at the beginning of all this. We'll do those first. Systems and operations it's good to go through this and understand it and get the foundation, but don't start implementing like SOPs and like hiring a team and that sort of thing. I did that. I hired like way too many VAs, and the reason we did that was that we just had no clear optics into what was actually going on. We hadn't effectively systematized, so we saw tickets piling up, so we just started hiring more and more people. Meanwhile, I was just heads down in the ad account. We got up to like 20 customer service reps, and it wasn't until, the bank account was looking pretty meager that I finally was like, hey, what the heck is going on? And realized that like 15 of them weren't actually working. Yeah, and so all of this comes after you were doing consistent 20 to 30K days. You've already learned all the areas of the business, and you're really looking to systematize and hire for like some of the most time-consuming things that are the easiest to train for. And the exception, like I said, is aside from running your financials. Those you start today. There you have it. There's the system and operations module overview. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you soon. Today we're going to be learning how to run our profit and loss and balance sheet statements. Each of these financial reports are absolutely crucial for running and operating a profitable, not just print-on-demand business, but business in general. And it took me a long time to start running these, and it cost me a ton of money along the way. And at a very high level, what these two statements do is the P&L, profit and loss, tells us how much money the business made on a day-to-day basis. Then the balance sheet, on the other hand, shows us how much money or cash is currently in the business, or otherwise known as our balance. And we have templates for both of these that you can just copy and paste into your own account that we're going to be walking through in just a second. But first I want to touch on why it's so important to be running these and what costs me so much money. And the trap that a lot of entrepreneurs can fall into is just seeing cash come in. Like the number in your bank account can seemingly be going up, but there could be like unknown charges and expenses that have yet to hit. And in the past, what I was doing is we were just running based off of if we had a good return on our ad spend and, we had sales coming in, then we were happy. It was honestly like probably a full 2 years of running e-commerce businesses before I finally had a oh shit moment where we thought we were doing really well for a long time. We thought that, we were doing millions of dollars in sales, but then we realized that the number that we were seeing at the end of the day was not matching up to how much we thought we were making. So we started running a P&L. Once per month, I was running this to see what was our income, what was our cost, and what was left over. Now we run it every single day to see exactly how much we made. But the key mistake that we were making is that we weren't also running a balance sheet, because the balance sheet kind of serves as a way to check if what the P&L is showing is accurate. And I can't tell you how many times that the balance sheet and the P&L disagreed and showed completely different results. And the way that the balance sheet does that is by showing the ending balance. If you add up all the assets, then deduct all the liabilities within the business, you are left over with like your cash, basically. And in a perfect world, if the P&L and the balance sheet tie out to each other, then the balance sheet number from yesterday plus or minus the P&L from today should equal the new ending balance for today. So like if we had $150 in the balance sheet, to use easy numbers, and then we made $100 profit that day, then the balance sheet should show $250. Now there's some variance with like the amount of time it takes for accounts to settle and that sort of thing, but that's the general concept. And I was not running a balance sheet in addition to it, much less running it consistently. That's why we're like huge advocates for running these every single day. It takes about 5 minutes. It's super easy, and it's probably the highest ROI 5 minutes you'll have all day. So the P&L template, when you see this, it's going to just be all zeros. Right now, I left in example numbers from one of our brands that we run just so we can see how we run it. And so let's go ahead and get an overview of starting with the P&L, what each of these numbers. So up at the top here, we have total gross sales minus cost of sales. Then we have platform costs, and all of those together give us our gross profit. And this is true for like just in business in general, not just print on demand, but our gross sales it's our product cost space, or our product sales. So like t-shirt revenue goes here, whatever customers paid for shipping goes here. Then we look at how much we got charged for our fulfillment, which is Printify. Most other like e-commerce businesses, this cost of sales will be much more robust. Like it'll be manufacturing costs, then 3PL costs, then a lot of different line items. But for us, it's very simple business. That's why we're doing it. It's just Printify, however much Printify charges for the day. Next, we have our platform costs, which is Shopify discounts. So like if anybody used a discount code, it adds up that total amount, and then if there were any refunds. So if you total sales minus cost of goods minus your platform cost, that gets you your GP, or gross profit. Next, we have our transaction fees, which Shopify and PayPal are the two our payment processors, and each of them charge roughly a 3 to 4% fee for whatever volume goes through them. Then we have obviously our ad costs, which is Facebook and Instagram. We just get this number right from our ad account. Then we have our Google ad costs. Next, we have our overhead expenses, which our overhead expenses, we try to keep, you can see it down here, we try to keep it in like the 3 to 4% range, around there, of total sales. And this is all of our software like Shopify, Printify Premium, Claviyo. And when you're starting out, this number is very, very low. Like this number is a lot higher than it needs to be. You can get away with like $30 a day, if not less, when you're first starting out. And then, so that gives us our total operating income / loss, which this was from January, which is right after we had a big Q4. So we had some down days for a little bit. But the next, we have our Printify 5% rebate, which after you get to a certain volume threshold with Printify, you're able to get like a rebate or discount back on your cost of goods sold, just your manufacturing costs, not shipping or anything. The next, we have our 2% cash back credit card rewards. So we use the Capital One for just about everything. We add that in as total additional income, and that gives us our grand total. Then we have our margin, which is our percent, which normally we're aiming for days like this. This is what a typical day should look like. Ran at a 3.0 off Facebook ROAS. So we did $2,800 in sales, spent $988, which comes out to a 3 overall. Our cost of goods was 37.8%, which this down here is just dividing the total sales by, or taking the Printify charge divided by total sales to get our cost of goods percentage. And we want that to be around like 40% or less. And that puts us at a 20% margin, which is $600 profit that day. These are like what our typical days will look like, with Friday, Saturday, Sunday being where the lion's share of the profit comes from. But okay, so how do we get each of these numbers? So obviously we haven't started driving sales yet since we've just been building the store, but join WeScale University if you haven't already to see the case study where I'm going to be running the store day by day. And showing, I'm going to be uploading videos every single day showing the ad metrics, what we're doing different in the business, the results we're getting, so you can literally follow right along in lockstep with what I'm doing as you launch your brand. So this number here, gross sales, you just go to your Shopify, you go to analytics, click this little button here to view report, and this gives you gross sales number here. You take total for the entire day, and then you just paste it in there. Then for your shipping, take that number right there and plug it in. Important to note that you are not taking the total sales number here, because this total sales number, this is very confusing for anybody getting started. It took me a while to figure it out. This total sales is just adding up right along here, every number, except for net sales. That's doing its own equation, but it's taking gross sales minus discounts, minus returns, plus shipping. Duties is new. Additional fees is new too, but then adding tax. I wonder if additional fees is going to be transaction costs. That'd be nice. But anyway, you don't want the total sales number because we're breaking it down here. Next, the Printify charge. We set up our Printify account so that it bills us on a daily basis at around 11:50 p.m. So it bills us all at once for the entire day. So we just check our Capital One card, see what the bill was for the day, and then that's the number that gets pasted there. There's really no other better way to do it with Printify, aside from like if you really want to go through and add up every single order, which just isn't really feasible. Next, Shopify discounts. You get that from right here. And then Shopify refunds is your returns number. These are just formulas. You don't have to do anything with those. Oh, I did this. I highlighted any number that you have to update. It's highlighted in yellow. Completely forgot about that. With the exception of these, the Shopify fees, you can either paste these in by grabbing them from your payouts. So you go up here, finances, payouts. Yeah, we haven't had any yet, so there's nothing there, but you can also see what your transaction fees are from right there. Then our advertising spend, you just pull up your ad account, go to the day you're running the balance sheet for, and just grab this number. Double click, Command C, Command Shift V to just paste the value. undo that. But then your advertising, Google spend, same thing. You just go to your Google account. This overhead expense, this is just the same value. We calculate this on a separate spreadsheet, and then we just copy paste this value over. And then the rest of these are automatically filled. If you're not over like $1 million in sales with Printify, or at least like $100K a month, you're not going to be able to get this, but so you can just leave that at 0 for now, and that's something to work towards. Then Capital One, 2%. If you don't have a Capital One 2% card, or if you're international, I don't know anything about international credit cards, but if you're in the US, highly recommend opening one of those. And then we use that for everything besides ad spend. Ad spend, we use the Amex Gold card. And then these numbers are, automatically filled. So I know I went through that kind of quickly, but it's relatively straightforward. You just fill in what's in yellow. And then we talk about the analytics and like reading the metrics. Next, we have our balance sheet, which if you've never run one of these before, very simple. Just you have your accounts payable, or your AKA your liabilities, and then you have your accounts receivable or your assets. Any accountants or bookkeepers would probably scoff at the way that we do this, but it works for us. So accounts payable is you just go through every one of your accounts, every credit card, every advertising account. If you've collected sales tax, if you have payouts that you owe to your affiliates, you go through all those accounts and check, and then you just fill in those numbers. Like, so if I check and see that we have a $15,000 balance in Capital One, meaning we owe $15,000 on the card. These are just made up numbers. Then an important one to track that can be kind of sneaky is your Facebook amount outstanding. So since Facebook, it doesn't bill you for every dollar spent, that would lead to a crap ton of charges. They bill you in increments. So since this is a brand new account, they're billing us in very small increments of just $2. That's wild. That's actually even lower than I've ever seen before. But this is going to incrementally increase up to like $900. You could owe anything between $0 and $900. You want to capture that because that's a material amount to keep track of. So right now our balance is just 92 cents. Nothing crazy. Do the same thing in your Google ad account. So like say that we owe, I don't know, $20. And then sales tax. So we'll do a whole separate lesson on sales tax, but you don't have to worry about this in the beginning. This is not financial advice. This is not legal advice. This is nothing. Don't listen to me. But your sales tax that you're collecting from your customers after you've surpassed the thresholds, that number shows up here. Again, we'll cover that in a separate lesson, but you want to make sure you're tracking how much sales tax you're collecting because that has to be remitted to the state. So that's another accounts payable. You don't actually own that money, and if you just hold on to it, then that's illegal. So let's say that we've collected $150 in sales tax. Then let's say in our affiliate software, we can see that affiliates have driven like, I don't know, $500 in sales, and from that we owe $75 in payouts to them. It means that our total liabilities in the company right now would be $15,245. But then if we go over to our accounts receivable or assets, we check our bank account and see that we have 25 grand sitting in there. Then we check the amount that the sales that are in transit from Shopify. So the way we check that is by going to finances, payouts. Again, there's not going to be anything here, but it'll show you like the amount that's collected from like your sales that day. It'll show you how much is coming in. Actually, I'll just show you on the store we're running right now. So here's a screenshot from the store we're running right now. So we can see the previous amount that was paid out. So if I check the bank account, I should see that we have a $953.26 deposit from Shopify into our bank account. And then I can see our next payout, which is going to be deposited on the 8th, is going to be for $1,292.66. And then we have a balance that's yet to be paid out of $4,681.75. So to get my Shopify transit amount here, I would just hit equal and enter amount one. Let's pretend it was $500. 500 plus 750. And that's the amount that we can expect. Like that's money that like it's ours, it's just on its way. Next is PayPal hold. So if you're a brand new PayPal account, sometimes they'll put like a 20 to 30% hold on your transactions. So if you do 100 grand in sales, they're going to keep 20 to 30 grand of it for 90 to upwards of 180 days. I've had over 250 grand held by PayPal before, which sucks, but they do it for newer accounts and they can get away with it because they're PayPal. but similar to Shopify Transit, you see what your PayPal balance is. Next, this is kind of specific to us, but we do, if you have a 2% cashback card, you can add in whatever your rewards are up to. And then Printify wallet, this will normally just be 0, but if Printify like refunds any of your orders or anything, your Printify wallet will start to rack up with, here, I'll show you where you can see that. If you're in Printify, you go to wallet, payments, it would be this number here. So it's normally going to be 0. Cashback, 0, 0. And there you have it. So that's the total cash that we have in the business. But you see how important this is, that if we weren't running this spreadsheet and we were just checking our bank account balance, I would think that I have 25 grand in the business, which is off by 14 grand because I'm not really, or I mean, maybe the credit card balance, that's a pretty easy one to catch, but like all these other ones, I use low numbers for examples, but like the Facebook balance could easily be 897. Google could be like another 400. Your sales tax could be like, I think on the other business, we have like 3 or 4 grand so far that we've collected. That's our bookkeeper's in the process of remitting. So that could be a big number. So if you're not running this every day or at least weekly, you're going to miss stuff like this and you get a false perception of how well the business is actually doing. Similarly, you can run your profit report and think, okay, here's my profit for the past week. Just look at this, $5,327 in profit. Not bad. That's how much money I made, which it's like bookkeepers and accountants could go on about this for years, but what your P&L shows is not the actual amount that you own in the bank. That you have to go through your balance sheet to find that. And so what I was doing is I was just running the P&L. I would go, okay, we're doing well, but then I would go to check the balance sheet at the end of the month or check the bank account at the end of the month, and I'll be like, where the hell did all the money go? And it's just death by 1,000 cuts. That there's so many little transactions and fees and like miscalculations that you just won't even catch until you have like a CFO or a controller in your company. Like there's just so many little things that are personal spending. If you like ever use your business card for like going out for dinners or anything like that, that number's not reflected in here anywhere. But you know what does catch it is running your balance sheet, because the balance sheet is just all things considered, here's where it's at. And to hammer home what I was saying earlier, so say that we were about reconciling your P&L to your balance sheet. If we're on the second now and I'm running the balance sheet I just ran the P&L for the first, okay? And I come up with, what's the final number? It's not a fun number for an example, but say -148. Now I'm running the balance sheet on the second. In theory, if I'm catching everything, then this number should be just -148, okay? But because this was the total amount like left over in the business yesterday, then yesterday happened and we lost 148. So the number after I fill in the balance sheet should be that. 9 times out of 10, it will not add up to exactly that because of all the stuff we just talked about. So long story short, run both your P&L and your balance sheet, and it'll save you a lot of time, money, and heartache. So there you have it. Hope this was helpful, and I'll see you soon.
In this module, we're going to be talking about one of my favorite parts of running a business, customer service. I know that sounds really crazy because who likes customer service? But honestly, customer service is so important when it comes to running your own business and brand. And I truly feel can make or break the customer experience. So just to help prove my point, there's actually a Forbes article, so you know it's legit, coming from Forbes, and they have given a bunch of statistics on the importance of great customer experience and customer service. So 83% of companies that believe it's important to make customers happy also experience growing revenue. That number alone is crazy. And really, it's statistics like this that drive the type of experience that I like to give for our customers and why I strive to be different from pretty much everybody else. Another crazy statistic, customers switching companies due to poor service costs US companies a total of $1.6 trillion. That is an insane amount of money. And not only that, customers who have had a positive interaction with a brand they're more likely to tell their friends about that. And you're getting word of mouth marketing is free. Like, you don't have to pay anything for that. It costs so much less to keep a customer, a happy customer, than it does to piss off a customer and have to go out and get another brand new customer to come to your store and buy. So keeping those kinds of statistics in mind are really what drive my thought process when it comes to handling my customer service. So some big important factors of customer service are specifically your support email, which we are going to go through different ways for you to organize your Gmail account into some different mailboxes to keep customer service tickets organized. That way you don't have to be breaking the bank and purchasing an expensive customer service application. I think that's important down the road, but when you're first starting out, it's definitely not necessary, but staying organized absolutely is necessary. Another thing that we're going to be talking about in this module is how we structure our return and exchange policy. And I'm going to talk about how I interact with our customers and my philosophy on customer service to help you get a better understanding of why we do what we do. So first, let's get into Gmail and organize our account a little bit so it makes it a lot easier for you to take those customer service requests and keep a close eye on them and know that you are making your customers happy and taking care of them. So as you can see, our primary tab is empty. I've set up where we have primary, social, and update tabs at the top. So primary is where pretty much all of your emails should be coming into. Anything from a customer should pop up here in this primary email. In the updates, I have moved over all of the emails that we currently have in our Gmail account because we use this email to sign up for different applications and different Google accounts and that kind of stuff. So I've moved them over here because these are things that, yes, we'll probably look at from time to time, but when it comes to customer service, we're not really handling that. So I've created a label over here, business related emails. So anytime I get one, I can just throw that label on it and move it over to the updates tab. But our main focus is going to be right here in the primary tab. In order to keep things organized, we can create different labels that then we can add and take away from emails. So for the time being, I'm just going to send a test email and we can play around with this email and I'll show you how I would specifically handle it. Okay, so I've just sent that email. Let's wait for that to pop up right here in our mailbox. Okay, and so here's our email. So this is how your customer service emails are going to come in. You're going to see this subject line, I need help. And we can look at the preview. My order arrived with a torn sleeve. Please help. So we already have the gist of what's going on. So some different labels that I would create so that we can best organize these emails would be open ticket, closed ticket. And a ticket is basically the service request from the customer. Right now, I would label this email as an open ticket because we have not yet solved the problem. Once the problem has been solved, the issue has been addressed, we can then give it that closed ticket label. We can also come up with some different labels as like defect, wrong, size, wrong color, address issue because people say they put in the wrong issue, return request, refund request. And we may think of some others along the way. The next thing that you can do is you can actually label all of these tickets. When you would open this, you would want to label it as an open ticket now, and you'd also want to label it as defect. So now if we go back to our inbox, you can see it's a defect, it's an open ticket. So that way we know this issue has not been addressed and it's a defect. And these labels will slowly start to build up. And then you can look at what are your biggest issues that you're currently having within your brand, and you can make changes based off of that, which is really nice. But we have this nice defect order. So we're going to reach out to the customer. You can automatically look at the customer's name or the email that they used and look it up in Shopify to see if they are a customer. So in order to do that, we can open up Shopify. Again, there aren't going to be any customers here because we haven't started driving traffic to this site. But you could put that search in here. So we could say Nope, nothing. So that's not popping up. We can try the email. The email address still isn't popping up. So the first thing that we're going to need to do and ask from this customer, since we can't find their name, their email address, therefore we can't find the order that they're talking about, you would want to reply to them and say, hi, thank you for reaching out to Seasonal Collections. We are so sorry that you had this defect on your clothing. We've tried looking you up in our customer database and we're not able to match the name or the email to an order. Would you happen to have the order number or the email address that you used so that we can find this order and make sure that we make this right? In the meantime, if you wouldn't mind sending an image, a picture of that defect as well, showing the full t-shirt or the full hoodie, the rip, and the design, that would be so helpful so that we can actually get this defect addressed and figure out how we can best take care of this for you. I say that because Printify is going to ask for those images to see that defective shirt. We have to provide that image for them. They will say, yep, that's right. This is definitely an issue on our part. We will either send a new t-shirt or we can refund this order for you. So there's definitely different ways that you can handle customer service issues. And I will link all of them below somewhere in this video. I will link all of the kind of customer service issues that you could have, as well as easy solutions and how to best serve those customers very quickly. Because a fast response rate is huge. People want to know that somebody has seen, opened their email. They also want to know that they've been heard. So a lot of times customers, when they're reaching out to customer service, they're not happy. They're upset because either it was the wrong size, the wrong color, the print was off center. Typically, it's more of a negative experience for the customer. And our goal is to turn that negative experience into a positive experience and one that's not painful. If you have a customer who's trying to continue to jump through hoops, they're just going to get aggravated and they're going to say, you know what, this isn't worth my time. I'm not purchasing from this company again. I'm done. Versus listening to them, listening to what they need, what they want, how they want this issue resolved, and then making it happen. Kind of going back to those statistics. So let's just say the customer got us the image. We reached out to Printify, they're going to send us a new shirt. That's great. The customer is taken care of. We tell them, hey, Meg, thank you so much for the image that you sent us. It worked out perfectly. We are actually going to be able to send you a brand new shirt free of charge to the address that you provided for us. We are so upset that this happened to you, and that is definitely not the customer experience that we want our customers to have. So you close the loop, you let the customer know how you've handled this situation, how you've covered it. And once that's done, you can then take off that open ticket and put a closed ticket label on instead. And once it's closed, you could just move it over to social. So primary can keep your open tabs, your open tickets, while social can then hold your closed. So you still have all of those closed tickets. You can refer back to them, make any kind of reach back out to those customers if they're still having an issue or if you want to check in and see how things went. But other than that, you can keep it in this closed area so it's not just clogging up this primary inbox. Now, typically when you're first starting out, you don't have that many customer service emails. It's once in a while you'll get some, but once you start scaling up, there's a good chance that you'll have probably close to 20 tickets per day, I would say. So keeping this organized and making labels, it would be really nice if I was able to color code these labels, which I know there is a way to do it. It's just not letting me. But color coding them is a great way to just continue to organize and keep a better eye on your customer service stuff. If an open ticket, you could label red. That's how you know it's really important. This is not closed yet. I have not closed loop with this customer. How am I going to fix this? Who am I waiting on? Those kinds of things. Yeah. Now, a question that we get asked a lot in our school community is how do we handle return requests? Because you will get that. You will have people who they just didn't love the order. They will say, this shirt quality was not the kind of quality that I was expecting, or the graphic just doesn't seem to match the picture that I saw online. Whatever it may be, people typically like to be able to return their shirt. Print on demand is a little bit different because we don't hold stock. So typically if we were taking a return back, that shirt would then go on a shelf. If somebody else ordered, the shirt would come off the shelf and shipped to another customer. But print on demand doesn't work that way because they're just pulling a blank, they're putting on our graphic design and then shipping it to the customer. You have to be very transparent in your return policy. we can take a look at what our policy is. This would be our refund and return. You have a 30-day return policy. To be eligible for a return, the item must be in the same condition you received it, unworn, unused, with tags, and in its original packaging. You'll also need the receipt or proof of purchase. Again, we have our support email here for them to contact us. If your return is accepted, again, we are not going to ever send out a return label. You could, and you can accept them at your home address or to a PO box. But typically what we're going to tell those customers is, please keep the shirt. We'll give you a refund because you weren't happy with the order, whatever it may be, but please keep the shirt and either give it to a friend who would like the shirt, or even better, give it to somebody in need. And that way your customer service turns into doing good. You're not just in it for, no, you're not getting your money back and you can't return it. Sorry, better luck next time. There's a lot of companies who handle their customer service that way, and that is just going to lead to a negative experience every single time. So if you can give it a positive turn and say, hey, Joe, we're so sorry that you didn't like the t-shirt that you received. We've gone ahead and we've given you a full refund on your order. Please don't worry about returning the shirt. Instead, please find a friend that would enjoy this shirt, or donate it to a homeless shelter, somebody in need, somebody where this shirt could brighten their day. A lot of people are very taken back by that and very impressed with that kind of customer service, because very rarely does customer service like that happen. It can be a little hard when you're first starting out and you're not scaled up to a point where you can cover those kinds of situations, but I guarantee that's going to keep a customer more than anything else that you can provide. So even though you can't physically accept the return, you absolutely can still make the customer happy. And hey, maybe we're not that customer's cup of tea, but maybe he has 3 friends who are really into your niche as well, and they love your tees. They love the fit of them. They love the material that they're made out of. They want to wear them every day. And that kind of word of mouth marketing is worth 10 times what you just refunded the order for. So saying that you can't get things returned, that kind of gives people the idea. Again, exchanges work the same way unless it's a Printify issue. So if a customer is reaching out saying, hey, I ordered a size large but received a small, you're then going to look at that order. You're going to say, that's really odd. They did order a large, but the picture they sent is a small shirt. You're going to send that proof to Printify and say, hey, this customer got the wrong size. Printify will then, again, either reship the shirt or they will refund the order. And again, the customer gets to keep that. So a lot of times customers will reach out and they're like, okay, what do you want with this shirt? You just say, please keep that shirt and donate it to somebody in need or give it to a friend. And they're very impressed by that. They don't have to go to UPS. They don't have to go through the mess of returning a shirt. And it works out for you too. It's like a win. But there's definitely issues with orders. The brand that we run right now, I think our returns are less than 1% of overall revenue. We have that buffer where we're able to help customers out in that kind of way. And again, we've only seen it as a positive. I don't know about you, but I can't stand when I reach out to a customer service for a business and I just get the generic auto message that we have up to 72 hours to reach out to you. It drives me nuts, at least. And I think it's important as a small business to be getting back to our customers even faster than these big businesses do and handling the customer service differently. I actually created my own GPT for my current brand that I run, and I basically can just feed it an email. It'll read the email and spit out a personalized response based off of all the different documentation that I've given that GPT of our refund policy, our return policy. If somebody asks to return it, it already knows to say, please help spread our mission and give this product to a friend or somebody in need and help to brighten their day. So there are ways for you to make customer service easier on yourself, because I do have to say it will get daunting and sometimes just, I don't want to say depressing, but it can be a lot because you can be dealing with customers who are really just not happy individuals. So it can be very draining. So if you can remove you having to give that personal touch, and being a business owner, you're going to feel it 10 times more than if you were just a customer service representative for a company. You're just going to feel it more because you're like, this is my brand. This is what I stand behind. I can't believe somebody is saying this about me. But really, it's not about you. It's just you're never going to please everybody. People are going to have a problem with the fit. They're going to have a problem with the material. You could use the nicest quality t-shirt on the market and somebody's not going to be happy with it. It's just impossible to please everybody. Keeping that big picture in mind and coming up with a personalized response back makes a person really feel like they've been heard, because so much customer service today is just turning into clicking a few buttons and hopefully taking care of your problem instead of having a personal conversation. So we found that actually creating an email based directly off of what this customer has sent to us using the ChatGPT that we created has a great response back from customers. So I highly suggest taking the time, learning some customer service, and absolutely running it for yourself for a while, because you're going to learn so much about your brand and how to communicate with customers and how to best handle these kinds of situations. Again, it's a lot of repeat issues over and over again, but I think it's a really important area of business that oftentimes gets overlooked. And if we didn't have our customers, we really wouldn't be a business. So keeping that in mind and keeping the customer in mind, I think, is one of the most important things. Now, if you did need to refund a customer, you would want to go to Shopify. You can go to orders, or you can go to customers and then find the order. So we don't have an order at this moment, but orders would pop up here. You can click the order that has an issue, and at the bottom, once you've opened up that order, it'll say, or up here, it'll allow you to refund the customer. So if it is an issue where the customer wants their money back, you would simply just click that little refund button, and it would automatically send an email to the customer saying that a refund has been initiated. And when you do reach out to that customer, you just have to let them know that it can take up to a week for that money to go back to the account. It's not going to be instantaneous. So just educating the customer on what to expect so that 2 days later, you're not getting another nasty email saying like, where's my money? You said you were going to give it to me. This isn't legitimate. It's legitimate. So just giving the customer as much information as possible of where you are in the customer service process is extremely important. And just the better that you can communicate, the better it's going to be for yourself or your customer service rep that you will eventually hire. But yeah, that's how I would organize our Gmail account. I'll show over the course of the next 30 days in our paid group how we handle customer service tickets. I'll do some live screen shares and show the GPT that I have made and how that handles customer service requests, how I go about asking Printify for help, doing things on the Shopify side. So if you're interested in that, please join our paid school group if you're interested in learning more. But this is like your basic customer service one-on-one module. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions about customer service. Again, this is one of my favorite areas of the business. So I'm happy to answer any questions that some people have. And yeah, thanks for watching.
Running the day-to-day operations of your print-on-demand Shopify brand comes down to two main things. Number one is launching new products. Two is monitoring the ads. But that's the high level. The actual day-to-day varies a lot depending on what stage you're at, whether if you've hired employees or it's just you right now. So in the beginning, when it's just you, you should be first checking your Shopify. If you've already launched ads, checking your Shopify data, your Facebook ads, monitoring performance, and especially early on, learning everything you can about how things are performing and making tweaks to your site to optimize conversion rate, checking, if you need to launch new ad creative, especially early on, like it's a lot of just like launching as many new products as you can, launching all of those products into ads and spending hours like in your ad account and launching new products. Nowadays, where we're at, which we have VA who handles all of our customer support. So they're responding to email tickets, responding to comments on social media. And then we have another VA who is managing all the product uploads. So they create like all of the new products. Like anytime we have a batch of new designs that we want to upload, they go through and create them in Printify and replace the mockups in Shopify, that whole process. So customer support and like product development is pretty much taken care of. So on a weekly basis, since our ads are running pretty consistently, I just check in and increase budgets, see if, basically make sure everything's running well. And then Meg runs the financial reports. So every day she's running the P&L and the balance sheet. Moving beyond that, beyond the stage that we're at, where we only put in like a couple of hours a week. But we're also not really, like, we're not trying to grow it into a multi-7-figure brand. If we were, it would be a completely different story. Like, the next phase for us would be hiring a manager who's overseeing the customer service team, support, or the product team, and then who's running all the P&L, basically taking everything off of our plate that we're currently doing. We would train the manager to do it, and then that would elevate or free up Meg and I's time to elevate ourselves to whatever the next thing is. But in the day-to-day, for most of you guys, it's going to be a lot of looking at your ads, checking your Shopify data, and then if things are going well, decide, do you want to grow even bigger? If so, rinse and repeat. Make more products, launch more ads. That can get you to like $2 to $3 million a year in sales. If you want to grow beyond that, cover that in the scaling section. But yeah, the day-to-day is pretty laid back nowadays. So that's what we're spending our time on for the most part. Hopefully this helps give you a frame of reference where your time should be spent. And as a side note, as early on, you should be just learning and consuming as much information as possible, like rewatching this course, watching other YouTube videos, studying your competitors. So that's a whole nother like block of time that I would be allocating in the day-to-day basis. So bringing it all together, when we wake up in the morning, first thing I'm doing is checking the ads, making sure everything's running smoothly. Then checking our performance from the day before. Meg is running the P&L using the templates we gave you. Then she runs the balance sheet, make sure that everything adds up how we would expect. Then we check in with the customer service team, make sure all the tickets, comments, orders are in good standing. And then we can pretty much just stop there for the day if we want. If if we're trying to launch more products, then Meg would work on that. If not, then that's pretty much it to keep the lights on. So yeah, that's what a day in the life looks like. So hopefully this has helped give you a frame of reference, and I'll see you soon.
So in this module, I'm going to talk about the different issues that we've run into and different fires or like big problems that we've had with running our brand. So this is coming kind of more from like personal experience and how we've handled these situations, specifically with the brand that we've run now for the past like 3 years almost. So let's get into it. One of the biggest problems that we have ever faced really came down to our Facebook ad account. I'm sure Chris has talked about this in the advertising section, but this was probably our biggest issue that we've ever faced because it was an issue that was just out of our control. What happened was my ad account accidentally got hacked by somebody else, and they were running their ads through my ad account and my credit card was getting charged. So in order to stop this crazy situation from getting any more out of hand, I reached out to Facebook customer service and they ultimately just shut down the ad account. And from there, it's kind of just like out of your control. It's up to Facebook to do an investigation. It's up for them to give you the rights back to that ad account. So it just really stunk and kind of stopped our business and our traffic in place. After months of reaching out to their customer service and not really getting any help or any update on the situation, we decided to just kind of like let things settle for a little bit. And after some time, we realized, hey, we're probably never getting the rights back to this ad account. And so we started a brand new business manager. We had to make a new Facebook page, Instagram page, but ultimately was still able to run the current brand that we run now. To this day, that's been the biggest issue that I've ever run into as a print-on-demand business owner. That's the first fire. In those kinds of situations, it's really just reach out to customer service, hope for the best, and if it's not really going that way, giving it some time for Facebook to kind of settle down, calm down, and start over and build fresh. That would be probably the best way of addressing that issue. You don't want to just kind of keep making new ad accounts because then Facebook just gets kind of sketched out and thinks, oh, is this still, somebody trying to hack into this account, that kind of thing. Always set up two-factor authentication. Be very, very, very selective of who you are adding to your ad account. If you are adding anybody, I think Chris even says he doesn't suggest adding anybody to your ad account, but if you do, make sure they have two-factor authentication set up. Just be very, very, very careful with your ad account. Another big fire that we've had when running our print-on-demand brands was a huge out-of-stock issue. This happened during COVID, so companies were semi-shut down, not really doing their normal volume. It was just kind of weird times. And at the time, we actually had a t-shirt that was scaling, a design that was doing really well, specifically on tropical blue, which was like this really pretty teal blue t-shirt. And Printify just like did not have stock. And it was an absolute mess trying to figure out like when was there going to be stock? How can I let these customers know when they would receive this shirt? And it was just absolute madness. Luckily, since 2020, everything has gotten so much better since then. You can reach out to customer service, ask about stock kind of situations when printers should be receiving new stock on certain colors, but also having the nice function of rerouting. That was not a thing when all of this went down in 2020. I was not able to just reroute all of these orders. So it just ended up being like a huge refund to pretty much everybody who I couldn't get a shirt to, which was unfortunate because when a shirt is scaling and doing so well, you're like pumped. You're like, I'm making so much money. This is amazing. It's awesome. But I just was not able to deliver on the fulfillment end. So that was just a fire that you try your best to do. Try to get people to maybe switch the color to one that's in stock. But again, if they're not happy with that, some people are okay with it. They're like, yeah, you know what? Give me the royal blue. That'll be fine. But not everybody is wired that way. Other people are like, no, I want the tropical blue. So if I can't have the tropical blue, I want a refund. So it just turned into pretty much refunding a lot of those orders and not doing as great as it could have been, but it was definitely a big lesson learned, and something that we've learned to this day is like we don't really put too many funky colors up. We kind of keep to more of the neutrals, and like that's what we'll advertise for, because typically if people like the ad, they like the color that they saw in the ad, and they're more likely to then buy the one that they saw in the ad. Some other fires that we've had, customer service can always be a fire. There's always issues there. Not everybody is going to be happy with the product that you're selling or with the quality of the design. You name it, people find something to complain about, unfortunately. But we have found that handling those situations with really solid communication, just being overly like thoughtful and just trying to put yourself in that customer's shoes, it's the best way to handle those situations. How would you want to be treated if you had sent that email? Like, what kind of response would you be looking for? Again, you're going to get nasty emails, as it's just a part of customer service. So responding in a nasty way probably isn't going to get a great response back from that customer. They're probably just going to look at it as, this isn't worth my time. I want my money back and I'm not going to purchase from you again. Versus taking the time, listening to the customer, understanding the issue, and being able to resolve it in a way and turning that situation into a more positive experience goes a really long way. So there's a whole section on customer service, so I won't dive too deep into that, but there's always like mini fires going on. Some other fires that you can run into, specifically with Facebook advertising, sometimes you'll get bots that are just like spamming your Facebook inbox. That's where people can DM you. And sometimes you will get customer service tickets in there, so it's always good to check. But all the time we get people who are like, your Facebook account's going to be shut down, and never click on those, never respond back to them. Honestly, if Facebook's going to reach out to you, it's not going to be through a DM, so just delete them, mark it as spam. People are out trying to scam all the time. Another fire that you can run into is actually in your ads. I know Chris has talked about the Facebook ad library, so you can see other ads that other companies are running. There are people out there, when they see your design doing well, they will just rip off your design. They will literally copy paste it, put it onto their own website, and then they'll spam your ads with a link to their site. I don't know how they do this. It's like insane how fast it happens. But if that happens, you would just click like banning that customer. But there was a good solid, I'd say like month, that on all of our ads, we were getting spammed with another company just trying to get people to go to their website. And they would make new Facebook pages and just try directing traffic that way. So again, you can't really prevent that. It's just keeping an eye on those comments, checking them at least a few times a day, or getting notifications somewhere like in an email. That way you can kind of just like put that fire out pretty quickly. And yeah, you would just like ban that person from being able to comment on any of your stuff. A fire that I specifically went through, it was actually the first employee that I ever hired. Clearly, I've learned a lot more since then, but I hired a customer service agent who just really was not doing her job. So I learned a lot from that situation. So always when hiring, it's always, I feel like almost an awkward situation until you get used to it. Like you don't want to come across as too strict, but you don't want to also be too lenient. It's kind of finding a nice happy medium. So being very specific in your job description of what you're looking for, what the expectations are, making sure that that customer, in this case, it was a customer service rep, understands that, understands the brand and your policies. Because if they don't understand the policies, then how are you expecting them to answer your customer service tickets? So really giving your customer service rep a very good and in-depth training is always a good thing. But I just kind of like let things go. She was like, oh, I have experience in customer service. And I just kind of thought, oh, this is perfect. Like, great. So some time went by and I was like, you know what? I should probably jump into the, email platform and just kind of take a look at what's going on. And it was a complete disaster. There were so many customer service tickets. People were so mad because they were like, this is the third time I've reached out to this company and I haven't gotten a response. And that was leading to people commenting on our ads like, do not buy from this company. They don't respond to emails. This is a scam. Like that's the worst thing that you could ever imagine happening to your brand and not what you want people saying. So I ended up having to fire her. And I was like, you haven't been answering the customer, like you haven't been answering the tickets. And like I had tracking on an app, but I guess she was just like pretending to work and wasn't actually working. So I'm like, oh, cool. Like all this work's being done. This is wonderful. It was an absolute disaster and just made my life a lot harder. So I had to go back in, kind of handle all of those little mini fires that were occurring. But it was a very good fire in the way that I learned a very valuable lesson of you really have to train your employees. You have to find the right person. You have to kind of find the right fit too. It doesn't always just happen overnight. I think in our mind, we think it will because we're like, oh, this is great. This is a task that's now off of my plate, off of my shoulders. One less kind of like responsibility, but it's kind of a new responsibility because you may not be handling the customer service anymore, but now you're leading a employee, checking in with them and trying to support them in the best way possible. And also while keeping an eye on it. Every once in a while, I still go into customer service tickets and I look and see how they've been answered. Are people happy with the service that they're getting? Now we use Gorgeous, which is great because it gives us the analytics of everything and allows us to send a review email to our customers and they can actually rate the experience that they had. So now we have like a 4.5 out of 5 rating for our customer service representative. So for me, I'm like, okay, that's amazing. She's clearly taking time and good effort and getting back to these customers and they're giving her an outstanding rating. So starting out, you kind of miss out on those things, but as you start to scale and you can afford to add on a software like Gorgeous, I would say it's definitely worth the money and the peace of mind. But yeah, that was a pretty significant fire. So learn from my mistake before you go and just hire anybody to cover, especially your customer service. The one thing that you have to know about, we call them like fires or problems or situations, is something's always going to be happening. Very rarely are things just running 100% perfect all the time on your business, even having over 4+ years of experience at this point. But going in with the mentality of no matter what is happening in the business, I can solve this problem. There's always a solution. You have always made it through every single day up until this point. There hasn't been a problem that you haven't been able to solve. So just keeping that in mind, it could be a problem that you've never had before, but there is a solution. And a lot of times you can Google it, or in this case, if you are a part of our school community, then you can reach out to our community and say, hey, has anybody had this problem? Chances are probably 7 people have had the problem that you're now facing. And they can give you advice that they maybe didn't have, but they figured out on their own and kind of just like jumpstarts your fix to that problem. So always using Google, always use different types of communities where people are kind of in the same boat as you. That's always important. For me and Chris, we've always been able to lean on some of the other guys that he lived in that house with in that e-commerce incubator. They still run businesses to this day, and Chris will reach out to them and say like, hey, I'm having this issue. Have you ever had this problem with your ad account? And a lot of times somebody responds and they're like, oh yeah, that happened to me last week. It was so annoying. I did X, Y, and Z to fix it. This seemed to help. That's always important to have that kind of support system. So I would highly recommend joining the school community, really just for even that alone. I mean, we offer great resources and we're available to answer questions, but yeah, having that community of people who are in the same boat will help you and take you so much farther through all this. So just remember, there is no blueprint. If there was a blueprint, probably so many more people would have businesses, but there isn't. There's no manual. It's just kind of like a puzzle. You're getting new pieces and you're finding ways to make them fit. And it's a lot of just common sense and thinking on your feet, really, making quick decisions and dealing with the consequences afterwards. You could take so long thinking through a problem and just agonizing over it versus just making a decision and seeing what happens and then dealing with how you thought the solution was going to go. So I would take that advice, but just know fires and problems are inevitable. They're going to happen. I'm sure, Elon Musk has problems going on in his businesses all the time, and his are at like 100 times scale, 1,000 times scale than any of the problems that we're having. But it's just a part of running a business and running a brand. So keep that in mind and don't let that discourage you. You're going to figure out whatever problem it is. And a lot of times you can turn to a friend, a buddy, somebody in the school community, or even just reaching out to other customer service representatives. So like if it's an issue with your Shopify store, reach out to Shopify's customer support. Or if it's an issue with PayPal, reach out to PayPal support. A lot of times it's just like getting on a phone call with somebody and talking it through with them, and they can then guide you to the right person to help solve the problem. So keep that in mind. But again, fires are going to happen. Don't let that discourage you.
In this lesson, we're going to be learning how to create SOPs, otherwise known as Standard Operating Procedures. And these are documents we use to either train new employees or refresh current employees on our best practices and like repeatable processes, such as the one we're looking at here, which is our new designs workflow. And the goal of these documents is to basically write down every step of a process so that anybody who, doesn't matter if they're brand new to the company or if they've been there for a decade, they can pick up this document if they've never done this before and understand exactly where this process fits into the overall company, within the overall like higher level workflow, and then how to follow along with the steps. And I used to like way overcomplicate this process or just not even do it at all, but I thought I had to have a perfect, beautiful template and stuff, and it really doesn't matter. Just a basic Google Doc that has the resources or links that they're going to need, and then a Loom video, which I use for screen recordings to walk through and show the process step by step, and then at the bottom, the steps of what they're doing. And this one here is honestly a relatively complex process that we do. And I would say within the company, we have probably 30 different SOPs, and it's been completely game changing for us as a company because it just makes our processes so much more consistent. And even stuff that we thought was like, all right, this is how we upload products, pretty straightforward. It's like an unwritten rule of project management. It's like you always assume that you're not on the same page until you get everybody on the same page. That's what the SOPs do. So the structure we use for our SOPs, and I recommend creating these in your own company with whatever process you're consistently doing. Like product uploads, great example. Making new ad creative, another good example. But at the top, we just put a list of the resources they're going to be using. So any Google Drive folders, they need access to spreadsheets, other resources, you just put URLs to them at the top so it's nice and easy for them to access. Below that, we have the Loom video where I think this one's 5 or 6 minutes showing step by step, me uploading new designs, explaining it as I go. And then at the bottom, we have the steps so that, if they're not clear on anything, and you have to document it as if you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. That's the way that a really good SOP is documented, with extreme detail. There's something called the hit by a bus philosophy in project management, where you should write your SOPs as if you got hit by a bus tomorrow. Could somebody else pick up that SOP and pick up where you left off and start completing your tasks? So that's the way we try to fill these out. And here's an example of just some of the SOPs that we have within our product development workflows. So this is everything on the master design spreadsheet that you see every single step in that flow, we have an SOP for. So even though the VA, like our team, they're amazing. We've worked with them for years. They know everything like cold, like they can do it in their sleep, but we still have these SOPs as like a refresher, so that if a month goes by and we haven't uploaded products, they can always go back to it. And the way that I like to create SOPs is after I've done something myself enough times, I know it really when I'm ready to train somebody for it or to take it over, I just screen record myself doing it. Loom is slowly introducing features where it's like creating the SOP for you as it goes. It's not quite there, but just shoot a Loom video, train the person on it by giving them the SOP, saying, let me know if you have any questions. And 9 times out of 10, if it's a really good SOP, they won't have any questions. But if they do, you add their questions to the bottom as an FAQ section, because the goal is that once you complete the task, you never have to do it again. And the team member is able to just take it and run. And this ties in with your organization and like project management in general. These are all nice and organized in a Google Drive so that everybody in the company is able to quickly and easily navigate to them. This took us years to start doing this for whatever reason. Or I know the reason. I was always so focused on like the Facebook ads and the stuff that I liked. But once we disciplined ourselves and forced ourselves to sit down and really document everything we were doing, it really changed our lifestyle and like interaction with the company overnight. We went from having to QA and like double check everything, and anytime a team member uploaded something, we were like, is it going to be good or not? Like, we were finding so many problems in like the products that were uploaded, customers getting the wrong color delivered or the wrong design. SOPs fixed all of that for us. When you're running this business, even as a team of one in the beginning, your organization and project management is extremely important. Because if you're not organized and staying on top of what your projects are, staying focused on what you need to be doing and what you're currently doing, then you end up with a whole lot of wasted effort and feeling like you're stuck in a perpetual cycle of just going in circles and circles until eventually you get burnt out and frustrated and you throw your hands up. And we don't want that to happen. Luckily, it's pretty simple to fix that. And the first step is just having the discipline to stay on task and keep working on the one project or the very next thing in front of you until it is complete. Think of it as the big domino in your business. What's the one thing that I need to work on that once it's finished, it's going to make all the other tasks, all the little things that I could be doing, like either insignificant or completely obsolete. That's a concept from Tim Ferriss that's helped a lot. Another tool is the effort impact matrix that we talked about. So if you don't know what that next step is, fill that out and it'll make it abundantly clear. But the really important thing is that you stick to that, especially when the task gets hard, especially when it's something that you don't feel like doing. You have to give yourself no other option but doing that. Like, perfect example is when we were setting up our email flows for the first time. I'll be honest, it's like grueling. Like, this is such a first world problem to say this, but like setting up email flows is grueling. Just put it all in perspective. Like, it's really not that bad, but it in the moment it sucks. Like, just tons of emails to edit. It takes a long time switching between them. And as you're focusing on that, you can either choose to stay dedicated and see it all the way through to completion, and your business will reap the benefits of that. Or you can choose to start it a little bit, dabble in it a little bit, and then go, ooh, I could fix Shopify. And you have to watch yourself, because your brain is very good at convincing yourself that that's a good thing to be working on. But in reality, it's just like keeping yourself busy, and busy does not equal productive. So the 3 tools that we use to keep organized with the team and with ourselves are, again, very simple: Google Drive, Slack, and Trello. Google Drive, here's a picture of what our master folder looks like. As you can see, it is dead simple. This took a lot of effort to condense everything down into this. Before, we had just like dozens of folders that are all randomly named. In order to find anything, you have to go sifting through a bunch of shit. This just makes it extremely simple. Like, at the top, we have owners. That's where like our EIN, LLC docs, bank accounts, that kind of stuff, all that information goes in there. Only Meg and I have access to that. Below that, we have assets. That's like our logos, any design assets that the team is going to be consistently using across the board. Those go in there. Then next is management, which that's all of like our SOPs, templates, and that sort of thing. 2 is product. That's like where our master design folder is. It's where like all of our mockups, anything product related goes in there. 3, marketing. That's all of our like ad creatives and emails, templates, all of that stuff is stored in there. Not sure why we skip over number 4, but number 4 is support. So anything customer support related, all of the like answers to the FAQs and that sort of thing goes in there. And then anything we're not sure about or we haven't filtered just yet just goes under other. And then we have these exact same channels in Slack so that any communication about product goes in the product channel. Anything about marketing goes in the marketing channel. And it sounds like a simple thing, but it's really, and it is, but it's very effective at helping us keep things organized so that when you are launching new products, you don't have to think, oh, where was that message about this? And like, where's this file? It's right there and it's in that channel. This is annoying to set up if you're doing it after the fact, but if you're in the spot that you are, hopefully, of just starting out, you have a completely fresh, clean slate. So organize your folders like this, organize your Slack channel like that. And then for Trello, we just use a simple, like it's called Kanban style board, where we just have columns across the top of backlog, to do, in progress, review, and complete. And you can add a blocked column if you want, and we create a new card for every project. We review it on a weekly basis, like the entire board as a team, and we review where the cards are at. A couple of rules of thumb is that each person should only ever have one card or one project that they're working on, as in reality, you're not like really able to work on multiple if you're doing it well. Back to what we were saying about focus on one thing until it's completed. And then the review column is that once either myself, Meg, somebody on the team completes a project, it gets peer reviewed by somebody else. So like if I wrote some new ad copy or Meg just made a new email, it gets left in a review for me to look at it. Obviously, this sounds ridiculous if you're just a team of one. Recommend setting up the board and sticking to that so you have your source of truth. And anytime that you're not sure what to be working on next, you just go to your Trello board, see what cards you have, size it, pick up a card, start working on it, and keep working on that one card until it's completed. Then you pick up another one, move it over, so on and so forth. If you don't have a central hub where all of your tasks and projects are stored, you end up sitting down at your computer and just working on random stuff, like whatever pops into your head. So set up your Google Drive, your Slack, your Trello board. You can do free plans of all of those. It works completely fine. And that's how we keep things organized. This lesson, we're going to be talking about some of the ways you can hire extremely cost-effective but super high-quality team members to join your company and help free up some of your time to focus on like other areas of the business, and most importantly, get a lot of your time back. Feel like you're not a slave to your business anymore. So first question to answer is at what point should you start hiring? And that's really up to you. For us, we start hiring as soon as we know that a store is something we're going to stick with, like around the turning point of like getting profitable and we're starting to ramp up ad spend. That's where we decide to hire people. And second question is, what are the first roles you should outsource? And for us, we first outsource customer service, and then second is all of the product design creation and stuff we still manage ourselves, but that can certainly be outsourced as well. But customer service is a big one. And in the customer service lesson, we showed how we outsource it yet maintain quality, which is always important. And then the SOPs make managing the team easier. But we outsource for customer service, so all the tickets, comments, that sort of thing. All the product uploads is second. And then the third thing is like, okay, so I've decided that I want to outsource this role within the company, but I can't afford like a US person. And I have always outsourced overseas. We worked with some US based people, but I've found I've had a lot of success with hiring like really high quality, hardworking, driven individuals overseas. There's just like kind of a science to it, and that's what we're going to get into. So this SOP that you have here, you can just listen because you can download this and look at it for yourself. But so the upside to hiring in the US off of like Upwork or Fiverr, something like that, is that, it's normally high quality, typically high quality people. They speak English. They are much faster to onboard a lot of times, but it's very expensive and it's still hit or miss. Like I've hired US employees that end up sucking. Like I'm sure everybody here who's watching this has worked with somebody or has had a coworker or boss who sucks. Like you still get that online for sure. You're just paying like a huge premium because they live in the US, which has a much higher cost of living than somewhere like the Philippines, where in the Philippines, there's hardworking, really smart, driven people, just like the US, except their cost of living over there is substantially cheaper than ours. So you can pay what would be like a bad wage in the US is like very competitive and like desirable for people in the Philippines. The downside is that hiring is much more challenging. The reason is that there's a lot of like just overseas employees in general that are either A, like don't really speak English, B, they take on a ton of jobs all at once and you're just like one. So if you pay them for 8 hours, you might only be getting like 2 to 3 of actual work. And if you post on job boards, you will just get flooded with applications. So how do we avoid that? How do we get the best of both worlds? How do we avoid all the BS you deal with sometimes with overseas employees, but at the same time get the cost effectiveness? And that's what this SOP covers. So the way that I do it is I create an online jobs.ph account. And this is where we hire everybody from. There's going to be a link for it somewhere around this video. But we hire everybody from it and we create a job posting for something like, say we're hiring for customer service. And I make a job posting with a description of what it's going to be like, which is, or what the role is, and put it towards the bottom of this SOP. But we turn up some of the filters that online jobs has, like the ID proof. We make sure that it's at 70 or higher. And the second thing and the more important thing is we set up a Spark Hire account. Spark Hire is a video interview software. And what's really important about this is that we put the link. So Spark Hire, the way that it works is that you set up these virtual interviews, video interviews, where you set aside like 10 questions that are like, you can do any interview questions, you can just copy these, but the goal is to they click the link, the potential applicant clicks the link, and then in the Spark Hire app, they are prompted to record themselves like on video and audio answering these questions. And then we put the link to that in the online jobs application, which normally the online jobs application, you're going to get like hundreds of mostly BS responses. But when you add the Spark Hire link and you explicitly say in the job posting that the only applicants we will consider are the ones who take the time to complete this video interview. And it takes them like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, depends on how many questions you add. And those are the only ones we look at. So like for this job posting, I think I have the metrics in here. No, they might not be, but so I got like 750 applicants on online jobs. 30 of them actually took the time to record a video interview. Then out of those 30 video interviews, I watch all of them and I can immediately tell like if I care about, like if it's customer service, I need them to have like good like English literacy or competency. So I can immediately just listen to them and tell like, okay, do they check that box? Yes or no? And just by watching somebody and like hearing them answer the questions, you can tell if it's going to be a good culture fit with the company versus, somebody who's not. Like somebody who's super low energy, like down like this and like doesn't really seem animated at all. At least for me, not somebody I really want to work with. So that's very easy to put them to the side. But out of 30 applicants, you're going to find at least 3 to 5 that you really like. You choose the ones that you want to get on a phone call with. They have a video either a video or phone interview, which is 3 of them. So we went from 750 to 30 to now 3 really qualified, like go get them type attitude people, because those are the ones who are going to take the time to actually, 1, read the entire applicate or the entire job description, and then 2, actually take the time to click the link and record themselves, and then 3, give really good responses to your questions. Just by doing that, you go from a huge funnel where you'd have to sift through all of those responses to 3 really high quality people. You get on the phone with them, and all this happens over like the course of a week or 2. And by the end of that period, you have an amazing applicant. Now, how much can you expect to pay the people? We have that in here somewhere. You can look up like the cost of living and wages in the Philippines. We typically pay, it depends on the role, but anywhere from $4 or $5 up to $10 an hour, plus like pretty generous bonuses and end of year holiday bonuses as well. Like we want everybody in the team, we'll talk about this in the management section, but we want everyone on the team to feel like they are part of the company and not that they're just working for the company. So if the company is performing well, then everybody, gets a kickback for that. But generally like $5, $10 an hour plus a it's pretty customary in the Philippines to give a 1 to 2 month salary bonus at the end of the year. Oh, and last thing that I forgot to mention is to like really vet the people before you hire them. Something that I recommend trying is a paid trial. And you can do this with each of the 3 people that you narrow it down to. I've done this a bunch of times, and it really helps a lot that before you jump into bed with hiring somebody and bring them on full time, you want to vet if they're like a really good culture fit, especially if you already have an existing team that they're going to be getting added into. So the way that we vet it even further is by offering them to do a paid trial. Now, the key is that you have to be extremely upfront with people. You can't just bring in all 3 of them and like give them tasks and not let them know that, you know, they're basically on a trial basis. You have to let them know that this is going to be a 2-week trial, and at the end of it, we can evaluate if it's a good fit or not. And you pay them whatever their normal rate would be, but it's really key to have that first couple week like buffer to see if you really want to work with the person, because it really stinks like investing all that time hiring and training somebody just to, you know, realize that it's not going to work out. So anyways, we'll share the SOP. It'll be linked somewhere around this video with the job posting, the Spark Hire questions that we use, and then a link to online jobs. So once you're at the point of wanting to outsource either your customer service or supply chain, any of the above, or your marketing, whatever you pick really, and you already have like good SOPs on, you know, training and onboarding those people once they get into the company, recommend doing that first too. Then go through this process and enjoy. It's a lot of fun building a team, especially when you have a good culture and people actually like being there, which always comes down to you as the business owner. You set that cadence or like that energy within the company, but we'll talk more about that in the management lesson. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to effectively manage your virtual team of either VAs or US-based employees and contractors. And at a high level, this to me really comes down to building a really good culture that people want to be a part of, and that's fun for people. And it's kind of the theme of this whole course is like picking a niche that you're passionate about, and that energy like is infectious in a really good way for everybody that you're working with. And to me, the most important principles are mutual respect, investing in the team, and making sure that everybody feels heard and, you know, that they're contributing in a meaningful way. And that's why, like we talked about in the hiring process, it's really important to do a broad like selection process where you bring in a lot of potential applicants and then narrow it down to like the really top performers. I heard somebody describe team's culture once as the lowest acceptable standard in a group. So whatever a group, if you have a group of 10 people, the highest performer, the culture does not rise to that top person. The culture normally drops to the lowest performer. So if you have 8 people that are doing really well, one person is doing okay, and then one person is just doing mediocre, and they're allowed to continually get away with it, these top 8 performers are going to see that. Like, they're aware of everything, even virtually. They're aware of that, and they see that standard that's being accepted, and they will go subconsciously, human nature, they'll go, well, screw this. I'm not going to work my ass off and like be up here when this person is getting paid the same as me and they're like allowed to get away with it. And as an aside, you're included in that. You are one of those 10 people. So the standard that you set for yourself and for the rest of the group, that's everything. Like, we're going to talk about like managing payroll, time tracking, all that kind of like the technical stuff, but the culture is the most important thing. And to me, that comes down to holding yourself to the highest standard out of anybody and being very consistent with that. Like, if you're late to a meeting, you have to address it. You can't just act like, oh, I'm the boss, whatever. You have to be the person that is setting the example for everybody else. But all right, so off my soapbox, the tactical or technical stuff. So when it comes to managing a virtual team, we do a couple of things. So we have our time tracking and productivity tracking app. Then we obviously have our organization and project management tools like Google Drive, Slack, Trello, like we already talked about. But the time tracking app that we use, where everybody logs into on a daily basis, is called Hubstaff. And Hubstaff is great because it's very easy for, if you have like a manager on your team, they can create projects and your team is able to track time to each of those projects. And the other nice thing is that, so they log in each day, they track their time, You're able to like make sure that, people are actually logging in and working, which is more important. Like when you're first starting out working with somebody virtually, like you want to make sure that, they're being productive and on top of stuff. And I mean, over time that like I rarely ever check this. I think this is the first time in a month that I've actually pulled this up. But a couple of cool things in here is that you can see like which projects are getting the most work done on them. And then you're also able, so you add anybody you hire, all your virtual employees, and then they track their hours throughout the week or bi-weekly. And then you're able to integrate your payroll software. So you can either use like PayPal, or we use Wise, which is good for paying international contractors. And it automatically will run payroll at the end of the 2-week period. So you don't have to go into Wise and like manually send payments to everybody. It'll automatically, at the end of the 2 weeks, they submit their timesheet, you approve it, and then it automatically pays them, and they receive the payment in like a day or two. As a side note, with hiring virtual employees for tax purposes, if you're a U.S. citizen, you're technically supposed to collect what's called a W-8 BEN, which is basically just showing that you're not laundering money overseas or embezzling, whatever the correct term is. And it's kind of like a 1099, but for virtual or like overseas employees. So definitely, this is not financial advice, but something worth looking into. So that's how we track time. We set everybody up in here. It, make sure that everybody's being productive. You can see their activity scores, and if somebody's like slacking off, either you or the manager can check in with them. That's like human nature. It happens from time to time. But that brings me to the next thing, which is performance reviews. And this is something that I didn't really do for a long time, but and I can still do a much better job of it. But like I said, reinvesting and like building up your team, like them as people and as professionals. Everybody wants to improve, and doing like monthly or even weekly performance reviews and check-ins with people is a great way to do that. See how people are doing, not just on the business side, like much less on the business and more about their personal life. Like when we do our stand-up meetings, which we do like once a week, it's just a check-in to see how everybody's doing. And the questions, everybody gets like 2 minutes. We go around, and the first question that people answer is, what's something that you're grateful for? And it can't be work related. Then second is, what did you work on last week or since last stand-up, whatever your regular schedule is since last stand-up. What's your plan? Like, what are you working on for this coming week? And then fourth question is, what's something that's currently challenging you or blocking you? Like, what's something that you need from somebody else, or like that I can support you with? And it's really helpful. The gratefulness question at the beginning kind of sets like a really good mood and tone for the whole meeting. And then the goal is to like make it quick and snappy. The reason it's called a stand-up meeting is that companies run these like you're meant to like come to the table and literally stay standing. The goal is to make it a short, like 10-15 minute, just quick check-in, make sure we're all on the same page, and then split. And if any issues or topics come up that warrant additional conversations, you put it in what's called your parking lot, which is basically you don't talk about it right then and there. Like if we had an issue where somebody found that like our cost of goods was going up substantially, and that's what they were going to work on for this next week, and their problem they were facing is they weren't sure why, or they needed like access to an account in order to look into it, whatever it is. You don't talk about it in the stand-up meeting. You put it in your parking lot, which is where like afterwards, after stand-up, once everybody goes back to what they were doing, you and that person circle up and problem solve it. So the goal of those stand-up meetings, either on a weekly or twice a week basis, a lot of places do it every single day. And the goal is just quick touch base, see how everyone's doing, reconnect with the team, and then just remove any roadblocks that people are facing. And in my experience, a lot of what it means to be an effective manager comes from the previous lessons within this module. It's having a well-organized company. It's having your SOPs and your processes well documented so that it's a place that's easy for somebody who's a complete beginner or newbie in your business. Like they're fresh out, like for everything. They don't know anything. Making it a welcoming and well-organized environment for them to, start to grow in. If picture like a company that you join and it's like, all right, there's your role, good luck. Like here's Google Drive, and it's just a mess. And you don't have like stand-up meetings, you don't have SOPs, you don't have check-ins, you don't have your KPI spreadsheets, you have no checks and balances. you have no idea what you should be doing. Contrasting that with a company where you come in, you have an onboarding call with your manager or like the owner of the business, then you have clear direction of here's our Google Drive, it's nice and organized, here's our Slack channels, here's how they work, here's how to use Hubstaff, and then here's all the SOPs pertaining to your specific role. Here's the KPIs that we're measuring for your specific role. Like key performance indicator. Like if you're the product development person, we expect X number of products to be uploaded on a daily basis. If you're ever not able to hit that, that's fine, but here's what you should do. And we do stand-up meetings on a weekly basis where you can meet the entire team. And, we do performance reviews where you and I will meet one-on-one on a monthly basis. And at the end of the year, depending on the business's performance and your performance individually, you get a bonus. Completely different experience, somewhere that person is able to thrive and grow and really add a lot of value to the business. Compared to the first one, it's just going to be a mess and it's not going to end up like working out for either party. And I say that from personal experience. That's the route that I've gone way too many times. But I've learned from that now. And yeah, hopefully this has been helpful. I'm not an expert manager by any means, but to me, it just comes down to genuinely caring about the team and the people that you're working with, and then keeping organized so that people feel like they have the tools that they need to succeed. Our goal as a manager is to be there for the people and to give them what they need, not the other way around. It's like the bottom-up philosophy. Like it's not top-down, like you looking down at the team. It's quite literally the opposite. Like you are there to serve your team. And viewing it that way just completely changes the game and makes it a lot more fun place to work for everybody.
Hi everybody, in this module, we're gonna go over sales tax. This is one of the biggest questions that we get asked in our school community, and there's just a lot of questions about it, which makes sense because it's not the most straightforward topic. Now, before we dive into this is not any kind of legal or financial advice. Always, always, always turn to an accountant or a tax expert to really dive deep and answer all of your personal tax questions and requirements that you need. But I'll run through the gist of Shopify and kind of let you know how to sign up for sales tax in the United States. So what you're going to want to do is head over to Shopify. You'll log into your Shopify account, and in the bottom left-hand corner, you're going to click that little settings button. This is going to pop up your important information, and here is where you are going to click taxes and duties. So when you click taxes and duties, it's going to pull up pretty much like all of the different countries where you could collect sales tax or VAT tax. You're going to look for the United States. You'll click United States. And from there, you're going to be given the U.S. sales tax dashboard. In order for you to have liabilities, you're going to see them here. So once you've made certain sales, certain thresholds will be met for those states, and Shopify will actually send you a notification and say, hey, you actually qualify to collect sales tax in these states. If you're not doing a ton of sales, chances are you're never going to have to collect sales tax on your own, but you absolutely can. The reason that you would maybe want to do this is that Printify is also going to charge you sales tax. So sales tax on that production cost as well as your shipping cost. So when someone goes and puts an order in, you're going to see the production cost, the shipping cost, as well as tax. And that's something that you absolutely have to pay unless you give Printify what is called a resale certificate, which basically is just this little legal document with your sales tax number on it that is letting Printify know, or whatever supplier you're using know, that, hey, I am already charging and collecting sales tax and remitting it for myself. So Printify then does not need to do that for you. There are extra hoops to jump through this way, but you can save a smidge on your cost of goods by doing this, because any taxes that you're collecting and remitting, you're kind of just like the middleman for the state, if that makes sense. You're not paying extra to Printify to cover that tax liability for themselves. It's not really the tax liability for you. So the way that you can go about this would be by clicking this button here, collect tax in regions where you are liable. So if you click this button, again, there are none that are required at this moment. And when they pop up, all you have to do is submit your sales tax number. So you may be asking, how do I even go about that? How do I get a sales tax number? What you're going to want to do is basically look up the state in which you're now liable to collect sales tax. By doing a quick Google search of just apply the state name and sales tax, you should be able to find something like this. Out-of-state sellers may register for multiple states, including Ohio, by submitting a single application through Streamline Sales. So Streamline Sales, there are some states that are a part of this. So as you see here, if you go and throw in this one application, you'll then have a number that basically exempts you from, or I guess like allows you to collect in all of these states with the same number. So you can knock out a lot of states pretty easily, but this is where you would basically come and register your business. You would need a business account, an EIN, as well as typically I believe you do need to add your business bank account because you can then file online and they'll just pull it directly from that account. Again, I highly recommend talking to an accountant or a bookkeeper. Our bookkeeper actually files all of our sales tax for us, but we do collect sales tax. I do have to say it's not the most straightforward system, especially because of the fact that we leave this up to the states to decide, and every state is a little bit different in the United States. So it can take some time, but honestly, Google will become your best friend in these situations, as well as talking to an accountant, even if it's just somebody on Upwork for a small fee for you to just pick their brain, ask some questions. But Shopify has gotten really good, and they will notify you when you actually are required by law to add that number, start collecting and remitting sales tax. Shopify will notify you. You'll see something pop up here. It should also pop up on your home dashboard, notifying you when you've qualified and hit the threshold for certain states to start collecting and remitting sales tax. Now, like we said before, sometimes it makes sense to just right off the bat start collecting that sales tax because you can actually use it to your advantage when it comes to the Printify side of things. You can save a little bit in your cost of goods. Again, it doesn't have to be something that is immediately done. You can absolutely take your time with this. Unless you are scaling super fast and hitting that threshold in certain states, it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. Once you get that notification here in your Shopify dashboard, they'll have you click on that state, and all you'll have to do is enter the information. Typically, it's just whatever number the state gave you as your sales tax number. So you update that into Shopify. That's enough information for Shopify to say, okay, they're collecting and remitting. They're not just collecting the sales tax and then not paying it, because that would be illegal and wrong. But here in Printify, if you log into your Printify store and go to your wallet and click taxes, you're going to see you can sign up for taxes pretty much anywhere in the United States to submit that number or that resale certificate so that Printify will no longer charge you sales tax. So if you click here, the USA, all you'll have to do is click submit a certificate. It's going to pop up this little wizard. You will just click the states in which you have resale certificates in or sales tax numbers. And from there, you'll fill out that quick information. You'll throw in that number. And once you hit submit, everything should very easily go through. Printify has really streamed this process a lot. And unless there's an issue, they will send you an email and notify you about that. But typically, once they have the number, you're pretty much good to go. You can always talk to a customer service representative down here in the bottom left corner. And they're pretty good at answering those questions in regards to sales tax as well. Another question that we get asked is, do you have to immediately start collecting sales tax? We would say absolutely not. It actually took us a little while until we got that first notification from Shopify to start actually applying for resale certificates and applying to collect and remit sales tax with those states. So it's not something that needs to be set up like, I would say, a business account or getting like your LLC, anything like that. Those are things that you probably want done earlier on in the process of things, but as far as sales tax, until you hit that threshold, legally you don't have to. Again, it's whatever your preference is. And again, talking to a tax expert in the state that you currently live, they're going to be the best and they're up to date on all laws and requirements regarding these things. I know that there are applications out there. I would always be careful with the applications and really do your research on them. They tend to be very, very expensive. So we actually have our bookkeeper who keeps track of all of our sales tax, and she remits and files for us, which is amazing and has taken a huge load off of our shoulders. But always talk to the experts and always do your research, especially when it comes to setting up any sort of application in regards to this. As far as Canada and like the EU, it's a little bit trickier. Again, I feel pretty rock solid on the US sales tax. As far as that, it gets a little confusing. So if you are trying to sell in those areas or you live in those areas and want to sell in your home country, I would contact a local tax expert in your country as well and figure out the best way to go about this. But I hope that you guys found this helpful and this helps to clear up and answer some of those immediate questions, like if you have to have this right off the bat.
In this module, our goal is to take our already existing brand that is consistently doing turning $1 into $3 to $4 in return, to ramp that up and answer the question of how do we put in $1 million and get $3 to $4 million back. And our goal is basically to increase the volume that we're consistently doing at the same rate of return, if not better. And everything up until now has been basically laying out the foundation for this module. And this is the question that we get a lot, which is like, how do we ramp things up? How do we scale to 7 figures? And the real answer to this is just like, if you've done modules 1 through 8, like 3 through 8, because that's like the actual business related stuff. If you've done that really well, then module 9, scaling up, becomes like 10 times easier. And not just easier to accomplish, but more sustainable. And this is obviously where the real money is made. If you're doing, like, the point that I recommend starting this module is once you're doing like 10K a month in consistent sales and profit, that's when I would recommend starting to branch out into different ways to like start to ramp up your different levers. And that's exactly what we're going to be covering, is what are the different levers that we have to pull, what's the order in which we should be pulling them, and we're going to be explaining all of them, even the ones that I don't personally lean into, just because it ends up taking a lot more time than what I'm looking to invest into these brands. But I've done all of them at one point or another, so I'm going to lay them all out for you and let you pick and choose while I give my own commentary, as always, on which ones I recommend most. And like I said, laying out the foundations, everything up until this point was honestly the hard part. Scaling things up is, certain pieces of it is the easier and, in my opinion, the fun part. So first off, we're going to be talking about how to scale paid ads, this is going to center primarily around your Facebook and Instagram marketing strategies. And this is my bread and butter. This is what I've done by far the most. And it's the most consistent, and you can scale to 7 figures a year, multiple 7 figures a year, just scaling your paid ads alone. And we're going to also talk about different traffic channels, how like outside of just Facebook and Instagram, what are the different channels available to you? What's the order that I would recommend approaching them? Touching on like TikTok, X, or formerly known as Twitter, like Google marketing, which we've set that up, but we've touched on that already. Like, what are the different channels that you should get into, and how to loop that in and increase so that you're not so reliant on just Facebook's traffic. Because Facebook alone, as I've talked about in a lot of other settings, when you're just dependent on Facebook, it can be kind of a recipe for disaster. Then next, we're going to be talking about scaling marketplaces, which we specifically talked about why we started on Shopify first, but there's still some benefits to being on marketplaces, especially once you have an established brand that people are aware of. And there's some shoppers that will like go and search for your brand on their favorite marketplaces. Like, there's some shoppers who, like, they use Facebook, they get hit with your ads, they like your products, but they just are Etsy shoppers, or they're just Amazon shoppers. Like, they pay for Amazon Prime and they just want to, buy everything that they buy off of Amazon. So they go and search for you. Are you going to show up there? This module is going to show you how to do that. And lesson 4 is our customer LTV scaling. And that's basically, we talked about how we increase the customer acquisition or decrease our customer acquisition cost, increase our average order value. But then the most important piece that gets talked about probably the least is how do we maximize or scale the value of our customers over their lifetime? And lesson 5 is product catalog scaling. So that's what we're going to talk about after you've already dominated like the t-shirt market or whatever initial product you launch with. What are the ways you can expand beyond that? Like this is exactly what we did with Yoga Stay. We reached a certain sales threshold where it felt like we kind of capped out. We saw a lot of promise or possibility with other products like verticals such as like yoga mats and yoga pants. So what were the ways that we were able to branch out? And that one really comes down to like your fulfillment expansion. Like how are you, like what does your supply chain look like? That's really a lot of what the product catalog scaling comes down to, but we're going to talk about that as well. And lesson 6 is international market expansion, which that's where you start selling to, basically if something is working in the US, how can you quickly expand your reach to international countries? Probably the one that I would recommend doing, I probably should have reordered these. The order that I would go do these in is lesson 1, lesson 6, 4, and yeah, just with those alone, because lesson 1 and 6 actually go kind of hand in hand. It's like just making some tweaks in your Shopify store and you're able to start selling internationally if you're using Printify. If you're using like Printful or like a different supplier, I can't really help you as much, but that's what we're going to talk about in lesson 7, which is scaling your supply chain. What are the different options? I've gotten a lot of questions about this already, like print on demand costs are really expensive, like what are the other options out there? And I've dealt with those different scenarios, so I can talk to those points. TLDR is I recommend staying with a print-on-demand supplier until you're like really ready to jump into the next level. Like absolutely be doing this like on a full-time basis before you even consider anything with that. And why is this important? Well, one, this is where the real money is made, and this is going to give you the tools and the framework to not just scale your print-on-demand business, but any business really, because like increasing, like any business can be scaled in like the same ways. It's like either get more customers, make those customers worth more, or decrease the cost of like what it takes to fulfill for that customer. Those are basically the only ways. And if we go scaling paid ads is getting more customers, scaling traffic channels, getting more customers, marketplaces, more customers, customer LTV is making your customers worth more, product catalog scaling, that one's kind of getting more customers. Well, it's also making your customers worth more because there's more options for them to buy. And then international expansion, that's also just getting more customers. And scaling supply chain is decreasing the cost of what it takes to fulfill for those customers. So they all fall under those 3 same buckets. And you can definitely reach $3 to $4 million a year doing just what we're going to cover in this module. I can speak to that because I've personally done it. I can't say like for the 8-figure a year level, but hopefully if you've gotten this far in the course, you're shooting for $3 to $4 million a year. Beyond that, hopefully once you get to that point, I'll be at the 8-figure a year mark and then I can teach you about it. But honestly, this is the module that lets you quit your 9-to-5 job and really just go all in. The few things to watch out for as you're approaching this is that the tallest buildings require the strongest foundation. So do not fall into the trap that I did and start scaling things up on a bed of sand. So if you do that, then you might build it high to a certain extent, but it's always going to come crashing back down at some point. So don't scale too early unless your supply chain, customer service, all your systems and like infrastructure is able to handle that scale. And a good thought exercise for this is to ask yourself, like, if I was to bring in like 100x the number of customers starting tomorrow, what would be the first thing to break in my company? Like, what would go downhill? And if you only have like one customer right now, then it's pretty easy thought experiment. But if you're at like 1,000 orders a month, like what would that look like if you increase that to 100,000 orders? Even though you're not going to hit that point like immediately, that's a good way to think through like how to systematize things and like really become ready for scale. Because I can say from personal experience, every time we scaled early on when we were not ready, we would just crank ad spend, like doing like 100K days, which sounds awesome, but it's really not awesome when you don't have the customer service team in place to handle those types of requests. You don't have like your fulfillment lined up. You're not like actively monitoring, basically not having gone through module 8. Pretty good way to put it. We had not done any of the stuff that we talked about in module 8. We were not monitoring financials. We were just ramping, scaling, seeing Shopify sales come in. We're like, cool. And that's, when everything hits the fan, you end up with chargebacks and returns out the wazoo. And it's everybody talks about scaling, but you really, in order to do it, you just have to do the work leading up to it, and then the actual scaling itself is the easy part. And a word to the wise that I've already talked about in this video and lots of other times, but if you're solely reliant on just Facebook, or even just one channel in general, doesn't matter if it's Facebook, replace the word Facebook with Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, any of those. If you're just relying on that, then you are asking for like something like a disaster to happen. You're asking for your ad account to get banned. Same as, the reason why I recommend against starting like an Etsy or an Amazon business is because all it takes is one ban, like your Etsy account to get shut down, and there goes your entire business overnight. Now, the difference is like with Facebook, you can just, like we talked about, there's ways to spin up different accounts to get the ads back on, but there's a big down period involved with that. Fortunately, you still have like your customer list and stuff, but we really want to decrease the percentage of our revenue over time, like over months and years, the percentage of our revenue that's dependent on just one channel, and diversify it as much as possible. For one, like more consistent sales, less spikes and dips, but also because it makes it a much more valuable and sellable asset. So there you have it. Welcome to the scaling module. Let's get into it. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to scale your paid ad campaigns, specifically your Facebook and Instagram ads. And this has been my tool of choice for growing our Shopify brands to 7 and multiple 7 figures a year, because it's just, honestly, it's pretty simple once you've done all of the hard parts leading up to this. So looking at the Miro board here, the direct-to-consumer marketing board, it maps out the process. We've looked at this a couple times, but the question that I get asked by far the most is, how do I scale my ads? Like, how do I ramp up ad spend? How do I start spending $1,000, $10,000 per day? And that's like really what everybody wants to hear. And I always tell them, or I used to just start telling them, well, you just increase your budgets, like you do this stuff that we're going to learn here. But the real answer is it starts way back here. It starts with your site optimization, and then your email, and having all your marketing assets together, like your ad creatives, and then having your campaign set up the correct way, understanding how to read the analytics and figure out what's working and what's not in your ad account. Then finally, once you get to the point of putting in $1, getting $3 to $4 back, that's where we can really start talking about how to scale. So I just want to lay that out first, that the scaling is the easy part once you've done everything else correctly. And I made this Miro board like a year or two ago, back when Facebook was a lot more complicated. Nowadays, my scaling strategy is, we're going to talk about the intricacies, but to not overcomplicate things, I increase the budgets by 15 to 20% every 2 to 3 days. You can see here, I do it mostly on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And at the same time, I'm decreasing the budgets on the losing ad sets and campaigns, which 15-20% bump doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it really compounds quickly if you're doing that consistently. And the reason we do 15 to 20% is that's a small enough amount that it doesn't knock our ad sets and our campaigns out of the learning phase, or out of the active, like running phase. It doesn't knock them out of that back into the learning phase. That's the worst thing we could do. If we were to just ramp up our budgets by 100%, then they would definitely go out of that. And bring it back a step, like scaling in general, the basic idea is like, all right, I have something that I'm spending $100, getting $300 back. Now I'm just going to spend $1 million, get $3 million back. I wish it was that simple, but it's just not, because as you increase in scale, you almost always see a dip in the return. So the strategies we're going to talk about is how we can mitigate that dip in return as we ramp up our spend. And one such way is by keeping our budget increases to a minimum of 15 to 20%, keeping it to a maximum of 15 to 20%. So we don't knock it out of the learning phase. So that's vertical scale. Vertical scale is just increasing the amount out of each individual campaign. Then horizontal scale is exactly like it sounds. You're going wider. So you're launching more campaigns using different objectives like manual bids, and you're testing a bunch of different audiences, not like we used to, not like all the different interests and stuff, but like uploading your data feeds from like Shopify audiences into your Facebook ad account and using that to create lookalikes. For horizontal scaling, you're basically just doing a lot more of what you're already doing. And as you start to ramp up vertically and horizontally, one of the things you're going to start to notice is that your frequency, which is this number to the far right, this is the metric that you really want to be watching as you start to scale up, because this is the average number of times that a person has seen your ads. And once this number starts to get up too high, you'll notice that your click-through rate starts to drop, because people are just getting bombarded, and click-through rate starts to drop, which means your cost per click goes up, and that's where you get the dip in performance. But one of the ways to fight against that is to be constantly testing a bunch of new creative. Like this was a stat that I heard from Alex Hermosi that he heard from somebody, but the top 1% of advertisers on the Meta platform, the biggest difference between them was that on average, they ran, it was either 7 or 70 times more split tests than the rest of the accounts. I want to say it was 70 because it was something like dramatically different. Like they're just doing the same thing as everybody else, just on a completely different scale. They're just launching tons of new creatives, lots of different offers, experimenting with 5 to 10% of their budget on new ideas and new strategies so that their account never gets stagnant. And that's something that I honestly can do a whole lot more of. I just don't allocate a whole lot of my time to this business. But if I was full-time in this, what I would be doing is launching new ad creatives. I'd be hiring influencers to be making video ads, even for Facebook and Instagram. And I would be experimenting with a lot of different offers and ad copy strategies. Fortunately, the ad copies that I've given you as templates have worked for years and years and don't really seem to be showing any signs of quitting anytime soon. But that's partially because it's just t-shirts, like low entry level cost product. Like you're not selling ice baths is the example I keep going back to for some reason. So there's things you can get away with because it's just like low cost products, but to really scale and not have that frequency start to spike, you want to be launching a lot more like creatives. We'll talk about this in the international section, but here you can see I always launch in the US to test and validate the niche in the market. And then once we've gotten to the point of doing like 10 to 20K a month in sales consistently in just the US, then I'll introduce international. And international normally just pours a whole bunch of fuel on the fire, specifically in the ad account, which is why I'm bringing it up now. And with the balance of the campaigns you see here, it's pretty darn consistent for us. So basically what we have here is we have the DPA campaigns, the Advantage Plus shopping campaigns. So we have our CBO, we have our manual bid worldwide, we have our worldwide CBO, and then we have our US CBO. Then we have obviously our retargeting ads. And so scaling paid ads used to be a much more difficult topic of discussion because there would be like hundreds of ad sets, a lot more that you have to do. Now, like I've seen inside ad accounts that are spending 20, 30K a day, and they'll have 2 or 3 campaigns at just massive budgets. They're all just Advantage Plus shopping campaigns. The difference with them is they have a really powerful brand behind it. That's why they're able to do that. And that's the thing that has made scaling the ads so much easier is as these DPA, dynamic product ad campaigns that cycle through your catalog, as they've gotten better and better, along with the Advantage Plus audience targeting, anytime we're launching new products in our catalog, those are automatically getting pushed to Facebook. So whereas before, like when those weren't even a thing, I would have to manually upload all of them. And now you don't have to do that at all. You used to deal with like burnout and frequency spikes a lot more when everything was manual. Now, as long as you're at least within a print on demand business, as long as you are consistently launching new products that are high quality that people actually want, those are getting fed into your campaigns. That's essentially the same as if you were feeding Facebook a ton of new ad creative for it to be playing around with. Not essentially the same, it is literally the same. So that's why we don't have to overcomplicate the concept of scaling your paid ads. I haven't touched most of these campaigns in months, aside from the one day where Facebook like really shit hit the fan, and then I turned some stuff down. But other than that, these same campaigns have been continuing to run because the majority of them are running off of DPA. So moral of the story, have a really good product catalog. But more specific to the ad strategy. So I'm running one manual worldwide targeting Advantage Plus campaign. And the difference with this is instead of doing automatic bids like everything else is, where like I've talked about in the paid ad section, Facebook operates on an auction system, and normally it's automatically adjusting whatever you're going to bid for, or whatever amount you're willing to bid. With the manual bid, you are manually setting it and saying, I'm only willing to pay up to, I think the bid level for this one is like $28 per purchase. I rarely ever end up paying $28 per purchase, or actually here, but it's more so it's optimizing for the ROAS. And so you won't get as much volume out of these campaigns, but it's normally a very consistent return. And like when there are dips in like the auction that's constantly being evaluated in the back end, when there are dips, you'll see it starts to get a ton of sales very quickly. And here's another example. You'll just find this funny. So we used to do what was called surfing method. So like I would wake up at 7, 8 a.m. and check the ads, or first I would turn them on. And then within 2 hours, I was increasing the budgets, doubling the budgets of any ad set that had 2 or more purchases. And I was cutting the budgets in half of any ad set that was doing poorly. And we were doing that constantly, like nonstop. Meg tells me all the time, she's like, back then you were like a maniac. You couldn't go anywhere without having your laptop on you. And I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. I remember like one of the first trips we took together when we first started dating, we were going down to Washington, D.C. and I was driving and she was in the passenger seat and I was trying to talk her through how to bump and cut the budgets. And eventually I just ended up pulling over into like a rest stop so that I could do it. That was the level of, I don't know, maniac that I had to be in order to get the ads to perform well. And to that end, I set up these automations that were running in the background constantly. So it was basically, these are all like logic functions that based on the time of day and the return of the ads, like it's going to either increase it, turn it on, increase the budget, turn it off, duplicate the ad set, all that stuff. Now what my process looks like, which I can actually do it right now because I haven't done it in a couple of days. So now what my process looks like for increasing and decreasing budgets or like scaling the paid ads is first I look at the campaigns that are performing well on this day. And so I have this one, retargeting, and those. So I'm not going to increase the budgets on anything that's doing poorly, but I'm just going to look last 7 days, how have these performed. Okay, so this one been at a 2.23, and anything that's over like around a 2.2 or up, I'm going to increase by 15 to 20%. So this one I'm going to bump up to 220. Retargeting, this one's slightly different because it's such small audiences, but that's why they're like tiny budgets. There we go. Next is this. This one I actually did a few days ago, so that's why I'm leaving it lower. Like that, and publish. And just like that, that's how I scale the paid ads. Things I can do on the back end is just making sure that I'm launching more products in the catalog and adding them to PPE campaign for testing, looking at my CBO campaigns, or my DPA campaigns rather, to see which products are performing the best, which to do that, you select one of your catalogs, go to breakdown and product ID, and then it'll load for you. And then you just monitor the performance. And when performance inevitably dips sometimes, like it does a lot on Mondays and Tuesdays for us, if it's a Monday or Tuesday, I just don't worry about it because I know that it's normal. But if it's outside of that range and it seems like it's going on for 7 days or more, then I will decrease it by 15 to 20%. And if it continues to have poor performance, I'll decrease it again and just rinse and repeat this process. I wanted this to be a little bit more candid to show like the thought process around the paid ad scaling. I think because of the history of like how it used to be like much more challenging than it is now, I think there's like a lot of preconceived notions that it has to be a ton of work, but really the work comes in modules 3 through 8. Like this part, once you have 3 through 8 dialed in, this part is honestly fairly simple. So hope this helps. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments or join WeScale University and I'll be happy to take a look at your ad account for you. But other than that, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Another way that we're able to scale our print-on-demand or Shopify brand is by increasing the number of channels that we're driving traffic from. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about what are those different channels, when does it make sense to start advertising on them, what are the ins and outs, and then what are the things to be aware of. And an easy visual representation is back to this explainer mirror board from one of the earlier modules. So we saw how our traffic mostly comes from Meta. This is where we're getting our initial customers from, and we drive that traffic to our store. And other types of scaling involves setting up different marketplaces. So that would be like if we add Etsy up here. So then there's multiple marketplaces that are being fulfilled by Printify. So there's greater distribution. But on the traffic side, it looks a lot like this. If we added TikTok ads, and if we added Bing ads. And so scaling the different traffic channels is just looking out at remembering who our customers are, like what's our niche, what's our market, then seeing where those people hang out. The reason that Meta makes such a great place to start is that pretty much everybody is on Meta. Everybody has a Facebook account, even if they don't like to admit it, and they're in a buying mindset when they're on there. But when we scale our traffic channels, we want to see, okay, outside of Meta, where does our audience hang out? If you are targeting, I don't know, business owners or people who are into politics, then testing out Twitter ads or X would be a logical next traffic channel to expand into. Or if you're targeting younger demographics or drop shipping products where it's like more demo based, then TikTok ads would make more sense. Or if you're I can't even think of a good audience segment for Bing ads, but yeah, those are some of the examples. So answering the key question of like, so when does it make sense to diversify your traffic? When should you not just be running Meta ads? And Meta and Google's most like smaller budget retargeting. But when does it make sense? And honestly, when it comes to diversifying traffic, I've tried it a lot of different times. And the cardinal sin that most of the times I ended up committing was the shiny object idea of like, I'm running Facebook ads, things are going well, and then I hear about, oh, TikTok's killing it, like people are making so much money. I'm like, oh, I should try TikTok ads. Meanwhile, I'm the only advertiser running the Meta ads, so I stop what I'm doing there. I'm like, things are going well, so I'm going to stop it, just let it run on autopilot, and then I'm going to go try TikTok. And while I shift my focus, the Meta ads start to fall apart. This was a longer time ago. It doesn't happen as quickly, but long story short, don't do it unless you are really systematized and confident that you can maintain your Meta ads while testing out a new traffic source, especially if you are learning and you're starting out for the first time. Learn Facebook ads until you're doing $1 million a year in revenue. It would be my advice. You can grow to $2-3 million a year off of just Facebook ads alone. Let that sink in. You can hit $2 to $3 million a year from just Facebook ads alone. So then if that's possible and you have detailed trainings like showing exactly how to do that, why would you even think about diversifying different traffic sources? And the answer to that is either A, it's shiny object, or B, maybe you have an existing skill set. Maybe you've been on TikTok or one of these other channels before, in which case that makes a lot more sense. If you already have experience, you've done those before, then maybe you even start out with those. But the way that I think about it now is I do Facebook ads. That's my main traffic channel for up to $2 to $3 million a year. And I know that I can consistently spend anywhere from $2 to $3 grand per day on Facebook ads, running at anywhere from a 2 to a 3. And I know that I can do that like day in, day out, as long as everything else in the business is running well. But then when it comes to, say I hit 3 million and I want more traffic, and I identified that the bottleneck in me scaling my business is getting more customers. I identified that it's not like LTV, it's not marketplaces, it's not any of these others. I decided like my LTV is good, my email flows are good, customers are coming back, all these other potential bottlenecks in the funnel, they're all running well. And then you decide that, okay, it's time for more traffic. The way that I would approach it, the order that I would do them in is I would do TikTok ads next. I would just slowly increase the budgets on the Google PMax ads that we have. Like our budgets are set to like $300 or $400 a day, and they only spend a fraction of that. I would dive into that and see how you can expand on your already existing channels. So making sure you've already maxed out your existing traffic channels. And then on TikTok, I would approach it by getting, and I've started doing this on the one brand, I would hire a bunch of content creators. Like I set aside a budget of $1,000 and hired, I think I got like 20 different content creators to make videos. And then I send them all sample products. And I did this through TikTok's program. Send them all sample products and give them an overview of what I want them to do in the video. They shoot the video, send it back to me. And they were all kind of surprised because I said, you don't even have to post it on your main page. Because most of them are smaller creators. That's how I get them for $20, $50 per video. And most of them were surprised that I didn't even want them posting it. I'm like, I don't care about your 1,000 followers. I just want the content because then I'm going to put it into the ad account and scale it up that way. So it's just rinse and repeat the same kind of process that we did on Meta, which is make sure everything's set up properly, make sure you have your TikTok pixel integrated just using the TikTok app, and then gather your creative and look around. I look around at the competition, see what they're doing, what do their videos look like. Then I hire content creators because it's not the same as Facebook where you can just throw pictures that won't convert well ever. On TikTok, it needs to be like UGC, user generated content. And I give them samples, they make the videos, send them back to me, then I load them into the ad account and then start driving traffic. And with TikTok, it's lower converting traffic, but it's much cheaper a lot of the times. So this is where scaling the traffic in general, it comes down to not just what are these additional channels that you're adding in, but then how good are your retargeting ads and your whole funnel. It stops being just about like individual channels and it becomes a lot more about what's the funnel look like overall. Like we're bringing in cold traffic from these places, and then anybody who doesn't convert, we're retargeting them on Meta, Google, and email. And then after they purchase, we're following up with them to maximize the LTV over email. And the ways that we're maximizing LTV are all the things we're going to talk about, but thinking of it as a funnel, not just, okay, I have Meta ads running, because they don't run in silos. Anybody who gets driven from your TikTok ads, that person gets picked up by your Meta pixel as well. So if I'm somebody on TikTok, I click on your ad, I go to your website. If I'm logged into like a Chrome browser or something that Meta is also tracking, like a lot of people are, then when I go to your website from TikTok, I'm then seasoning your Meta pixel. And your Meta pixel, because it's watching everybody that goes to your website. Then next time me as the user, I go to Meta, I'm now seeing your ads on Facebook, your retargeting ads, even though I started out on TikTok. So that's a really key piece, that in order to scale your traffic to different traffic sources, you need your email marketing or follow-up dialed in. You need your retargeting ads on Google and Facebook dialed in. And then you need to be thinking of it as the full funnel approach, not just like one-off ads like, okay, these are my TikTok ones. You need to think of it as like the whole ecosystem. How are they interacting? What's the look and feel of the brand? All of that stuff comes into play. So the real next channel I would approach is TikTok ads. But again, only do that once you're trying to scale past like $2 to $3 million a year. Don't do it because just your Facebook ads aren't working, because if your Facebook ads aren't working, very low chance that you're going to get TikTok to work. And then instead of having one thing that's not working and you're like whittling away at Facebook, like figuring it out, testing new stuff, you'll just end up with 6 different things like TikTok, Bing, like all these different channels. You'll just end up with 6 different things that aren't working, and you won't be any closer to getting your store profitable. You'll be going the opposite way. You'll just get flustered and like burn out and end up throwing in the towel and everything. I'm saying from personal experience, that's where that route normally ends. It's not the like, oh, Facebook's not working, TikTok's going to magically pop off. So that's how I think through scaling to new traffic channels. By and large, I don't do it on these brands because I'm like pretty content with doing $2 to $3 million a year on a brand. It's not like in my passion to grow an apparel brand to 8 figures plus. That just doesn't seem attractive to me. It's like more of a like lifestyle brand, whatever fits my lifestyle. Maybe I will like experiment with TikTok ads in the future and let you guys know how it goes. And all those experiments will be posted in WeScale University once I start doing them. But for now, Meta ads it's pretty much all you need. So if you have questions about this, let me know. But I hope this has been useful, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Let's talk about scaling to different marketplaces. And we've talked about Etsy, Amazon, all these different marketplaces earlier on in the course. And now we're revisiting it at the point of we've already built our store, gotten it profitable. We've done like the baseline thing so that we're doing consistent sales, profitable, and now we're looking to expand and have more touch points with potential customer. I'm going to restate that in every lesson within this scaling section because I want it to be very clear that we can't start scaling until all the previous modules, all those previous steps have been done extremely well. If you start scaling marketplaces when you aren't taking sales on your Shopify store, you don't have a good product catalog, you're just going to end up with crappy products spread out across the internet to more places that you have to manage, and it's just not going to be a good scenario. And I think that management piece is a big thing, especially when it comes to marketplaces, is that it's not just as easy as, oh, I open an Etsy account and it starts running. Like, you have to have different things dialed in. You need to have your customer service agents like watching your Etsy messages, because if you don't reply within a certain amount of time, then that hurts your Etsy seller score. You need to make sure you're responding or gathering and responding to all reviews. And there's a lot of extra work that gets added as you add these other marketplaces that you don't have to deal with on Shopify. So again, you're able to get to $2 to $3 million a year with just your catalog of products, Facebook ads, with email, and Shopify. You can get to $2 to $3 million a year in sales doing literally just that, not even worrying about Etsy or Walmart or Amazon or any of these other things we're about to talk about. But I'm going to touch on them anyway, just so that once you get the itch to expand and you want to see your products on Etsy, you'll know how to go about it. And looking at our explainer mirror board again, so we have scaling paid ads is increasing what we're getting from our traffic on Meta. So we talked about your vertical scale, horizontal scale, different strategies. Then scaling to different traffic sources is adding TikTok ads in addition to Meta, or Bing ads in addition to Meta or X, and then driving that to our store. Now, marketplaces is when, in addition to our store, we have Etsy, or we add a merch by Amazon. Because what's good about these is that they also act as their own traffic source, especially Etsy. Like, it has its own ads that are like very easy to set up. The point that I would recommend looking into Etsy, if you started out on Shopify, is once you're taking consistent sales, you have a good product catalog, and you know that it's products that people want, then using an app such as, I'll pull it up. Basically, we want to just get increased reach and exposure for the products that we've already made. We want to get extra credit for all the work that we're already doing. So in Shopify, an easy way for us to do that is by using a Etsy integration app. So you can go to Printify and set up a duplicate store. So like, I could go two different ways that I could connect to Etsy. The first way to connect with Etsy is by using an integration app like this, CED Commerce. I've never used this one, but CED Commerce I've used. And what it basically does is you open your Etsy account, and then you use this, and it'll sync everything, every product that you have on Shopify, it'll automatically sync it to your Etsy store, along with some extra features and options that it'll customize your products specifically for Etsy, like doing keywords and stuff like that. It is a little bit pricier, like it's based on the number of listings that you have, but it gets the job done without having to do this, which is another way you can do it for free. Is you can add a new store within Printify and then click Etsy and link your Etsy account. So you just click that, link your Etsy account, and then from your Shopify connection, you would just start copying all your products over, like your Etsy store would show up here. You just copy all of your products. The pain about that is that then you have different product listings to manage. Like, anytime you upload a new product, say you add a new collection of 100 designs to your Shopify store, that doesn't automatically get published. You or somebody else needs to stay on top of organizing and consistently duplicating your products over to your Etsy shop. And the other thing is that your Etsy orders, if you go this route, like paying for an integration, which is what I recommend, if you have the money to do it, then I would recommend doing this, because it not only sends your products to Etsy, but it also pulls the orders from Etsy. So then you're able to manage everything all from your Shopify store. Your Etsy orders would show up just as a separate line item here in your analytics, but you'll be able to see everything all in one place. It makes it so much easier for customer service and order management. So that's what I'd recommend, is using an app like this. CED is the one that we used. They have similar ones for Walmart, Merch by Amazon, a couple of other marketplaces. But again, I would not even look into this at all until you're doing consistent sales and you're ready to broaden your reach. The time that I would recommend doing this, maybe a little bit earlier, is if you're a seasoned Etsy or Amazon seller or somebody who has a lot of experience, and then maybe it makes more sense because you have less knowledge debt to get out of. But when you're first starting out, absolutely do not, with any of these scaling strategies, absolutely do not move on to scaling in any one area within the funnel until you have dialed in the baseline, like Facebook ads, email marketing, Google, Shopify, and your product. Like, there is enough there to last you years, and you can get to, like, our 0 to $1 million store is about to hit $1 million in 8 or 9 months. Us working very part-time on it, we didn't do any Etsy stuff. We didn't do any Etsy. We did just Facebook, email, just the normal stack of things that we're showing you here. So yeah, those are the different marketplaces I would recommend expanding into once the time is right. I would not do it any sooner. Take it from me. It'll lead to just more headaches and less profit. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how we can increase or scale our LTV, or lifetime value, of our existing customers. And here's a screenshot that I posted in the school group the other day from the store that we're running right now. Every line in this screenshot represents a different customer who has come back and bought from our store a couple of times, spending hundreds and thousands of dollars. And this is a store that's just 8 or 9 months old. So already we have like really passionate customers who love the brand that come back and buy again and again. The question that we're answering in this video is, how do we achieve that? And how do we increase the lifetime value of a customer? And the good news is that this is the one scaling strategy that is the least technical, and it's the most human focused. And it's the answers to these questions are like pretty obvious. It's like, if somebody, and back to our brick and mortar store example, if somebody walked into your shop, what would you say? What would you do? How would you help that person who walks in and buys something? How would you make sure that they come back and buy from you again and again? How would you over deliver on that customer experience? And this is a great thought experiment that I heard from Alex Ramosi. He said, it's just a thought experiment. It's not meant to be taken literally, but imagine if you had to lower the price of your product down to $1, what would you do to make it easier to fulfill that product? What would you do to make it sustainable so you could actually make revenue or profit off of that? And the inverse is, if you were to increase the price of your product by 100x, what would you fulfill for that person to make it worth that 100x more? And now we're selling t-shirts, so it's a little bit of a different example, but think about it. In your brand, if you were to charge people $100 or 100 times more, how could you over deliver in ways that are, and this is the important piece, in ways that are infinitely scalable and cost you nothing? What are the one-time things that you could do? What are the info products or ebooks or like extra value on top of what a customer is receiving that would guarantee that they want to come back and buy from you again, and get them to walk out of your shop saying, wow, that place was amazing. 1, I got to tell everybody, but 2, I'm definitely going to be back. And so some of the things that we've done is invest in whatever your niche is, making ebooks or like things that doesn't have to be a book, but something that's digital that your audience would find really valuable. So that's like access to a community, like digital content, ebooks, swipe files, like all kinds of different stuff. If you're in the gardening niche, hire somebody off of Fiverr or buy one, like a gardening guide to 2024, something like that. And whenever people are checking out, give them that ebook along with, their t-shirt, and give it to them completely for free. So just think of ways that like you can over deliver on value is number 1. Number 2 is setting low expectations up front, and certainly never setting expectations too high. I talked about this with the delivery times, for example. We never tell people like it's going to be as fast as we think it's going to be. We always set it to be a couple days slower so that when it arrives, they're blown away. Third thing is amazing customer service is an absolute must. Customer is always right. Take that to the nth degree. Like in your email tickets and responses to your customer, it doesn't matter how rude they are, how mean, how in the wrong that customer is, treat them as if they are royalty. And that is one way certainly to maximize your LTV. We've had people that write in pissed off, clearly they're just mad in life in general. You can't get that mad at a t-shirt, but they're just like seething. And then the customer service GPT that we set up, where we teach it to talk really nicely and in the brand voice and stuff, it responds extremely well, gives them a full refund, apologizes, and gives them a gift card. We've had people go from seething, hating our guts, like trying to find our home addresses. Literally, I've gotten like letters sent to my home. It's freaky. And they go from that to saying, I'm going to tell, oh my God, I just ordered 5 more shirts. I'm going to tell all my friends and family about you. So customer service is another one. Fourth way to maximize your LTV is if you think about it and that person came into your store and there was a certain selection of products and they didn't buy all the products because they only picked out the ones they wanted. But then imagine if next time that person comes into your store, there's a whole new wall of brand new, fresh products for them to look at. Much higher likelihood of them buying from you again, especially if they see a billboard or you send them a leaflet, aka an email, saying, hey, we just got a brand new wall of products. Come in and check them out if you want. That's a real reason for them to come back and buy from you again. And so dropping the metaphor, we send email, we are constantly making new designs, and those email blasts to our customers, our existing customer list, are by far the top converting. Like we'll send an email saying new collection of designs, put those designs on a new collection URL called new designs or whatever. And then, so that's like in the header when they click on the email so that they're immediately rewarded with feeling like they're actually seeing what they signed up to see. And even if you don't give them any discount or anything, just seeing those new designs, those emails always do at least a couple grand in sales with no discount of any kind. But if we just had the same stagnant collection of 100 designs or so, then they've seen every design we have. And so it doesn't matter how nice we are, how good our customer service is, whatever. If there's no more products for them to buy, then like they're not going to come back and buy from us again. So those are a couple of the ways that we get numbers like these, but it all comes down to the customer experience, genuinely caring about them. And they're always right in customer service, giving refunds for everything. It doesn't matter like how much it costs or how much it feels like it costs in your cost of goods sold. It's Printify, number one. If anything was wrong on their end, they're great about giving full refunds. But even if it wasn't Printify and like the person just messed up, give them a full refund. No matter what, guaranteed. That's how you get LTVs like this, is by being that truly dedicated to the customer always being right, and then consistently bringing out new products that your customers love. That'll get them to come back. And the last thing I want to mention is actually building a relationship with the customer is huge. And I talked about this in the email section, but viewing your emails and every communication with your customer, thinking of it as like, how is this building the relationship with them? And letting no touch point go unturned. Like in the beginning, there's a lot of stock or like canned emails that Shopify has pre-built. Go through and customize all of those and like really build a relationship with them. I'll show you an example. This was a confirmation email from a company called CD Baby from years and years ago, but I just want to read it to you really quickly because it's a fantastic example of how to build a relationship and kind of make something ambiguous a little bit more tangible. So this was the confirmation email. They were like a CD company. This was back in 1998. This was the confirmation email that people got when they received or when they purchased from CD Baby. Thank you for your order from CD Baby. Your CD has been gently taken from our CD Baby shelves with sterilized, contamination-free gloves and placed on a satin pillow. A team of 50 employees inspected your CD and polished it to make sure it was the best possible condition before mailing. Our packaging specialist from Japan lit a candle and a hush fell over the crowd as he put your CD into the finest gold-lined box that money can buy. I'll just stop there because you get the point. Like, I'm smiling and laughing just reading it now, and I've read it a dozen times before. But this is an example. Imagine being somebody, like you just bought from this company, and you get a canned email that says, thanks, your CD's on the way. 90% of emails or companies do just that. Customer wouldn't think anything of it. But if you take the time to write something like this that's hilarious and funny and like shows like genuine, like a personality behind the brand, that's something that not only is, forget like the viral marketing and the fact that this has been shared thousands and thousands of times, but two, like you actually identify with that and like you want to, now you feel like you have an experience with that brand. And anytime you see their emails or something in the future, you're going to click on it because you remember the emotion that you got from reading that. That's the last way that I'll mention to build the relationship with your customers, to give them something that they can identify with. Something doesn't have to be like this perfectly written, but just something that shows like personality and some uniqueness to your brand, and that you're not just a generic t-shirt store, and that'll go a long way. The crux of it at the end of the day is getting people to buy from you because of the brand that you are and not just because of the t-shirt or because of the design you have. Once you get to that point, LTV skyrockets and the rest is history. This lesson, we're going to be talking about how to scale your product catalog, or the selection of products that you're able to carry on your store. And this lesson is very supply chain and technically driven. If you pictured like your ideal product catalog, say I was a yoga store, hypothetically. When I wanted to expand my product catalog, again, I'm just going to repeat it again. Once I get past the point of like doing a couple $1 million a year, I've already dialed in everything else. And then I decide it's the best time. I really want to grow, and I really like the idea of like launching new products. It seems fulfilling to me. It would be fun for me. I'm not just doing it out of some drive to make more money, and which is fine if that's you, but it's going to end up being a nightmare, because expanding your product catalog, especially out of being a print-on-demand company, is a huge supply chain like learning. It's a huge supply chain like knowledge opportunity for growth, to put it as positively as possible. Because I'll give the example of Yoga Stay. Like, we were selling t-shirts and tank tops. And then I decided I want to sell yoga mats. Now, I can't just sell t-shirts and tank tops and then add on yoga mats, because one, yoga mats aren't available anywhere on Printify or any print-on-demand supplier for that matter. So I have to go to China or somewhere in the US, find a supplier, order samples, figure out what the best quality is, go through that whole process of sourcing the products. Then once I go through 10 different suppliers, order a bunch of samples. That takes 4 to 6 weeks. I choose the one that I like the best. Then I go back and forth with them on the designs that I want printed on the mats, make sure that they get the logo right and the best placement. Then I ordered more samples of those. So end to end, it's 3 to 6 months before I finalize a supplier. Then I'm like, okay, I'm ready to order a test order of a couple thousand mats. If you're smart, you're going to run test ads first to your product catalog to make sure that people are actually going to buy. You do test traffic, conversion ads on your website to set up a new collection page, make all the product mockups as if you already had them in stock, send the traffic, get people to purchase. And you can't just email people and say, hey, are you interested in this? You have to actually get them to buy it from your website, because people vote very differently with their credit cards than they do with just when there's no stakes attached. So validate the idea first before you even do any of this. Once it's validated, figure out what are the designs or which types of the products should you invest in the most. Like with yoga mats, we were putting different designs on it. We ended up ordering, 20,000 mats or so, maybe a little less. It might have been like 10,000 to start. And then the mistake that we made is that we didn't have like clear projections of how many we could expect to sell of each design. So we ended up ordering like close to the same amount for every design. Then, similar to our t-shirts, there ended up being like 2 or 3 top sellers. So then all the rest of the yoga mats ended up being lower sellers. So we ended up with some dead inventory, which that sucks. But the part that I was getting at is you go through the 3 to 6 months of finding the supplier, all that. Then you have to work with a 3PL. Remember, a company like Shipmonk, or somebody that I can ship the yoga mats from China, which even forget about imports and all that stuff. Ship the products from China to the US. In the US, it goes to that warehouse, stocks it on their shelves. And then when an order comes in from Shopify, they will then pick and pack and put it in a box and ship it to the customer. And they'll charge us the shipping cost. Now, the important thing is that what happens if a customer from our website, like they can browse everything, what happens if they buy a t-shirt from Printify and a yoga mat? Then what happens? Because you can't charge them like double shipping. So then they'll be getting charged $4.75 or $4.95, whatever your shipping cost is, plus another $5. That's $10 just for shipping, and they're spending $50 on all the product. That math doesn't math. You would have a terrible conversion rate at that point. And you can't pass all that cost on to the customer, so what do? And the solution that we came up with is it's either one of two things. Either A, you find a place that's able to do print on demand plus co-pack. So like a Printify or a Monster Digital that also offers the ability to fulfill your products. So they have all those really nice printers in one facility. This is one roof. They have all the really nice printers. They have all the stock of like blanks and stuff like that, so they can fulfill your t-shirts. And then on the other side, they have all the warehouse shelves where they store all of your goods. Then when an order comes in, they will print, if there's a t-shirt and a yoga mat, they would print the t-shirt. Then they would go and grab the yoga mat, put it in the same packaging, and ship it. And that ends up being like less than half of what the shipping cost would have been. 2 challenges with that. Number 1, those places are very hard to find. If you're at that point and that's what you want to do, reach out to me directly, and I have some recommendations because I've gone through this whole process. So I can introduce you to some people. But the second challenge is a lot of times they won't have like the same colors and stuff that you have on Printify. So you end up having to do like a complete overhaul and like switching off of Printify entirely, which is a nightmare. I've done it, and now I'm back on Printify. So that should tell you something. The second option would be you can find just a 3PL, like just a Shipmonk or somebody like them, and then find a supplier to produce all your t-shirts. Pre-print them all using screen printing, which we'll talk about in the cost of goods section, but screen print them all. It's a lot cheaper, but the problem with print on demand or selling t-shirts is that there's so many different variants and SKUs. So it's not like you're just ordering, okay, I'll order 10 of the happy t-shirt. It's like, okay, I want to order 10 of the happy t-shirt, but then we have 6 small, medium, large, XL, 2XL. I think we have extra small. Yeah, we have 6 sizes. 6 sizes, 8 different colors, 47 different variants, and that's one t-shirt. Then you have 100 different designs. That's 4,700 different variants that now, and you can't just buy one of each. You have to forecast, and like you're probably selling far more XLs and 2XLs. And then on some designs, you might be selling a lot more smalls and extra smalls. So you have to order more smalls and extra smalls on one design, then you have to order more of the larges on another. Option is, okay, you don't want to deal with that many variants, cut out all the colors but one. Then there's going to be some people that like the design but they don't want to buy it because they don't like the color, so that cuts down on your conversion rate. And even there, you're still dealing with 8 different variants or 6 different variants for one design. 600 variants across a collection of 100 products. Plus, whenever you want to launch new designs, you then have to go to that 3PL or somewhere in China or wherever that they're printing all your designs. Plus, you have quality issues and all shipping delays, all that kind of stuff. You have to actually manage like paying for the inventory up front and not getting the money back for 30, 60, 90, 120 days. So cash flow becomes a much bigger constraint. It's no longer print on demand where you get the money up front and pay for it, with the customer's money essentially. You're now forking over the cash yourself. So then you have that exposure as well. So there's a whole lot of things to consider. Much better way to expand is to expand by looking at your product catalog and seeing what are the other print on demand products you can offer. Now, the challenge is, if you're using Monster Digital, for example, on Printify, you want to look at, and this is how we expand, we look at what are all the other products that Monster Digital offers. They tend to be like pretty specialized into just apparel, but look at what does Monster Digital have that we can also offer, and then offer those first. And then once I just feel like diving into the supply chain optimization playground of expanding my product catalog, then I go that route. But take it from me, it can quite literally become your full-time job just managing the supply chain, especially for the number of variants and SKUs that you have as a print-on-demand company. So that's how we think about scaling our product catalog. Long story short, we do the lowest hanging fruit products first, and then if we ever really wanted to expand and blow past like the $3 million a year level, that's where we would probably work with a local print shop, work with somebody directly where they're able to print and co-pack your products from the same facility, negotiate better rates with them if you bring them a significant amount of volume, and grow from there. But again, if you're considering going that route, reach out to me directly. You should already be doing a decent amount of sales before you even consider that. But just reason being, one, for you, so you actually have some cash flow that you can invest into going that route. But 2, also so you can negotiate better rates with the local print shop. So yeah, that's how we think through expanding our product catalog and scaling that way. It can be a great option once you're at that point, and really become more than just a print-on-demand brand. So let me know if you want to see more lessons like this on how to like source products, and because I've done a lot of it. My old business partner and I had done a ton of it, but nowadays we like Meg and I, we focus on just print on demand because it's just so easy. Like you come up with a new product by coming up with a design, uploading it, and you're done. No supply chain, no nothing. You're able to test 1,000 new designs overnight if you wanted to. But if you're doing like sourcing it yourself and going that whole route, it's a totally different ball game. And we're perfectly happy at the $2 to $3 million a year level at spending a handful of hours per week. That's just us. If you have bigger goals with your brand specifically, we have much bigger goals outside of just our brands. But when it comes to this, that's our target. Maybe that resonates with you, or maybe you want to learn more. Let me know. And thanks for watching. I'll talk to you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how to expand your markets that you're fulfilling to from just the United States or just one country to international and the world in general. And first off, the time to do this is after you already have a store that is running in the United States or just one country. I always start in the US, prove out the store, get it to profitability, and then I expand worldwide. And I'm getting more lenient on that to just doing worldwide to begin with. But the reason I don't is because of some of the fulfillment and supply chain headaches that we're going to talk about here. But it is a great way to pour fuel on the fire. And once you have a store that is profitable in the US, you can basically just duplicate, just sit down and do like laptop work for a couple of hours and double your sales pretty much overnight doing what we're going to talk about here. And on the ad side, all that I do is just duplicate the USA campaigns, switch it to worldwide targeting, excluding India, Trinidad and Tobago, Pakistan, and the US. And then if there's any like other countries that seem to be taking up the majority of your spend and it's just getting really cheap clicks, like Mexico is one that I've heard from other people, then yeah, just exclude those. The goal is just excluding countries that are just going to suck up the clicks and not actually convert. If you just duplicate those campaigns, I don't even change the language, their native language. I don't do any of that. Literally just duplicate the campaign, change the targeting, and start off on low budget. And then ramp it up. And typically in the ads, you'll see lower cost per click, but higher ROAS overall. It's been my experience. And the problem with that for the longest time was that we were fulfilling all of our international orders using the same US-based supplier. Fortunately, now we have a system and we're using Printify that fulfills those orders using local printers. So our cost of goods is actually cheaper for the most of the rest of the world outside of the US. And then like some country, like Asian countries, there aren't printers that we're able to use there. So I'm going to show you the system that we use now that gets us really good cost of goods. So first off, I want to show you that here's our sales breakdown. This is just the last 90 days on this store. So you can see international is pretty substantial. We've done $264,000 in sales, and only 105 of that has come from the United States. So 105 divided by 264, 40%, 41%. So it's 60-40, 60% international, 40% US. So once you have something that is good, like a store that's working well in the US, definitely recommend expanding internationally. And the order of our top countries are UK, Germany, Australia, Canada, France, Netherlands, Italy, New Zealand, Belgium. But the biggest ones are UK, Germany, Australia. I haven't seen this NA before. That's interesting. Australia, Brazil's a big one too. So in order to actually fulfill to these countries, like what are the changes we have to make? Number one is you have to set up currency conversion so that when people from these sites come to your store, they're able to check out in their native currency that they're used to. And I'm going to show you how to do that briefly. But the second thing you have to do is you have to set up shipping zones. You have to set up shipping zones for each of those countries because, and I've talked about this earlier in the course, but if you set up the native currency on the site, they'll be shopping in the currency they're used to, like pounds. But then when they get to checkout, they're going to see US dollars unless you set up a shipping zone for each. And we do pretty much the same, like it shows you the conversion rate. We do pretty much the same type of shipping cost. Like here's our US domestic, 487. Then for EU shipping, we do 395. Euros, 495. So it's like numbers that sound good in their own currency. So you France, Japan, New Zealand, UK, then rest of the world. And rest of the world is for all the countries that we don't, like this EU one, Euro countries, this includes a lot. How many countries is this? Yeah, so I'll put all of these countries under Euro countries, and then rest of the world is every country besides these EU countries, Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Japan, New Zealand, and UK. This does take a little bit of time to set these up, but it helped our conversion rate dramatically when we did that. Okay, so how do we set up so the way that we change or set up like the native currency for different countries is by going to settings and then markets. And there's each of the markets that I've set up, and you'll notice that they correlate directly with the shipping rates that we set up. So let's look at Euro countries. So I set location or the language to English, set it to subfolders, set products and pricing to Euro, set it to Euro. And right now we're not collecting VAT tax, which is annoying because we end up paying $1 to $2 or $3 grand per month out of pocket to Printify. We're looking into how we can start collecting that. But yeah, for right now, it's somewhat annoying. It definitely hurts margin, but it's still very profitable internationally. So we just set products and pricing to their home currency, and then we add all of the products to that market. Then you rinse and repeat that process for the other markets that we just looked at. And then you set up the shipping settings as well. I haven't done anything with changing the language to be in their native language, but just currency, those are the two biggest ones, setting up shipping rates for their home country. And then the next thing is when it comes to fulfilling the products, we don't want to, it would be undoable for us to fulfill all of our products using like Monster Digital, because their shipping costs from the US to international is extremely expensive. What is this? A new thing. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. You can see the location for each of them here. So let's go down to Monster Digital, provider info, and shipping. See, US economy 4 to 8 days, $3.99. Yeah, so $3.99 to the US. Then to Canada, jumps up to $9.39. Delivery time 10 to 30 business days. Jesus, never seen that before. Australia, 10 to 30 business days, $12. Rest of the world, 10 to 30 business days, $10. So clearly cannot do that. We used to fulfill using these rates, which is crazy. But it makes sense because Monster Digital, they're shipping from like Florida. So if you're going from Florida to Australia, that's going to be extremely expensive. It's going to take a long time. But if you look at these other ones, like here, the Print Bar, they're based in Australia. So if you look at their shipping rates, it's $6.39, which is still expensive, but $6.39, which is far cheaper. Prima printing. Let's see what this one is. So this one, like to New Zealand, it's $4.89. Here, $6.09 to Australia. That's substantially cheaper than what we were already getting. But then for rest of the world, it's still, wow, $40 first item. So still not doable. So you're like, Chris, there's a lot of different shipping rates. Like, how do I figure out which one to use? I got you. So we already did that. So I did this math. This is probably like a year or two ago, or not a year or two, like a couple of months ago. But at the time, these were, and I believe that they still are, the best printers for each of these different areas. So you can just look at this and follow the rest of the steps. But this is for the Gildan 64,000 printer. So like for United States, first unit shipping cost, second unit shipping cost, and the print, Monster Digital is the best for US. Canada, it's Print Geek. New Zealand, Australia, it's Print Bar. Oh yeah, I forgot. Print Bar, they do expensive first item, but second, third, fourth items are cheap. Textile Druck or X-Print are the best for the European and like Germany, then Ireland as well. So those are the best printers. So now what does that mean? These are the best printers. These are the ones we should be using. So how does that work? Like, how do we actually fulfill using these printers? And it's time consuming, but it's fairly straightforward. So we have let's go look at my products. We have our list of, so we have our products here that are right now, these are just all Monster Digital. And when an order comes in so these are the ones that get actually synced to our Shopify store, are all these Monster Digital ones. They get published. But then what we do is we select all of our products and then we duplicate them and remake them on each of these other printers. We'll have the Happy t-shirt, we'll have one, and these stay in draft. We have one that's with Xprint, we have one with Print Clever, one with Textile Druck, one with Print Bar, and then one with Monster Digital. And those all they just stay in draft in our Printify account. And then when an order comes in, which we don't have any orders yet, but when an order comes in, we just go and edit that order. Our billing is set to every 24 hours, so we don't fulfill. There's a 24-hour window from when an order comes in to when it gets fulfilled. They fulfill or get pushed to production every night at 11:55 p.m., I think, Eastern time. And during that time, we have a window of opportunity for us to go into the order, and if it's a international order, to change the fulfillment provider. And we see, okay, if it's a Australian order, then we're going to edit the order and adjust it to use all Print Bar products. And then we submit it, push it to production, and it's good. Then if we see that it's from the UK, then same process. We click on the order, hit edit, remove all the Monster Digital products, and replace it with the exact same product, but from Print Clever. And you do that for every international order, which it sounds extremely time consuming, and it is, but it's extremely worth it because here's a list of all the international orders that we've rerouted since we started doing this process. You can see how many there are. Now, this spreadsheet is tracking the order date, order number, country, printer fulfillment, or fulfilling order, if it was able to be rerouted. Because like I said, some countries don't have printers where you can reroute it to, like Hong Kong. If we get orders from there, we just have to do Monster Digital, and it just stinks, but there's no Asian printers to choose from. Then here's the starting cost. Here's the rerouted cost. So this is what it would have cost us to fulfill. This is an order. Here, let's find a good one. Here, like this order. This Germany order was going to be fulfilled with Monster Digital. And if it was, it would have cost us $66 to ship it. After we rerouted, or $66 to fulfill it, not just the shipping. After we rerouted, it cost just $41. So that saved us $24, which is pretty wild. And this is happening for all of these orders. So all in all, rerouting these orders has saved us this number here, $82,540.24. That's just pure profit added to the bottom line that we wouldn't have had without this. So yes, this is time consuming. It is also extremely worthwhile, as you can see. So how does this sheet work? We have a make automation, which is like Zapier, if you've never heard of it. But anytime an international order comes in, it will automatically add a line like these details. It automatically adds those details to this spreadsheet. And then a VA from our team monitors this on a daily basis, and just once daily, they come in, they look at the order, then they go look it up in Printify, and then they do the rerouting process. They look at each product, add the correct printer's equivalent, go through. If it's a 5-shirt order, they'll literally go shirt by shirt, replacing each one, look at the country that it's going to, decide which printer is the best based on this spreadsheet, this list of them, and then pushes it to fulfillment. And a lot of days we're getting 20, 30, like 50 international orders. So this can take a decent amount of time sometimes to fulfill. But yeah, so overall, that's how we fulfill our international orders and how we expand in those markets. It's a massive segment for us. So it's over 60% of our sales now. So it's definitely worthwhile, but only doing it at the right time and once you're ready to implement a system like this. Last thing about Printify, they are working on like a rerouting system to reroute orders and basically do what we're doing manually right now. But so maybe at the time that you're watching this, that's already been set up and you don't have to go this whole route. But right now, they're able to do it with shirt orders or orders with just one product. But doing it for multiple products is a challenge. But they're working on that. They're adding new features all the time. So it's a good chance this will get automated soon. But I wouldn't recommend starting to sell internationally until you're ready and able to do something like this. Because as you can see, like you would be losing out on a ton of margin by not doing this. In the bonus module, I'll add a section on explaining how to set up the make automations to like print this stuff. But yeah, for right now, I wanted to give you an overview of what the process looks like and how we do it. Yeah, so that's it. I hope this has been helpful. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. This lesson, we're going to be talking about how to scale your business through your supply chain. And this really comes down to one thing and one thing only, because we're not talking about like expanding to new product catalogs and that sort of thing. We're talking specifically about how do we lower the cost of our supply chain or our product fulfillment, our cost of goods sold. So tying everything back to the P&L as much as possible, how do we lower this cost of goods percentage down here? So how do we get this from in the mid 30s, 40s, low 40s. How do we get that down to, say, 30%? What would that look like? And I'm including this as one of the last lessons in scaling because it's the one that I recommend by far the least. It is by far the most work, but it's possible. And I've personally done it. I know people that have done it, and I can say from experience, it takes by far the most effort, but it can add a lot of value to the business if you decide to go that route. But so let's talk about it. What would it look like lowering our cost of goods to, say, 30%? And lowering it not by just increasing prices. Obviously, that would be another way. If you just increase your prices by 25%, there's your lower cost of goods. But obviously, there's only so much that people are willing to pay for a t-shirt, so that's not completely feasible. So what are the ways that we could bring down our cost of goods? So let's look into what is it that's making our t-shirts or products cost what they are. And so when it comes to print on demand, there's different types of print processes, or like basically how does the design go from the design file to printed on a t-shirt. And there's DTG, which is direct to garment. Which is what most of Printify's sellers are using, or manufacturers are using, because you can do MOQs of one. It's very quick. feels like a good print, that sort of thing. But then the other option is what's called screen printing. And screen printing, I'll show you a picture of it, is cheaper on a per print basis, and it looks something like this. So it looks like a giant octopus type machine, like this thing here. And a couple of things about it is that it's cheaper per print. It can be substantially cheaper per print. It gets cheaper the more prints that you do. So like on a DTG print, it's like normally about $4 to $4.50 is like industry standard to charge for a print. Screen printing, depending on the volume, like if you're doing a couple thousand, you can get it down to $1.50 per print. So you can save pretty substantially on that. The only downsides of it is that there's normally MOQs, which is minimum order quantity. Like you can't just screen print one shirt because you have to pay to make each screen. So there's like an upfront base cost associated with it. So it only makes sense to do that when you're doing it in volume or like in bulk. The other thing is that you can only do up to 8 colors, and the more colors it is, the more expensive it is, because they literally make a screen for every different color. See how they're like filling in, like this is a screen, and this is the screen that they're filling in for what's purple on that image, basically. And so then this is filling in what's yellow on that image. And then if there was something else that was, say, green on that image, they would have a separate screen, like a stencil, that would then fill in what's green on that image. And it just, what these octopus arms are doing is it's basically just, it holds the t-shirt in place and then it just cycles it around from stop to stop as it's putting a different stencil with a different color getting passed through that stencil to print it on the shirt. So you can see why it could be faster, it's cheaper than DTG, because that DTG, it's like much more expensive ink. So it's more expensive for the manufacturer, but we can screen print things, and that's a cheaper process, but you have to be doing it in bulk and ready to like really invest in your inventory. And the reason that's challenging as print on demand is that there's so many variants and different SKUs for every single product. Like we talked about in previous lessons, if you have 6 different sizes and 8 different colors, that's 48 variants. So if you wanted to stock every single shirt or size and color for that, then that would be 48 different variants, 48 different shirts, and that's just if you're stocking one of each size and color. So in order to go that route, you'd have to cut down on the number of colors, or you just end up with a warehouse filled with variants. And then the other thing is that when you stock up on inventory, like by doing screen printing, then it's not like you're just going to sell through your inventory perfectly, like dwindle it down to 0 and then restock. It's like you're going to have your top sellers that will sell through quicker than the other ones. And then on some designs, like you figure out that nobody's buying it in small charcoal color. So then you just have those sitting there, dead inventory, and you can either donate them, you have to do something with it, but you end up with dead inventory, which that's a big risk. And then the other thing is, like, as your stock dwindles down, in order to keep your conversion rate up, you have to be printing more shirts. So you can kind of end up on a treadmill of constantly printing, and it's pretty tough to sustain that with a print-on-demand business model where you have as many designs as we do. That's why as an aside, where I prefer to put my focus is on the branding, making it as like amazing of an experience for the customer as possible so that I can lower my acquisition costs, maximize my LTV, start driving up my prices a little bit more so I can demand a little bit more of a premium to lower the cost of goods that way rather than having to go this whole route, just as an aside. But still want to explain how this side works so you can be aware of the options. Then the other option is, so if you're not going to go the screen printing route, the other option is you could get your own printer. And this can work for a little while, but it's like a thought that is like very enticing. You're like, oh, if I get my own printer, then I can cut down my cost of goods to 30% or whatever. And then I'll just print whenever my orders come in, I'll just print them all once a day. And then, I'll just fulfill it myself. And it's like a very idealistic point of view. It's like very optimistic, but it will, like, you can purchase a printer they're expensive, with thousands of dollars, and you have to order all the blanks yourself. So you have to forecast, like, what colors am I going to be selling? You have to go to Gildan and place bulk orders of Gildan or like SNS Activewear, something like that, and place bulk orders of that inventory of all the shirts that you're going to be printing on, which that's a little bit easier because it's just colors, 6 sizes, like 36 different variants, but you have to order hundreds of them. So that, again, there's more capital you have to outlay. And then you're storing it where? Like in your garage on shelves. And like, I'm like getting myself, like, just thinking about this sounds like a nightmare, because I've been in situations where I see people try to fulfill out of their garage because it seems like, I'm paying this fulfillment company so much, like it's ridiculous. I can save so much money by doing it myself. I've seen that thought process way too many times to count, and 9 times out of 10, it does not work. It doesn't work because unless you are going to like really double down and make it your full-time thing, and that is the business you want to grow to 8 figures and beyond, that's the only time to me that it really makes sense. Because if you're running a small print shop or a small print on demand brand, to have to run the ads, the emails, all the marketing, the site optimization, come up with new designs, the customer service, managing all of that stuff, and then on top of that, you have at the back of your mind that, all right, tonight at the end of the day, I have to go out and print designs for 4 hours and then ship them all out. It's just like becomes a lot. And it's not just like from time that it requires, but it also detracts from you being able to focus on those other areas of the business. But anyway, back to what it would look like. You have a printer in your garage, you order from S&S or Gildan or some kind of bulk wholesaler to try to get discounted rates on the shirts, which you can get blanks for cheap, like $1, $2, depending on how many you're ordering. Ship them to your house, buy some kind of storage or like racks, some shelves to put them on to store them, because you can't just have them sitting in boxes on the floor. And then you order your printer, and the printer takes ink, which you have to refill, so you order the ink as well. And then when an order comes in, you see if it's a 1 shirt order, say, you see the shirt, the size, you go to your nice organized shelves, hopefully you're not pulling it out of boxes, take it, put it on. That printer is connected to like your software that has the design loaded into it. You select the design, you print it on, and you make sure it's good. If it's messed up, you end up throwing that shirt in the trash, because there's a tax, or you have to get good at it first. And the first batch of shirts that you're printing yourself are going to suck. They're most likely going to get messed up, so you're going to lose money there too. And then, but say you print it well, then you grab a poly mailer, which that's another thing you have to buy. You can get these from like USPS and stuff like that, but you grab a poly mailer, throw it in the poly mailer, and then you have a label printer, which then prints out the shipping label. You peel it off, slap it on the bag, and there's one order done. And if you're doing $1,000 a day, say 1,000 divided by 40, you're gonna have 25 orders or 50 shirts. So 50 shirts, you have to print all 50 of them, like yourself, manually. And then if you run out, say you run out of like one of the colors in that size, you either have to refund the customer for that, or you have to be on top of ordering and forecasting out which colors and sizes you're going to be selling, so that doesn't happen. But then that was a 1 shirt order. Say you have a 3 shirt order. You then grab the 3 different shirts, make sure it's the right sizes, right colors, put it on the printer, print the design, put it in the poly mailer, put the label on, seal it, send it out, and that's it. And that's 1 order. Then you have the rest of all the shirts to go through, which that can end up saving you a decent amount. But the reason that Meg and I have shied away from that is, and we don't want to go that route, is number 1, I've worked in a fulfillment center at Amazon. I have no desire to ever do that again. And 2, Printify just makes it so easy. Like we're able to test. This is the other downside, is that when you go that route, you're very reluctant to start launching a bunch of new designs or like new products or anything, because it makes your life so much harder and you don't even have time to do it. We much rather focus our time on new designs, marketing, site, all that stuff. So we're able to like work from our laptops wherever we want. If there's any fulfillment problems, we send a message to Printify and they handle it. Yes, we're definitely paying a premium. It keeps our cost of goods at 40%, but how much higher, and this is a question, I don't know the answer, how much higher is our revenue and how much more effective is our marketing, or more efficient is our marketing, because we don't have that headache over our heads of that cost of goods optimization that we're doing. So think of it, everything ties back to the P&L. That 10% trade-off in cost of goods percentage, yes, that's a win, but what is the hit to your cost per acquisition, because you're not putting time into that? What's your hit to your conversion rate, because you're not optimizing your website? What's the hit? How much more could you be making off your email marketing if you dedicated that time to your email? And then once you start stacking it, becomes like in my mind, a pretty easy trade-off to realize like it's just better off focusing on that stuff and leave the supply chain, like lowering the cost of goods, to somebody else. Yeah, you can definitely save some money by screen printing a lot up front, but I would not recommend that until much further down the road. Again, Printify makes it so easy. It's very, like, their pricing is so much better than anywhere else, at least that I've found, that it makes it a no-brainer decision for us. I don't mean to dissuade anybody from going that route, but the whole point of this course is sharing what the mistakes that I've made. I've seen lots of people make that mistake, sharing that experience. Hopefully that's valuable to you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Module 10, Exit. In this module, and in this video specifically, we're going to be talking about what the exit process, or ultimately selling your business for a multiple of your profits. And this is a pretty exciting topic for me to cover because I personally just went through it relatively recently and learned a lot in the process. Ton of things that I just had no idea about going into it, and things that made me a better business owner and operator overall, having been on the other side of it now. And so our goal for this module is to be able to ultimately sell our businesses for a life-changing amount of money. And the process is building, growing, scaling, and then we're able to sell it. So all of the modules leading up to this point is kind of the prerequisite, obviously, to have something that's able to be sold. And you can make really good money by running a profitable e-commerce business, but you can make a life-changing amount of money by selling one. Reason being is that you're running it annually, making 1x of your profit, which can be good. Like if you're making $200K a year profit off your business, that's great. But then when you go to sell it, you can realize anywhere from 3.5 to 5 years of profit upfront all at once. Now there's a lot of variables, a lot of like little asterisks to put next to that. Multiples can go down to like a 2 to 5x. 5 being on the upper end. But we're going to talk about all of that later. And the real goal is to be building a business that is attractive for potential buyers. We're going to talk about what that means in this module. So lesson 1 is going to be about building a sellable business, like what goes into that. And just as an overarching point, this is a great module to go through, even if this feels like far, far away. Even if this is like, Chris, I'm just like setting up my Shopify store for the first time, like chill with exiting for a ton of money. Like it's still good things to be aware of that I wish I knew even back when I was starting out, because it's just good practices and fundamentals to it's a good mindset to be building it as if you were going to sell it, because that's the most valuable version of the business. And I certainly did not have that mindset early on as I was growing. I was just like cash flow oriented, just wanted to put money in the bank and didn't really have a big overarching vision or goal for the brands. But anyway, so lesson 2, we're going to talk about when is the right time to sell. More importantly, when's the wrong time to sell is a much easier way to frame that and what that means. Then lesson 3, we're going to talk about preparing your business to sell and what's the lead up process to actually being able to go to market. And this stage took me close to 6 months just because I had no idea what I was doing. If you're doing all this stuff while you're running the business, very quick, very easy. But when you have a backlog of administrative and bookkeeping work to do, that's when this one can really shoot you in the foot. Hence the reason we're learning it now. Lesson 4, we're going to talk about going to market and talking with buyers, what those interactions look like, some ins and outs that I wasn't aware of, what to say, what not to say, some things to watch out for, how to gauge what's a serious buyer versus just a tire kicker who's out there trying to, figure out your store. In lesson 5, we're going to talk about the next stage of selling, which is receiving LOIs, which is letter of intent, and the due diligence process. So once you get past the stage of just, courting different buyers and you move into the stage of people are actually serious and they express a letter of intent, intent to buy your business, what that stage looks like and kind of the dynamic shift that happens around there. And then what going through due diligence, basically the point of the process where the buyer is able to look at everything, tear open your business and see the guts of it basically, and how to prepare for that. And lesson 6 is the closing and transition. So after you get through LOI, due diligence, everything's good. You guys agree on, a closing sale price and, you sign the paperwork. We talk about different deal structures and that sort of thing. But then there's also the transition. So it doesn't just stop at paper signed, there you go, good luck. There's a very important transition process where you are helping the buyer take over the business and guarantee their success. As kind of our philosophy is for all of our businesses, we want the customer to feel like they got a great deal. You want like the biggest customer of your business is somebody who's acquiring it. You want them to feel like they got a phenomenal deal. One of the biggest ways you do that is by being there, providing whatever transition support or services they may need. And some things to watch out for as we're talking about the exit process is just to put it in perspective that this can be a very long process, especially if you haven't done it before. There's a lot of, like with all this stuff, there's a lot of like ignorance or knowledge debt that I certainly wasn't aware of. My goal for this is to explain this, is to make it go as smoothly as possible, but it is a long process. So don't think like you're going to decide one day like, oh, I'm going to sell my business and like next month you're gonna have it sold, unless you're like very experienced with like deal structures and finding buyers and closing. That's gonna be pretty tough, but I think 3 to 6 months is a relatively, like that's a good time frame you could expect, if not longer. Like from when I decided to sell to when we actually sold the first brand, I think it was about 6 or 7 months. But yeah, just to give you a frame of reference. The other thing to watch out for, one of the biggest lessons that I'll give you up front, is just keep clean and organized financials from day one of your business. And that makes a potential exit down the road so much easier. We're going to talk about that in one of these lessons, but it's an absolute requirement to talk to any buyers, any serious buyers. They want completely clean and organized financials that they can poke holes in, like ask questions, and you know the answer like that. And there's no like going back and forth like, oh, well, maybe that number, oh, that one number, that's off just because of this. No legitimate buyer ever wants to hear anything like that. They want to hear that you have backup and proof for every single number on your financials, because like put yourself in the buyer's shoes is a good frame. Like if you were potentially outlaying hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for a business, would you want to hear any kind of floundering of like, you know, well, this and that, and like maybe that number's not off? Like, at least for me, if I was a potential buyer, if I heard any of that, I'd be gone. And then, like I mentioned, we're going to talk about watching out for tire kickers and people that just aren't serious. This happened a lot on the Shopify exchange, which isn't a thing anymore, fortunately. But you would get people that act like they have money and that they're interested in buying, but really they're just trying to figure out what your store is so they can rip you off. And we're going to talk about ways you can take your company to market, one of which being brokers. And another lesson I want to give up front is that there's a lot of different types of brokers. A lot of them can be like used car salesmen that are just, trying to get a quick sale. And always remember that when you talk with brokers, their interest is in getting you to sign on with them as a client. So they will tell you, like they're selling to you. They're trying to get you to sign with them, that they can then take your business to market and earn a commission on the sale. So when you're having those initial conversations with brokers, just keep in the back of your mind that like it's their job to sell you, and they're going to tell you what you want to hear. Like they're going to say like, oh yeah, we can go to market with like a 5X and like we'll back down to like a 4.5. Like they'll tell you all the right stuff. And then when all said and done, you end up selling it like a 2.5X. And, then they're saying like, oh, that's just what happens sometimes. So just keep in mind like the broker relationship, if you decide to go that route, that where their incentives lie. And a good business exit takes around 18 to 24 months at least to sell it, like building the business. Like you're not really going to start a business and then sell it 6 months after you launch it, because there's not enough history. So there's a quick overview of what we're going to be covering in the exit module. I'm really excited for this one. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about the different variables that go into building a business that is capable of being sold, and how we can lay the foundations for a business that buyers would actually be attracted to, and not just building like a heap of crap that might generate some cash flow, but at the end of the day, we're going to be begging buyers to just take it off our hands. And there's two very different scenarios, and fortunately, there's very little things that we can be doing in the day-to-day if you start early, that it just takes being aware of these things to know that it should be a focal point in the business. And I'll give you some examples. But first, I want to explain what are the different types of buyers, and really putting ourselves in the buyer's shoe and thinking like, if I was a potential buyer, think of yourself as somebody who's sitting on a couple million, or so there's the investment groups that might just buy you for as a passive investment, that they want to buy it and hopefully see a return on their investment. Like they don't have any existing portfolio of businesses that they're going to try to roll you into, but they might just, be bullish on e-commerce in general. And they think that by buying you, that's potentially a way that, they're going to grow their investment portfolio value. So basically they're looking for businesses that are just passive, that they can acquire and that they could expect to continue to grow. That's typically not the kind of buyer that would be interested in these smaller Shopify brands, but it's important to still mention. The second group is a strategic acquisition. So a group that, like for Yoga Stay, for example, if we got acquired by like Gaiam, a big yoga company, they would be strategically acquiring us to roll them into like their existing suite of products. So maybe they're interested in our customer list, maybe they like our unique products, maybe they just want to put us out of business so we stop competing with them. Like there's a lot of different variations there. Then the third would be like a home office or like a small time buyer, or like somebody who, like some of the people I talked to when we were taking Yoga Stay to market were like people that had success in other areas, other careers and all that kind of thing. And then they wanted to get into e-commerce, and rather than trying to learn it all themselves, they wanted to acquire us and then use like the transition as kind of a way to learn it faster. But in all those scenarios, the things that those buyers will be looking for are these attributes. So excuse the beautiful calligraphy style handwriting you see here, but the information is important, or the information is good. That's all that matters. And these were things that I was not aware of at all when I first went to market. So just keep that in mind. So first thing that buyers are looking for is size. A lot of them will not even entertain the idea of buying a business that is under a certain size. So at least in the range of like, to activate like most buyer interest, who aren't just like small like individual shops or like e-commerce sellers, for like actual buyers in the range of like at least a couple $100,000 in trailing 12 EBITDA. And EBITDA is earnings before interest, depreciation, taxes, and amortization. There we go. Accounting. Basically your net profit. And that's what your business is going to be valued off of. It's going to be based off of your trailing 12 net income, the very bottom of the P&L template we gave you, whatever that number is. You have like add backs, like whatever you paid yourself or that sort of thing, it gets added back to that bottom line. But so whatever you're trailing the last 12 months, whatever that net profit number is, that's what a multiple will be applied to. So, and a multiple, like I said in the overview, can be anything from like a 2 to, the average is like a 3.5, but like anything from like a 2 to a 5x plus. And that range normally is tied directly to a couple of things, but most of which is the size. Like if you're a much larger business, like 2 million plus in EBITDA, that's where you can be looking at the range of like 5 to 6x. And again, this is e-commerce businesses. So like SaaS and service businesses, it's different. Like SaaS is based off of multiple revenue for different reasons. But anyway, just know for e-commerce, 2 to 5x a trailing 12-month profit is on average. So if you did 100K profit in the last 12 months, you'd be looking at a $200,000 to $500,000 payout for that. Second thing they look for is history. And a lot of buyers won't really consider a business that is less than 2 years old, because they just don't view it as sustainable enough, or not sustainable, like not proven enough. Like you haven't gone through enough like seasonal trends. You haven't gone through like enough ups and downs. Whereas, and again, put yourself in the shoes of the buyer. Would you rather have buy a company that had good track record and history for a year, or would you rather buy a business that had been around for 10 years and have been seeing consistent returns? Like obviously the 10-year one, because it's much more proven than this 1 year. Like what if in year 2, something happens that the business hasn't experienced before and sales drop off a cliff? There's a much greater risk of that than with the 10-year business. Pretty good chance that it's already seen a lot of the ups and downs that it's going to experience. Not everything, obviously, like COVID could come out of nowhere, but by and large, the older the better. And the third thing, which is arguably the most important, is seeing year-over-year growth. And it's super important because buyers want to see that the asset that they're going to be acquiring is one that's on an upward trend. You should be targeting like 15 to 20% year-over-year growth. So what that means is if in year 1 you did 100 grand in sales, then in year 2 you want to be shooting to do at least 120 grand in sales while maintaining the same net profit. So 120 grand the second year, then third year, another 20%, that would be 144. grand in sales, and then 20% on that, that's the nice steady growth curve that you want to shoot for. The worst thing to have when you're going to market is either a flat, or absolute worst case scenario is a declining growth trend. If they see that you went from 100 to 80 to 60-ish, like 20%, 64, like that is a massive red flag. And then you are going to, it's not undoable to sell it, but you're going to take a massive hit on your multiple, because you'll basically be seen as selling like a melting ice cube or selling like a depreciating asset. And the only buyers that would really entertain the idea of acquiring you is one that's going to be like basically just buying you for parts, which again, that's not the scenario we want to be in. So size is important. So we want to shoot for doing like at least 2 to 3 million a year in revenue. You can do smaller, like 1 to 2, but at least a couple $100,000 in trailing 12 profit. And then at history, at least 18 to 24 months. And then growth, shooting for 15 to 20, ideally higher year-over-year sales while maintaining the same net margin percentage. And then the next one is LTV. So a lot of companies, open store especially, they evaluate your company based on the customer base. And they look at how active are your buyers. Like, are they coming back and buying from you again and again? Because they know, like a lot of buyers, that a lot of the value that's built up in your business is in the customer base. And they want to see if that's something that's compounding, if there's evidence of it compounding, or if it's just flatline. Because if they see compounding growth, and they know they can acquire it and like just like supercharge that. But if they see that it's flatline, like people are buying once, maybe twice, and then they drop off, they see that as something like there's not a lot of brand value there, or for whatever, it doesn't even matter like what the reason is. They just want to see that a high returning customer rate. That's why we talk about LTV and getting your customers to come back in a lot of different lessons in the course, is because it's so important, not just for like your own, it's a good practice for your own business, makes it a lot more valuable. But when you get to potential like exit, people want to see your returning customer rate is like 20, 25, 30%. Next is channels. So the potential buyers don't want to see that you were just dependent on one channel. Like that was a big thing that hurt us with our valuation, was that Yoga Stay was so dependent on just Facebook ads. We had other like coals in the fire, irons in the fire, but it was still too much. It was like over 50% was coming from Facebook and Instagram, which again, putting yourself in the shoes of a buyer, if you see, a business is doing well, but 50 to 70% of their sales is coming from one channel, in your head, you're like, well, if that channel goes away, if anything happens, then, that business loses half of its revenue overnight. And then not only that, but how much of like the LTV revenue that they're seeing the other channels is dependent on that one. Like their email revenue would drop off, like everything. It would just kind of demolish the whole business from the top down if that channel goes away. So the goal there is to diversify our channels. And this is a good way to be thinking about your business even now as you're starting, is start off with Facebook ads, get really good with that, build it to a point where you're doing 50 to 100K a month between Facebook, Google, and email, and then start to look into diversifying to like TikTok, affiliates, influencers, increasing your Google spend. Just don't do it too early, because you'll end up with shiny object syndrome, and then you'll end up with like 5 really shitty traffic channels. Get really good at one and then move on to the next. But keep in mind that like diversifying your channels is always a good idea. And this can also come from diversifying to different marketplaces. Like if you are able to show that like 80% of your sales come from Shopify, but then 10% come from Etsy, 10% come from Amazon, which is definitely doable, then that's another good way to diversify. So diversify traffic channels and marketplaces in that order. And then the last one is key man risk, which is when they're looking at the business, one of the first things they're going to ask you is, what's your involvement? What do you do in the day-to-day? And if your answer is, I do everything, then it immediately flips in their mind that you don't have a business, you have a job. And if I buy this business and that person goes away, the business is worthless. Which is why we talk about in the systems and operations section that you need to be systematizing and outsourcing as many processes within the business as possible. Ideally getting to a point where the business can run and grow on its own without you for a number of months. And then if you go to market and be able to tell buyers that I haven't touched the business in 6 months and, it's growing at 15%, year over year or whatever it is, that's a much better story than saying I do everything but customer service, that's taken care of. And I have somebody who uploads my products, but yeah, everything else is me. That's a much tougher sell because you are the key man. So you want to, key man or woman. So you want to remove yourself from that as much as possible. So the takeaways, these are the things that buyers look for, but in building our own sellable business, we want to hit a certain size of at least a couple $100,000 in trailing 12 net income. We want to have 18 to 24 months in growth. Like Yogi said, we sold it like almost exactly 2 years to the month. Then growth, we want to have 15 to 20% year over year growth at least. We want an LTV or returning customer rate of like 20 to 25% ideally. We want to be diversified to multiple sales channels, so we're not just dependent on Facebook. And we also don't want to be the sole owner, operator, or owner's fine. We don't want to be the sole operator of the business. We want there to be a team that is managing the day-to-day, and we're just there as like the upper level. We're working on the business, not in it, and review everything in the systems and operation module for more on that. And then the last point I wanted to touch on about building a sellable business is this idea of keeping things simple, doing the simple yet effective things in our business, and not allowing it to turn into this Frankenstein of just glommed on apps and widgets and like trinkets, and like 1% of revenue comes from this little marketplace, 0.5 comes from that marketplace. We have overhead and like management that goes into those marketplaces, but they're really not providing much value. Simplify everything and picture yourself sitting down at the table with a potential buyer, picture somebody who's not familiar with e-commerce. Not saying likely your buyer would have some familiarity, but picture if you were like getting acquired by a 5-year-old. How challenging would it be to explain your business and how it operates, like everything from top to bottom, to that person, to that 5-year-old? And when you do that, it forces you to really think of like, what are the key aspects of the business? What are our core processes? And how can we do those extremely well and simplify things? Like getting really good at something allows you to simplify things, not make it more complex. I think a lot of times there's this misconception that big businesses have to be complex. They have to be, more apps, more widgets. Like that's how you grow. And I think with the misconception is misleading because it's like, no, like a lot of times the biggest businesses, they just do more of the same stuff. They figure out what their core process is and they do more of it. They get better at it and then they do even more of it. It's like, and I'm certainly guilty of this. Like anytime I've tried to grow by glomming stuff on is when the business always goes into decline. Whereas if I force myself to ignore shiny object syndrome and focus on just the stuff that is most important, but the stuff that can start to feel monotonous, that's the area that really drives value. Like you can build an 8-figure business with just like one offer, one website, and just either increase the number of customers, make those customers worth more, or drive down your cost to fulfill it. I'm like, that's it. Those are the 3 things. And like, I looked at my businesses when I was taking them to market and I was like, 1, organizing the financials for all these little pieces is a nightmare, but 2, just explaining it to potential buyers, like they have to be relatively sophisticated to be able to understand, like we use this for SMS, we use this for email, we use this for fulfillment, but we also do some fulfillment over here. And then like we did use this email provider, but then we switched to this one because of this. And then our sales went down in this month because that happened with that provider. It's like, it's just so much. And then if I look back and see like, why did we make each of those decisions? It normally was not based on like anything grounded, like a decision to like use a new SMS provider. The decision was mostly like we saw an ad or like heard about somebody using it and we got sold on it. And then we switched over and realized like it really wasn't that different. It didn't actually add that much value, but now it adds a whole nother layer of complexity to our business and it makes it that much harder to explain to a potential buyer. Yeah, so that'd be the last thing that I'd add on to this list is simplicity over complexity any day of the week. Just do more of the stuff that makes you money, get better at it, which again is your products, your marketing, your customer experience. And you don't need like fancy apps and widgets to get that done. A lot of times it just takes good internal processes, like well-documented SOPs of what you guys do well, and then, yeah, just keep doing more of that. Like once you start getting some traction, just double down on what's working and ignore everything else. That's all I got for you guys in this lesson. I'll talk to you soon. Deciding when's the right time to sell your business is something that's very personalized depending on your own situations, but I'm going to do my best to give some sweeping generalizations as best I can. And the easiest way to do that is to explain when's the worst time to sell. The worst time to sell is when you have a business, and this is assuming that we're optimizing for the highest exit possible, like the best multiple. And we're not just like trying to get out because stuff's burning down or like we need quick cash or, any of that stuff. Assuming we're optimizing for like the best possible exit. The worst time to sell would be when we're seeing declining revenue. Like if our sales are dipping like 15, 20% year over year, that'd be a terrible time to sell because you're going to take a huge hit on your multiple. If your like systems and processes are not in place, if you don't have like consistent like SOPs across the business and it's just like the Wild West, that would also be a terrible time to sell, because of what that means is that you are most likely the key person in the business. You are most likely the sole operator that like if you leave, the business is worthless. That would be another terrible time to sell because you're going to take a huge hit on your multiple. Another bad time to sell would be during like the market trends or like in, acquisition land, essentially. If you talk with a broker, they'll be able to give you a finger to the pulse of like, if buyers are active, if it's a seller's market or if it's a buyer's market, based on like the supply and demand of like what's out there, what businesses are currently for sale. And if it's a buyer's market, then that'd be a bad time to sell because that means that there's a abundance of businesses on the market available to sell. And I mean, very similar to the housing market. If you think of that, instead of houses, businesses, instead of business buyers, it's home buyers. And like when buyers are slowing down or like they're tightening down on their wallets, and then because of that, there's less deal flow, there's less businesses being sold. So then there's a excess supply of businesses on the market. That's a time where you not only will you take a hit on the multiple, just like the home market goes down, but you'll have to make a lot more compromises in order to get a deal done. Like you'll be meeting the buyer on their terms rather than the other way around. So those are a couple of examples of when would be a bad time to sell. Switching gears to when's a good time to sell. For me personally, the best time to sell was when I realized, or I felt good about like where we had grown Yoga Stay and the other brands to. And I felt like we had kind of hit our team's cap, like where we could grow that to. And I was excited to see, because like there's a very different skill set in growing a business from 0 to 1 million and then 1 to like 2 or 3. Very different skill set getting to that point compared to going from 2 or 3 to 10 million. And it was a good time for us to sell when we got to that $2 or $3 million a year point, because I recognized that was a huge like gap for us. And I, was trying to be aware and ask myself, like, do I really see myself growing this brand to 8 figures plus? Because not only did I have one brand, I had like 4 others in addition, or 3 others. It was 4 in total. Just the fact that I can't tell the number is a bad sign. One brand is better than multiple any day of the week. I'm just going to keep saying that. But it was a good time for us because I realized like the bandwidth that we had in order to grow to 8 figures was just not enough. And at that point, if I could either try to break through and likely, suffer from split focus and not enough bandwidth and start to see declining sales, or we could get acquired when we're having, sales trending upward and, we're in a good spot to buy. And that's the other thing. So a good time to buy for the best multiple or to sell is when you have the inverse of everything I just said. Sales trending up 15, 20, 25% year over year. You have a team in place, which we could have done more of that. We didn't fully systematize everything, but make it so that your day-to-day is like checking in with the team and like managing on the business, not in it. That's another one. So you're not the key person anymore. Third, when you've invested heavily, if you kind of picture it as like if you were to buy a house and then fix it up, like if you buy a rundown house, fix it up and then sell it, you don't want to be the person who's then going to buy that house unless you're just going to live in it, because there's not any more like equity or like improvements you can make to it. So like if somebody buys it and it's a shack and then they like renovate it entirely and turn it into like a beautiful like modern looking house, if you buy that as like an investment and you want to like flip it again, you buy it, you walk in, you're like, it's already pretty perfect, not much I can do to this, so not much I can do to improve this, so I'm pretty much looking at reselling it for the same price or just waiting a decade for real estate in general to appreciate. Same thing kind of applies to a business. Once you feel like you have done everything you can, you've done all the renovations that you are capable of doing, then that's the time to sell. But there's some buyers that look at that fully renovated house, and just using the metaphor example, they see how they can turn that beautiful modern house into a apartment complex. Or if they're an even more sophisticated buyer, they can turn it into a skyscraper. And so they see that business that you see as like that house that you see as maxed out in the value that you could provide to it. They see more opportunities. And those are the types of buyers that you want to go to. And the best way to figure out when's the right time for you to sell is to come up with different scenarios in your head and see which one resonates with you best. Write down like 2 years, like, and what your goals are for that. Like sell 2 years from now, like trailing 12 profit of $250K. Goal is $1 million exit, if that's the goal. So 2 years, then reverse engineering that, you know that you need to be doing all of those things that we just talked about. So what would that look like? You know, like, okay, 250K and trailing 12 profit. That means the year before that, I would need to do like 20 to 30% less. So I show 20 to 30% growth. So that would put me at, I don't know, around 150. So that means in this year, I need to do 150 grand in profit. Am I at that point? Or am I on track for that? And if you're not on track for that, figure out why. And then that's just one of the variables. If, you know, to hit that scenario of selling in 2 years for $1 million, what are these other pieces that you need to get in place? Like the team, key man, lifetime value, all the stuff that we teach throughout this course. But really give yourself a realistic timeline of hitting that. And I think the ways that you can supercharge this is, one, just putting more time into it. But two is through hiring, number one. Hiring and like really investing in your team and systems and just doubling down on more of the stuff that works extremely well, like building a massive product catalog, diversifying your traffic channels. But those are some of the ways to like pour fuel on the fire. Also review the scaling section, but that's how I would hit the timeline. But so draw up scenarios like selling for 2 years from now for $1 million. What would that look like? Selling 3 years down the line for 1.5, what would that look like? And then see what scenario like sounds the most realistic or the most attractive to you, and then reverse engineer from that to where you are today, and that gives you a roadmap. And then I did that early on when I decided to sell. It wasn't early enough. I should have done it when I started the business, but having that roadmap or like the benchmarks that I need to hit really helped a ton, because it helps me, you know, realize if I was on track or not with my projections in order to reach that ultimate goal. But yeah, and another time that it's right to sell is like when you're just like tired and, you know, you're ready to do something else. Like that was the point that I got to. Like I've been selling t-shirts for so long and I didn't see myself selling t-shirts for the rest of my life, even though here we are kind of. But when you're like ready for the next chapter in your life, and that's a perfectly understandable explanation to give to a potential buyer when you talk to them. So it comes down to your personal circumstances, what your goals are, what stage you're at in life. But on the business side, making sure that it's the best sale possible, it's making sure that you have all those pieces in place that we talked about to make sure you get the highest exit possible. So, but aside from those things, there's a lot more to cover to make sure you get the highest exit possible. So see you in the next lesson. So once you've decided that you want to put your business out in the market to potentially get acquired, or at the very least, put some feelers out there and see what it could look like, these are the next steps that you want to take. So step one is you want to get the business organized, starting primarily with the financials. And I'm going to give you the templates and all the stuff that we used. But so you can just follow along. But first, you want to get organized with your financials. So you need your P&L for the entire lifetime of the business. And it needs to be like something like this, like the P&L that we've given you in previous modules needs to be broken down by month. This one's broken down by day, but broken down by month. And it needs to be for the entire length of the business history. And two, it needs to be on an accrual basis. So there's accrual and cash-based accounting, which you can look up the definitions. It's pretty common, but accrual is what we need for e-commerce. And the quick explanation of what that means is basically you show the expenses or revenue in the month that it is accrued. Whereas cash basis is just whatever date a transaction hits your account, that's the date that it counts for. But the reason it's important to look at it on accrual for e-commerce is because, say for example, we had a huge last day, like the last day of a month, we had a huge spike in sales. And that spike was like an extra 10 grand in sales than what we were expecting. But then the Printify charge, for example, didn't hit our account until the next day or the first of the very next month. So if we were on cash basis, that would be an extra 10 grand in sales for month one and an extra 10K or like 4K in expenses for month two, which looks like you had a huge peak in this month, or not huge, it's all relative, but you get the example is like, it looks like you had a big peak in this month and then a big dip in this month, which that's okay for some business models, but for potential buyers, they want to see those equaled out. So the right way to show it is that that 4 grand in Printify charges or fulfillment, whatever you're using, that was actually accrued, like it was earned, you owed that debt as of this date because that's when the sales came in. So you need to show that Printify charge on the last day of that previous month. And that's just one example, but it needs to be broken down like that, which that took me a ton of time. I spent months organizing all of our financials across all the brands, which we had never done. So it took a ton of time to begin with. But then I learned that it needed to be an accrual basis. I had the first call with a potential buyer and they asked if it was accrual or cash basis. And I was like, yes. And they were like, which one is it? I'm like, sure is. They did not end up buying, needless to say, but do start doing that up front and it'll make your life easier. Printify also makes it pretty easy for you because they give you monthly invoice statements. So in the day-to-day, we check our Printify charge, like our cost, based off of just whatever they're charging our credit card, like every 24 hours. But they also they generate monthly statements for you that'll show like in month one, you accrued this much. It's on accrual basis. Month two, you accrued this much. Makes it pretty straightforward. With international, it gets a little bit more dicey because they break it up by like different countries and regions. So it's a lot more invoices to sift through. But anyway, so that's the first thing you need. You need your P&L broken down by month on an accrual basis. Second, you need your balance sheet, again, broken down by month. And buyers need to see both of those because they want to see the true like cash flow, not just the P&L or just the balance sheet. They need to see the full picture. Third thing is you need all the backup for all of those like statements or all those reports. So you need I just organized ours in the Google Drive folder. So every bank account statement, every credit card statement, like basically any transaction files, invoices, if you have like all of our Printify invoices, I put all those in a Google Drive folder. And something I forgot to mention is on the accrual topic, if you pay like an annual subscription say you pay for Print or Shopify like upfront and they charge you like, I don't know, $500 for the year, you can't just show $500 in December, whatever month you pay for it. You have to, for it to be true accrual, you have to show that on a monthly breakdown. So it'd be 500 divided by 12. You should be showing $41 per month on your Shopify or like your overhead expenses. So that's the first thing with getting your financials and everything organized. And then making sure that making sure that basically all the numbers tie out. That if I see a Printify charge amount here, I need to be able to point directly to the invoices that are showing that. Expect that a buyer is going to ask about every single number on this spreadsheet. And like I said on a lesson, if there's any wavering or like hesitancy in your response about any one of these numbers, that could throw off the buyer's interest in the deal entirely, just from one number. So you need your financials organized. You need to have all your SOPs organized and be able to show very plainly how the business operates, what your internal processes look like, any way that you can think of to like dumb it down and make it as simple as possible. People buy things that they understand. If they don't understand it, then they're unlikely to buy it, which that applies to not just business sales, but a lot of different areas. But simplify things as much as possible. That's number one. So The next piece is your materials. So getting together like a pitch deck is a really good idea, so that when potential buyers are looking at like your offering memorandum, where it's basically like a one-page overview of like what your business is, like how much you're asking for it, what the multiple is, what the financials say, that they have something to look at. So like for Yoga Stay, for example, this was the pitch deck that we came up with, and I'll put this template somewhere around here, but I'll go through it with you briefly. But goal was, again, simple, beautiful, put something like tangible that they can look through and like really get a feel and representation for the brand. So we had the important stats up front: 3.6 million in sales, number of customer contacts, and founded in this date, which each of those main points, if you remember, ties into the main like things that a buyer is evaluating that we talked about earlier. Like they want to see size, they want to see like customer base, like really they care about LTV, but customer base, and then they want to see length of history. And we had our introduction, where I like a one-page overview explaining the opportunity, and this is like your place to like present yourself and like pitch it and explain like why it's attractive. Then we gave an overview of the sales, like the metrics and the important KPIs that they would care most about. Then we had a breakdown of our product catalog, our top selling products, mentioned the customer reviews, because they want to see that it's like an actual brand, like that is living, breathing. People love it. People are wearing it. It's not just cash flow. It's not just like an Etsy shop. Like it's actually built a following that people love. And then we talk about the growth opportunity. So thinking back to when we were saying like, why would a buyer be interested in acquiring your company? And the only reason they would acquire it is if they see that there's some path to financial gain through acquiring you, obviously. And it needs to be a clear path, at least to them. And that path could be all the different types of buyers, like the strategic buyers. If they're a yoga company, can make sense in a lot of different ways. If they're just like a strictly investment-based buyer, they want to see that there's huge growth potential if the company just continues running as it is. But bottom line, it's a good idea to include growth opportunities and show like basically huge gaping holes of opportunities that you just haven't tapped into. Thinking back to the fixing up a house example, if you bought the house and then refurbished it, renovated it a little bit, and then you're talking it up to another potential buyer, you want to be able to say, I redid the living room, but like the whole kitchen and upstairs still hasn't been touched. Like, that's all like incremental value that you can add to the house by doing X, Y, and Z. That's what we're doing here. So growth opportunities, Amazon, other marketplaces, TikTok, YouTube, influencers, international, new products, recurring revenue, supply chain, like reducing cost of goods, and increase email and SMS sales. Talked about the Amazon opportunity, different marketplaces, and then different marketing channels, and then showing some of the results that we had in international markets. And when I was talking to them like through the pitch deck, I specifically explained how like we had done a good amount of international sales, but we hadn't like really dialed anything in. Like we hadn't done any products specific to any of these countries. It was all just generic. We had done like the bare minimum, and these were the results that we were already seeing. Next is the product lines. So expand, again, this actually ties like very closely to all the things we recommended in the scaling module, but can expand the product line, optimizing the supply chain. Wow, this sounds very similar. At least I'm consistent. I'll give myself that. Optimizing the supply chain, so lowering our cost of goods is another way to save. Scaling our existing customer list. Then an overall summary of the opportunities and breakdown of the financials, explaining, basically, I'll let you take a look through this, but all of the ins and outs of like areas of where the company is today, the history, why it's exciting, the missed opportunities and ways that it can be scaled, and then explaining that's the general overview or the goal of the pitch deck, and making it as simple and easy to understand as possible. That's why I put like the little graphics and explainers, like this is how print on demand works and stuff like that, that even if it seems very basic, the more you can dumb it down for potential buyers. Not saying that they're going to be dumb. If they have that much money to buy your company, they're certainly not dumb people, but everybody appreciates something that's simple, and even if they won't ever say, thanks for dumbing this down for me. So you organize your financials, you have your P&L, you have all your statements, you have your balance sheet, you have your SOPs organized, all nice and neat in a Google Drive folder. You have your, your pitch deck. The other thing that you can have is your offering memorandum, which is basically like the one-pager overview that then says whatever your price is and how much you're asking, ways to get in touch with you, that sort of thing. And then the next thing to consider as you're preparing to sell is deciding how you're going to sell. Are you either going to sell just yourself, buyer to buyer, which again, this is very similar to like how you would sell a house. It's like you can do for sale by owner, or or you can go through a real estate broker. Same thing with businesses. There's brokers that you can work with, or there's investment bankers, which investment bankers and brokers are basically the same thing. They just operate at different levels. Investment bankers typically don't get involved or aren't interested until it's at least $2 million in trailing 12 EBITDA, or net income. And the value that a broker can bring, especially if you're new and you've never sold a business before, is to, like, one, they've sold a ton of businesses if they're a good one. They already have sold businesses, so they know what the process looks like. And more importantly, they already have a list, like a Rolodex of buyers that they know are in the market. People that either A, they've already done deals with, or B, that they've, rubbed shoulders with and have talked with them, networked. So then when they bring on your deal, which we'll talk about how they do that in a second, when they bring on your deal, they then immediately reach out to their full list of people and say, hey, so like, how you doing? It's been a while. When we last chatted, knew you were in the market for this, just had a great opportunity come across my desk called Yoga Stay. Wanted to reach out and put it in front of you first, see if you're interested. If not, no worries, let's catch up soon. They'll send some kind of message like that. And then they have like warm intros to people. All that to be said, like, they're able to, in theory, get a deal done a lot faster and help negotiate like a better multiple for you than if you're somebody who's completely green to this, you've never done it before. There's, a lot of value. That being said, there are, just like with realtors or car salesmen, there are a full range of the quality and caliber of broker that you will encounter. There's everything from the used car salesman that after you talk with them, you just feel like slimy, like you want to take a shower. And then there's very legitimate ones that run a clean shop. They're ethical, like down to earth people that just want to genuinely help the business owner and get them the best valuation and achieve whatever goal they want. And they care about truly like the person, the business owner, and not just the business. The crappy ones, they see you, they don't even see you. They just see the asset, they see the dollar signs, and they see how much they could sell it for and what their commission could be, just straight up. That's why when you're preparing your business to sell, I recommend at the very least talk to brokers, but talk to a lot of them. Talk to 7, 8, 9, or 10 brokers. Don't talk to 1 or 2. You need to get like a full range of experience of what it could be like working with one of them. And keep in mind, like I said previously, that they're going to tell you what you want to hear. A lot of them. The more ethical ones will like actually listen to you and care about, your goals, but the sleazy used car salesman ones, they're just, if you tell them something you're uncertain about, they'll be like, oh, no worries, like no problem, we do this and you'll get a 5x. Like, they're going to tell you stuff like that, so just be aware of that. And so if you do decide to go with a broker, they basically just take a percentage of whatever the end deal size is. So if you sell for $1 million, they'll take anywhere from 5 to 15%, completely dependent on the size of the deal. And so if it's 10% and you sell for $1 million, you're paying them $100,000, which sucks. But at the same time, the main deciding factor is, if you go to market by yourself, would you sell for $700,000 because you don't know how to find the full buyer pool like they do, that you don't know how to negotiate like they do, and that if you sell for $700,000, they're able to sell it for $1 million. Then after their fee, it's $900,000. You're still net $200,000, and it's impossible to know the answer to what those numbers would be. That's just an example, but that's the thought process. And as you're evaluating brokers, decide, does this person seem like they are sharp enough, like they know their stuff cold? Do they have a big enough book of business and like testimonials that I can lay my eyes on, or people that I can talk to who vouch for this person, that gives me confidence that the number that they'd be able to close for is significantly higher, at least 10 to 15% higher than what I would do. And then it's just your gut feeling. And, that's honestly the best position you can hope to get to. So say you decide to sell it yourself, and the broker's not going to go out and find potential buyers, like have conversations with them, like organize calls and all that, which we're going to talk about in a second. The question for you is, where are you going to sell? And there's a bunch of different marketplaces and listed places that you can list your business for sale, like Micro Acquire, or now called acquire.com, is a really good one, where, it's Shopify Exchange, where you used to be able to just list your business for sale. They validate like the sales by connecting to your store, and then you talk with potential buyers there. So marketplaces like that, or that's pretty close to the best options you have, unless you have some network of your own that, if you're in like, I don't know, EO, like entrepreneurs organization, you just through networking with people in there, you'll get to know other e-commerce owners. And then those e-commerce owners will know potential buyers. They'll know brokers as well. And then another option, and the option that I ended up going with, is selling to what's called an aggregator, like OpenStore. And an aggregator is a company or a group that has raised typically a pretty substantial amount of money. Like OpenStore is very publicly raised over $100 million, if not more now. And they go out and they acquire like a bunch of e-commerce businesses. They aggregate them all together and then operate them. And the idea or the thesis is that they acquire them, run them using the same overhead costs and resources to achieve like economies of scale, so that they are saving on the costs by sharing resources, but then at the same time they're learning and applying strategies and best practices across a bunch of brands. What we did in the house, except all the brands were owned separately, but in OpenStore's case, they own all of them and they have all the same team that operates under one roof. And so OpenStore is another good option. Aggregators like them. OpenStore is great because it's a very quick, clean process. Like you will, from the time that you submit your store for like review, they just use a Shopify app. They connect, look at all your analytics, connect like your ad account and stuff like that. They look at everything and then they will give you a price back or a value back within like, I want to say it's 24 or 48 hours. And that number is, it's typically a lower valuation than what you would get by going out onto the open market. But the trade-off there is that it's faster, it's quick. You just click a button and it's pretty much done. And then you get 80% of the funds up front. You get 20% after a month of closing, which we'll talk about that in a second. And it's like quick and easy compared to working with other buyers. You have no idea what you're getting, especially if you're going to like a small like family office or individual person. You could be getting somebody who's a straight shooter, who's completely legit, and they have a great team who's going to absorb you really well, and it's going to be a quick, clean transition process, and you never have to worry about getting your follow-up payments or anything like that. Or it could go the other way, and it could be somebody who they talk a really good talk, they say all the right things on the calls, but then they actually have no idea what they're doing, and when they acquire you, they end up screwing you over and you don't get the payments. Could go one of two ways, and by going with an aggregator like OpenStore, a very public company who has a reputation to uphold, you avoid all of that. So you end up with a lower multiple, but there's definitely trade-offs to that. So there you have it. Organize all your financials, P&L, balance sheet, all your back-end stuff, your SOPs, documentation, get your marketing materials, your offering memorandum, your slide deck or pitch deck, which that's optional, but I highly recommend it. It really helps give the buyer something to sink their teeth into. Then deciding if you're going to work with a broker, I recommend at the very least talking with them, at the very least learn from them and pick their brains about, some of the ins and outs and things you might not be aware of. And then lastly, deciding where you're going to sell. There's dozens of marketplaces online. I would recommend listing on all of them. Like there's really no downside, and just don't give anybody your information. Like don't, until somebody has signed an NDA, that's the next thing. Prepare like a templatized NDA. Don't give anybody like proprietary information. Don't let anybody see your financials or the name of your brand or literally anything until they've signed a non-disclosure agreement. Because by doing that, you are protecting yourself a ton. It's very normal. Buyers should be expecting it. Even if it's like somebody, don't feel bad about getting them signed an NDA. Like just remember, everybody's personality changes once money's involved. So get everybody to sign an NDA, then start listing on the marketplaces, and then you move on to the next stage. So once you've gone to market, aka your business listing is now live on a different marketplace, hopefully several. At the very least, I would do Acquire. That was one that I had a good experience with. But once you're live on these marketplaces, what is the next step? And that's what we're going to talk about in this video. So once you've listed on these marketplaces, ideally you'll start to get a bunch of inquiries. And we're going to talk about how to handle those in a second. When I was listing my brand, I would say I had at least 100 plus different conversations with buyers from ranging degrees of interest. Everybody from aggregators reached out to people who were just the BSers, like just trying to figure out what the brand was, to people that were like parents who were looking for a project to do together, to people who had successful careers and were looking for like a side project, to small family shops who like make investments. So it's a full range of people. and hopefully you start to get inquiries. It took probably like a week or two before I started getting a decent amount. But if you're not getting any inquiries, I would recommend, similar to what I recommend like with Shopify stores, like look at the other listings on the marketplaces, learn how companies are presenting themselves. Obviously don't fudge any facts by any means. One, it's completely unethical, but two, it's going to get found during due diligence, so just don't do that. But see how they're presenting themselves. Like what angles of the business are they talking about? Like maybe on one marketplace, it's more centered towards businesses or how it can be like passive income and how it's like a business that anybody can run from their laptop. And if you pan over to yours and your listing is talking about how you can optimize your supply chain and stuff, that's an obvious example of a mismatch. But look at the other marketplaces, customize your listing for each marketplace, because different marketplaces have different types of people who browse them. So just look at your listing side by side with others and compare and contrast and see ways you can optimize it, just like you've done with your business up until this point, to have something that's even worth selling. And if you have a broker, then that process is completely different. They should be like writing your listings for you, basically. Like they work for you. You should be putting the work on them, like asking them what they're doing, making sure they're writing good listings, giving them feedback. So it changes the dynamic a little bit. But once you have inquiries coming in, people will reach out like asking some basic questions. But in order to give them like any kind of financials or anything, you always want to have them sign an NDA. Anytime somebody reached out to me, if it was a very basic question, I would say, thanks for reaching out. Here's the answer. But then if it was anything more advanced, I would always say, really appreciate you reaching out. I'd love to chat further. First, if you don't mind filling out this NDA, and then I'll give them a link to a DocuSign. And the DocuSign, like one click, sign it, and we're good to go. But it really protects you, and any legitimate buyer should have absolutely no problem signing it. If they scoff at it and say, no, I just asked you a simple question, they're not a serious buyer. They're not somebody who's actually gone through this process before, because anybody who has would understand that. So get them to sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, which what that basically does is it protects you from them seeing your information and then using it to rip you off or compete with you in some way. It's a non-disclosure, non-compete agreement. So they also can't go sharing the stuff that they find within the materials you send them. But once they have signed it, then I send over the materials, which the materials are the offering memorandum, which that's like public. Your offering memorandum is basically the same as your listing on the marketplaces. And then, but you send them over like the pitch deck. Prime reason to have a pitch deck is you're sending it to people. They're reviewing it on their own time. You want it to be engaging and simple and beautiful and like leave an impression, because they're looking through a ton of these. Just like you're talking to a ton of buyers, they're talking to a ton of sellers. So you really want that to stand out. So they sign the DocuSign. To be fancy, you can set it up so it automatically sends. So in the follow-up email, when they sign the DocuSign, they automatically get the materials. They get the pitch deck and the financials, like your P&L and balance sheet, and then they review. And then this is where you need to like really follow up with people and make sure that you're moving on to the next step as quickly as possible, because buyers will go cold. And the next step is getting on calls with potential buyers. And to give you an idea from our process, I talked with at least 100 plus different buyers. And then out of those buyers, I probably had, 15 or 20 different phone calls. And then from those 15 or 20 phone calls, we had, maybe 3 or 4 different LOIs, which is a letter of intent, which we'll talk about in a second. But that's from our process. It's completely different depending on the business, the size, the market, how well you're presenting yourself, the broker you're working with, a lot of variables. But that was the very rough funnel that we had. So you talk with them and then you schedule a call. Again, to make it even fancier, you can give them like a Calendly link to set up and schedule a call automatically, because the name of the game is keep it moving. If you haven't heard from a buyer in a few days, you can pretty much assume that something's happened. They've decided to go elsewhere, whatever, but really want to keep it moving. And when you get on these calls, schedule like a 30-minute Zoom call. And the goal of it is to primarily for them to learn about you and to like vet you a little bit more, but it's really your opportunity to present yourself and connect with the person on the other side. Business deals start because of like the business opportunity, but I'm fully convinced at this point that they close because of the personal connection. And I don't think a good business deal has ever been done between two people who absolutely hate each other for whatever reason. But if people are like really friendly and you've built really good rapport with them, there's a much better chance of getting to some kind of agreement. So it's your chance to learn who they are and show who you are as a seller, that you're somebody legitimate, you're not somebody sketchy. You are like a down-to-earth, good, ethical person that they can count on and not screw them over. But at the same time, you are not somebody that can just be walked over, and you're not a seller who's desperate to take a sale. Like you're, kind of aloof. Like you love the business. You're going to get asked the question of like, why sell it? And that's where you have to have a good answer, an honest answer. Something as simple as, I've been running it for this many years and now I'm getting married and want to be able to spend more time with my family. like family, personal reasons, completely legitimate, saying you feel like you grew it to a certain point and want to pass it off to somebody else. That one's okay, but might bring on some questions like what's that ceiling that you feel like you've hit? Then they're immediately going to question themselves. Are we going to hit that same ceiling? Prepare for that question. And just on the call in general, you're trying to answer their questions, get to know them and like what's their motivation behind buying it, and take like a real genuine interest in who they are and why they would want to acquire your business. And also telling them that like you care about all the employees and like VAs, whoever that works for the company. You want to make sure that they're going to be taken care of in some kind of way, and lay out your expectations as a potential seller, like what you're looking for in a partner to acquire you. Again, why you're looking to get acquired, all of those things. It's just, a lot of it's just networking 101, just meeting them. But the essence of the call is to get face to face with the other person and answer their questions, allay their fears or concerns that they might have. At that point, they've gotten a chance to go through the materials and they've looked at the financials. They know like where the business stands. And one question that I would recommend asking, that an advisor of mine suggested, is ask for proof of funds and ask for like where the funding is coming from. If it's going to be like just them cash at close, if they're getting a line of credit from a bank, it's important to know those details. And it's even more important to make sure that they know those answers cold and they have like very definitive answers to it, because if they don't, then there's something shady going on. And we got to like second round calls with a couple of potential buyers that then turned out to be just like fly by night illegitimate groups. So that's the other thing you're vetting for on those initial calls. And then you wrap up the call and then you move on to, ideally you move on to the next stage, which is the LOIs. So after you've had a couple of phone calls with the buyers and you moved on to the next stage, which is letter of intent, which that's basically a buyer in formal writing saying that they have an interest in your company and they're writing to submit their interest in acquiring it. I'll include a template just so you can see an example. Yeah, so you would receive a letter of intent from a buyer which would state their interest and the value that they're interested in buying it at and their suggested terms, like one payment up front and then 2 additional payments over the next year, whatever it is, or an earn out, which we'll talk about like deal structures at close. But so you get LOIs. Ideally, you get multiple LOIs. You don't want to be in a position where you're down, like you have one offer on the table. You always want to have options, or at the very least, be completely willing to walk away. That's one quick way to hand over the power from yourself to the buyer and just get walked all over, is if it becomes clear and the buyer's able to pick up on it that you are willing to take anything, that you're desperate for whatever reason. Maybe you just went out of the business. Maybe you need the money. Maybe whatever. If they pick up on any inkling of that, you're going to get walked all over. And that's why I said like the best time to sell a business is when you're not desperate, when the business is going well and it's on a positive trajectory. Normally, I think a lot of entrepreneurs get to the point where like business is stagnant and then they're like, all right, I just need to sell it. I just need to be done. And then a buyer picks up on that in conversations, as they should. Nobody wants to buy your boat that's sinking. You're trying to get off the boat for a reason. If that's the case, they want to buy something that's legitimate and people will pick up on that. But yeah, so important to make sure you get multiple LOIs. One way that you can push getting LOIs from people is that as you're wrapping up the phone calls with them, you can say like, we're running a process where we're fielding offers or LOIs for the next 2 weeks or whatever. So all LOIs are due by this date. We didn't do that. I wish we had, because it just, it like gets the process moving a lot quicker, and because it can just tend to drag on and multiple phone calls with buyers. But the other thing is that it adds urgency and it adds perceived like scarcity to the deal, and it makes it in the buyer's mind, they're like, okay, they're running a process, like I have to have it in by this deadline. They must, and this is the buyer thing, they must, like you, the seller, must have a decent amount of interest if it's ballsy for them to set a deadline for LOIs. The thing is that you just have to stick to that. Like you have to say, this is the last date that we're accepting LOIs. And then fingers crossed that 1, you built a really good business that people actually want, but 2, you've gotten it like in front of enough potential buyers. 3, you've had enough phone calls that went well for there to be buyers that are interested, for the setting a deadline to actually pan out, because it can be a double-edged sword. It can go the other way and nobody's interested, and then you get no LOIs by the deadline, and then you're left sitting there looking like a schmuck when you have to go back out on the market and say like, yeah, we had a deadline, but like we're taking a lower price. You have to be really confident in what it is that you're selling, but having a process in place can be a great way to build urgency, scarcity, and show buyers that you're not just like taking any old offer. You're like, you have other demand out there. Then once you receive, ideally, 3-4 different LOIs, if not more, that's when you have to make your decision. You have to decide, what buyer do I want to go with? Who gave us the best terms? Who gave us the best offer? And it doesn't just come down to the amount of money. It comes down to the terms. Is it all up front? Is it an earnout? Which an earnout, by the way, if it's based on like sales performance, you should always do the deal with the thought in mind of like the earnout is just never going to happen. And if you would still do the deal, even if the earnout didn't happen, then it's a good idea to do it. But if you're doing it and you're like, yeah, I like the deal if they hit the earnout terms, which is increasing sales by 30% consistently for the next 3 years, then it'll be a good deal. Don't do that. Just assume, hedge your bets, assume that they're going to tank it. The earnout terms are not going to be hit, and you're going to end up with just the guaranteed amount. If that is the case and you're happy with just the guaranteed amount, then great, do it, as an aside. So it's not just based on the dollar amount, it's based on the terms, who you're doing the deal with. Is it a legitimate organization? Like, I would take a slightly lower valuation or LOI from a completely legitimate group like Open Store, who I know they have a great reputation and I know I can count on, and I'm actually going to get paid, and I'll probably even learn a thing or two from working with a group like that, compared to a group that is offering slightly more and like similar terms, but they're like an unknown. Nobody's really heard of them. You've done some research on them. Running a background check would be a great idea, especially if it's a larger deal. Make sure you know who you're dealing with. But if they're an unknown, like, you have to factor that in like pretty significantly. So you narrow it down to which LOI you want to accept, and then you accept that LOI, you notify them in writing via email, and then you let the other people know, like the other LOIs you received, like, thanks for your interest, but we've decided to go a different direction, that sort of thing. And then you move into the next stage, which is due diligence. Then in due diligence, this is where you're basically opening up the kimono, so to speak, and showing them everything. And the buyer is able to go through the business and see top to bottom. The main goal of due diligence is to verify that everything that the buyer has been told, everything you've told them up until this point, is legitimate. This is where they see all of your bank statements, they see every invoice you've ever received, and like basically anything they want to ask for to see backup or proof for is like a fair game. The good news is that due diligence should be relatively easy, assuming that you've been running a genuine ethical process, you have all your backup, you've answered all the questions they've had to the best of your knowledge, and you haven't tried to sugarcoat anything or make it seem other than exactly how it is. Then due diligence should be relatively straightforward, assuming that it's two ethical groups on either side. If it's an unethical group on the other side, the buyer, which that's why it's important that you go with a known group if at all possible. But say you're going through with a group that you didn't really know, and then they turn out to, as you're going through due diligence, they're either like dragging their feet along. Oh, that's the thing I forgot to mention, that in the LOIs, when they accept, there's normally like a defined amount of time that due diligence will take. Like an amount of time, like from this date that the LOI is signed, we will have 30 days, say, for due diligence to come to an agreement, a purchase agreement to be signed. Like, we'll make our best efforts. And that's to, like, you have to stop marketing the business while you're under LOI. But at the same time, it puts the pressure on the buyer, or the onus on the buyer, to be actually going through the process and not dragging their feet. Because every day that you're, entertaining working with just them and selling to them is another day that you're off the market and that, your opportunity is passing you by. So that's in the LOIs, that they have a set amount of time, like 2 to 3 or 4 weeks is pretty normal for deals our size. But assuming that they're going through the process and they're not dragging their feet, sometimes buyers will just try to find things, like fabricate things, to decrease the value of the business. And some might be legitimate, and this is where you should be willing to like compromise and be realistic with people. This is like the negotiation phase, essentially, or a preemptive negotiation phase. Because after you go through due diligence, assuming they don't find anything, they check it all out, they get access to your stores, your ad accounts, like literally everything, and they're able to look at it, then that's when you draft up a purchase agreement. A purchase agreement is a lengthy document where it's basically laying out the terms of them acquiring the business. It includes like your payout terms, the value of the business, the transition, which we're going to talk about, all of that kind of stuff. And assuming that in due diligence, you gave them everything, you gave them all the statements, everything lined up perfectly, then they also want to, like, in due diligence, another important thing is making sure that they'll be checking that there's no outstanding liabilities or anything that could come back to bite the business in the ass later on down the road. They want to be aware, and you have to disclose any potential liabilities or downsides or things that the business could be impacted by in the future. You have to disclose all of that. And it's ethical to do so, and it's in your own best interest, because worst thing that could happen is something comes back, bites the business in the ass down the road, then you end up in court, like settling, or them trying to reverse the deal. So you want to avoid that. Once you've wrapped up due diligence, assuming everything went smoothly, that's when you move on to drafting the purchase agreement. And this typically comes from the buyer, obviously, but this is a lengthy document, like, 15, 20 pages were what some of ours were. And this document outlays all of the terms of them acquiring the business. And you can look up examples of this, because I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice or financial advice or advice in general. Just don't listen to me. But it's a lengthy document that lays out, like, the terms, like the price of the business, the items that were disclosed in due diligence, those are referenced, so that if anything comes up later on down the line, there's reference to those due diligence items that was disclosed. And there's, like, reps and warranties, like basically you as the seller saying, like, we've disclosed everything, it's all clean. So then if something does come up later on down the road, the buyer is able to say, like, hey, you signed this saying you disclosed everything. We have proof that you had knowledge of it beforehand. Now we can do whatever the terms of the agreement is. So it has the normal legal jargon and stuff, but the TLDR has the price, has the earnout. So, like, if you're getting it in one lump sum, if it's going to be earned out over a couple of months or in multiple payments, or if it's going to be guaranteed payment plus contingent on performance type of earnout. For example, you could get a lump sum of like 70% of whatever the purchase price was, and then the remaining 30%, or say 20%, could be dependent on first year performance, hitting an agreed upon goal of, if 20% growth, and then the remaining 10% could be from second year performance, contingent on hitting like 15% growth, or something like that. And then it'll also outline the transition agreement, like the amount of hours or time that you as the seller are committed to providing to the buyer in order to guarantee, like, a clean and efficient transition from your team over to theirs. If they're bringing on your employees and stuff, then that makes it a lot easier, but that's outlined in there as well. Now, obviously, as the seller, all upfront cash, all at once, lump sum payment, that's ideal. But every buyer wants you to have some skin in the game, and they also want to protect themselves, so that if they discover something, a year or so down the road, they have the ability to withhold that, and you still have some skin in the game, so that they're not left high and dry. So it's pretty typical to have a percentage be guaranteed. Hopefully it's a larger percentage, and then pay installments for another percentage, and then an earnout for the remaining percentage. As I already mentioned, make sure that you would do the deal under the assumption that the earnout never even happens. And if you would, then great. But it's just a good rule of thumb, assuming that it won't happen for one reason or another. So then once you receive the purchase agreement, it's then up to you to decide. And if you have a broker, they'll help advise you for this. But you should definitely have a lawyer, your own lawyer, look over the purchase agreement and get them to give their legal opinion on it. Make sure that there's no little loopholes in there or earn-out clauses that you weren't aware of, or just there's so many things that can be worked into legal documents that, unless you have gone to law school, you just won't even know to look for. So hire a lawyer. They're extremely worth it, especially on a deal like this. And yeah, so I would not sign anything without having a lawyer look at it. So once you have had a lawyer look at it and they explain to you, like in layman's terms, the things that you're going to be agreeing to, most important things are like the earnout period or the earnout terms, and making sure that, basically at this point you can push back on certain things, and you have to pick and choose what you want. Like for us, we were most keen on, we were fine doing any kind of transition. This is just us. We were fine with doing most any kind of transition because we were going to have time after selling the business, and we wanted to make sure that they were successful, and we wanted to see the brands grow. So we were fine with that. So we didn't push back on that too much, but we did want different earnout terms that were more favorable, that were shorter time periods that would be more likely to be hit, as just an example. So then you can talk to the buyer and negotiate that with them, but you also have to be careful, because at this point you're that far into the process that you don't want to be overbearing or ridiculous and get them to potentially pull back. But it's just classic negotiating stuff. Like you pick and choose your battles, pick where you want to push back. And if at the end of the day, after you've had a lawyer look at the agreement, then decide if you're going to sign it and move forward. But a couple other things when you're looking at the purchase agreement that I personally learned to look out for. Again, this is not legal advice, but it's the purchase price, obviously, transition agreement, like the amount of time that you're giving. Third is the NDA or non-compete. How broad. It's very normal for them to say, hey, you're selling us a yoga apparel company. You can't do another yoga apparel company. Makes sense. But making sure that the language of the NDA is not like overly broad, that it's not just like you can't do ecommerce for 5 years, or the length of the NDA, making sure it's not 5 to 10 years. So like a normal one is like 1 to 2 years. So making sure that that's good. And also not with any of these points, not taking it as like, it says that, but like, it's not that serious. Like they wouldn't actually enforce that. They're good people. No. Assume, like, put personalities in any rapport that you built aside and act like whatever you were about to sign is the word of God. Like, I'm not even that religious, but pretend like it's the word of God. Just came down off the mountaintop. This is it. And if it was it, if it's the thing, would you sign it? Like, act like this is going to be enforced to the fullest extent of the law. Would you then sign it? And if the answer is anything less than an absolute yes, then get those changes made. That's what the lawyers are there for, to help negotiate that stuff for you, that the language is exactly how they would want it to be, like, in your favor. But yeah, so don't let any points just slip on by. Like, actually look through it in detail and make sure that, and the buyer should be doing the same exact thing. They should be making sure that that's why, contracts like this exist. But so there's the price, the transition, the earn out, the NDA clause, the due diligence, like reps and warranties, like referencing all the stuff that was disclosed, making sure that's full and complete so that there's like even little tiny stuff. It's much better to disclose it up front and make sure it's included rather than it being the string that gets pulled on that unwinds and causes issues down the road. You just don't want that headache. And yeah, I think those are the main points in the purchase agreement that I look out for. And that brings us to the last stage, which is once you agree on something, you have a finalized purchase agreement, it's closing. You basically just simply sign the agreement, and then within the agreement there was like the payout terms. So based on that, you're going to receive a wire transfer typically to your bank account for the upfront payment or the guaranteed first payment, whatever the terms are. And then at that point is when you start transitioning. Once the first payment is received, that's when you start, and only then do you start transitioning ownership and all the accounts. So like Shopify, you have to message them and transfer Shopify ownership to the new buyer. You need to get them added to all your ad accounts, your email accounts. And it's a good idea to go through and notify every vendor that you use in writing, notify them that, hey, we've had a sale of the business and this new owner will be taking over, and give them the contact information and make sure you explicitly have it in writing that the new buyer is tagged in it, along with notifying the new vendor, notifying the right person, not just a customer service rep. But you have to notify them in writing, because I had a couple of cases where if they missed a credit card payment and it got sent to collections, they end up calling me because they think that I'm still the business owner. Fortunately, I had told them, hey, these brands have been sold, but that's just a headache you don't want to deal with. So make sure that you go through, notify all the vendors, you give them access to the new Shopify stores, and then you start your transition hours or time period. And what I recommend doing is having extremely well documented proof that you are delivering upon all the transition action items that were agreed upon in the purchase agreement. Like, have a well documented trail proving that you've done everything that you said you were going to do. Buyers should do the same. It's just good legal practice to have a paper trail behind you so that you can prove you are fulfilling your end of the purchase agreement. And then during the transition period, this is when you are basically handing over the reins. You're giving them the keys to your car and helping them like drive it for the first time. And your goal or mindset during this whole period should be like, not that, okay, I sold the business, I'm out, good luck guys. Your job is not done until the end of the transition period, until you have seen that thing through to completion and you have made sure that you have done everything in your power, gone above and beyond the purchase agreement. Go above and beyond and make sure that they have everything they need to succeed. That's when you're done. And only once that has happened. And I recommend this on a number of levels. One, it's the most ethical thing to do. Two, like, if you genuinely believe in the brand and you're selling it for the right reasons, you should really want them to succeed and see it as a possibility and do everything you can to make that happen. And three, I mean, at least for myself, I want to see the things that I invested all my time and energy into, I want to see them continue to grow. It's like legacy or whatever, I don't know. But I don't want to see it just crash and burn and turn into nothing. I want to see it grow and flourish and be able to look at it like 5 years down the road and be like, wow, like I took it to here, but then they're like way up here now. Like, how did they do that? That's the kind of thing that I want to have. And the transition is my way, your way to be able to really make sure that that happens. And at the same time, again, back to the legal stuff, you're covering yourself. You're making sure that you did everything in your power so that if anything does happen down the road, you can say definitively, I completely fulfilled my end of the bargain. Everything was disclosed and knew. Everything was represented exactly how it was. And then in transition, I went above and beyond. I sat with their team, got on Zoom calls, answered all their questions, and I was readily available to fully transition them over. Again, it not only is the most ethical thing, but it sets them up for success and makes sure that your baby continues on. And then at the end of your transition period, which that can range greatly, everything from a set number of hours to just a set number of months. Like, it can vary. Some won't need any transition. Some will need a ton of handholding. Again, that ties back to really consider who your buyer is. If the buyer has zero experience, you're going to be doing a whole lot of handholding versus like a company like OpenStore. They've already done this how many times, and they transition for them just looks like showing them the ropes and like the things that are unique to your brand that they have encountered before. But like running Facebook ads, email marketing, all that stuff, they've done that 1,000 times. So again, consider the buyer. But at the end of your transition period, you're pretty much done, and then you're free to go start your own YouTube channel and talk about it. Crazy idea. So there you have it. That's just from my experience what it's like selling one of these brands. I'm not the most experienced person when it comes to this, but I've done it a couple of times now, made a ton of mistakes. It took a lot longer than it should have. I know for a fact that going back now and doing it all over again, I would do it completely differently, a lot like what I laid out here. Hopefully that allows you guys to avoid some of those same mistakes that I went through. So appreciate you guys for watching. Hopefully this lesson's been useful for you, and I'll see you soon.